Upon awakening, QushengshengGets found herself inexplicably transported to a beastly realm, having tumbled naked into a 3-meter-deep pit. A dashing man with a close-cropped haircut, Yuan Jiang, leaped down at the sound of her distress and offered her a fur coat. After he assisted her out of the pit, she expressed her desire to accompany him. Once they reached a cave, her stomach growled audibly. Yuan Jiang presented her with a red fruit and prepared roasted meat, and she indulged with exuberance, finding this journey in the beastly world exhilarating. QushengshengGets, shivering from the cold, reached out to touch the blanket only to find her hand covered in damp soil. Upon opening her eyes, she was utterly bewildered. She lay within a 3-meter-deep pit, completely bare, and upon glancing down, she noticed her chest had inexplicably grown. The scars on her hands and the appendectomy incision had vanished. This body was not her own. Panic surged through her. Had she truly crossed over? She hadn't shared a name with any characters from novels, nor had any accidents occurred. How could such a thing happen after merely sleeping? Fortunately, she had no relatives in the modern world, so she could endure anywhere. But how was she to escape this 3-meter pit? Her body bore numerous scrapes, and a large bump throbbed on the back of her head. She shouted for help, her voice hoarse until only startled birds took flight, and tears of frustration streamed down her cheeks. While she cried, an elegant voice, resonant like a cello, inquired from above, "Whose female are you? Where is your beast husband?" QushengshengGets, her eyes brimming with tears, looked up to see the handsome man. His features were chiseled to perfection, and without thinking, she cried out for help. In the next moment, the man nimbly jumped down, leaving her in despair. How would they both escape? A pit of over 3 meters was no trivial matter. Just as she contemplated speaking, it dawned on her that she was unclothed, prompting her to scream and curl up in a protective ball, her heart racing. Stranded in the wilderness, if he harbored ill intentions, she was utterly defenseless. Yuan Jiang observed her trembling form, huddled tightly in fear, and furrowed his brow at the sight of her injuries. How could such a precious female be treated so poorly? He sniffed the air, detecting no trace of beastmen, and noted her skin bore no beast markings, igniting a fierce protectiveness within him. Could she be an unclaimed female? He retrieved a fur coat from his storage ring and, selecting the finest, extended it towards her, saying, "Here, put this on." QushengshengGets cautiously accepted the garment, wrapping it around herself, and softly murmured her thanks. Yuan Jiang, gazing at the tear-streaked face of the small female before him, felt his heart soften. She must have been raised with great care by her father. QushengshengGets, noticing the sincerity in Yuan Jiang's eyes, tentatively asked, "How do we get out of this 3-meter pit?" Yuan Jiang took a couple of steps forward, causing her to press herself against the pit wall in fear. Instantly, he softened his tone. "Do not be afraid, I will carry you out." He crouched down, and although she was hesitant, she climbed onto his back within a heartbeat. His hands transformed into powerful feline claws, which gripped the pit wall, and with a few swift movements, he lifted her out of the deep pit. QushengshengGets was left astounded. This display was utterly mind-blowing, defying all logic. As she landed and regained her senses, QushengshengGets realized it was not a dream. Yuan Jiang reluctantly set her down and inquired, "Which tribe do you belong to, female? Where is your beast husband?" QushengshengGets, bewildered, replied, "I am of the Huaxia tribe, and I have no beast husband." Yuan Jiang's eyes sparkled like light bulbs, his joy unmistakable. Sensing her apprehension, he quickly suppressed his excitement, assuring her, "Do not be afraid. My name is Yuan Jiang, a Black Panther beastman at the 3rd level of soul power." As he spoke, round Black Panther ears emerged atop his head, and a black tail swished behind him, causing QushengshengGets to freeze in surprise. Unable to stifle a laugh, QushengshengGets scrutinized Yuan Jiang. His wild black leather skirt exuded raw lure. His bare torso showcased defined muscles, and his abs were as orderly as a ruler. Standing at a striking height of nearly 2 meters, he was undeniably handsome. Caught off guard by her gaze, Yuan Jiang felt flustered, his ears and tail exposed, pondering whether she might be fond of his beastly features, while also fearing that his identity as a cursed Black Panther might frighten her away. He leaned closer, asking, "What is your name, little female?" "QushengshengGets," she replied. "May I call you Shengsheng?" he asked, to which she shyly nodded, her ears turning red. Yuan Jiang continued, "We are in the Yunzong mountain range, and I have never heard of the Huaxia tribe. Allow me to escort you home." QushengshengGets' eyes filled with tears as she lamented, "I do not know how to return." Yuan Jiang, flustered, hurried to console her. "Do not cry. I will help you find your way back. Fear not, with me by your side." Although he had never comforted anyone before and only repeated these few phrases, his sincerity was palpable. Qushengsheng, with tear-filled eyes, asked, "Really?" Upon receiving his affirmation, she broke into a smile. "Thank you." Yuan Jiang, captivated by her disheveled appearance, felt his heart melt. "May I accompany you?" Qushengsheng asked cautiously. Instantly, Yuan Jiang's heart softened, of course. He then thumped his chest and declared, "Shengsheng, I, Yuan Jiang, vow to protect you for life." Qushengsheng was taken aback by the suddenness of his oath. Little did she know that when a beastman swore, even the beast gods listened, and to break such a vow invited divine retribution without exception. Surveying her surroundings, towering trees thicker than barrels, a river by the pit, and vegetation so lush it obscured the sky. Shengsheng realized this was far from Earth. After a moment, Yuan Jiang cautiously asked, "I have no tribe. Would you be willing to stay in my cave temporarily?" Qushengsheng's eyes lit up at the prospect of a secluded refuge, and she nodded enthusiastically. Yuan Jiang was momentarily stunned. Did she not mind his lack of a tribe? His pride as a beastman surged, and his eyes sparkled with warmth, causing Qushengsheng's face to flush. Eager to change the subject, Qushengsheng urged, "Then let us hurry." In an instant, Yuan Jiang transformed into a 4 to 5 meter long black panther. His glossy fur gleamed as if oiled, his powerful limbs capable of bearing trees, and his green eyes shimmered with a fierce glow. Qushengsheng was taken aback. Was this a shape-shifting creature? The Black Panther laid down obediently, beckoning, "Shengsheng, hop on." As she mounted him, Yuan Jiang's heart soared, his tail swaying with delight. A beastman's back only carries a partner, and she must have some affection for me. The Black Panther moved swiftly, leaving behind an afterimage as the wind whipped through Qushengsheng's hair, which danced wildly. Under the twilight, they paused at the foot of the mountain. "Hold on tight." With a powerful leap, he ascended to a high platform, landing with grace and instantly transforming back into a human, enfolding Qushengsheng in his arms and carrying her into the cave. Qushengsheng, feeling a bit embarrassed, protested, "I can walk on my own." Yuan Jiang gazed at her delicate, bare feet and gently reassured her, "Be good. Let me make you some shoes first, otherwise the stones might hurt your feet." Upon entering the cave, they were met with an astonishing sight. The cave was remarkably tidy. The gray earth had been compacted solidly, and it was divided into a large chamber and a smaller one, devoid of dampness or darkness. Yuan Jiang set her down, his heart racing with anxiety. Would she find it too rudimentary? Just as he regretted not tidying up, Qushengsheng's stomach let out a loud growl. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and Yuan Jiang immediately felt guilty, exclaiming, "Oh no, you're starving, aren't you? It's all my fault for being so focused on the journey and not paying attention." In the midst of this awkwardness, Yuan Jiang self-reproached, "You must be so hungry, it's all my fault for not noticing." In this world of beasts, the female protagonist unlocks her golden finger of fate. The Black Panther beast husband roasts meat with a fiery flare. "Look closely." Yuan Jiang sat down with Qushengsheng and swiftly retrieved a large red fruit from his spatial ring, presenting it to her. "This is a red fruit. It can heal internal injuries. Have this for now, and I'll prepare a meal shortly." He added, "There are no fruits that females like in the ring. I'll gather some tomorrow." "I'm sorry for the inconvenience." Qushengsheng was still marveling at the ring's capabilities when the characteristics of the red fruit flashed in her mind: capable of healing internal injuries and completely edible, exactly as Yuan Jiang had described. She was momentarily astonished. "Is this the golden finger of my transmigration?" A smile broke across her face. "Not an inconvenience at all. I absolutely love this fruit." Taking a bite, the thin skin resembled that of cherry tomato, with a sweetness akin to pears, and the flesh was as soft as kiwi, causing her eyes to squint in delight. As Yuan Jiang tended to the fire, he stole glances at her, warmed by the sight of her happily devouring the red fruit. Is this the sensation of having a female companion? It's truly delightful. Qushengsheng noticed the green ring on his finger, and Yuan Jiang, following her gaze, smiled. "Shengsheng, wait until we eat the roasted meat. Don't eat too many of the red fruits, or you won't have room for it." She nodded, feeling a rush of admiration for Yuan Jiang's thoughtfulness. In a moment, Yuan Jiang conjured a 5-meter-long tusked beast from thin air. The black bristles were as tough as boar hair, with gleaming tusks that radiated a chilling light. Its imposing stature was awe-inspiring. With claws that turned to sharp talons, Yuan Jiang skillfully processed the prey, as if slicing through tofu, deftly skinning and eviscerating it. As he worked, he remarked, "The meat of the tusked beast is tender, and all females adore it." Qushengsheng casually complimented, "You are truly impressive." Yuan Jiang's hand trembled, and he looked up, a bashful smile spreading across his face. No female had ever praised him before. Her words were sweeter than honey. His speed in processing the prey doubled, his movements strikingly graceful. Once Qushengsheng finished the red fruit, she rose, asking, "Is there anything I can assist with?" Yuan Jiang immediately halted her. "No need. Just sit and wait for your meal." Fearing she might be anxious, he added, "The roasted meat will be ready soon, just a little longer." Qushengsheng nodded, her heart swelling with appreciation for Yuan Jiang's attentiveness. After a brief period, the surface of the roasted tusked beast turned golden and began to exude glistening fat, which dripped into the fire, causing flames to leap up with a sizzle. In the realm of beasts, an extraordinary adventure unfolds, where the protagonist revels in the culinary delights of roasted meat from the formidable long-toothed beasts. Witness as Yuan Jiang deftly unveils a large green leaf, laying it out with precision, before swiftly slicing through the tender flesh of the long-toothed beast with a stone knife. This particular cut is renowned for its exquisite tenderness, a favorite among females. He then retrieves a pouch of salt from his spatial ring, sprinkling it generously while carefully offering it to Qushengsheng. "Do take a taste. I've just added salt to enhance the flavor." Qushengsheng takes a bite, and the exterior crispness gives way to a succulent explosion of juice within her mouth. The rich, fatty aroma, intertwined with the saltiness, ascends to her senses. It is fragrant yet not overwhelming, with fibers as delicate as cotton, causing her eyes to sparkle with delight and her appetite to soar. Observing her enjoyment, Yuan Jiang's lips curl into a broad smile, and noticing that her portion is rapidly diminishing, he promptly slices another generous piece and hands it to her with remarkable agility. With a rosy hue gracing her cheeks as she chews, Qushengsheng urges, "Yuan Jiang, don't just watch me, you should eat too." Yuan Jiang's heart swells with elation. She is concerned for me. With a grin, he encourages, "You should eat first. Consume more, your portion is barely enough for a cub." Wait a bit before eating. Qushengsheng listened to the advice and continued to eat, getting more and more surprised. The modern food was barely enough to fill her up, yet she had just devoured the belly meat of a 4 to 5 meter giant beast and still felt hungry. As soon as she put down the leaves, Yuan Jiang immediately asked, "Are you full?" Qushengsheng shyly pointed at the leftover meat. "I can't eat anymore." Yuan Jiang took a few bites of the leftovers, elegantly sliced some roasted meat, and finally wrapped the whole hind leg in a large leaf. "Save this for your breakfast tomorrow. Just heat it up and it will smell great." Qushengsheng was instantly touched. It feels so warm to be remembered by someone. After finishing, the night was deep, and Qushengsheng touched the dirt on her body. "Is there a place to wash up?" Yuan Jiang was confused. Beasts automatically clean themselves when they transform, and tribal females usually rely on their beast husbands for cleaning. He swallowed hard, wanting to help her clean up, but afraid of being too forward, and asked, "I can go get some water from the creek. Would you be scared waiting here?" Qushengsheng weakly replied, "Scared." Yuan Jiang's heart melted. "Then I'll take you." He secretly planned. "Instead of going to the creek, I'll take her to the hot springs in my territory. She will definitely like it. If I take Shengsheng there, we can't go to the creek. My territory has a hot spring. She should enjoy it." In this beast world crossover with a cheat, the Black Panther beast husband takes the female, lead to soak in the hot springs. Watch out. The orc territory is all built by themselves, especially for the feline orcs. The sense of territory is extremely strong. Getting land is the first thing every adult does. Qushengsheng looked at the scenery passing by and realized they were going in the wrong direction, away from the creek, filled with questions. When Yuan Jiang directly led her into a cave. As soon as they entered the cave, a sulfur smell wafted through, and the air was humid. Qushengsheng's eyes lit up instantly. Could this be a hot spring? The next moment confirmed it. A 5-meter-wide hot spring pool was right in front of her. She reached out to test the water temperature. It was neither too hot nor too cold, just right for soaking. Just as she was about to take off her fur to get in, she noticed Yuan Jiang still standing beside her staring, and she immediately blushed. "Yuan Jiang? Can you not look at me?" Yuan Jiang quickly reacted, turning his back and saying in a deep voice, "Go ahead and wash. I won't look back. This place isn't safe. I'll keep watch over you." Qushengsheng felt reassured and placed her white fur on the shore. Carefully stepped into the hot spring to wash herself. Her body was over 7 meters tall, with curves and long legs, her skin as tender as a peeled egg. And the only marks left were some scrapes and a bump on the back of her head. Yuan Jiang sat 5 meters away, listening to the sound of splashing water, his mind uncontrollably filled with thoughts of her delicate skin, growing more anxious the more he thought about it. Afraid of embarrassing himself, he quickly transformed back into his panther form and laid down obediently. Qushengsheng saw the big cat's tail flicking back and forth in agitation and thought it was getting impatient, so she hurriedly shouted, Yuanjiang, wait a moment. I'll be ready soon. Yuanjiang heard her sweet voice, and his tailbone tingled instantly. No rush, take your time washing. Qushengsheng finished washing and wrapped herself tightly in her fur, calling out that she was ready. Yuanjiang turned around and was instantly mesmerized. She looked stunning after washing. Her white fur wrapped around her thighs, her peach blossom eyes glimmering with a hint of red, her collarbone delicate like a painting, and her snowy long legs made people's heads spin. Just as she was about to take a step, Yuanjiang immediately shouted, Shengsheng, wait right there. The next moment, the glossy black panther elegantly lay down, and Qushengsheng was ecstatic. This big fluffy one is so handsome. In human form, he was stunning, and in beast form, he was adorably charming. Plus, he could provide for her. Who could resist that? Yuanjiang truly felt Qushengsheng's affection for his beast form. In his youth, the little panthers in the tribe would say he trained them well and fast. In this beast world crossover with a cheat, the Black Panther beast husband boldly confronts a beast pack. The female lead touches his throat and unexpectedly ignites a fire. Pay attention. When he was young, the little panthers in the tribe couldn't beat Yuanjiang and would stubbornly say, My mother says I'm much stronger than you. You're ugly beast form. No female wants you, no matter how good you are at hunting. The little Black Panther Yuanjiang arched his back, claws digging into the grass, stubbornly shouting, Nonsense. There will always be females who like me. But back then, he had no confidence. No female in the tribe would come near him. Now, meeting Qushengsheng, he finally dared to ask softly, Shengsheng, what do you think of my beast form? Qushengsheng smiled into the wind. It's simply stunning. The Black Panther is extremely beautiful. Yuanjiang's emerald green pupils shattered with anxiety, filled with uncontrollable joy. What he had longed for in his youth, he now had all of it. Qushengsheng lay on Yuanjiang's beast back, racing through the dense forest at night. The shadows of the trees made her dizzy, and there were wild beast eyes all around, glinting menacingly in the moonlight. Just as she wanted to call out to Yuanjiang, she opened her mouth and was filled with wind, so she had to obediently bury her face in his thick fur. Yuanjiang felt her warm breath on the back of his neck. His pace slowed, and his heart burned like fire, unable to control his speed as he ran faster. His paws thudding against the ground. In the next moment, Yuanjiang leaped into a cave, instantly transforming back into a human to catch the falling Qushengsheng. She steadied herself and smiled. Thank you, Yuanjiang. Yuanjiang's heart, which had just calmed from running, began racing again, his pupils turning into slits. Qushengsheng hurriedly changed the subject. Why are there so many wild beasts outside? There are way more than during the day. Yuanjiang forcibly shifted his gaze. Nighttime is the world of wild beasts. They hunt at night, and orcs don't go out. Qushengsheng rubbed her face to cool down. In Yuanjiang's voice was like a cello. Shengsheng, it's late. Let's rest. He scooped her up in a princess carry, and Qushengsheng gasped. He immediately lowered his voice. Be good, don't call me that. In the night, Qushengsheng saw his throat gently move, and on impulse, she reached out her delicate white fingertip to touch it. Yuanjiang instantly froze, swallowing hard, thirst spreading from his throat to every limb. He shook her and directly pressed her onto the stone bed covered with beast skins. In a panic, she hurriedly tried to pull her hand back, but unexpectedly, Yuanjiang grabbed her slender wrist and pressed it above her head. Qushengsheng seemed to have lost her voice, staring wide-eyed at the man above her. In this beast world crossover with a cheat, the Black Panther beast husband uncontrollably kisses her, transforming into a cat to coax his wife. It's an explosive reversal. Pay attention. Yuanjiang's vertical pupils revealed feline characteristics, and his emerald green eyes were filled with intense emotions. Qushengsheng felt her face heat up under his gaze, warmth spreading from her cheeks to her ears, making the tips of her ears turn bright red. The small cave was much darker than outside, and she could only see the outline of Yuanjiang's exquisite features. But as a feline orc, he could clearly see her bewildered, misty eyes, her cheeks flushed with color, and her full, rosy lips. She looked like a flower covered in dew, captivating him completely. Qushengsheng felt as if she were bewitched by that shade of emerald green, her mind spinning slowly while her heart raced like a drum. Yuanjiang slowly leaned down, and her heart instantly rose to her throat, watching his face get closer. The next moment, her lips felt warmth, and she panicked, wanting to push him away, but her other hand was also firmly held by Yuanjiang. He raised his free hand to tilt her delicate chin, examining her closely. Qushengjeng finally found her voice, her eyes glistening with tears, softly calling, Yuan Jiang. This soft voice directly flipped Yuan Jiang's switch. He lowered his head again, gently touching her protruding lip bead with his lips. And Qushengjeng felt like her lips were on fire, heat spreading throughout her body, leaving her completely weak. The beast's skin wrapping around her loosened in her struggles, revealing her snowy skin that dazzled the eyes. Yuan Jiang's warm hand pressed against her soft waist, unable to resist, gently nibbling on her lip bead. Qushengjeng couldn't take it anymore and let out a weak, alluring sound. Yuan Jiang couldn't help but pull her into his embrace, prying open her teeth to hook her little tongue. Her nose was filled with a floral scent mixed with the scent of pine forest, and she lost her senses. Yuan Jiang's low voice reminded her, Shengsheng, be good, breathe. Only then did she realize and take deep breaths. Qushengjeng trembled in fear. Yuan Jiang, please don't do this. Yuan Jiang pressed against her ear. If you don't agree, I won't touch you. But the next moment, he gently nibbled on her earlobe, and she cried out in a pleading tone, No? Woo! Yuan Jiang immediately stopped, seeing her trembling all over with fear. He transformed into a black panther. His shiny fur glimmered, his green eyes filled with tenderness, and his soft paws patted her back to comfort her. Shengsheng, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Qushengjeng felt Yuan Jiang's fear and remembered that he had always been taking care of her. Without Yuan Jiang, she would either freeze to death in a pit or be taken away and eaten by wild beasts at night. In this beast world crossover with a cheat, the female lead unlocks her body's memories. The Black Panther beast husband cradles and dotes on his wife, explosive. Pay attention. Qushengjeng gently touched the sleek, shiny fur of the Black Panther and said, I'm not afraid of you. Let's not rush, take it slow, or I will really be scared. Yuan Jiang instantly felt a surge of joy, his tail bristling and drawing beautiful arcs in the air as he nuzzled her shoulder with his head. He understood in a second. Shengsheng not only didn't he blame him, but was also willing to have a future with him. If it were any other female, they would have chased him away long ago, let alone give him such an opportunity. Suddenly, Qushengjeng realized her clothes had fallen off and hurriedly grabbed the nearby bee skin to wrap herself tightly, her face turning red to the roots of her ears. Yuan Jiang actually knew she was a stunning beauty, but he didn't dare to glance at her too much. An orc's care for females was ingrained in his bones. As long as she was unwilling, he would wait and never force her. Qushengjeng looked at him, a black panther, and her inner cat slave attribute was fully activated. How could she bear to chase away such a cute big cat? Yuan Jiang cautiously pulled her into his arms, and Qushengjeng was overwhelmed with happiness, being held by a big cat for a nap, soft and fluffy, who could understand this joy. But she didn't dare to touch too much. After all, this was an orc, not an ordinary little kitten. Exhausted and startled from the day, her eyelids grew heavy, and she fell asleep instantly. Yuan Jiang quietly transformed into human form, affectionately stroking her dark long hair, her faint floral scent filling his nose, making him feel secure and at ease. The next moment, Qushengjeng unlocked her body's memories in her dream. Every cub in this world was born as a beast. Males could quickly transform into humans, while females had to wait until they were 3 years old, guided by the priest to change. Females who couldn't transform would gradually lose their sanity and eventually become wild beasts. The original host was a female from the White Tiger clan, born exceptionally intelligent and was a candidate to be the next priest. However, during the guiding ceremony at 3 years old, she failed to transform and was directly rejected by the tribe, mocked by her peers, and even cruelly abandoned by her mother, leaving only her father to raise her alone. Such a disparity not only led to her being rejected by the tribe and mocked by her peers, but also caused her mother to abandon her father. Her father left her mother's den, raising her all alone as a beast. In this beastly world, the female protagonist takes revenge on her scummy father. The Black Panther beast husband gives her a black-scaled skirt that ignites passion. Pay attention. Did you think the original hostess father was a good beast? You are dead wrong. He raised her just to sell her to the orcs in the tribe who had no females when she turned 18 for their release. Upon discovering this disgusting plan, the original host added sleeping pills to the roasted meat, incapacitating her scummy father and the buyer, and fled in a panic, only to fall into a 3-meter beast trap. When she opened her eyes again, not only had she transformed into a human, but Qushengjeng had also crossed over. Just as the dream plot reached this point, Qushengjeng was gently awakened by Yuan Jiang. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she looked up to meet his beautiful emerald green eyes. and remembering their intimacy from last night, her face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. Seeing her shy appearance, Yuan Jiang's heart felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey, even more delightful than eating the sweetest red fruits. Qushengsheng quickly tightened the beast's skin wrapped around her, afraid it would accidentally fall off. Yuan Jiang's gaze followed her movements, landing on her long, snowy white neck, delicate shoulders, and straight collarbone. She was wrapped in white fur like a bath towel, her skin whiter than the fur, with a fullness and deep cleavage that made him dry mouth and swallow hard, igniting his desire even more. Yuan Jiang, don't stare at me. Qushengsheng felt her whole body heat up from his gaze, her voice soft and shy. This only intensified the fire in Yuan Jiang's heart. Fearing he couldn't control himself, he quickly changed the subject. Shengsheng, I made you a bee skin skirt and shoes. Hurry and try them on to see if they fit. Qushengsheng was shocked when she received them. It was actually made from black-scaled fish skin. This fish skin was extremely precious in the beast world, and females took pride in having a set. It should be known that black-scaled fish live in deep water, enduring high water pressure, and they must be able to catch fish and swim well. Both are essential. Ordinary orcs simply couldn't catch them. Plus, it was super cool to wear in the hot season, and females were eager for it. Is this a whole piece of black-scaled fish skin? Qushengsheng's eyes lit up, unable to believe it. Yuan Jiang smiled gently. Yes, I caught the black-scaled fish last year and made this dress and shoes for you. Qushengsheng hurriedly said it was too precious, but Yuan Jiang seriously replied, Shengsheng, nothing is more precious than you. I'm willing to give you everything, let alone a fish skin skirt. After saying that, he left the small cave with great consideration, giving her enough space. Qushengsheng touched the fish skin. It was not the roughness of ordinary fish skin. It was fine, soft, and very elastic. The bustier and skirt were both made from a whole piece, indicating it was a complete fish skin, which would cost several times more. She put on the bustier, and the D-cup actually fit perfectly without squeezing. The skirt reached mid-thigh, revealing her long, white, and well-proportioned legs. The shoes fit perfectly, with soft soles. Qushengsheng tried taking a few steps and found everything fit well, but there were no underwear, making her upper body feel a bit awkward while the lower body felt very cool. In this beast world, the female protagonist shines in a spicy girl's outfit. The Black Panther beast husband hunts and cherishes his wife. Pay attention. The orcs in this beast world have gone crazy. To please females, they cook and sew, handling weapons with finesse. But there are differences among people. Yuan Jiang's sewing skills are impeccable, while some orcs produce ugly creations. Qushengsheng took off the bustier and wrapped herself in the white fur, looking for Yuan Jiang. Can you make the top of the bustier thicker? She felt too embarrassed to ask for underwear. Yuan Jiang quickly agreed, putting down the roasted meat to take a bone needle to patch the black-scaled fish skin. Seeing her dart back into the small cave with the clothes like a little rabbit, Yuan Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. After trying on the thickened bustier, Qushengsheng walked out in her spicy girl outfit. Her figure was perfect, and her skin was tender. She glanced at Yuan Jiang, thinking he wouldn't react. But little did she know, he was already mesmerized. Shengsheng was simply a miracle of the beast gods. This dress, worn by the females of the beast world, looked divine on her. Yuan Jiang, thank you. The clothes fit very well, Qushengsheng awkwardly said, and Yuan Jiang finally snapped back to reality. Touching his nose, no need to thank me. Shengsheng looks amazing in this outfit. But inwardly, he felt pleased. Thankfully, there were no other orcs nearby. Shengsheng could only be his. As Qushengsheng ate the roasted meat that Yuan Jiang had cut, she noticed he accurately gauged her appetite, instantly feeling touched. Only beast husbands in the beast world made clothes for females, and Yuan Jiang was so considerate. But she didn't let her guard down. She had to investigate further. It should be known that in the beast world, there were many males and few females, and females were pampered and spoiled. Orcs' efforts were expected. After finishing his meal, Yuan Jiang said, Shengsheng, I'm going hunting. Will you wait at home? Qushengsheng softly pleaded, take me with you. I can gather. In her memories, the little white tiger envied females who could gather. Yuan Jiang nearly softened but still advised, hunting is dangerous. I can't look after you. Seeing her obediently nod without causing trouble, Yuan Jiang felt a surge of affection and quickly added, I'll take you gathering in the afternoon when I return. Qushengsheng agreed, and Yuan Jiang transformed into a black panther, taking one last deep look at her before leaving the cave. Yuan Jiang didn't delay any longer. After transforming into a black panther, He took one last deep look at QushengshengGets before exiting the cave. In this beast world, the female protagonist plans the cave and builds infrastructure. The Black Panther beast husband hunts at lightning speed. Pay attention. As soon as Yuan exited the cave, he activated the territory patrol mode. He had already patrolled this morning, but was still worried about unexpected events. Checking every nook and cranny thoroughly to ensure there were no anomalies before rushing toward the hunting area. QushengshengGets wandered around the cave, observing. The cave was ridiculously empty, with only a 1-meter-high platform bed and some ash from the fire still smoldering. She slapped her forehead. From now on, this would be home. And she had to make some improvements. First, she would move the fire pit to the corner to build a stove, so the ash wouldn't fly around, and it would be convenient for roasting meat. For cutting up prey, either dig a pit or prepare large leaves for packaging. Making it super easy to clean up the entrails, the cave was elevated, so making a vine ladder that could be easily stored would be perfect to prevent wild beasts from raiding. The empty space below the cave must not be wasted. She could bury the entrails as fertilizer and plant some crops to create a small vegetable garden. Eating roasted meat all the time would soon make anyone sick of it. She also discovered that Yuan had no kitchenware, and the stone bed in the small cave was just a layer of soft bee skin, thinking that laying down some hay and leaves would be more comfortable, and guessed that all his belongings were in a spatial ring, so she didn't dwell on it. QushengshengGets explored the cave thoroughly, munching on the red fruits left by Yuan while waiting for him. On the other side, Yuan hurried to fill the pit he had dug, squatting down and rummaging for a long time, sniffing until he confirmed there was no scent of her before he was satisfied and left. The White Tiger clan was in an uproar. The burly buyer was demanding a refund from Hulin. Hulin was as thin as a reed, but he felt dark inside. The money had already been used to please other females. He hated that the original owner had run away and thought about how he would deal with her if he caught her. Yuan changed to another hunting area, where the difficulty of hunting during the day doubled, but he was worried that QushengshengGets would be scared alone, so he gave up on night hunting. He set his sights on a herd of antelope, targeting the small one in the middle. Tender meat with no chewiness, perfect for females to eat. He crouched low, moving slowly like a black stone, while the antelope herd grazed, remaining alert with ears perked high. The opportunity came. Yuan instantly transformed into black lightning, charging out, causing the antelope herd to scatter in all directions. He quickly and accurately chased after the panicked small antelope, leaping suddenly and sinking his thick white fangs deep into the prey's throat, and soon felt the prey go completely still. While running, he leaped at high speed, his strong white fangs piercing the prey's throat, and after a while, he felt the prey was completely dead. In the Beast World crossover with a cheat, the Black Panther beast husband brings red fruits to pamper his wife. The female lead is shy and joyful, while the Beast World is explosive. Pay attention. Yuan stored the antelope in a space ring and deliberately took a detour to the red fruit tree. He picked all 5 ripe fruits from the branches and transformed into a Black Panther. Rushing back, QushengshengGets had just finished eating 2 red fruits when she saw a black shadow leap into the cave. She immediately stood up, and sure enough, it was Yuan. He transformed into his human form, with cold white skin and pure black short hair, sharp brows and eyes, green pupils still flashing with unquenched killing intent. A thin body that looked great in clothes and muscular when undressed. QushengshengGets stared at the animal skin skirt he was wearing, unable to help but ask, "Why do you still wear the animal skin skirt when you transform into a human?" "Isn't that bad?" Yuan chuckled. "This is our own fur. If you want it, you can have it. If you don't, you can let it go. It's enough to wear in the hot season." QushengshengGets exclaimed. "The beast world is so magical." Yuan ruffled her hair. "Are you hungry? I'll roast some antelope meat for you." She was so taken aback by his handsomeness that she nodded, watching him effortlessly take out an antelope even bigger than his beast form from the space ring, swiftly preparing the prey with his bone knife. Curious, QushengshengGets leaned in. "What kind of animal is this?" Yuan cut the prey as if he was creating art, every piece of meat cut neatly, resembling a real-life version of a butcher dissecting an ox. "It's an antelope. This one is a cub. The adults have super large horns and are fierce. A single beastman cannot handle them. They need to be hunted in groups." Seeing her eyes sparkling, he smirked. "If you like it, I can hunt a bigger one, but it won't fit in the ring. Bringing it back would be a bit difficult." QushengshengGets hurriedly waved her hands. No. It's too much effort for you. I don't want it." Yuan's heart instantly warmed. His female was just too kind. QushengshengGets kept asking, "How big is your space ring?" Yuanjiang replied. About half the size of a small cave. She calculated in her mind, about 3 cubic decimeters, which wasn't that big. Suddenly, Yuanjiang casually said, Shengsheng, once we sign the partner contract, you'll be able to use my space ring. Qushengsheng looked at him. He maintained an extremely calm expression, but small leopard ears secretly popped up on his head and twitched, and his tail shyly curled. She couldn't help but chuckle, gazing gently at the busy Yuanjiang. Yuanjiang sensed Qushengsheng's gaze and quickly glanced at her. His tail almost curled around her. In the Beast World crossover with a cheat, the Black Panther beast husband awakens gold-type soul power. The female lead plans their little home with explosive enthusiasm. Pay attention. Yuanjiang felt increasingly shy under Qushengsheng's gaze, and several times his bone knife scratched against the animal bones. Qushengsheng held back her laughter and shared her plans for the cave, moving the fire pit to build a stove, creating a cutting area for storage, making a vine ladder for defense against beasts, and planting vegetables in the open space below. Yuanjiang's eyes lit up after listening. Shengsheng's knowledge is incredible. She must come from a large tribe. What thrilled him even more was that she was willing to build a little home with him. Qushengsheng saw him silent and was about to ask anxiously when Yuanjiang suddenly became serious. Shengsheng, thank you for being willing to follow me. I, Yuanjiang, will treat you well for the rest of my life. She was taken aback by his gaze and straightened her attitude. I'll remember that. The two fell silent, and the air was filled with warm sweetness. Yuanjiang placed the meat on a large leaf, raised his hand, and scratched a corner of the cave with his nails, causing neatly arranged stones to drop. Qushengsheng was stunned. Doesn't it hurt to scratch like that? Yuanjiang laughed with a low voice. I'm an awakened beastman with soul power. Gold-type ability, my nails are very sharp. It's easy as pie. She realized she had made a joke, even more shocked. Her cheap father, didn't he have this ability? She quickly asked, can anyone have soul power? Yuanjiang looked outside the cave. Only beastmen favored by the beast god can awaken. Wow, Yuanjiang, you are the chosen one. Seeing her admiration, his ears secretly turned red. And he softly replied, yes. You absolutely wouldn't guess. Yuanjiang was once a cursed black beast. He was the third son of the leopard clan leader, born completely black. And the clansmen shouted to kill him, but his father insisted on saving him. All the other beastmen awakened their soul powers. But he remained silent until his coming-of-age ceremony at 20. His father had no choice but to give him a space ring. Ajiang, live on your own from now on. He hunted fiercely, crushing all large beasts around the cave. Once, he killed an antelope while injured, surrounded by a pack of night wolves, fighting from dusk until midnight. Covered in wounds, but refusing to hide, relying on his desperate momentum to scare off the Wolf King, dragging half his life back to the cave. He unexpectedly awakened his gold-type soul power. At that moment, he almost went back to boast his clan, but soon felt it was utterly meaningless. Those who once looked down on him were no longer worthy. At that time, he had a fleeting thought of returning to the leopard clan to tell them he had awakened soul power. However, that thought only lasted for a moment, and he suddenly felt it was extremely meaningless. In the Beast World crossover with a cheat, the female lead builds a kitchen. The Black Panther beast husband pampering his wife finds a thermal stone with explosive enthusiasm. Pay attention. Yuanjiang had long been completely abandoned by the leopard clan. His father's gaze clearly showed he didn't want to keep him, and his mother didn't even come to see him off. That space ring? He took it with confidence. Before reaching adulthood, he hunted an enormous amount of prey for the clan, but when it came time to distribute the meat, he was counted as a cub, and the effort he put in was completely disproportionate to what he received. This ring was rightfully his. Qushengsheng watched Yuanjiang cut the stones, as if he were playing, and immediately came up with a new idea. Let us dig a kitchen, a storage area for the intestines, and make a pantry. Although Yuanjiang didn't understand these new terms, he nodded and did as she said. The two spent the whole afternoon working, completely forgetting their original gathering task. Qushengsheng looked at the cave, taking shape, and felt sweet warmth in her heart. This really felt like a home. Yuanjiang watched her graceful figure and then glanced at the dramatically changed cave, feeling so full that he could almost burst. As night fell, Yuanjiang immediately started a fire to roast meat. Qushengsheng suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no, we didn't leave a vent in the kitchen. After discussing, they quickly built a stove in the corner of the large living room using 3 40-centimeter stone bricks, both windproof and convenient for roasting meat. Incredibly practical. She watched Yuanjiang strike 2 black stones together to start a fire, curiously asking, will these stones explode when they get hot? Yuanjiang laughed. These stones are super thick. Even if they get really hot inside, they 1T burn. Don't worry about it. Qushengsheng felt a little disappointed. Her dream of having Yuanjiang carve a stone slab to roast meat was shattered. Yuanjiang saw through her regret at a glance and immediately said, "There are stones that transfer heat quickly and 1T explode. They're just used by the priest for making medicine. I'll get you some next time we find them." Qushengsheng nodded, secretly thinking, this is the beast world version of a medicinal stone pot. Yuanjiang suddenly asked nervously, "Shengsheng, you're the next priest of your tribe, right?" He was afraid of really taking away the priest and being chased by the entire tribe. Qushengsheng hurriedly shook her head. "I'm not." Yuanjiang instantly breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention back to roasting the antelope meat. She pursued the question, "What is so different about the priest?" Yuanjiang patiently answered, "Priests are all females. They convey the will of the beast god, identify plants, understand herbs, and save beastmen. They're extremely important to the tribe." Qushengsheng pretended to be casual and followed up, "Identifying plants?" Yuanjiang casually replied, "Yeah, females can identify plants." Yuanjiang casually replied, "Yes, females can identify plants." In the beast world, the protagonist has a special ability. She understands the intentions behind the salt. The Black Panther beast husband dotes on his wife and guards the hot spring. Pay attention. Qushengsheng let out a sigh of relief. If females can identify plants, then she isn't a special case. She had a premonition that she could identify all plants, so she wouldn't be treated as an outlier. But she didn't know that other females could at most identify 10 types, and even the most gifted priestesses wouldn't exceed 15. Yuanjiang didn't mention this, and she didn't notice at all. On the charcoal grill oozed golden fat, with a crispy and tempting skin. Qushengsheng swallowed. Yuanjiang's grilling skills are amazing, and he controls the heat perfectly. Yuanjiang smiled as he saw her looking like a greedy cat. He gently patted her head and sliced the tenderest meat with a jade-white bone knife, causing the oil to splatter on the charcoal and release a fragrant aroma. "Shengsheng, go to the bedroom and bring the salt bag." She quickly ran to get the gray-white small bag, which weighed about a pound. Yuanjiang carefully sprinkled salt on her grilled meat. Qushengsheng noticed that the salt had a slight yellow tint and contained impurities. This was not pure. She suddenly asked, "Is it hard to get salt?" Yuanjiang replied, "Only the Black Rock Goat tribe can make it, and the quantity is very limited each year." "Then where did your salt come from?" "I traded all the animal skins for it last year. It's enough for you to eat for a season. I'll find a way for the next season." Qushengsheng instantly understood. He couldn't bear to eat it himself, but was generous towards her. Seeing Yuanjiang with his brows lowered, she softly said, "Yuanjiang, you should eat too." Yuanjiang raised his eyes and met her clear gaze. Smiling, the firelight reflected off his pale skin, like warm porcelain. "Shengsheng, I'm not hungry." Qushengsheng knew he wanted her to eat her fill first. Food was scarce in the beast world. This was his unique romance. She insisted, "I'm full, you eat." Yuanjiang rarely smiled so openly, revealing his small white sharp teeth, and began to eat elegantly. He despised those who secretly ate raw food to deceive females. If he liked someone, how could he bear to let her go hungry? He believed that all hardships were to meet Qushengsheng. That night, Yuanjiang took her to the hot spring and thoughtfully transformed into his beast form to guard by her side. That night, Yuanjiang took Qushengsheng to the hot spring again. This time, Yuanjiang was more considerate. He used his beast form to guard next to the hot spring. In the beast world, the Black Panther beast husband spoiled his wife and asked to rub his throat. The protagonist was tired of grilled meat and longed for vegetables. Pay attention. Qushengsheng watched the Black Panther rest his chin on his sturdy paws, his small ears trembling like they had been electrocuted, and his tail swaying back and forth restlessly. She quickly finished her bath, and the two returned to the cave. She chose a few soft animal skins to lay on the bed, and all the rest were stored away. Yuanjiang watched her tidy up, feeling warm inside. Before, he was the only beast. Now, with a female, there was a home. And it felt just like when his mother was still around. Qushengsheng called Yuanjiang to go to bed, and his eyes lit up instantly. He gracefully walked to the bed and lay down slowly. In the dim moonlight, his muscles glowed with a pearly sheen. Each step felt like stepping on Qushengsheng's heart. She nervously clenched the animal skin beneath her, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Yuanjiang saw her lying on the black fur like the moon goddess, her skin so white it was dazzling, and a predatory light flickered in his eyes as he playfully flicked his tiger teeth. He leaned in closer, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure, smiled faintly. propped his head with one hand while looking down at her, and with the other hand directly pulled her into his arms. Qushengsheng, dazed, looked up, and Yuan Zhang's delicate jawline and high nose instantly filled her vision. Just as she was about to speak, he kissed the corner of her mouth. His eyes filled with affection and cherish, just like a dragon finding its princess, wishing to protect her for a lifetime. Qushengsheng tentatively touched his throat, feeling it move up and down, and gently rubbed it. Yuan Zhang held her hand down, his voice deep and hoarse as he called Shengsheng. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but was held down by him. Shengsheng, can you rub it a little more? He turned over gently, pressing her down and whining in her ear. Shengsheng, just rub a little. Qushengsheng was flustered and trembling, continuing to rub, and Yuan Zhang let out a low gasp. She applied a bit more pressure, and his green eyes turned into slits, his tiger teeth lightly biting her earlobe. He kissed her and instantly transformed into a black panther, lying obediently beside her, wrapping his tail around her wrist and pulling her closer, softly coaxing her to sleep. The next morning, when Qushengsheng woke up, Yuan Zhang was already gone. She felt the animal skin was cool to the touch, sat up in confusion, and called for Yuan Zhang. At the cave entrance, a tall figure turned around. Yuan Zhang saw her messy long hair and her peach blossom eyes tinted with red, and his heart raced. Get up and have breakfast. After saying that, he quickly slipped away, unable to resist her beauty so early in the morning. Qushengsheng put on her customized shoes and went out, smelling the aroma of grilled meat but unable to eat. Having had too much of it in a row, Yuan Zhang panicked. Are you not feeling well? Is it not tasty? She hurriedly waved her hand. It's delicious. I just want to eat some vegetables. Yuan Zhang slapped his forehead, realizing he hadn't considered this. Suddenly remembering the red fruits he had picked, he ran to the storage room to get them. Qushengsheng received the red fruits from Yuan Zhang, her eyes filled with surprise. Yuan Zhang awkwardly said, Shengsheng, for now, they're only red fruits. You can eat them first. I'll go gather more later. Qushengsheng immediately replied, no need. You go hunting in the morning, and then we can go together. I can identify plants. Yuan Zhang felt it was a good idea, showing off what she hadn't finished eating, and then turned to go hunting. After Qushengsheng cleaned up the stove, she pondered about making a chimney. Suddenly, an idea struck. Using non-heat-conducting porcelain stone to make a chimney, and heat-conducting boiling stone for the stove wall, it could provide warmth and create a smoke-free grilling environment. She also wanted to add a shelf to store gathered goods, with 20 nitrate animal skins in the storage room. She planned to have Yuan Zhang do some carpentry, arranging tables, chairs, and bed frames, and installing wooden doors in the cave, making it feel more like home. She found a flat rock wall to write half a character to mark the date, after eating 2 red fruits. It was already afternoon when Yuan Zhang returned with a horned cow even larger than the day before. Yuan Zhang skillfully dissected it, while Qushengsheng squatted beside him, watching intently as he silently sped up. The meat was roasting on the rack, and Qushengsheng asked about the origin of the flint. Yuan Zhang said he had traded animal skins with a wandering beastman for it. What is a wandering beastman? She curiously asked, and Yuan Zhang replied solemnly, those abandoned by females. Qushengsheng immediately reassured him, don't worry, I won't abandon you. Yuan Zhang's hands tightened as he grilled the meat, his pupils suddenly contracting. Did you just admit I'm your partner? Qushengsheng was struck by his expectant gaze, looked down at the charcoal fire, and quietly replied, Yuan Zhang was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling like emeralds filled with stars and the sea, focused entirely on her. The atmosphere in the cave was filled with ambiguity, and Yuan Zhang looked at her with such tenderness that it could almost drip water. His cold and stern demeanor transformed into that of a domesticated big cat. Qushengsheng hurriedly ate the meat, and after finishing, she quickly said, let us go gather. Yuan Zhang tidied up the fire pit and transformed into the Black Panther, looking so handsome that it made her heart flutter. The Black Panther sprinted across the grassland, startling a flock of birds larger than chickens that could barely fly. Qushengsheng's eyes lit up. Catching these birds will be easy. Her mind was filled with thoughts of roasted birds, bird soup, and stir-fried bird meat. She felt that in her current useless state, she could also catch these low-flying ground birds. Her mind was filled with roasted birds, bird soup, and stir-fried bird meat in the beast world. The protagonist picked up eggs while guarding against snakes. The Black Panther beast husband was heartwarmingly protective. Pay attention. Qushengsheng suddenly spotted a white object in the grass, raised her hand, and slapped Yuan Zhang's beautiful back. Yuan Zhang, stop. Yuan Zhang suddenly braked, and Qushengsheng almost got thrown off by the inertia, But luckily, he quickly transformed back into human form and caught her securely. She was both angry and scared. Yuan Jiang, what are you doing? You scare me to death. Seeing her frowning and flustered, Yuan Jiang felt his heart tugged. She looked just like a non-threatening little kitten, hands on her hips, meowing at him in a cute way. He quickly pulled his wandering thoughts back, repeatedly apologizing to her. It's my fault, my fault. I'll definitely be slower next time. Qushengsheng saw his sincere attitude and stopped being angry, picking up a small stick and squatting in the grass to dig around. Yuan Jiang followed closely behind. In the next second, she dug out a nest of goose egg-sized white eggs. Qushengsheng's eyes sparkled. What kind of eggs are these? Can we eat them? Yuan Jiang looked at her with disdain. They're the eggs of the goo-goo beast. The snake beastmen love to chew on them. They're fishy and taste bad. She raised her eyebrows and ordered, pick them up, but leave 3 or 5. Don't leave them without offspring. Although Yuan Jiang was confused, he obediently followed his female companion's instructions. Whatever she said was right. As they walked towards the forest, Qushengsheng tapped the bushes with a stick, and Yuan Jiang curiously asked, Shengsheng, what are you doing? She patiently explained, I'm scaring away the flowered long strips. That's the poisonous snakes. Yuan Jiang suddenly understood. This trick was really useful for females. He stepped in front of her, lowered his head, and softly said, Shengsheng, be good. I'll handle dangerous things. Qushengsheng couldn't help but laugh. This display of masculinity was quite cute. When they reached the edge of the forest, Qushengsheng saw small animals eating yellow fruits and quickly asked, can we touch this? Yuan Jiang helplessly waved his hand. Yellow fruits? They're not poisonous, but they taste terrible. Not even the beastmen eat them in the cold season. She picked one and suddenly recalled information. Yellow fruit mildly reduces swelling, treats red and swollen skin that hasn't been broken. She broke the fruit open. The flesh was sponge-like, squeezing out a colorless liquid. She licked her fingertip. It was refreshingly sour, comparable to lemon vinegar in the kitchen. QushengshengGets RedFruit. The expected sour taste was similar to the lemon vinegar used in the kitchen, but carried a refreshing fruity aroma. In this beastly world, the protagonist dug up purple star grass to stop bleeding. Accidentally touching the hallucinogenic vine led to a thrilling explosion. Pay attention. This yellow fruit can be used like vinegar. Qushengsheng looked at the abundant yellow fruits with sparkling eyes, directing Yuan Jiang to pick them. That's enough. Let us take them back to marinate meat. Yuan Jiang quickly gathered them while murmuring, pregnant females love to nibble on these. After saying that, he suddenly looked at her seriously and said, Shengsheng, we don't need to prepare in advance. When you're pregnant, I'll find fruits that are 10 times tastier than this. His leopard ears perked up, and his face turned completely red. Qushengsheng laughed helplessly. What are you thinking? I'm just using it to marinate meat to remove the fishy taste. Yuan Jiang's expression was conflicted, but he still insisted. Whatever Shengsheng makes must be delicious. After picking the yellow fruits, they entered the forest, where the birds chirped as if they were holding a concert. Qushengsheng found every plant novel. This world as plants were all in large versions. She felt like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Seeing her in this state, Yuan Jiang secretly vowed he must protect her even better than before. As they walked, Qushengsheng slipped and was about to fall, but Yuan Jiang quickly caught her. Are you scared? His eyes were gentle, as if he was protecting fragile porcelain. She pointed at the white mushrooms on the ground. Can this be eaten? Yuan Jiang shook his head. Probably not, but there are edible ones ahead. Just that no beast man likes to nibble on them. As the two walked towards a mushroom area, a gray shadow suddenly darted out from the bushes. Qushengsheng was startled, and Yuan Jiang quickly reassured her. That's a short-tailed gray rabbit. It's timid and non-aggressive. She instantly imagined spicy rabbit head, rabbit chunks, and rabbit legs, craving to find chili right away. Suddenly, she spotted grass with purple flowers, the leaves thick and the flowers like little stars, feeling smooth and waxy. Purple stargrass. It accelerates wound healing, and its roots can quickly stop bleeding. She casually mentioned this, and Yuan Jiang's hand stiffened, stunned with joy. Did you identify this? How lucky. He carefully dug it out and stored it. As they walked deeper, the air became more humid. Qushengsheng just reached out to touch a large tree vine when Yuan Jiang urgently shouted, Don't touch. That's a hallucinogenic vine. But it was too late. The fine thorns on the vine suddenly pierced in her delicate fingers. The effect of the hallucinogenic vine kicked in as the fine thorn stabbed into Qushengsheng's tender fingers. In her mind, information instantly popped up. Hallucinogenic vine, mildly toxic and hallucinogenic, can be fatal in large doses. She internally lamented. A moment of carelessness led to great loss. Those thorns were too concealed. Supported by Yuan Jiang to the side, she forced herself to say, I feel fine. It just pricked a little. The toxicity shouldn't be great. Is there an antidote? Yuan Jiang shook his head. There's no antidote. But how long it lasts depends on the dosage, in your case. You should be fine in a bit. She sighed in relief. That's good. We still need to find edible mushrooms. Yuan Jiang couldn't argue with her and could only cautiously lead her forward. After taking just a few steps, the drug's effect exploded. QushengshengGets felt as if she was walking on cotton, and she was so happy she could fly. Yuan Jiang hurriedly asked, Shengsheng, are you all right? She stared blankly at the handsome guy in front of her. What was he saying? She didn't understand a word. Seeing her obedient look, Yuan Jiang couldn't help but tease her. Do you know who I am? I don't know. I'm Yuan Jiang, your beast husband. He raised an eyebrow, trying to look cool, but his eyes were filled with tenderness. Qushengsheng naively repeated, Yuan Jiang, Shengsheng's beast husband. Yuan Jiang's mouth curled up to the sky. I'm tired. I want a hug. Qushengsheng suddenly stretched out her arms, looking pitiful as she acted cute towards Yuan Jiang. Yuan Jiang's heart melted, and he immediately princess hugged her securely. Okay, let's hug our Shengsheng. Feeling her dependence in his arms, he secretly rejoiced. If this hallucinogenic vine didn't hurt people, it would be quite nice. He also felt heartache seeing the small hole in her fingertip, wishing he could take this pain for her. The next day, Qushengsheng woke up feeling dazed. As she raised her hand, she saw her index finger wrapped in leaves. Yuan Jiang, hearing the commotion, rushed in. Shengsheng, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? Not unwell, but what is this? She pointed at her finger. Yuan Jiang felt a bit embarrassed. I saw you bleeding, so I used the purple stargrass on you. Qushengsheng was directly stunned. It was just a little prick, shallower than a blood sugar test. Is it necessary to use such a miraculous hemostatic medicine? Yuan Jiang looked pitiful. I was worried because you got hurt. She instantly softened. Yuan Jiang is so nice to me. Yuan Jiang's tail instantly perked up high, and when she saw it, he hurriedly hid it, his ears turning red. Qushengsheng reached out to touch his round ears on top of his head. So meaty and tender, the feel was amazing. Suddenly, Yuan Jiang let out a soft howl, his eyes turning red, his face filled with grievance and restraint. His fluffy tail wrapped around her wrist, and he leaned in closer to her. Qushengsheng pushed him and quickly kissed his cheek. Okay, let us get up quickly. Okay, let us get up quickly. In this beastly world, the protagonist unlocked the boiling stone pot. The Black Panther beast husband's superb craftsmanship was explosive. Pay attention. Not enough. Yuan Jiang touched QushengshengGets RedFruit, pressed her shoulder, and directly kissed her. Her lips were like treasures, and Yuan Jiang's enchanting green eyes were filled with obsession. After a while, Qushengsheng leaned against his shoulder, taking small breaths, while Yuan Jiang gently stroked her long hair, the tenderness in his eyes about to overflow. Qushengsheng slowly followed behind Yuan Jiang. Feeling very shy, she was the one who kissed him first, but after kissing, her face was hot enough to fry an egg. The cut on her finger was already healed. After being pricked by the hallucinogenic vine, she could only remember Yuan Jiang's blurry face. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Oh, this is a mushroom. Yuan Jiang smiled. You like it? I picked it specially for you. She instantly felt sweet in her heart. Being cared for by someone felt so touching. The mushroom was a bit dry and didn't taste as fresh. Yuan Jiang scratched his head awkwardly, and Qushengsheng hurriedly asked, Is there water? He brought a wooden basin of clear water from the corner, and she suddenly realized she hadn't stored any water. We need to dig a large wooden basin for water and chop some wood to make bowls. Yuan Jiang immediately understood and rushed out. When he came back, he was full of joy. Shengsheng, I found boiling stone. A half-meter-high black stone was placed down, and her eyes sparkled. Hurry, make a pot. It's essential for stir-frying and boiling soup. After some gestures, the first boiling stone pot in the beast world was born. Qushengsheng instructed Yuan Jiang to dig a curved pot according to the stone's shape. It had a super large capacity, enough for both of them to eat until they were full. He also brought a wooden tub to hold water, made a wooden lid, and used his sharp claws to cut out cups, bowls, and spatulas. The wooden work was like a piece of art, and Qushengsheng touched the edge of the bowl, praising, This craftsmanship is amazing. Seeing Yuan Jiang holding with shavings, she suddenly shouted, Bundle the branches with leaves, and we can sweep the floor. Yuan Jiang tried it, and it was super convenient. She also suggested using the stone trough as a vegetable washing pool, laying wooden boards as a cutting board. and digging trenches to guide water and drain waste. The wooden tub was divided into one for drinking water and one for washing vegetables, clean and meticulous. Yuan Jiang also casually made a wooden spatula, making cutting and frying vegetables super smooth. The more Qushengsheng looked, the more excited she became. Yuan Jiang, you are amazing. With you here, life in the beast world is stable. Qushengsheng felt that Yuan Jiang was simply incredible. He could cut so many things, it was truly impressive. In this beastly world, the protagonist cooked mushroom soup that smelled delightful, leaving the beast husband dazed. Yuan Jiang secretly used his soul power when cutting hard ingredients. Orcs treat soul power as life. Soul power is like water in a jar, recovering very slowly after use, especially slower for lower levels. After all, in the beast world, prey has tough skin and thick flesh, and hunting relies entirely on soul power. But for Qushengsheng, she can slice and dice as she pleases, taking as she wants, which is incredibly rare in the beast world. Who understands? While others save their soul power for hunting, she uses it all to make kitchenware for her husband. Qushengsheng doesn't understand these twists and turns. She steadily sets up a simple stove with a boiling stone pot and throws in some chunks of beef with white fat. As the oil heats up, it sizzles and pops, and the fragrant smell of golden oil wafts through the air. When she adds water to the pot, it makes a loud noise. And Yuan Jiang immediately steps in front of her, his green eyes fixed on the pot. What is that scary noise? Is there danger? Qushengsheng pokes his lower back and laughs. Silly. Don't be afraid. I'm making you divine-level delicious food. She tears mushrooms into small pieces and tosses them into the bubbling pot, adds a bit of salt and stirs. So fresh, she wants to swallow her tongue. The milky soup mixes the meat's aroma with the sweetness of the mushrooms. It's not just culinary skills. It's the top-tier ingredients of the beast world that are simply unfair. Yuan Jiang watches her with ease and secretly suspects that the Huaxia tribe must be a big clan. This cooking system is far more advanced than the priest's herbal concoctions. Qushengsheng hands him a wooden bowl. Come on, try it. Be careful, it's hot. He takes a taste and is instantly stunned. It's so fragrant it makes his scalp tingle. Even the long-nosed beast tribe, renowned for their culinary skills, can't produce this flavor. After finishing the mushroom soup, Qushengsheng decides to make something new, stir-fried meat with yellow fruit. She squeezes yellow fruit juice to marinate lean meat, and after the fat sizzles, she adds the meat and stirs it up. The fruity aroma mixed with sourness is soul-stirring. Yuan Jiang eats until his belly is round, unable to put down his chopsticks. Mushroom soup, so fresh it makes him forget his frown, and stir-fried meat, so tender it bursts with juice. He has never eaten such delicious food in his life. While Yuan Jiang cleans up the stove and wipes the wooden bowl, Qushengsheng curiously asks, Yuan Jiang, how do you usually eat mushrooms? Qushengsheng watches Yuan Jiang tidy up and asks curiously, Yuan Jiang, how do you all eat mushrooms? In the beast world, she asks using her cheat. The female lead flirts with her beast husband to establish a contract. The Black Panther eagerly marries his beloved wife. Pay attention. Qushengsheng asks Yuan Jiang how the beast world handles mushrooms, and he answers immediately. Pick them and eat them directly. She realizes instantly. It's not that they don't like eating, they just Haven Tea unlocked cooking skills. She decides he must experience how explosive Huaxia cuisine can be. Crushing the beast world's eating methods. Yuan Jiang, I can make braised pork, stewed ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and hot and sour soup. I'll make them all for you from now on. Qushengsheng is super assertive, and Yuan Jiang, after placing the last wooden bowl down, looks up. Teach me. Don't tire yourself out. I'll handle all the chopping, washing, and cooking. Qushengsheng feels overwhelmed. How many modern men treat housework as their wives' duty? Yet Yuan Jiang's awareness in the beast world warms her heart to the core. Who can resist this cold-faced, soft-hearted Black Panther? Yuan Jiang, come here. She waves her hand, and as he bends down closer, after all, Yuan Jiang is too tall, and she looks up like a little doll. She supports his neck with both hands and kisses him. Yuan Jiang's pupils shake, and the next moment, he takes the initiative. His father taught him that when a female takes the initiative, he must catch her. He holds her head firmly and kisses her deeply, tasting the lingering fragrance of yellow fruit in her mouth, gently lifting her onto the nearby stone platform. Qushengsheng pushes him softly, coyly calling, Yuan Jiang. He immediately stops, pulls her into his embrace, and breathlessly asks, when will we establish a partner contract? Once we set up the house. Yuan Jiang secretly regrets. If he had known to decorate the cave beautifully, he would want to marry her home immediately. After Qushengsheng washes up, She sits on the black fur bed, her mind filled with thoughts about the partner contract. When Yuan Jiang enters and sees her serious little face, he leans closer and softly calls, "What are you thinking?" That enticing him directly stirs her heart. What is a partner contract? Yuan Jiang's eyes light up instantly, and his long leopard tail stands high, holding her tightly in his arms. It's a contract established between a beastman and a female under the witness of the beast god. How do you count as being witnessed by the beast god? Yuan Jiang whispers in her ear. The female must drink the beastman's hard's blood. And then, after mating, a totem mark belonging to the beastman will be imprinted on the female's body. The female needs to drink the beastman's hard's blood. And after mating, a totem mark belonging to the beastman will be imprinted on the female's body. In the beast world, she has a cheat. The female lead gains contract protection. The Black Panther spoils his wife by making breakfast. Pay attention. Qushengsheng asks in surprise. Is it that simple? Can someone force a partner contract? Yuan Jiang's expression is complicated. No. If forced, the female can break the contract by marking the totem. He continues with explosive news. If the female suffers minor internal injuries, she can heal, but the male's cultivation will be stagnated for a lifetime. And he'll become a wandering beastman. Can a wandering beastman sign again? No. Beastmen only have one chance in a lifetime. What about the female? Yuan Jiang answers. She can sign a maximum of 20 partners. QushengshengGets is completely stunned. This 1-to-20 setting is too outrageous. Yuan Jiang hurriedly leans in to comfort her. Once we sign, I will definitely treat you well. The cave decoration will be entirely up to you. And once it's ready, we'll establish the contract. Okay? She blushes and nods. Okay. This contract is simply her guarantee. She won't abandon Yuan Jiang. And Yuan Jiang shouldn't think of betraying her. At night, Yuan Jiang hugs her to sleep, always pinching her soft flesh. Stop pinching. Be gentle. Shengsheng is both fragrant and soft. I really like you. The next day, QushengshengGets wakes up with warm earlobes and a bit of pain in her collarbone and neck. When she pulls at her bandeau, she finds her snow-white skin covered in red marks. Angrily, she rushes out, only to see Yuan Jiang with gentle eyes, cooking meat for her in the boiling stone pot. Come eat quickly. If you don't eat soon, it'll get cold. After she washes up and tastes it, she finds a yellow fruit is a bit too much and slightly sour, but the flavor is indeed good. Want to eat together? Yuan Jiang quickly waves his hand. I've eaten 5 pots already. This is the 6th pot, and it finally looks decent. The two finish breakfast warmly. And QushengshengGets urges Yuan Jiang to go hunting. He instantly turns into a black panther, rubbing against her, like a bolt of black lightning rushing out. After she cleans up the bowls and chopsticks, she uses a leaf broom to sweep the cave clean. Using half-dry leaves as a broom is so convenient. While sweeping away the dust, she discovers the vine ladder Yuan Jiang made this morning. The wood is super smooth, with no barbs at all. Checking the storeroom. 20 pieces of processed bee skins, 3 pieces of raw hides, 2 red fruits, a pile of yellow fruits, and the previously collected gugu eggs. The temperature in the cave is low, so the eggs can be preserved, but they have very little salt left now. QushengshengGets feels that the temperature in this cave is indeed not high, and the eggs should be okay to keep, so she doesn't dwell on it anymore. She thinks about making some eggs for lunch later, but the problem now is that they don't have much salt. In the beast world, she has a cheat. The female lead digs giant yellow ginger. The Black Panther looks surprised at the boiling eggs. Pay attention. QushengshengGets stares at the little supplies in her hands and panics. The fear of running out of food shoots straight to her head. She has always been a modern-day hoarder, and now with so little food in her hands, she feels empty and insecure. She must discuss with Yuan Jiang whether they need to stockpile food in the beast world. She rolls up the bee skins on the bed and takes them to the cave entrance to sunbathe and shake off the dust. Then lowers the vine ladder, just enough to reach the ground with some extra. Yuan Jiang said there are no ferocious beasts around, so it's safe to explore a bit. She carefully climbs down. Her physical condition is exceptional, perfectly suited for a female warrior in modern times. As she steps on the ground, she feels ecstatic, looking at the surrounding trees and bushes, feeling like they're all walking treasures. Picking up a stick as a pathfinding tool, she notices a patch of familiar plants. Long green leaves, green stems, looking exactly like ginger. Rushing over for a closer look, this plant, which is almost taller than her, indeed resembles an enlarged version of ginger. Reaching out to touch it, information bursts in her mind. Yellow ginger, non-toxic and spicy, dispels cold and dampness, prevents heat stroke, and detoxifies. She digs out a huge rhizome, far larger than modern ginger. Leaving most of it for planting, She marks the location. Later, she could transplant it near the cave for easy access. After collecting the vine ladder, Yuanjiang hadn't returned yet. She started a fire to prepare a meal. That's right. She had already learned how to start a fire, and then remembered she hadn't refined any oil, so she decided to boil some soft-boiled eggs. Just as the eggs were almost cooked, the Black Panther leaped into the cave like a flash of black lightning. Yuanjiang, you're back. She was super happy and urged him to wash his hands and pat his stomach. Hunting every day is too tiring. Yuanjiang raised an eyebrow with pride. As your beast husband, this is what I should do. QushengshengGets put the eggs in cold water, but when she was peeling them, Yuanjiang got anxious. Don't knock. They'll spill out. He had once broken a raw egg, and it was super gross. They won't spill when they're cooked. She peeled a tender-boiled egg and handed it over. Yuanjiang carefully took a bite. Soft, warm, and completely not fishy. QushengshengGets kept eating eggs, smiling as she asked, "How is it? Delicious? How is it?" QushengshengGets kept peeling eggs while asking Yuanjiang. In this beast world, the female lead has a cheat. She extracts oil and fries golden eggs. The Black Panther instantly becomes a food-loving soul. Look carefully. After tasting the boiled egg, Yuanjiang seriously said, "It's pretty good, but it has no flavor." QushengshengGets also tasted it. Surprisingly, it had a sweet aftertaste, even better than modern boiled eggs. She ate too, and the rest were all snatched by Yuanjiang. Yuanjiang asked about the method, and she laughed. "Just boil the eggs in boiling water. It's super simple. I love how eager you are to learn. Once you learn it, you can make it for me." Yuanjiang carried back a huge, long-toothed beast, even bigger than the last one. QushengshengGets immediately praised. "Whoa, Yuanjiang, you're amazing." He smiled with his lips pressed together, his tail almost wagging up to the sky. Indeed, no matter what male it is, compliments turn them into childish beings. When he cut open the beast, Yuanjiang wanted to throw away the fat inside because it was unappetizing. But QushengshengGets urgently shouted, "Don't throw it away. Put it in the leaves. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? I was just thinking about storing oil." Although Yuanjiang didn't understand, he still neatly cut the fat and put it away. QushengshengGets' eyes sparkled. "We can refine oil and make snacks from the leftover fat. Just thinking about the crispy texture makes my mouth water." She instructed Yuanjiang to cut the fat into pieces and put it in the pot while she went to the storeroom to get 5 eggs to beat. When the hot oil rolled, she poured in the egg mixture with a sizzling sound. Yuanjiang perked up, listening attentively, and couldn't help but take a peek. This sound was too much like a danger signal. The heated stone pot transmitted heat perfectly, frying the scrambled eggs to a golden color with crispy edges, and the aroma of oil wafted right into their noses. "Yuanjiang, are you done cutting? It's time to eat scrambled eggs. Don't skimp on the roasted meat." Yuanjiang's knife skills skyrocketed, leaving shadows behind. QushengshengGets served a full bowl for Yuanjiang and kept more than half for herself. Sprinkling salt made the egg aroma even richer. She blew on it to cool and took a bite, the smoky flavor filling her mouth. After tasting, Yuanjiang's eyes lit up and his eating speed hit maximum. "Shengsheng, this scrambled egg is amazing. I'm glad you like it. I'll make you different styles in the future." After finishing the scrambled eggs and roasted meat, QushengshengGets felt a bit sick. "Let's go gather some food. I want to eat fruits and vegetables to replenish vitamins." Yuanjiang immediately agreed. While tidying up the house, she talked about the ginger she dug up that morning. Although Yuanjiang didn't understand what ginger was, he listened to her with gentle seriousness. QushengshengGets felt extremely satisfied. What girls need is not an educator, but a listener like Yuanjiang. Yuanjiang's indulgence in QushengshengGets made her desire to share reach great satisfaction. Many times, girls don't need an educator, but a listener, and Yuanjiang is undoubtedly a great listener. In this beast world, the female lead seeks lakes to unlock fish and shrimp. The Black Panther catches fish in a jaw-dropping manner. Pay attention. QushengshengGets and Yuanjiang change direction to explore, staying close. Slowly probing around is the safest. After all, there are only 2 of them, and understanding the surroundings is crucial for safety. Yuanjiang dashed across the meadow and quietly asked, "Should we pick up more eggs?" She smiled and advised, "The ones we have are enough for 2 or 3 meals. It will be a shame if they spoil." Yuanjiang felt a bit regretful, but quickly dropped the subject. Listening to Shengsheng was always right. The meadow was full of wild eggs, and there were wild ducks as big as geese. QushengshengGets' eyes twinkled. If there are ducks, there might be fresh water. She casually asked, "Is there a lake nearby?" Yuanjiang immediately replied there was, and she urged, "Let us head to the lake. If there's a lake, there are fish, water plants, and we can refresh our recipe." Running east for a short distance, the vegetation became denser, and the lush green indicated there was water. Sure enough, a shimmering lake appeared ahead, about the size of a basketball court. Look, there really is a lake. Qushengsheng was super excited and jumped off his back before Yuanjiang could transform. Yuanjiang's heart tightened, but seeing her safe and bouncing around, he swallowed his caution. He didn't want to ruin her excitement. She rushed to the lake's edge, where the water plants were abundant, and fish swam leisurely by the shore, as if they had never been through life's hardships. Next to it was a patch of freshwater celery, glistening bright green. She reached out to touch it, and information popped up instantly. Water celery, non-toxic, aids digestion. It can be stir-fried, cooked with meat, or made in a salad. Perfect. Yuanjiang immediately cut a large handful of tender tips, but she felt he could stop. He had already realized that Shengsheng understood a lot, and following her was the right thing to do. Qushengsheng stared at the fish in the lake. Catch a few to take back. Yuanjiang hesitated. This fish isn't good to eat. It's only eaten when extremely hungry. How do you eat them? Wash them and eat them raw. She face-bombed. The culinary skills in this beast world really haven't developed. Yuanjiang transformed into a black panther and jumped into the lake, quickly returning with a 1.5-meter-long fish. Just as he was about to catch more, Qushengsheng hurriedly shouted, "That's enough. This one is enough for 2 meals." He transformed back into human form, pinned the flopping fish down, and followed her instructions to prepare a wooden barrel filled with water to keep the fish. Living creatures couldn't be stored in the storage ring, so this was the only way to transport them. Qushengsheng gazed at the beautiful lake, feeling incredibly pleased. This was truly a treasure. In the shimmering water, there were tiny freshwater shrimp, looking plump and delicious. In this beast world, the female lead is going to cook sour soup fish. The Black Panther catches shrimp and digs for medicinal herbs to pamper his wife. Pay attention. Qushengsheng instructed Yuanjiang to make a wooden barrel to catch shrimp while she explored the plants nearby. Watching Yuanjiang squatting by the lake, seriously pinning down the jumping shrimp while splashing water all over his face, he looked adorably earnest. She turned her gaze and spotted a cluster of large-leaved plants in the distance. Wasn't that taro? Her eyes instantly lit up. If there's taro, there are starchy staples. Yuanjiang won't have to hunt fiercely every day. She rushed over to touch it, and information popped up immediately. Wild taro, toxic and inedible, but it can clear heat and detoxify, treating throat swelling and mouth sores. Her heart sank. She had just imagined the fragrant steamed pork with lihua taro, but she quickly perked up, digging it up to dry as medicine. The medical conditions in the beast world are poor. Stockpiling medicine is essential for survival. Yuanjiang, dripping with water, rushed over, asking anxiously, "Shengsheng, what's wrong? Are you okay?" She smiled and waved her hand. "It's fine. I'm digging this wild taro for medicine." Yuanjiang had been watching her identify plants with determination, guessing she had the identification ability of a tribal priestess. Yet he asked nothing. Trusting meant not prying into privacy. He told her to step back and dug up the taro himself, washing it clean before storing it in the storage ring. As the sky gradually darkened, Qushengsheng shouted urgently, "Let's go back to the cave. The jungle is too dangerous at night." The two hurriedly made their way back home. As soon as they entered the cave, she urged Yuanjiang to handle the fish and shrimp. Luckily, Yuanjiang was quick, and the fish and shrimp were still very fresh. The fish scales were as hard as armor, and she couldn't handle them. So Yuanjiang quickly took over, scraping scales, removing gills, pulling out teeth, and cleaning out the insides. All done swiftly and neatly. Qushengsheng discovered the fish meat was actually translucent, and when she leaned in to smell it, there was no fishy odor. While the shrimp were palm-sized and firm, she immediately decided to make sour soup fish and simple oil-braised shrimp. Yuanjiang quickly started a fire, and she cut yellow fruit and ginger. Yuanjiang's bone knife was super sharp, slicing quickly. When cutting the fish, she was even more surprised. This fish only had one big bone. It was practically a gratitude fish. Marinating it with slices of yellow fruit, ginger, and salt, she heated the oil in the pot and poured it into fry. The fish skin turning golden and fragrant, with gelatinous juices bubbling out. As she added water to make the soup, the aroma instantly enveloped the broth. Yuanjiang squatted by the stove, curiously watching the bubbling soup. Qushengsheng smiled gently. "Wait a bit. We're having sour soup fish soon. Are you hungry? Just a little longer. It'll be ready soon." Yuanjiang felt warm inside. When he was young, his black fur made him an outcast, with no one caring for him. But now he finally had a home, and someone like Shengsheng who loved and cared for him. His beautiful green eyes sparkled like the warm sun sinking into a green lake. Yuanzhang's beautiful eyes sparkled with an indescribable warmth, just like the warm sun rising in the beautiful green lake. In this beastly world, the protagonist has a special ability. Sour soup fish paired with fried shrimp. The Black Panther spoils his wife and is a cooking master. Pay attention. Qushengsheng tossed yellow fruit and water celery into the pot, waiting for the pot to bubble and boil. Milky white fish soup was fragrant and ready. The fish was fresh, the water celery tender, and the yellow fruit was both sour and sweet, with a scent that penetrated the nostrils. She scooped fish into a wooden basin. Eat first. Don't starve. Yuanzhang shook his head and insisted. Wait for you to eat together. Qushengsheng hurriedly prepared oil-braised shrimp. The shrimp sizzled in the hot oil, filling the air with a delicious aroma mixed with the freshness of shrimp. Yuanzhang, with his feline sense of smell, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The shrimp fried to a golden crisp. She poured out the excess oil, left some for stir-frying ginger slices, added shrimp and squeezed yellow fruit, and seconds later pulled them out of the pot. The two finally started eating. Qushengsheng handed over the fish soup and reminded, the fish has bones. Remember to spit them out. Yuanzhang obediently nodded, took the first sip of soup, and was instantly stunned. So fresh it exploded on his taste buds. The fish was so tender it melted in his mouth. The fish skin was bouncy and gelatinous, and the sour soup was super appetizing. He initially wanted to chew the fish bones, but remembered the reminder and immediately spit them out, obedient to the extreme. Qushengsheng picked up shrimp for Yuanzhang, who was using chopsticks with great skill, crunching the whole shrimp. It was clear that the fried shrimp was more to his liking, and he couldn't stop showing off. Qushengsheng laughed with her eyes squinted. If you like it, eat more. I'm so happy you love it. Yuanzhang shyly pressed his lips together. I really like it. I like a lot. After the meal, Yuanzhang took the initiative to wash the dishes, and she asked him to make porcelain jars to store oil for later use. She used a bone knife to cut the fat into small pieces, put them in a pot with water to boil. As the pot boiled, she kept stirring, waiting for the fat to become transparent, its edges turning golden and shrinking, all the fat rendered out. She carefully scooped out the oil residue and sprinkled salt, pouring the hot oil into the freshly made porcelain jars, filling 2 jars. The refined fat was enough for over a month. Yuanzhang swallowed hard at the smell of the oil. It smelled better than grilled meat. He immediately rushed to wash the pot. And Qushengsheng anxiously shouted, use plant ash to wash. It's great for removing oil. He tried it and was instantly amazed. Shengsheng knows so much. Once the oil residue cooled, Qushengsheng tasted a piece. It was so fragrant, better than modern pork oil residue. She fed it to Yuanzhang, who crunched it happily. She was already full, so she stuffed all the oil residue to him as a snack. Yuanzhang, while showing off, casually asked, is there anything we need in the cave? Qushengsheng understood his hint immediately, teasing him on purpose. We need red fur for a wedding dress. I want to wear something beautiful to marry you. Yuanzhang instantly felt guilty. He had neglected Shengsheng. He hadn't even made her a pretty dress. He immediately decided, wait for me to hunt. The beasts with bright fur were fierce, but he wasn't afraid with his third-tier soul power. He was frantically calculating. He needed to make several sets of clothes. He couldn't let his little female suffer. Qushengsheng noticed him frowning in serious thought and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could take a few days to relax. She was really afraid he'd rush into a contract. Yuanzhang had already noticed her worries and avoidance, but said nothing. If she needed time, he would wait. He often woke up in the middle of the night, and when he couldn't feel the warm body beside him, he panicked. Only when he touched that warm sensation did he feel at ease. It was like a child who had never tasted sugar suddenly finding a sweet candy. Afraid of losing it if he let go, Shengsheng made him realize that living wasn't just about survival. It was also about happiness. The two went to bed early, and Yuanzhang turned into a black panther, elegantly lying on the bed, his green eyes deep. Qushengsheng sneaked up from behind and pounced on him, tackling him firmly. She rubbed his soft little round ears and stroked his chin, and the black panther wagged his tail, letting her play. Your ears are so nice to touch. She laughed madly, and Yuanzhang wrapped his long tail around her slim waist, playfully tickling her. Be careful not to fall. No, I just want to touch your ears. Can we go slower? Isn't happiness just her being playful while he smiles and indulges her? The next day, Qushengsheng woke up confused, feeling as if a big stone was pressing down on her chest. She lifted her clothes and instantly solved the mystery. Big Black Panther, haven't you put your big paw on my chest while sleeping? QushengshengGets soft voice turned sharp with anger. The Big Black Panther, Yuan Jiang, awkwardly scrambled to make scrambled eggs. QushengshengG had a huge paw print on her chest. Last night, the pressure she felt was actually from his paw, and her skin had turned red. Control your big black paw, did you hear? She gently pinched his cheek, and Yuan Jiang's green eyes instantly filled with grievance and disbelief. Those eyes seemed to say she was bullying him. QushengshengG helplessly rubbed his face with her palm and lightly kissed the side of his face she had just pinched. It doesn't hurt. Be good. Yuan Jiang's little ears popped out shyly, trembling, and he felt like a little firework inside, looking at the golden, scrambled eggs in the pot. Even if the edges were a bit burnt, she immediately praised. Yuan Jiang is great. It looks super delicious. Yuan Jiang knew she was flattering him, but the smile in his eyes couldn't be hidden, and after holding back for a long time, he blurted, I only make it for Shengsheng. She then realized that this panther, who looked like a ruthless gangster, was actually a soft-hearted and shy person, only using his green eyes to express his grievances. After tasting a bite of the egg, it was crispy and fragrant with just the right amount of salt. Noticing a pile of eggshells not far away, QushengshengG instantly understood. He had already stolen a lot. She felt both amused and touched. What a silly panther. After breakfast, Yuan Jiang leaned down and carefully kissed the corner of her mouth, gazing at her gently, saying, wait for me. The next second, he transformed into a black panther, like a dark lightning bolt cutting through the morning light, leaping out of the cave. QushengshengG stored the fat in the pantry. Checked the yellow fruit, a bit wilted but still good inside. Washed the wild taro and sliced it for drying. Cleaned the cave to dry animal skins. Moved the ginger to near the cave with a vine ladder, and then prepared lunch, with yesterday's leftover beast meat, ready to eat as soon as Yuan Jiang returned. On the other side, Yuan Jiang secretly followed the red-scaled lizard, stepping as lightly as possible, his eyes turning into vertical pupils. A meter long wasn't enough to make a wedding dress. He wanted the hide of the clan king. The scales of the red-scaled lizard sparkled, and its skin was orange-red. Shengsheng would definitely look stunning in it. After waiting a while, a 3-meter-long lizard king emerged from the swamp, big enough to make clothes. He hid in a corner, his black fur blending with the black mud, fully utilizing his stealth skills. Yuan Jiang quietly lay in ambush in a corner, his black fur blending seamlessly with the black dirt, showing no signs of discomfort. He patiently waited, but today the red-scaled lizard seemed to sense his spying. It looked quite uneasy. The most concerning thing for Yuan Jiang happened in the next moment. It swiftly crawled deep into the swamp. Although Yuan Jiang was disappointed not to have hunted it, he managed to locate the red-scaled lizard's group and the big lizard king suitable for making a wedding dress. It is a big win. Yuan Jiang prepared to retreat, but suddenly noticed shallow tracks on the ground. Ice-type soul power. The residual aura was incredibly strong. This beastman might even be stronger than him. He instantly became alert. Now that Shengsheng was here, he absolutely couldn't let her fall into danger. If it were a hostile, female-hating beastman, the consequences would be unimaginable. He frantically covered his tracks while racing back to the cave. Having chased the lizard king too far, he was in unfamiliar territory and might have inadvertently wandered into another strong one's domain. On the road, I casually caught a few large shell creatures. The meat is fresh, but the shells are hard, but he can easily handle them. Deliberately detouring to the territory of the White Tiger tribe before turning back. He must shake off potential dangers, and protect Shengsheng must be steady. By the swamp, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened wide, quietly watching the direction he disappeared. This is a high-energy alert. In the cave, QushengshengG was busy making scrambled eggs and sour soup meat slices, but was worried. Without starchy staple food, it doesn't taste good, and the salt is running low. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Yuan Jiang is a local. He must know where to find salt. When Yuan Jiang jumped into the cave and transformed into human form, a smile instantly appeared on his face. Someone is waiting for him, cooking for him. This is a happiness that one wouldn't dare to imagine in the beast world. Wash hands before eating. QushengshengG was super excited, and Yuan Jiang obediently followed suit, though he didn't understand why he needed to wash. But as long as Shengsheng liked it, that was good. She shared animatedly. The wild taro was dried to make medicinal water, and the ginger was moved outside the cave. Yuan Jiang's heart melted, and he suddenly said, the ability to distinguish more than 10 kinds of plants is the mark of a priest. Just as QushengshengG was about to say she could identify more, He pressed his finger against her lips. Be good. Don't tell others about your treasure. Qushengsheng pouted and said, You are not others. In the beast world, the female protagonist has a cheat. She is looking for a salt mine to blow up the scene. The Black Panther protects his wife and hides secrets. Pay attention. Yuan Zhang's lips couldn't help but curl up. His little female is straightforward and passionate, like the warm sun in winter, directly warming his heart. Qushengsheng watched him eat elegantly and quickly, feeling very satisfied. It's so great to see the person she likes eat the food she made. When Yuan Zhang had almost finished eating, she leaned over and asked, Have you ever seen small animals licking rocks? Yuan Zhang shook his head, and she persisted. Then have you seen animals running into one cave? Yuan Zhang immediately nodded. I saw it when I was a teenager. At that time, I was lost, actually expelled by the group, and I saw a group of wild beasts burrowing into a cave. When I left, I went in to take a look, and there were only rocks inside. I was so scared at the time. Qushengsheng was excited and clenched her fists. Do you remember where it is? Is there white powder in that cave? Yuan Zhang tried to recall. It seems there was. I was afraid it was poisonous, so I quickly washed it in the river. She shouted excitedly. If we find that cave, it's a salt mine. We will have a continuous supply of salt in the future. Yuan Zhang instantly became serious. Salt is a top-tier hard currency in the beast world. Years ago, the Black Rock Goat tribe was on the brink of extinction. Relying on the salt-making techniques learned from outside to make a comeback and become the richest tribe in the Cloud Mountain Range. With salt prices soaring to a point where it was valuable but hard to find, they definitely won't let others share in the pie. He pinched Qushengsheng's snow-white face and cautioned, The salt-making matter must be kept between us. We absolutely cannot tell anyone. Qushengsheng obediently nodded. Watching his cold and fierce face suddenly show tenderness, her face instantly flushed. Who can withstand this contrast? Yuan Zhang suddenly remembered the shell creatures in the storage ring, quickly took them out, and in the next second, Qushengsheng was completely stunned. She had guessed in kinds of things Yuan Zhang might bring back, but she never expected him to catch several huge tortoises. Counting them, there were exactly 6, the largest with a diameter of 1 meter. And the smallest was also 40 centimeters, each round and plump like little shields. This is a shell creature. I caught it from the swamp. After Yuan Zhang finished speaking, he cautiously glanced at Qushengsheng. Pay attention. Yuan Zhang held up an extremely ugly shell creature and said to Qushengsheng, Shengsheng, the meat inside the shell is really delicious. Do you want to try it? At this moment, Yuan Zhang was very nervous, afraid Qushengsheng would think his hunting skills were inadequate and that he couldn't provide for her. You see, in the beast world, females value what males can provide. And if they don't meet expectations, males could be abandoned. Qushengsheng initially didn't respond, which made Yuan Zhang's heart race. But the next second, Qushengsheng suddenly exclaimed, Wow, Yuan Zhang, you are amazing. I like it. It turned out that Qushengsheng realized they had discovered new food, which meant they could live better in the beast world. She looked at the large tortoise on the ground, thinking it must be delicious. Qushengsheng asked Yuan Zhang how to prepare the tortoise, and Yuan Zhang said, Open the shell, take out the meat, and roast it. Qushengsheng was speechless. This method is too rough. Will it taste good? She then asked Yuan Zhang how he discovered this thing was delicious, and Yuan Zhang casually replied, 6 years ago, during the hot season, I was injured. Without a tribe or food, I dug out a shell creature from the dried swamp, and only after eating its flesh did I recover. After hearing this, Qushengsheng was filled with admiration for Yuan Zhang. Qushengsheng then asked what the hot season was, and Yuan Zhang said it is not the hottest time yet. During the hottest period, plants wither, wild beasts do not come out, rivers dry up, and beastmen have no food or water sources. Qushengsheng was terrified and asked how much longer until then, and Yuan Zhang said about 30 sun days. Qushengsheng felt like she had been struck by lightning, realizing she needed to stock up on food quickly. Then we need to stock up on food, Qushengsheng said with a serious expression. Yuan Zhang pinched her cheek gently and said, Be good, don't be afraid, I am here. Qushengsheng thought to herself, not only can she not go hungry, but she also wants to eat well. She then asked what comes after the hot season, and Yuan Zhang helplessly said, There is also the cold season. Qushengsheng froze, thinking the beast world was too difficult. She then asked what the cold season was like, and Yuan Zhang said, Come, get on. After saying that, he transformed into a black panther, letting Qushengsheng sit on him, and then leaped out like lightning. In the beast world, there is a cheat. The black panther hunts rabbits and kisses strongly. The female protagonist unlocks cold medicine. Pay attention. Qushengsheng lay low on the back of the black panther, and Yuan ran while softly saying, "The cold season cools down slowly. We can hunt and stock up on furs to endure the coldest times." She understood immediately. The beast world environment is too brutal. No wonder beastmen are fierce, but the population is sparse. Yuan ran in the shade of the trees to remember the direction to the salt mine, worried about her getting hot, startling the small animals sleeping nearby. Qushengsheng was afraid he would suffer from heat stroke. So she called for him to stop in the flourishing forest to find spare medicine. She could identify 10 kinds of plants every day and could control her abilities to avoid waste, carefully using a small stick to dig. Suddenly, Yuan swiftly threw out a bone knife, and a snow-white rabbit that had just poked its head out was directly pinned to the tree behind it. Qushengsheng was stunned on the spot. Yuan is so amazing. That move was too cool. Yuan saw her smiling with crescent-shaped eyes, and his heart raced. Her long hair reached her waist, her skin white as snow, and when she smiled, she was radiant. His little female looked beautiful no matter how he saw her. He tossed the rabbit aside, leaned closer, pressed her against the tree, and slightly bent down to ask, "Shengsheng, can I kiss you?" Without waiting for her to respond, he kissed her passionately. Qushengsheng had to endure it, her eyes reddening, while Yuan's green eyes shimmered with a dreamy ripple. His treasure was sweet enough to tempt someone to commit a crime. After a while, Qushengsheng's lips were swollen and her face was red, stomping her feet angrily and scolding. "You are so annoying. You keep biting and touching other places." Yuan, with a soft mouth, admitted his mistake. "I'll listen to Shengsheng." But in his heart, he already understood the essence of acknowledging mistakes to continue next time. She suddenly caught sight of a small white flower, touched it to get information, and it popped up. "White luo grass cures fever and cough. ISNT this cold medicine. Hurry up and dig it out to give to Yuan to keep." Unexpectedly, the next second she tripped and fell, pressing her hand on a patch of grass, directly wasting 7 opportunities to identify plants. That patch of grass had 7 kinds, and none were useful. Yuan was heartbroken, and after checking that she had no injuries, he finally relaxed, insisting on a princess carry. No matter how Qushengsheng refused, in the end, both sides compromised. Yuan transformed into a panther, and Qushengsheng obediently sat on his back. Afterwards, he insisted on a princess carry for Qushengsheng, and no matter how she refused, they eventually compromised. Yuan turned into a panther, and Qushengsheng obediently sat on him. In the beast world, there is a cheat. The female protagonist unlocks solar lamps and chili peppers. The stir-fried shell creatures smell explosive. Pay attention. Yuan noticed that it was getting late, and discussed with Qushengsheng, "Let us head back to the cave. Tomorrow we will go hunting and look for the salt mine." The two immediately changed their route back, and just after walking a few steps, Qushengsheng suddenly stopped. There was a mini sunflower ahead, with a white membrane and a frosted texture. Half a meter high and super cute. She patted Yuan's back and shouted to stop, reaching out to touch the leaves, and the information popped up. Sunflower. It absorbs sunlight during the day to charge. It can be used as a lamp at night. Yuan, we have a light now. No more fumbling in the dark in the cave. ISNT, that amazing? Yuan smiled and agreed, awesome. He immediately chopped wood to make a temporary flower pot, while she carefully held the flowers and continued walking. Only one opportunity left to identify objects, her gaze scanning everywhere. Suddenly, Yuan stopped abruptly, lowering his voice in excitement. "Shengsheng, so many purple star grasses." Qushengsheng took a look. There were at least 20 plants. The two of them dug up 18 plants, leaving 5 to continue growing. Turning around, she spotted lichens on the rocks, with thumb-sized small fruits hanging from them. Getting closer, she could smell the spiciness, reaching out to touch it. "This is wild pepper. It drives away the cold and induces sweating. Isn't this just millet pepper?" She was overjoyed, squatting down to collect a big handful, wrapping it in clean leaves and stuffing it into Yuan's ring. The two hurried toward the cave. By the time they reached the cave, it was almost dark. Qushengsheng put the sunflower in a corner of the cave, and Yuan had already lit the fire to prepare the armored beast. She rushed over to stop him. "Wash it clean first. I'll boil some hot water." The boiling stone pot heated up quickly, and the water bubbled. She scalded the armored beast one by one, removing the soft membrane from its shell, then directed Yuan, "Take off the shell. Remove the internal organs. Cut off the head and neck. Scrape off the grease, otherwise it will be smelly." Yuan moved swiftly, while she washed ginger, washed wild pepper, salivating from smell. and washed yellow fruit. She had Yuan Jiang cut the armored beast into pieces, using the biggest shell to hold the meat, adding ginger slices and yellow fruit to marinate. The small shells were saved for later to hold vegetables. No waste at all. The pot was sizzling as the golden grease melted, throwing in ginger slices that sizzled and crackled. Tossing the meat and stirring until the edges turned golden brown, the meat aroma wafting straight into their nostrils. The armored beast in the beast world was much larger than modern soft-shelled turtles. The meat was even more tender, and there was so much meat it was bursting. After sprinkling salt, Qushengsheng directly scooped the stir-fried armored beast into the big shell. What a presentation! Absolutely stunning. After sprinkling salt, Qushengsheng took the armored beast out and then served it into the big shell. The Beast World crossover had an advantage. The female lead was stir-frying spicy and sour armored beast. The Black Panther drank the soup, completely stunned by its freshness. Look closely. Qushengsheng scooped the stir-fried armored beast into the big shell and shouted to Yuan Jiang. Yuan Jiang, you eat first. Although Yuan Jiang was so hungry, his stomach growled. He couldn't help but focus on her hair sticking to her fair cheeks, her face blushing. He felt heartache. Next time he must learn to cook. Never letting Shengsheng tire herself out. Seeing him remain motionless, Qushengsheng didn't persuade him anymore. She had known he was waiting for her. She added oil to the pot, planning to stir-fry the spicy armored beast. Worried Yuan Jiang wouldn't be accustomed to it, she specially put less meat. Just as she tossed in the wild pepper, the spiciness exploded. She was the first to cough nonstop, and Yuan Jiang was also choked to tears. What is this? It feels terrible. This is spicy. Once you get used to it, it tastes amazing. She added yellow fruit while stir-frying, making a spicy and sour stir-fried armored beast. Unfortunately, there was no rice. Otherwise, the flavor could have dazzled 3 bowls. Directing Yuan Jiang to wash the pot, she added water and tossed in the armored beast meat, ginger slices, and half a yellow fruit, directly using the armored beast shell as a pot lid. She also reminded him, when you have time, add a wooden handle to the pot lid, drill a hole, and stuff a piece of wood to leave a tail. Finally, the two started their meal. Qushengsheng picked up the spicy and sour armored beast, spicy enough to make her shiver, but couldn't stop. The meat was tender and juicy. The sour and spicy flavor was mouth-watering. Seeing that she loved to eat, Yuan Jiang mustered the courage to pick up a piece, instantly feeling the spiciness twist his face. Qushengsheng quickly handed him cool water. Gargle. It's perfectly normal not to like it. No need to force yourself. Only then did Yuan Jiang feel at ease, secretly determined to try more of her favorite flavors. In no time, the armored beast soup was ready. The moment the lid was opened, the fragrance exploded. The soup was milky white with oil floating on top. The skirt of the armored beast was soft and bouncy. She served Yuan Jiang a big bowl, and he took a sip, completely stunned. So this is how fresh soup could be. The herbal soups he had drunk before were simply dark cuisine. Yuan Jiang elegantly and quickly drank the soup and ate the meat, while Qushengsheng was full after just one bowl, sitting beside him watching him eat. Unable to help but inwardly exclaim, "The big cat eats so handsomely." Qushengsheng was full after just one bowl, seeing Yuan Jiang enjoy it. She let him drink the remaining soup while she watched him eat. Qushengsheng couldn't help but marvel in her heart. The big cat ate so gracefully and quickly. In the Beast World crossover, the Black Panther was in heat, clinging to his wife. The hot spring night turned explosive. Pay attention. Qushengsheng called Yuan Jiang to clean up the dishes, then turned to tidy up the purple stargrass and white rosette grass. The sunflower shone like a bright light bulb, illuminating the cave brightly, making it super convenient to clean up. Once done, she rushed to Yuan Jiang. "Hurry, take it to the hot spring. It's too hot. I can't stand it without soaking every day." Yuan Jiang instantly transformed into a black panther, carrying her as he sprinted wildly through the night. The black fur blended with the darkness, making him invisible, moving so fast it created a wind. Qushengsheng swayed while calculating. They needed to explore more around the cave, looking for starchy foods to stock up. This stuff fills you up and lasts long. If they stock up enough, they wouldn't fear the hot and cold seasons. By the hot spring, Yuan Jiang transformed back into human form, digging a big pool to soak in downstream, while Qushengsheng was bathing. Qushengsheng asked him to move to another spot. After all, it was her bathing water, but he stubbornly refused. This rebellious and defiant attitude made Qushengsheng both angry and amused. While bathing, Qushengsheng chatted, "We need to fill the storage room. We also have to arrange for water storage. How can we live without water?" Yuanjiang responded with throughout. And QushengshengGets got angry. Did you even hear what I said? Yuanjiang fell off long ago. He was burning up during the run before, and now it was even worse. His mind filled with the sound of her bathing water and inexplicably imagining the water flowing over her snow-white skin. He suddenly realized, could this be the heat period? Beastmen in heat cling to females, like a skin hunger, usually lasting for 10 sunny days. But it should be is heat time now. Under pressure, Yuanjiang quickly thought a way out. Shengsheng, I'm not feeling well. It's so uncomfortable. Qushengsheng was scared. Wrapping herself in a short fur towel, kicking her newly made wooden slippers, rushing over to him. As soon as her hand touched Yuanjiang's arm, she was burned and quickly pulled back her hand. This temperature was too frightening. Looking up, she met his vertical pupils, filled with wild animal desire. Cold white skin, black eyebrows, red, thin lips, coming together created an explosive sensuality. She swallowed her dry throat. Yuanjiang, what's wrong? How do you feel? Shengsheng, can I hug you? Yuanjiang's voice was low and hoarse, directly pulling her into his embrace. Soft, fragrant warmth in his arms only stirred deeper desires. He tightened his grip on her, unconsciously lowering his head to kiss her snow-white shoulder. Yuanjiang, how could you? Qushengsheng's words were interrupted by a gasp. Shengsheng, can you hug me? Yuanjiang's dazed voice sounded low and soft. In the Beast World crossover, the Black Panther mistakenly thought it was his heat period and clung to his wife. Waking up in the morning, Qushengsheng found her arms so sore she could barely lift them. Stretching her arm, she discovered black and red marks around her wrist, her arms covered in red marks. It turned out Yuanjiang had thoroughly enjoyed her inside and out last night. Hearing the noise, Yuanjiang came in, seeing her staring at the marks with a blank expression. Shengsheng, get up and eat. Qushengsheng was furious. What? Has your heat period passed? Yuanjiang's gaze drifted. It seemed. It wasn't even the mating season. She choked on her breath. No more touching the bisu from now on. Yuanjiang hurried to apologize and obediently turned his back to wait for her to get dressed, but secretly thought, I saw everything I shouldn't have last night. Once she was dressed, Yuanjiang immediately princess carried her to the outer room. Qushengsheng was stunned when she saw the table filled with spicy mushrooms and a fat rabbit roasting away. She picked up a piece of mushroom to taste and was instantly dazzled. It was incredibly delicious. Yuanjiang anxiously rubbed his hands. Was the spice level okay? Yeah, it's delicious, Qushengsheng said honestly. In the beast world, Yuanjiang, a black panther, encountered the powerful ice-type enemy while hunting the red-scaled lizard. The female protagonist unlocked wild yam. Pay attention. Qushengsheng was full after eating the stir-fried mushrooms and a rabbit leg, and she gave a rest to Yuanjiang. Yuanjiang devoured it in a few bites and immediately transformed into a black panther. Darting into the forest, today he must catch the red-scaled lizard to make a wedding dress for Shengsheng. Once Qushengsheng regained her composure, she first cleaned the cave inside and out until it shone brightly, then moved the sunflowers outside to soak up the sun for energy, and finally grabbed the vine ladder to descend into the cave. As the weather grew hotter, she became anxious, her mind racing with preparation. She needed to pick mushrooms to dry and make soup that was super fresh. Just a few steps in, she was overjoyed. The ginger she had transplanted last time had actually survived. Suddenly, she spotted a vine tree with heart-shaped leaves that looked very familiar. It resembled yam. She reached out to touch it, and the information popped up immediately. Wild yam. Non-toxic and edible. It also helps with digestion. She quickly noted the location to dig it up when Yuanjiang returned. Digging it up herself would be too exhausting. Then she had another stroke of luck. She discovered a basketball-sized, sweet milk fruit. When she cracked it open, it oozed milky juice, sweet and light like coconut milk, with a shell so hard that it wouldn't break, even if it fell from 3 or 4 meters. It was thirst-quenching and very useful. She quickly noted the location and hurried back to the cave, fearing that Yuanjiang would panic if he returned and didn't see her. On the other side, Yuanjiang was sprinting, his mind filled with images of binding a contract with Shengsheng. He reached the edge of the marsh and spotted the large red-scaled lizard, immediately lying in wait, his black fur blending with the shadows, invisibility at max. As the red-scaled lizard approached, he pounced. His sharp teeth bit down hard on its neck, his limbs pinning it down. The lizard struggled and bled, but taking advantage of its fatigue, he swiftly slashed its throat. Done. The skin was intact, perfect for making a wedding dress. Suddenly, a bone-chilling chill struck. Yuanjiang teleported away, just in time as a row of ice spikes thudded into the ground where he had just been. Shadows swayed in the darkness. Rustling sounds filled the air, but he could see nothing. He looked at the ice spikes, and his heart sank. This opponent was stronger than him. Without a second thought, he turned and ran. Ice Spike shot after him, his black fur darting through the forest like satin, his speed at maximum. He stole a glance back, a red-scaled tail. It was either a snake or a lizard beastman, fierce and vengeful, possibly venomous. He couldn't afford to mess with it. Once he dashed into the grassy field, the pursuer finally stopped. Yuan Jiang leaned on his knee, breathing heavily, his expression serious. This beastman was too petty, just for hunting a red-scaled lizard. It chased him halfway through the forest. After catching his breath, he looked at the sun, realizing it was getting late. Then he identified the direction and planned to hunt something else to bring back. In the beast world, Yuan Jiang returned covered in blood, shocking the female protagonist. The roasted gugu beast smelled explosively delicious. Yuan Jiang caught his breath, realizing it was getting late, and immediately caught over 10 gugu beasts, even gathering a large pile of eggs. He had figured it out. No matter how unappetizing something was, it could become a divine delicacy in Shengsheng's hands. On the other side, Qushengsheng was anxiously pacing under the sun. Why hadn't Yuan Jiang returned yet? The scrambled egg mushrooms were almost cold. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Had he encountered danger? Was he injured? Just as she was suppressing the urge to rush out and find him, a flash of black lightning dashed into the cave. Her eyes lit up instantly. Yuan Jiang, you're back. But before she could finish her sentence, she froze. He was covered in blood. What happened to you? Where are you hurt? Qushengsheng trembled as she reached out to touch him, tears almost spilling out. And Yuan Jiang hurriedly grasped her hand to reassure her. Don't panic. It's not my blood. It's from the prey. Only then did Qushengsheng relax, her fingertips lightly brushing against his sweaty temple, noticing the small cuts. Does it hurt? Yuan Jiang's green eyes were filled with tenderness. With you here, it doesn't hurt at all. He invited Yuan Jiang to eat. He was starving. He served some to Qushengsheng while he finished it in a few bites. After eating, he took out the gugu beast and the eggs. Qushengsheng planned to roast 2 of them while asking Yuan Jiang to boil water to scald the fur. The fur would be saved for winter clothing. And she took the eggs to store in the pantry. The water boiled quickly, and after scalding the fur, the plucking was super efficient. Qushengsheng burned off the small fluff and asked Yuan Jiang to gut and clean them, rubbing salt on them and scoring the skin. This way, they would cook faster. Did you find a salt mine cave? QushengshengGets. Yuan Jiang, filled with survival instinct, replied, I didn't find the cave. I just went to the marsh to check on the prey, but ended up being chased by the marsh's owner. How strong was it? It was okay. Quite strong. Qushengsheng instantly understood. If it could make Yuan Jiang run away, it was definitely a formidable character. Not long later, the roasted gugu beast was ready. The skin was golden brown and crispy, oil and juice oozed from the cuts, and the meat was tender, bursting with flavor at the first bite. Qushengsheng was full after just 1 chicken leg, calculating in her heart. There was so much meat, she could dry it and store it. She could also catch fish and dry fish. Watching Yuan Jiang clean the leftovers thoroughly, she casually asked, Are you full? Yuan Jiang nodded. He was indeed full, not expecting the gugu beast's meat to be so delicious, almost on par with the long-toothed beast meat. In the beast world, Yuan Jiang carried his wife to run crazily in search of the salt mine. The female protagonist touched the highly toxic blue moon flower. Pay attention. Qushengsheng pulled Yuan Jiang. Next time we catch gugu beasts, we must bring fish and shrimp. I'll stock up, and during the hot season, we can achieve food freedom directly. Yuan Jiang was confused how to store food in hot weather, but seeing the sparkle in her eyes, he immediately replied, No problem. She added, This morning I saw a wild yam and sweet milk fruit. We should go pick them first. Yuan Jiang perked up instantly. Sweet milk fruit was hard currency. It could be stored for a long time, crucial for survival in both hot and cold seasons. Is wild yam easy to dig? Or should we rush to the salt mine cave first? Let us change directions and run more. Maybe we'll discover something new. Let us dig it up. It's not hard. Yuan Jiang immediately transformed into a black panther, carrying her as he dashed toward the cave, moving so fast it felt like the wind. Qushengsheng shouted from his back, Take a break. Are you trying to fly? He panted but replied, Not tired. I must get you the salt as soon as possible. Suddenly, Qushengsheng screamed, Stop. There's a sunflower. She dug it out and stuffed it into a wooden basin. This one was much bigger than the ones at home. bright enough to serve as a big light bulb, perfect for the living room. Sitting back on the Black Panther, she had 7 more opportunities to identify plants and casually touched a blue palm flower, blue moon flower. Highly toxic. Touching it would cause paralysis. In severe cases could lead to death. After touching 5 more, all she found were useless ornamental flowers, making her stomp her feet in frustration. What terrible luck. Fortunately, the blue moon flower could be kept as a secret weapon. She hurriedly asked Yuan Jiang to store it in the ring. Yuan Jiang's green eyes narrowed. Childhood memories exploded. Last time he walked this path, the trees were yellow and withered. Even the sound of stepping on dry wood was bothersome. Feeling so lonely he wanted to curse. Now, with Shengsheng on his back, he felt invigorated. With sheer determination, he ran to the cave from his memories. Shengsheng jumped down, and he protectively shielded her behind him as they entered the cave one after the other. The cave was just tall enough for her to stand straight, while Yuan Jiang had to bend down and crawl, and it grew darker the further they went in. She held his hand tightly, taking small steps closely behind him. When Shengsheng reached the innermost part of the cave, she was startled by a gray creature that looked like an antelope but was much smaller, roughly the size of a dog. In the beast world, Yuan Jiang and his wife discovered the salt mine. Late at night, they fed sweet treats. Pay attention. The gray creature in the cave saw Shengsheng and Yuan Jiang, frightened and squeaked, darting around. Shengsheng was afraid of being stepped on, frantically backing away, but Yuan Jiang shielded her from behind, shouting, "Don't be afraid." This timid beast ran away quickly. "We just need to stand still." As soon as he said that, the group of gray little beasts vanished without a trace. Shengsheng took a while to adjust to the lighting in the cave. In the next second, she was overjoyed. The stones at the very back of the cave were glistening white and had small salt crystals hanging from them. She reached out to touch a bit and put it in her mouth. It was salty. "Yuan Jiang, it's a salt mine. We can extract salt. And from now on, we'll have freedom with salt." Yuan Jiang was also extremely excited. Salt was a top-tier hard currency in the beast world. Having salt meant having the confidence of stockpiling goods. The two of them crazily collected salt mines, stuffing their rings full. Shengsheng, get more. It's so far. Every trip counts. Only when the night fell did they carry the salt mine back, digging wild yam along the way. Sweet milk fruit listened to Yuan Jiang, and it would be sweeter if picked in a few days. On the way, Shengsheng was bouncing with excitement. With salt, we can cure meat. No worries about food in the cold or warm seasons. Yuan Jiang felt warm inside, secretly determined. Even if material resources were scarce, she must have a rich spiritual life. Back in the cave, Yuan Jiang felt heartbroken. She hadn't slept well last night and had been running all day today, not letting her touch any work. She quickly started the fire, frying eggs and roasting chicken, wanting to feed her when it was served. Shengsheng rolled her eyes in helplessness. "I'm just tired, not disabled." Although Yuan Jiang felt a bit regretful, she obediently stopped. The food smelled delicious, but she truly had no strength, putting down her bowl after just a few bites. Yuan Jiang patiently coaxed her. "Eat a couple more bites." Be good. Her frustration was instantly dispelled by this tenderness. Later, Yuan Jiang washed her face and wiped her body. And in the midst of half pushing and half accepting, her skin, which had just healed, was marked with new traces. Yuan Jiang's green eyes were filled with undisguised affection and curiosity, wishing she could meld her into her very being. As a result, her already improved skin bore new marks again, and Yuan Jiang showed immense curiosity about everything about her. Alongside an uncontrollable fondness, those clear green eyes were filled with unrestrained affection, wishing to crush her into her body. In the beast world, a black panther was poisoned and collapsed on a grassland. The female protagonist was awakened by the scent and was unaware of the impending danger. Pay attention. Shengsheng couldn't resist her fatigue and dozed off with her head tilted. Yuan Jiang squatted beside her, lovingly stroking her damp temples and gently kissing the reddened corners of her eyes. In his heart, Shengsheng was the best female in the world. While guarding her, he plotted, "Tomorrow, I'll first prepare the red-scaled lizard skin. In the warm season, I must establish a mate contract with Shengsheng. Once the skin is prepared, this matter will be mostly settled." Early the next morning, Shengsheng was awakened by the sour and spicy aroma. The sour and spicy scent in the cave made her mouth water uncontrollably. Rubbing her eyes, she slowly moved out and saw Yuan Jiang poking at the charcoal. Looking up at her with a smile, "You're awake? Wash your face first. The food will be ready soon." Now, Yuan Jiang's fierce demeanor from their first meeting had long disappeared. His long black hair hung to his ears, with tousled bangs covering his brows, soft as a house cat, but the bulging muscles hid strength, still capable of tearing apart prey. What delicious food is being made? She leaned in to peek, and Yuanjiang quickly reached out to support her shoulder. Be careful. Don't fall into the fire. After washing her face, she looked, wow. Yuanjiang had stir-fried gugu beast meat, adding yellow fruit and local peppers. The red and yellow colors looking appetizing. Seeing her eyes light up, Yuanjiang felt delighted and secretly resolved. I'll pick more fruits while hunting. Maybe there will be something Shengsheng wants. After eating, Shengsheng watched him leave, secretly thinking. The feline hunting method, calmly lying in wait, striking the throat, is simply a violent aesthetic. But she knew if she went, she would only be a burden, so she said nothing. Yuanjiang spent the entire morning preparing the red-scaled lizard skin. Tanning it was quick in the beast world, and he was strong. However, to make it soft and perfect, he needed the sap from the green juice tree. This sap was green, slightly toxic, and had a bit of sting, which was nothing to beastmen. He remembered seeing the green juice tree by the swamp yesterday, and quietly approached to collect the sap. Suddenly, something pricked his fingertip like little droplets splashing. Upon closer inspection, there was nothing, so he thought it was just the tree bark's fine thorns and didn't pay it any mind. However, it wasn't long before he felt something was off. His vision blurred, his whole body felt weak, and his fingers were numb. Looking down, he saw his fingertips turning black. He instantly realized it was the snake or lizard beast man from the swamp that did this. He forced himself to walk towards the grassland. He could not let the danger approach Shengsheng, feeling both angry and scolding himself for being foolish. Rushing to establish a contract made him so careless. Not all like a seasoned hunter. Just as he was nearing the grassland, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. Eugene leisurely watched this foolish black panther collapse at the edge of his territory, drawing a circle with the tip of his tail out of boredom. So boring. There was nothing in the grassland, just some noisy gugu beasts and a small pond. Oh, and the eggs of the gugu beasts, which had quite a peculiar taste. Thinking of this, the noisy gugu beasts seemed forgivable. In the beast world, the female protagonist ventured into the dark forest to save the poisoned black panther. The poisonous blood drew a life-threatening explosion. Pay attention. Eugene was already squatting by the swamp, waiting for the panther. He calculated that Yuanjiang would come back to collect the green juice, and when Yuanjiang reached out to touch the tree, he swiftly dripped his poison, watching the black panther stagger and fall, complaining. Is that it? Too easy to play with. He turned slowly back to the swamp. After all, it was cool and quiet here, much more comfortable than elsewhere. On the other side, Qushengsheng was busy in the cave, half roasting wild yams and half stewing gugu beasts. But as the sun dipped to the west, Yuanjiang still hadn't shown up. Her heart raced wildly, an ominous premonition rising. No, I must go find him. Quickly stuffing her bone knife, herbs, and furry bee skins, she recited Yuanjiang's words from the morning in her mind and headed straight for the big grassland. He said he would catch fish and shrimp. It must be there. The once timid her, who would hide at the sight of a bug, now only had thoughts of finding Yuanjiang, her steps brisk with urgency. After walking for half the afternoon, she finally spotted the grassland, rushing to the pond first. Splashing sounds startled a group of large birds hiding in the grass. But she didn't see Yuanjiang's fur. Gritting her teeth, she headed into the dark forest, where the trees seemed to reach out to eat people. But she had no time to be afraid. Her loved one's life was unknown. How could she care about herself? Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror, and she screamed, Yuanjiang. The black-haired beast lying on the path was none other than her Yuanjiang. She ran over frantically, trembling as she touched his nose. He was still breathing. Her heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed, but then tightened again. Yuanjiang's lips were turning black, his fingertips were dark blue, and his face was pale, clearly poisoned. She pulled out the wild taro from her bag, just about to bring it to his mouth, when she abruptly withdrew. She couldn't treat the poison carelessly. What if the medicine was wrong and harmed him instead? Forcing herself to calm down, she checked his wounds. There were no major injuries on his body, just small cuts on his hands. The poison must have entered through there. Gritting her teeth, she half-dragged and half-carried Yuanjiang to the pond's edge, using the clear flowing water to wash his hands vigorously. After washing the bone knife 3 times, she dared to cut open his palm. She had to draw out the poisoned blood first. She squeezed along his arm to his fingertips, rinsing with running water, watching the black blood slowly turn red, finally letting out a sigh of relief. But when she looked up and saw Yuanjiang's still dark lips and blue fingertips, Her heart was once again in turmoil. She continued to squeeze while using the flowing water to clean Yuanjiang's wounds. Seeing the blood gradually turning red, QushengshengGets felt relieved. But as her gaze fell on Yuanjiang's darkening lips and blue fingertips, she felt an acute anxiety again. In the beast world, the female protagonist braved the swamp at night to save the Black Panther, shouting at the poisonous beasts for the antidote. Pay attention. QushengshengGets used a bone knife to cut grass and weave a soft nest, gently placing Yuanjiang inside, and then moved several bird nests nearby. Just in case a fierce beast appeared, they could eat the birds and eggs to fill their stomachs. Perhaps they wouldn't touch Yuanjiang. The birds could also cover his scent. This tactic was risky, but there was no choice. The night was as dark as a piece of black cloth. Pressing down on her chest, watching the mud on Yuanjiang's legs, she gritted her teeth. I must go to the swamp for the antidote. Covering Yuanjiang with a furry bee skin, she stared at this Black Panther, who could normally tear apart prey, now lying there completely unaware. In the past, he protected her. This time, it was her turn to bear the burden. Gripping the bone knife tightly, she followed Yuanjiang's footprints towards the swamp, no matter how treacherous the path ahead. She would forge on. The deeper she went, the darker it became, and the faint sounds drilled into her ears, like small animals brushing against branches. With pairs of small green eyes shining eerily in the dark, she gripped the bone knife, her palms sweaty, and suddenly slipped. She had reached the swamp. It's absurdly quiet here. Only the fragrance of the trees. Squinting and carefully moving forward, she suddenly spots a tree. There are new scratches on the trunk, oozing green sap that smells just like the scent on Yuanjiang's hands. She quickly avoids the green sap and touches the trunk, and the information pops up instantly. Green sap tree. Slightly toxic, can soften beast hides. Suddenly she understands. Yuanjiang came to get her to soften the red-scaled lizard skin. But Yuanjiang clearly looks like he has been poisoned lethally, not slightly toxic. She hurriedly touches the surrounding grass, and, after checking 8 types, all of them are ordinary grasses with no toxicity and no use, leaving her with only 2 chances to investigate, making her so anxious that tears almost come out. At this moment, there is suddenly movement in the tree. Eugene supports his chin, red eyes seeing through the little female below. She looks soft and stunning, yet her brows and eyes are cold and determined, and the way she touches the trees and grass makes her seem a bit clueless. Lying on the tree branch, he gets bored. Females are really uninteresting. I'd rather sleep. QushengshengGets suddenly has a flash of inspiration. Yuanjiang said, there are powerful beastmen in the swamp. In the dark night, she shouts towards the swamp. Ancestor of the swamp, please help. I will exchange anything for your assistance. The night grows darker, and QushengshengGets can only shout at the edge of the swamp. Ancestor of the swamp, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you. I would like to ask for your help, and I can exchange anything you want for your assistance. Transmigration in the beast world with a cheat. The female protagonist calls out to the red-robed toxic beast. The incredibly beautiful beastman wants her to owe a promise. Pay attention. Eugene hears QushengshengGets' delicate shout about exchanging something for help and instantly turns to focus on her, originally too lazy to move while lying on the branch. But this little female isn't trying to take advantage. She is sincere. He strokes his chin, pondering. Could it be that Eugene, am so famous? I've only been in the Yunzhou mountain range for a little over a year and already made a name for myself. Could it be that her beast father or brothers have been beaten by me? He subconsciously avoids the possibility of having beaten her beast husband without even realizing it. QushengshengGets shouts for a long time without any response, feeling half cold. Could it be that this beastman has a grudge against Yuanjiang? But saving Yuanjiang is the only way. She can only harden her head and shout again. Ancestor of the swamp, please lend a hand. I will exchange anything for your help. Her voice drifts into the swamp. Even the small animals hiding in the grass peek out, their little green bean eyes secretly watching her. The faint sound's clear to hear. Suddenly, there is a hissing sound behind her. QushengshengGets quickly turns around. She's stunned. A handsome man in a red robe walks out from behind a big tree. The golden totem on the red robe seems to come alive as he moves. His dark red long hair shining down to his waist, his long brows arching to his temples, the corners of his eyes slightly upturned with a casual air, his straight nose and thin red lips making him look like a nobleman from a fantasy world. Little female, looking for me? Eugene's snake tail instantly turns into legs, each step elegant enough to dazzle. QushengshengGets quickly regains her senses and moves closer. Are you the ancestor of the swamp? Please save a beast man. But Eugene grabs the wrong point. Don't call me ancestor, call me Eugene brother. She anxiously clenches her fists, her eyes filled with worry. Eugene brother? Please save him. If it's any later, it will be too late. He leisurely interrupts. Don't rush. Tell me your name first. Qushengsheng. Shengsheng. Why do you have to save him? Qushengsheng looks at his cold eyes hidden beneath his smiling face and instantly realizes. This beastman isn't like Yuanjiang, who spoils females. She quickly lowers her posture, her tone full of sincerity. Eugene brother, what do you want? I'll exchange anything I can for you. Eugene becomes interested, raising his hand to stroke his chin, a playful glint in his eyes. How about you owe me a promise? QushengshengGets. The scope of this promise is too broad, and she is a bit hesitant to agree. Transmigration in the beast world with a cheat. The female protagonist promises to save the Black Panther. The red-robed toxic beast actually wants her to raise him. Pay attention. Eugene sees Qushengsheng hesitating and instantly loses interest. He thought this little female was something special, but it turns out she is no different from other females. Qushengsheng immediately senses his impatience. Her heart tightening, she blurts out, I agree. Eugene raises his eyes in surprise. Have you thought it through? Yes. But the promise you want me to make must be something I can do. Only then does he realize she is afraid of being tricked, and secretly has a higher opinion of her. Before Qushengsheng can relax, Eugene suddenly bends down, a smile at the corner of his lips, saying, All right, since I'm helping to detoxify, I want to have time to hunt. So how about you raise me? He says it as if it's the most natural thing. Not feeling the slightest embarrassment about a male being raised by a female, having long wanted to break the norm of males raising females. Qushengsheng surprisingly responds calmly. Asking someone for help to provide a meal, isn't that only natural? Eugene, on the other hand, is curious. Why is this female different from others? Her eyes are as clear as the ocean she must have seen in her childhood. He follows Qushengsheng to the lakeside, his night vision ability fully activated, noticing her calves and arms marked with scratches from branches, covered in mud, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. When they reach the lakeside, he is shocked to see Yuanjiang covered snugly with fluffy bee skins, surrounded by a circle of gugu beast nests. Qushengsheng quickly explains, I was afraid he would encounter danger, so I used the birds to shield him. Did I disturb you? Seeing her face full of embarrassment and fear that he would leave, Eugene's heart stirs again. This female is really too dedicated to her beast husband. He is always annoyed with those arrogant females, thinking they're foolish and lazy while commanding beastmen, but Qushengsheng seems like the best. Before he can ponder further, Qushengsheng has already cradled Yuanjiang in her arms, and upon seeing that Yuanjiang's lips are not as dark as before, she realizes that the bloodletting actually worked. Eugene lifts his robe, casually kneeling on one knee on the fluffy bee skins, then begins to extend his distinctly knuckled hand, languidly rolling up his wide sleeves, meticulously smoothing out every wrinkle. Transmigration in the beast world with a cheat. The female protagonist pretends to be a priestess to scare the toxic beast. The red-robed handsome man draws detoxifying herbs. Pay attention. Qushengsheng is almost driven mad by Eugene, usually steady in temperament. But this man is so slow in rolling up his sleeves, meticulously smoothing out every fold, making her sweat in her palms while not daring to urge him. Afraid that if he gets unhappy, he might just leave. Eugene glances at her, forcing down her anxiety. Secretly amused. What is so good about the Black Panther? It's pitch black and can't withstand even a drop of my poison. Finally done with the fuss, Eugene finally looks at Yuanjiang in Qushengsheng's arms. He seems even more spirited than when poisoned. Looking again at the bloodletting wound on Yuanjiang's hand, he suddenly asks, Are you a priestess? Qushengsheng's mind races, quickly transforming her face into one of gentleness. My mother is a priestess. Not lying. And it can make him wary. This operation is superb. Eugene raises an eyebrow, his red eyes full of interest. No one would believe that. How can a priestess's daughter be so pure? She is probably the next priestess secretly trained by a big clan. But he doesn't expose her, instead wanting to tease her. Now I need to find the detoxifying herbs. Qushengsheng urgently asks, What do they look like? Eugene suddenly throws a jealous remark. Put him down. Holding him isn't beneficial for detoxification. After saying this, he himself is stunned. Why does he sound like a jealous little female? He quickly adds, It really isn't beneficial. Qushengsheng gently places Yuanjiang on the ground, watching him lie motionless, her heart panicking. She swallows her sadness and continues to ask. Eugene squats down, drawing a picture on the ground with a small stick, purple stems, 7 or 8 elliptical leaves, and either flowers or fruits on top. Qushengsheng looks and instantly understands. Isn't this just a double flower? Perfect for detoxification and swelling. Seeing the certainty in her eyes, Eugene is even more convinced that she is definitely a priestess. Do you understand? Go to the valley on the other side of the swamp to look. Qushengsheng obediently nods, but then glances at Yuan Jiang on the ground, feeling troubled. She doesn't have the strength to carry him at all, and she doesn't dare to ask the picky Eugene for help. His temper clearly doesn't seem like someone who would do physical labor. QushengshengGets. But looking at Yuan Jiang on the ground makes her feel a bit worried. If she were to carry Yuan Jiang, she wouldn't be able to do it. She also doesn't dare to suggest that Eugene help carry him. Given Eugene's picky temperament, he doesn't seem like someone who would carry Yuan Jiang. Transmigration in the beast world with a cheat. The female protagonist is afraid of snakes, but touches a white snake. The red-robed toxic beast wants her to name the snake. Pay attention. Eugene sees Qushengsheng frowning at Yuan Jiang, casually saying, "Don't worry, I'll let someone else take care of him." Qushengsheng is immediately stunned. Someone else? Are there other people in the swamp? Don't worry, he won't die. Orcs have a strong physique, so we can go quickly and come back quickly, Eugene said casually, but Qushengsheng insisted. Can I see that person? I really can't rest easy. Eugene looked at her deeply. Who else is there in the swamp? This is his territory, but he didn't call her out. Instead, he blew a loud whistle. In the next second, the bushes shook violently, and the hissing sound made one's scalp tingle. Qushengsheng's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, a 3-meter-long snow-white snake emerged, as thick as a small bucket. She was so scared of snakes that her whole body stiffened like a board, and she managed not to scream. Eugene looked at her stiff appearance, and the casual smile on his face instantly disappeared. Sure enough, even the most special females find snakes cold. The white snake didn't care about that. It zoomed in front of Qushengsheng, its round eyes staring at her blankly. Looking as silly as a husky, Qushengsheng stared at its jade-white scales and suddenly wasn't afraid anymore. This snake is actually so beautiful. She carefully reached out to touch its head. The cool scales were delicate and neat, and the texture was quite wonderful. The white snake obediently lowered its head to rub against her hand, just like a dog begging to be petted. Eugene was shocked, raising his eyebrows. He had never seen a female say a snake is beautiful at this age. He held back for a long time, his voice a bit tight. It doesn't have a name. You can give it one. Qushengsheng was stunned. Can I? Of course. Look how much it likes you. As soon as Eugene finished speaking, the white snake nodded eagerly. Qushengsheng was even more surprised. It can actually understand what we're saying? Yes. And it's a girl. Let us call it by you. Beautiful like a piece of flawless jade. Girl, let us call it by you. It's beautiful like a piece of flawless jade, Qushengsheng said sincerely. In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, the red-robed, poisonous beast wants to steal the corner. The female lead refuses to hold hands, and he instantly pretends to be aggrieved, igniting the flames. Pay attention. Eugene's eyes were soft. Good. He likes it very much. His gaze was locked on Qushengsheng's face, full of genuine tenderness. As soon as the white snake heard its name by you, it happily wagged its beautiful tail, looking like a child who just got candy. Under the moonlight, Qushengsheng's black hair was loose, her hands touching the white snake's head, her brows and eyes soft with a sweet smile. Looking like a goddess sent by the beast god, Eugene's indifferent eyes gradually softened. This was the first time he felt that a snake could also be liked by someone. He glanced at Yuan Jiang lying on the ground. His eyes narrowed. If Sheng can like Baiyu, she can definitely like me. This Black Panther is totally unnecessary to keep. Sheng used hard leaves to fold a small bowl, teaching Baiyu. When Yuan Jiang is thirsty, give him water. When he is hungry, feed him bird eggs. She also used soft animal skins to wipe the mud off Yuan Jiang's body, only feeling at ease after feeding him water and eggs. Eugene stood beside her with his arms crossed, anxious to the point that his toes curled. Yet he didn't dare to urge her. Eugene Gidge, let us go. Sheng finally caught up with his pace after looking at Yuan Jiang one last time. After walking for 2 hours, dark clouds completely covered the moonlight, and Sheng, with poor night vision, stumbled over branches, her throat dry and hoarse, still stubbornly saying, "No need to rest." How far is it from the valley? Eugene couldn't persuade her, suddenly said, "I'll carry you." After being rejected, he calculated in his mind. First save Yuan Jiang to catch his breath, then brush up his favorability in front of Sheng. and finally force Yuan Jiang to give up and become a beast husband. Shengsheng, if you fall sick, I will only take care of the female. Eugene pretended to be very sincere, and Shengsheng finally relented. Then let us rest for a bit. His eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly took out his gear to set up a small black tent, reaching out to take her hand. Come on, let us rest in the tent. The moment Shengsheng broke free, he immediately stiffened, his hand falling empty, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Am I really that annoying? Shengsheng panicked. No, you're overthinking it. Eugene seized the opportunity, his voice soft as cotton. Then Shengsheng, don't be afraid of me, okay? I won't hurt you. He blocked her words about not wanting to be too close. When she softly said she wasn't afraid of him, Eugene instantly smiled. This smile was simply breathtaking. That's good. Shengsheng, come, let me show you Eugene's little house. Eugene's face instantly broke into a smile, and to be honest in that moment, Shengsheng suddenly understood what breathtaking beauty meant. In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, the red-robed handsome man flirts with the female lead. Night watch hunting to brush up favorability, igniting flames. Pay attention. Eugene's smile was like a blooming peony, dazzling to the point of blinding. Beautiful enough to captivate hearts. He carefully took Shengsheng's wrist. Just a polite touch, nothing over the line, instantly making her feel much more comfortable. He bent down to lift the tent flap. Inside, the animal skin bed was piled soft with several layers, and a small table was filled with wild fruits she had never seen before, exquisite beyond words. Eugene invited her to sit on the edge of the bed, and gracefully knelt beside her, clearing his throat to introduce. This red pearl fruit can beautify. Eating it makes your skin tender enough to squeeze out water. This green round one is crunchy and crisp. Biting into it is super refreshing. His voice sounded like jade pieces clashing, both proud and a bit casual, making Shengsheng unable to help but swallow. He took a handful of fruits and placed them in her palm. Try it. They're all good stuff. Shengsheng secretly checked the information. Red pearl fruit is non-toxic. Only then did she dare to put it in her mouth and chew, sweet enough to squint her eyes. Eugene noticed her cautious demeanor and became even more interested. Other females would have jumped on him by now if he was being so courteous. But she was smart enough not to take the bait. You eat first, I'll go keep watch at night. I'll wake you up at dawn. Shengsheng panicked. This is your little house. I should go outside. He pressed down on her shoulder, his dark red, long hair sweeping across her bare shoulder. Cool to the touch. You're the female. My combat power is explosive. It's very safe outside with me around. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving her in a daze. This change in attitude was too fast. He was picky just a moment ago, and now he was so considerate. Shengsheng was so tired that her eyelids were fighting, and after tasting 2 of each type of fruit, she laid down at the corner of the bed to sleep, still being careful not to dirty the bedding. Her brows furrowed as she slept. Eugene waited for her breathing to become even, carefully lifted the flap and peeked in. This vigilance, don't mess up the plan to brush up favorability. The more he thought, the hotter he felt inside. Shengsheng might not have a space ring from Yuan Jiang, so she probably didn't form a contract with the Black Panther. Then I might be her first beast husband. Heart and soul totem being cherished by the female. Who could resist such temptation? Eugene timed himself, casually hunted a fat prey, and carried it back, the beast's blood still warm. He lifted the flap and softly called, Shengsheng, it's time to get up. Shengsheng, it's time to get up. In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, the red-robed poisonous beast shows off ice abilities, instantly hunting prey while pretending to be obedient, igniting flames. Pay attention. As soon as Eugene shouted, Shengsheng opened her eyes wide. After being dazed for 2 seconds, she woke up and secretly glanced at the grass leaves beside her, still the same arc, and she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Eugene's red eyes sparkled. This little female's vigilance is off the charts. She is too smart. The more he looked, the more challenging she became. His fangs quietly sharpened, and his tongue couldn't help but flick out, like a snake eyeing its prey. Shengsheng followed Eugene out, and she was dumbfounded. Outside the tent lay a long-toothed beast taller than her, dead as a doornail, with only a bit of blood coming from its eyes. Who would have thought that this noble-looking young master would hunt so fiercely? While Eugene was packing up the tent, he suddenly lowered his long lashes, shyly saying, Shengsheng, I'm not very good at cooking the morning light sprinkled on his red hair, looking as obedient as a child who did something wrong. Who could bear to blame him? It's okay. Eugene Gidge can hunt. That's super awesome. Leave cooking to me, Qushengsheng immediately said softly. Eugene instantly smiled, and in an instant, he pouted and pretended to be proud. I can help. That awkwardness made Qushengsheng feel so cute. This is what a pampered young master looks like when venturing into the world for the first time. Shengsheng, what should I do? Eugene bent down and asked closely, with an unexpected patience. Qushengsheng was dazzled by his stunning beauty, just as she wanted to step back. He had already returned to his original position, as if leaning in just now was a coincidence. First, peel off the skin, remove the head and the innards. The long-toothed beast is super big. She couldn't possibly handle it, Eugene replied, and with a swish he formed an ice-blue long knife, swiftly and cleanly processing it, washing it with water until it shone, looking incredibly cool. Qushengsheng was stunned, her eyes wide open, but she didn't ask about his abilities. Eugene was anxious. Aren't you curious about my abilities? I am curious. Then why don't you ask? This is your privacy. It's impolite to ask. Eugene's eyes instantly lit up. This female is such a treasure. He uncontrollably shouted, but I want to tell you. His heart raced. His insides felt like they were on fire, and his mind was filled with the desire to show off his abilities in front of her. His heart raced fast. His insides felt ignited, as if what he had been searching for was right before his eyes today. He felt like an inexperienced male, completely focused on showcasing himself. In the beastly world, crossing over with a cheat, the red-robed, poisonous beast showcases 5th-level ice power. Suddenly, he became clingy after eating spicy skewers. Look, Qushengsheng looked up at Eugene. Under the morning light, he looked like he was dusted with gold powder, dazzlingly bright. Her eyes were full of confusion, not understanding why he was suddenly so excited. Eugene lowered his head, his voice soft. I'm not well-liked in the tribe. I have no friends. And no one wants to listen to me. Would you? Qushengsheng paused. I would. Just as she finished speaking, Eugene instantly resembled a child who successfully got candy. Boasting, Shengsheng, my ability is ice. I'm already at 5th-level soul power. Qushengsheng was shocked. Yuanjiang at 3rd level was already impressive, and he, being so young, was at 5th level. His combat power was explosive. Eugene smiled like a peony blooming in the morning light, satisfaction radiating from him. Qushengsheng directed him to move the meat next to the stone platform. Cut it into pieces. Skewer it with wooden sticks. The young noble was clumsy, his hands trembling while skewering, yet he was extremely serious, and surprisingly, he actually finished skewering. She took out salt, yellow fruit, and ground chili, then lit the fire to grill the meat. Eugene curiously leaned over, and as soon as he smelled the ground chili, he sneezed twice in quick succession, his nose turning red. Stay away. This ground chili is super spicy. Yet he still cautiously leaned closer. Shengsheng, what can I help with? Qushengsheng mashed the yellow fruit and ground chili into a paste in just a few moves, asking Eugene to create an ice bowl, adding salt to make a spicy dipping sauce. Once the meat was grilled, she divided the dipping sauce into 2 bowls, giving him a bowl with less ground chili, while her own was bright red and extremely spicy. Eugene dipped a piece and was immediately amazed. The fresh, fragrant, and spicy flavor shot straight to the top of his head, activating the meat's aroma, making him sweat and exclaim, wow. Shengsheng, this is too delicious. Qushengsheng was delighted. Finally, someone was there to eat spicy food with her. The sight of the noble young man devouring a large meat skewer was so adorable that she couldn't help but laugh. After finishing, they tidied up and set off, and Eugene instantly became clingy, protecting her while muttering, the food Shengsheng made is amazing. I love it so much. Suddenly, he became shy again and lowered his head. Before, when I asked you to take care of me, I was afraid you'd trick me like other females. They all play tricks to get close to me. Qushengsheng looked at his stunning face and instantly understood. This face attracts too much attention. She shyly scratched her head. It should be me hunting, but I ended up making you do it. It really should have been her hunting, and she felt a bit embarrassed about letting him hunt. In the beastly world, crossing over with a cheat, the red-robed poisonous beast tricks the female, lead into drinking heart's blood. The golden blood bowl hides a contract that explodes the scene. Eugene stared at Qushengsheng, confirming that she believed his words, and he instantly felt relieved. This was half true and half false. But he genuinely wanted to make things difficult for her at the beginning. Shengsheng, my hunting is amazing. From now on, I'll handle the hunting. You just need to cook for me. Eugene used this tactic to let her lower her guard. Orcs understand the importance of strategy when pursuing females. However, Qushengsheng was still thinking about Yuanjiang, troubled and unable to focus. On the other side, Yuanjiang was having a rough time. Bayou used its tail for the third time to sweep the eggshell off his face, its round eyes feeling guilty, not having hands to feed the eggs. Getting hit in the face was normal. It gave up feeding the eggs and used a leaf bowl to fetch water for Yuan Jiang to wash his face, proudly thinking, I'm the smartest snake in the Yuncheng mountain range. Eugene suddenly led QushengshengGets on a detour. There's a misty forest ahead. The mist is poisonous. My blood can detoxify. Can you drink it? QushengshengGets was confused. Animal blood can detoxify? What is the principle? Eugene had already calculated. The mist can be resolved with heavy buildings, but there were none now. Will drinking this harm you? QushengshengGets instinctively asked. Not wanting to owe a favor. It's fine. Eugene quickly formed an ice bowl, slicing open his palm. Golden blood flowed into the bowl, like it was filled with shattered gold. QushengshengGets was astonished. The blood was not red. How magical. Eugene's face turned pale, wrapping his hand and urging, drink it. It doesn't taste bloody. QushengshengGets took it, sniffed, and indeed, there was no bloody smell. Seeing him bandaging his wound, she simply tilted her head back and drank it. Eugene caught a glimpse, his pupils dilating with excitement, looking very enchanting. This wasn't ordinary blood. It was the heart's blood of an orc's mate contract. He intentionally tested her. QushengshengGets, lacking common knowledge, actually drank it. This was the first bowl of heart's blood she had ever drunk. It belonged to him, Eugene. It proved that she hadn't contracted with Yuan Jiang. After finishing the heart's blood, QushengshengGets smacked her lips. This blood actually has a refreshing taste, like morning dew. Eugene's heart raced like it was about to explode, pressing down on his wound to appear calm. Let us go after drinking. He dashed ahead. QushengshengGets didn't ask much. Just felt he didn't seem to want anything. Eugene was overjoyed. The leper tribe orcs really know how to hide. This little female is clean and pure, and it benefits me. In the beastly world, crossing over with a cheat, the red-robed poisonous beast leads the female lead into the mist. The wandering orcs are too scared to move. In the beastly world, if someone hears that an orc gave a female a bowl of heart's blood, they would definitely curse him as insane. Heart's blood is the root of orc power. Even a sip can harm the foundation. Daring to give a whole bowl? This is purely dancing on the edge of death. QushengshengGets didn't understand these things. She hadn't been taught the rules of the beastly world and was even more confused after crossing over. And just like that, she unwittingly drank the entire bowl. After drinking the heart's blood, Eugene protected QushengshengGets as if guarding a cub. She said it wasn't necessary to be so exaggerated, but he wouldn't listen, and in the end, QushengshengGets could only go along with him. The two walked for most of the day and finally reached the edge of the misty forest. The outskirts were all thorns, and inside, the trees looked menacing. Even in broad daylight, it was eerie. Shengsheng, hold onto my sleeve tightly. The mist is thick, don't get lost. Eugene offered a corner of his sleeve, his face extremely serious. QushengshengGets obediently gripped it. The fabric was smooth and cool, and she instinctively held on tighter. Eugene was calculating in his heart. Entering the mist was to create an opportunity to win the beauty, but he also couldn't act recklessly. Having just given a bowl of heart's blood, his combat power wasn't so effortless. Vigilance was still necessary. He conjured an ice-blue longsword in his hand, made in the style QushengshengGets had demonstrated, and it was very handy. The noble young man in red clothes and red hair held the ice sword, while the delicate little female gripped his sleeve. And the two walked hand in hand into the mist, the scene both cool and sweet. A few wandering orcs in the shadows were dumbfounded. The one-armed pig orc shouted, "Is this male crazy? Bringing a female into the mist to die?" The rhino orc rubbed his hands with a wicked smile. What a pity for this little female. Why not just snatch her? The lizard orc quickly looked at the one-eyed scar-faced fox orc. "Boss, should we go?" The fox with blue eyes sneered. "Go? Wait, that's a snake orc. His soul power is even stronger than mine." The rhino orc instantly became mute. He didn't even have soul power, and was afraid of the fox with third-level soul power. How powerful must this snake orc be? A group of them could only hide in the shadows and watch from a distance, not daring to move forward even a step. Outside the Yuncheng mountain range, there were huge city-states and even royal families. In the beastly world, crossing over with a cheat, the red-robed poisonous beast instantly explodes magic crystals. The female lead is embraced the entire time, looking cool. QushengshengGets and Eugene were about to venture into the misty forest. Eugene remembered that there were detoxifying herbs hidden there. This forest is divided into 3 circles. The outer circle is full of weak wild beasts, the middle circle is filled with magical beasts, and the inner circle is all tough characters. Moreover, wild beasts run around, and beasts from the outer circle can also rush out from the middle circle. Sheng, stay alert the whole time. Don't panic if you run into danger. Trust me, you won't go wrong. Just as Eugene finished his reminder, a shadow suddenly dashed out from the bushes beside him. He raised his hand to conjure an ice shield, and with a loud clang, he took the hit. Qushengsheng clearly saw that it was a short-tailed dog the size of a Tibetan Mastiff, with sharp fangs, fiercely crashing into the ice shield. Eugene quickly pulled her into his arms. The ice shield instantly turned into ice spikes and shot out, accurately piercing the short-tailed dog's eye. It howled in agony and collapsed, twitching a few times before going still. This thing loved to ambush. It was ugly and weak. Eugene disdainfully scoffed, while Qushengsheng was charmed by his coolness and found his remarks amusing. Unable to help but laugh, he naturally took her hand. Hurry up. The smell of blood will attract beasts. Qushengsheng glanced back. A pack of large gray, curly-haired huskies was crazily fighting over a short-tailed dog corpse, which was a terrifying sight. The two had just taken a few steps when the bushes ahead rustled violently, as if a giant beast was about to charge out. Suddenly, a black-horned beast the size of an elephant sprang out. It was covered in long hair, had black horns on its head, and a pig-like nose, looking extremely fierce. This was a second-tier magical beast, the black-horned beast. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Eugene shielded Qushengsheng behind him as the black-horned beast suddenly spit out a fireball. The palm-sized fireball shot straight towards them. Eugene conjured an ice shield to block it, and in the process, shot an ice spike at its eyes, but it was dissipated by the fireball. The black-horned beast seized the opportunity to charge at them, its horns gleaming menacingly. Eugene quickly wrapped his arm around Qushengsheng's waist and jumped back lightly, dodging with max agility. While protecting her and maneuvering, he controlled his ice attacks. He could have killed this magical beast in an instant, but he just wanted to hold her a little longer. 15 minutes later, the blackhorn beast was crushed and fell to the ground. Let's dig for magic crystals. Eugene used an ice dagger to extract a piece of orange crystal from its heart, which was a magic crystal, a universal currency on the continent that could also help beastmen cultivate their soul power. Here, play with it. Qushengsheng curiously toyed with the magic crystal. The orange crystal had some impurities but sparkled. It was super magical. After playing for a while, she handed it back. Eugene Gidge, you keep it for cultivation, I won't use this. Eugene Gidge, you keep it for cultivation, I won't use it either. In this Beast World crossover with a cheat, the red-robed poisonous beast protects the female lead from the night howling dogs. Ice shield blocks the wind blades. Watch closely. Eugene stuffed the magic crystal into Qushengsheng's hand. Hold it and play. It's useless to me. He wasn't lying. Magic crystals came in red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, and he needed at least a yellow one for his 5th tier. Qushengsheng asked about the magic crystal's uses and carefully put it away, planning to give it to Yuan for cultivation. Eugene guessed she was going to give it to the Black Panther, and though he felt jealous, he was even more certain of her insight. He had seen a female throw away a male's magic crystal that pushed him to a new realm, forcing him to become a stray beastman. Qushengsheng's approach was simply a treasure. When night fell, Eugene wanted to take shelter in a small hut, but Qushengsheng firmly refused. The misty forest was too dangerous, and they wouldn't be able to sleep anyway. The two built a fire in a tree hollow, the firelight reflecting on Qushengsheng's brow and eyes, warming Eugene's heart. Used to being alone, suddenly having company made the world feel gentle. Eugene Gidge, eat some meat. Qushengsheng handed over the roasted blackhorn beast meat, and Eugene propped his chin up to take it, eating wildly. He loved the spicy flavor, sweating profusely but unable to stop. After eating, Qushengsheng leaned beside him, her fingertips accidentally brushing against his red shirt. It was cool and soft like woven water, and she quickly withdrew her hand and turned to sleep. Eugene took off his outer shirt and covered her, adding firewood, his gaze never leaving her. When the moon was high, a cracking sound broke the silence. He opened his eyes and went out of the tree hollow, only to see a sea of green eyes from the night howling dogs, fierce and terrifying. Howl! The lead dog ordered, and the pack lunged. Eugene conjured an ice shield to protect the hollow, but the ice spikes only grazed their fur. He shattered one dog with his ice sword, but was instantly surrounded by wind blades. They had encountered a large pack. Eugene felt helpless guarding the tree hollow. Seeing this, the night howling dogs split their forces to attack the hollow. "How dare you move, beasts?" he roared, but was blocked by a 2-meter-tall lead dog of a deep blue color. He could only crush the lead dog first. Qushengsheng was awakened, discovering she was covered with Eugene's outer shirt, and the entrance was sealed with ice. Through the ice, she saw the blue-black dog unleashing wind blades to break the ice, frightening her back. Thankfully, the ice held. Qushengsheng was so scared she took a big step back, relieved that the ice hadn't broken. In this Beast World crossover with a cheat, the red-robed, poisonous beast, injured, crushes the lead dog. The female lead scatters herbs to save him. Watch closely. Qushengsheng stuffed Eugene's shirt into her bag, slung her small pack over her shoulder. Gripping her bone knife, her palms sweaty and trembling with fear, she looked up. Not far away, Eugene was fighting a deep blue giant wolf-like night howling dog. The battle stirring up the wind and clouds. The beast spat out wind blades, and with the wind, it charged fiercely, making it almost impossible to defend. Eugene gripped his ice-blue long sword, radiating an air of killing intent, his brows cold as ice. Suddenly sensing her gaze, he turned sharply, meeting her eyes from afar, and gently nodded to reassure her. Qushengsheng quickly nodded back, signaling that she was fine. Eugene couldn't delay any longer. This magical beast had 4th-tier soul power, tough skin, and wind blades, making it extremely difficult to deal with. He wanted to transform into beast form to deal with it instantly, but feared Qushengsheng would dislike the snake form, so he could only grit his teeth and fight. He leaped onto a nearby branch and jumped onto the night howling dog's back, fiercely gripping the skin on its neck and slamming it down. With his other hand, he raised his ice sword and thrust it into the side of its neck. Blood gushed out, and Eugene was violently thrown off. The night howling dog's sharp teeth lunging for his throat. He quickly raised his left arm to block, the teeth piercing through his arm while simultaneously stabbing the sword into the beast's eye. The night howling dog crashed to the ground. Eugene lay on the ground, gasping for breath, blood gushing from the wound in his left arm, causing his face to turn pale. He pushed himself up and charged at the remaining small dogs. And without their leader, the pack scattered in all directions. He quickly crushed the stragglers and rushed to the tree hollow, melting the ice shield. "Shengsheng, don't be afraid. Hurry up. The smell of blood will attract beasts." Qushengsheng quickly rushed to support him, and the two limped away swiftly. As they walked, they spotted a cave and thought to hide, but Eugene suddenly pressed down on his wound. "No, it smells like a forest python. This is its lair." He had wanted to transform into beast form to use poison, but feared Qushengsheng would discover it was the same as Yuanzhang's poisoning, and even more feared she would find his snake form disgusting. So he could only grit his teeth and endure. After losing a bowl of blood before, he was now weak from blood loss and could barely stand. The two found a wind-sheltering cliff to stop. Qushengsheng snatched his water pouch and poured it over his arm wound. The 2 deep blood holes were so deep that she could see the bone, making it very chilling. "Does it hurt a lot?" Her voice trembled, and Eugene immediately feigned weakness. "It hurts." She hurriedly took out dried purple stargrass, ground it into powder, and sprinkled it on. "This herb can speed up healing." Eugene's eyes instantly deepened. "Shengsheng knows herbs. She truly is a priestess. You've worked hard." "Shengsheng." Eugene's voice softened, and Qushengsheng blushed. "Clearly, you are the one protecting me." He smiled at her. "Just one more day, and we'll reach the valley." Qushengsheng panicked. "You're injured. Can you keep going?" "I'm fine. Shengsheng, your matters are the most important," Eugene said, while appearing indifferent. In this Beast World crossover with a cheat, the red-robed, poisonous beast transforms into a giant snake to battle the flame bird. The female lead discovers the truth while gathering herbs. Watch closely. Qushengsheng felt embarrassed by Eugene's words, but did not refuse. Yuanzhang's situation was urgent, and he was very important to her. She took extra care, but Eugene felt a bit sour inside, loving her seriousness but also feeling jealous of her concern for Yuanzhang. The atmosphere between the two suddenly fell silent. Qushengsheng thought Eugene was uncomfortable and didn't say much. Eugene hid his little emotions and remained quiet. The remaining day went exceptionally smoothly, encountering no magical beasts, and they safely reached the outskirts of the valley. Eugene's wound had surprisingly healed a lot, and Qushengsheng was astonished. The beastman's recovery ability is incredible. Truly a blessing from heaven. "Shengsheng, there are flame birds in the valley, extremely fierce," Eugene said solemnly. "You keep your distance. Why distract it? You go pick the heavy building flower, okay?" "Sure," Qushengsheng answered without hesitation. Even Eugene, a 5th tier, thought it was dangerous, so this arrangement was reasonable. Seeing her determined face, Eugene couldn't help but ruffle her hair, the silky touch making him clench his fist after withdrawing his hand. Qushengsheng was stunned, looking up only to see his handsome jaw, but he had already turned and walked ahead, his brows cold and fierce. She felt a little confused. Does he have feelings for me? Just as the thought arose, she suppressed it again. The biggest illusion in life is that he likes me. Eugene walked over 20 meters and suddenly transformed into a giant ruby snake over 10 meters long. The red scales glowed brightly. It was clearly a snake, yet exuded a noble air. Qushengsheng hadn't reacted when a large blood-red bird flew in from afar. Like the legendary phoenix, it immediately hurled a large fireball. Qushengsheng crouched low and circled behind a large rock to find the heavy building. Eugene dodged the fireballs, spitting icy spikes that shot forward, but they were shattered by the flames of the fiery bird's wings. The large bird soared high, spitting fire and diving down, its claws reaching for his vital points. Eugene coiled his serpent body, spitting icy spikes while swinging his tail fiercely. One hit the bird's wing, startling the surrounding birds into a frenzy. The fiery bird went mad, frantically spitting fireballs, and Eugene, unfamiliar with the terrain, barely managed to dodge in a very awkward manner. The explosive fireballs shattered the mountain rocks, and rolling stones struck him, causing his blood to surge. On the other side, Qushengsheng finally found the heavy building and, seeing the snake and bird in a deadlock, was anxious. This bird was too crazy, and Eugene was not gaining the upper hand at all. She hurriedly dug for the heavy building. This herb could clear heat and detoxify. Treating snake and insect bites, it was a must. Suddenly, she heard chirping sounds and looked up to see a nest of chicks. It turned out the fiery bird was going wild because it had chicks behind it. She looked up and saw a nest of little birds. No wonder the bird was so frantic. Its chicks were behind it. In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, the red-robed poison beast sacrifices itself to protect the female lead. Crushing the fiery bird leads to a thrilling turnaround. Pay attention. The little birds chirped, making Qushengsheng anxious. She looked up and saw the fiery bird staring at her. The next second, the large bird dove down, its sharp beak glinting coldly, aimed directly at her face. Qushengsheng dodged. Eugene's eyes were about to split with rage. Qushengsheng flipped over in a second. Flames erupted behind her, and the tips of her hair were scorched. She rolled and crawled away, but the 3-meter-tall bird targeted her again. Its eyes full of bloodlust, there was no escaping. She froze, her whole body stiffening, her hands trembling. In a critical moment, Eugene used his tail to wrap around her. He was struck hard by the large bird's beak, blood splattering out. Qushengsheng pressed against his cold scales, feeling alive again, just a second away from death. Looking at the blood on the ground, she panicked. Was she really going to die here today? Eugene was furious. He had intended to draw the bird away to let her pick the heavy building, but it dared to hurt Qushengsheng. He raised his serpent head, revealing sharp fangs, and sank them deeply into the bird's wing, refusing to let go. His tail wrapped tightly around Qushengsheng to protect her, while he forcefully injected venom into the bird's body. The fiery bird's fireballs instantly dissipated, and it fell to the ground, unwillingly defeated. Eugene confirmed the bird was dead, transformed into his human form, and hugged Qushengsheng, his blood-stained red lips both beautiful and fragile. "Shengsheng, you're okay now." Qushengsheng looked at his leg injury, blood trickling from his lips and a gash on his forehead, panicking. "Eugene, are you all right?" "I'm fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he swayed, and Qushengsheng hurried to support him. She helped him sit down, took out all the purple star grass to grind into powder, and when she touched his leg, she was shocked to find it was fractured. Eugene panicked. "Will I become a disabled beast?" "No." She cut branches, used bee skin rope to secure it, and mixed yellow fruit juice with herbs to apply to his injured leg. Eugene was stunned. This treatment method was so innovative. Her tribe must be a top-tier city-state. After dealing with it, she asked Eugene to collect the large bird and dig for heavy building, leaving small seedlings for sustainable development. Qushengsheng looked at the bird's nest, troubled. "What about the little birds?" Eugene's expression changed instantly. "Don't touch them. Hurry and leave." He supported himself with his ice sword and stood up. Its mate was nearby. It wouldn't stop until it was dead. With the little birds around, it wouldn't chase far. "Shengsheng, there might be another fiery bird nearby. Its mate is dead, and it will definitely not rest until it avenges it. Let's hurry. It won't chase too far with the little birds." Eugene felt a little heavy in his heart. It was his oversight, but thankfully Qushengsheng noticed. In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, the red-robed poison beast. Injured, lures the female lead to brush past him. The heartbeat synchronized, creating a super ambiguous spark. Pay attention. Qushengsheng supported Eugene as they rushed out of the valley. He looked at the small stream ahead and said urgently, "We need to wipe off the blood. Otherwise, the fiery bird's mate will hunt us down." Both of them were panicking. Having just fought one, they definitely couldn't handle another. Eugene struggled to sit by the stream, reaching for Beast's skin to wipe himself, but his hand shook, making it even harder. "Eugene, I'll help you." QushengshengGets saw and became anxious. He refused with his mouth, but was secretly overjoyed, pretending to reluctantly agree and even feigning shyness. QushengshengGets initially thought it was super awkward for a man and a woman to help each other, but seeing his bashful demeanor, she quickly adjusted her mindset. He was an injured patient who got hurt for her sake. What's wrong with helping him? She took the wet beast skin, looking at the bloodstained clothes, unsure where to start. Eugene hung his head, struggling to undress, and QushengshengGets quickly reached out to help. Her hand just brushed against his, and he instantly looked up, his red eyes full of innocent shyness. QushengshengGets' heart raced, staring into his beautiful red eyes. She almost got bewitched. "Shengsheng?" Eugene called, and she snapped back to reality, her face instantly flushed. Steadying her nerves, she helped him take off his clothes. Oh my! The noble young master actually had a well-defined body, with pale skin and blood-red long hair, resembling the Western angel Michael. Absolutely stunning. Her fingertips grazed his skin. The warmth of her fingertips against the cool beast skin made Eugene's back tense up. He regretted it deeply. He had wanted her to get closer, but instead, he was being tortured to the brink of losing control. QushengshengGets lifted his long hair to wipe his back, her warm breath brushing against the back of his neck, sending shivers down his spine. He held his breath, secretly inhaling to suppress his excitement. After wiping his back, she turned to face him. QushengshengGets looked at his chest muscles and abs, placing her left hand on his cold white shoulder, while her right hand slowly wiped his chest. She could clearly feel his rapid heartbeat, her own heartbeat synchronizing with his. Her ears turned red, her cheeks flushed. QushengshengGets was startled when Eugene let out a low, enticing gasp, causing her hand to slip, and the beast's skin fell to the ground. Eugene was startled by the sudden stimulation, letting out a muffled groan, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, the red-robe poison beast forcefully kisses the female lead, but is rejected. On one knee, he admits his mistake, heartbroken. Pay attention. Just as QushengshengGets reached out to pick up the beast skin that had fallen on the ground, her wrist was suddenly gripped tightly by Eugene. He pulled her forward sharply, and she gasped, her hands instinctively pressing against his chest, while her lower back was firmly held by him. Eugene maliciously pressed on her waist, and QushengshengGets instantly felt all her strength leave her body, collapsing into his embrace like a boneless doll. He teasingly flicked his tongue over his sharp canine, his red eyes filled with dark intensity. One hand lifted her delicate chin, while the other pressed her waist without letting go, and he lowered his head to capture the red lips he had long desired. Sweet. Sweeter than he had imagined. QushengshengGets' eyes widened, and she raised her hands to push him away, but found no strength, only able to gaze at him with watery eyes, pleading silently. But the more Eugene saw her pitiful look, the more he wanted to tease her, kissing her until her mind was hazy, and in the end, she couldn't even tell if it was from lack of oxygen or embarrassment, only able to endure. It was unclear how long it lasted, but Eugene finally released her, his voice hoarse with a hint of desire. "Shengsheng, we should go." Only then did QushengshengGets come to her senses. Her face flushed all the way down to her neck, her eyes shimmering with a hint of pink, like a little rabbit that had been terribly bullied. Trembling as she handed him his outer garment, Eugene deliberately gave her time to calm down, struggling to put on the outer garment, then pretended to be weak. "Shengsheng, I can't use my leg. Can you help me?" She said nothing as she supported him, her head down, not speaking. Her heart was filled with guilt towards Yuanjian, feeling like she had betrayed him. After walking in silence for an hour, Eugene saw her sweat-drenched temples and said with concern, "We've gotten far enough. Let's take a break." QushengshengGets helped him sit down, but she moved far away, tears falling silently to the ground, crying without a sound. Eugene saw this and became anxious, slowly moving to her side, kneeling on one knee to look her in the eye, lowering his head to admit his mistake. "Shengsheng, I'm sorry, I offended you. Please stop crying, all right?" QushengshengGets looked at his usually proud head bowed down for her face full of sadness, and finally choked out, "Why? Because I like you." Eugene's voice trembled. "I've been to many places and seen many people, but only you make my heart flutter. Can you Can you not? She interrupted directly. Let's pretend today never happened. Eugene didn't even dare to look up, fearing he would see the disgust in Qushengsheng's eyes. He even found an excuse to say that Qushengsheng didn't like him because she didn't like his beast form, not because she didn't like him. In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, the red-robed poison beast protects the female lead while ambushing. The ice sword confronts the rogue beastman. Pay attention. The upcoming journey was filled with awkward silence. Eugene didn't give up, despite Qushengsheng's repeated disinterest. He still wanted to protect her. He returned to his previous demeanor towards her, and Qushengsheng breathed a sigh of relief, both pretending to forget the matter. After walking for half a day, they would be out of the misty forest. Eugene casually mentioned, his eyes filled with reluctance. Hurry up. Qushengsheng was preoccupied with thoughts of Yuanjiang and didn't notice his disappointment. Eugene forced a smile. All right. He didn't dare to say stop due to his leg injury, afraid she would misunderstand his intentions. The two finally exited the forest, where the grass was half a person high, and the heat distorted the air. Just as Qushengsheng was worried about Yuanjiang, she stumbled and was about to fall. Eugene, forgetting his leg injury, rushed forward to catch her. Thankfully, his leg was feeling a bit better. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke surged towards them, and Eugene instantly pressed Qushengsheng's head into his chest. Hold your breath. He jumped aside with her, and just as his feet were about to touch the ground, sharp spikes shot up from the soil. He dodged them, his sharp gaze locking onto the left front. An orc appeared. Leave the female. The hoarse voice sounded as if it had been singed by smoke. Eugene shielded her behind him, shooting ice spikes back. Want to snatch someone? No way. You're all poisoned. Surrender. The coarse voice was extremely disgusting. The rhino orc revealed its full form. Leave the female, and we'll let you go. What poison could deceive me? Eugene spoke arrogantly, but his heart was in turmoil. He was immune to all poisons, but Qushengsheng was not. The pig orc brandished a stone knife, its eyes revealing lewd intentions. This poison can bring the female to ecstasy. Qushengsheng looked up and saw 2-meter-tall rhino orc, ugly one-handed pig orc, and a one-eyed scarred fox orc, each with lewd gazes. Upon seeing her beauty, the pig orc and rhino orc inhaled sharply, almost drooling. The fox orc was also shocked. This female is truly a rare gem. Eugene concealed the ruthlessness in his eyes, closely watching Qushengsheng's expression. There was no reaction now. But who knows what might happen later? Hand over the antidote, and I want to pursue the matter. Otherwise, Eugene, will definitely make you pay. Eugene flipped his hand, gripping an ice blue longsword in his palm. In the beast world, crossing over with cheats, red-robed poison beast axe, defeating 3 beasts in seconds. The mesmerizing poison has no antidote. Using blood to save the female lead. Pay attention. Upon hearing Eugene's name, the Qushengsheng's pupil shrank. He came from the outer city-state and had long heard of Eugene's reputation. That was a ruthless character no one dared to provoke, known for his viciousness and cruelty. He regretted it deeply. I shouldn't have listened to the pig orc's allure. This dirty drug has no antidote. Eugene would definitely not let them off. Attack. Kill him. Qushengsheng saw Eugene's injured arm, shielding the female, and decided to eliminate him. The pig orc and rhino orc charged forward, while Qushengsheng pressed the ground to summon earth-based attacks. Eugene instantly transformed into a ruby giant snake, coiling his body around Qushengsheng to protect her. She held a bone knife inside, her eyes filled with vigilance. An ice shield clanged as it blocked a rock, dust flying everywhere. Qushengsheng squinted. Eugene's long tail swung, sending the pig orc flying into a thicket, blood instantly splattering. The pig orc transformed into beast form, its yellow tusks charging at Eugene's body. The rhino orc also transformed, its sharp horns slicing through Eugene's tail. Eugene's pupils narrowed, focusing on Qushengsheng. He needed to quickly extract the name of the poison. Qushengsheng couldn't hold on. Qushengsheng was being beaten down, suddenly seeing the giant snake strike like lightning. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Eugene pretended to be slow, tricking him into letting his guard down. Sharp fangs pierced Qushengsheng's leg, causing him to scream in pain, only to discover the wound was numb. Eugene had poisoned him. Qushengsheng viciously severed his leg and rolled away, only to see the severed end turning black, blood pouring out. Eugene spat out the severed leg. It's useless. This display terrified the 2 orcs, and they turned to run. Eugene's tail wrapped around the pig orc, his sharp fangs plunging into the rhino orc's neck, which collapsed with a loud crash after struggling for a moment. Where's the antidote? Eugene coldly asked the pig orc. No, antidote. It's an allure. The pig orc trembled like a sieve. Eugene's gaze sharpened, retracting his tail to strangle him. Shengsheng remained unfazed. These scum deserved to die, and thankfully Eugene's combat power was explosive. Are you afraid, Shengsheng? Eugene asked as he transformed back into human form. She shook her head, touching her flushed face. What poison did we get? Allure. Eugene nodded solemnly. What if there's no antidote? Shengsheng panicked. Let us go over there. There's a pond formed by mountain spring water. I'll try to use my blood to help you. Eugene saw Shengsheng's flushed cheeks and decided to use his blood for her antidote. If one drop didn't work, he would let her drink more. In the beast world, crossing over with cheats, Red Robe poisoned beast bleeds to save the female lead. The pond was filled with chaos. Pay attention. Eugene led Shengsheng into the mountain spring pond, kneeling by the edge, and swiftly sliced open his wrist. Bright red blood mixed with a metallic scent gushed from his pale skin, dripping into the clear pond and spreading red. Shengsheng, hurry and drink. My blood can detoxify. This allure has no antidote. No herbs will work. Only my blood can counter it. He extended his bleeding wrist forward, his face pale as paper, not mentioning how much blood he was losing. Shengsheng stared at the blood flowing from his wrist, her heart suddenly tightening. She reached out to grasp his hand, pressing her warm, red lips gently against it. Eugene never said he was bearing it for her, only silently cutting open his own wrist. This side of him was truly touching. Eugene, who was already cooler than ordinary beasts, trembled all over when her soft lips touched him, seeing her long black hair cascading down, her eyes tinged with red like she had been dusted with blush, with a hint of tears, her snow-white skin flushed pink, exuding a hazy charm. The water in the pond clearly revealed her slender waist and long legs, the beast skin skirt hugging her curves. His throat bobbing as he couldn't take his eyes off her. The loss of blood made him feel faint, but he secretly rejoiced. She drank my blood. She doesn't dislike me. On Shengsheng's side, she felt utterly uncomfortable, her whole body soft and unable to stand, like a little beast tightly clutching his wrist. Her fingertips turning white, burning up to only recognize his cool skin. Her mind was in a daze as she suddenly pulled Eugene into the pond. Her entire weight pressed down, wrapping around him like a koala, breath brushing against his ear, arms around his neck, legs around his waist. Eugene froze like a statue. In his whole life, he had never been this close to a female. Shengsheng, wake up. He spoke in a low, hoarse voice, anxious, uncomfortable. Ha! She mumbled softly, rubbing her head against his neck. Eugene gasped, confused as to whether it was from blood loss or temptation. He quickly protected her, softly calling, Shengsheng, I'm Eugene. She hazily responded, Eugene. His clear gaze instantly dulled, leaning in as if worshipping a goddess. Gently brushing his lips against her reddened eye, Shengsheng stared with wide, watery eyes, her nose slightly red and looking both pitiful and alluring. Her fingertips unconsciously traced his back, causing Eugene to stiffen, instinctively tightening his grip around her slender waist. Ah! She let out a soft cry and melted against him. His red pupils turned into slits, licking his thin lips stained with desire, leaning close to her ear and asking, Shengsheng, do you know who I am? In the beast world, crossing over with cheats, the red robe poisoned beast finally gets the female lead. The snake totem manifests, causing heart-wrenching chaos. Pay attention. Shengsheng opened her eyes, focusing her last bit of clarity on the person in front of her. Eugene, you are Eugene. Shengsheng, hold on a little longer. Eugene's eyes swirled with desire, but he desperately held himself back to comfort her, yet the last string in her mind finally snapped. She pressed her entire body against Eugene. His body temperature was cool, and this coolness made her burning body feel extremely comfortable. She leaned in to gently rub her red lips against his beautiful Adam's apple. Eugene's reason snapped. He tightly gripped her slender waist, lowering his head to kiss the lips he had yearned for. Shengsheng, call my name. Eugene. Woo-woo. She called softly and sweetly, completely losing her power to resist. The delicate wrist by the pond was pressed red, her jade-like hand desperately gripping the edge of the pond. Her red and black long hair tangled together, soft moans and gasps mixing. Her snow-white skin blossomed with crimson marks, his strong muscles marked with scratches. Eugene pressed against her like a hungry wolf, calling out, Shengsheng, Shengsheng. She melted into a puddle of water, her voice hoarse as she pleaded, no more. He coaxed and fiercely attacked, wishing to merge her into his bones and blood. The sunlight shyly drew the curtains, and as night fell, the moonlight cast the overlapping shadows of the two people in sharp relief. Eugene carried the drowsy Qushengsheng back into the house, dried her off, and carefully placed her on the bed. This commotion didn't wake her. She must have been really exhausted. He stared at the snake totem on her chest, almost worshipfully kissed it, and firmly believed, from now on, Eugene will be her beast husband. He knelt at the edge of the bed, tightly holding her hand, both hoping she would wake up to judge him and fearing she would look at him with disgust. Qushengsheng woke up feeling soft and sore all over, struggling to stretch her arm and rub her eyes, only to see red marks all over her arm. Last night's events flooded her mind instantly. She lifted the water beast's skin, and the snake totem, 2 inches wide, was clearly visible on her chest. Tears rolled down her cheeks. This isn't a dream. It's real. Eugene was outside, clumsily roasting meat when he heard her sobbing inside. His hands froze instantly. She cried, "She definitely won't forgive me." He slowly knelt outside the small house, his usual cunning and sharp tongue completely gone, leaving only anxiety and melancholy. It turns out that no matter how eloquent one is, one can be speechless in front of someone they like. Qushengsheng cried for a while, forcing herself to calm down. Yuanjiang is still waiting for rescue. I can't fall apart. Eugene had advised her about this from the start, and it was her who didn't listen. The blame isn't entirely on him. Her fingertips gently traced the warm snake totem on her chest, and she knew. If she cut open her skin, she could break the bond. But then Eugene would become a wandering beast man, unable to increase his soul power for the rest of his life. She understood that cutting her skin could solve Eugene's problem, but that would turn him into a wandering beast man, preventing him from gaining soul power for life. In this beast world, the crossover had an external boost. The red-robed poison beast was taken care of by the female lead. Swearing to protect, it was exhilarating. Pay attention. Beastmen deeply crave power. Yuanjiang and Eugene even more so. They need strength to support themselves and to protect their loved ones. Qushengsheng propped herself up. Knowing Eugene was definitely outside, she wrapped herself in the beast's skin and carefully got up, lifting the curtain to see. Eugene looked dazed, avoiding her gaze. His head lowered, as if it were about to bury itself in his chest. "Eugene," she called softly, wanting him to look her in the eye. Eugene's heart tightened, closing his eyes in resignation. "Am I going to become a wandering beast man? I'm here." His voice was hoarse. "What do you want to do from now on?" Qushengsheng clenched her fist, wanting to know how the two of them would proceed. Eugene panicked completely. "Is she going to abandon me? You need me to stay. I'll do anything." Qushengsheng's heart trembled. He had already prepared himself to be despised. "It was me who made the first move yesterday. It's not your fault," she hesitated to say. "It's my fault for not holding back." Eugene was anxious. "I don't regret it. I just like you, Qushengsheng, and want to take care of you." His straightforward words relieved Qushengsheng. It had come to this. She could only accept it. "I like Yuanjiang, you know that, right?" "Yes," Eugene answered with difficulty. "What's done is done. I won't let you become a wandering beast man. I'll take responsibility. But I have a promise with Yuanjiang. I need to listen to his thoughts, okay?" Eugene instantly perked up. His eyes widened. "She wants to take responsibility for me. She won't abandon me. Okay. Whatever Shengsheng says is right. Did you hear me?" Qushengsheng helplessly thought he looked too much like a silly boy. "I heard. Don't let me become a wandering beast man. Let Yuanjiang accept it." Eugene obediently replied, like a primary school student reciting a lesson. Qushengsheng chuckled. Though that wasn't what she meant, it was close enough. Eugene excitedly pulled her into his arms. Qushengsheng's heart raced. Actually, she liked him a bit too. Seeing him so happy like a child, her heart softened. "I swear to the beast god, I will protect Qushengsheng for life." His voice was gentle like a mountain breeze. "I made a note of that." Qushengsheng replied seriously. "I really like you." Eugene buried his face in her hair, filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers. Qushengsheng raised her hand, softly patting Eugene's back, silently telling him she understood. In this beast world, the crossover had an external boost. The red-robed poison beast spoiled his wife crazily, returning to camp to make medicine and crush rivals. Pay attention. Eugene declared today as the day of his life. This was the greatest day ever. After living like a wandering beast, he finally had a home. Being accepted by Qushengsheng was more exciting than the beast god suddenly filling his soul power. He was so excited he couldn't hold back. directly pampering Qushengsheng like a beast world emperor. He nearly chewed the roasted meat to feed her, taking care to an extraordinary degree. Although Qushengsheng felt a bit helpless, seeing his bright red eyes like a little beast, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. To be honest, Eugene's roasted meat was quite ordinary. It looked like burnt black charcoal on the outside and barely edible on the inside. It was clear he had given it his all. He cut through the charred shell, feeling embarrassed. Sheng, I didn't keep an eye on the fire today. Next time will definitely smell good. Qushengsheng's expression remained unchanged, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. You must know that Eugene was a natural disaster in the kitchen, having no concept of cooking. He usually turned into a beast and ate fresh prey. This time, being able to roast it to an edible level was already an extraordinary performance. He secretly resolved, from now on, I will practice roasting meat whenever I have free time. I must make the most delicious food for Sheng. After eating, they hurried off. Qushengsheng was eager to save Yuanjiang, and Eugene instantly transformed into a giant ruby snake, swiftly carrying her through the forest paths. He secretly calculated, Yuanjiang, doesn't he accept me? I'll beat him into submission. I am Sheng's first beast husband. I have the innate advantage of being the eldest. Crushing him is a sure thing. The rules of the beast world are simple and crude. The first beast husband is automatically the leader. Later ones who disagree must duel, with the strongest deciding. Eugene never thought of being second. He had the strength to firmly hold the position of the top beast husband. The closer they got to Yuanjiang's dwelling, the more anxious Qushengsheng felt. Facing Yuanjiang, she was filled with shame, finally arriving by the lake, as she just dismounted from the snake's back. Bayu approached like a little puppy, its round eyes full of flattery, rubbing against her and making her unable to help but laugh. Eugene's face darkened instantly. Get lost, snake. He wanted to hold Qushengsheng's hand to show off the demeanor of the first beast husband, but Bayu intentionally squeezed between them. Eugene bit his teeth in secret. I didn't beat you enough back then. Why are you so scheming now? Qushengsheng quickly walked to the edge of the meadow, where Yuanjiang lay pale, his forehead cool to the touch. She hurriedly covered him with the beast skin and took out the heavy elixir. The key medicinal material for saving Yuanjiang was finally used. Eugene felt sour inside. Yuanjiang is really an eyesore. If it weren't for Sheng liking him, I would have found a way to deal with him long ago. But seeing his strength is decent, he can barely be his second beast husband. He immediately rushed to perform. Taking the heavy elixir, he cleaned it thoroughly, then fished out non-crumbling stones from the lake. Just as Qushengsheng was about to grind the heavy elixir root, he hastily stepped in to help, and the paste they ground was exceptionally fine. Eugene had never seen this kind of medicine-making before, and he felt a bit curious. In this beast world, the crossover had an external boost. The red-robed poison beast declared sovereignty. When the rival woke up, it would explode. Pay attention. With the preparations complete, Eugene asked softly, Sheng, should I avoid being here? No need. Qushengsheng answered casually, though puzzled, but Eugene was overjoyed. That was ultimate trust. You must know that in the beast world, the priest's method of making medicine is a secret inheritance. Peeking would get one killed. Qushengsheng didn't understand this. But Eugene was so happy his tail almost wagged up to the sky. Sheng actually let me see. She trusts me so much. He immediately helped support Yuanjiang, pouring the heavy elixir liquid down his throat, and now they just had to wait for the medicine to take effect. A whole day and night passed, and Yuanjiang showed no signs of waking up. Qushengsheng held his hand, tears streaming down, fearing he would never wake up again. Eugene felt heartbroken and helpless. Just as he was about to act to clear the toxins, Yuanjiang's fingertips suddenly moved. Eugene, look, Yuanjiang moved. Qushengsheng exclaimed excitedly, and Eugene nodded, secretly knowing his own reluctance. Bayu returned with water, and just as Qushengsheng was about to take it, Eugene instantly intercepted. Sheng, I'll do it. Just right to chat more with Yuanjiang. Saying this, he patiently fed water, while Qushengsheng stood beside, feeling inexplicably superfluous. Just then, Yuanjiang woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Eugene's face and panicked instantly. Get away. Sheng, I don't know him. You have to spend more time together to get to know each other. After saying that, Eugene let go, and Yuanjiang stumbled into the grass pile, laughing gracefully. If you don't know her, let me introduce her, Eugene said confidently. Yuanjiang was instantly furious at the way he called her Sheng. What are you calling her? Just like that. Eugene wasn't afraid at all, his eyes full of mischief. Yuan Jiang saw that he wanted to stick to Qushengsheng, and his face turned dark with ominous premonitions. Sheng, who is he? Qushengsheng stammered, and Eugene directly interrupted. I am Sheng's beast husband. Yuan Jiang's gaze swept to the snake totem on Qushengsheng's chest, and his heart ached to the point of suffocation. His treasure actually bore someone else's mark. Sheng, is it true? His face turned pale, and Qushengsheng nodded. Yes. Yuan Jiang had guessed it, but still couldn't believe it. Just as Qushengsheng wanted to apologize, he interrupted. Sheng, let me be alone for a while. Qushengsheng was taken aback, covered the animal's skin properly, and turned to leave, with Eugene following closely behind. Qushengsheng looked at the mountains and forests and suddenly felt like she had no home. Yuan Jiang picked her up, provided her with food, clothing, shelter, and love. But she had someone else. Tears fell like beads from a broken string, hitting Eugene's heart tightly. I am not a victor, but a despicable thief. Not far away. Yuan Jiang couldn't help but curl up. He now felt that even breathing was difficult. He truly loved Sheng, loved her more than life itself. In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, the red-robed poisonous beast crushes love rivals. Teaming up to pamper the wife, the agreement is set ablaze. Pay attention. Yuan Jiang curled up on the grassland, collapsing to the point of suffocation. After waking up, someone said that Sheng, whom he cherished, no longer belonged to him. He was terrified, afraid that Sheng liked Eugene's dazzling red, despising his non-starry dark color. Afraid that Sheng would not rely on him and would follow a stronger beast. Afraid that Sheng would share her love for him with others. Then he would truly have nothing. The moonlight he carefully protected was stolen. Qushengsheng looked at him like this. Her heart felt like it was being pierced, crying until she was too exhausted to stay awake. Eugene gently covered her with soft animal skins, his eyes sharp, and turned to walk towards Yuan Jiang. What's wrong? Here to show off? Hurry and get lost. Yuan Jiang coldly said, full of hostility. Eugene raised an eyebrow and smiled. Is this your demeanor as a beast? As soon as he finished speaking, a stone knife was thrust into the ground beside him, and the two engaged in a silent duel. The sounds of fists and feet colliding by the lake were loud. Each strike was full of strength. After fighting for an hour, Yuan Jiang finally, due to just detoxifying and lacking stamina, knelt on one knee under the moonlight. He couldn't beat Eugene even at his peak. The words of childhood friends saying no female would like him echoed in his ears, and he truly felt cursed by the beast god. Yet Eugene was not the slightest bit arrogant. Instead, he appreciated him, daring to face him head-on right after detoxification with straightforward and clever moves. Was a rare, tough character. He began to talk about everything Qushengsheng did to save Yuan Jiang, and their conversation went completely off track. You let her support you? Do you have any idea how much you eat? The point is, she is willing to support me. That was for me. Are you still listening? Hearing that someone poisoned Sheng, Yuan Jiang instantly exploded. Who did it? They should have been crushed long ago. Eugene raised his chin arrogantly. Yuan Jiang was silent for a long time, his voice hoarse. It was I who made her suffer. Then in the future, I'll make it up to her. Eugene changed the subject, his eyes full of tenderness. We both love Sheng. Why don't we pamper and protect her together? She will definitely be happy. Yuan Jiang frowned and thought for a long time, finally squeezing out a sentence. Why should I listen to you? Eugene was directly dumbfounded. After thinking for so long, this is your conclusion? You're not that great, but your words are fine. Yuan Jiang was stubborn but soft-hearted. The two unexpectedly reached a delicate peace. Only matters concerning Sheng could make them fight, and they could also reconcile immediately. Daylight was approaching, and Eugene pushed the supernatural blame. I'm going hunting. You wake Sheng up. The purpose was clear, to let Yuan Jiang ease up with Sheng. As soon as he left, Yuan Jiang squatted beside Qushengsheng, softly calling her awake. When Qushengsheng opened her eyes, she saw Yuan Jiang's familiar green pupils. And for a moment, she thought everything before was a dream. Yuan Jiang. Sheng. Yuan Jiang's face was full of hesitation. His fist clenched as if he made a huge decision, finally asking, Do you still want me? In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, two beast husbands compete for affection. The red-robed, poisonous beast pretends to be weak to gain attention, igniting the flames. Pay attention. Qushengsheng hesitated, and Yuan Jiang's gaze instantly darkened. His heart sank like a heavy stone. All the words he had were blocked back by silence. His eyelashes drooped, wet as if drenched by rain, almost in tears. Qushengsheng then reacted, urgently shouting, Yes, I want you. Yuan Jiang's eyes lit up instantly. He was terrified before, afraid she would dislike him, afraid she would reject him. That silence almost scared him to hell. Shengsheng, I like you. Yuan Jiang's green eyes sparkled, and Qushensheng's tears fell instantly. Yuan Jiang was her light, teaching her to adapt to the beast world. She was extremely afraid that he hated her. Don't cry. Shengsheng, be good. Yuan Jiang hurriedly became flustered, still repeating those few phrases, but it made Qushensheng laugh. She tightly hugged him, her tears hitting the back of his neck. I'm sorry. I am guilty. You did nothing wrong. Yuan Jiang stroked her long hair, suddenly softening his voice. Shengsheng, love me a little more, okay? I'm not as pretty as him, but I'm better behaved. Qushensheng's heart shattered. She actually made Yuan Jiang so flustered. Okay, she replied, choked up, and Yuan Jiang was instantly overjoyed. This was the only thing he wouldn't compromise on. On the other side, Eugene was still struggling to hunt, specifically choosing tender meat for Shengsheng, unaware that Yuan Jiang was already secretly using tricks to compete for affection. Shengsheng, I'm back. He returned triumphantly, waiting for compliments. Not bad. Yuan Jiang casually commented, and Eugene's smile vanished instantly. He worked hard to hunt the horned beast, not to hear Yuan Jiang's perfunctory remark. Not bad. Can you do it? Eugene mocked fully. Yuan Jiang intended to retort, but seeing Qushensheng's troubled expression, he immediately softened. Let him speak. I won't pay attention. Eugene was almost laughing in anger. Just now you were lifeless, and now you're floating? Qushensheng touched Yuan Jiang's face to comfort him, and Eugene raised an eyebrow. This kid is asking for a beating, but he didn't take action. Instead, he clutched his heart, pretending to be weak. Shengsheng, I was hit by a horned beast. It hurts so much. The dazzling person frowned, surprisingly giving off a weak vibe, his eyes full of pain. Qushensheng panicked and rushed over, wanted tears close off to check. Eugene initially acted out of anger, but seeing Qushensheng's anxious expression, he suddenly felt no anger, his heart filled with warmth. He was like a despicable thief, but the goddess was still willing to give him love. So he was also willing to prioritize the goddess for a lifetime. In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, two beast husbands compete for affection, sweet explosions. The female protagonist personally awards rewards that ignite the whole scene. Pay attention. Eugene held Qushensheng's hand against his heart. Shengsheng, it says it loves you so much. Before she could react, he bent down and kissed the corner of her lips. You are my sweet medicine, and I'm all better. Qushensheng's face turned bright red in an instant, her eyes wide open, dazed like a silly rabbit. Eugene looked at her like this, chuckling softly, his clear voice irresistible. The noble young master instantly transformed into a rebellious little wolf dog. Yuan Jiang, watching from the side, tightened his grip more and more, full of unwillingness. But then he thought, if he couldn't keep Shengsheng with Eugene's help, Shengsheng wouldn't suffer. No matter what happened to him, Shengsheng couldn't be wronged. What are you doing scaring me? Qushensheng puffed up angrily, yet couldn't help but worry. Are you really okay? Be good. Your beast husband has explosive combat power. How could anything happen? Eugene lowered his eyes and pretended to be obedient, just jealous, wanting you to care about me. Qushensheng looked at him, transforming from a proud, noble young master to a well-behaved big snake, her heart warming. Bend down. As soon as Eugene bent down, she quickly plucked the grass from his hair and kissed the corner of his lips. Thank you for your hard work. This is a reward. Eugene was momentarily stunned, then chuckled softly. His treasure always made him drop his guard. Qushensheng was just about to set up the barbecue rack when Yuan Jiang immediately took over. Stop. I'll do it. Let's do it together. She pulled him to help. While setting up the rack, Yuan Jiang couldn't help but ask, do you really like him that much? He can tolerate his prey being taken, but he can't stand your love being shared. Qushensheng looked at the grievance in his green eyes and seriously said, Yuan Jiang, you are my light. You help me adapt to the beast world. I love you so much. Have confidence in me. I'm sorry, I can't break the contract. That would punish Eugene, but my love for you will never change. Yuan Jiang immediately hugged her. As long as you don't give up on me, I'll protect you with my life. Are you done? The prey is all taken care of. Eugene had his eyes on them, worried that Yuan Jiang might sway her. Watching Qushensheng let go of Yuan Jiang, and then seeing Yuan Jiang behave like a tamed leopard, he felt overjoyed. Shengsheng definitely likes me. Hearing Qushensheng's joyful and unreserved voice, and looking at Yuan Jiang, who appeared like a tamed beast, he knew Shengsheng hadn't given up on him. Eugene felt like he was bubbling with happiness. Shengsheng really liked him. In this beast world, they were crossing over with an advantage. Two beast husbands teamed up to stockpile food. The female protagonist's background stunned the two fierce men. Pay attention. The meat was quickly grilled, and Eugene sat across, reaching out to flip it, only to be stopped by Yuan Jiang. Not yet. He was about to retort when Qushengsheng hurriedly intervened. Let Yuan Jiang do it. He's great at controlling the fire. Eugene glanced at Yuan Jiang, who didn't seem proud, which was unusual. Seemed like Shengsheng's earlier words had made him more sensible. Since his cooking skills weren't up to par, he had to wait patiently. Before long, the grilled meat turned golden and juicy, and the smoky atmosphere was filled with harmony. After eating, Eugene secretly praised, Yuan Jiang is not bad. He can barely be considered family. Qushengsheng went to wash her hands by the lake, while the two beast husbands cleaned up the fire pit to prepare to return to the cave. The hot season was approaching, arriving early this year. Eugene rarely got serious, and Yuan Jiang nodded seriously. We need to stockpile food for Shengsheng. We'll talk about it when we get back. This meant Yuan Jiang was accepting Eugene. After they finished tidying up, they listened to Qushengsheng catching fish and shrimp, hunting gugu beasts, collecting eggs, and picking water celery. Eugene kept his distance. That stuff smells weird. Yuan Jiang immediately retorted. You haven't tasted Shengsheng's mushroom soup or sour fish soup. Eugene asked curiously, what's that? I'll make it for you in the future. Qushengsheng replied with a laugh. Is Shengsheng from the leopard tribe? Eugene asked. And Yuan Jiang took over. She came out early, living with me in the forest. Then what tribe are you from? Eugene finally asked. And Yuan Jiang was also curious. He only knew the Huaxia tribe and had never heard of others. Qushengsheng hesitated for a long time. I was originally from the White Tiger tribe, but I didn't become female during the guiding ceremony and only transformed after adulthood. In my memory, I am from the Huaxia tribe. The two beast husbands were completely stunned. They had never heard of such a thing. Do you remember where the tribe is? Yuan Jiang asked, and Qushengsheng shook her head. I can't go back. Eugene hurriedly mediated. Maybe I didn't walk far enough. Can the White Tiger tribe still be restored? Yuan Jiang asked again, and Qushengsheng shook her head. No one recognizes me. My parents have no feelings for me. Yuan Jiang stopped asking, sharing a glance with Eugene. It seemed Shengsheng had been bullied in the White Tiger tribe, so that tribe had no reason to exist anymore. In this beast world, they were crossing over with an advantage. Two beast husbands pampering their wife and stockpiling food. The female protagonist revealed the secret of salt making, causing an explosive reaction. Pay attention. The two stopped pressing Qushengsheng for answers and quickly cleaned enough fish and shrimp to last 2 days, turning to prepare to return to the cave. The hot season was approaching, and stockpiling food couldn't be delayed. No one dared to waste time. Qushengsheng sat steadily on Yuan Jiang's back, feeling amazed. The recovery ability of beastmen is really incredible. Eugene transformed into a giant ruby snake, and the two beasts and one person swiftly moved through the forest, reaching the cave in no time. Upon entering the cave, Qushengsheng first directed the two beast husbands to clean up the dust, while she checked the supplies. The sunflowers were surprisingly thriving. In the storage room, the wild yam was only dehydrated on the surface. The yellow fruits and ground peppers were wrinkled but juicy inside, especially the yellow fruits, which burst with juice when bitten. Such a delightful surprise. She immediately began to formulate a new plan. Gather more medicinal herbs in a few days, but first, make salt in the next couple of days. The hottest time of the hot season was coming, and she couldn't bear to be hungry. After all, in the memory of the little white tiger, she almost starved to death. Shengsheng, are you done? As Eugene's voice just fell, Qushengsheng stepped out and was stunned. The two handsome beastmen were bathing with their upper bodies bare, their abdominal muscles perfectly defined and beautiful, their cool white skins glistening with water, completely mesmerizing her. Yuan Jiang wore a black leather skirt made from his fur, his wolf tail and wet hair sticking to his neck, looking both obedient and handsome. Eugene had a red braid, his red-scaled skirt wrapped around his waist, both charming and cool, and when he raised his gaze, it was simply captivating. Are you mesmerized? Yuan Jiang chuckled, and Qushengsheng's face turned bright red. No way. Eugene, with a braid in his mouth, mumbled, We are all yours. It's only right to look. The two had privately agreed, before the hot season, they would help Yuan Jiang and Shengsheng form a contract, and Eugene also planned to make her a red dress. His tailoring skills were exceptional. As Qushengsheng avoided their gaze while discussing the plan, she mentioned making salt, and Eugene instantly became serious. This method is hidden from the city-state. Never tell outsiders. He guessed that the Huaxia tribe must be very powerful, and Shengsheng must have learned this skill from there. Qushengsheng understood immediately. They were worried about not being able to protect her and even more so about outsiders coming to steal. The two beast husbands washed up and listened to her instructions for making salt. First, crush the salt as finely as possible and dissolve it in clean water. Then lay crushed charcoal at the bottom of a large wooden barrel, and on top, use a shark silk filter. Indeed, it was the invaluable shark silk. Eugene casually pulled it out without a hint of regret, knowing this material could only be woven by shark fish. And any outsider who saw it would be left in shock. He had only 2 pieces of cloth. One was red with golden patterns, the same material as his outer garment. The other was pure white without any patterns, which he didn't care for at all. But Eugene felt indifferent. He didn't care about these things, holding only 2 pieces of fabric. One red, the same material as his outer garment with golden red patterns, and one white, without any patterns. In this beast world, they were crossing over with an advantage. 2 beast husbands continuously making salt. The female protagonist became a culinary god, showcasing delicious food. Pay attention. Back to the point. After filtering the shark silk, boil the salt water until it produces white crystals. Stop the fire to scrape the salt, and then dissolve it in clean water. Switch to a new charcoal shark silk filter. Heat it to produce crystals and let it dry for half a day. It's hot in the beast world, and it dries in just half a day. Yuan Jiang and Eugene worked nonstop all day making salt, only eating a couple of bites when Qushengsheng grilled the fish and shrimp. It was hard work, but worth it. Qushengsheng looked at the pure salt, extremely excited. Knowledge really can save lives. The 2 beast husbands were even more surprised. This salt is purer than what the city-state lord eats. After a day and night of rushing, all the salt was thoroughly refined and stored in animal skin bags, enough to cure meat and last a long time. Qushengsheng couldn't hold back and fell asleep. Yuan Jiang carried her back to the inner room. She had wanted to accompany them in making salt, but refused to listen to anyone's advice. The 2 beast husbands pretended to complain about her disobedience, but their hearts were warmed to the point of bursting. The next day, Qushengsheng woke up, astonished by the efficiency of the 2 beast husbands. The physical condition of beastmen is truly incredible. The 2 quickly restored their energy after eating enough food and immediately listened to her instructions. Yuan Jiang made a wooden frame to store dry goods, while Eugene dug a cellar to hide the yam. They finished all of this in the morning. Eugene even expanded the bedroom, bringing over 53 pieces of high-quality animal skins. Together with Yuan Jiang's, the animal skins were piled up. Even more surprising was that he actually had half a bag of pepper, saying it was for grilling meat. This was a great thing. After organizing everything, Qushengsheng suggested going to collect herbs in the afternoon, and the 2 immediately agreed. At noon, Qushengsheng turned into a culinary god. Sour and spicy fish soup, pepper-salted shrimp. The pepper sprinkled was amazing. Grilled fish, and a low-profile beggar's chicken. Eugene helped clumsily while showing off, eating the big shrimp with a beaming smile. Shengsheng is a treasure. Yuan Jiang helplessly cleaned up the mess. Please just eat and don't come closer. How embarrassing, Eugene politely replied, but his body was very honest. Yuan Jiang recalled that morning. He had shown him the grilled fish, and when he returned, the fish was burnt to charcoal, which caused them to have to re-grill it. Qushengsheng coaxed, leave some shrimp for Yuan Jiang. Don't eat too much. You are reluctant to stop after eating just one more. The meal is all ready, and a few people wash their hands and start eating. You absolutely can't imagine. Eugene just learned to use chopsticks yesterday, and today she uses them elegantly and precisely, picking up one piece after another perfectly. Now, when Eugene uses chopsticks, she's so smooth. She just learned yesterday, and today she's using them with elegance and precision, picking up one piece after another perfectly. In the beast world, crossing over with cheat skills, the female protagonist identifies medicine and creates a scene. The 2 beast husbands vow to protect the goddess. Pay attention. The beggar chicken is made super successfully. The chicken is so tender it falls off the bone. A bite bursts with juice and carries the fragrance of leaves. All 4 are gone in seconds, and everyone praises it. Eugene loves sour and spicy fish. The sour and spicy freshness bursts on her tongue. It's simply a feast for the taste buds. After eating, Eugene takes the initiative to clean up the mess, and Yuan Jiang helps out, not letting Qushengsheng lift a finger. And they clean up in no time. Just before leaving, Eugene eagerly says, "Shengsheng, I'll take you. I'm cool, not afraid of the heat." Qushengsheng looks at the big sun outside and decisively nods. Yuan Jiang has thick fur. They both will be hot. Yuan Jiang, for the first time, dislikes his own fur. The scales seem pretty good, but then he gives up. The fur is still comfortable. Qushengsheng chooses a direction with dense plants, wanting to collect useful herbs. The beast world's medicine is a top treasure. She hugs Eugene. and the two beasts and one person head towards the forest. Once they enter the forest, it feels super cool. Outside, it's 38 or 39 degrees. And here it's simply paradise. Yuanjiang gently touches her flushed face, hands her water, and breaks small tree branches. Eugene curiously asks, "What are the branches for?" "To fend off snakes." Just after QushengshengGets finishes speaking, Eugene pinches her face and laughs. "With me here, would snakes dare to come? Unless it's Bayou. How does Bayou survive the hot season in the swamp?" QushengshengGets worries, and Eugene plucks the leaves from her head. "Don't worry, it's so big. It has its ways." The two beast husbands protect her on either side, and QushengshengGets feels at ease to look for herbs. Soon, she discovers mugwort. Crushing it releases a strong scent. It dispels dampness, stops coughs, reduces inflammation, and even helps with pregnancy. Definitely a good thing. She collects the leaves cleanly and bags them. QushengshengGets directs, and although Eugene finds the smell strong, she still listens obediently. Suddenly she asks, "Shengsheng, how many plants have you identified?" QushengshengGets counts on her fingers. "Quite a few." Yuanjiang adds, "She can identify 10 kinds in a day, any plant." Eugene instantly falls silent. This ability is too explosive. Shengsheng must be the goddess sent by the beast god. He solemnly tells Yuanjiang, "We must protect her well." Yuanjiang nods seriously. This ability doesn't attract envy. It attracts wolves that want to snatch her. Yuanjiang also nods seriously. He knows that such an ability will not bring admiration, but will bring jealousy and theft. In the beast world, crossing over with cheat skills, the red-robed poisonous beast hunts the silver-armored beast. The two beast husbands pamper their wives and protect their stomachs. Pay attention. QushengshengGets sees Eugene and Yuanjiang with serious expressions and swallows back the word about how her abilities can still improve. She can't scare them anymore. Next, the two beast husbands look dumbfounded. QushengshengGets starts her personal show of identifying medicine, going from initial joy to later numbness, finally saying, "Let's just collect." And the space of the two is piled high to overflowing. After collecting, QushengshengGets sees that it's getting late and shouts to go back to the cave. On the way back, it's not so hot anymore, and Eugene lets Yuanjiang take her first while she goes hunting for extra food. As soon as QushengshengGets enters the cave, she moves the sunflowers. She picked up another one on the way. Now, there are 3, and the cave is as bright as daytime. Yuanjiang starts a fire to prepare the ingredients, while QushengshengGets helps. Today, as 10 kinds of plants are all treasures, plus a bunch of wild fruits, and she is so happy she can't close her mouth. She plans to make the remaining large shrimp with chili salt, roast 2 big fish, and stew 2 chickens with yam soup. She says to do it, and just does it. Afraid that peeling yam will itch, she uses yellow fruit to coat her hands, and Yuanjiang immediately snatches the yam. "I'll do it. You can't suffer." He even worries and asks, "Is it okay to eat?" "I'll try first, then you eat." QushengshengGets laughs and replies, "I understand. I'll listen to you." The cave is filled with warmth, and suddenly Eugene drags back her prey. "Shengsheng, I'm back." Everyone looks shocked. A 4-meter-long, silver-armored beast. Its entire body is covered in silver scales like metal, looking like a crocodile. How could this be hunted? Yuanjiang is impressed. This beast hides at the bottom of the lake. Its shell is so hard that soul power can't tear it, and it moves fast. He has never caught one in his life. Eugene casually mentions, "It loves sweets. I lured it with sugar pears." QushengshengGets curiously touches the scales, and Eugene immediately says, "I'll make you armor." He quickly dismembers the prey, cutting off transparent meat slices to feed her. "Try it. It's super fresh and sweet." QushengshengGets takes a bite and falls in love with it. And Eugene feeds her a piece the size of a fist, but Yuanjiang immediately stops. "Don't feed her. Shengsheng's stomach isn't as strong as ours. She can't eat cold food." Eugene immediately begs for mercy. "I'll remember." QushengshengGets also obediently stops, staring at the silver-armored beast's meat, swallowing saliva. This meat is snow-white and tender, just looking at his top-grade food. QushengshengGets feels that the meat of this silver-armored beast is indeed exceptional. So she lets Eugene slice some for herself and Yuanjiang to eat. In the beast world, crossing over with cheat skills, the female protagonist saves during a famine year with yam. The two beast husbands pamper their wives and drink soup. Pay attention. QushengshengGets cuts the remaining silver-armored beast meat into thin slices, planning to dip them in chicken soup and keep some for barbecuing. This meat is fresh. Just grilling it will make it fragrant. She pours the yam chunks into the boiling soup, stirs a few times, and the fresh aroma of the chicken soup instantly fills the cave. After covering the lid, she sits next to Yuanjiang and grabs his hand. clean and free of red spots. Yuanjiang, is it itchy? Yuanjiang gently smiles. Not itchy. Actually, it was itchy at first, but he didn't want Shengsheng to worry. Beastmen can't be delicate. Shengsheng tosses a few pieces of yam into the fire. Let us eat it grilled like potatoes. Eugene instantly turns into a curious baby. What is this? Yam. It fills you up. The two ask and answer, while Yuanjiang watches from the side. The cave is bright and filled with the aroma of food. This is the feeling of home. He once thought he would live a lonely life until he met Shengsheng, and everything changed. Shengsheng shouts for Eugene to take out the grilled yam, and when Eugene peels it, she sees the inside is soft and sandy white, just about to lean in. Shengsheng urgently calls, blow on it. Don't burn yourself. Shengsheng, blow for me. Eugene directly hands it over, and Yuanjiang coldly retorts, do you want me to blow it? Eugene completely ignores him, wanting to pamper Shengsheng. Shengsheng blows it cool and breaks it in half, each taking one half. Yuanjiang eats it slowly and cherishes it, and Eugene tries it. Not bad, just tasteless. Shengsheng also tries it. It's softer than modern yam and has a sweet aftertaste. After eating, Yuanjiang is amazed. This thing is super filling. Store it in the cellar. We want to go hungry in the hot season. Just as Shengsheng finishes speaking, Eugene erupts. In the city-state during the hot and cold seasons, strong beast groups lose dozens, and the weak are wiped out. This yam isn't just food, it's life. Yuanjiang is also stunned. He has only seen the old and weak die in the forest. He has never heard that the city-state is this miserable. Shengsheng also didn't expect that the beast world outside is so hard. Soon, Yuanjiang serves the chicken soup, lays out the grilled fish and spicy shrimp. And Shengsheng repeatedly reminds, blow on it. Don't burn yourself. Eugene takes a sip and is captivated. It warms my heart. The Gugu beast is surprisingly delicious. Shengsheng looks at him lazily, then at Yuanjiang, who is elegant and serious. Shengsheng looks at the lazy Eugene, then at the elegant and serious Yuanjiang. It feels quite strange. The lazy feline is rigorous and serious, while the meticulous snake is squinting and lazy. In the beast world, crossing over with cheat skills, the two beast husbands pamper their wives and level up. Hot springs, sweet, teasing swamp food protection. Pay attention. Just after Shengsheng complains about stereotypes, she reflects, I can't think like that. Everyone has their shining points. They shouldn't live in how others think they should. This meal is super satisfying. The Gugu beast yam soup warms to the lungs. The silver-armored beast slices and chicken soup are so fresh they make you stomp your feet. And the grilled armored beast slices are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Definitely top-notch delicacies. After eating, Shengsheng sits by the fire, and Yuanjiang and Eugene instantly turn into dishwashers, using plant ash and clean water to wash the dishes until they shine. Shengsheng suddenly has a flash of inspiration. I need to try making soil soap when I have time. Grandma seems to have taught the method. After washing the dishes, Yuanjiang transforms into a leopard and lets her ride on his back to the hot spring, while Eugene says he'll go to the swamp to check on Baiyu and bring back prey tomorrow. On the back of Yuanjiang, Shengsheng was about to go to the hot spring when Yuanjiang pitifully asked, can you accompany me? She looked at Yuanjiang's green eyes and blushed as she nodded. Yuanjiang transformed into a human and took her into the hot spring, soon leaving her bee-skin skirt on the shore. Shengsheng. Yuanjiang called her repeatedly, as if wanting to engrave her name in his bones. Shengsheng patiently responded, but when Yuanjiang saw the snake totem on her chest, he suddenly tightened his grip. This should have been a little leopard. Just as Shengsheng was about to apologize, he covered her mouth. I just love you too much. And I'm a little jealous. She wrapped her arms around Yuanjiang's neck and kissed his throat. Yuanjiang held her waist, but only teased without crossing the line. Wait for me. I will definitely fulfill my promise. Shengsheng felt wronged and was coaxed by Yuanjiang. By the time they returned to the cave, the moon was high in the sky, and Yuanjiang held the drowsy her gently in his arms. On the other side, Eugene arrived at the swamp, and Baiyu approached like a silly dog. When he circled behind him and didn't see Shengsheng, he instantly looked dejected. I brought you some good food. Eugene pulled out grilled fish and spicy shrimp. And Baiyu immediately perked up, showing off the plates while protectively blocking Eugene. Eugene just glanced at Baiyu a little more, and Baiyu used his body to shield the food. Eugene couldn't help but laugh at Baiyu's protectiveness and helplessly said, I'm not competing with you. In this beast world, the female protagonist has the ability to hoard supplies and identify medicinal herbs. The red-robed, poisonous beast stitches clothes, pampering his wife with explosive energy. Pay attention. Bayou noticed that Eugene wasn't fighting for food and immediately relaxed his vigilant little eyes. After eating, he immediately stuck close, wagging his tail like a little puppy, showing no trace of the fierceness he had when protecting his food. Eugene flicked his forehead and laughed, little thing. He then asked how he was getting through the hot season, and Bayou hissed carelessly, while Eugene reminded him, "If anything happens, find us. Do you remember the location?" Bayou obediently nodded. Eugene dug out red shark silk from the depths of the swamp cave and worked overnight to sew clothes for QushengshengGets. At dawn, when he finished, he shook out the dress. The golden red fabric flowed like water, with an exquisitely detailed totem. He was certain Shengsheng would love it. After folding the clothes, he went hunting, and Yuanjiang also got up early to make breakfast. After eating, they both set out to hoard supplies, synchronizing their stockpiling mode. QushengshengGets watched Yuanjiang leave and immediately started her day's work. First, she cleaned the cave until it shone, then moved the sunflowers outside to bask in the sun, and finally organized the supplies in the storeroom. The sugar pears looked like coconuts and were sweeter than honey. She planned to boil them into sugar cubes for easy storage. Other fruits were sorted into the cellar, with the damaged ones picked out to dry. 10 types of medicinal herbs were washed clean one by one and placed in a basket to dry. Red rock grass for burns, fire feather flower for tendons, green cicada grass for beauty, and cloud winter leaf for hair nourishment, each one useful. In the afternoon, after finally finishing organizing, QushengshengGets looked at the tidy storeroom, which filled 1/5 of the cellar, and smiled in satisfaction. Feeling hungry, she fried a goo beast egg and noticed the oil can was almost empty, planning to boil more. After eating, she carried the vine ladder down the cave to find medicinal herbs, identifying 10 types every day that she could never run out of. The forest, which she once found terrifying, was now nothing compared to the need to survive. She specifically touched unusual plants, and her luck was at its peak. She just discovered a wild yam and noted its location, and then she stumbled upon treasures, white luo grass and purple stargrass. One treats fever and cough, and the other speeds up wound healing, with roots that can quickly stop bleeding. What a score! As she continued moving forward, she discovered more white luo grass and purple stargrass, one for treating fever and cough, and the other for accelerating wound healing, with roots that can quickly stop bleeding. In this beast world, the female protagonist encounters schemes, with 2 beast husbands pampering their wife for rescue from a benefactor, explosive energy. Pay attention. Today, QushengshengGets not only identified herbs, but also discovered treasure plants, fruits that looked like large flower buds, soft as cotton inside. Drying and storing them would keep her warm in the cold season. She would no longer fear freezing. Just as she was examining the plants, she suddenly heard some noise and quickly hid behind a rock wall, holding her breath. "Tiger Yuan, if you hunt a horned beast, I'll be your beast husband," the female red raspberry pretentiously called out. Tiger Yuan's rough voice sounded excited. "Are you really willing? If you don't want to, then forget it." Red raspberry instantly became impatient and pretended to coax. "Don't you want me to bear your cubs?" "I do," Tiger Yuan replied immediately, and his footsteps faded away. "What if Tiger Yuan really hunts a horned beast?" Another male voice panicked. Red raspberry sneered. "He doesn't have soul power and still wants to hunt a horned beast? That's just asking for death." QushengshengGets felt her teeth itch. This was clearly a trap to kill Tiger Yuan. Once the voices completely disappeared, she dared to peek out, feeling that the name Tiger Yuan sounded familiar. With the sky darkening, she hurriedly ran back to the cave. On the way, she suddenly remembered. Tiger Yuan was the lifesaver of her original self. The original self had been pressed into the mud by a group of cubs and was almost drowned when Tiger Yuan rushed over, pulled her out, and scared off the bad cubs, silently protecting her ever since. QushengshengGets stopped in her tracks. This kindness must be repaid. She could not let him go to his death. She needed to find Yuanjiang and Eugene to help and crush this scheme. As soon as she entered the cave, she saw Eugene staring longingly at the cave entrance, waiting as if he could bore a hole through it. "Eugene, I'm back," QushengshengGets shouted while running, and Eugene immediately smiled, his red robe swaying as he rushed to her and lifted her up like a child. "Shengsheng, I miss you," he tilted his head, pouting, his red eyes sparkling. And QushengshengGets felt sorry as she stroked his long hair. "Good, you must be tired." Eugene leaned down and kissed her lips, sighing. "With you here, this is home. Are you hungry? I'll make you spicy shrimp," QushengshengGets gently said, and Eugene immediately nodded vigorously, his happiness making his tail almost wag. "Okay." Eugene was so happy he was practically wagging his tail. In this beast world, the two beast husbands are on a hunting spree. The female protagonist gets a black rhino curved knife, explosive energy. Pay attention. Eugene often acts like a clingy little puppy. And Qushengsheng indulges and coaxes him. He knows it's just coaxing, but he loves this feeling of being cared for. The once feared, sharp-tongued boss now looks forward to being pampered by his partner. Qushengsheng ignited the campfire. We need to hoard firewood for emergency use in the kitchen. Eugene immediately complied. No problem. You decide where to put it. Beastmen have plenty of strength, and this little task is nothing to him. I discovered new wild yams. Just as Qushengsheng finished speaking, Eugene pounded his chest. I'll go dig them tomorrow. Just tell me the location in detail, and I'll guarantee to dig them all out. How'd hunting go today? Qushengsheng casually asked, and Eugene perked up immediately. It was amazing. When Yuanjiang comes back, I'll definitely beat him in the hunt. Just as he finished speaking, a black flash dashed in. Yuanjiang transformed into his human form and raised an eyebrow. Hunting? Who's afraid of whom? Yuanjiang directly pulled out his space, and the prey scattered across the ground. A nearly adult horned beast, covered in battle scars, a long-toothed beast, and several colorful, long-haired rabbits. Yuanjiang is so powerful. He can hunt this horned beast. Qushengsheng exclaimed, while Eugene stubbornly said, It's okay, just a little worse than mine. As he spoke, he brought out his own prey, completely dominating the scene. The silver-armored beast was even bigger than last time, its fluffy silver-gray fur soft as clouds, extremely precious. Along with an unfamiliar black rhino, black skin with short fur, its horns frighteningly sharp, plus a dozen goo-goo beasts. My goodness, so many? Qushengsheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Eugene's eyes were gleaming, waiting for praise. Qushengsheng suppressed a laugh and pretended to be serious. Eugene is amazing. What is this black rhino? Black rhino. The meat is bursting with juice. Eugene suggested eating the black rhino, and Yuanjiang immediately nodded. Nothing was more important than Shengsheng's happiness. Qushengsheng stared at the black rhino's horn, 50 centimeters long, with a smooth curve, with envy. Can we make a curved knife out of it? Yuanjiang and Eugene replied in unison, Definitely. Yuanjiang carefully removed the complete rhino horn, planning to make her the weapon she wanted after cooking. Yuanjiang took the horn off completely and then planned to cook first before making the weapon for Qushengsheng she wanted. In this beast world, the female protagonist saves her benefactor, with two beast husbands pampering their wife barbecue dipping sauce. Explosive energy. Pay attention. Qushengsheng saw that both Yuanjiang and Eugene were present and immediately clarified the matter of encountering Tiger Yuan during the day and their life-saving connection, wide-eyed, waiting for both beast husbands to express their opinions. Eugene and Yuanjiang exchanged a glance, and Eugene spoke first. Is Shengsheng planning to take him as a beast husband? Qushengsheng was directly confused. Take what? I don't need to repay kindness with my body. Just help him stay alive and don't expose me. Yuanjiang instantly smiled, and Eugene asked, How specifically to help? Hong Mei forces him to hunt the horned beast alone. You guys go protect him, tell him what Hong Mei tricked him into, and let him choose the rest. Yuanjiang skillfully peeled the black rhinoceros skin while sighing. Who cares about such trivial matters in a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong? Only Shengsheng has a kind heart. Qushengsheng stared at the tender rhino meat with longing. Can this be eaten raw? Yuanjiang helplessly replied. It can, but it has no flavor. I'll give her a thin slice as thin as paper. Qushengsheng tasted it. It's fatty and tender with no fishy smell, but a bit greasy. Grilling, it would definitely make it fragrant. She immediately rushed to the storeroom to get dipping sauce. Ground local peppers roasted into powder, mixed with sour and spicy dipping water, dry local pepper plate, and white pepper plate. Spicy fragrance instantly filled the cave. Yuanjiang skewered the rhino meat into large chunks and grilled them. The red meat glistened golden, with fat dripping onto the fire, sizzling like the golden legends spoken of on the internet. Qushengsheng watched eagerly, looking as obedient as a little puppy begging for food, almost drooling. Once the meat was grilled, the three of them feasted. The dipping sauce paired with the grilled meat was divine, leaving their bellies round. After eating, Yuanjiang and Eugene processed the prey, while Qushengsheng entered the pickling mode. Eat the lightly salted ones first, store the salty ones in the cellar. And she planned to make cured meat, rubbing salt evenly and marinating overnight, then applying wood ash to the surface to prevent insects when it was half dry. This operation was definitely the first of its kind in the beast world. Although Yuanjiang felt sorry for the salt, He said nothing and cooperated fully. By midnight, they finally rested. Qushengsheng found Yuanjiang too hot, so she unconsciously snuggled up to the cool Eugene to sleep. Yuanjiang, with a dark face in the middle of the night, wanted to pull her over, but she resisted and dodged away, while Eugene secretly laughed in the dark. The next morning, Yuanjiang woke up with a belly full of anger, and Eugene, satisfied, quietly moved Qushengsheng away and slipped out. Although Eugene had sharp tongue, he remained silent towards Yuanjiang, who was the one cooking. However, the smugness in his eyes made Yuanjiang not put a single local pepper into the dish for Eugene while cooking. In the beast world, crossing over gives you an advantage. Dual beast husbands hoarding supplies. The female lead, soft and cute, asked to join the fun. Pay attention. The only plate of spicy stir-fried shredded meat. As soon as Eugene reached for it with his chopsticks, Yuanjiang immediately blocked him. This is what Shengsheng loves to eat. Eugene immediately withdrew his hand, but kept sneaking glances at the dish. Yuanjiang felt delighted inside, while Eugene secretly laughed. The two planned to head to the horned beast territory. Hunting horned beasts was a piece of cake for them. After all, two high-powered beastmen working together. Yuanjiang secretly kissed Qushengsheng on the forehead, his eyes full of affection, and then set off with Eugene. By late morning, Qushengsheng finally woke up, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she was starving. After washing up, she saw the leftovers, roasted wild yams, stir-fried shredded meat, and cleaned the plate completely. Yuanjiang always knew her appetite. She calculated. Let them come back and dig into the meat storage cave, make meat racks, and tidy up the inside and outside of the house. Looking at the big sun outside, she didn't dare to go out. Yuanjiang said they would enter the hottest season in 7 days, and the supplies weren't enough. She decided to follow them tomorrow to hoard vegetables and starchy crops. Meanwhile, Yuanjiang and Eugene worked together to take down a large horned beast. Eugene entangled the prey, while Yuanjiang swiftly killed it. You hunt well. You also create a scene. The two of them frantically slaughtered the prey, filling their space ring, and then wove baskets to hoard fruits. Shengsheng loves to eat. When they got home, they smelled the aroma. Qushengsheng had prepared a table full of dishes. After eating, the three divided the tasks. Eugene skinned, Yuanjiang cut and marinated, and made racks to hang the meat. Tomorrow I'm going with you to gather, and we also need to prepare stone jars for storing water, Qushengsheng said. And Yuanjiang urgently advised, it's too hot and dangerous outside. But I want to go, Qushengsheng pleaded cutely, and Yuanjiang immediately wavered, while Eugene decisively said, our abilities are more than enough to protect Shengsheng. Yuanjiang immediately agreed. Eugene coaxed Qushengsheng to sleep, while he and Yuanjiang processed the leftover meat. The next morning, Qushengsheng was awakened by a tickle at the corner of her lips. Opening her eyes, she saw Eugene's bright red eyes. Awake? My Shengsheng. He leaned over to envelop her lips, sucking and licking. Qushengsheng raised her delicate white neck, the line of her jaw exquisite and smooth, and the confusion in her eyes gradually replaced by allure. Qushengsheng felt Eugene touching her softness. Trembling hands pressed against his distinctly knuckled large hand, her eyes filled with a weak plea. In the beast world, crossing over gives you an advantage. Dual beast husbands in a battlefield. The female lead, soft and cute, is bullied. Pay attention. Eugene's eyes were tinged with red, directly pressing Qushengsheng's wrist to the top of her head, his body pressing down on her, not letting her move, but also not hurting her. He hooked her tongue, her delicate breaths filling his ears, and looking at her powerless appearance, he wished he could swallow her whole. Qushengsheng's eyes were both alluring and pleading, unable to speak. On the bed, their bodies entangled, their tongues touching, and outside was Yuanjiang. Her heart raced violently, only able to beg Eugene to stop. But Eugene was unwilling to let go, wanting to savor the little white rabbit properly. Eugene, no more. Qushengsheng finally squeezed out a weak voice, but Eugene only said, I love you, his hands not stopping, and even kissing the snake, totem on her heart. Qushengsheng's eyes were almost crying from the redness, pinned down with no way to move, only able to bite her lip in fear of making a sound. Outside, Yuanjiang's leopard ears twitched, filled with disappointment. Beastmen have excellent hearing and had already heard the commotion. But in the beast world, rules dictate not to interrupt. Who told Eugene to be so strong? And with that snake totem on his heart, he casually cooked. But his ears were glued to the sounds inside the room. Finally, Qushengsheng puffed out angrily. You said we should leave early. And kissing. Eugene followed behind, his eyes satisfied and sweet. It's all my fault. Qushengsheng didn't believe him. As soon as she stepped out, She met Yuan Zhang's gaze and quickly looked away, feeling guilty. Seeing her like this, Yuan Zhang immediately stopped feeling sad. She must care about him to be flustered. Sheng Sheng, get wash up and eat, Yuan Zhang gently called. When Qushenghsheng looked up, Yuan Zhang saw the marks on her neck and her swollen lips. Eugene was glared at by Yuan Zhang and quickly begged for mercy. During this meal, Yuan Zhang purposely made things difficult for Eugene. Burnt meat, tasteless fried eggs, and stir-fried meat full of local peppers. Eugene ate it all, drinking water like crazy from the spiciness, while Qushenghsheng felt extremely relieved. Serves you right for bullying me. After the meal, the three of them geared up to head out, with Qushenghsheng sitting on Eugene's lap, feeling the air dry to the point that even the leaves looked wilted. It was even noon, and the temperature was nearing 40 degrees and still rising. Qushenghsheng's complexion turned red, her lips slightly dry, and Yuan Zhang handed her water. QushengshengGets. In the beast world, crossing over gives you an advantage. Dual beast husbands saving their benefactor in seconds from horned beasts. The female lead hoarding supplies encounters danger. Pay attention. The beast skin water bag can hold a lot of water. Qushenghsheng drank half a bag by herself, while Yuan Zhang and Eugene didn't touch it. Beastmen's physique is truly overpowered. They weren't afraid of thirst even in 40-degree heat. Yuan Zhang felt heartbroken, tucking her sweaty hair behind her ear. Next time, don't come out. This heat could make you faint. I can't. The supplies aren't enough to survive the hot season. Qushenghsheng was super determined, then asked, Did you see who you want yesterday? No. He probably went to another horned beast forest. Today we'll go there to find him. Eugene protected her, letting her face lean against his cool scales to cool down. Suddenly, Yuan Zhang stopped. There are local peppers ahead. The three instantly transformed into human form and rushed to collect, filling a large basket. This amount would be enough for their dipping sauce in the cold season. Continuing on their way, Yuan Zhang started his motherly nagging. Stay within our sight. Don't get close to the horned beasts. If you bleed, close your eyes. Hold the water bag and drink. Qushenghsheng helplessly waved her hand. I know. Yuan Zhang insisted. Repeat it. Eugene quickly saved the situation. Yes, just teasing you. Just believe we can protect you and be good. QushengshengGets. Praised by Eugene for being really good. After walking for another 10 minutes to the pasture, Qushenghsheng was settled behind a large rock, while Yuan Zhang and Eugene crept towards the riverbank. Yuan Zhang transformed into a black panther, crouching low to sneak, while Eugene turned into a snake and quietly swam. When they were 100 meters from the river, Eugene lightly tapped Yuan Zhang's tail, and the two instantly stopped. All the horned beasts were soaking in the river to cool off, lazily lounging around. This was the perfect opportunity to hunt. The next moment, high energy, an orange-black tiger suddenly leaped out of the bushes, pouncing on a newly adult horned beast. But it underestimated the strength of the horned beast and was violently thrown away, rolling on the ground to dodge the attack. The tiger, unwilling to back down, lunged again, its sharp claws scratching the horned beast, but this only enraged it further. The horned beast erupted with ferocity and charged at the tiger, which had no escape from the large tree behind it. It was about to meet its end. Go! Yuan Zhang shouted, and Eugene's snake body instantly agreed. If it didn't save it now, the beastman will be finished. Yuan Zhang darted forward like lightning, his snow-white fangs sinking deeply into the horned beast's back. Eugene's tail wrapped around the tiger and hurled it into a safe zone, then froze the horned beast's limbs, rendering it immobile. Who are you? The tiger glared at the two of them suspiciously, clearly hoping not to be disturbed and doubting their intentions. Eugene raised an eyebrow and retorted, Huh, Tiger Yuan? The tiger suddenly looked up. How do you know my name? This reaction confirmed it. They were indeed the ones who had rescued Sheng Sheng. You don't need to care who we are. We are just passers-by, Yuan Zhang said as he pulled his long fangs from the prey. The beast world is a crossover with a cheat. The dual beast husbands save the wrong person. The female protagonist encounters a treasure plant explosion. Pay attention. Yuan Zhang and Eugene had not transformed back into their human forms, while Tiger Yuan's eyes were full of vigilance. These days, killing and looting were too common. How do you know my name? He pressed, and Eugene casually replied, I heard Hong Mei wants you dead and looks down on you behind your back. Tiger Yuan fell silent for a moment, retorting defiantly, What's it to you? Mind your own business. Eugene mocked, That female doesn't love you, and she can't possibly be your partner. If you want to manage something, let me take the horned beast. Tiger Yuan ignored the advice, his eyes only on the prey. Yuan Zhang had anticipated this. Sheng Sheng had warned him, Helping for a moment wouldn't help for a lifetime. Eugen's face was indifferent. There are plenty of beastmen in the beast world who are blinded by reproduction. Let's go. Eugene shook his head and left. And Yuan Jiang added, the prey is for you. We are entrusted to save you. Entrusted? Tiger Yuan was stunned. And Eugene didn't look back. That female is trying to flatter you with the prey. Tiger Yuan's claws dug into the soil. Even if it's a trick. Hong Mei is the only one willing to get close to me. Yuan Jiang and Eugene paused. Both of them had also been unloved. Without Sheng Sheng. They might be just like Tiger Yuan. They were incredibly lucky to have Sheng Sheng. But the majority of beastmen in the beast world were miserable, never learning to treat themselves well, only loving others without limits. After returning to the big stone, Yuan Jiang and Eugene brought Sheng Sheng along and left, seeing that Tiger Yuan had not heeded their advice. Sheng Sheng sighed helplessly. In a beast world where males outnumber females, this is the norm. The three went to a new hunting area, and Sheng Sheng was directly stunned. Giant beasts were tearing open throats, ripping flesh. The violent aesthetics were even more explosive than in movies. After watching enough, she went to search for plants. This hunting area was like a sauna, stuffy and hot. While wiping the sweat from her eyelashes, she focused on the ground, looking for treasures, occasionally turning back to confirm she was within the sight of the two beast husbands. Suddenly, good luck struck. She spotted a half-human-high plant with white petals and yellow stamens, in clusters. Possibly good fortune had arrived. She had found a plant that looked familiar. The beast world is a crossover with a cheat. The female protagonist discovers potato palm king bombs. The dual beast husband stockpiling exploded. Pay attention. Sheng Sheng's small hand touched the plant. Oh my, it's a potato. Starchy tubers that can be eaten. She stared at a large patch of potatoes. Fireworks exploding in her mind. Potato shreds, fried fries, baked potatoes, mashed potatoes, potato cakes. Instantly rejuvenated, she frantically searched around for new plants. While searching, she muttered, this soil and climate aren't even the potatoes' hometown, yet they grow so well. Maybe there's an even bigger treasure. After touching 4 times and finding only ornamental grass, she was so angry she stomped her feet. Then she touched a low plant, red hibiscus. The roots could be used as dye. Digging it out, her nail scraped, and it was beautifully dark red. This was natural lipstick plus fabric dye. She took half of it with a bone shovel to stockpile for dyeing bee skins later. Running forward, she saw a patch of forest. My goodness, it was palm trees. The fruits could be pressed for plant oil, and the fibers could be woven into palm mats, super comfortable against stones, making waterproof ponchos. Her eyes lit up. With plant oil, she could make cold dishes and have freedom for fried foods. This was a huge profit. After that, she also found a small patch of turmeric, and Yuan Jiang and Eugene also finished their battles. The three teamed up to dig, harvested turmeric, picked 2 big baskets of palm fruits, and dug up all the potatoes. Small potatoes were buried back to keep seeds. Sheng Sheng looked stunned. These potatoes were bigger than coconuts. Cutting one open, no gaps. The stone knife was covered in white starch, which could be extracted to make potato starch for thickening. In the end, their harvest piled into a mountain. Storage space was bursting. Yuan Jiang carried a big basket, each hand holding a basket. Eugene transformed into beast form, carrying Sheng Sheng, with the tip of his tail hooked onto a basket. Hearing Sheng Sheng say there were wild yams by the cave, the two immediately took a detour to dig. Beastman's stamina was truly extraordinary, not tiring at all. In the end, when they really couldn't carry anymore, Sheng Sheng walked on her own, while Eugene transformed back into human form, carrying some on his shoulders, still moving swiftly. When they returned to the cave, everyone was exhausted. Yuan Jiang coaxed Sheng Sheng to sleep, and the two beast husbands organized everything overnight, storing potatoes and yams in the cellar, picking out bad fruits to give Sheng Sheng as snacks, and marinating all the meat to hang. They calculated, marinated meat plus tubers could last them for 2 months. This storage method in the beast world was a bug that could change the fate of an entire city-state. The two were overjoyed, almost shouting out loud. The next morning, Yuan Jiang and Eugene did not wake Sheng Sheng, and after finishing breakfast, they went out hunting early. The beast world is a crossover with a cheat. Dual beast husbands sweep the lake bottom for stockpiling. Tiger Yuan hunts the horned beast and faces humiliation. Pay attention. This time the target was locked on the big lake. The lake was full of goo beasts, fish, and shrimp, drying up only in the hottest times. The shore was full of wild beasts, but at this time, beastmen and beasts did not provoke each other. Everyone wanted to conserve their strength to survive the natural disasters. Beastmen hunted the weak and old beasts with a high success rate. The old and weak beasts would also proactively keep away from the young, using their bodies to block danger. Yuan Jiang and Eugene arrived at the lakeside early in the morning, and it was already hot enough to roast people. The two divided their tasks. Eugene went into the lake to catch fish and shrimp, while Yuan Jiang collected eggs and caught gugu beasts without alarming the surroundings. Making it easy. After a busy morning, they swept through the lake and outside, leaving seeds. As Sheng said, they wanted sustainable development. Before leaving, Yuan Jiang was cutting grass, and Eugene was stunned. Changing to eating grass? Sheng likes it. With one sentence from Yuan Jiang, Eugene immediately joined the grass-cutting team, cutting until full before leaving. I want green juice to dye clothes. You go, I'll hunt and be back on time. The two split up. When Sheng woke up, she had roasted yam meat soup, scrambled eggs, feeling super satisfied. After that, she washed the palm fruits to dry, and in just 15 minutes they were dry. While tidying the cave, she planned. Use porcelain stones to store water, stockpile animal fats, prepare more firewood, and stabilize during the hot season. On the other side, Tiger Yuan was carrying the giant horned beast back to the white tiger tribe, shocking the whole tribe. He shouted outside the Hong Mei cave, I hunted a horned beast. Inside, Hong Mei was busy with her new partner and pretended not to hear. Tiger Yuan clearly heard the beastmen inside cursing. Which bastard? Hong Mei even said, don't pay attention. Tiger Yuan's grip was tight, standing outside the cave for an hour, his lips turning pale from heat and sweat. The tribesman advised, Lizard Gon's power is at the second level. Don't provoke him. Tiger Yuan asked, who is he? The lizard beastman Hong Mei just found. Super fierce and ruthless. The tribesman chattered to clarify, but Tiger Yuan refused to leave, wanting a result. An hour and a half later, Hong Mei came out, her face flushed, and the tribesman cheered. Isn't Lizard Gon good? Hong Mei pretended to scold. Don't crowd around. Hearing this, you won't even get meat. A beastman teased. I could do it too. Hong Mei spat back. What are you, still daring to think about me? I'll let Lizard Gon beat you to death. The beast world is a crossover with a cheat. Tiger Yuan hunting the horned beast is being played. Hong Mei covets the ice-type big shot. Pay attention. Tiger Lao Lu saw Lizard Gon come out and immediately retreated from the crowd with a snort. Tiger Yuan shouted hoarsely. Hong Mei, the horned beast has been hunted. Hong Mei frowned. Seeing Lizard Gon come out, she hurriedly said, got it, just leave it here. What else? Tiger Yuan raised his head, his eyes full of red bloodshot veins, having traveled and gone without sleep for a night. What? Redberry was extremely impatient, finding his ugly face annoying. Tiger Yuan fell silent instantly. He had fought so hard, only to become a joke. The disgust in Redberry's eyes was unmistakable. Seeing Tiger Yuan standing still, Redberry glanced at the giant horned beast, which could provide food for a long time, then looked at Lizard Gon's increasingly gloomy face and panicked. You go back first. I'll find you when I have time. She immediately shouted for 5 beastmen to drag the horned beast away. The tribesman hissed, scared off by Lizard Gon's venomous gaze. Tiger Yuan knew he couldn't beat Lizard Gon, but he couldn't swallow this anger. In the end, he was pulled away by the beastmen, and after a few steps, he fainted. Was it dehydration? Avoidance? No one could say for sure. Redberry's eyes sparkled as she circled the horned beast. Tiger Yuan was truly a fool. He believed whatever was said and actually hunted the horned beast. Lizard Gon leaned over to take a look. The horned beast's limbs were covered in shattered ice, and he instantly frowned. It wasn't him who hunted it. An ice-type powerhouse froze the horned beast. He probably just delivered the finishing blow. Redberry hurriedly asked, is he stronger than you? Lizard Gon replied seriously, there's no comparison. He is the real big shot. Redberry's heart ignited. How explosive must it be to be admired by Lizard Gon? If he became her beast husband, Lizard Gon sneered at her ambition. How could a big shot look at her? He was just a wandering beast man. Using Redberry to scout the situation in the Cloud Mountain range. With second-tier soul power, he was a strong man here. I'll go ask who the strong man is. Redberry tidied her hair and left. If Tiger Yuan didn't say, a lover's position would do. She originally had 10 beast husbands. Some died, some were lost. And now only 6 were left, so a lover was more cost-effective. Lizard Gon actually wanted him to become her beast husband. She just liked being treated roughly. But her other beast husbands were useless, and they didn't dare to defy her or hurt her. After all, she taught them well. In this beast world crossover with cheats, Redberry schemed to lure Tiger Yuan. The ice-type big shot became prey, explosive. Pay attention. Lizard Gon was just a wandering beast man. Redberry only had a physical relationship with him, holding on to him because of insecurity, but she was spoiled. If she found someone stronger, she would directly let the new beast husband crush Lizardgon. Redberry sneaked to Tiger Yuan's cave, confirmed no one was around, and quickly ran inside. The cave was pitch dark and smelled fishy. She felt a little scared, still calling softly. Tiger Yuan, are you there? Suddenly, a tail wrapped around her ankle, and she jumped in fright, looking down to see it was Tiger Yuan's tail before she relaxed. Why did you scare me? Come out, Redberry shouted, while Tiger Yuan asked ambiguously, what are you here for? I came to see you. Redberry pretended to care. You hunted such a bighorn beast. You must be injured. I'm worried about you. Worried? Tiger Yuan repeated, full of sarcasm. Just take a look and leave. Tiger Yuan no longer wanted to please her. This time, he would let himself and her go. Redberry was stunned. She had never been confronted like this by Tiger Yuan. She suppressed her anger and pretended to be pitiful. I was bad to you before. It was Lizardgon who threatened me. He forced me to submit. And he's not even my partner. He hit you? Tiger Yuan was taken aback, and Redberry added, he is a wandering beast man. Tiger Yuan's eyes were filled with shock and wariness, and Redberry hurriedly covered his mouth. Lower your voice. Are you afraid others will hear? Tiger Yuan was touched by her hand for the first time, feeling quite shy. The horned beast is yours. Don't come back. Tiger Yuan calmed himself and tried to send her away, but Redberry became anxious. If Tiger Yuan gave up, how would she inquire about the ice-type big shot? Her eyes turned, and she directly untied her beast skin dress. I said. Tiger Yuan was shocked and stepped back, having never seen such a scene in his life. Redberry felt proud. She knew Tiger Yuan couldn't resist. She twirled in the dim cave, showing off all around. Look, I don't have a lizard totem on me. Tiger Yuan was at a loss, unable to take his eyes off her. Redberry grabbed his hand and pressed it against her heart. Brother Yuan, feel for yourself. Tiger Yuan's hand was stiff. In his days, he touched skin that didn't belong to him. Under his hand, the skin had some red marks, looking like Redberry had indeed suffered quite a bit. The hot palm pressed against the slightly cool skin, and seeing Tiger Yuan unmoving, Redberry couldn't help but lean closer to him, softly saying, Brother Yuan, can you confirm that I really don't have a lizard totem on me? In this beast world crossover with cheats, Lizardgon harbored malice. Redberry betrayed her teammate and was caught in a trap. Explosive. Pay attention. Lizardgon disdainfully glanced at Tiger Yuan's cave, listening for a long time without any useful information. This woman, Redberry, could kill 4 partners. She was definitely not a good catch. He had done countless bad deeds and still lived, all because he knew how to assess the situation. Never touch what he couldn't afford to provoke. And those weaker than him were just walking meat. The hottest season was about to arrive, and Lizardgon couldn't stock up on food, planning to stay with the White Tiger tribe for the hot season. If there was really no food, he could anytime take a tribal beastman for meat. More convenient than hunting beasts. He coldly thought. Redberry and Tiger Yuan wouldn't survive the hot season. Let them struggle for a few days first. Silently leaving the cave, the two inside fought until dawn. Redberry's voice hoarse, but she finally got some news. The next day, Redberry stumbled back to the cave. As soon as she entered, she smelled roasted meat and instantly exploded. Only the bones of the giant horned beast were left. All the good meat had been eaten. Who did this? Her face darkened as she scanned her partners. No one dared to speak. Slap. She harshly slapped the nearest partner, her hand numb. The red mark on the other person's face very obvious. Who allowed you to touch my horned beast? Redberry's eyes were wide with fury. And Lizardgon walked out from behind, his eyes fierce. I allowed it. What's wrong? That's mine. You have no right. Redberry was infuriated, and Lizardgon smiled coldly. What am I? Redberry was instantly speechless. She had said Lizardgon was a partner, and now she couldn't take it back. Lizardgon released his second-tier soul power to pressure her. What am I? Redberry saw all 6 partners bow their heads, pretending to be dead. So she could only force a smile. I'm so mad I can't think straight. I got the news about the ice-type big shot from Tiger Yuan. Lizardgon immediately dismissed her partners, asking her alone, what did you say? The one who saved Tiger Yuan is an ice-type snake beastman, super strong. Redberry answered, and Lizardgon's suspicions grew. Why did he save him? Tiger Yuan said it was just convenient. Lizardgon was secretly delighted. Could he be the young master undergoing training? He must have many treasures on him. He was even more eager to find this person. In reality, Redberry was mixing truth and lies, because Tiger Yuan told her there wasn't just one beastman. There was not only one snake beastman, but also a leopard beastman, both looking powerful and not to be trifled with. In this beast world crossover with cheats, Redberry concealed the two big shots, attracting danger. Lizard Gone violently beat her up. Explosive. Pay attention. Redberry deliberately hid the existence of the snake and leopard big shots. She understood Lizard Gone, a desperate person. As long as he heard there were two strong men, he would definitely run faster than anyone else. But she wanted to take a gamble. The two beastmen were good people. If it failed, what could happen? She had so many partners. After all, she had some means. Tiger Yuan also hid the truth, seeing Redberry fixated on the big shot news. He feared that their newly warmed relationship would turn cold again and didn't mention that he had heard her sharp-tongued insults about her. The two of them concealed things from each other, causing the situation to spiral completely out of control, rushing towards a dead end. Lizard Gone was eager to find the ice-type big shot, turning around and shouting, "Pack up, we leave now." Now, Redberry was confused. She hadn't slept all night and was both hungry and tired. "Can we leave tomorrow?" Lizard Gone shot her a cold glance, his eyes looking like he wanted to eat someone, and Redberry instantly shrank back. This desperate person valued power more than life and didn't care about her survival at all. Redberry hesitated, wanted to take Tiger Gang along. "Let's bring Tiger Gang. Let him carry things." "No nonsense." Lizard Gone didn't even look back, and Redberry held back her anger. "Shelton, I am hungry." Lizard Gone directly pulled out a bloody piece of raw meat from his bag and threw in front of her. "Take it and eat." Redberry exploded. "I'm a female. I want to eat lowly raw meat." She forcefully threw the meat on the ground, and it rolled in the mud for a few rounds. Lizard Gone glanced back. The White Tiger tribe was already out of sight, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The next second, he directly grabbed Redberry's hair, pushing her head towards the meat in the mud. "Eat or not." Help!" Redberry barely shouted half a sentence before Lizard Gone slapped her down, her ears ringing, and her face felt hot and numb. Lizard Gone stepped on her arm, directly choking her throat, his fingers tightening more and more. "Are you still causing trouble?" Raspberry's face turned red from the pressure, her legs kicking wildly, and her hands clawing at the back of the lizard's hand, which was covered in blood. This was real fear. The lizard really intended to kill her. "No more trouble." Raspberry squeezed out words from her throat, and only then did the lizard release her grip. Raspberry collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily, tears mixing with dirt flowing down her face. It was at this moment she realized that her little cleverness was nothing but a clown in front of a truly ruthless person. Looking at the fingerprints on Raspberry's neck, her face was covered in dust. In the beast world, with a cheat, the dual beast husbands pamper their wife to tears. Yuan Jiang personally made a red dress to propose, igniting passion. "Look out." The lizard gently stroked Raspberry's face. "See how careless. Your face is covered in dirt." Just as Raspberry wanted to dodge, she froze. When his calloused hand touched her, her whole body trembled in pain. The lizard wiped the dirt clean. "Let's continue." Raspberry rolled and crawled to catch up, ignoring the dirt-covered meat on the ground. The lizard led Raspberry towards the Great Lake, looking for that kind snake beast. The scene shifted to QushengshengGets, who looked at the storeroom full of cured meat and the cellar piled high with potatoes, yams, and wild fruits, instantly understanding the joy of a hamster. These past few days, she had taken on the cooking duties to reward her hard-working two beast husbands. On the table were potato cakes, stir-fried meat with bell peppers, goo beast soup, fried eggs, and the pepper-salted shrimp that Eugene loved the most. Yuan Jiang and Eugene returned covered in mud, having caught a ton of armored beasts. "I'll go hunt large prey after I finish eating. I'll be back tomorrow night," Eugene casually said, and Yuan Jiang looked up. "Thank you. No need to be polite among family." Eugene was very generous. After dinner, when Eugene was about to leave, QushengshengGets became anxious. "Let Yuan Jiang accompany you." "No, he should stay with you." Eugene turned back and shouted, "Wait for me to come back." QushengshengGets nodded, feeling something was off. She brought the flowers into the inner room and was instantly stunned. The room was filled with beautiful flowers, juicy wild fruits, and the stone bed was covered with shiny new beast skins. Just as she placed the flowers down, Yuan Jiang hugged her from behind. "Shengsheng, you said you like flowers, sweet and sour fruits, and want a red dress." He turned around and took a step back, revealing a red dress. Golden red scales shimmered under the soft light, feeling as soft as water. "Do you like it?" Yuan Jiang's eyes were full of nervousness. "I like it." QushengshengGets was dazzled by the orange-red color, beautiful to the point of amazement. Yuan Jiang softly asked, "Shengsheng, let me help you change into the red dress. Will you marry me?" QushengshengGets' nose tinged with sweetness. Her heart warmed. "Okay." Yuan Zhang's hand slowly touched Qushengsheng's top, his large hand brushing against her soft curves, gradually peeling away like a tender fruit. The outer skin slowly falling away, revealing the soft, snowy interior. In the beast world, Yuan Zhang spoils his wife in a red dress. The collarbone reveals a leopard totem. Exploding with emotion, Qushengsheng couldn't help but tremble slightly, and Yuan Zhang gently massaged her neck to soothe her. His lips directly pressing against her beautiful ear tip. Lightly nibbling and kissing, she instantly melted into a puddle. The next moment, his distinctly knuckled hand slid over her skirt, and Qushengsheng clung tightly to Yuan Zhang, almost unable to stand. Change into the red dress for me to see? Okay. She trembled as she changed into the dress with Yuan Zhang's support. The red dress seemed soaked in the sunset, the strapless design perfectly wrapped around her curves. The fishtail skirt clung to her hips and fell to the mid-thigh. This was the style she had casually mentioned to Yuan Zhang. The dress was soft with no constraints, accentuating her perky buttocks and long white legs, her skin glowing against the dress color. Yuan Zhang stared, entranced. Shengsheng, you are so beautiful I'm speechless. Qushengsheng's cheeks flushed, both sweet and shy, her heart racing. Yuan Zhang tightened his grip around her slender waist and leaned down to kiss, leaving her dazed. Drink this. He brought a wooden bowl to her swollen lips, the golden liquid carrying the fragrance of herbs. That was Yuan Zhang's lifeblood. And Qushengsheng obediently drank it all. Yuan Zhang became instantly excited, pushing her skirt up, making her long legs wrap around his waist, his lips attacking her neck and collarbone, leaving red marks in an instant. Qushengsheng felt weak all over, only able to cling to his waist to avoid falling, their skin pressed together and heating up. Her mind went blank. Warmth surged through her tailbone, and she couldn't help but whimper softly. Yuan Zhang's forehead beaded with shining sweat, his eyes fierce, directly pressing her onto the black beast skin bed. Shengsheng, call my name. His low, sexy voice exploded in her ear, making her heart tremble. The next morning, Yuan Zhang used clean bee skin to wipe her down, changing to a brand new bee skin bed, feeling a bit guilty at the sight of the marks all over her body. But when he saw the small leopard totem proudly displayed on her right collarbone, his defenses instantly crumbled. Happiness overflowed on his face. He reverently kissed his totem, his eyes filled with steadfastness and love. His greatest fortune in this life was meeting his Shengsheng. In the beast world, with a cheat, Eugene encounters a peculiar situation. Raspberry is tortured and retaliates explosively. Yuan Zhang fed the dazed Shengsheng yam meat porridge, also using yellow fruit juice to wipe her swollen body, calculating that if Shengsheng calmed down in the afternoon, she wouldn't be angry. The scene shifted to Eugene, forcing himself not to look back, knowing very well, in this beast world environment, a single beast man can't afford to support a female. He had long considered Yuan Zhang as family, intending to accompany Shengsheng through the long years. Beastmen can live over 200 years. Strong ones can live up to 500 years. This time he came out to hunt a white jade-horn beast. Just as he arrived at the lakeside hunting area, he caught sight of other beastmen's tracks. Eugene instantly transformed into a snake form, coiling around a tree, peering down. 500 meters away, a female was being pinned down and howling, while the male showed no mercy. He frowned and looked away. It's not his Shengsheng, so it's none of his business. The pair was indeed the lizard and Raspberry, who had been searching for the snake beast for 2 days without finding any trace, and the lizard was furious, torturing Raspberry in various ways at night. The next morning, Eugene, shaking his tail tip, missed Shengsheng terribly. In the space, the red gauze skirt was neatly folded, and he had to personally put it on her when he returned, preferably also take it off himself. Just as he finished thinking, he was interrupted by their quarrel. The lizard coldly scolded. Can't even roast meat? You're so stupid. Raspberry, nervous, dropped a piece of meat into the fire, sizzling with oil. I'll roast it right away. Raspberry's face went pale, and the lizard grew more impatient, pulling out the charred meat. This is your breakfast this morning. Raspberry, having been hungry all day, had no choice but to grab the charred meat and stuff it in her mouth, choking on it. Can't you even say thank you? The lizard glared coldly, and Raspberry coughed as she squeezed out, Thank you. The bitterness in her mouth awakened a bit of her enslaved heart. She hated herself for overestimating her abilities, thinking she could control the lizard, but ended up falling into his trap. Just wait, when the ice-type big shot appears, she would make the lizard pay dearly. Raspberry secretly went to the lakeside to wash up, picking a red flower to tuck behind her ear, wanting to tidy herself up. Starting to dress up? The lizard's cold voice suddenly boomed, startling Raspberry into freezing mid-motion. Just as she was about to pick the flower, she was stopped. Don't pick it. It looks much better like this. Raspberry's eyes were filled with fear, but she didn't know the lizard had already seen through her thoughts. It didn't matter. When the big shot arrives, she would be used as a bargaining chip to exchange for magic crystals, a win-win. As a result, Eugene waited and waited, but they did not leave. Instead, he saw them leisurely sleeping in the shadows by the lake. In the beast world, with a cheat, Eugene seconds a horned beast and encounters a scheme. The lizard trades cloth for guidance. Not wanting to wait any longer, Eugene instantly transformed into beast form, circling to the opposite corner, preparing to ambush the horned beast that came to drink water at noon. The lizard instantly sensed the aura of a strong beast, opened its eyes to scan. The aura faded in an instant, having been concealed by Eugene. Raspberry hurriedly asked, "Did he come?" "Yes," the lizard replied ambiguously, and Raspberry almost cried tears of joy. A savior has arrived. Raspberry wanted to take the initiative to find him, but was stopped by the lizard. He had already lost track of Eugene and could only wait for a rabbit to come. On Eugene's side, he spotted a foolish horned beast charging over, narrowing his eyes. This one will do. As the horned beast approached, he exploded into action. Wrapping around the prey, the horned beast wildly charged, trying to shake him off, but Eugene held on tightly, relying solely on primitive combat to choke it until it collapsed. Confirming the horned beast was dead, Eugene used his tail to hook the prey. Preparing to head to the swamp, the space was filled with rare items for Sheng, and he mustn't let them get damaged. Just as she was about to leave, Hongmei suddenly spread her arms to block the way. "Senior." Eugene couldn't be bothered and directly walked around her. Turning Hongmei's face green, she had just bragged to Shigan about being able to talk to strong individuals, and now she got slapped in the face at the speed of light. "Senior, I'm lost." Hongmei chased after him, her hand almost touching Eugene, nearly getting whipped by his tail. Fortunately, Shigan caught her and quickly smiled. "Senior, my name is Shigan, and this is my partner Hongmei. We're lost and need help finding our way out." Eugene lowered his head and pondered. "Hongmei? I've heard that name before. Shigan? The infamous one from Angus City? No way." Eugene immediately refused, leaving Shigan and Hongmei confused. Wasn't he supposed to be kind? Shigan's eyes turned cold. "I can only go hard on him. What does the senior want in order to help us?" Eugene became curious. "I want something rare and unique." Shigan tentatively replied, "How about silk cloth?" Eugene's eyes lit up. He could make a dress for Sheng. "Where are you going?" Shigan secretly laughed at how naive he was. Out loud, he answered, "To the misty forest. Just take us to the edge." Eugene looked down at Shigan, a bit interested. "The misty forest?" "Yes, the forest surrounded by thorns. You know it?" Shigan asked eagerly. Eugene squinted. "This guy wants to take advantage of me." He glanced at Hongmei. "Are you going too?" Hongmei shrank back. She had seen through Shigan's plan to poison strong individuals and loot them, so she could only answer nervously, "Yes." Eugene smirked. "Neither of you are good people." He took the lead and sped off, while Shigan had to transform into beast form to carry Hongmei and chase after him, fuming inside. He took out the poison from his pocket. "Reduce the dosage. I want this snake beast man to suffer before he dies. We're here." Eugene was still relaxed while Shigan was exhausted, and when Hongmei wanted to be carried, Eugene ignored her, creating an awkward atmosphere. Shigan looked at the thorny mist forest, quickly bowed to thank him, and secretly sprinkled the colorless and tasteless poison on Eugene. He had already taken the antidote with Hongmei. "Reward," Eugene said coldly, not taking Shigan's little tricks seriously. Shigan wanted to play dirty and suggest leaving him in a cave, but seeing that Eugene was not easy to mess with, he could only reluctantly pull out a red pearl necklace and turned it into a piece of white silk cloth. Hongmei looked dumbfounded. The Yunzhou mountain range doesn't have a silkworm clan. This cloth is as soft as water. Eugene's eyes brightened at the sight of the red pearl, perfect for Sheng. Shigan waited to see the poison take effect, but Eugene was completely fine. Hongmei became anxious. "If the snake beast man dies, the cloth will be mine." "What? Are you waiting for me to be poisoned?" With one sentence from Eugene, Shigan's pupils shook. He was exposed. He threw Hongmei towards Eugene and ran away without looking back. Eugene dodged Hongmei and quickly caught up with Shigan. Shigan tried to counterattack, but his abilities were useless in front of Eugene. In a panic, he smeared the poison all over Eugene's tail, but it was still ineffective. Eugene transformed into human form with a snake tail, snatching the spatial necklace from around Shigan's neck. "Thanks, this is for my mate." He severed the soul bond right then and there. Shigan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a technique only high-level beings could perform. He stiffened his neck and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Eugene casually replied, and Shigan instantly slumped. Shigan now knew he had kicked an iron plate, and it was Eugene. Eugene had a secret nickname among the orcs of Angus, Venomous Snake. No one dared to provoke Eugene. He was cunning, ruthless, and had a strong desire for revenge. In the beast world, with external powers, Eugene eliminated Shigan to cut off future troubles. Yuanjiang pampered his wife with food. Pay attention. Eugene killed Shigan and searched his entire body, finding only one spatial item. He froze him with ice, smashed him to pieces, and casually dug a hole to bury him, handled so cleanly and neatly. Then he turned around to catch Hongmei. He wouldn't leave himself any future troubles. Upon arriving, he saw that Hongmei was stuck in the thorns, unable to move. Seeing Eugene's exquisite face, she instantly forgot the pain, and her eyes were almost overflowing with desire. Eugene hated that look the most. His smile disappeared in an instant. Hongmei, anxious and incoherent, exclaimed, "Shigan forced me. I didn't know anything. Thank goodness you saved me." "I had no intention of saving you," Eugene said with a knife-edged tone, causing Hongmei to panic and immediately start taking off her clothes. "Don't kill me. As long as I survive, anything is fine." Eugene felt disgusted and got goosebumps. He wasn't the kind of beast that couldn't move at the sight of a female. When he glanced at the totems on Hongmei's arms and legs, his face turned cold. There are too many to count, and some are scratched and faded. This female was definitely not a good catch. The totems only fade with death. Being abandoned causes scratches. He dripped his poison on her forehead wound and left without looking back, dragging his horned beast away. Hongmei cried desperately for help from behind. But Eugene didn't care. Let her turn into a fool and live. It's more satisfying than killing her. Eugene checked that the horned beast wasn't poisoned and sent it to the swamp for Baiyu. Baiyu was so happy he circled around him. He reminded Baiyu, "If you can't hold on, come find me in the cave." He also gathered the herbs, QushengshengGets, and immediately headed back home. Meanwhile, Qushengsheng had just woken up, feeling weak all over, and was furious at the smell of yellow fruit. Yuanjiang was comfortable, while she was almost driven to death. Yuanjiang heard movement in the bedroom, and rushed in to see Qushengsheng try and sit up. He quickly reached out to help her. His movements were too abrupt, causing the snow-white bee skin to slip and fall, revealing her pale skin marked with red. Yuanjiang's gaze instantly heated up, and he pressed her into his arms, kissing her so passionately that she became dizzy. Qushengsheng weakly pushed him away, but her tongue was hooked, and she turned soft in an instant. Her eyes filled with confusion and allure. Yuanjiang kissed her delicate neck. Qushengsheng gasped and softly said, "Yuanjiang, I'm hungry." Yuanjiang immediately stopped kissing and gently kissed the corner of her lips. "It's my fault for not preparing food earlier. I'll take you out right now." Afterwards, Qushengsheng was carried out by Yuanjiang like a little baby. He dressed her and even washed her face while brushing her teeth with a fragrant plant. In the beast world, with external powers, Eugene brought spatial items to pamper his wife. Pay attention. Yuanjiang brought back a type of plant, and, in the morning, after chewing on it, his teeth became instantly clean. Later, Qushengsheng brushed her teeth with salt and chewed the leaves. Yuanjiang and Eugene learned to do the same, like a tidy family. After washing up, Qushengsheng was eating mushroom meat soup and baked potatoes, eagerly looking forward to Eugene's return. Catching sight of the fishtail dress hanging on the tree branch from last night, her face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. And, thinking of the ridiculous things made her ears feel hot. Yuanjiang smiled gently at her shyness, his voice as soft as a cello. Qushengsheng puffed up her cheeks and turned to look at him pitifully, and Yuanjiang immediately transformed in a beast form and snuggled closer. His soft fur tickling her, she was all in for it. After rubbing the leopard's ears for a while, Qushengsheng felt great. Yuanjiang obediently let her rub. His emerald green eyes filled with tenderness that could drown someone. He cooked mushroom soup, waiting for Eugene to bring back prey to roast fresh meat. Just as the sunset cast its glow in the cave, Eugene returned. "Shengsheng, I'm back." Qushengsheng happily called out to him, and Eugene smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, lifting her up and spinning her around. Yuanjiang reminded them helplessly, "Be careful." Together, they processed the long-toothed beast Eugene had brought back. And Eugene casually mentioned encountering Shigan and Hongmei, fabricating a story that he had chased off Shigan and that Hongmei had been knocked silly and taken away. Yuanjiang exchanged glances with him, confirming there were no loose ends before feeling relieved. Once the prey was hung up, Eugene took out a red pearl bracelet. Shengsheng, look at the gift I brought you. Yuanjiang's eyes narrowed. This was a spatial item. Shengsheng leaned closer, and Eugene put on her wrist, dripping her blood onto the pearl. The blood acknowledged the master. Shengsheng instantly sensed a 3 cubic meter space filled with fruits, plants, and small trinkets. Shigan's poison had long been cleared. Do you like it? Eugene asked with a smile. And Shengsheng's little face lit up with joy as she fiddled with the items coming in and out. Yuanjiang watched her tenderly, and Eugene whispered, "Still a child." Yuanjiang nodded repeatedly. Yuanjiang and Eugene started roasting the long-toothed beast, and Eugene suddenly said, "Shengsheng, I want to take you to soak in a hot spring. How about it?" Shengsheng, momentarily stunned, finally reacted and secretly glanced at Yuanjiang. Beast world crossing with cheats. Eugene sends everlasting flowers red dress. Hot spring pampering wife sweet to the core. Pay attention. Shengsheng quietly glances at Yuanjiang, who is amused by her little appearance. Helpless, yet gentle. What are you looking at? I'm not going. Her bright eyes instantly curved into crescent moons, originally worried that Yuanjiang wouldn't be happy. But now she's completely at ease. She feels blissful inside and absolutely loves the space that Eugene gave her. Shengsheng is clear-headed. This space must have been obtained by Eugene from someone else. But knowing Eugene's character, the things he gives her are definitely clean and without any hidden dangers. After dinner, Eugene immediately takes her to the hot spring. Shengsheng curiously asks, "Eugene, you're a snake. Aren't you afraid of the sulfur smell in the hot spring? What is there to be afraid of? Nothing is more toxic than me." Eugene thinks for a moment. While the smell isn't pleasant, he can accept it. She remembers hearing that sulfur is used to repel snakes. So, it seems Eugene truly dislikes this smell. "Eugene, turn your head." Shengsheng helplessly looks at his beautiful eyes, but Eugene stubbornly replies, "No." As he says this, he suddenly pulls out a bouquet, made of pink, white, and green crystals, transparent and sparkling. It simply hits the sweet spot of a girl's heart. So beautiful. What kind of flower is this? Shengsheng is astonished as she takes it, only to realize it's a flower carved from jade, cold to the touch and ethereal. "The crystals I found before have been carved into flowers. I knew you would like it." Eugene says seriously, "This flower is like my love for you. Forever clean and never wilting." Shengsheng is directly touched. She had casually mentioned liking flowers once, and Yuanjiang filled the room with flowers. But Eugene actually carved everlasting flowers. She looks at Eugene earnestly and says, "Eugene, I really like it. I really love it." Eugene's ears instantly turn red, and he hurriedly pulls out a red dress to change the subject. Yuanjiang said that wearing red clothes means getting married. So I made one too. The red dress, when revealed, is stunning. A red base embroidered with golden patterns, with a fitted pleated mermaid slip dress underneath and a large sleeve top, dignified yet sexy, and looks amazing together. Want to try it? I can help you. Eugene's voice is low and enticing, and Shengsheng, softened by the hot spring mist, responds, "Okay." Eugene's lips curl up, his eyes gentle and exquisite. He slowly approaches, like a gust of wind or a swaying, beautiful flower. Shengsheng feels Eugene's jade-white, long fingers touch her skin. Yuanjiang's hand is warm with elegant veins, while Eugene's hand is distinct with bone joints, resembling jade bamboo, carrying a slight coolness. This touch makes Shengsheng involuntarily shrink back slightly, her eyes downcast with a hint of red at the corners, exuding an unspoken charm. Beast world crossing with cheats. Eugene's hot spring pampering wife is explosive, morning whining sweet to the core. Pay attention. Eugene directly falls in love with Shengsheng's soft and submissive demeanor. Ferocious beasts really enjoy this kind of tender prey. He slowly unfastens her beast skin skirt, and as the hem falls, her long legs are straight and fleshy, with smooth and rounded lines. Her slim waist makes her proportions miraculous. Shengsheng, raise your hand. He drapes the outer garment over her snow-white skin, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. Shengsheng immediately loses her balance and falls into him, wrapping her arms around his neck, her lips directly touching his delicately rolling Adam's apple. The warm, soft lips touching instantly leaves Eugene dry mouth. This sensation is both unfamiliar and enticing. Shengsheng hears his low breaths emboldened. She traces the shape of his Adam's apple with her tongue and rubs her lips against his cool, white skin. Eugene's excited red eyes can't hide their thrill. He playfully flicks his tongue against his sharp teeth and lifts her waist, making her legs wrap around his narrow waist. She is so soft that she can only obediently comply, gripping him tightly to avoid falling. Eugene uses one hand to press her waist while the other supports her leg, leading her step by step into the misty hot spring. The silk fabric meets water and shines brightly. He presses her onto the stone platform in the pool and lowers his head to kiss her. Qushengsheng tilts her head back, lost in the kiss, her black hair partially obscuring her snow-white skin, the red dress contrasting sharply with the black and white, creating a stunning visual impact. Eugene's muscle lines instantly tighten, his long red hair floating in the water like a sea demon. Shengsheng, call my name. His voice drips with desire, making one's legs weak. Qushengsheng softly calls, Eugene. Eugene. As soon as she utters this, Eugene wishes he could crush her and merge her into his bones and blood. The snake totem in his heart becomes more animated. Both of them are perfectly matched in every aspect. The night is still long. The next morning, Qushengsheng wakes up feeling all her bones are soft. Opening her eyes, she sees an ice-made little leopard and a little snake, Yuanjiang and Eugene in beast form, in a wooden basin beside the bed, 30 centimeters tall and still emitting cold air. Eugene comes over in a red dress, holding warm water to feed her. She drinks too quickly and spills some on her lip. Oh, I'm so tired, she complains hoarsely, blaming it all on Eugene for making her nearly lose consciousness last night. Eugene leans down to kiss the water droplets at the corner of her lips with his slightly cool lips, holding her in his arms and saying with concern, "It's my fault. Are you feeling better now?" Qushengsheng's eyes mist up as she pushes against his chest. "I'm not good at all. Not at all." Eugene teasingly laughs, pressing his voice low. "Then next time, I'll let you bully me, okay?" Beast world crossing with cheats. Double beast husbands build stone doors to resist the hot season. Daily pampering of wives sweet to the core. Pay attention. Qushengsheng looks at the smile in Eugene's eyes and instantly sees through him. This guy is just playing with himself. Are you not angry anymore? Shengsheng. It's my fault. I'll take you to eat good food. Eugene patiently coaxes. His gentle side is reserved only for his precious treasure. She obediently wraps her arms around his neck, and when carried out, she wears a red suspender dress, her snow-white skin paired with black curls, making her look like a painting. Yuanjiang is instantly stunned. When did Shengsheng become so dazzling? Qushengsheng sits on a wooden chair, swinging her legs, her pink-white toes peeking out from under the red dress, alluring but unaware. Eugene and Yuanjiang's gazes awkwardly collide before they quickly look away, one serving food, the other delivering water, making for a surprisingly harmonious scene. While eating the gugu beast roasted by Yuanjiang, Qushengsheng realizes how hot it is outside. Trees are dropping yellow leaves, and wild beasts are fighting for food. Has the hottest part of the hot season arrived? She squints and asks, but Yuanjiang shakes his head seriously. Not yet. This year is much hotter than previous years. But with a level 5 powerhouse Eugene and plenty of food supplies, we'll be fine. In the afternoon, the two beast husbands stay indoors. And following Qushengsheng's idea, they installed a stone door in the cave, though dark. It's cool inside, and added a chimney to the kitchen, which exhausts smoke very effectively. Eugene mentions that the hot season may be prolonged, although she is anxious. Looking at the food supplies, she feels reassured. Inside the cave, the sunflowers provide warm lighting, and Qushengsheng eats the fruits washed by Eugene, while watching them focus intently on making the door. By the time the door is finished, it's already evening, and they eat the gugu beast and fish hunted by Yuanjiang in the morning. Yuanjiang's cooking skills are getting better, and she eats happily. After a good night's sleep, Eugene's ice control is superb. Qushengsheng even guides him in making wooden clogs, which are super convenient to wear. The next morning, Qushengsheng notices the ice sculpture has melted a bit, and sees red marks on her calves and wrists from being wrapped by the tail all night. She walks out in her clogs, the red dress with golden patterns blooming like a flower. Eugene is chopping meat evenly, while Yuanjiang continues to cook meat porridge without stopping. Shengsheng, don't come over. The kitchen is full of smoke. Wait until we eat. Yuanjiang gently calls, and Eugene adds, "There's warm water on the counter. Wash up first." Qushengsheng responds and cleans herself up. By this time, Eugene is already stir-frying meat, making a sour and spicy dish to go with the porridge. Beast world crossing with cheats. Double beast husbands pamper wife with smoothies. Dyeing fabric unlocks new skills explosively. Pay attention. The heat makes Qushengsheng lose her appetite. Eugene and Yuanjiang are anxious and try different ways to cook, coaxing her to eat. After the meal, the heat is outrageous. Eugene's ice ability is like a portable refrigerator. Qushengsheng suddenly has the idea to make fruit smoothies. She asks Yuan Jiang to make edible ice blocks, which are then shaved into fine smoothies, sprinkled with fruit pieces, and drizzled with sweet fruit juice, creating a vibrant and explosive color. Eugene and Yuan Jiang absolutely love this new treat. QushengshengGets want a third bowl, but Eugene immediately stops her. No, just a little bit. She pulls at Eugene's sleeve, acting cute, but Eugene is extremely firm. And Yuan Jiang quickly changes the subject. Shengsheng, didn't you say you wanted to organize the strange fruits? All right, I forgot. She rushes off to the storeroom in her clogs. The two beast husbands breathe a sigh of relief. If she keeps acting cute, they want to be able to handle it. In the storeroom, there are several baskets of unknown fruits. QushengshengGets first picks a green grape-like green bead to test. She identifies it as non-toxic and inedible, but it can be used as a dye. She squeezes out the juice and finds it colorless, recalling modern grape pigments, and immediately heads to the kitchen to try. Boiling the skin produces a light green color, and adding more fruit flesh deepens the color. The more flesh, the richer the hue. Unlocking a new skill makes her super happy. She plans to dye the green silk cloth in the red bead, and asks Eugene Yuan Jiang for help. The three of them together dye a soft, elegant green. Will it fade after washing? She asks. Eugene smiles. The Angus nobles change their clothes every day, so you can too. QushengshengGets and Yuan Jiang are both curious. And Eugene hands them fruits while talking about the world outside the misty forest. There are many city-states outside, some united into countries. The Angus city-state is wealthy, and its lord is the leader of the silkworm tribe, who appears charitable by taking in beastmen, but actually incites their opposition to maintain power. Isn't he afraid of being exposed? He used to be, but now there are foolish beastmen supporting him, and 3 people can create a tiger. Eugene was also courted? Yes, but I'm not greedy for wealth or beauty, so he gave up. Sensing QushengshengGets' curiosity and Yuan Jiang's attention, Eugene thinks for a moment and says, the Cloud Mountain Range is a pure land, but the beastmen, they're also trapped by the misty forest. Once the hot season passes, how about we go to a warm place for winter? In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, dual beast husbands pampering their wife while making braised pork, planning for a winter sweet enough to make one dizzy. Pay attention. Eugene suggests going to a warm place for winter after the hot season. This move is super reasonable. He is QushengshengGets' first beast husband, strong and knowledgeable, and should coordinate the family. The first beast husband in the beast world needs to arrange family members and even divide food, but Eugene only hopes Yuan Jiang gets stronger, while Shengsheng is relaxed, and the whole family is harmonious and beautiful. QushengshengGets' eyes sparkle as she looks at Yuan Jiang, her face clearly saying, I want to go. Yuan Jiang is momentarily stunned, then his eyes soften. Okay, let's follow Eugene's arrangements. He truly feels like a family member, and both Shengsheng and Eugene respect his opinions through their actions. Eugene laughs out loud, and Shengsheng immediately asks him about the beast form of the silkworm tribe. Eugene teases her. It's a big meatworm. Shengsheng is startled, and Yuan Jiang helplessly interjects. Don't scare her. The silkworm tribe's body is the same color as the fabric they weave. Not scary at all. The freshly dyed green-blue fabric is super eye-catching. And Shengsheng casually talks about clothing styles from the modern world. The two beast husbands immediately decide, 1.5 rolls for each of us. We'll make you a skirt. Amidst the playful banter, a day passes, and by dinner, Shengsheng suddenly craves braised pork and decides to do it herself, using boiled fruit sugar to caramelize the color. This sugar is sweet but not cloying and has a fruity aroma, which the two beast husbands love. She makes a big batch. She pours palm oil to fry the sugar blocks, adds the blanched meat chunks, and stir-fries crazily until the meat turns golden brown with a sauce color, then adds water to stew. Yuan Jiang and Eugene watch intently, teaching her survival skills while she learns. Qualified partners should lead, not pamper. It's better to teach someone to fish than to give them a fish. The two work together in perfect harmony, roasting yam as a staple and stir-frying a plate of crispy water celery. Once the meal is ready, the braised pork is also done. When the lid is lifted, the aroma of meat fills the air. The rich soy sauce glistens enticingly, and Shengsheng serves them each a piece. The meat is as soft as jelly. Taking a bite, the meat aroma is mesmerizing with a bouncy gelatinous skin, and the lean meat is tender and juicy. Yuan Jiang and Eugene eat quickly, finishing off the whole pot of meat. Shengsheng is calculating in her mind, thinking that wasting time like this isn't good. The greenhouse can grow vegetables. Can she try it too? In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, dual beast husbands protecting their wife against the scorching sun. Attention, please. The agricultural genes ingrained in the Chinese people awaken. Just as Qushengsheng is thinking about trying to grow crops, Eugene comes over, transforming into beast form. He relies on his coolness, while Yuanjiang also comes over, cutely vying for attention. As a result, she experiences a night of extreme heat and cold, and the next day her waist and legs are definitely red again. The next day, as soon as Qushengsheng steps outside, she sees the two beast husbands with serious expressions. What's wrong? She asks. Eugene speaks in a deep voice. The hot season has arrived. Yuanjiang opens the stone door, and a wave of heat rushes into the cave. She glances outside and sees the air distorted. Squinting, she looks up. There are two suns in the sky. Just as she wants to look again, her eyes start to burn. Eugene immediately covers her eyes. Don't look like that. It's bad for your eyes. There are two suns in the sky. QushengshengGets RedFruit. Still trying to pry his hand away. Eugene firmly holds her down and reassures her. It's two suns. Don't look. Why are there two? She's confused. And Eugene instead scolds. It's always like this in the hot season. Qushengsheng is shocked. There's no Ho-E in the beast world. Why are there only two suns? Yuanjiang solemnly adds. In the hot season, there are first two suns, and then it will increase, up to 9. 9? Qushengsheng is blown away. Yuanjiang recalls his childhood. That year, countless beastmen died. The strong took all the food. Eugene also says, the city-states outside are all dividing up the beastmen. It's super terrifying. Qushengsheng's eyes widen in fear. How is this different from cannibalism? Don't be afraid. We will protect you. Yuanjiang pats her head to comfort her. She sneaks into the storeroom to see water, meat, and fruits piled up, and instantly feels at ease. Eugene watches her small actions and secretly vows, I must provide Shengsheng with a noble life. I can't let her worry about making a living. After breakfast, Qushengsheng starts identifying the fruits that Eugene brought. The moment her fingertip touches the black fruit, a thought pops in her mind. Highly truth serum. Her eyes light up. Dare to bully me? I'll get you. She cuts small pieces of black fruit flesh, applies some, and feeds it to Eugene. Eugene, caught off guard, eats it, while Qushengsheng's eyes curve like a little fox. Eugene realizes the look in Qushengsheng's eyes and, somewhat confused, says, Shengsheng, why are you looking at me like that? Do you want me to kiss you? In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, Haile's truth serum blows up Eugene's persona, counterattacking and pampering his wife sweet enough to make one swoon. Attention. As soon as Eugene finishes saying, do you want me to kiss you? His pupils shake. How did that slip out? Yuanjiang looks at him in surprise. And Eugene gazes at the smiling Qushengsheng, instantly understanding. That fruit is problematic. Shengsheng, what did you feed me? The words escape before he can cover his mouth. Nothing, I just wanted you to talk more. Qushengsheng supports her chin with a smile. And Eugene feels wronged. I can't control what I say. Yuanjiang, you must think I have no authority. Yuanjiang looks completely confused. I just took a glance. Eugene adds, see, strong people don't speak like this. Qushengsheng is about to laugh herself crazy, and Yuanjiang can't help but ask, why do you think you have authority? Eugene exclaims in shock. I wear noble clothes. I comb each hair in the morning. I make sure my clothes are wrinkle-free. I work super hard to maintain my image. After saying that, he immediately covers his mouth. It's over. He exposed the fact that he gets up early to groom himself. Qushengsheng laughs so hard she can't straighten up. When I asked him how to keep his hair smooth, he said it was because of his strength. Turns out it was all an act. Yuanjiang also smirks and asks again, have you learned to cook? Eugene has a mournful face. I knew how to do it early on. I just didn't want to do it. Pretending I can't will make you do it. I'm waiting to eat. His persona completely collapses. Yuanjiang raises an eyebrow. All right, you cook dinner tonight. If you burn it, you'll eat it yourself. Don't waste anything in the hot season. Eugene is despairingly lost. He will never trust the light again. Qushengsheng is delighted. This little trick is just right to deal with him. Eugene looks at her mischievous expression and leans in. Shengsheng is really cute, like a cat beast. I want to hold you in my hands. Qushengsheng's face instantly turns red. What are you saying? Eugene suddenly grasps the correct usage of the truth serum, bending down and softly saying, Shengsheng, Eugene really likes you and wants to be with you for a long time. Qushengsheng is momentarily stunned. She can see the love in Eugene's eyes, which are filled with her. Qushengsheng knows that Eugene likes her, but she suddenly realizes that the love Eugene gives her is so much, while she still holds back a little. In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, dual beast husbands break through for love, pampering their wife sweet enough to make one's heart tremble. Attention. Qushengsheng has been scared by the distorted emotions of modernity and never dared to hope for such pure love from Eugene. She catches a glimpse of Yuanjiang and finds his eyes also filled with gentle affection. Her heart and collarbone totem heat up instantly. Eugene and Yuanjiang love her with all they have, imprinting their totem on her, making her their belief, their treasure. At this moment, she completely let down her guard. They walked 101 steps towards her, and for the rest of her life, she would walk with them. Eugene instantly sensed that his connection with her had tightened. Eugene's realm was loosened on the spot, and Yuanjiang broke through directly. The two transformed into beast forms, glowing all over, and Yuanjiang's golden light was even brighter than Eugene's ice blue light. Don't be afraid. Yuanjiang was breaking through. I'll break through soon too. Eugene hurriedly reassured her. She obediently sat beside them, completely unaware that this was a rare opportunity that hadn't appeared in the beast world for thousands of years. Breaking through not only elevated their realm, but also granted them the blessing of the beast god, making everything easier in the future. After waiting for a long time, without any movement, she slipped away to the storeroom to sort out the fruits, all of which were ordinary and edible. After using up her plant identification opportunities, she rushed into the kitchen. She fried potato chunks, sprinkled with homemade chili salt, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The savory pork yam porridge simmered thick and fragrant, just as it was done. Eugene transformed back into human form and walked into the kitchen. Awesome. I'm about to break through to level 5. What about Yuanjiang? He asked, building up. It'll take a few days. When he wakes up, he'll be at level 4. Is it okay to be hungry for a few days? Don't worry. Beastmen can handle it. Eugene didn't make any food again, and after eating, she tidied up the dishes, directly pulling Qushengsheng, who was circling around Yuanjiang. Away, go rest. Yuanjiang's breakthrough is a good thing. She changed into the green spaghetti strap nightgown that Yuanjiang had made for her, the waist design accentuating her curves perfectly. Her long, black wave cascaded down her back, and her snow-white skin glowed under the light. When Eugene entered the room, he immediately caught sight of her back. Qushengsheng heard his footsteps, turned her head, and called out curiously, Eugene? Hiss! Eugene suddenly felt as if his heart had been struck. In the beast world, a crossover with a cheat, Yuanjiang broke through to level 4. The dual beast husbands pampered their wife sweetly. Pay attention. The enchanting Qushengsheng turned her head and looked up, instantly stunning the moment. Eugene's heart raced. He would still be moved by her 1,000 times. She tilted her head in confusion, her brows and eyes exquisite like smoke, almost ghostly. Eugene approached step by step, feeling his heartbeat, pinning her down on the bed. One hand protected her head while the other held her waist, careful yet wanting to make her unable to resist. Qushengsheng was stunned. Did he eat something wrong? Or was it the side effect of Black Lily? Eugene pressed her hand down, pushing her head, sealing all her questions with his lips. She widened her eyes in bewilderment, and as Eugene's nose touched hers, his thin lips sucked on her lip pearl. Eugene, she murmured, her tongue instantly softening. Her eyelashes were wet and red, her nose flushed, her slender neck tilted back, eyes vacant. Eugene kissed her neck, the green skirt piled at her waist, and she curled her jade-white toes, looking stunningly beautiful. Shengsheng, I was wrong today. You need to compensate me. Eugene's long red hair brushed against her chest. How to compensate? Anything will do, she replied dreamily. Eugene chuckled softly. Then compensate with yourself. Sweat beads slid from his muscles onto her snow-white skin, heat surging. The next day, Qushengsheng fell asleep. And on the evening of the third day, Yuanjiang stirred. She noticed the light on Yuanjiang was fading and urgently called for Eugene. The two kept watch. And after an hour, Eugene went to cook while she continued to wait. After a stick of incense, the light completely vanished, and a large leopard's paw pad supported his chin, eyes closed. Suddenly, her collarbone leopard totem felt slightly warm, and Yuanjiang slowly opened his eyes. His emerald green eyes became deeper. Shengsheng. His voice was rough yet elegant. Are you uncomfortable? No, I feel strong all over. His 5 senses were super keen. Qushengsheng laughed. Yuanjiang is the best. Yuanjiang's ears turned red, pulling her into his arms, burying his face in her long hair. Shengsheng, I missed you. Yuanjiang couldn't help but blush, gently pulling Qushengsheng into his embrace, inhaling the floral scent from her hair, and said in a deep voice, Shengsheng, I missed you. In the beast world, a crossover with a cheat, the dual beast husbands sparred fiercely. The daily pampering of their wife was sweet enough to make one's heart race. Pay attention. QushengshengGets reached out to touch Yuanjiang's back, her heart racing like a drum. She blushed at the sweet words. "Shengsheng, did you miss me?" Yuanjiang leaned close to her ear and asked, his breath creating a ticklish sensation. She bit her lip shyly, and Yuanjiang pressed on her lower back, making her instantly soft like cotton candy. "Shengsheng?" Yuanjiang gazed at her, his eyes a deep green sea, as if wanting to swallow her whole. "I thought about it." She leaned close to his ear and whispered, her toes curling up shyly. Yuanjiang's brows softened, lifting her chin to kiss the corner of her lips, then lovingly sucked on her lip pearl. Every time he did this, she would definitely soften. QushengshengGets held onto the back of his neck, tilting her head, lost in the kiss when Yuanjiang suddenly shouted, "Shengsheng, breathe!" She gasped for air, her nervousness and shyness making her heart race. Yuanjiang could feel her rising chest, his gaze deepening, and his hand pressing harder on her waist, leaving her no choice but to lean against him. "Dinner's ready," Eugene shouted from the kitchen, and QushengshengGets, blushing, gently pushed him away, and they walked to the kitchen together. Upon entering the kitchen, they were stunned. The table was piled high with dishes. Mushroom stewed half-salted chicken, golden fried eggs, thick and fragrant yam porridge, and cold potato strips. The colors were perfect, looking delicious and fragrant. "Not bad," Yuanjiang complimented sincerely, and QushengshengGets nodded wildly. But after tasting them, they fell silent. It was edible, but not amazing, far from Yuanjiang's skills. QushengshengGets secretly laughed, as expected of someone who wakes up early to comb every strand of hair, only pursuing the pinnacle of appearance. After finishing the meal and tidying up the dishes, Eugene suddenly said to Yuanjiang, "Want to test your skills?" Yuanjiang raised an eyebrow, smirking, "Sure." He even thoughtfully prepared dried fruits for QushengshengGets, softening the bee skin over the chair to make her comfortable to watch. QushengshengGets held a small wooden bowl of dried fruits, watching the two face off. Yuanjiang tied up his black hair, revealing his chiseled features, looking cool and sharp. Eugene tied his long hair with a red string, exquisitely ambiguous, radiating a casual charm. Their looks were explosive. Yuanjiang made the first move. The leopard was always the one to attack. He dashed forward, throwing punches, fast as a shadow. Eugene was completely unfazed, dodging with maximum agility, elbowing Yuanjiang's abdomen. The two moved faster and faster. The sound of fists breaking through the air was deafening, and every punch landed hard without stopping. QushengshengGets could barely keep up with her eyes, their bodies taut with tension, the fighting spirit thick and unbreakable. 2 hours later, their sparring ended, both drenched in sweat, but laughing heartily. In the beast world, a crossover with a cheat, the dual beast husbands bravely faced the beast tide. Pampering their wife was super reassuring. "Pay attention." QushengshengGets trotted over, handing towels and water to Eugene and Yuanjiang, buzzing around them like a little bee. "So how'd it go?" she asked curiously, and Eugene smiled. "What do you think, Shengsheng? Atia?" Her eyes were filled with certainty, and Yuanjiang flicked her nose. "So smart." "Yuanjiang, after your breakthrough, the gains must be explosive, right?" "Yes, my senses are sharper, and my strength has increased." In the following days, the three of them studied fruits in the cave, and the weather grew hotter, feeling stuffy even with the stone door closed. QushengshengGets peeked out the window. Outside, all the trees were withered, and there were actually 4 suns in the sky. The earth cracked, animals disappeared, and it was terrifyingly silent. On the 15th day of the scorching season, in the evening, Yuanjiang and Eugene suddenly approached the stone door to listen for sounds. QushengshengGets dared not make a sound, and Eugene said in a deep voice, "I'll go take a look. You stay here with Shengsheng." Transforming into beast form, he rushed out. "What's wrong?" she asked anxiously, and Yuanjiang replied seriously, "The sounds of wild beasts outside are very chaotic, unlike usual." Could it be the beast tide? The beast tide was a catastrophe. It hadn't occurred for hundreds of years. Yuanjiang explained that the beast tide meant thousands of wild beasts attacking desperately, capable of exterminating entire tribes. An hour later, Eugene returned with a cold face. "It's the beast tide." The cave fell silent instantly. "Will they come here?" "Very likely, but with us here, don't be afraid." Eugene immediately arranged, "From now on, we'll take turns keeping watch at night." They hastily ate dinner. QushengshengGets was worried, but not panicked. She trusted that they could protect her. "I'll keep watch tonight." Eugene finished tidying up and went to the stone door, while Yuanjiang tucked QushengshengGets into sleep, patting her back to help her relax. She slept soundly in Yuan Jiang's embrace, while his ears were perked up, listening for any sounds. Sure enough, in the late night, the thing they were worried about happened. A beast really discovered their cave and began to attack. At first, Yuan Jiang suddenly heard a loud bang. He perked up his ears to listen carefully and was surprised to hear more banging sounds. Yuan Jiang covered QushengshengGets with animal skins on the bed, then quietly went outside. The beast world crossover with a cheat. Dual beast husbands fighting against the beast-tied pampering wife with explosive power. Pay attention. As soon as Yuan Jiang went out, he was shocked. The stone door was about to shatter. He exchanged a glance with Eugene, who pushed the door and rushed out, swiftly cutting down the beasts at the entrance with a few swords. Yuan Jiang secured the door and followed, and the two immediately entered a frenzy of slaughter mode. Yuan Jiang's gold attribute soul power was incredibly sharp, easily slicing through beasts like cutting vegetables. Although Eugene's ice attribute was limited by the fiery season, he still went crazy with his ice sword. They attacked from midnight until dawn, and the number of attacking beasts finally decreased. Eugene sat at the door with his blood-stained clothes, poking a small beast with the tip of his sword. This is just an appetizer. From the numbers, this beast tide was definitely unusual, Yuan Jiang said in a deep voice. The two piled the beast corpses into a mountain. The beast meat from the tide was toxic. Eating it would drive one mad. And while starting a fire, Eugene said, "There's a beast king directing this beast tide. It takes hundreds of years to produce a gifted beast cub that can command hundreds of beasts." Yuan Jiang's pupils constricted instantly. This beast king must be incredibly powerful. The next day, QushengshengGets was awakened by Eugene, still dazed, grabbing his arm and looking him up and down. "Are you okay? Don't get hurt secretly. With my explosive power, how could I get hurt?" Eugene laughed and picked her up, and Yuan Jiang was already waiting with breakfast. After breakfast, QushengshengGets wanted to make potions, and Yuan Jiang and Eugene immediately came over to help. She ground turmeric slices, wild taro slices, white radish powder, and purple star grass powder into medicine powder, dividing it into 3 portions, keeping only a small portion for herself and giving the rest to the 2 beast husbands. She didn't want to bring it, but they insisted that safety was the most important thing. So, she accepted. The next day, feeling bored, she dug out red hibiscus roots, washed them clean, and smashed them. The root was dark red, while the top was a tender pink. After painting her 10 fingertips, there was still plenty left. Eugene suddenly pulled Yuan Jiang. "Paint QushengshengGets toenails." The two crouched down carefully to paint, the shiny pink nails contrasting with her snow-white skin, super alluring. Afterwards, the 2 beast husbands took turns keeping watch at night, and the one not on watch would surround QushengshengGets with pampering, eating together, washing together, go to bed together, and holding her for 10 days without repetition. Every day, QushengshengGets was either carried to bed or carried out to eat and wash, and after 10 consecutive days, she finally couldn't take it anymore. The beast world crossover with a cheat. Dual beast husbands resisting the beast tide, teaching pampered wife to hunt with explosive power. Pay attention. QushengshengGets bit into a jerky, angrily shouting, "No one is allowed to be with me tonight." Her jade-white teeth clicked. Looking like a puffed-up little kitten, this appearance directly struck the hearts of the 2 beast husbands, both cute and quirky. Eugene laughed out loud. "Just a few days ago, you were begging to accompany, and now you're turning your back?" "Eugene, shut up." She anxiously covered his mouth with her hand. Every time she was tempted to ask them, she felt like a little fool. "All right, let QushengshengGets rest for a day." Yuan Jiang held her in his arms, pampering her, and QushengshengGets nodded vigorously. She didn't even notice that Yuan Jiang said it was for a day. This little thought couldn't be hidden at all. The ferocious beasts had already set up traps, waiting for the little prey to obediently come in, and she was still waving her tender claws in a show of defiance. That night, QushengshengGets fell asleep the earliest, only to be ambushed by the second wave of beast tide in the middle of the night. Yuan Jiang and Eugene were already guarding by the stone door, and all the mousebirds, wolves, and tigers rushed up like crazy. This time the beast attack was at full capacity, charging recklessly. Yuan Jiang was almost bitten on the neck by the lead wolf, while Eugene's ice spear missed and saved him just in time. The two fought from night until dawn, and only then did the beasts finally retreat. After dawn, they buried the corpses, keeping the intact skins for making mats. And Yuan Jiang suddenly frowned. Their ISNT, a single magical beast. Eugene's expression darkened. This Beast King's control is explosive. They are exhausting our strength in batches. If this continues, we won't last long. Yuan Jiang looked worriedly towards the leopard tribe, and Eugene asked, Should we go take a look? Not yet. QushengshengGets safety is the most important. The leopard tribe was indeed stable. The tribe leader distributed animal skins and meat jerky, repeatedly reminding everyone not to eat mad beast meat. Then glanced at the small road leading to the outside world, feeling uneasy. How could Yuan Jiang handle a beast alone? All he could do was silently pray for his safety. QushengshengGets only woke up at noon, her head feeling muddled. Eugene playfully tapped her nose with his index finger and smiled. Our little lazy cat is finally awake? He coaxed her to get up, and the three of them had breakfast together. After eating, Eugene suddenly said seriously, "QushengshengGets, starting today, Yuan Jiang and I will teach you hunting skills. And you must learn diligently. The Beast World crossover with a cheat. Pampered wife counterattacking to kill the beast tide, dual beast husbands protecting with explosive power. Pay attention." QushengshengGets looked blankly at Eugene, then at Yuan Jiang's nod, and instantly understood that the situation with the beast tide was dire. She didn't ask anything, obediently nodded, changed her clothes, and immediately followed to learn hunting techniques. The techniques from Yuan Jiang and Eugene were all honed in life and death situations, practical and efficient. The two complemented each other and directly put together a complete tutorial for her. The next 10 days of intensive training, QushengshengGets didn't complain or feel tired, stubbornly practicing every move until her arms ached. She didn't want to be a burden. She wanted to protect herself, and even more so, to protect the two beast husbands. The two beast husbands were heartbroken. Their female was too sensible. It was clearly their inadequacy. Finally, QushengshengGets directly hit Eugene's arm within 50 moves. "QushengshengGets is amazing." Eugene praised her wildly, and Yuan Jiang nodded along. Her weapon was the longbow made by Eugene, with bowstrings made from magical beast tendons. Eugene said that the winged tiger tribe in Cook City was excellent at using bows, and this ranged attack was perfect for her. She loved this little bow. 2 days later, while washing dishes, Eugene and Yuan Jiang suddenly stopped, exchanged glances, quickly finished washing the dishes, and rushed to the cave entrance. QushengshengGets guessed that the beast tide was coming again and finally persuaded them to take her along. In the distance, thick smoke billowed, and beasts charged like a tide, charging silently, without any show of force or roaring. This silence was the most terrifying. QushengshengGets tightened her grip on the bow, her pupils narrowing, and Yuan Jiang patted her head to reassure her. "With me and Eugene here." Eugene pinched her soft face. "Be good, step back a bit." The beasts quickly reached the cave entrance, with the first being a gray-skinned, thin rodent beast, with yellowed teeth and dirty claws, looking disgusting. QushengshengGets drew her bow and shot, taking advantage of the density of the beast group to kill a black-gray long-mouthed beast. The piercing cries erupted, and all the beasts went madly charging forward. Eugene and Yuan Jiang blocked the front, killing fiercely, while QushengshengGets continuously shot arrows to finish them off from behind. This battle raged on all night. QushengshengGets was so tired that she couldn't lift her arms, her hands stiff as if they weren't her own. The two beast husbands were covered in blood, looking like they had been pulled out of a blood pool. They thought that when dawn broke, the beasts would retreat. But instead, the attacks became even fiercer. QushengshengGets' heart sank. Even ants can kill an elephant with enough numbers. How could they last after fighting all night? "QushengshengGets, go back." This was Eugene telling QushengshengGets to go back to rest for the umpteenth time. The Beast World crossover with a cheat. Dual beast husbands enduring the magical beast tide, the void beast, making its appearance with explosive power. Pay attention. QushengshengGets clutched her, bow stubbornly refusing to retreat. "I can help. I can protect you." Yuan Jiang knew he couldn't persuade her, so he became even more frenzied in fighting. Eugene couldn't help but urge again and again, heartbroken for their QushengshengGets who was about to break. Suddenly, their expressions changed drastically, and they both pounced to protect QushengshengGets tightly. The explosion of fire rang out. Fireballs were smashing at the cave entrance. The magical beasts had truly arrived. Yuan Jiang and Eugene's eyes were sharp enough to cut, and Yuan Jiang shouted urgently, "Go back." QushengshengGets shook her head. "Want to stay?" While Eugene hurriedly raised an ice wall. "Be good. The magical beasts are too strong. Listen to me." QushengshengGets finally obeyed and returned to the cave, where the stone door had excellent soundproofing, and all she felt was the ground shaking. She was so anxious she couldn't sit still and immediately started boiling meat soup to replenish energy for the two. Outside, the battle had already reached a white-hot intensity. Yuan Jiang and Eugene transformed into their beast forms, blocking the cave entrance, blue ice blades, golden blade lights, green winds, brown earth, and fiery red soul powers flying chaotically, turning heaven and earth into chaos. 2 people were covered in wounds, having fought all night and faced the scorching heat of the season, completely exhausted. But the monster attacks showed no signs of stopping. The White Tiger tribe had been wiped out, leaving nothing behind, and the Leopard tribe was also on the verge of collapse, with the chieftain organizing the females and young to flee. In the entire misty forest, only the cave area they were guarding remained unconquered. Deep in the misty forest, the Beast King hoarsely asked, "Still haven't taken it down?" Yin Dao, a bull-like beast, trembled as he knelt and replied, reporting to the king, "Almost." Thud! A jade-white skull was thrown. The black-ray snake and golden snake mocked. "If you can't do it, let us." Yin Dao retorted, "You two might not be capable either." An old voice suddenly spoke, "What cave?" "It's the Void Beast." The Beast King coldly asked, "Any results?" "No, I need to go out for a walk." The Void Beast, resembling a thin sheep but mastering the laws of time and space, could reverse time and act as a teleportation array. It had already reversed time 5 times. If it continued to expend energy, it would lose its life. This was the 5th time it had reversed time, and it needed to rest. Continuing would only drain its lifeblood and ultimately leave a corpse. In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, the Void Beast captures a pet wife. The dual beast husbands rage to find their wife, igniting the whole scene. Pay attention. The Beast King was already utterly disappointed, tiredly waving his hand. "Void, you handle the next matter." Just as the Void agreed, the Beast King went to rest in the cave. The Void coldly asked, "Who can explain what's going on with that cave?" The Silver Snake was too scared to speak, and Yin Dao answered quietly, "The White Tiger and Leopard tribes have both been taken down. It's just the 2 beastmen guarding the cave that haven't fallen for a whole day. Useless." As soon as the Void finished speaking, Yin Dao vanished. Useless beings don't deserve to live. The Silver Snake's face turned to stone, filled with fear. The Void coldly ordered, "You go attack. Don't let me down." The Silver Snake panicked and hurriedly said, "But that female can use a bow and arrow." "A bow and arrow?" The Void instantly became excited, teleporting to outside the cave in an instant. The battle outside was extremely intense. Yuan Jiang and Eugene had just replenished their energy and were now more stable in their attacks. The Void squinted and shouted, "Increase the intensity of the attack." QushengshengGets suddenly became alert. "Who?" A corner of the sheep-shaped Void Beast appeared, and the next second, she fainted. The Void spat blood. "This female is the medium blessed by the Beast God. She's found what the king needs." Yuan Jiang suddenly felt a pang in his heart. He had lost contact with Shengsheng. The 2 rushed back to the cave. Everything was there except for Shengsheng and her bow. A strange aura. Yuan Jiang's expression turned frighteningly cold. It was a spatial ability. Yu Jin's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Only the Void Beast or the Sharp Royal family could do this. The 2 spoke in unison. "Void Beast. Now we just fear we can't find her." QushengshengGets was startled awake by a chattering sound. Opening her eyes, she saw a small yellow beast, the size of a palm, holding a fruit and staring at her. Thud! The fruit smashed directly into her face, juice splattering all over. QushengshengGets was dazed. "This yellow thing is dead for sure." She reached out to grab it, but the small beast nimbly jumped to the treetops, its black bean-like eyes mocking her. QushengshengGets was furious, gripping her bow, but finding no arrows. What could a clever woman do with a bow without arrows? She wiped her face with her hand, feeling the yellow juice, then looked at her pink fingertips and sighed in relief. "At least I didn't cross over again." QushengshengGets wiped her face a bit with her hand, which was also covered in yellow juice. Looking at her pink fingertips, she felt relieved that she hadn't crossed over again. In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, the pet wife accidentally enters a new map. A trailing team seeks to return to the city, igniting the whole scene. Pay attention. The surrounding terrain was extremely open, the soil a different shade of red from the Cloud Mountain range. The rocks were shattered like they had weathered, thin enough to crumble with a squeeze. Looking around, she didn't recognize any of the plants. QushengshengGets broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be I'm not in the Cloud Mountain range anymore? She gripped her bow and gritted her teeth. I must find Yuan Jiang and Eugene to go back. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly heard voices. She immediately crouched behind a large rock, holding her breath, eyes fixed on the approaching team. There were 10 people in total. Only 2 females, the rest were beastmen. The horned beastman cautiously approached and asked, "Ongwa, are you tired? Do you want me to carry you?" Ongwa, who was talking with another female, was interrupted and frowned coldly. Hit. Crack. 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 3 whips landed, knocking the horned beastman to the ground. The one who struck was her beast husband, handsome in appearance, but with a sinister look in his eyes. After whipping, he flattered. Angwa, don't be mad. Just say if you're tired. The other petite and cute female laughed. The hunting area isn't that hard. Beastmen are really pretentious. Angwa nodded in agreement. Let's finish hunting and hand in the task. This place is all dust. I want to return to the city. QushengshengGets instantly caught the key point. This is the hunting area. Beastmen can take tasks and go back to the city after hunting. She immediately decided, I'll follow this team to the city, preferably to Angus City, as Eugene said. As a result, she waited all night. QushengshengGets crouched behind the rock, squinting. The returning beastmen were all injured, with the horned beastman in the worst condition. Having taken 3 whips, he was limping, his fur covered in blood, looking pitiful and laughable. Angwa looked at him with disgust. What a shame. For beastmen wanted to approach for comfort, but stopped immediately when met with her gaze. The other female covered her mouth, secretly amused. She had 2 second-tier beast husbands, leaving one to protect her last night, while those who went out hunting returned clean. In contrast, Angwa only had 1 second-tier beast husband, and the 4 beastmen who went out had suffered completely. She secretly delighted. Angwa complained about my beast husband being ugly yesterday. Now whose beast husband is more embarrassing? QushengshengGets had no time to pay attention to the female squabbles. She cautiously trailed behind them from a distance. Due to the 2 males accompanying the females, one team dragged a gigantic wild beast, leaving traces on the ground. In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, pet wife disguises herself to enter the city-state. Sudden changes at the city gate ignite the whole scene. Pay attention. QushengshengGets quietly followed the traces on the ground, growing increasingly certain. This is definitely not the Cloud Mountain Range. Not only was the soil color different, but the weather wasn't hot anymore. She felt a surge of urgency. Yuan Jiang and Eugene must be worried sick that I'm not around. Following the small team, they soon reached the edge of the forest. Up ahead was an open area with no cover. She quickly stopped, planning to wait until they moved further away before proceeding. Looking up, she saw a huge city wall directly in front of her, made entirely of large stones. It was both ancient and magnificent, exuding an impressive aura. As the small team entered the city, she immediately changed her outfit, swapping her red-scaled lizard skirt for the black-scaled fish leather skirt made by Yuan Jiang, which was understated yet luxurious compared to the bright-colored fur skirts worn by the 2 females. Seeing her snow-white arms, she had a flash of inspiration. The yellow, prickly pear juice that had smashed her face couldn't be washed off. It was perfect for use as a disguise paste. She hurriedly searched for fruit trees to pick ripe fruits, squeezing the juice to cover her exposed skin, face, hands, ears, and behind her ears. Her cool white skin instantly turned yellow-black as she tied her hair up with wildflowers, adopting the stage name A-Lee, perfectly in line with the prickly pear. Tucking the spatial pouch from her wrist and her neck, she picked up a beast skin bag containing clean clothes, fruits, and medicine to conceal herself, striding confidently toward the city gate. As soon as she reached the city gate, 2 beastmen blocked her path. One had dog ears, and the other was flicking a squirrel tail, obviously a dog beastman and a squirrel beastman. The squirrel beastman, Songbo, frowned in confusion. I've never seen you, female. QushengshengGets' heart leaped to her throat. Am I going to be exposed right at the city gate? The dog beastman, Jinzhua, quickly smoothed things over, his voice incredibly gentle. Songbo, don't scare her. This is your first time in Cook City, right? Don't be afraid. All the beastmen here are super friendly. Songbo kept staring at QushengshengGets, finding her increasingly pleasing to the eye, his eyes lighting up. Little female, you're not familiar with the area, right? I'll take you in to look around. Jinzhua immediately pulled him back. The city lord has regulations that the guards can't leave their posts at will. Mentioning the city lord made Songbo instantly wilt, and he immediately shut his mouth. QushengshengGets RedFruit. Her expression grew increasingly serious. This place isn't the Angus City that Eugene mentioned at all, but Cook City, which I've never heard of. I'm completely trapped now. QushengshengGets' expression grew increasingly grave. This place was not Angus City, but Cook City, which she had never heard of before, and now she had no way out. In the beast world, crossing over with a cheat, the pet wife spins a story to enter the city-state. The dual beast husbands go on a rampage, searching for their wife, igniting the whole scene. Pay attention. QushengshengGets' body stiffened for a moment before relaxing, and she immediately began to weave a story. You guessed it. I'm not from Cook City. I'm here to find the beast man who deceived my feelings. I've been good to him. I only let him hunt 3 beasts a day and cook 2 meals. My sister even forces her beast husband to hunt 5. He actually rolled up his bedding and ran away. He said he would come here, and I must find him to get to the bottom of this. Jean Zuosongbo looked confused. Was she treating her beast husband like a cow or a horse? If it were him, he would have run away too. Can I go in? QushengshengGets eyes were filled with hope, and Songbo immediately nodded. Go. Be careful. Don't let other beastmen deceive you. Jean Zuo added. You might not get what you wish for. She wiped her tears and shouted, I don't care. I will search the city, even if it takes everything. After saying that, she resolutely entered the city. The 2 beastmen murmured, there are no leopard beastmen in Cook. Let her look for them. She's a female, so be a little accommodating. Once inside the city, QushengshengGets finally relaxed and touched the leopard totem on her collarbone. This can only fall on Yuanjiang. Thinking of Yuanjiang and Eugene. Her nose tinged with sourness. I must hurry back to the Yuncheng Mountains. They must be going crazy with worry. On the other side, in the Yuncheng Mountains, Yuanjiang Eugene was truly going crazy. Day and night hunting wild beasts. His body was covered in wounds, bleeding as he charged deeper into the misty forest. Eugene's ice-blue longsword was stained blood red, with droplets of blood dripping from the tip. Yuanjiang had just smashed a giant wild beast, its body crashing to the ground. The 4 suns in the sky were still scorching the earth, as if they wanted to roast everything to a crisp. Over in Cook City, the weather was clear and bright. QushengshengGets, disguised as a husband-seeking Alarai, wandering the streets, her eyes filled with beastmen featuring various racial traits, dog ears, fox tails, bull horns. Like visiting a zoo, the gazes from all directions were focused on her, some curious and some with ill intentions. So she quickly slipped into a female clothing store. Beautiful lady, welcome to Gwen's clothing store. We have all styles. A handsome guy with shoulder-length brown, curly hair approached, wearing a lace long-sleeve shirt paired with matching long pants. Smiling warmly, what style are you looking for? QushengshengGets' social anxiety hit, and she blurted out, I'll look by myself. Gwen was momentarily stunned, but quickly composed himself, smiling gently. Take your time. If you need anything, just call me. I'm Gwen. Gwen paused for a moment, a bit surprised, but immediately regained his composure, saying gently, take your time, miss. If you need anything, please call me. I'm Gwen. In the beast world, a crossover with a cheat, pampering the wife while shopping, encountering a talent, and bartering for an explosive experience. Pay attention. After Gwen finished speaking, he stepped back, tidying up the fabrics while quietly observing this unfamiliar female. His clothing store was extremely popular in Cook City. He could always get special fabrics, making skirts that were novel and beautiful, which all the females loved. Gwen knew almost all the females and was sure he had never seen her before. As a tailor, he instinctively assessed. This female had a slim waist and long legs. Her features were stunning. Although her skin was a bit dark, with a bit of care, she would definitely be a great beauty. He paused for a moment. Why did he suddenly want to take care of her? Could it be that he had been single for too long and was charmed by her shy demeanor? Seeing Gwen walk away, QushengshengGets breathed a sigh of relief and started to browse. The store was filled with beast skin clothing. Some were dignified long-sleeve gowns, while others were just a few vibrant feathers, making her feel a bit shy. This is made from pink plush bird feathers. Gwen couldn't help but speak. It can automatically adjust temperature. It's super magical. After saying that, he nervously added, please don't think I'm too talkative. It is indeed beautiful. QushengshengGets shyly asked Gwen, may I touch it? Hearing her call his name, Gwen's heart melted. Of course. The more he looked, the more he liked her. This female was both well-behaved and polite. Simply too cute. QushengshengGets carefully touched it. It felt as soft as a cloud. The strapless top paired with a short skirt. It was so pink and stylish. Did you make this? It's stunning. She sincerely praised. Gwen smiled. Thank you. He could see she liked it, but hesitated. Glancing at her black-scaled fish-skin skirt. Complete scales were quite valuable, but the tailoring was average, probably made by a beast husband. She must not have snuck out. If you like it, trade it for what you have. Gwen thought of giving it to her, deliberately suggesting bartering. He had a feeling that her figure would look absolutely stunning in this skirt, and he really wanted her to wear it. QushengshengGets looked up at Gwen. He resembled a medieval nobleman, gentle and gentlemanly, clearly not malicious, and he really wanted her to wear this dress. She could sense that Gwen had no ill intentions towards her, and in fact, he probably really wanted her to wear this outfit. In the beast world, a crossover with a cheat, pampering the wife while searching for clues on the street, exposing counterfeit goods for a shocking twist. Pay attention. Qushenghsheng wanted to inquire about the way to the Sharp Empire. Looking at the bustling crowd on the street, she was completely at a loss. How should she ask? The surrounding stall owner shouts filled the air. Sunset, town barbecue. Don't miss it. Beast skins for sale. Prices that'll make you cry. High prices for vulture claws. Whatever you need, we have it. Her lips curled up. This is the warmth of human life. Walking on the street felt like stumbling into a monster world. With beastmen, each having their own characteristics. Some with wolf ears, some swinging foxtails, and others with bull horns. Ahead, a group of round, chubby cubs all looked like orange cats, fat like little meatballs, tumbling with their short legs to snatch at the beast skin balls, cuteness melting her heart. Suddenly, a shout for Angus specialty, horned beast jerky. No deception for young or old. Caught her attention. This was exactly what she was looking for related to Angus. Qushenghsheng immediately approached. Is this really Angus's horned beast meat? The dog-eared young man selling jerky's eyes widened, pounding his chest to assure her. My cousin is a mercenary. He brought it back from Angus. Eat it, and you'll definitely become a great beauty. Qushenghsheng instantly saw through it. Horned beasts were extremely hard to hunt, and the jerky's color was also wrong. But seeing his sincere face, believing he was definitely not wrong, she felt too embarrassed to expose him. How do I get to the Sharp Empire? She took the opportunity to throw out a question. The young man was very enthusiastic. Go with a merchant caravan, or bring strong warriors with you. Qushenghsheng thanked him, but after hesitating for a while, she reminded him, the color of the horned beast meat seems to be a bit lighter than this. After saying that, she hurried away. The young man stood there stunned for 10 seconds, staring at the jerky before reacting, quickly grabbing the items and rushing back to the corner house. Jera, you tricked me. What kind of meat is this? Jera remained calm. How did you find out? Tim's eyes were filled with tears. I sold it to 5 females. Jera was instantly alarmed. Behind those 5 females could be standing 50 orcs. He quickly said, it's giant horned cow meat. I'm going on a mission tonight. Come with me. Jera quickly pulled his thoughts back, seriously saying, I'm actually going on a mission today. Come with me. We'll leave tonight. In the beast world, she has a cheat. Pampering her wife while seeking the merchant caravan to break into the mercenary guild, stunning the crowd with a turnaround. Pay attention. Tim was tearfully packing his things, while Jera next to him was laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up. His casual remark about horned beast meat making females beautiful had actually been taken seriously by his foolish younger brother as an advertisement. Stop laughing. If you keep laughing, I'll bite you. Tim's eyes were filled with hot tears, feeling humiliated and angry. And that night, he was dragged away by Jera. Later, the females looking for him could only suffer in silence. Qushenghsheng planned to look for the merchant caravan, and as she smelled the meat aroma wafting from a small roadside restaurant, her stomach growled. She was starving. She pulled out a small wild fruit from her bee-skin bag to nibble on. It was sweet and sour, but couldn't satisfy her hunger. She missed the roasted potatoes and stewed meat made by Yuan Jiang. Suddenly, the crowd parted with a whoosh, and a group of silver-white divine beasts rushed over. Looking like horses but with snowy white sharp horns, they were sacred and explosive. But they were pulling a broken wooden cart, looking like a Rolls-Royce turned tractor, utterly ridiculous. This was the city lord's merchant caravan. It was said they were going to marry the young master to a princess from the Sharp Empire. The surrounding orcs were buzzing with discussions, and Qushenghsheng quickly asked an old orc nearby, Sir, how can I join this kind of caravan? The old orc, originally hot-tempered, softened his attitude when called sir. You need strength, be strong, or throw down some magic crystals. Then how do I get magic crystals? Kill magical beasts, or go to the mercenary guild to complete tasks. She quickly thanked him and squeezed through the crowd, heading straight to the mercenary guild. When she arrived, she saw that this street was full of shops selling herbs, beast meat, and magical beast limbs, with the bloody smell mixed with earthy odors hitting her face. At the front was the mercenary guild, with orcs coming in and out. Some just turned in tasks to collect rewards, some just grouped up for tasks. Bustling like a vegetable market, Qushenghsheng entered the guild, looking up at the task board. Gather herbs, hunt wild beasts, recruit teammates, and collect magical beast limbs. There are all kinds of tasks. Just as she stood still, a black-winged orc approached. Little female, why are you here alone? Where's your beast husband? Qushenghsheng reacted instantly. This look was not right. She immediately replied, my beast husband went to buy clothes and food for me. I'm just looking around. The greedy gazes around her instantly decreased by more than half. Little female, bring your beast husband and join our team. A bear orc shouted. Bear Lao Ba. Don't trick people. Your team just got a female widow and turned around to find your brother as a partner. And now you want to abduct a new one? A hoarse and alluring voice suddenly exploded in the scene. QushengshengGets turned around to see. A stunning beauty with wine-red long curls had arrived. She wore a tight, red bee-skin bodysuit. Her curves were extraordinary, resembling Anne Hathaway's Catwoman, but even more alluring. QushengshengGets' eyes sparkled as she stared at her. And Helena, meeting those curious and amazed eyes, was also momentarily stunned. Helena was taken aback by the unfamiliar female's curious and amazed gaze, also somewhat dazed. In the beast world, she has a cheat, pampering her wife while encountering beauties to gain clues, breaking into the slave market for a fiery turnaround. Pay attention. Helena had previously warned the female tricked by Bear Lao Ba, but ended up being scolded as an old witch. This time, this little female was different. She looked super obedient. Am I pretty? She asked, looking down, her height of 1.8 meters, exuding a strong presence. You're beautiful, QushengshengGets blurted out. Hit hard by this beauty. Such a lovely little thing. Helena tapped her forehead, and QushengshengGets was momentarily stunned, just staring foolishly at her. Helena was amused. Where's your beast husband? QushengshengGets almost let it slip, quickly pointing to the leopard totem on her collarbone. I'm looking for him. He might have gone to the Sharp Empire. As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach growled. QushengshengGets' face turned red with embarrassment, and Helena immediately handed her some jerky. Try my Lin Bo's cooking. QushengshengGets thanked her as she took it, also thanking the handsome beastman, Lin Bo, beside her. Helena leaned in and reminded her. Females joining a mercenary team must bring their beast husbands, or they will become prey. After saying that, she stuffed a green magic crystal into her hand, heading to the back of the street. Their S.A. way. QushengshengGets held the magic crystal, feeling an incredible warmth. Girls helping each other is so touching. This was a high-level magic crystal. She secretly remembered this kindness. Following Helena's advice, she went to the back of the street and was stunned by the scene before her. The front was clean and lively, while the back was dirty and chaotic, filled with wild beasts for sale. The shopkeepers saw she was a newbie and all surrounded her, wanting to take advantage of her. QushengshengGets ignored them, staring at the beasts in the cages, for falling out, covered in scars, their eyes full of hatred. Moving further ahead, she was shocked. There were actually orcs locked in the cages. They were either so thin they looked deformed or had dull eyes, some filled with pleading. She understood instantly. Helena wanted her to buy a beast husband here to join the mercenary team. QushengshengGets cautiously looked at the cages around her. The green magic crystal in her hand felt hot. This was simply a life of an orc. All the pleading eyes in the cages pierced her heart like needles. QushengshengGets tightened her grip on the green magic crystal. This magic crystal felt like a life of an orc, hot to the touch. All the pleading gazes made her heart ache. In the beast world, she has a cheat, pampering her wife while smashing crystals to save a fox orc in explosive turnaround plot. Pay attention. The orcs in the slave market had survival tactics, pretending to submit to buyers while showing weakness to females to evoke pity. This wasn't scheming. It was a fight for survival. Just as QushengshengGets was gazing at the cages, suddenly, crack, 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 the sound of a whip exploded in her ears. The sharp sound hitting the flesh made her whole body tense up. She rushed towards the sound. A gray, dirty dog was being whipped by a horse orc, covered in blood. It didn't make a sound. Its eyes were full of dead silence and numbness. Its mouth was blood mixed with filthy water, looking like it was about to die at any moment. The horse orc cursed. Beast. Turning to see QushengshengGets, he immediately changed to a gentle face. But that sweeping gaze made her stomach churn. Little female wants to buy an orc? I have all types. The horse orc leered. QushengshengGets pointed at the dog on the ground. Why are you beating it to death? If it doesn't listen, it needs to be trained. The horse orc kicked at its mouth, seeming disgusted. This is a fox orc, stubborn. No matter how many times I beat it, it won't submit. QushengshengGets was shocked. Is it for sale? The horse orc looked confused. Was she here to be a big fool? Buying a nearly dead orc? Without thinking, he refused. Not for sale. You can't sell it. Sell it to me. It's a win-win. No. How about an orange crystal? No. A yellow crystal should work, right? The horse orc hesitated for a long time, but remained tough. No. QushengshengGets bit her teeth. Green crystal. Last price. If you don't sell, I'll leave immediately. Deal. QushengshengGets felt a sharp pain as if her flesh was bleeding. She had miscalculated. If she had known, she would have stopped at the yellow crystal. She handed over the green crystal, pulled out beast skin from her bag, and wrapped the 2-meter-long but skin and bones fox orc tightly on her back. The stench of blood drilling straight into her nose. Just as she exited the slave market, Qushenghsheng was dumbfounded. Her pockets were empty. Without magic crystals, how could she stay in an inn? The outside was full of wild beasts, and she didn't dare go out. She could only wander aimlessly with the fox orc on her back, looking for a place to stay. The fox orc on her back suddenly opened its eyes, baring its teeth to bite her neck, but when she casually touched its rear, the fox orc instantly froze like a stone, forgetting to close its mouth. Then, with a thud, it lost consciousness again. Qushenghsheng found it somewhat strenuous. After all, this fox looked skinny, but it was as heavy as lead, weighing her down terribly. In the beast world, she has a cheat, pampering her wife while carrying a fox to find a cave, saving a beauty for an explosive turnaround. Pay attention. Qushenghsheng was carrying the dirty, mud-covered fox beastman and directly blew up the streets of Cook City. A female beastman carrying another beastman was simply the biggest news of the year. She specifically chose deserted paths to slip through, but her line of sight seemed to stick like glue. After refusing the fifth beastman who wanted to help, she finally found a desolate area. Cook City was built against the mountains, with the most prosperous area by the water in the east and the most dilapidated in the southwest, where only poor old beastmen lived. She followed a small beast that was crawling through the vines, and when she reached out to pull back a vine, wow, there was a narrow cave hidden behind the vine. Upon entering, she was even more surprised. There was actually a stone bed and a water tank, like an old den where beastmen used to live. She first put the fox beastman down beside her, then used dry grass to smoke out the cave, causing all the little bugs and mice to scurry away. She swept the area clean with leaves and laid out the animal skins from her bag on the stone bed. Originally, she wanted to soften it with some herbs, but now it directly became a life-saving asset. After hesitating, she replaced it with a lower quality skin to lay beside the bed. After all, the fox beastman was too dirty to look at. When moving the fox beastman, Qushenghsheng was nearly exhausted. He looked thin but felt as heavy as if filled with lead. The 1.5-meter stone bed was impossible to lift him onto, so she had to accept her fate and lay the animal skins on the ground. Checking his injuries was even more distressing. There was a large bump on his head. His ear was torn and scabbed over. His back was covered in whip marks. His right front limb was twisted into a spiral, and his hind leg was so deep that the bone was visible. She used a branch to stabilize the broken limb and took out a bone knife to scrape off the fur and apply medicine. Suddenly, the fox beastman opened his eyes. There was pure hatred in his gaze, baring his teeth and looking like a hellish beast ready to pounce. Qushenghsheng was startled and immediately retorted, "What are you being fierce for? If you don't want to be a bald fox, hurry up and change back to your human form." The fox beastman's ferocity instantly disappeared, leaving only a deadpan indifference. His muscles tensed like strings. Didn't he realize he was injured? "If you change into human form, I'll apply medicine for you," Qushenghsheng said helplessly. The fox beastman suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse yet clear, surprisingly youthful. "Why did you save me?" Qushenghsheng was taken aback. Turns out he was just a little guy. She thought to save him, so why all the questions? She softened her tone, but the boy's eyes were even more vigilant, and his left front limb trembled as it supported his weight, clearly unable to hold on much longer. Just as Qushenghsheng finished speaking, she noticed the little fox's eyes were even more alert because his right front limb was broken, leaving the left front limb to bear all his weight, which was now shaking and clearly struggling to hold on. In this beast world, where one could traverse with cheats, pampering the wife and taming the rebellious young boy fishing for survival, setting the scene ablaze. Pay attention. Qushenghsheng looked at the little fox enduring the pain while still holding on. Her heart softened. This little guy looked so small. "I bought you, so from today on, you'll listen to me." She offered a way out, and the little fox immediately shot back. "Why should I listen to you? TSK. Such a rebellious spirit." Qushenghsheng understood clearly in her heart. After the college entrance exam, she had helped a 9th grader with tutoring, and boys at that age were all like this. Wanting to act like lone wolves, their rebelliousness was off the charts. "Then you'll pay me back. Pay it off, and you can leave immediately." Seeing his hesitation, she added, "What? Do you want to default on your debt?" "Oomph." The little fox had a mocking look in his eyes, infuriating Qushenghsheng to clench her fists. Wasn't he this just asking for a beating? "How much do I owe?" "1 green crystal." Qushenghsheng felt her heart ache as if bleeding, and the little fox added insult to injury. "Is that it? You're pathetic." Qushenghsheng barely restrained her anger. "Change into human form." The little fox was stunned. This female actually wasn't he going to hit him? He obediently transformed into a 17 or 18-year-old boy, his face dirty, hair long enough to cover his face, and his right hand twisted like a spiral. QushengshengGets picked up a straight branch to stabilize his arm, but as she got closer, the boy suddenly tensed up, his whole body bristling like he was about to explode. Don't struggle. Want to become a limping fox? She waited until he relaxed a little before reaching out. As soon as she grabbed his wrist, he broke free with a violent pull. Don't move. If you do, your broken hand will be useless. The boy froze, his eyes still wary like a startled bird. After stabilizing his arm, QushengshengGets handed him some water. I'm going to fetch more water. If you dare run around, I'll break your legs. Once she left, the boy immediately bared his teeth. He was in so much pain, he was nearly in tears, but still stubborn. Looking at the branch on his arm, he was completely confused. What kind of new treatment method was this? QushengshengGets took an hour to find spring, filled the water tank, and then spotted a pond full of stupid big fish. Beastmen didn't eat fish. They grew fat and foolish, showing no fear of humans. She struggled a bit to catch two, clean them up, and carry them back, along with the filled water tank, which was heavy as hell, almost making her arms ache to the breaking point. On the way, she thought these fish would be great roasted when she got back, just enough to supplement their food. But the further she walked, the heavier it felt. She changed shoulders several times, and sweat dripped down her forehead. If she had known, she would have just caught one. After adding 2 fish, QushengshengGets felt it was incredibly laborious, especially since these 2 fish were indeed large. In this beast world, where one could traverse with cheats, pampering the wife, taming the fox, cooking fish, applying medicine to reverse the situation and set the scene ablaze. Pay attention. Originally, it would take an hour to return to the cave, but QushengshengGets, carrying the water tank and big fish, ended up taking 2 hours, with 3 hours spent catching fish before finally arriving. As soon as she entered, Fuyu flipped up in surprise, and upon seeing her, he sighed in relief, staring blankly at the fish in her arms. This female actually wanted to eat fish beasts? Fish beasts were disgusting. I'll go hunting. Fuyu's eyes were resolute. QushengshengGets laughed. It's not that they're disgusting. It's that you don't know how to cook. The little female listened to her advice. Call me sister. No way. Fuyu was already prepared for this and asked, what is your name? Fuyu lowered his head and said softly, Fuyu. QushengshengGets began to drill wood for fire. Her palms rubbed raw, but she didn't complain. Fuyu looked dumbfounded. This was something only beastmen should do. Let me do it, he whispered, but QushengshengGets coldly refused. Next, she brought clean water to wash Fuyu's wounds, and he instinctively wanted to dodge, but obediently sat still when told not to move. QushengshengGets took out the purple star herb powder. It will sting a bit. Bear with it. Fuyu was stunned. This was the first time he was treated gently by a female. When she wiped his wound, he instinctively wanted to dodge, but remembering her words, he stiffened his body and let her tend to him. The wound on his back was bloody, and QushengshengGets wiped it very carefully, unconsciously getting a bit closer. Fuyu could smell the faint floral scent on her, feeling her breath on his back, both painful and itchy, penetrating to the bone. Hiss. When she applied medicine, he couldn't help but inhale sharply, and QushengshengGets immediately softened her touch. I'll blow on it, and it one hurt. Fuyu instantly felt a rush of heat, his ears turning completely red. QushengshengGets accidentally cut her palm on a stone and fell to the ground. Don't come near me, Fuyu shouted angrily, and QushengshengGets helplessly replied, Fine, I'll leave the medicine here. You can do it yourself. After saying that, she walked away. Fuyu froze, staring at her back and then glancing at the medicine bottle, feeling a sudden emptiness in his heart. Fuyu suddenly froze in place, secretly looking, and saw QushengshengGets back. His gaze fell on the small wooden bottle on the ground, and for some reason, he felt a tremendous sense of loss. In this beast world, where one could traverse with cheats, pampering the wife, taming the fox, roasting fish, melting the rebellious boy's heart, setting the scene ablaze. Pay attention. Fuyu hesitated for a long time before picking up the medicine bottle. At worst, he would pay her back later. He carelessly applied the medicine to himself, only covering the major wounds and ignoring the minor ones. Outside the cave, QushengshengGets sat under a tree, rinsing her palm wound and squeezing yellow fruit juice on it, causing her heart to momentarily skip a beat from the pain. After wrapping up her wound, she felt extremely hungry and decided to cook once Fuyu was done. Inside the cave, Fuyu was restless, frequently glancing at the cave entrance, worried he would scare the little female away, yet afraid he was too rough. He didn't even know her name, which made him feel suffocated. As it got darker, QushengshengGets returned with firewood, and Fuyu immediately swallowed his heart back down. Thankfully, she and T abandoned him. Are you hungry? QushengshengGets RedFruit. Fu Yu's eyes sparkled as he looked at her, but he stubbornly replied, I'm okay. In reality, his stomach was already acidic, wanting to maintain some dignity in front of her. Qushengsheng added firewood and started roasting the fish, first cooking one, while keeping the other warm beside the fire. Fu Yu was dumbfounded. He had never seen a female cook. Watching her handle things with such ease, it was clear she did this often. Staring at the leopard totem on her collarbone, he guessed that her beast husband was probably few and far between, making her act alone, which fell a bit off. Little female, what is your name? He asked in a hoarse voice. Ollie. Qushengsheng looked up, her expression serious again. From now on, call me sister. Don't be so informal. Fu Yu looked at her serious face, illuminated by the fire, and then at her wrapped hand, wanting to refute, but fell silent. When Qushengsheng thought he wouldn't answer, he softly replied, okay. Qushengsheng was stunned. What? I listen well. Fu Yu hung his head obediently. She patted the top of his head, and his white semiad-like ears popped out. Unable to resist, she rubbed them, and they immediately drooped, full of embarrassment and shyness. So cute. She stopped and continued to grill the fish. Fu Yu, with his ears drooping, sneakily glanced at her. Being touched on the ears was surprisingly comfortable. She even praised him for being cute. He was thrilled inside, seriously examining Ali. His skin was darker, but with black hair and red lips, big misty eyes. Super obedient. He pondered the two words sister and felt inexplicably shy, unable to say it out loud. It was ready. Fu Yu came to eat the grilled fish. Qushengsheng seasoned it with yellow fruit and plated it beautifully. The snow-white fish was fragrant and crispy, served on a green leaf plate. It was amazing. Qushengsheng didn't have salt on hand, so she sprinkled some yellow fruit on the fish and arranged the plate neatly. The snow-white fish with a crispy, golden skin, paired with a pure natural green leaf plate, looked really delicious. Beast World transmigration with cheats. Pampered wife grilling fish for the fox comrades in bloody battles and explosive reversals. Pay attention. Fu Yu had already smelled the grilled fish and had stolen glances countless times, finally waiting for it to be done. Okay. He paused. Couldn't call her sister, but was super obedient, being pulled by Qushengsheng to wash his hands. He took the first bite and was stunned. The fish beast could be so delicious. In his memory, fish beasts were bitter and fishy, but this fish skin was soft, bouncy, and fragrant. The fish meat had the sourness of yellow fruit, fresh and appetizing. Fu Yu was starving and ate quickly. Qushengsheng tasted it. No salt, but when hungry, everything is fragrant. From his eating posture, she could tell he was terribly hungry, and he was still cautious. She broke off some fish meat and handed over the rest. I've had enough. It's all yours. Fu Yu felt sour. She only left a little for herself, giving him everything. I'm fine with just this. He hung his head, not daring to look, afraid he couldn't help but take more. How would he not eat more? How would he hunt for me? Qushengsheng's words made Fu Yu instantly look up. She was taking care of him and saying it so subtly. He took the fish without saying anything. Thank you felt too pale. In the end, he, a beast, finished 1.5 fish. That night, Fu Yu obediently slept by the bed, keeping watch over Qushengsheng. As the moonlight spilled down, he radiated a faint white glow. Neither of them knew anything. As dawn broke, Fu Yu sneaked out, wanted to wash up and catch fish. After managing himself with one hand, he brought back a big fish to the cave. Just as Qushengsheng woke up, almost calling out Eugene Yuanzhang's name. Now he was all alone. On the other side, Eugene Yuanzhang's face was pale, chased by a beast army for many days. In front was the territory of the leopard tribe. Yuanzhang's hair hung down, his eyes filled with gloom. Hurry up. Eugene took a sip of water, looking coldly towards the direction of the small home. The two beasts managed to take down one snake beast, while another one went mad chasing them. Beasts kept coming, and they could only run away to find help. When they reached the white tiger tribe, they were dumbfounded, bodies everywhere. The entire tribe was wiped out. The two kept running towards the leopard tribe, hoping someone was still alive. Deep in the misty forest, Snake Yin's eyes were crazed. Find for me. I want to avenge my brother. Find for me. I want to avenge my brother. Snake Yin's eyes were filled with madness and hatred. Beast World transmigration with cheats. Pampered wife meets divine youngster mercenary guild explosive reversals. Pay attention. The surrounding beast minor leaders exchanged glances, and in the next second, they all nodded simultaneously, retreating like a tide, then frantically searching for snake beasts and leopard beasts. Snake Yin stared in the direction where his brother Snake Jean died, his eyes fierce enough to bleed. Those two beastmen, no one is allowed to live. A few days ago, Snake Jean and Snake Ian went to rob a cave, where there were two beastmen, one at level 4 and the other at level 5, as tough as iron. Snake Ian fell into a trap, and just when he was about to die, Snake Jean jumped in to block the fatal blow. He was gone on the spot. Now the misty forest was in chaos. The battle situation was tense to the point of explosion, with 10 suns baking the land until white smoke rose. The beast's ambitions exploded. QushengshengGets heard the commotion and immediately got up to press my foot. First, I need to find my way back. As she sat up, she was stunned. In the morning light stood an incredibly beautiful young man. Silver long hair, flowing like moonlight. His brows and eyes were light yet cold. His nose and lips exquisitely like a celestial being, radiating a sacred and inviolable aura, almost making one want to burn 3 incense sticks. Is this Fuyu? QushengshengGets recognized him by the splint on his arm. Seeing her staring at him, Fuyu instantly felt displeased. No different from those females who coveted his face. Remembering what his mother said about females pretending to be prey to lure beastmen, his eyes turned cold as ice. This female acts too well. Being soft-hearted before was simply stupid. QushengshengGets instantly understood that she was annoying the person she was staring at and quickly averted her gaze, sincerely apologizing. I'm sorry. I offended you. Fuyu's expression softened slightly, but still coldly responded with an Taking the fish from his hand, QushengshengGets quickly started to process it, leaving Fuyu confused. Is this how you prepare fish beasts to taste as good as yesterday? Yes, this is the correct way. After finishing the grilled fish, Fuyu stayed in the cave to rest, while QushengshengGets took the opportunity, when he wasn't paying attention, to quickly go to the nearby tree hole to wipe fresh fruit juice, to cover up the discoloration. Then sneaked into the city to gather mercenary news. Bursting into the mercenary guild again, it was still bustling like a vegetable market. Today, she had braided her hair into a twist, the ends tied with a red bee skin rope, her black hair paired with the bright red rope, catching everyone's attention. It was already mid-morning, and there were quite a few females here. QushengshengGets could feel the burning gazes of the females. At first, she thought something was wrong with her, so she subtly checked her body, seeming to find nothing wrong. That yellow prickly pear juice was also hard to discolor, until a female raised her chin and blocked her. Hey, give me the red rope on your head. QushengshengGets? What's she talking about? Did you hear me? Ugly female. I said give me the red rope on your head. QushengshengGets looked up and down at the female in front of her. She had always thought that the portrayal of women who block others and threaten them in novels and films was exaggerated. Unexpectedly, in the beast world, she gained some insight. This arrogant female looked cute and charming, standing just over 1.60 meters, with a small white and tender face, slightly upturned eyes, but not too much of a curve. A not-so-high nose, but very delicate lips, looking indeed like a beauty of above-average appearance. No, QushengshengGets RedFruit, even somewhat dismissively. This petite female had already reached out her hand, but her refusal made her visibly stunned. The surrounding murmurs made her outstretched hand unsure of where to go. Just as this dark and ugly female was about to turn and leave, she shouted angrily, "Shut up. Be careful. I'll have my brother kill you all." Instantly, the surrounding people fell silent. QushengshengGets was somewhat curious. It was her first time hearing a female say something like "I'll have my brother deal with you," instead of just "I'll have my beast husband beat you," which was quite rare. However, the reaction of the people around made QushengshengGets realize that this female might really have some background. She should hurry and leave, at worst. She could put on some makeup tomorrow and change her appearance. She didn't have Yuan Jiang and Eugene protecting her now, and Fuyu was also injured. She should avoid trouble for now. QushengshengGets, relying on her small stature, quickly maneuvered around. Just as she was about to reach the entrance of the mercenary guild, she was grabbed by an arm. Hiss! QushengshengGets inhaled sharply. The beastman who held her arm was rough and heavy-handed. She felt like her bones were about to crack. "Little female, you've provoked my sister, so you'll have to pay the price." QushengshengGets looked up and saw that the one holding her arm was a man in a blue long robe. If it weren't for the malice in his eyes, she would have wanted to exclaim how handsome he was. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a flower boy. He wore a blue-purple flower on his garment, which looked like a gardenia. The leaves were thick but small, making it look quite cute. Looking at his clothes, QushengshengGets knew this beastman likely had some power. She didn't want to cause trouble. You don't know the whole story, so how can you judge that I provoked your sister? QushengshengGets. Originally, Ishua had come to the mercenary guild to take on a task, but unexpectedly, he heard his sister's voice and followed it inside, only to see her being extremely upset by a strange female. Instinctively, he chose to stand up for his sister. However, The female's reaction was quite interesting. She even calmly questioned him. This intrigued him somewhat, but curiosity aside, he couldn't allow anyone to bully his sister. I don't hit females. You should call your beast husband out, Ishua said. Qushengsheng replied, Are you out of your mind? I have things to do, so I'm leaving. Qushengsheng didn't want to bother with this crazy orc. Chapter 145. Huangjing. Ishua raised his eyebrows, clearly a bit surprised and displeased. In the cook's city-state, the only one who didn't give him face was this female before him. Little female, do you want to reconsider? Ishua asked again in what seemed like a gentle tone. The surrounding beastmen cautiously took a few steps back, as Ishua's increasingly gentle and beautiful smile indicated that someone was about to have bad luck. Some beastmen couldn't help but advise, little female, just call your beast husband out to fight the second young master. Yeah, let your beast husband handle it. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, urging her to call for help rather than to persuade this beastman, Qushengsheng felt that this person was likely a habitual offender. Moreover, hearing that some beastmen referred to him as the second young master, it seemed he was quite respected, suggesting that today wouldn't end well. QushengshengGets. If you want a hair tie, then buy it. She decisively removed the hair tie from her hair and held it out. Ishua looked down at the little female before him. In her palm was a red hair tie. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this little female had fairly decent features, though her skin was a bit dark. Do you want it? Qushengsheng felt the beastman's gaze on her and couldn't help but urge him again. Ishua was also a bit surprised. He had never encountered such a situation. This female's straightforwardness was extremely rare among females. Originally, he thought he would defeat this female's beast husband and take the hair tie as a trophy. However, this female's decisiveness was rather interesting. Yes, Ishua nodded, seeing that the beastman didn't ask any questions and simply said yes. Qushengsheng concluded that this beastman indeed had a significant background, so he wouldn't mind this little thing. Qushengsheng thought, if not now, then when? One Huangjing, she tentatively suggested. All right, the beastman replied without hesitation. QushengshengGets RedFruit. But then she regretted it a bit as the beastman took the hair tie. She should have asked for more. A commotion erupted around them, as observant beastmen recognized that this red strip was just a common part of a wild beast's belly, something so ordinary that it had sold for a Huangjing. That was a Huangjing. Qushengsheng held a Huangjing in her palm, pretending to casually observe the peculiar beastman's siblings. Seeing that they hadn't noticed her, she quickly turned and walked into the crowd. Just after Qushengsheng exited the mercenary guild, she quickened her pace. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Her possession of the Huangjing had already been discovered, and she wasn't afraid of anything, just worried about someone coming to snatch it. Not long after Qushengsheng left the mercenary guild, 3 or 4 shifty-eyed beastmen emerged from inside. Boss, where did that female go? Oomph, at least you have some brains. Go look around. Boss, there are no males around this female. Boss, what about me? The beastman referred to as the boss disdainfully sized up the long-faced sheep beastman. If you touch the female, then don't expect to keep your head. I won't keep your secret, the mouse beastman said coldly. The sheep beastman lowered his head, but his heart was full of discontent. What if he secretly did something? Qushengsheng was unaware of these intrigues. She was busy heading back to show Fiyue the Huangjing she earned, also to avoid the spotlight. As she quietly walked along a small path, halfway through, the world suddenly darkened, and she lost consciousness. Chapter 146. Noon. Is the person still not awake? Good morning, young master. There is no movement inside. Qushengsheng heard the sound of the stone door being pushed open, and she groggily opened her eyes to see a red figure gradually approaching. Qushengsheng felt dizzy and raised her hand. Acting spoiled as she said, I want a hug. Iyun was slightly taken aback, his footsteps paused, but a feeling stirred in his heart. The way this female acted spoiled was indeed very touching. No wonder his brother had brought her over. He did not presumptuously reach out, but quietly stayed where he was, waiting for her to wake up on her own. Qushengsheng sensed that the person was not hugging her, and initially felt wronged and confused, but she suddenly realized that she had fainted earlier. This reaction made her heart race, and she became alert. Qushengsheng opened her eyes wide to look at the visitor, who wore a beautiful outfit interwoven with red and white, and had shoulder-length wavy silver hair, looking gentle yet hard to approach. Iyun noticed the wary look in her eyes and politely took a step back, gently saying, Miss, I'm sorry. My brother is quite mischievous and brought you to the EU clan without your consent. Who are you? Qushengsheng's eyes were filled with vigilance. My name is Iyun. The ones who offended you yesterday were my younger brother and sister. I hope you won't hold it against my clueless siblings. Qushengsheng then realized that she was brought here by that beast man. Had already been a day. What about Fuyue? Qushengsheng's eyes filled with anxiety as she immediately got out of bed, preparing to go back to check on Fuyue. However, she was stopped by Yun, who said gently, "Miss, please don't rush to leave. May I ask you to do the same hairstyle for my sister as you did yesterday?" "No." Qushengsheng pushed him away, not wanting to deal with him, only wanting to return and check on Fuyue. Ian looked at his pushed-away hand. A flicker of harshness flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly covered by gentleness. "Miss, without me, you won't be able to leave." Qushengsheng looked at the immovable stone door, her face filled with anger. What kind of person is this? They brought her here just to have her style his sister's hair? It's truly disgusting. You took me is your wrongdoing, and now you want me to do hair? I don't have time to play with you. Qushengsheng angrily finished her words. Ian merely showed a slight change in his expression, which was quickly concealed. "I apologize. We were too rude. As an apology, I will personally escort you back and also apologize to your beast husband, if that's all right." Ian said sincerely. Qushengsheng was taken aback. She thought Ian would persist or question her attitude, but unexpectedly, he simply apologized. She relied on the fact that her true background was unknown, which gave her some respect from these beastmen. If they knew she had no beast husband by her side and no clan, she believed that as a female in the beast world, she would definitely be chewed up without a trace. It was as terrifying as being beautiful and alone in the modern world, which could lead to disaster. In the beast world, there were no legal constraints. What she could do was make others unable to figure her out, thus gaining their respect. Because no beastman would believe that a female without a beast husband nearby and without a clan could survive in a strange city. "Since you know you were rude, apologize to me. I will go back myself," Qushengsheng said, still looking furious. A dark glint flashed in Yun's eyes. He had investigated this female. A few days ago, she appeared alone at the city gate, claiming she wanted to find her runaway leopard beast husband, and then bought a dying beast man at the slave market. This was quite abnormal for a female. What was abnormal was her rationality. She was very smart and calm, and he even doubted the authenticity of her words. From Yun's experience, she was likely a clever little one who appeared tough, but was soft inside. "Miss, I apologize to you in my capacity as the young lord of Cook City. This matter was indeed excessive on my siblings' part, and I will teach them well. However, I hope you could do a hairstyle for my sister. She really likes your hair. After all, she was just a spoiled little girl without any bad intentions. I hope you can come tomorrow, and I will offer you generous compensation." Ian spoke politely and full of regret, and Qushengsheng quietly breathed a sigh of relief. And she proudly said, "You are in the wrong. I will consider the hair styling matter for tomorrow." After saying this, Qushengsheng left the room, and after a short while, she walked out of the Lord's mansion, leaving without looking back, hastily leaving the place. Ian watched the little female's disappearing figure, cracking his knuckles. He had a feeling that they would meet again. Chapter 147. Worry on the other side. Fuyue was indeed getting frantic. He had caught 3 fish yesterday and had been eagerly waiting for Ali to return by evening, but she hadn't come back. He tried to calm himself, but by midnight, there was still no sign of her. At this point, Fuyue began to panic. He started to worry that something might have happened to Ali, so he wandered around the forest near the cave several times, but there was no trace of her. Fuyue then roamed the city. Apart from the empty streets and a few passing beastmen, there was no sign of Ali. His heart felt like it was on fire, consumed by anxiety. Where could such a female have suddenly disappeared to in the city? After wandering around several times without finding her, he decided to secretly wait near the Lord's mansion, planning to seek help from them at dawn. The Lord of the Cook City State should be willing to help. After all, a female disappearing out of nowhere would cause panic among many females and beastmen, which would not be good for the development of the Cook City State. In the shadows, Fuyue had his head lowered, his expression serious and lips straight. He kept thinking about Ali and what might have happened to her. If she was in danger, it was his responsibility. Meanwhile, Qushengsheng had just stepped out of the house when a sparrow beastman escorted her to the door and handed her a package wrapped in a leaf. "Miss, this is food prepared for you by the eldest son. I hope you'll accept it." Qushengsheng initially didn't want it, but suddenly thought of Fuyue. So she took the package and hurried out of the Lord's mansion. Fuyue waited for a long time and finally saw the Lord's mansion open. He was about to approach when he spotted the missing Ali. Ali was respectfully escorted out by the Lord's mansion attendants, who had even prepared gifts for her. Fuyue felt a stiffness in his body. All the anxiety he had felt the previous night suddenly became a joke. Was he really just a complete fool? He watched Ali walk away and slowly emerge from the shadows, his body covered in dew. After hesitating for a moment, he transformed into his beast form and hurried back to the cave. QushengshengG rushed back to the cave, and before entering, she cut off a piece of the roasted meat she had and let a small animal taste it. After confirming everything was fine, she wrapped the meat in a large leaf and returned to the cave. As soon as QushengshengG entered, she saw Fu Yu lying obediently on the bed. His long silver hair looking soft and shiny, his delicate features resembling an ink painting. Fu Yu, I'm back, QushengshengG greeted without looking too closely. Where did you go? Fu Yu's voice was calm and unperturbed. QushengshengG's hands stiffened for a moment before she naturally replied, I went out for a stroll. Did you stay somewhere overnight? At a friend's house. QushengshengG planned to brush it off without thinking too much. If she told Fu Yu she had been captured, he probably would take it well. After a long silence, Fu Yu finally made a barely audible sound of acknowledgement. Come try this, it's quite tasty. QushengshengG offered the meat to Fu Yu. No. Fu Yu turned his head away, feeling somewhat nauseated by the meat on the large leaf. In fact, Fu Yu knew that Ali had spent the night at the Lord's mansion, and their relationship must be more than just friends. This meat was very expensive. It wasn't something one could just give away. Not knowing how to express himself, Fu Yu felt powerless. He couldn't articulate what he wanted, but at that moment, he hated himself for having nothing and being nothing. QushengshengG was taken aback. She initially wanted to persuade him, but seeing that he still disliked it, she handed him the wild fruits from her bag. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, she ate the meat herself. Fu Yu's gaze was vacant. Wasn't it all the same? Females were all vain. Although Ali had saved him, the thing he disliked most in his life was the greed and vanity of females. Fu Yu couldn't eat anything, and after a while, QushengshengG noticed that he had started to run a fever. At first, she noticed his face was a bit red. Then it contorted in pain, looking very uncomfortable. She put her hand on his forehead and confirmed he indeed had a fever. She didn't have any useful medicine at hand, but Fu Yu's temperature was very high, and she had to think of a way. Chapter 148. Be my female. QushengshengG prepared to wet the animal skin and place it on Fu Yu's forehead, hoping to bring down the fever, even if just a little. As soon as QushengshengG applied the dampened skin to Fu Yu's forehead, Fu Yu grabbed her wrist. QushengshengG let out a cry of pain, feeling as if her wrist was about to break. It hurt. QushengshengG couldn't help but whisper. Fu Yu's eyes were sharp and alert. His originally gentle brows and eyes turned cold and hard, like the purest snow atop a snow-capped mountain, clean yet ruthless. After a great effort, QushengshengG managed to break free, leaving a circle of finger marks on her wrist. Fu Yu also relaxed and closed his eyes. QushengshengG once again placed the damp animal skin on Fu Yu's forehead, and he no longer struggled. QushengshengG breathed a sigh of relief, shook her numb wrist, and looked at the delicate beauty lying on the simple bed, feeling helpless in her heart. The entire afternoon, Fu Yu had a high fever that refused to subside, coming and going repeatedly. QushengshengG didn't know how many times she had moistened Fu Yu's dry, pale lips with water. Seeing his flushed cheeks only deepened her worry. Why would Fu Yu's high fever go down? If this continued, he might end up with brain damage. His forehead was burning to the touch. QushengshengG didn't have any appropriate medicine on hand, and her gaze fell upon the large leaves piled nearby. Perhaps she wasn't entirely out of options. I'll find the young city lord. QushengshengG calmly told the sparrow beastman at the door. You finally came. I've been waiting for a long time. The sparrow beastman said enthusiastically. QushengshengG lowered her brows slightly, a smile on her lips, and nodded. Did they expect her to return? Please follow me. The sparrow beastman led QushengshengG into the mansion. QushengshengG saw that the surroundings were filled with tall trees, and the buildings were mostly made of stone, giving off a rugged and ancient beauty. The houses here were generally quite large. QushengshengG guessed that it might be because some beastmen prefer to rest in their animal forms. Having larger spaces would be more comfortable. After casually glancing around, she stopped paying attention and began to think about how to ask Iyun for the medicine she needed. Please sit. Iyun, dressed in a white robe, sat in front of an unknown ancient tree, his brows and eyes still carrying a coldness, but they were deliberately curved, making him appear almost painted. QushengshengG looked at the stone bench beside her, sat down, and didn't rush to speak. She watched as Iyun fiddled with what seemed to be slightly reddish tea leaves. Iyun warmed the leaves in his hands, and a warm, fragrant plant aroma gradually spread, creating a pleasant and relaxing atmosphere. QushengshengG watched as the blue flame in Iyun's palm retracted, reminiscent of how effortlessly he controlled ice. She speculated that Iyun was likely a fifth-tier beastman. Once Iyun had brewed the tea, he slightly raised his gaze to look at the female before him. The fact that a female could exhibit this level of patience impressed him. "You came earlier than I expected." After warming the slightly reddish cup of tea in his palm, Ian handed it to QushengshengG. QushengshengG accepted it with a smile, saying, "I was afraid you would be anxious waiting." Ian seriously scrutinized the female before him, observing her clear and bright peach blossom eyes, and suddenly felt that choosing her was indeed a good decision. She was very smart. "Then you can go ahead and state your conditions." Ian, having made up his mind, directly got to the point. "I need medicine, specifically healing ointment and fever-reducing medicine." QushengshengG didn't beat around the bush. He asked, and she answered, "Well, that is indeed a bit difficult to arrange. Even for me, obtaining medicine isn't easy." Ian's long fingers pinched the jade-green cup in his hand. Although his words carried an apologetic tone, his expression remained calm. QushengshengG understood that while obtaining the medicine was challenging, it shouldn't be particularly difficult for Ian, the young city lord. His hesitation felt a bit. So, QushengshengG wasn't in the mood to stall. She was anxious to save Fu Yu. Seeing her urgency, Ian straightforwardly said, "So, I need you to do me a favor." "What favor?" "Be my female." Chapter 149. Discussion. The smile on QushengshengG's face faded, and she coldly looked at Ian, placing the green cup in her hand on the table. With a cold expression, she said, "The young master of the city lacks sincerity. So there's no need for us to continue this discussion. I'm sure your sister doesn't lack a new hairstyle." Ian was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected this reaction from the little female. As the young master of Cook City, many females desired his favor, yet he had always dismissed them. Unexpectedly, the tides had turned, and now he was being rejected by a female. A smile gradually appeared in Ian's eyes, growing larger until his gentle voice echoed in QushengshengG's ears. "Don't be anxious, that's not what I meant. What I meant is, I want you to impersonate my female." "Impersonate? Why?" QushengshengG found this suggestion even more absurd, even somewhat ridiculous. "You must have heard that our Cook City is to have a marriage alliance with the Sharp Empire, right?" Ian poured QushengshengG another cup of floating light to calm her down. QushengshengG quietly watched Ian, signaling him to continue. "This marriage alliance isn't our Cook City's intention, nor is it the Sharp Empire's intention." A hint of coldness flashed in Ian's eyes. QushengshengG répondit for un moment. If it wasn't Cook City, and it wasn't the Sharp Empire, then was it the female protagonist doing? Did the princess of the Sharp Empire spread a rumor about herself? Who would believe that? Is there any evidence? QushengshengGets RedFruit. Ian began to find this female more interesting. Sharing such secrets did not evoke much surprise from her. She didn't even ask a single question, but understood his meaning immediately, and her first reaction was to seek verification. Ian pressed his right thumb against his index finger, suppressing the subtle joy in his heart. After taking a small sip of floating light, he continued, "You want to go to the Sharp Empire, don't you?" QushengshengG's pupils contracted. She couldn't recall how she had let that slip. Had she accidentally revealed too much while trying to gather information? Or had Ian deduced it from her? Seeing QushengshengG's vigilant reaction, Ian slightly curled his lips. Now, she looked like a little female, foolishly trying to snatch food from the tiger's den. Even the slightest movement from the tiger made her fur bristle, and her ears perk up in alarm. "Don't be nervous. If you agree to help me, I will take you to the Sharp Empire. This is much simpler than going through the mercenary guild or the merchant convoy. Besides, I just need you to stay by my side to make the princess of the Sharp Empire give up. The rest is up to me." QushengshengG was indeed a bit tempted, but she felt that Ian didn't seem like someone she could easily handle, and she had some doubts in her heart. "After this matter is settled, I will give you a reward. What do you think?" QushengshengG hesitated for a moment, looking at the gentle man before her, and eventually agreed. "All right, since I have to impersonate, I will find an appropriate time to inform everyone. You just need to cooperate with me." "Almost forgot my manners. Beautiful lady. My name is Ian. What is yours?" "Ollie." "Good. Then Ollie can sit for a while. I'll go get what you need." QushengshengG watched the man walk into the inner room, feeling a bit uneasy. She couldn't quite pinpoint the reason. Perhaps it was because Ian appeared gentle but possessed unfathomable strength. Having come this far, she decided to take one step at a time. QushengshengG took the small wooden box Ian handed her and was sent out the door by the sparrow beastman. "Miss Ollie, take care." QushengshengG turned back to look at the sparrow beastman, who was noticeably more respectful than before. She casually nodded, taking the small wooden box and walking out. Chapter 150. Disguise ointment. QushengshengG rushed back to the cave. She lightly touched Fu Yu's forehead with her hand. It was still very hot. QushengshengG opened a small wooden box, which contained several small bottles of different colors. She took out a green bottle, which held a dark liquid. After hesitating for a moment, she leaned in to smell it and felt like she was almost suffocating. After taking a slight breath, she looked at Fu Yu, whose cheeks were flushed and who was unaware of his surroundings, and used the liquid to tilt his chin, pouring it down his throat. Fu Yu struggled to drink, barely managing to swallow a few drops. With no other option, she finally fashioned a makeshift spoon out of leaves and fed him little by little. After finishing, QushengshengGets felt drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. After catching her breath, she looked at his swollen and inflamed wounds and decided to apply medicine to them, as well as change the animal skin wrapped around his arm. QushengshengGets rinsed the wounds with clean water, then sprinkled the pungent medicine from the brown bottle onto Fu Yu's injuries, wrapping them carefully one by one. Fu Yu's back was also covered with cold, white skin, showcasing the youthfulness of a boy yet to fully mature, and she applied the ointment cautiously. Fu Yu did not dare to open his eyes. He could sense her presence as she treated his arm. Now, as she applied medicine to his back, he could feel everything clearly. All he saw was darkness, and he felt her soft fingertips glide over his burning skin, sending shivers down his spine. Fu Yu felt like a sacrificial offering on an altar, and those delicate fingertips were divine grace. He did not dare to open his eyes, even softening his breaths. He felt a strange anger, blaming himself for having too little contact with females, making even this slight touch ignite a longing within him, wishing he could bite down on her unsuspecting neck with his canine teeth. Finally, whether it was a punishment or a reward, the treatment ended, and Fu Yu's body went limp once more, falling into a deep sleep. After applying the medicine, QushengshengGets discovered a slightly yellowed ointment in the corner of the small box. Curiously, she picked it up and took a little. It didn't have any strange smell. When she applied it to the back of her hand, she realized that it could cover her original skin color, making her look healthier, an off-white hue. QushengshengGets lowered her eyes and discreetly put the box away. It seemed her disguise had been discovered, so she decided to use this instead. QushengshengGets tried it out. Once applied, it felt like nothing and couldn't be rubbed off or washed away. There was also a small blue bottle nearby. She poured a bit out, revealing a light green oil that could dissolve the ointment meant for changing skin color, allowing it to be washed off with clean water afterward. Holding the small box, QushengshengGets checked on Fu Yu's condition, then went to the poolside to clean herself. Under the moonlight, she changed her skin color and returned to the cave. Meanwhile, at the Lord's mansion, Yishu, did you take my stuff again? I didn't. Grandpa Walker, I really didn't touch it. I just came to ask you for some medicine. Yishu felt extremely wronged. How could he possibly take their medicine just after stepping into the room? Who else could it be? An old, deep voice rang out. I really didn't touch anything. I just want a bit of medicine. Want a what? There's none left. Outside, Ian leisurely held a cup in his hands, sipping on the floating light, his brows and eyes relaxed and carefree. Chapter 151. Taking on a mission. After QushengshengGets returned to the cave and checked on Fu Yu's condition, she sat down beside Fu Yu and fell asleep. The next morning, when QushengshengGets woke up, Fu Yu was already gone. Squinting her eyes, she saw Fu Yu sitting with his back to her in front of the fire, with 2 fish roasting beside it. They probably hadn't been cooking for long, as the fish skins still glistened with moisture. Are you feeling better? QushengshengGets sat up and asked Fu Yu. I'm fine, Fu Yu replied without turning around, simply tossing a piece of firewood into the fire, making the flames flare up again. QushengshengGets stood up, got some water from a small wooden basin nearby, washed herself, then walked over to sit across from Fu Yu, sizing him up. Oh, your arm is healed? QushengshengGets was somewhat surprised. Did beastmen have such strong recovery abilities? It hadn't been long at all. Fu Yu's gaze fell on his own arm, and he replied without much emotion. QushengshengGets moved the fish to a spot where the fire was a bit hotter, intending to finish breakfast quickly and then try to pick up a task at the mercenary guild that she could handle. Right now, she had nothing, if possible. She wanted to earn some universal magic crystals. Having money in hand would prevent her from panicking in any situation. Fu Yu's gaze briefly flicked over to Ali across from him. Then he paused slightly, as if Ali had become more attractive. His eyebrows and eyes hadn't changed, but something seemed different, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. When QushengshengGets' gaze met Fu Yu's, she noticed him hurriedly lower his head. QushengshengGets couldn't help but smile. This reaction was quite amusing, not something Fu Yu would typically do, and it seemed inexplicably shy. To her, Fu Yu was like a little fox that loved to show its claws. After they finished eating, QushengshengGets stood up and said, Fu Yu, stay home and guard it well. I'm going out. Where are you going? Fu Yu stood up a bit anxiously, surprised by his own urgency. His vision darkened for a moment, but he managed to steady himself by holding onto the cave wall. Qushengsheng was startled, but when she saw he had steadied himself, she said, I'm going to the mercenary guild to take on a task. Take me with you. No, you still need to recuperate. Qushengsheng rejected him without a second thought. No one will give a female a task. No female would come here alone to pick a task, Fuyu said. And Qushengsheng realized she hadn't considered this. Looking at Fuyu, his complexion was slightly pale, but he didn't seem to have any major issues. After thinking for a moment, she agreed. The two headed toward the mercenary guild. I've noted down the medication. Fuyu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Qushengsheng was a bit confused. What? The medication you used on me. I will repay you, Fuyu said, pressing his lips tightly together. Speaking with the stubbornness of a young man, seriously making his promise. Seeing his serious attitude, Qushengsheng also looked at Fuyu earnestly and said, Okay, I'll wait for you to repay me. Once you do, you'll be free. Qushengsheng was willing to respect the pride of a boy. Even if she said he didn't need to, he wouldn't like it, since he preferred not to owe anything, then let him repay her, and in the end, allow him to leave naturally, which wasn't a bad outcome. Fuyu gave Qushengsheng a deep look, said nothing, and walked ahead. Qushengsheng followed Fuyu, thinking that she could first try something easy. After all, safety was the most important. They arrived together at the mercenary guild, which was still bustling with people. Qushengsheng held Fuyu's wrist and squeezed to the front. Fuyu watched as the shorter female led him forward. His gaze fell on his wrist, but he didn't resist. It just felt like he was being protected by a female. Standing at the counter, Qushengsheng looked at the task board while Fuyu quietly guarded her, afraid someone would bump into her. Qushengsheng saw a lucrative hunting task on the board and felt a bit regretful. After some thought, she ultimately took on a task to find green cicada molting. Green cicada molting, 200 coins, 1 red crystal. Hello, I would like to take that green cicada molting task. Alright-o, you must be a new female in our city-state, right? The one speaking was a tall giraffe beastman, who Qushengsheng guessed was nearly 2.5 meters tall. Qushengsheng nodded. Okay, you're really cute. Take this to eat. Qushengsheng looked at the orange wild fruit handed to her by the giraffe beastman, feeling a bit dazed. Fuyu's expression darkened immediately as he raised an eyebrow at the giraffe beastman, looking as if he was ready to defend what belonged to Qushengsheng. Thank you. Qushengsheng obediently thanked him, then was led out by Fuyu, holding her wrist. Qushengsheng felt that the giraffe beastman was quite friendly and examined the apple-sized orange fruit in her hand. Throw it away. Huh? Why? Qushengsheng was a bit confused. This is a beastman's way of courting females, believe it or not. He has given this fruit to every female he has met, Fuyu said with certainty. Qushengsheng suddenly felt that the giraffe beastman wasn't so friendly anymore, and the fruit in her hand felt a bit hot. Really? Qushengsheng felt that this was too absurd. If you don't believe it, then eat it. Qushengsheng looked at the fruit in her hand, feeling it would be a waste. Seeing her hesitation, Fuyu took the fruit away and placed it on a high branch. Not long after, a gray little animal came and carried it away. Qushengsheng and Fuyu walked toward the forest while on the other side. The giraffe beastman just wanted to get off work. His partner had already returned from hunting, and they had been together for 5 years, with a stable relationship. Always missing each other. Chapter 152. The Forest of 10,000 Beasts. Qushengsheng and Fuyu were heading to a vast forest outside the city-state of Cook, known as the Forest of 10,000 Beasts. This forest had not been fully explored by the beastmen, and what lay deep within was a mystery. However, powerful beastmen had attempted to enter before. Out of 10 who went in, only one came out, claiming he couldn't see clearly, but that all his companions had died, and he had escaped by sheer luck. Such a mysterious and dangerous place had not seen any beastmen venture in since. Later, with the establishment of the mercenary guild, the beastmen divided the forest into 7 rings. Generally, beastmen could only reach the 6th ring at most, while Qushengsheng and Fuyu only needed to find the green cicada molt, which could be found in the 1st or 2nd rings. Qushengsheng led Fuyu, who carried a small bag containing 2 bottles of water, as they exited the city-state of Cook. The guard beastmen were serious and silent, appearing to be wolf beastmen, stern and vigilant. Qushengsheng and Fuyu walked north toward the forest of 10,000 beasts. As soon as they entered, they felt a chill. The trees in the forest were mostly ancient, and although the ground was dry, the vegetation was lush. Qushengsheng curiously poked around in the grass with a small stick, and Fuyu said, "The green cicada likes dry and cool tree trunks. Just look for it in the shady spots behind the big trees." Wow, you know so much. Qushengsheng exclaimed, surprised. She didn't know what the green cicada molt was, but it seemed Fuyu did. Fu Yu paused, somewhat flustered, and quietly said, I know a little. Qushengsheng looked over, and Fu Yu pretended to casually avoid her gaze, though the ears on top of her head were proudly twitching, while her expression remained indifferent. Qushengsheng couldn't help but laugh at Fu Yu's awkwardness, deliberately saying, You really know a lot. Fu Yu, you're amazing. I didn't even know. Fu Yu's mind went blank, her face flushed, and she became somewhat flustered, nearly tripping over her own feet. Qushengsheng found Fu Yu's reaction amusing and smiled brightly, saying, Our Fu Yu is shy. Fu Yu felt uncomfortable under her gaze. It wasn't just her face that was hot. She felt warm all over. Qushengsheng watched as Fu Yu silently walked past her, realizing she had teased her too much. This kid was so awkward but really cute. Fu Yu, wait for me. Qushengsheng called out. Fu Yu's footsteps didn't stop, but she secretly slowed down. The little female behind her chattered away like a gurgling beast. Yet at that moment, Fu Yu suddenly felt very pleased and at ease. Qushengsheng began to speak, but was silenced by Fu Yu covering her mouth. Qushengsheng blinked at Fu Yu, who had her ears perked up in alertness. Seeing Fu Yu signaling her to be quiet, Qushengsheng blinked her big eyes in acknowledgement. After that, Fu Yu led Qushengsheng to hide in a small hollow. It was dark inside, but relatively clean. Fu Yu protected Qushengsheng between himself and the cave wall, as the hollow was deep and narrow, forcing them to press closely together. Fu Yu was on high alert. He was alone with a female now, and with his combat ability greatly reduced, he feared he couldn't protect Ali if they encountered someone who wanted to harm them. After a few breaths, the voices became clearer. Gigi, I miss you so much. Ajua, I miss you too. Gigi, is it okay here? Okay. Azul. Ah. Shua. Ah. Gigi. Fu Yu, being a beastman, could hear every word clearly, including the physical contact and the soft breaths of the beastmen and the low sobs of the females after the conversation stopped. Qushengsheng could vaguely hear some things, but not clearly, and she wanted to peek out to see, prompting her movement. However, she was pulled back into Fu Yu's embrace, her face pressed against his muscles, and she looked up at him with a questioning expression. Chapter 153. The Small Hollow, Don't Move. Fu Yu whispered to Qushengsheng, fearing being discovered. They were very close together, and Qushengsheng felt a tickling sensation on her ear. However, she didn't dare to move and obediently stayed in Fu Yu's embrace. Fu Yu swallowed subtly and carefully, his delicate Adam's apple moving up and down. He could feel the soft body of the female in his arms, as well as her warm, moist breath blowing against his bare chest. He could hear the sounds of male and female mating not far away. And holding Ali in such a dark, small cave was somewhat stimulating. Fu Yu cautiously lowered his head to look at the person in his arms. She was really good, not moving when told not to, so silly. Not afraid at all to be held by a male. Did she not fear what he might do to her? Fu Yu's palms were a bit sweaty. The sounds in his ears grew clearer, and it felt like an unnamed fire had been ignited in his heart. His gaze fell on the bare shoulder of the female in his arms, her straight collarbone, and her towering peaks. Just as he noticed the deep ravine, it was as if he had been scalded, and he quickly averted his eyes, but still couldn't help but pull her closer into his embrace. Qushengsheng was just about to lift her head to take a look when Fu Yu pressed her head down. Fu Yu dared not let her see, fearing she would notice his wolfish gaze and also afraid she would discover his thoughts. Qushengsheng, feeling tired from standing, moved a bit. Fu Yu let out a low gasp beside her ear. He had already used all his self-control to suppress his instinctive reactions, but Ali's movement nearly ruined everything. Qushengsheng was no stranger to such reactions. As a girl, her instincts kicked in, and she looked up. Fu Yu's face was somewhat stiff as he whispered, Tired from standing, my body feels a bit uncomfortable. Only then did Qushengsheng remember that Fu Yu's injury had just healed. Standing like this must have been tiring for her, let alone Fu Yu. Did they leave? Qushengsheng heard some faint sounds but couldn't make them out clearly. So she stood on her tiptoes and whispered near Fu Yu's ear. Fu Yu felt a shiver run through him. The sensitivity of his ears made him tremble. But he forced himself to calm down and replied, soon. After a while, Fu Yu finally heard the male coaxing the female to leave. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling the tension in his body ease. Qushengsheng knew there was no one outside anymore, so she pushed Fu Yu and said, Let's go, you should sit for a while. Fu Yu walked out of the hollow somewhat stiffly, and Qushengsheng followed closely behind. After finding a clean large stone to sit on, Qushengsheng finally asked, Who were those people just now? Fu Yu's ears perked up, and he lowered his eyes, saying, I don't know, probably mercenaries. Oh, it's good that you noticed. Fu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear Li ask, what were they doing there? Is there some treasure? It took so long, my legs are numb from standing. Cough, cough, cough. Fu Yu choked on some water, coughing awkwardly. Are you okay? Drink slowly. No one is competing with you. I don't know. Fu Yu forced himself to reply, not wanting to admit he had never expected beastmen to come to the forest of beasts for this kind of thing. This was their misfortune. And now he just hoped Ali wouldn't ask any more questions. If she did, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Let's go find the green cicada moltings. Okay. Qushengsheng followed Fu Yu to look for the green cicada moltings. Qushengsheng was focused on searching, but Fu Yu occasionally glanced at her, though she didn't notice. There were many tall trees in this forest. They had already found 3 out of 200 cicada moltings after 3 hours. Qushengsheng planned to take Fu Yu around the forest to identify some useful plants. Chapter 154. Green bellflower? Let's take a look around the outskirts. Qushengsheng said with a hopeful expression. Fu Yu glanced at the sky, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately softened and agreed. Qushengsheng carefully observed the surrounding flora. Perhaps due to the different geographical environments of the beast forest and the misty forest, the plants and animals here were also quite different. Qushengsheng decided to make good use of her 10 opportunities to identify plants. Fu Yu watched Ali, who resembled a little bee, rummaging through the grass and observing the plants. He inexplicably thought of the wild lynx he had raised in his youth. He had fed it until it was plump, carefree, rolling around in the grass every day, and he had been willing to indulge it. But later, it too had left him. Where is your tribe? Fu Yu recalled what the giraffe orchid said and couldn't help but ask. Qushengsheng didn't turn back, continuing to rummage as she replied, it's far away. Fu Yu's gaze fell on her back. Even he, being somewhat dull, knew that this was just her dismissing him. He had initially wanted to ask more, but stopped himself. They would part ways sooner or later, so why bother caring? Suddenly, Qushengsheng spotted a plant not far away with light green, bell-shaped flowers. She pointed and asked, is this poisonous? Fu Yu didn't recognize it either and shook his head. Qushengsheng hesitated for a moment, but still touched it with her fingertip. Green bellflower, anti-inflammatory and antibacterial, widely used in medicine. This is remarkable. Isn't this equivalent to penicillin in the plant world? Qushengsheng carefully dug up the plant and placed it into her leather bag. Fu Yu was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't Ali unfamiliar with this plant? How could she have dug it up? Had she really identified it? Was she that lucky? After completing this series of actions, Qushengsheng realized she had been a bit abrupt, so she explained, this herb, my mother taught me to recognize it before. I was uncertain at first, but after digging it up, I confirmed it. Fu Yu nodded and said, identifying plants as a female is extremely reliant on luck. Not everyone can recognize these plants with just a touch. If that were the case, wouldn't it be too easy? Fu Yu, look for more of this herb. If there are wounds, or if you have a fever in the future, this herb can be used. Fu Yu's eyes lit up. This was indeed a rare find. Hey, let me see which female is boasting. Qushengsheng and Fu Yu both looked up at the newcomer, or rather, a large group of them. The speaker was a female wearing a pink short skirt, with red hair and some sunspots on her face, but her features were still decent, and she could be considered a little beauty. She sat atop a tiger, her eyebrows raised in arrogance, arms crossed over her chest, and her face showed disdain. The large tiger she sat on was likely her beast husband, considering the tiger totem on her chest. Her arms and legs were adorned with various totems, seemingly a mix of wolves and sheep, looking somewhat gaudy. Beside her were 5 orcs, all carrying prey, covered in blood, looking very intimidating. Fu Yu instinctively stepped in front of Qushengsheng, inadvertently revealing his face. The female's eyes lit up with interest as she asked, what's your name? How come I haven't seen you before? Did you just arrive in the Cook City state? Qushengsheng noticed the female's gaze glued to Fu Yu and frowned at her array of totems. Fu Yu couldn't be bothered to respond to her and remained silent. This is my person. Qushengsheng stood in front of Fu Yu. Fu Yu was momentarily stunned, feeling a strange sensation. How did he become her person? How can someone as ugly as you have such a good-looking male? The female remarked. Qushengsheng. She initially thought the female was mocking her, but it seemed she was seriously stating that she felt Qushengsheng was ugly and unworthy of Fu Yu. You're not that good-looking either, and you have so many males. Why can't I have one? What did you say? Who are you calling ugly? You responded, didn't you? Qushengsheng wasn't going to let her off easy. She stood her ground. Chapter 155, Danyang Boj. Show her some color. This female's eyes are filled with malice. Fu Yu's eyes brimmed with killing intent, cold and sharp. Danyang. The city lord doesn't allow attacks on females. It was the ram beastman who responded. If I tell you to go, then go. So useless. This female named Danyang is about to explode with anger, her brows and eyes fierce. Make a move. Whoever makes a move will mate with me tonight. All the beastmen hesitated. Even if their own female used such tactics to tempt them, the ingrained instinct to protect females made them hesitate. This hesitation, however, made Danyang furious. All right, if you all aren't going, then I'll go myself. Qushengsheng saw that female jump down from the tiger's back, holding a whip and strike at Qushengsheng. Fuyu squinted. What a ridiculous thing. Qushengsheng moved forward, dodging the whip, and when the group of beastmen didn't react, she knocked that female down. Danyang screamed. Qushengsheng pressed down hard on this female, immobilizing her. With her right hand gripping a bone knife against her cheek, she whispered, Are you going to scream again? Do you believe I can cut your face? Danyang trembled, her lips quivering with fear. The cold blade pressed against her face made her afraid to move, worried she would accidentally cut herself. Do you realize your mistake? Qushengsheng asked again. Although Danyang was terrified, she regained some composure, convinced that this female wouldn't dare to hurt her. She replied softly, I did nothing wrong. You're just ugly. If you cut me, I'll have brother Ishua beat you. No, kill you. Hiss, infuriating. Qushengsheng really wanted to cut her face, but how could Ishua always be around? Danyang noticed the female's pause and arrogantly said, Are you scared now? Hurry up and let me go. Just wait, I won't let you off easy. Qushengsheng narrowed her eyes and exerted more force. Danyang felt a pain on her face, as if something was flowing down. How dare you? How dare you cut my face? Qushengsheng thought, since she was going to be retaliated against anyway, she might as well collect some interest in advance. She didn't want to be attacked by such a fool for no reason. Not only do I dare, but I can also kill you. Qushengsheng tightened her grip around Danyang's neck. When she cut Danyang's face, all the beastmen were shocked. They didn't expect this female to have such impressive combat skills. And what surprised them most was that she actually cut Danyang's face. Fuyu was also surprised. The ferocity displayed by Li now didn't even seem like that of a female. She remained calm, and Fuyu saw that Danyang's face was just a superficial cut, the wound not large and likely not leaving a scar, showing a good sense of control. Help, help! Danyang's face was turning purple, but Qushengsheng remained indifferent. Danyang's beastman husband exchanged glances and rushed forward, ready to intervene, but Fuyu blocked them. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill her. Qushengsheng's words were filled with murderous intent, and Danyang was almost suffocating. Danyang's beastman husband dared not move. Little female, I apologize on behalf of Danyang. Can you let her go? The ram beastman said cautiously. We'll give you all our prey. Just let Danyang go. The tiger beastman also spoke up. Qushengsheng raised an eyebrow and slightly loosened her grip. Danyang looked at her in fear, and Qushengsheng whispered, Apologize. Danyang trembled, her hoarse voice saying, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Qushengsheng tightened her grip on her neck and said, In the future, do something virtuous, and don't just spout nonsense at others. I don't know what bad things you've done, but even your beastman husband doesn't want to save you. I advise you to be kinder. Don't accidentally die one day. Tears welled up in Danyang's eyes as she nodded tremulously. Qushengsheng finally released her, and she was carried away by the ram beastman. The tiger beastman even turned back to nod at Qushengsheng, who was slightly surprised and nodded in return. TSK, this female might really be used to being bad. Her male seems to wish she were dead, yet has to protect her. Danyang is notorious in the Cook City for pursuing males who already have partners. She enjoys seeing the despair on the faces of those females when their partners are taken away. Relying on having grown up with Ishua, she would coax him into dealing with those who would be her stolen beastmen, using magic crystals to smooth things over. As for those males who were framed or became her beastmen for various reasons, who cared? With that, Qushengsheng lost interest in wandering around, and the two decided to head home. Fuyu remained silent on the way back, and Qushengsheng asked, What's wrong? Fuyu hesitated for a moment before saying, I got you into trouble. Yeah, it's a bit of trouble. But trouble doesn't come just because you don't want it to. Don't overthink it. Go with the flow. Focus on your recovery, and we'll have our fighting power back. Fuyu glanced deeply at the small female beside him, uncertain of how to feel, but at that moment, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. She didn't say it was okay. She was always straightforward and addressed matters as they were. However, she was also open-minded. As if in her eyes, he could make mistakes, as if he could be pampered, and it didn't matter if he made mistakes. Chapter 156. Outside the city gate, as Qushengsheng and Fuyu arrived at the city gate, a fireball almost struck Fuyu, but fortunately, Fuyu sensed it in time and swiftly dodged, though the tips of his silver hair were still singed. Fu Yu quickly got up and shielded Ali, fearing for her safety, and coldly glared at the man on the city gate. Qushengsheng looked up and saw Yishua, who had a pair of white wings behind him and was playing with a fireball, his eyes filled with mockery. He is not that impressive. His looks are just average. Yishua appeared indifferent. No, I want him. Brother Yishua. I like him. Qushengsheng coldly glanced at the smug female Dan Yang standing on the city tower, covering one side of her face. What are you looking at? Ugly freak. Just as Qushengsheng was about to say something, Fu Yu acted first. He threw the bone knife in his hand directly at Dan Yang. Dan Yang screamed in fright, her face paling. Boom! Yishua used a fireball to deflect the bone knife, leaving behind the smell of burnt bone. Don't you know that the Cook city-state forbids attacking females? Yishua's smile vanished, and a storm brewed in his eyes. Fu Yu coldly raised his gaze, curled his lips into a sneer, and said, This thing is even worthy? With a flap of his wings, Yishua flew in front of Fu Yu and kicked him. Fu Yu was instantly sent flying, crashing into a nearby rock. Qushengsheng's pupils contracted. She didn't have time to stop it and saw Fu Yu get attacked. Watching Fu Yu spit out blood, his cold smile still on his face, Qushengsheng panicked. Fu Yu had just recovered. Moreover, Fu Yu had no soul power, which was the most fatal. Without thinking, Qushengsheng rushed forward to stand in front of Fu Yu. So useless? Need to be protected by a female. Yishua looked disdainful. Just as Qushengsheng was about to say something, she was gently pushed behind by a large white paw. Turning her head, she saw Fu Yu transforming into his beast form, stepping out gracefully. Perhaps sensing Qushengsheng's worried gaze, Fu Yu gave her a determined look. Qushengsheng understood that gaze. She had seen it in Eugene and Yuan Zhang's eyes. It was the unique steadfastness of beastmen. They were brave and fearless, admired the strong, but were also willing to challenge the strong. Qushengsheng watched as Fu Yu took step after step towards Yishua, and Ian glanced deeply at Fu Yu. Knowing his choice, beastmen were never cowards. A flash of light appeared, revealing a beautiful white tiger with black stripes. Its fur gleamed, and on its back were a pair of gigantic white wings. Facing the gentle breeze, it exuded a majestic and sacred beauty. This was the ruling family of the Cook city-state, known as the Winged Tiger Clan, with wings sprouting from their backs and the ferocity of a tiger. Fu Yu's figure was smaller compared to Yishua. The fox's fur was a bit dull, but his silver coat and graceful gait resembled the moonlight spilling onto the earth. Qushengsheng watched intently, her hands clenching involuntarily. Fu Yu slightly lowered his head and ferociously initiated the attack. His speed was rapid, like a white light flashing through the space before them. Yishua was startled and quickly dodged, though some fur was still pulled from his thigh. He felt a surge of anger and was no longer careless. Initially, he thought a wild fox without soul power would be easy to handle. But he didn't expect Fu Yu's speed to be so quick. He almost got bitten. Thankfully, he instinctively avoided it. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed. After all, he was a third-level soul power beastman. Yishua took Fu Yu's attack seriously. Fu Yu was still too inexperienced. At first, Yishua was caught off guard by Fu Yu's speed, but gradually, he figured out Fu Yu's moves. To an outsider, it appeared that Yishua was being forced to retreat repeatedly, but in reality, those in the know could see that the fox was already at its limit, while the winged tiger still had plenty of energy. In this battle, even if Yishua didn't use soul power, Fu Yu would lose without a doubt. In terms of physical fitness and combat skills, Fu Yu had nothing to show for. In fact, his fighting techniques were unrefined, even inferior to Qushengsheng. Initially, the beastmen watching were either mocking or sighing, but gradually, the mocking voices faded, and everyone fell silent, watching the battle. Every time Fu Yu was knocked back by Yishua, he stood up and attacked again. He even learned Yishua's moves from him and applied them against Yishua. Fu Yu's persistence made Yishua somewhat flustered. Whether he couldn't quickly take down his opponent, or even if he won, he wouldn't feel proud. This caused Yishua to become increasingly ruthless. But Fu Yu still stood up like an unkillable cockroach. Qushengsheng watched as blood trickled from the corner of Fu Yu's mouth, her heart growing anxious. But she couldn't do anything. This was Fu Yu's choice. Bang! Fu Yu had no idea how many times he had hit the ground. He gasped for breath, but still tried hard to stand up. Get up. You can do it. Get up. Brother. Brother. Get up. The beastmen around began to cheer Fu Yu on. Fu Yu struggled hard. He wanted to stand up, but he had no strength left. He couldn't lose. He absolutely wouldn't admit defeat. Fu Yu trembled and stood up, dazedly looking at the crowd around him, at his opponent across from him, and at Ali beside him. His efforts, did she see them? He wasn't useless. He could protect her too. Chapter 157. Wait for me. Fu Yu slowly stood up from the ground. Although blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still held a determined look. Someone in the crowd clapped and shouted, "Good." Suddenly, cheers of encouragement erupted around him. "Good. Brother, you're like a real orc now. Orcs never yield. Good. Get up. Let's go for it." Fu Yu ignored the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked once again at the opposing Yishua. At that moment, a storm brewed in Yishua's eyes. He looked as if he were being roasted over a fire. Even if he won, it wouldn't be glorious. As the second son of the city lord's mansion, if things continued like this, it would not only harm his own reputation, but also that of the city lord's mansion. Thinking this way, his expression worsened. As Fu Yu prepared to attack again, he was slowly suppressed by a powerful force. This force did not stop him, but rendered him immobile. Fu Yu struggled to lift his head and saw another orc with wings appear. It was the young city lord. The young city lord has arrived. Let me see, yes. It's the young city lord. Good day, young city lord. Good day, young city lord. QushengshengGets raised her eyes and saw Yiyun coming. His tousled hair swayed with the airflow from his wings, and his unadorned white clothing made him look like Lucifer descended to the mortal realm. Elegant, gentle, and filled with compassion for the world at that moment. It seemed as if he had just stepped down from an altar. Good day, everyone. Yiyun wore a flawless smile and even nodded graciously to the surrounding orcs. I apologize for taking up your time. I'm here to take my unruly brother back. What is the young city lord saying? If the second son, as a level 3 soul power orc, is not doing well, then we're all too weak. Yes, the young city lord is being modest. QushengshengGets slightly lowered her eyes, knowing that Yiyun's arrival was to clean up Yishua's mess, while also salvaging the image of the city lord's mansion. Yiyun, noticing Fu Yu, who was injured and struggling to stand, said with concern, "I'm sorry. My brother has been too willful and careless. I'll teach him a lesson when we get back. How about we end today's contest here?" Fu Yu pressed his lips together, filled with hatred at that moment. He did not want to see Yishua do well, but Yiyun's intervention turned his determination and faith into a joke. QushengshengGets looked at Fu Yu, who was nearly unable to stand and was being openly bullied by Yiyun, and her anger flared. She stepped forward to support the swaying Fu Yu and said coldly, "This matter today was supposed to be between us females. Your brother insisted on intervening and even injured Fu Yu. This is your fault. How will you compensate Fu Yu for his innocent injuries? How will you discipline Yishua? No need to wait until you get back. Discipline him right here." A layer of ice formed in Yiyun's eyes. Sometimes, these clever females who couldn't be scolded or hit were not a good thing. "Ali, I've been looking for you for a long time. Didn't you say you wanted me to be your beast husband? Have you changed your mind?" Yiyun said to QushengshengGets with surprise and a cautious demeanor. Before QushengshengGets could react, Fu Yu quickly turned to look at Ali, gripping her wrist tightly and coldly asking, "Is what he said true? The young city lord has a crush? The young city lord is suddenly going to become her beast husband? Who is she? She looks average. Isn't the young city lord supposed to marry the princess of the Sharp Empire? What now?" The surrounding orcs were murmuring in fragmented discussions, mixed with the dissatisfied voices of some females. Fu Yu heard nothing. He stared intently at Ali, wanting her to give him an answer. "Fu Yu, I'll talk to you about it later." After QushengshengGets said this, she broke free from Fu Yu's grip. If she didn't she felt her wrist would bruise. QushengshengGets did not want to give up on her cooperation with Yiyun, but she also did not want him to have it easy. After all, Fu Yu was injured. She needed to make Yishua pay the price. "I hadn't changed my mind, but seeing the second son of a noble house like this, I truly want to change my mind. Unless he apologizes to Fu Yu." QushengshengGets pointed her finger at Yishua. Yishua's expression changed immediately, and he was shocked. His brother actually took a liking to such an unattractive female. He even wanted to be her beast husband voluntarily. Yiyun looked deeply at QushengshengGets, knowing that she also didn't want to let this go easily. "Apologize," Yiyun said softly. Yishua looked at Yiyun in shock. Was this really the brother who was so protective of him? Yishua looked once more at the female opposite him. Could it be true love? Yishua hesitated for a moment, thinking that the orc was indeed a worthy opponent, and after a brief pause, he said to Fu Yu, "I'm sorry." In Fu Yu's eyes, it seemed as if a thin layer of ice had formed, cold and fragile. He didn't want any apology. He only felt sorrow. He was so useless that he had to rely on Ali to negotiate with Yiyun on his behalf. "Then I'll take that as your agreement. Here, the medicine." Yiyun took out a box of medicine and handed it to QushengshengGets. Then, he said gently and patiently, "Wait for me." After that, Ian took Ishu all away, and the orcs dispersed. Fu Yu stood there like a statue, feeling at that moment that he deserved to die. It seemed he had suddenly lost his faith in her, becoming a useless existence once again. Chapter 158. Useless. The surrounding orcs gradually dispersed, and QushengshengGets felt as if she was touching a block of ice. Fu Yu's body temperature was very cool. So cool that QushengshengGets almost thought he was going into shock. Fu Yu? Fu Yu, are you okay? Fu Yu's eyes were filled with numbness. He slowly lowered his head to look at QushengshengGets and then began to pry her fingers off his arm, one by one. Although he didn't hurt her, there was an undeniable intensity in his actions. Fu Yu? QushengshengGets looked at her own hand in confusion. Fu Yu's face was as pale as paper. After a long time, he finally said with difficulty, Ali, I am so useless. Fu Yu felt powerless because he couldn't protect his mother, which led to her being killed. He couldn't protect himself, becoming a slave beast instead. He would never be able to protect the people he wanted to protect. No matter how hard he tried, it seemed like the beast god was playing a joke on him. You are useful. You can protect me. Look, just now. If it weren't for you, I would have been hurt by Ishu, and you can also provide for me. Catching fish beasts? Fu Yu's lips curled into a bitter arc. If it was about catching fish beasts, even the weakest orc could do it. QushengshengGets looked at the shattered self-esteem in Fu Yu's eyes, and she suddenly didn't know how to respond. She knew that in the beast world, fish were indeed not valued, and even young cubs could catch fish easily. Fu Yu. QushengshengGets felt a pang of compassion. The young man's thin back slowly bent in her line of sight, and the drooping eyebrows and eyes quietly revealed how sad he truly was. Fu Yu walked step by step toward the forest. He didn't know what to do. It seemed that all he could do was find a place where no one was around and stay quietly. Fu Yu, where are you going? QushengshengGets anxiously followed him as he walked away without looking back. Don't follow me. Let me find a quiet place to be alone. QushengshengGets stopped in her tracks, watching the bloodstains all over Fu Yu's body. However, she was sure that he would not use the ointment given by Yun. She knew Fu Yu had good hearing. So after hesitating for a moment, she pretended to return to the city, planning to secretly follow him later. QushengshengGets understood that when Fu Yu said he didn't want her to follow, he really meant it. But she couldn't let him go into the forest alone with all his injuries. Otherwise, he might end up as prey for wild beasts. QushengshengGets decided to go back and get some arrows since she still had a good bow in her space. Fu Yu could hear Ali's footsteps fading away. He paused, feeling an overwhelming sense of disappointment. He wanted Ali to follow him, but he also didn't want her to. However, when she truly did as he said and didn't follow, he felt incredibly let down. It seemed to confirm the notion that he was unworthy of anything. He, Fu Yu, was truly a failure. This was the result he deserved. Fu Yu didn't dare to look back, while QushengshengGets quickly returned to the city. She went directly to a nearby weapon shop and asked for 200 arrows. The money for these arrows you can get from Yun. Just say it's for Ali. He will give it to you. QushengshengGets watched as the bear orc shopkeeper nodded, with a gossipy look in his eyes, indicating that he understood. After all, Ian had put her through such a scene today. She couldn't let him off without paying something. QushengshengGets took the arrows and exited the city gates. Not long after, she stored the arrows in her space and took out the bow from her space. On the surface, she was carrying 30 arrows and followed the traces to find Fu Yu. QushengshengGets hadn't walked far when she suddenly felt something was off. It seemed like a gaze was piercing her back. She pretended not to notice and circled around a rock. Why are you following me? QushengshengGets pressed her small knife against the orc's neck and asked coldly. I was afraid you would encounter danger. This was a ram orc, looking rather honest and innocent, not someone who seemed like they would do harm. Don't follow me anymore, got it? QushengshengGets said again. Okay, I won't follow you. The ram orc hurriedly begged for mercy. QushengshengGets then removed the knife from the ram orc's neck, but before she could react, she was suddenly bound tightly by vines. Download this novel using the open-source free Starline downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain this novel file through a proxy download and the merchant did not provide the software source code or open-source address, please request a refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https t. Me FQ Tool Chapter 159. Yangqing QushengshengGets was startled. She originally wanted to cut the vines with a knife in her hand. But as soon as she raised her hand, the back of her hand was struck by a vine. The pain made her shrink her wrist, causing the knife to drop. There was a bleeding wound on the back of her hand, and the pain brought tears to her eyes, making her hand tremble uncontrollably. Stop struggling, you'll hurt yourself. The sheep beast man said smugly. QushengshengGets looked coldly at the sheep beast man in front of her. His honest and simple demeanor had instantly vanished, replaced by an indescribably lewd look that made her feel nauseous. The sheep beast man was sizing up the small female in front of him. Her delicate skin and tender flesh made her appear increasingly exquisite, and the fewer beast patterns on her body made her even rarer. He thought to himself that he could enjoy her first, and when he got tired of her, he could sell her on the black market. With that thought, he felt he had hit the jackpot. QushengshengGets sensed the danger. The beastman's gaze made her feel sick, and she needed to stay calm and keep him relaxed. You actually have soul power? QushengshengGets pretended to be surprised, her eyes filled with curiosity. Oof. Of course, little female. It's your honor to know that I have soul power, Yangqing replied, somewhat smugly. His soul power had only recently awakened, but it was more than enough to handle a female. You're so powerful. Do you have a female? QushengshengGets asked again. Yangqing looked her up and down. She seemed very innocent, and although there was fear in her eyes, there was even more admiration. At that moment, Yangqing felt he had impressed the female with his strength. Cough, cough, what? Do you want to be my female? After saying this, Yangqing once again scrutinized QushengshengGets with a lewd gaze. QushengshengGets felt like throwing up, but she had to let the sheep beast man lower his guard before she could strike a fatal blow. Can I? QushengshengGets feigned a surprised expression that pleased Yangqing. Yangqing replied, Tisk, you're still a bit lacking. However, your body is quite nice, even if your face isn't great. QushengshengGets looked at Yangqing innocently as he pulled the vines, dragging her to a large tree. Then, he began to take off his clothes. QushengshengGets' pupils contracted as she sensed the items in the space. There were arrows. Her hands were tied, and she needed to get him to let her go. Are you going to do it here? QushengshengGets shyly turned her head away. What? Isn't it exciting? Yangqing laughed in a disgusting manner. QushengshengGets said softly. Could you loosen it a bit? My wrist hurts. The vine hit me really hard just now. Yangqing sized up the female in front of him and then slightly loosened the vine around her wrist. QushengshengGets twisted her wrist slightly. It was indeed a bit looser, but her wrist was still tied behind her. She took out a thin bone that had fallen into her space at some point and quietly started to grind the vine on her wrist. It really hurt. Because she couldn't see, sometimes she was grinding against the wrist bone or the skin, causing pain but making her afraid to move. The color of her lips turned pale from the pain. Yangqing had almost stripped himself completely and then walked towards the female in front of him, unable to wait any longer. QushengshengGets estimated the distance. Good, now was the time. She managed to pull one hand free, grab an arrow, and stabbed it toward Yangqing's throat. However, in that instant, Yangqing transformed into his beast form, the thick wool serving as a shield. The arrow only slightly grazed his skin, but did not affect him at all. I was already prepared for this, Yangqing said. His soul power had only recently awakened, and he always kept a hand in reserve. He didn't even need to use his vines to restrain this little female. Without hesitation, he used his horns to violently push the female to the ground, then transformed back into his beastman form, tying her wrists tightly with beast skin above her head. QushengshengGets felt as if her internal organs were displaced from the impact, blood trickling from the corner of her lips. Her whole body ached, and her wrists hurt even more. She felt the beast skin rope was digging into her flesh. Seeing the sheep beast man close to her, QushengshengGets felt despair. Her eyes were filled with fear and terror, and she couldn't help but shrink away, wishing to curl up and protect herself in any way possible. Little thing, don't think that sweet talk will make me lower my guard. I'm not that foolish, Yangqing said, tapping the little female's cheek with the green vine in his hand. Since you've done something wrong, you must accept the punishment. After saying this, Yangqing's expression changed, turning dark as he mercilessly swung the green vine, striking the female's body. Crack! Hiss! QushengshengGets couldn't help but gasp. The pain shot from her collarbone to her chest, making her entire body tingle with pain, and she didn't even have the strength to scream. Crack! Another strike. And QushengshengGets trembled all over, nearly unable to control herself, tears streaming down her face from the pain. She was so scared, so hurt, so hurt. Who would come to save her? Yuanjiang. Eugene. She felt like she was dying. It hurt so much. She was so afraid. She was truly terrified. Chapter 160. Guidance. Do you realize your mistake? Yangqing looked at the bloodstains on Xini's skin, resembling blooming flowers, and couldn't help but shudder. So beautiful. As he watched the trembling and fearful appearance of the little female, his sadistic thoughts intensified. Crack! Yangqing lashed out again. It hurts. Qushengsheng couldn't help but sob quietly. It was too painful. She felt as if her shoulder blade was about to crack. Eugene, Yuan Jiang. It hurt so much, so painful. Qushengsheng curled up, her face filled with terror. Yang Qing's hand touched Qushengsheng's wound. She felt a sticky coldness on her back, like being crawled over by poisonous insects, filled with fear and disgust. Seeing the fear and revulsion on the little female's face, Yang Qing suddenly recalled the moment in his youth when he was mocked by a female for being disgusting. He pressed down hard on the bleeding wound, hearing the female's cry of pain, and felt much more at ease. Don't be afraid, I'll make you comfortable. Yang Qing slowly uprose head, causing Qushengsheng's pupils to continuously constrict. She trembled and repeated, don't come over, don't come over, go away, go away. But it was useless. She could feel the unfamiliar touch. For the first time, she felt helpless and deeply despairing, as if she had been pushed into an abyss and could no longer climb back up. Her struggles were futile. The smell of blood from her wounds and the pain throughout her body made her more alert and more terrified. She was like a fish on a chopping board, completely defenseless. 1,000 miles away, Yuan Jiang and Yu Jin's faces had turned pale. They had been waiting for Qushengsheng's news. However, the intense pain in their hearts and the overwhelming fear and despair that surged within them nearly stopped their breaths. Something happened to Qushengsheng. Yuan Jiang and Eugene were both strategic orcs, but at this moment, they felt as helpless as children. They knelt on the ground, praying for the beast god to guide them. They needed their lover saved. Finally, they could faintly sense that the beast god was pointing them to the forest of beasts. They couldn't wait any longer. They set off immediately to find Qushengsheng. There was once a legend that in the beast era, there was a pair of lovers who loved each other dearly, but their love made others envious, and in the end, a scheme was used to separate them. Thus, the orc embarked on a journey to find his wife, while on the other side, the female was also melancholic. The orc spent his life searching for his female, while his female waited for him her whole life. In the end, they never saw each other again. However, they left behind a possibility with their love. If love could move the beast god, then the beast god would guide the way, allowing them to reunite. Eugene turned to look deep into the misty forest, remembering this grudge. Yuan Jiang led some leopard tribe orcs to the side, and then said, next, Eugene and I will go to the forest of beasts. You all stay here. The wild beasts have been scared off by us, and 1T return for a while. Find a place to survive. If there is nothing to eat, dig wild yams. Dig potatoes, or catch fish beasts. The hot season is about to pass. After a while, it will be the cold season. Prepare well and survive. Brother Jiang, will you come back? The question came from a young boy, who was Yuan Jiang's half-brother. After exchanging glances with Eugene, Yuan Jiang solemnly replied, yes. After that, Yuan Jiang and Eugene began their journey toward the forest of beasts as quickly as possible. Qushengsheng felt despair. She could sense Yang Qing's oppressive body closing in, fear nearly robbing her of her sanity. Go away, go away. Yang Qing even enjoyed watching the little female in such a hysterical state. He found it extremely interesting. The more she reacted this way, the happier he became. Fu Yu watched this scene from 100 meters away, unable to catch her breath, her anger nearly causing her to explode. Ali. Qushengsheng was splashed with hot blood on her chest. Then came the sound of a head falling into the grass. The sound was not loud, but exceptionally clear. Fu Yu kicked the orc off Ali and almost crawled over to hold the blood-soaked Ali. No, don't touch me. Go away, go away. Qushengsheng felt someone touching her. Please don't touch her. She begged him, please don't touch her. Ali, it's me. Fu Yu, Ali. Fu Yu sensed Ali's resistance and fear, feeling as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Ali, it's me, I'm Fu Yu. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Fu Yu choked up as he comforted, holding the person tightly in his arms, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Don't touch me. I beg you. Don't touch me. Fu Yu desperately realized that Ali seemed to have been so frightened that she could only defend herself. Her eyes and face were filled with fear. Fu Yu's tears kept falling as he gently raised his hand and pinched the back of Ali's neck with the slightest force, making her faint. Feeling the person in his arms go limp, Fu Yu once again held her tightly. Unable to suppress his sobs, he almost lost control. Something irreversible had almost happened just now. It was so close. Chapter 161. Fever. Fu Yu looked at the orc corpses on the ground, their bodies torn apart, and couldn't contain his anger. With a wave of his hand, the corpses turned into fine meat paste. Breathing slightly heavily, Fu Yu trembled as he untied the bee skin ropes that were nearly embedded in his wrist before carrying Ollie and returning to their cave under the cover of night. After bringing Ollie back to the cave, Fu Yu noticed the blood all over her body. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to get some water to clean her up before applying medicine. Looking at Ollie's torn bee skin clothing, the guilt and fear in Fu Yu's heart almost overwhelmed him. He tore open the damaged clothing and saw the deep whip marks on her body, which resembled cracks on exquisite porcelain, shocking to behold. Fu Yu thought, how painful must this be, Ollie? Does it hurt a lot? It was his failure to protect Ollie that caused her to suffer such humiliation. It was his immaturity that left her alone, and he was the one at fault. Why did Ollie have to bear the consequences? Tears streamed down Fu Yu's face, but he still held a clean piece of bee skin to clean her wounds, consumed by deep sorrow and self-reproach. After cleaning, Fu Yu hesitated for a moment before pulling out Ollie's small bundle and finding a bottle of medicine inside. It was a green bottle, and after smelling it, he found no strange odor. However, he remembered that the medicine Ollie used on him didn't look like this. Yet, there were no other medicines in the bundle. After thinking for a moment, he made a small cut on his forearm, wiped away the blood, and applied the green, oily substance. After applying it, he didn't feel anything particularly special, just a cool sensation. He decided to wait and see if the medicine would have any effect. At this moment, QushengshengGets felt as if she were in a dark space, unable to find her way out, exhausted and wanting to give up. However, she seemed unable to stop, not knowing why, but it seemed she had to find something. Fu Yu transformed into his beast form, placing Ollie on his soft belly. However, in the middle of the night, he suddenly felt her body temperature was abnormal, very hot. Even through his thick fur, he could feel the heat. Fu Yu quickly transformed back into human form, and sure enough, Ollie's face was flushed, her lips pale. She had a fever. Fu Yu panicked. He had seen females in heat before, and they had died shortly after. Fu Yu checked his wound again. It looked the same, and it was even somewhat inflamed, indicating that this was not a healing medicine. He knew all of Ollie's healing medicine had been used on him. Unable to hold back, he punched the ground, blaming himself for Ollie's current state. But now he had to think away quickly. Fu Yu lowered his head, looking at the weak and feverish Ollie in his arms. He held her and ran towards the Lord's mansion. After running for a while, Fu Yu felt it was too slow. The little female in his arms was getting hotter. He used his soul power to tear open space, and after several attempts, he arrived outside the Lord's mansion. Yes, Fu Yu had awakened his soul power. In his haste to save someone, he discovered that he possessed space attribute soul power. Fu Yu felt somewhat exhausted. Using soul power like this for the first time was considered self-destructive in the beast world, and unless one's talent was exceptionally good, one couldn't use it this many times in a day. But Fu Yu didn't care about talent. He just wanted Ollie to be all right. Bang, bang, bang. The huge door was knocked on, exuding a sense of danger in the night. Who goes there? A deep voice rang out, and just that voice made Fu Yu's blood boil, indicating the person's extraordinary strength. I'm looking for the young lord. Fu Yu gritted his teeth and replied. Saying those few words was already his limit. He cautiously used his meager soul power to protect Ollie, while he himself was almost unable to stand under the intimidation of that orc. Uncle Joe, I'll handle this, Ian said gently and gracefully to the tiger orc. Ian, that orc seems to be holding a female too. What have you done? Ife asked curiously. Ian helplessly said, a friend, probably came over for help. A friend? What kind of friend would come to you for help in the middle of the night? Ife said, a knowing expression on his face. Ian helplessly rubbed his forehead and advised, Uncle Gio, go patrol somewhere else. I'll have Acqui send you some good food in a bit. There's nothing going on here. You're so considerate. Then I'll leave. Call me if something comes up. I can hear it, Ife said, then left happily with a look of anticipation. Ian felt incredibly unlucky. Why was it that Uncle Gio was on watch tonight? He was a blabbermouth, and this incident would definitely spread throughout the clan by morning, if it weren't for his high strength. Ian even suspected that he would be beaten by the orcs within 3 steps of leaving. This was indeed a possibility, considering Uncle Gio had previously blabbed about some females and orcs in the clan, thinking he was just making it up, only to find out it was all true. At that time, orcs had often fought because of Uncle Gio, as no one wanted to be cuckolded. Many females and orcs hated him to the core, but given his level 6 soul power, they could only swallow their anger. Once, Ishua jokingly said that Uncle Gio was strong because he was afraid of getting beaten to death, so he worked hard to get out. Honestly, Ian thought that might really be the case, but he wasn't afraid because Uncle Gio knew his limits. He was just a big mouth in the clan, but outside, he was another strong figure. As Ian reached the entrance of the Lord's mansion, he was somewhat surprised to see the people outside the threshold. From Uncle Joe's description, he could guess that it might be a bit tragic, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. Chapter 162. The Enchanting Beauty This Is. Ian looked at the little female in the arms of the fox beastman with some confusion. She was lively and active during the day, but now she looked like this. Help her. Fu Yu's face was as pale as paper, but he still carefully protected the little female in his arms. Ian raised an eyebrow and suddenly lowered his voice, saying maliciously, "Why should I?" Fu Yu's eyes snapped up to Ian, the gentle young lord in everyone's eyes, now filled with mockery and ridicule. Fu Yu was all too familiar with this kind of gaze. It resembled that of the so-called noble aristocrats of the empire who thought themselves superior. They had the backing of powerful families and, in the end, looked down upon everyone else with the rules they deemed fit for high-end predators, claiming equality while being condescending. Fu Yu clenched his fists and took a deep breath, saying softly, "I beg you. TCH, what a poor little thing. But your plea means nothing to me. This favor should be returned to Ali." After Ian finished speaking, he extended his hand, waiting for Fu Yu to hand Ali over to him. Fu Yu felt his whole body stiffen. He knew Ian wasn't insulting him. He was simply expressing his true thoughts. However, to him, this was an insult. Ironically, he could neither refute it, nor was he worthy to do so. He still had to hand Ali over to him. Fu Yu carefully placed Ali into Ian's arms, and then continued, "I want to guard her." Ian looked Fu Yu up and down and coldly said, "Okay, see him off." He then held Ali and walked into the darkness. Fu Yu watched the door of the Lord's mansion close before him, the creaking sound seeming to sever his delusions. As he looked at the Lord's mansion, he suddenly curled the corners of his lips, a bitter smile appearing as tears fell. Fu Yu walked to a place not far from the Lord's mansion, where he could still see it. It seemed he could only protect her in this way. After Ian brought Ali back, he took her to his courtyard. "Okay, find an old woman to come." "Yes." In a short while, Akay returned with an old woman. "Grandma Gu, I'm sorry to trouble you at this late hour." "Young master, I can't accept that. Just call me if you need something." "Didn't you say you brought back a little female? Where is she?" Seeing Grandma Gu's curious expression, Ian helplessly pointed to the bed with his chin. "Please help her take a bath and change into clean clothes," Ian said gracefully before stepping out. Grandma Gu weighed the situation in her heart. Although she called Ian young master, he was someone she had watched grow up. This was the first time he brought a female back, and he even brought her to his courtyard and placed her on his bed. This was significant. In the courtyard, Ian gazed at the moon on the horizon and said to Akay, "Akay, send some good dishes to Uncle Gio." "Yes." Akay went to carry out the order. Ian then wickedly curled the corners of his lips. Now that she became his little toy, she wouldn't he be able to escape? A little while later, Grandma Gu pushed the door open, her expression serious as she said, "Young master, what's going on with this female? You should come take a look." Ian frowned slightly and went inside. As soon as he stepped in, he gasped. The female on the bed wore a thin white silk dress. Her skin was as white as jade, radiating a soft glow in the dim light. The contrast between her snow-white skin and her ink-black long hair, along with her delicate and fragile features, made her seem almost like a celestial being descending to earth. Her exquisite figure and beautifully drawn features created a striking contrast, making her look enchanting and breathtakingly beautiful. Ian almost forgot that Ali had used the disguise cream he gave her. Now, it seemed that Grandma Gu had cleaned her up, and he didn't expect her true appearance to be this stunning, so beautiful that it made his heart tremble. He even thought about locking her away, believing that such beauty should be treasured. As Ian stepped closer, he saw Grandma Gu solemnly revealing Ali's collarbone. The ugly, blood-soaked whip marks resembled cracks on white porcelain, causing Ian to frown. She had 3 deep whip marks on her body, almost showing bone. There were also some bruises that looked like they had been pinched, and they didn't seem right. Some areas were slightly warm. Who could be so cruel to such a beautiful little female? Grandma Gu's voice was filled with anger. Ian's eyes were cold. Since the decree in Cook City prohibiting harm to females had been issued, incidents of severe injuries to females had almost disappeared. He never expected that this time it would happen to his female. "Grandma Gu, I sent Akay to deliver something to Uncle Gio. He is not here right now. Can you please go and summon Grandpa Walker?" Ian requested apologetically. "Of course. This old woman will go at once." Watching Grandma Gu hurriedly leave, Ian turned and sat on the edge of the bed. Chapter 163. Fate. Ian gently touched the bloodstain on her collarbone with his fingertips, finding it quite unsightly. His jade-white fingers gradually slid down, and he noticed a small black panther next to her collarbone. Ian couldn't help but frown, Such an ugly totem was indeed repulsive, lacking even wings. He then withdrew his hand and looked seriously at the little female lying on the bed, his eyes filled with interest. What a beautiful little creature. He couldn't help but wonder how she ended up in Cook City, a tiger's den, making it difficult for her to leave. After a moment, Iyun cast an inquiring glance at the returning Akwi, who nodded. Iyun then perked up again. Outside the Lord's mansion. Cough, cough, cough. Fuyue coughed up blood once more. Why are you being so stubborn, little one? Just leave. Why insist on being strong? Ife stroked his chin, feeling a bit sorry for the little fox before him. Fuyue's gaze remained defiant. Ife adjusted his chin and said helplessly, if you don't leave, I can only let you leave horizontally. To be honest, Ife somewhat admired this orc. Although he looked very young, he already possessed the tenacity typical of orcs. He was indeed impressive, but the outside of the Lord's mansion wasn't a place for him to linger, and Ife knew that Iyun, despite appearing gentle, was actually very ruthless. Offending him would lead to a dire outcome. I'll give you one last chance. Leave Cook City. Ife had no qualms about this fox tribe. In the beast world, many orcs' talents depended on their races, and this fox looked very ordinary, so he naturally didn't care. Fuyue's brows were cold and quiet as she replied no. Now Ife used about 80% of his strength. He didn't have time to waste and aim for a quick resolution. As soon as his wind blade approached Fuyue, it suddenly vanished. Ife was taken aback. Years of combat experience prompted him to shift slightly to the right. The wind blade emerged from behind him, cutting his arm. Ife's eyes narrowed, a hint of amusement in his voice. Spatial attribute? You're a little brat from the Sharp Empire? Fuyue launched another attack, but it was effortlessly dodged. If that's the case, you can't be left alive. Ife's gaze sharpened as he unleashed his full strength, forming a wind blade array to strangle Fuyue, advancing towards her. Fuyue could hardly move, as she was not only under attack, but also suppressed. At the critical moment, a silvery moonlight radiated from her body, meeting the sky. The moonlight from above cascaded down, protecting Fuyue from the wind blades. Ife squinted against the light, and when it faded, Fuyue was no longer in sight. Ife touched the blood on his arm and murmured, Interesting, interesting. I've never seen such a move before. When did the Sharp Empire produce such a cub? Quite rare. After his astonishment, he shook his arm and returned to his residence. The sky was brightening, and it was time for him to go back to sleep. Tonight had indeed been an eye-opener. In a thicket not far from the Lord's mansion, a small, palm-sized gray-white pup-like beast lay with its eyes tightly shut, breathing weakly. Meanwhile, Walker, with a serious expression, said, This little female has sustained serious external injuries, but the most critical issue is her consciousness. She seems to have fallen into a deep sleep, likely due to her self-protective mechanism being activated. It may take some time before she wakes up. We'll have to take good care of her from now on. After finishing, Walker looked regretfully at the female on the bed. Will that affect her ability to give birth? Granny Goo asked with concern. She looked quite young, probably just an adult, with only 2 beast patterns and a snake pattern on her body. She wasn't captured by a stray orc and escaped, was she? Granny Goo was startled by her own speculation. Iyun's eyelashes fluttered. 2 beast husbands? Wouldn't killing those 2 solve the problem? It won't affect her. She just needs some time to recuperate. I'll adjust her condition, ensuring she gives birth to 3 to 5 little tiger cubs, Walker said with a smile, looking at Iyun. Iyun half formed a fist with his right hand, coughed lightly, pretending not to hear. He turned to Granny Goo and said, Please take care of Ali for a few days. Oh my, Ali, what a lovely name. Granny Goo's fondness was evident. Iyun then exited the room with Grandpa Walker, who suddenly whispered, I tell you, this little female is very suitable for you. Iyun looked at Grandpa Walker in confusion, who squinted his eyes and said, By the beast god. Iyun's eyes suddenly focused. Grandpa Walker was the priest of their winged tiger clan, and his words must be a sign from the beast god. Iyun felt a surge of joy in his heart, but his intuition told him it was meant to be. There was a fate between them. Chapter 164. Meat porridge. QushengshengGets felt exhausted walking in the dark. She had a persistent thought that she needed to find something, but she just couldn't remember what it was. Just when she was about to give up, her collarbone and heart felt extremely hot, as if something was trying to engrave itself into her skin and bones. She couldn't help but let out a small cry of pain, raising her hand to touch the burning spot, and in her mind appeared an imposing black panther. Beside it, a beautifully crafted snake that seemed almost like a sculpture. She was dazed for a long time, and suddenly whispered, I'm looking for Yuanjiang, Eugene. Yuanjiang, Eugene. Iyun looked at the female lying on the bed, seeming a bit restless, and mumbling something. and couldn't help but make an impolite gesture, leaning forward to listen. It seemed like she was calling out a name. He couldn't quite hear clearly, but thought he caught something like Jiang, or perhaps Yang. Ian coldly thought, no matter what it was called, it should disappear from her mouth. Qushengsheng just opened her eyes and saw a flash of light. In the split second before she closed her eyes again, a beautiful hand blocked the light for her. Don't look like that. Close your eyes. Be careful not to hurt them. A warm and gentle voice sounded like a clear spring in her ears. Qushengsheng obediently closed her eyes, and it took her about 3 to 5 minutes to realize what was this voice. She shook her head with some effort, gasping, "Take it away. All right. Don't rush. Your injuries are not light." Ian readily moved his hand away. Qushengsheng turned her head with difficulty to look, seeing his beautiful, shoulder-length white hair, exquisite and elegant noble attire, gentle brows and eyes. Unlike Fuyue's divine nature, he exuded the elegant nobility of a gentleman from the medieval era. Qushengsheng began to recall how she ended up here. Suddenly thinking of that disgusting orc made her heart tremble. The fear from that moment filled her eyes with fragility and dread. "Am I all right?" Ian watched as the little female looked at him with anticipation. He said seriously, "You're fine, just some superficial wounds." Hearing Ian say this, she felt a sense of having survived a disaster, but that sticky feeling would follow her for life. Qushengsheng didn't want to show so much vulnerability in front of a stranger. After organizing her emotions, she suddenly realized Fuyue was not here. "Where's Fuyue?" A fleeting shadow crossed Ian's eyes. He smiled slightly and said, "That fox orc? He handed you over to me and left." "Left?" Qushengsheng found it hard to believe. He just left like that? But then she thought Fuyue had saved her life, so it was even out. Remembering how Fuyue looked like a celestial being, but had such a twisted personality, she felt nostalgic. But then again, all good things must come to an end. Ian je suis le replié. After responding, Ian subtly observed Ali's expression, seeing her somewhat surprised but gradually calming down, his heart eased. If she cared a lot, he wouldn't mind killing another orc. "Thank you. Deduct it from the rewards you owe me in the future." Qushengsheng's voice was a bit hoarse, and she continued, breathing slightly. "All right." Ian agreed while handing Ali a cup of water, watching her drink half before placing the cup back on the bedside table. "I'll go out now. You rest first. Oh, by the way, you're temporarily my fiancé now." Ian looked at her apologetically. Qushengsheng's eyelashes fluttered as she carefully observed Ian. He had a smile on his face that didn't reach his eyes, seemingly not implying any particular feelings for her, which meant he wanted to start the transaction early. Okay, Qushengsheng replied. Watching Ian walk out, another female entered right after. This female wore a yellow dress, had silver hair, and a kind expression, looking very gentle and amiable. "Ali, you're awake. Come eat something. This is a skill I specially learned from the orcs by the seaside. The meat porridge I made is especially delicious." Qushengsheng was momentarily stunned, almost forgetting her disguise. "Okay, thank you." After hesitating for a moment, she said to this silver-haired female, who appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, "Thank you, sister." "Oh my, I can't accept you calling me sister. Just call me Grandma Gu. I could be your grandmother." Qushengsheng indeed found it hard to call her grandma, but Grandma Gu was somewhat acceptable. "Thank you, Grandma Gu." "Oh, no need to be so polite. We're all family." After finishing, Grandma Gu couldn't help but gaze at the female on the bed, remarking how beautiful her face was, a true masterpiece of the beast god. Qushengsheng felt embarrassed under Grandma Gu's gaze, almost burying her face in the wooden bowl. The more she acted like this, the more seriously Grandma Gu looked at her. That gaze was so intense that Qushengsheng felt like a giant panda. "Grandma." Qushengsheng couldn't stand such a gaze anymore and softly expressed her little dissatisfaction. "All right, I got it. Ali, let me tell you, this child, Iyun, has been clever since he was little. I watched him grow up. He's hardworking and strong, and he's the heir of the Cook city-state." Qushengsheng listened as Grandma Gu went on and on about how good and excellent Iyun was. Initially, she felt a bit speechless, but by the end, she realized this guy was indeed the beast world version of a diamond bachelor, regardless of how excellent he was. Qushengsheng just wanted to use his story to accompany her meal. By the way, this meat porridge was indeed very well made, extremely delicious, with a fresh sweetness that made it truly enjoyable. Chapter 165. Being hit, Grandma Gu spoke her mind freely, even stopping with a lingering sense of satisfaction. "Was it good?" Grandma Gu smiled at the little female on the bed. "It was delicious. Thank you, Grandma Gu." Qushengsheng also smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Grandma Gu looked at the casually smiling little female, who was stunningly beautiful, and couldn't help but think that such beauty was indeed rare in the world. Remembering how the little female showed less interest in Iyun than in a bowl of meat porridge, she hesitated for a moment but couldn't resist saying, "Ali, a female's beauty will fade with time. Our young master is indeed a very good choice. If you want to live well, you need to pay attention." Qushengsheng obediently nodded. Grandma Gu smiled gently, then took the bowl and prepared to go out. Before leaving, she said, "Don't mind this old woman's blunt words. In the beast world, there are many females who are disliked for aging and losing their looks. It was only later that I understood this truth." Qushengsheng saw the stories in Grandma Gu's eyes and looked at her head full of white hair, nodding seriously. She knew Grandma Gu meant well, but the ones who could make her care were far away, Yuan Jiang and Eugene. Her relationship with Iyun was merely a transaction, and besides, Iyun seemed glamorous but was actually hypocritical and sinister. She didn't want to have any real connection with him. After finishing the porridge, Qushengsheng felt a bit of strength returning to her body, so she slowly propped herself up. As soon as she sat up, she felt fatigued. This time, it was not just external injuries but more from shock. She seemed to remember that it was Fu Yue who saved her. Fortunately, he came in time, otherwise. Qushengsheng couldn't help but shiver. She felt pain in her collarbone, and her body was clad in a thin white silk dress, styled with straps and an outer layer, too sheer that her skin was faintly visible. After thinking for a moment, she gathered the outer layer and tied it at her chest with the hem, making it look unobtrusive and even accentuating her slender waist. After doing all this, Qushengsheng was slightly out of breath. Not knowing how long she had slept, the small wounds on her arm had scabbed over, indicating that several days had passed. After several days of inactivity, her body felt very weak. When Iyun entered with clothes prepared for Ali, he saw such a scene. The fragile yet beautiful beauty was weakly leaning against the bed, her long black hair curling slightly and draping over her snow-white skin. The white color suited her very well, and the stark contrast of black and white made her look almost unreal. Sensing someone had come in, Qushengsheng slightly raised her eyes, and upon seeing it was Iyun, she didn't want to pay him any attention and casually turned her gaze away. Iyun felt the little female's indifference. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were devoid of warmth, and her gaze towards him was no different from how she looked at her surroundings. The more she acted this way, the more he desired to possess her, a kind of destructive urge to touch something beautiful. Iyun tightened his grip on the clothes, the high-quality silk blue dress looking soft and flowing. "Ali, this is the dress I prepared for you." Iyun himself didn't even realize that his words had taken on a subtly ingratiating tone. Qushengsheng casually nodded and casually said, "Deduct it from my payment." Iyun walked towards Ali with the dress and then sat on the stool in front of the bed. Seeing Ali's indifferent demeanor, he felt a surge of agitation. He intentionally leaned closer and lowered his voice, saying, "Ali, if you stay this cold towards me, no one will believe you are my fiancé. Just now, Grandma Gu even asked if I bullied you." Qushengsheng felt Iyun's proximity and frowned. Pushing his shoulder with her index finger, he obediently retreated according to her force. Just a second before she withdrew her hand, Iyun grasped her hand. Her cold, soft hand was held by his warm, large hand, and Qushengsheng was not happy at all. She frowned, preparing to scold him. Iyun pulled her into his embrace and gently said, "Ali, don't be angry, okay?" Qushengsheng frowned, wanting to break free. But how could her little strength compare to a beastman? Iyun whispered, "Cooperate a bit. Grandma Gu is outside." Qushengsheng's eyes were cold. Grandma Gu hadn't come in and might not even be outside. Iyun just wanted to take advantage of her. Just before she could get angry, Iyun let her go. "Fine, I'm leaving," Iyun said as he finished speaking. Smack! Iyun was caught off guard and turned his head away. His expression, initially one of disbelief, turned into a smile, the corners of his lips curling up in anger. How much strength could Qushengsheng, who had just recovered from an illness, muster? Even if it didn't hurt, it was all her strength. Iyun was the young lord of the Cook City-state. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Not only was he disliked, but he was also hit. If this got out, no one would believe it. Iyun's eyes were filled with anger, and Qushengsheng was startled by his reaction. She was already very angry. Iyun was trying to take advantage of her, but seeing the faint red mark on his fair skin, she felt a bit guilty. "Who told you to hold on to me?" Qushengsheng said with a bit of a weak tone. After all, Iyun, in another sense, had also helped her. However, she just didn't like him holding her. He deserved to be hit. Iyun looked at the little thing, her expression full of self-righteousness, with a hint of guilt in her eyes, and he couldn't help but want to laugh in anger. "You just hit the face of a young lord. Do you know how serious the consequences are?" Iyun asked coldly. "How serious?" QushengshengGets felt a bit intimidated. After all, no matter in what aspect, Ian was not easy to provoke. She acted on impulse. The beastman who attacked me last time has had his bones eaten by wolves by now. Ian always maintained an elegant demeanor, but he said this slowly, making QushengshengGets feel it was very likely true. You suddenly hugged me, which is wrong. That was my mistake. But isn't it also wrong for you to hit me? Ian used QushengshengGets' logic against her. After a moment of silence, QushengshengGets hesitated and said, just a little bit. As she spoke, she gestured with her thumb and index finger. Hiss. Ian couldn't tell what he felt at the moment. He suddenly wasn't angry at all. It was like a tiger had been lightly tapped on the backside by a rabbit. The tiger was furious, but the rabbit was so silly that the tiger didn't even feel like biting back. Chapter 166. True duo, what do you think I should do now? I can't go out either. Ian was good at shifting the focus, and after he said that, QushengshengGets indeed felt a bit uncomfortable. Ian's skin was very fair, and the marks on his face didn't look good at the moment. Seeing Ali frowning slightly, he couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. So he said, then I can only accompany you this afternoon. Is that okay? QushengshengGets felt a bit embarrassed hearing Ian say this. She was currently occupying someone else's space and had even hit the person. Okay, but you can't hug me anymore, I don't like it. Although QushengshengGets agreed, she still insisted on not letting Ian get too close. Ian raised an eyebrow and then said gently, all right. QushengshengGets sat on the bed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Seeing her discomfort, Ian went to the table nearby and started brewing tea. QushengshengGets watched as Ian took out the kind of tea he had brewed before from a small box, and then she saw him holding the cup of water, steam slowly rising from it. The abilities of beastmen were truly enviable. Perhaps because QushengshengGets' gaze was too intense, Ian said without looking up, don't think about it. You can't drink it. Once you're better, I'll brew floating light for you. It's called floating light? Yes. It's a type of plant sprout found in the inner circle of the 10,000 beast forest. This plant is very rare, growing on cliffs with a very low yield. However, the tea brewed from it has a great taste, and the most precious part is that it can stabilize a beastman's soul power level. QushengshengGets' eyes widened for a moment. Stabilizing the level? That must be very precious. After all, the pursuit of strength is an eternal theme for beastmen. The afternoon passed peacefully like this. Ian brewed tea, and QushengshengGets was lost in thought. As evening approached, a sparrow beastman hurriedly came over. Upon seeing him, Ian went out. After a while, he returned and told QushengshengGets that he was leaving first. QushengshengGets had dinner with the meat porridge made by Granny Goo, which was still very delicious. She happily listened to Ian's childhood stories and finished a big bowl. What's going on? Ian's expression turned cold. Reporting to young master, the city lord said that the princess of the Sharp Empire's birthday is coming soon and has invited our cook city to attend. He specifically requested you to go ahead. McKay lowered his head, speaking cautiously. Requested? Ian repeated the word. What did my father say? The city lord means for you to set off early. McKay's head lowered even more. The old lion, having lost his ambition, only wished for peace. In response to Ian's words, McKay lowered his head even further, pretending he hadn't heard anything. McKay was not the servant who grew up with Ian. The servant who had grown up with him had been killed by Ian for being loose-lipped. At that time, Ian was only in his teens, but already quite capable. McKay had guessed this himself. After all, no one would believe their gentle and elegant young master would kill and enjoy tormenting those who betrayed him. Since my father wants me to go, then I'll go. Let's wait for Ali to recover for a couple more days, and then we'll set off. You can start preparing things. Ian crushed the cup in his hand into powder, his eyes filled with disgust as he coldly said, I want to see what this princess of a Sharp Empire can really do. The next day, after breakfast, Ali was taken out by Granny Goo. This little courtyard can be tidied up by our young master himself. Isn't it beautiful? Ali, if you come out more often, your health will improve. Granny Goo said with a warm smile. QushengshengGets nodded, looking at the surrounding scenery. Although this place was Ian's own courtyard, it was still quite large. There was a bamboo grove nearby and many beautiful unknown flowers. There were large trees with lush green leaves, forming a natural canopy, especially the flowers, which were exquisite and thriving. Seeing that Ali liked it, Granny Goo let her stroll around by herself while she went to attend to other matters. QushengshengGets looked at the beautiful flowers and some climbing plants around, planning to identify them. True duo, non-toxic, the flowers are edible. QushengshengGets looked at the exquisite flowers with thick leaves that resembled ordinary ice sculptures, feeling curious for the first time about edible flowers. However, she didn't plan to pick them, as they weren't her flowers. She just touched the translucent flower with her fingertip. Its fragrance was faint, similar to jasmine, very refreshing. Who are you? How did you end up in my brother's courtyard? QushengshengGets turned around, and, as expected, it was that foolish second young master again. She didn't want to bother with him, and immediately turned away to ignore him. Meanwhile, Ishiwa was so taken aback by the beauty of the female that he almost didn't know how to react. He even suspected he was seeing a fairy. She was wearing a white long dress, her skin whiter than snow, with a hint of pink at her fingertips. Her long hair was slightly curled, and her slender waist was enchanting. In that moment when she turned around, he almost felt his soul leave his body. Such a delicate and beautiful face made it hard for him to think of any words to describe her beauty. Her eyebrows and eyes were exquisite, her peach blossom eyes clear and charming. Her straight nose carried a hint of allure, and her lips, adorned with beautiful pink, left him in awe. Chapter 167. Hidden beauty. Ishiwa's white beast tail and ears emerged uncontrollably, looking a bit foolish as he stared at QushengshengGets, who was motionless. What are you doing here? Ian's cold voice rang out. Ishiwa turned around in a panic and saw his brother frowning. He quickly hid his tail behind him and hurriedly said, "Nothing." Ian immediately spotted the tip of the tail he was trying to conceal, and when he looked back, he saw Elise standing among the flowers like a fairy. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he blinked to hide the chill. "Brother, that is." Ishiwa's words were abruptly cut off by Iyun's relentless interruption. "Just go away. Don't come in my courtyard recently." Iyun's tone was cold, filled with irritation and a sense of unease, as if a treasure was being coveted by others. Ishiwa wanted to say something more, but saw the courtyard door slowly closing in front of him. This was the first time in his life he had been shut out by his brother, leaving him shocked, but even more curious about the female inside the house. His brother was hiding a great beauty in the courtyard, and didn't he want him to see? The more Ian acted this way, the more curious he became. Just as he was about to continue knocking and asking, a K came over to tell him someone was looking for him, so he could only leave reluctantly. "Why did you come out?" Ian instinctively softened his tone. "Can I come out?" QushengshengGets turned back and retorted with a half-smile. Upon seeing Ishiwa, she didn't want to give Iyun a good expression. Both of them were not good people. QushengshengGets' impatience, when displayed on her fairy-like face, turned into a charming sulk. Iyun looked at Ali like this, and even absurdly felt that at this moment, he would be willing to stab himself if Ali asked him to. "Of course, you can come out. These flowers suit you very well." Ian spoke these bold words almost without thinking. After saying them, he even regretted it. He didn't like such thoughtless responses, but it was indeed what he thought. QushengshengGets ignored Iyun and continued to look at the flowers. Ian followed her closely. She knew he was there, but didn't say much, so she stopped paying attention to him. Regrettably, the remaining 9 types of flowers she touched today were of no use. Perhaps she had overused her abilities, and feeling somewhat weak, she decided to head back. Before leaving, QushengshengGets said, "I don't like Ishiwa. Let him stay as far away from me as possible. I hold grudges." Ishiwa was somewhat pleased and quickly nodded, saying, "Okay, I won't let any other beastmen come near you." QushengshengGets RedFruit. And Iyun felt a strange sense of satisfaction rise in his heart at Ali's agreement. He even felt that from now on, she would only be his, and just thinking about it brought him joy. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard of the Lord's mansion, "Miss, that cub moved." The maid's excited voice rang out. "Really? Quickly bring it here for me to see." Yilin looked at the white fluff ball placed on her lap, utterly delighted. She poked the little beast's eyes with her finger and tugged at its tail, causing the little beast to curl up in pain. It really moved. Is it going to wake up? Yilin looked at the cub expectantly. After a while, just as she was about to get angry out of disappointment, the little beast suddenly opened its eyes. Fuyue looked around, confused about where he was. While he was still dazed, a female suddenly lifted his chin, bringing her face very close. He was startled and instinctively raised his hand to block. As he extended his hand, he realized he had a fluffy white paw. He was shocked to flip it over and see a pink paw pad. Fuyue was truly startled. Seeing this female getting closer to his face, he hurriedly stepped back, only to feel a sense of weightlessness. Oh, Fuyue was a bit dazed. Was this the sound he could make? Was it his voice? He looked down and, sure enough, saw 2 white paws, pink pads, and when he touched his face, it was all fur. Not only had he regressed to his juvenile form, but he had also shrunk. Watching the approaching female, Fuyue began to run around the corner of the table in a panic. Chapter 168. The show Yilin was gradually losing her patience. With anger in her eyes and a sharp voice, she said, "Catch it." Fuyue was being chased by a group of people and, relying on her small size, managed to escape in a flash. Now, everyone in the mansion was looking for the young lady's pet. Fuyue couldn't use her soul power and could only find small gaps to squeeze through. However, those people were searching too diligently, and she had no choice but to climb under a carriage, gripping tightly with her claws. She couldn't be caught. She still needed to find Ollie. Fuyue was on the verge of giving up, but she couldn't let go. She gritted her teeth and held on. The next morning, Iyun appeared in front of Qushengsheng. "I'll accompany you for breakfast." Iyun was wearing a white long shirt that made him look gentle and refined, with slightly curled white hair. QushengshengGets initially didn't want to respond to Iyun, but Grandma Gu was nearby. She slightly curled her red lips and gently said, "Why do you have time today?" While speaking, she placed a bowl of porridge in front of Iyun, looking very considerate. Iyun was momentarily taken aback. He looked at Ali's gentle brows and eyes, his heart racing uncontrollably. It wasn't until the bowl of porridge was placed in front of him that he snapped back to reality. He pretended to stir the porridge with a wooden spoon a few times and then said slowly, "I wanted to see you earlier." After saying that, Iyun fell silent, as if bewitched by a sea demon, saying something he shouldn't have. QushengshengGets smiled, tucking a strand of her black hair behind her ear, and playfully said, "Oh, what are you saying?" Grandma Gu watched with a smile, relieved to see the two interacting like this. Perhaps soon, she could take care of the little winged tiger. "It's my old wife's fault for being a nuisance. I'll leave now." After saying this, Grandma Gu left the small courtyard with a smile. Once QushengshengGets saw Grandma Gu had left, her smile faded. "Ollie, eat more," Iyun said, intending to give her some of the porridge he hadn't eaten. QushengshengGets frowned and coldly replied, "No need. You eat it yourself. I'm fine." Iyun's hand froze, and he had to put down the bowl he had just picked up. Looking at the cold Ollie and recalling her earlier gentleness created a strong contrast that made him uncomfortable. However, he really wanted that gentleness. He wanted it to belong to him alone. After QushengshengGets finished eating, she heard Iyun say they would be departing for the Sharp Empire today. Today? QushengshengGets was surprised. It was so sudden. Yes, today, Iyun confirmed. Ollie was just too beautiful, and he knew his brother's character. He was definitely curious about Ollie. Not wanting to beat up Ishua, they decided to leave today. QushengshengGets had nothing much to say. She only told Iyun she wanted to pick some flowers from his courtyard. Iyun agreed, and QushengshengGets picked several beautiful flowers. She admired their beauty, styled her hair up, and inserted a blue flower from his courtyard into her hair, looking stunningly elegant. When Iyun turned around, he saw Ollie wearing the blue dress he had given her, with her long black hair tied up, adorned with his courtyard's blue flowers, revealing her beautiful, delicate face and slender white neck. He had always known Ollie was beautiful, but today she was radiating a different kind of beauty. "Let's go," QushengshengGets said, holding a bouquet of flowers, addressing Iyun. Iyun nodded, and once she reached his side, they set off together, his heart warming as he looked at the blue dress. She was wearing a dress he gifted her, with flowers he grew in her hair. On another level, didn't that mean she belonged to him too? Who is she? Yilin pointed at QushengshengGets, her eyes filled with confusion and anger. Yilin had been looking for a little pet when she unexpectedly saw such a beautiful, strange female in the mansion. She was already annoyed, and now even more so. QushengshengGets provocatively curled her lips, and then saw Iyun standing in front of her, saying to Yilin, "Stop this nonsense. This is my fiancée." Yilin couldn't believe it, saying, "Are you going to be like father and have several females? How can you do this?" Iyun coldly shouted, "Yilin, what are you talking about? When did I have several females?" By the end, Iyun was even a bit flustered. He was afraid Ollie would overthink things. QushengshengGets crossed her arms, watching the drama unfold, occasionally pulling off a petal from the flower and putting it in her mouth. The petals were crunchy, juicy, and had a special floral fragrance with a hint of sweetness. They were indeed quite good. "You just said that ugly creature is your fiancé, E. Now you're finding a fairy-like female." Yilin's face was full of disbelief. The more she looked at that female's face, the angrier she became. Such a beautiful face should belong to her. "Qushengsheng, is this drama happening to me? How'd I get caught in this crossfire?" Iyun was also at a loss for words, looking at his foolish sister, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. She was really dragging him down. QushengshengGets pitifully said, "Iyun, why is she saying that about me? I'm so sad." Iyun was momentarily stunned by Ali's call of Iyun, and the next second, he heard her sounding wronged and heartbroken. Ollie was completely an innocent victim in this. "You shameless girl, what are you talking about?" Yilin saw her brother's expression and knew he was probably being manipulated by the female. This made her even angrier. "Take the young lady back and confine her for a week. She can't come out." Iyun knew that no punishment was worse than not letting Yilin go out. It would be worse than killing her. He just wanted her to understand the seriousness of the situation. I don't want to. Yilin screamed as she was dragged away. Qushengsheng munched on the flowers, enjoying the show. Chapter 169. Fluffy. Iyun couldn't help but turn back to explain, Ari, from the beginning to the end, there's only you. Qushengsheng nodded slightly, indifferent to how many females Iyun had. She walked along the small path, while Iyun lowered his eyelashes slightly, realizing he was being overly sentimental, feeling somewhat uncomfortable about his own behavior. However, the more Ari acted this way, the harder it became for him to look away. She seemed destined to be this way, proud and beautiful. Qushengsheng reached the front of the carriage and suddenly noticed a fluffy white object under it. Curiously, she looked several times to confirm what the small fluff was. After thinking for a moment, she poked it with a branch of flower she was holding. Fuyue could feel something poking him, and he desperately wanted to move, but he was too weak to open his eyes. After spending a whole night under the carriage, he truly had no strength left and felt a sense of despair. What would he do if something happened to Ari? He mumbled Ari's name in desperation. Qushengsheng confirmed that the little creature was unresponsive and picked it up with her hand. It was a fluffy creature about the size of 2 palms with small, pointy ears, a short snout, a pink nose, pink paw pads, and a short tail. Aside from being a bit gray, the little guy was indeed extremely cute. Qushengsheng felt its pulse and found a weak heartbeat. However, looking at the little creature, it seemed to have been abandoned. Is this one of yours? Qushengsheng asked curiously, looking at Iyun while holding the white fluff. Iyun was also puzzled. It seemed they had never kept wild animals at the manor, nor had they had such cubs. He examined the cub in Ari's hands and confirmed it was male, ruling out the possibility of it being a female cub. If you like it, take care of it. But it doesn't look so good. Give it some sweet milk fruit, Iyun said, somewhat flatteringly. It didn't matter what they raised, but he needed to make Ari happy. The moment Qushengsheng saw the little creature, she felt an instant connection. It was truly adorable. It resembled a fluffy Samoyed, only the size of 2 palms, with a short snout that gave it a silly expression. Great, thank you. Qushengsheng's features softened. A smile appeared in Iyun's eyes. He seemed to envision her giving birth to their cubs and patiently nurturing them, even feeling more patient toward the wild cub in her hands. At this moment, Iyun still didn't know he had unwittingly raised a rival as a son, and soon he would regret not having crushed the little creature earlier. Qushengsheng cradled the cub in her arms, sitting in a shabby wooden carriage surrounded by silk, which Iyun had arranged to shield her from the prying eyes of the beastmen. The carriage was originally a cart, but Qushengsheng didn't like being watched by beastmen, so she had Iyun find silk to enclose it. The horse pulling the cart was the same kind she had seen on the street, silver white with white horns on its head. Iyun said this wild beast was called Silverhorn. Initially, Qushengsheng thought the beast had a sacred appearance, but upon hearing the name Silverhorn, she immediately thought of the Silverhorn King from Journey to the West, which struck her as strange and increasingly ridiculous the more she thought about it. Qushengsheng unconsciously stroked the little creature in her arms. After a while, she suddenly felt the little bundle move. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was indeed moving, but it looked weak. Qushengsheng opened the sweet milk fruit, dipped a clean straw in the juice, and fed it to the little creature. Initially worried it wouldn't eat, she was surprised to see its little nose moving. Licking it clean, Qushengsheng became even more serious about feeding it, and soon, the little creature with its eyes closed had consumed half of the sweet milk fruit. She felt its little round belly and decided to stop feeding it. Unexpectedly, when she stopped, it began to whimper softly, its voice tender and sweet, almost too adorable to handle. Qushengsheng couldn't help but use her jade-white fingers to groom its fur, a strand of black hair falling beside its cheek, exuding an indescribable tenderness. Iyun glared at the surrounding beastmen with a fierce gaze, preventing them from looking. He, however, could look openly without fear, feeling at peace. Qushengsheng didn't know that the beastmen's senses were beyond her comparison. Raising the thin silk was actually of little use, just something she felt was helpful. Nevertheless, Iyun outside could block almost all gazes. His strength was evident, and no beastman would dare to provoke him. Chapter 170. Young Fuyue. The tip of Fuyue's nose was filled with a gentle floral fragrance, making him feel particularly at peace. The soft caresses on his body left him in a daze, an indescribable sense of comfort. This sleep made him feel safe and warm. When he woke up, it was already a day later. "However," Fuyue began to cry out as he opened his eyes in confusion. Qushengsheng noticed the furry little creature stirring under the blanket beside her and quickly sat up to watch. Seeing Ali's movement, Ian also climbed onto the carriage, worried that this little beast might hurt Ali, so he kept an eye on them. Ian subtly glanced at the female beside him. She was looking at the white cub with gentle expectation. Through this scene, he seemed to glimpse the future, envisioning how their child would look when it opened its eyes. Filled with anticipation, it was hard to describe, but Ian felt a warm glow in his heart, and his gaze towards the little one softened. As soon as Fuyue opened his eyes, he saw two faces and was immediately startled. After a closer look, he realized it was Ian. Anger surged within him, and his little claws began to scratch restlessly. He wished he could swipe at him. Fuyue was quite vengeful. After all, this Ian, looking all handsome, acted in a way that was simply ridiculous. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he was about to howl at Ian when unexpectedly, he was gently picked up by the female. He looked at her in a daze. She was truly beautiful, almost mesmerizing. Fuyue felt that this female was particularly gentle, and she looked familiar, beautiful enough to make his heart flutter. Just when he felt a bit embarrassed and his body stiffened, he heard Ian's voice nearby. Ali, be careful. This little thing hasn't been trained yet. Ian was worried that this little cub might not know its strength and could bite Ali. However, the way Ian called Ali echoed in Fuyue's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. He raised his head and began to carefully examine her exquisitely non-human face. Her brows and eyes indeed bore traces of Ali, and the faint whip marks on her collarbone confirmed that she was truly Ali. In that moment, Fuyue was nearly overwhelmed with joy, and he couldn't help but leap toward Ali. QushengshengGets was startled by the little guy's sudden movement, but soon realized he just wanted to bounce and nuzzle against her, causing her to smile brightly. With delicate fingers, she stroked the little one's snow-white fur, laughing with crescent-shaped eyes filled with sweetness. The warmth in Ian's palm quietly extinguished, leaving behind a wisp of emptiness. Watching the little guy's sturdy appearance and Ali's gentle, sweet smile, he also wanted to pat the little one's head. Unexpectedly, as soon as his hand touched the snow-white fur, he nearly got bitten. Fortunately, he withdrew his hand quickly and avoided the bite, raising an eyebrow slightly. QushengshengGets was also startled, but seeing that Ian was fine, she said to him, "The little one doesn't like you. You should leave quickly." Ian watched the little guy adopt an attacking stance and slightly squeezed his wrist. He gently said to Ali, "Ali, if anything happens, just call me. Don't let this beast hurt you." Only Fuyue felt a chill run down his spine. If it weren't for Ali's protection, he feared he would have been killed by Ian already. He needed to find a way to change this situation. He had to take Ali away. Fuyue initially thought about revealing his identity to Ali, but now he couldn't say anything, so he could only endure for now. Fuyue felt Ali's gentle touches. She would rub his ears, paws, and even his belly. He actually liked it very much. Fuyue cupped his face with his paws, relieved that he was covered in fur. Otherwise, Ali might have noticed his embarrassment. The weather gradually became humid, the air filled with the freshness of grass and trees, and a gentle breeze carried a slight chill. "Ali, let's get off the carriage and take a walk. We can make something to eat," Ian said from outside the carriage, extending his hand towards QushengshengGets. QushengshengGets looked at the height and thought she could jump down. Just as she was about to leap, she felt her hand being grasped by a warm hand and instinctively tried to pull away. "Ali, you're my fiancé. Give me a bit of face." Upon hearing this, QushengshengGets glanced around. Many beasts were watching them. She bit her lip, but still placed her hand in his palm without moving. Fuyue was inside the carriage, angrily howling. Normally, he wouldn't be this temperamental, but it seemed that being in a smaller body had also regressed his mentality to that of a child. However, Fuyue had yet to realize this issue himself. He only silently thought to himself that he would eventually bite this guy to death. Ow! Chapter 171. Raspberry QushengshengGets was supported by Yun as she stepped onto the ground and found that the ground was covered with fallen leaves. Yet the surrounding trees were full of vitality, with some even sprouting new buds. The weather in the beast world was indeed beyond her understanding. "Ali, you can sit over there," Yun said, leading QushengshengGets to a shaded area under a large tree. QushengshengGets gently brushed her hair aside and discreetly withdrew her hand from Yun's grasp. Turning around, she picked up the little creature that had been crying out in the cart. "Come, Mau, let's go rest." QushengshengGets held the little one in her arms, and it seemed to understand, settling down obediently. Fuyue initially felt pleased, but then thought Mau? Who was Mau? What a silly name. Suddenly, he realized he was Mau. Mau was him, but who would name a beastman Mau? Fuyue couldn't help but prop himself up on his front legs, ready to protest. He had only let out a couple of cries when a finger was suddenly placed over his mouth. He was instantly bewildered, and with the finger in his mouth. It felt as if he had been pressed the shutdown button. Don't call me that. Did you hear, Mao Mao? Qushengsheng said gently and patiently to the little ball of fluff in her arms. With her finger in Ali's mouth, Fu Yu's ears turned red as he blinked. If you don't want to call me that, then don't. Why still call me Mao Mao? Qushengsheng saw the clear, yet silly look in Mao Mao's eyes and couldn't help but burst into laughter. What she didn't know was that her smiling face had become a sight to others. Wow, what a beautiful sight! A snake beastman exclaimed. Stop looking. She's the female of the young city lord. It won't be your turn. A lion beastman said while chewing on grass. By go, I know, I was just saying. The snake beastman played with a small dagger in his hand. You haven't met your female yet. You need to calm down. A nearby bear beastman said earnestly. Where's my sister? The snake beastman looked around. Looking for me? A sultry voice with a husky tone rang out. No. I was just asking since I hadn't seen you. The snake beastman replied with a grin. Old bye after we escort this time. Let's go stay in the Sharp Empire for a while. Helena said, brushing aside her wine-red long curls, looking towards the direction of the Sharp Empire. Why the sudden thought? Bai Jing asked curiously. It's time for you to have a cub. Helena said casually, but it caught the attention of the beastmen surrounding her. Helena, really? Even the usually honest Xiong and was surprised and excited to confirm. Yes, really. Lin Bo replied, gently, while lighting a fire. His handsome face filled with warmth and a smile. If Lin Bo says so, then it must be true. Helena's several beast husbands became happy and began to show their affection. Lin Bo couldn't help but smile at the scene. Helena had always claimed not to like cubs. But seeing the interaction between the city lord's female and that wild beast cub seemed to spark her thoughts. It could also be that she had already made up her mind before, but regardless of the reason, she was willing to have cubs for them. No matter whose cub it was a matter worth celebrating. Qushengsheng watched as Akwi led people busily around the campfire and couldn't help but glance at the plants nearby. She didn't have many herbs in hand, and if she had the chance, she wanted to collect some. Watching Ollie stand up, Ian followed suit. Qushengsheng knew Ian was following her, but it didn't matter. She carefully examined the plants on the ground. They were all large-leaf varieties that were thriving. Her gaze fell on a low shrub with red fruits that resembled raspberries. The fruit looked just like raspberries, but none of the fruits were the size of eggs. They looked very appetizing. After her fingertip touched the fruit, the name of the shrub popped into her mind. Raspberry, common fruit, edible. QushengshengGets RedFruit. She planned to pick more to take back. Ian watched as this little female began to pick the fruit and frowned, saying, Ollie, I don't know if this fruit is edible. It is edible. Qushengsheng replied casually. Ian didn't say anything more, but his long eyelashes drooped slightly. Could it be that Ollie was a female of the Sharp Empire? After all, Uncle Joe mentioned that the Fox Beastman seemed to be from the royal family of the Sharp Empire. However, he didn't believe that. How could a royal be sold as a slave to the Cook City-state? What Qushengsheng didn't know was that in the beast world, the plants in different regions were all different, and there were rarely any duplicates. Ian's deduction was reasonable, but it was based on the premise that Qushengsheng did not possess such strong plant identification skills. Chapter 172. Fluffy Feather Qushengsheng wrapped the mulberry berries in clean large leaves, planning to pick a few more. She tried one. It was very sweet and juicy. Perfect to share with Mao Mao. Fu Yu lowered his head to drink some water, and when he looked up, Ali was nowhere to be seen. He was about to rush over, but his short limbs hadn't even gotten started when he was caught by the nape of his neck by fate. Ow, ow! Fu Yu yelled in frustration. However, Ake held on to him steadily, and he couldn't break free. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and watch as Ian, that hypocrite, followed along. Ali, is your home in the Sharp Empire? Ian asked while helping Qushengsheng pick the fruit. Qushengsheng didn't pause her hands and immediately replied, No, I have a beast husband there. I'm going to find him. Qushengsheng was wary of Ian's sudden question. It was indeed unexpected. However, she had prepared her response in advance, and it was consistent with what she had said before. Ian should believe her now, right? Ian didn't think too much about it. Upon hearing that Ali came to the Sharp Empire to find her male, he felt annoyed. A beast husband who couldn't protect his female and made her go find him. Such a beast husband wasn't worth keeping. Meanwhile, Eugene and Yuan Jiang were still miles away, running desperately, both having lost weight. Eugene's eye sockets were becoming more sunken, and Yuan Jiang appeared sharper and more exposed. They would only take brief rests when their bodies absolutely needed it. The pain in their hearts seemed to linger since yesterday, filling them with fear and regret. They couldn't afford to wait any longer. They had to find Shengsheng. At this point, Yuan Jiang had reached level 5 soul power, and Eugene had reached level 7. They were training hard to prove that Qushengsheng was fine, as long as they could advance. It would mean that Qushengsheng was safe. Qushengsheng didn't want to say much to Yun. His deep thoughts were indeed not something she could provoke, so it was better to speak less. As she turned her head, she saw a jade-white flower behind a bush not far away, and she felt that this must be a useful plant. After walking closer to the plant, she subtly blocked Yun's line of sight with her body and touched the flower with her fingertips. Fluffy feather, used for stopping bleeding, can accelerate wound clotting. What a good thing. Qushengsheng couldn't help but be excited and carefully dug the herb out. She initially wanted to put it into her space, but thinking of the beastmen as abnormal vision, she stopped, fearing Yun would discover she had spatial items. One must always be on guard. After all, Yun is not a good person. Next time, she could sneak out and stuff some herbs into her space for emergencies. After digging up the herb, Qushengsheng ignored Yun and darted out. Just as she exited, a sharp bone knife was pressed against her snow-white neck. Qushengsheng was so frightened her heart nearly stopped. She looked up and saw a stunning beauty with wine-red hair, squinting and coldly staring at her. Qushengsheng couldn't help but whisper, "Hey, Lina?" She seemed to have heard the surrounding beastmen refer to her that way at the mercenary guild. You know me? Helena slowly put away the knife in her hand, curling her lips as she spoke. Mercenary guild. Green crystal. Qushengsheng looked at the beautiful woman before her like a little fan. Helena frowned and thought for a moment, but couldn't remember anything about a green crystal. However, she did have an impression of this silly, gopher-like gaze. Helena lifted Qushengsheng's chin with her fingertip, examining her captivating face, and said knowingly, not stupid after all. You even know to put stuff on your face. It does look much better. Qushengsheng was already over 7 meters tall, not short, but she still had to lower her head half a head in front of Helena. Plus, Helena had a powerful aura, which was indeed charming. Qushengsheng couldn't help but blush. Helena noticed the little female blushing and couldn't help but pinch her face, saying in a hoarse voice, still shy, huh? Qushengsheng screamed internally like a gopher. She really liked beautiful and handsome women, and it was so heart-fluttering. Chapter 173. Half a berry. Helena, what are you doing here? QushengshengGets RedFruit. We took on an escort mission from the Lord's Manor, which is to take you to the Sharp Empire, Helena said as she tucked her knife away and reached out to pull her out from the grass. Qushengsheng obediently held Helena's hand, and after just a few steps, she suddenly said excitedly, I have delicious berries. I'll share some with you. They're so sweet. Then, Helena saw the elfin girl turn around and wave to the young lord behind them. The young lord came over without any reluctance. Wingyun, berries. Qushengsheng naturally reached out her hand. Helena then saw the young lord, who seemed gentle and refined, but was actually cunning and ruthless. Kindly hand over the berries wrapped in large green leaves to the little female's hand. Helena carefully observed the young lord's expression. He showed not even a hint of impatience. Interesting, Helena thought silently. This young lord is not a good person. Although she had little interaction with him, she always felt he was like a hypocrite. Even when he smiled, there was no warmth in his eyes. Until one time, she had run out of the forest to clear her mind in a fit of anger. She saw this gentle young lord smiling while skinning a green-necked snake alive with a bone knife, then burning it to ashes, leaving nothing behind. After returning, she even heard that the Lord's Manor was holding a funeral for the green-necked snake because the young lord's pet snake died saving him, and he was very heartbroken. Listening to everyone in the city praising the young lord's kindness, Helena felt both amused and absurd. It was truly ridiculous. However, such actions did indeed frighten her. As a female snake beast, she couldn't bear to see such behavior, but she also didn't dare to oppose him. So she tried to avoid everything related to the young lord. This time she planned to go to the Sharp Empire, thinking it would be good to lean against a big tree for shade, so she took on this escort mission. Unexpectedly, the cold-hearted young lord also had a day when his heart softened. How rare. Helena, I'll share half with you. Let us each have some. These berries are really delicious. Helena reached out to accept the fruit that might have been picked by the young lord, silently marveling at it. Looking at this silly little female, she even felt a bit reluctant. It was like a sheep entering a tiger's den, likely to be devoured without a trace. Helena watched the young lord's shadow, following closely behind, gently stroking her wine-red hair. She was not one to speak out, but what to do next still required observation. Sis, do you know her? Helena pushed Joran's face aside, walking forward without looking back, saying, if you don't want your skin peeled off, don't covet other people's females. Joran was taken aback, and his playful demeanor faded somewhat, a serious look appearing in his eyes as he asked, I'm not bad, right? Helena turned to look at her brother's delicate and handsome face, scoffing, only your face is worth looking at. Hey, what do you mean by that? Helena, what do you mean it's only my face that's worth looking at? This conversation made Lin Bo slightly raise his head to glance at the young lord, then tilt his head thoughtfully. What Helena didn't know was that long ago, she had woken up several times from nightmares in the middle of the night, all of which Lin Bo had comforted her through. When she had nightmares, she always mentioned something about skinning, which he didn't quite catch, but today, he seemed to understand the reason behind Helena's behavior. Ollie, if there's half of that female, then is there half of mine? The dignified young lord asked cautiously, as if this wild fruit had become some rare delicacy. No, QushengshengGets said without thinking. After saying that, she fed a berry to the eager Mau Mau, who munched happily, looking extremely cute. Unintentionally turning back, she saw the gentle young lord looking at Mau Mau with a subtly envious gaze. Unsure how to express it, that moment felt indescribably complex. Chapter 174. Vigilance. QushengshengGets lowered her head and thought for a moment. Was she being too harsh on Ian? He seemed to have been helping her all along, but he only helped her while almost everyone else was indifferent. However, it was undeniable that he was indeed helping her. Do you want to eat? QushengshengGets slightly raised her head to look at Ian, who was standing next to her like a guard. Ian looked at her in surprise and asked almost incredulously, me? Forget it if you don't want to, QushengshengGets said as she withdrew her hand. Unexpectedly, before she could pull it back completely, Ian took her pinkish-white fingertip along with the berry into his mouth. QushengshengGets felt the heat of his tongue, which even had a strange, cat-like sensation with barbs, making her fingertips feel both numb and tingling. The red juice from the berry dripped down his thin lips, sliding down her fingertips, landing on her Adam's apple, and then on her collarbone. The originally graceful and gentle young lord was almost kneeling in front of her, looking her in the eye. His eyes were filled with intense affection, staring deeply at her. QushengshengGets, flustered, hurriedly pulled her hand back. Ian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calf, and his dazed expression instantly cleared. He turned around to see a little creature still baring its teeth at him. Looking at the deep bite marks on his calf, it was clear that this little thing had bitten down hard. Ian narrowed his eyes. If something didn't want to live, then it could just die. QushengshengGets truly hadn't expected Ian to react this way. She hid her hand behind her back and said in a low voice, Why are you like this? I saw Mau Mau eating like this too, Ian said somewhat aggrieved. Can you be like it? It's a beast, QushengshengGets said angrily. One is a little beast, and the other is a person. How can you hold my finger like that? Fuyue slowly released the meat it was biting, blinking its eyes. What do you mean it's different from that stupid tiger? This time he was really hurt. But I'm a beast too, Ian said, somewhat confused. However, when Ian saw the faint blush on Ali's cheeks, he realized that she was indeed angry out of embarrassment. At this point, he quickly changed his tone. It's my fault, Ali, please don't be angry, okay? Ian admitted his mistake without hesitation, but his eyes were full of smiles. QushengshengGets, puffing up her cheeks, picked up Mau Mau from the ground and walked towards the camp. Ian, with a smile at the corners of his mouth, thought to himself that since Ali was shy around him, did that mean he was getting closer to her? That night, Ian kept cutting grilled meat for her and handing her water, taking great care of her, which slowly eased QushengshengGets' anger. During their rest, Ian guarded QushengshengGets' tent. QushengshengGets stayed in the tent alone with Mau Mau. Since they were in the wild, she washed up and then went to sleep lightly. Fuyue looked at the delicate Ali and felt a sense of peace in his heart. He liked the feeling of protecting her. Ali was like a delicate flower, and he would do everything he could to guard her. Fuyue tried to open the space in front of him several times, and, after almost exhausting himself, he managed to slightly open a fingertip-sized gap. He hadn't run out of soul power, but it seemed suppressed. His body suddenly shrank into that of a cub, and his soul power was weak to the point of being almost invisible. It was strange because he had never heard of a beastman experiencing this. In the middle of the night, suddenly, Ian opened his eyes, quickly stood up, and looked around at the beastmen who were sound asleep. His expression gradually became serious. It was too abnormal. The beastmen were sleeping too deeply. Ian rushed into the tent and saw Ali lying on a makeshift bed before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ali, wake up. Ian gently pushed Ali, but she didn't wake up. Ian picked up Ali and grabbed the fluffy little creature from the bed, then went outside to call all the beastmen. However, it was silent. At that moment, Ian suddenly heard a rustling sound, as if something was moving across the lawn. He cautiously looked around, The sound was coming from all directions. Iyun's eyes turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, sparks erupted on the backs of every beastman's hands. This little injury was nothing to the beastmen. Ow! It hurts! Ouch! Hiss! Instantly, there was a commotion around, and Iyun said in a deep voice, "Stay alert! Something is coming." Iyun's voice echoed in the ears of every beastman, and immediately, the faces of the beastmen showed signs of vigilance. Chapter 175. Six-winged insects. The winged orcs slowly flew up into the sky, only to discover something terrifying. A thick black mist surged around them, centering on their position. Through the moonlight, they could only see the rolling mist, unable to discern what was inside. The black mist moved quickly, almost blocking out the sun. They could only descend from the sky. Everyone was on high alert, watching their surroundings. Before long, the black mist reached their sides. At that moment, they realized that this was not mist, but a dense swarm of dark insects. Help! The surrounding area was filled with the tragic screams of the orcs. When Iyun looked over, he saw that the insects were devouring everything alive, leaving nothing but white skeletons behind. Iyun used his soul power to surround himself with flames, then continuously expanded the area to encompass most of the others. However, these sudden insects had already killed a significant number of orcs. What on earth are these things? Helena frowned, watching as orcs were reduced to mere skeletons in just a few minutes. They resemble heart-eating worms, but they are much stronger than those, Lin Bo remarked. Iyun's thoughts were similar to Lin Bo's, but he had another hypothesis. The appearance of these insects might not be a coincidence. It seemed as though they had materialized out of thin air. Moreover, the path they were taking was a common route from the Cook City-state to the Sharp Empire, which should not have led to such an incident. The number of insects outside was increasing, even densely surrounding the perimeter of his fire circle, filling the air with the burnt protein smell of insects. Iyun's face turned pale as he said, "I can't hold on much longer. These things fear fire, so attack quickly while you can." The 30 or so orcs inside the circle quickly used their soul power or various methods to attack the swarm of insects outside the fire circle. Suddenly, the sky was filled with flashes of various colored soul power. Insect corpses fell from the sky, almost covering the grass. Wrong teleportation. How come there's still a group of little guys? Upon hearing this, Iyun instinctively looked up. In an instant, the insects disappeared completely. If it weren't for the insect corpses on the ground and the burnt smell in the air, he would have doubted his own eyes. "You must be a descendant of Old Cook, right? I didn't expect Old Cook to have lived a pathetic life, but his descendants are quite impressive. A good bamboo shoots grow from good bamboo." Ha ha ha. Iyun saw an orc with white hair floating before them, holding a staff. Iyun noticed the jade-white badge at the orc's waist, adorned with a spiritual nine-tailed fox. After discreetly sizing up the old man, he said, "Elder Yuechi, I am Iyun. Oh, you are that little great-grandson of Old Cook. I know you. On the day of your full moon, Old Cook took my jade spirit mushroom and insisted on using it as a congratulatory gift." Elder Yuechi said without any politeness. Iyun listened without changing his expression, and seeing that he was unresponsive, Elder Yuechi lost the idea of teasing him. Looking around at the skeletons and the pile of insect corpses, Elder Yuechi waved his hand and tossed out a bunch of items, mostly herbs and small white bottles. "This is my mistake, little one. Take these things and distribute them. The old man has other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Iyun slowly bowed, and after sending him off, his gaze fell on the pile of items on the ground. He casually picked a few things, and then let Akwi watch over them as they were distributed. This is the beast world where strength grants power. Without strength, one can only swallow their anger when killed. Tonight, it was clear that Elder Yuechi had mistakenly teleported the insects, resulting in many deaths and nearly total annihilation of their forces. Yet, he simply mentioned it as a mistake and casually left behind a pile of items. The surviving orcs, seeing the compensation they received, were all overjoyed. A trace of mockery crossed Iyun's eyes. This was the reality. Ari in his arms was still fast asleep, completely unaware of the commotion. Iyun carefully examined the insect corpses on the ground, and finally seemed to remember a type of insect that resembled these: 6 slender wings and an ugly mouthpart, known as six-winged insects. These insects were rare and not commonly seen, but had extremely high medicinal value. Specifically, they secreted a crystal that could allow severed limbs to regenerate. Regeneration of severed limbs, one enticing effect. Many orcs had suffered a significant reduction in strength due to losing limbs in battle, ultimately living with regret for the rest of their lives. Thus, such things were indeed extremely precious. Chapter 176. Setting up camp, what is the identity of this old man? John curiously asked while playing with the small vial he received. Shut up, Helena coldly reprimanded. The strength of these powerful beings is beyond our imagination. We must speak with respect. This should be Elder Yuechi of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. His spatial abilities are not outstanding, but he has a high medical talent and holds a significant position in the Sharp Empire, Lin Bo explained in a low voice. John nodded obediently and then put away the vial. His gaze fell on the female in the young lord's arms, and he casually said, "Why is the young lord's female still sleeping?" Ian also felt worried, but he knew that the six-winged insects release a black powder resembling butterfly phosphors before attacking, which is used to paralyze enemies and then slowly consume them. This powder only causes sleep, and its effectiveness is influenced by the strength of the individual. He was reluctant to raise his voice at Ollie, let alone wake her up by hurting her. So, he decided to let her sleep. Helena swayed her way towards Iyun and asked, "Is Ollie okay?" "It's fine. She probably hasn't recovered from the medication yet. She should wake up in the morning," Iyun replied. After hearing Iyun's answer, Helena carefully observed Ollie's complexion, noting that she was sleeping with a rosy face. Confirming that everything was fine, Helena nodded at Iyun and slowly walked back to her beast husband. Linbo was applying medicine to Lion Ridge, who had just been bitten by that insect, losing a small piece of flesh. It was Linbo's quick decision to cut that piece off that saved his hand. "Helena, it hurts. I need you to blow on it," Lion Ridge said pitifully to Helena. "Blow? I really want to blow on it. I'll blow on it enough for you. Get lost. Don't bring your mouth near my hand. Aren't you asking for a blow? I'll blow for you. I promise to blow as hard as I can." "Ah, old bear. Shut up and stay away from me. I want Helena. Get lost. I'm blowing." Helena watched Lion Ridge and Bear Tion bicker, her eyes filled with tenderness. She knew that Lion Ridge and Bear Tion were trying to lighten her mood by joking in front of her, so she wouldn't worry too much about Lion Ridge. It did concern her that Lion Ridge was bitten by the insect. At this moment, seeing them bicker made her feel a mix of amusement and helplessness. That night, some mourned the death of their brothers. Some were grateful to be alive. Some excitedly touched the medicine in their arms. And some wished they could take the medicine right away, fearing it would be stolen. The next day, QushengshengGets woke up to find herself in Iyun's arms, and she was momentarily confused, quickly sitting up. "How'd I end up in your arms?" she asked in a fluster. "You insisted on hugging me last night, and I had no choice but to oblige you," Iyun replied. "Impossible." QushengshengGets didn't believe it. She wasn't that kind of person. "TSK, did you see the insect around? We were attacked here last night, and you were affected by the medicine. I was worried, so I held you to rest," Iyun explained. QushengshengGets' gaze fell on a layer of insect corpses around them, feeling extremely disgusted. Her fear of clusters was about to kick in. "What kind of insect is this? Why are there so many?" "Six-winged insects, a type that gnaws at flesh and blood, and they also spread a black phosphorus powder that can make people fall asleep," Iyun explained. After understanding, QushengshengGets nodded. Feeling Iyun's tightening grip around her waist, she couldn't help but push against his chest and said, "Put me down. Can I hold you for a while? I protected a lot of people last night, and I'm really tired." QushengshengGets looked at Iyun's slightly darkened eyes and made a small gesture with her fingers, saying, "Just for a moment." "All right, just for a moment," Iyun said with a smile in his eyes. A gentle and cute little female like her might only come across once in a lifetime, and he really liked her. After a while, Iyun promised to let her down. After having breakfast, they tidied up and set off again. QushengshengGets ran to Helena's side and chatted with her, with Iyun following beside them, and the beast protecting Iyun also nearby. Eventually, it formed a circular formation with QushengshengGets and Helena in the middle, while the other beastmen surrounded them as they progressed. After walking for quite a while, they decided to take a break in the middle. They chose to rest under a large tree. Due to the insect infestation last night, some of their stored meat was lost, so they needed to go hunting to stock up on meat supplies. Chapter 177. "You song grass, Helena. Can I join you?" QushengshengGets looked at Helena with anticipation. "Sure," Helena said, looking at the obedient Ollie, and couldn't help but pat her head. QushengshengGets followed Helena closely, holding the bone knife that Helena had given her, her eyes smiling. Their group consisted of Helena, her partner, QushengshengGets, and Iyun. "Young lord, the trees over there seem denser. Shall we go take a look?" Lin Bo asked Iyun. "Yeah, sound good." Iyun nodded, feeling that this judgment was correct. Beasts usually make their homes in dense forests, and their group had decent combat power, so it was indeed possible to explore deeper into the forest. As QushengshengGets walked, she observed the plants by the roadside. Iyun walked beside her, coldly glancing at the snake beastman who had been peeking at Ollie multiple times. He knew that this beastman was Helena's brother and was also aware that this male beastman was unmarried. If he looked again, he could forget about his eyes. John was walking slower and slower, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his face growing paler. Linbo sensed something and turned back, his gaze falling on the relaxed Ian, then on the pale John, his pupils contracting. Ian was applying pressure with his strength, targeting John specifically, and no one else noticed. If Linbo hadn't sensed something amiss and turned to look, he probably wouldn't have noticed. Young lord, John is young and naive. Please let him off this time. I apologize on his behalf, Linbo said calmly to Ian, who then released the pressure. Keep an eye on his eyes, Ian said somewhat coldly. Linbo shot a warning glance at John before returning to Helena's side to protect her. Qushengsheng noticed a strange plant on the ground that looked somewhat like carrot leaves but also resembled fennel. She reached out to touch it. Yusong grass can replenish qi and blood, alleviating symptoms of anemia. Qushengsheng's eyes lit up as she began to dig up the grass, noticing that there were more plants like it not far away. After thinking for a moment, she said to Helena, Helena, this grass is called Yusong grass, and it can be used to replenish qi and blood, which means it can help with health. Let's dig up some more. This is what my mother taught me, and I didn't expect to see it here today. Helena also looked at the herbs beside her with some surprise. In the beast world, plants were abundant but not widely accessible, and with herbs being scarce now, every effective herb was a treasure. She nodded and said, Thank you. Her gaze gradually softened. Females were a selfish species, almost embodying all the world's flaws, but without exception, they were unwilling to share. However, Ali's actions truly surprised and warmed her. She noted this kindness. They continued to dig up Yusong grass with several males. The more they found, the deeper they went. This herb that could replenish qi and blood was favored by the nobles. They could not only use it themselves, but also sell it to nobles at high prices, making it worthwhile. It's too quiet, Ian suddenly said in a low voice, his eyes filled with vigilance. What's wrong? Lion Ridge stopped digging and asked in a low voice. It's really too quiet, Lingbo replied. Indeed, it was too quiet. In the depths of the jungle, there was no sound of wind or birds. Everything was silent, so silent that it was unsettling. The beastmen grew alert, protecting the two females in the middle. Huh? What is this? Flower petals? Xiong Tian said, pulling a pink petal the size of a fingernail from above his head. QushengshengGets looked up and saw many pink petals drifting down onto their heads and bodies. She also raised her hand to catch a few petals, curiously bringing them to her nose to smell. It was a very intoxicating floral fragrance, like a concentrated scent of a special flower. Make her feel a bit dizzy after smelling it too much. Cover your mouth and nose. This flower is no good, Linbo said urgently. But at that moment, it was too late. The first to fall asleep were QushengshengGets and Helena, followed by the beastmen. Ian hurried over to hold Ollie, but then he also succumbed and fell asleep. Not long after, a green vine plant dragged them all into the depths of the forest. QushengshengGets couldn't remember what she was doing or feel her limbs, but she felt very safe. All she remembered was her name, QushengshengGets. Everything else seemed to slip away. In a daze, she heard voices speaking. She's moving. Lunyang, our baby is moving. Aw, don't be so loud. You'll scare the baby. Okay, baby, be good, it's daddy, right? A rough male voice and a gentle female voice kept ringing in her ears. She was somewhat confused about the situation. What happened to her? She couldn't feel her limbs, and her mind was foggy, almost sleeping the entire day. Chapter 178. Customization. QushengshengGets occasionally heard those two voices. She tried to stretch her hands and legs, but it seemed very difficult. Finally, one day, she felt herself being pushed out. In a daze, it seemed like someone patted her on the soles of her feet, but she could only cry, her hands and feet not obeying her. It was a female cub. Amazing, amazing. This was the first little female cub of the Liu family. Oh my, look at that little mouth, so red, with long black eyelashes. She would definitely grow up to be a beauty. Yes, this was the scene of QushengshengGets' birth in this lifetime. Right in this lifetime, she had crossed from a modern world to this male-dominant world and had become a willow tree. Yes, you heard it right. QushengshengGets had become a willow tree, and now her name was Ollie. Her mother was a well-known embroiderer in the city, running a small ready-to-wear shop. Her father was her mother's first husband. Yes, the very first husband, because her mother had 5 husbands and her father was just one of them. She also knew the other 4 men, and she called them all father, meaning she had several fathers. As the only female in the family, she had to take on the responsibility of supporting the family. So, At a young age, she started working in the family's ready-to-wear shop. To make the clothes sell better, she used some modern clothing concepts to create many beautiful clothing styles. Moreover, she managed to run their ready-to-wear shop in a manner reminiscent of modern haute couture, where one had to pay a large sum to customize clothes. This made the young man in the city quite excited, and many nobles took pride in wearing her clothes. This was already the 18th year that QushengshengGets had been running her business in this other world. Originally, she had planned to customize clothes for young Master Ron of the Evan family this month, but now the Lord's Manor had also placed an order. Because next month was the Flower God Festival in Wanshou City, young boys would need to showcase their beauty to compete for the title of Flower God. And there could only be one Flower God. In just 1 month, it was impossible to make 2 sets of clothes. So, after careful consideration, she decided to go to the Evan family to feel the situation out. She wasn't familiar with the newly appointed Lord's Manor this year. However, she knew Helena Evan and had a decent relationship with her, so perhaps she could discuss it with her. Grandpa, I'm going out to the Evan family. QushengshengGets called out to the man in the yard who was trimming flower branches. All right, Ollie, wear a veil when you go out. Okay. QushengshengGets asked her assistant, Achu, to fetch her a veil, which she then put on her face. After that, Achu brought out the carriage from the backyard. It wouldn't be right to call it carriage because the horse was a unicorn she had bought from another city, very beautiful. Originally, she intended to ride it. But unexpectedly, on the day she was to go out, the wind was too strong and blew her veil away. At that moment, she was stared at by thousands of eyes, and those men even threw fans and magic crystals at her, almost hitting her. She nearly walked the same path as Wei Jia, but thankfully she ran fast. However, later on, it became widely known that the female of the Liu embroidery family was a great beauty. She had no choice but to make a carriage for traveling. Now, the carriage had also become a fashionable item in their city, so her way of going out didn't seem out of place. QushengshengGets sat in the carriage and arrived at the gate of the Evan family's residence. After Achu knocked on the door, someone took her to Helena's courtyard. Busy person, you have time to see me? Helena, dressed in a red long dress, asked with a charming yet not vulgar smile. TSK, isn't this to see our great beauty in the midst of your busy schedule? Don't say that. Our city's great beauty is still the goddess Ollie. Helena teased with a smirk. All right, let us not talk about that. I came today to discuss something with you. QushengshengGets sat on the stone bench opposite Helena. What is it? Helena asked, a bit curious. Wasn't your brother in my shop the day before yesterday to order a suit? Yesterday, the Lord's Manor also came and said they wanted to order a suit as well. If I were to follow the original plan agreed upon with your brother, there wouldn't be time to fulfill the Lord's Manor's order. I was thinking, could we reduce some complicated details within a reasonable range? QushengshengGets said, feeling a bit embarrassed. For the next 3 months, I'll take care of your brother's clothes. Do you think he would accept such a condition? QushengshengGets continued. I'll go say it. He definitely won't accept it. You say it, and he might just accept it. Helena looked at the exquisite face in front of her, unable to help but marvel inwardly. She was truly beautiful. Such a face indeed deserved to be called a goddess. Stop joking. QushengshengGets said helplessly. I'm serious, Helena replied earnestly. Meanwhile, in another small courtyard. Young master, the Liu family's girl is currently in the young lady's courtyard. Is the news true? John stood up anxiously from the table, looking excitedly at the little servant in front of him. True. The little servant nodded affirmatively. Hurry, bring out my red butterfly embroidered golden dress. I want to go see her, John said hurriedly. Next, there was a flurry of dressing and grooming. After getting ready, John looked at his beautiful and delicate face in a mirror, feeling a bit unsure. Do I look good like this? Will she like it? Ah, young master. You should know how beautiful you are. Miss Liu will definitely like it. All right, then let's hurry. John picked up a jade fan nearby and rushed with the little servant towards Helena's courtyard, afraid that she might leave. Chapter 179. The desk. It's not appropriate for me to visit him since your brother is not engaged yet, QushengshengGets said somewhat helplessly to Helena. Before QushengshengGets finished speaking, the gate of the small courtyard was pushed open. Liu, sister, I came to see you, Xiao In said somewhat incoherently. Helena looked at her brother, who was dressed like a flamboyant butterfly. Although he was speaking to her, his gaze was fixated on Ollie beside him, his eyes almost glued to her. Helena covered her face. Having such a troublesome brother was really embarrassing. All right, I understand. Helena replied to ease the awkwardness for Xiao In. Sister this. Xiao In blinked at Helena, maintaining a dignified demeanor while eagerly looking at Ollie. This is Liu Li. You can call her Sister Liu, Helena said, just as Xiao In's voice rang out. Sister Ollie, just call me Xiao In. Xiao In secretly played a little trick. He had been thinking about Ali lately, and his heart was sweet. QushengshengGets couldn't withstand the boy's eager gaze. After steadying herself, she poured a cup of tea for the young man sitting beside her. Thank you, Sister Ali. The tea you poured is really sweet. I like Sister Ali the most. Xiao N's face was filled with youthful innocence, looking exceptionally well-behaved. Helena raised her eyebrows in surprise. Was this really their picky little Xiao En? Indeed, only those he liked could manage him. Helena, there is something that needs your attention. The voice of butler Lin Bo came from the entrance of the small courtyard. Helena said to Ali, Ali, I have something to attend to, for now. Let Xiao En entertain you. QushengshengG nodded in understanding. Her gaze fell on the young butler, who was Helena's childhood friend. He wore a bamboo green long robe, gentlemanly and refined, exuding a warm temperament. Standing together with Helena, they looked incredibly well-matched, one calm and one lively. Seeing the butler carefully protecting Helena, QushengshengG felt he must have feelings for her. After all, Helena was known to be a strong-willed woman. Treating a strong woman like a delicate flower could only mean he was in love. Don't mention it. Looking at Xiao N's light, golden long curly hair and his puppy-like eyes, QushengshengG smiled gently. Xiao En, I came this time to discuss something with you. Sister Ali said, it's like this. Do you remember you came to the shop 2 days ago to order an outfit? I remember. Yesterday, the Lord's residents also came to order an outfit. Sister Ali, it's fine. You can do whatever you want. QushengshengG looked at Xiao N's puppy dog eyes and almost couldn't bear to continue, but she pressed on. There might be some details that need to be adjusted, but overall, there won't be too many changes. I'll still make the outfit for you. I'm sorry for this adjustment. For the next 3 months, your outfits will all be on me. Xiao En originally wanted to show off his generosity, but when he heard that his outfits for the next 3 months were covered, he realized he could use this to communicate more with Sister Ali. After all, proximity leads to affection. Thank you, Sister Ali. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. Xiao En lowered his eyebrows, looking obedient. QushengshengG chatted a bit more with Xiao En, even envying Helena for having such a well-behaved brother. Meanwhile, on the other side, Helena said in a husky voice, Didn't you say you wanted to put in more effort just now? Why not now? Lin Bo's gentle face was covered in glistening sweat, his eyes filled with desire. Helena's soft flesh on her chest quivered under Lin Bo's muscles, and even her breathing turned into intermittent moans. She tightly wrapped her arms around Lin Bo's neck, her legs entwined around his slim waist. Her bones felt like they were about to be crushed by Lin Bo. She had no choice but to endure. Short breaths, slightly dazed pupils, and curled white toes all spoke of her excitement. Say it. I want to make you feel it. Quickly. Lin Bo's cultured face was filled with desire and wildness. He wished he could pin Helena down on this large desk. I want Lin Bo to do me. Helena's voice was broken, almost unable to form a complete sentence. The books on the desk were swept to the floor, the dark desk. After a long while, Helena's mind felt a momentary pause. She could hardly control herself, softly murmuring, calling out Lin Bo's name. I love you, Helena. Lin Bo deeply buried himself, wishing he could die in Helena's embrace. Chapter 180. The first set, after everything was over, Lin Bo carefully wiped Helena's body and arranged her clothes. Helena's eyes were slightly moist, filled with charm and joy. Looking at Lin Bo's serious expression, she raised her hand to caress his chin and leaned in a whisper in his ear. Great, I really like it. Lin Bo raised an eyebrow, his refined demeanor instantly taking on a mischievous edge as he playfully traced the bite marks on Helena's full, sensual lips. You are great too. You sounded wonderful. My young lady. Lin Bo pressed his lips to the corner of Helena's mouth, just about to pull away, but she hooked her arm around his neck. And in an instant, their breaths intertwined, lips and teeth mingling. Be good. I really have something to discuss with you. Lin Bo said hoarsely as he held Helena in his arms. Helena lazily leaned against him, giving a nasal to show she was listening. While Lin Bo and Helena were discussing matters in the study, on the other side, QushengshengG found it hard to extricate herself, feeling uneasy under John's gaze, which looked at her like a puppy eyeing a bone. Even she, with her limited wits, could tell that John seemed to have feelings for her. The best she could do was to minimize contact and cut off his thoughts early. John, I'm leaving now. If you have something, just let Helena relay it. QushengshengG nodded at John and then left. Her footsteps quickened, her urgency to leave growing stronger. As soon as she stepped out of Helena's house, she breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the sky, she planned to go to the Lord's mansion to discuss the details. After all, She was not familiar with the newly appointed lord, who had only sent servants to say that new clothes were to be made, but did not specify what kind. After tidying her clothes and putting on her veil, QushengshengGets arrived at the lord's mansion and began to knock on the door. "Who is it?" An elderly wolf beast man opened the door. "Lioi Pavilion's private custom orders. I would like to discuss the customization requirements and details of the clothing with the lord," QushengshengGets replied. The wolf beast man assessed the young girl in a smoke-purple outfit and matching veil, holding a booklet before allowing her to enter. "Please follow this old man." QushengshengGets followed the wolf beast man without looking around, maintaining a calm demeanor, which greatly pleased the wolf beast man. QushengshengGets looked around the room. It was quite large, equipped with tea sets, and appeared to be a reception area. After pouring her a cup of water, the wolf beast man left, and QushengshengGets settled down, waiting for the host. Reporting to the lord, "The young manager of Lioi Pavilion is here, waiting in the reception room." The lord, without looking up, replied, "Let Yun handle it. After all, it's his clothing. He should pay more attention." "Yes." The wolf beast man quietly withdrew to the young master's courtyard. Yun was sitting in the courtyard, brewing tea with a cold demeanor. Reporting, "Young master, the young manager of Lioi Pavilion is in the reception room. She wants to confirm the details of the clothing with you," the wolf beast man said, lowering his head. "Whatever," Ian replied indifferently. He hated doing things to please females the most. The clothes weren't ordered by him, so he didn't care. The wolf beast man hesitated, but mustered the courage to say, "Young master, the lord wants you to go take a look." Only then did Ian raise his eyelids and glance at the kneeling wolf beast man, his eyes devoid of emotion, and somewhat coolly said, "Wolf uncle, how many years have you been in the mansion?" The wolf beast man looked up in fear, then hurriedly lowered his head, growing increasingly humble as he replied, 9 years. 9 years? That's not a short time. I don't want to change people. Just do your job well," Yoon said ambiguously. "Yes." The wolf beast man dared not say anything more, feeling a shiver run through him. Ian suddenly felt it was meaningless. He picked up the folding fan on the table and stood up, heading towards the reception room. The wolf beast man maintained his position for a long time. As an aging beast man, he could no longer hunt, and if expelled, it could mean death. QushengshengGets had already drunk her second cup of water, feeling a bit bored but dared not be reckless, just gazing outside the door, praying for someone to arrive soon. As she took a sip of water and looked up again, she saw a tall figure slowly approaching. As he got closer, QushengshengGets realized this was an extremely cold and beautiful man. He wore all white, his expression indifferent, with almost no emotion in his eyes. His shoulder-length white hair made him look like a piece of ice from the northern country, cold and hard. "Good day, young master." QushengshengGets stood up and greeted him. Iyun assessed the veiled female in front of him, coldly glancing over her. Was this another trick to get close to him? Did she wear a veil to pique his curiosity? Unfortunately, he was not interested in such tactics. Iyun had no desire for conversation and responded absent-mindedly before falling silent again. Chapter 181. The veiled QushengshengGets pondered over his thoughts and guessed that he must be the duck being forced to be put on the rack. So next, it was her turn to speak. Although her heart was filled with bitterness, the gold master was paramount, and she began diligently introducing the styles and details of the patterns. It wasn't until she walked out that QushengshengGets found it hard to swallow. It was truly exhausting. The eldest son of a city lord's mansion remained as unresponsive as a delicate puppet throughout, showing no reaction to anything she said. However, whenever she paused, he would stare at her with a cold gaze that sent shivers down her spine, forcing her to continue speaking. She talked until her mouth was dry and her tongue was parched, feeling utterly miserable. By the time she finished, she couldn't help but let out a small sigh of relief. Then she looked at him with some anticipation, and to her surprise, he paused, his gaze stiff as it landed on her, and said, "Not bad." He said, "Not bad? Not bad, my foot." He didn't specify what was good about it. Acting all high and mighty, QushengshengGets asked in confusion, "So what now?" "The first set," Iyun casually replied. QushengshengGets finally felt the pain of having revised the plan multiple times, only for him to choose the first version. It truly infuriated her. Iyun waved his folding fan, still maintaining a cold demeanor. However, his mood was actually quite good at the moment. Although he hadn't listened to her about the clothing styles, her expression of despair and her effort to keep speaking were just too amusing. QushengshengGets felt truly unlucky. Not long after she had walked, she was suddenly bumped into by someone who appeared out of nowhere. As she steadied herself, she instinctively checked her sleeve pocket, and sure enough, her money pouch was gone. She immediately turned and chased after the figure ahead. The sky was starting to darken, and there weren't many people around, so she had to run after him alone. Seeing the small figure in front of her, Qushengsheng sprinted over and tackled the little brat to the ground. Got you. Hand over my money pouch. Qushengsheng pressed her knee against the little one's back and held his thin wrist tightly. Let go. Let go of me. He struggled fiercely. Return my money pouch. Qushengsheng insisted. Let go of me. Ahu, give it back to her, cough cough. Qushengsheng turned around to see a gentle-looking young man who appeared to be around 20 years old. His delicate features and gentle brows gave him a sacred aura, with silver hair cascading down, looking almost too beautiful to be from this world. She had thought that the difficult eldest son of the city lord's mansion was already a rare, exquisite sight, but she didn't expect this young man to surpass him. In such a dark alley, the appearance of a boy who resembled a celestial being felt surreal. Qushengsheng sensed that the child on the ground suddenly relaxed but still clenched his teeth and remained silent. She looked at the child and then at the beautiful young man and said, "Is this your brother? He doesn't look like you." Fuyu was momentarily taken aback. He truly hadn't expected that the first thing this exquisitely featured girl would say was to ask if Ahu was his brother. "Yes, he is. I'm sorry. My brother doesn't understand. I'll have him return it to you right away, cough cough." Qushengsheng watched as the young man slightly tilted his head, his hand forming a gentle fist as he coughed delicately, exuding a fragile beauty. No, I won't give it back." Ahu's reaction was very intense. Qushengsheng was puzzled. What was going on? Was this a mischievous child? She looked at the stubborn child, who was as stubborn as a mule, and couldn't help but ask, "Why did you steal my money pouch?" Child? Ahu. Tears welled up in Ahu's eyes as he struggled to hold them back. Then, pressing his hand against the stone pavement, he choked out, "I know you. I want to sell myself to you. Can you give me the money? I want to take my brother to see a doctor." Qushengsheng's grip suddenly loosened as she raised her eyes to look at the gentle and beautiful young man. He looked very pale and seemed to be coughing a few times, clearly not in good health. Fuyu tightened his grip as he understood the situation. He looked at Ahu with gentle helplessness, carefully helping him up and squatting down to pat Ahu's head, saying, "Ahu, be good. Brother is fine. You don't need to sell yourself. Don't do this in the future, all right? Brother is very worried. You're lying. You coughed up blood last night." Ahu's tears finally flowed down uncontrollably. Qushengsheng felt a bit helpless beside them. After thinking for a moment, she said to Ahu, "I don't need you to sell yourself. You can come to my shop to help every day, and this money will count as your salary. Do you accept?" The beautiful young man and Ahu both looked up at her at the same time. Qushengsheng saw their innocent expressions and said helplessly, "Hurry back. It's unsafe out here at night." "I accept." Ahu quickly stood up straight, eager to do something for his brother. Fuyu patted Ahu's head gently, saying, "Please take care of him. Thank you." He silently noted this favor in his heart as he watched the person who had turned their back to him wave goodbye. "By the way, my name is Fuyu." After Fuyu watched her leave, he finally noticed the smoky purple veil on the ground. He picked it up, clutched it tightly, and tucked it into his chest. "Brother, let's go home." "Okay." Fuyu turned and walked toward the dark, low alley. Chapter 182. The beautiful accountant from that day on, a clever little boy appeared at Lu E Pavilion, and soon after a beautiful accountant showed up, attracting all the women in the city who came to feast their eyes. The business at Lu E Pavilion became shockingly prosperous. Fuyu's face turned pale as he gasped for breath. There were too many people just now, and he felt a bit out of breath, even a little dizzy. "Fuyu, drink some water." Qushengsheng carefully helped him sit down and poured him a glass of water. "Don't worry, Ali, I'm fine." Fuyu smiled faintly, his long silver hair cascading down his shoulders. He was wearing a simple outfit that Qushengsheng had brought from the store, a bamboo green garment with white gauze. Looking like a bamboo fairy, gentle and enchanting. "You've been helping out in the store for quite a while now, and business has improved a lot. You've settled all that you owe me, so there's no need for you to come anymore. Rest at home and take care of your health." Qushengsheng was indeed worried about Fuyu's health. She didn't know his background, but he seemed like a fallen nobleman. According to Ahu, he had been picked up by Fuyu when he was 5 years old, and now Ahu was already 10. It was possible that Fuyu had been struggling outside for 5 years. With such a beautiful appearance and poor health, it wouldn't be right for her to keep a sick person as a servant. "Is there something I did wrong?" Fuyu tightened his grip, feeling a bit anxious and cautious as he asked. "No, you did exceptionally well, even better than I did." Qushengsheng spoke the truth. Fuyu's accounts were indeed clear and straightforward. "Then, can I continue to be your accountant here?" After saying this, Fuyu felt a bit shy and bit his lip. He liked it here. "This place is noisy and not suitable for recovering. I'm afraid it will delay your recovery. Then can I do the accounts in the back room?" Fuyu quickly replied. After speaking, He looked at Ali with hopeful eyes. After watching for a while, he noticed Ali was still hesitating, and suddenly he felt a pang in his heart. Had he made too much of an unreasonable request? Had he made things difficult for Ali? It's fine if not. I'll just go back first. Fu Yu stood up anxiously, turning to leave. Qushengsheng was originally considering where to add a desk for Fu Yu, but seeing him so eager to leave, she grabbed his wrist in a moment of urgency. Don't rush. I didn't say you couldn't work. You do a great job. And if you're willing to continue, I'd be very happy. But I can't let you work for free. Let us discuss your wages. Upon hearing this, Fu Yu's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. His gaze fell on the delicate fingers holding his wrist, and his ears gradually turned red. He felt somewhat nervous, his heartbeat almost echoing in his ears. Come, sit down first. Qushengsheng led Fu Yu to sit down, then naturally released her grip. Fu Yu felt an indescribable sense of loss. Ali had just pulled him a bit, and he was unhappy. Fu Yu's brows drooped in disappointment. Qushengsheng originally wanted to offer 10 yellow crystals a month, but seeing the little fairy looking unhappy, she thought for a moment and changed her words. Fu Yu, I'll give you 10 green crystals a month. Are you willing? Fu Yu nodded. He didn't want green crystals. He wanted Ali to hold him. Which room do you like? I'll set up a desk for you in the backyard. Upon hearing this, Fu Yu perked up and quickly replied, no need to be so troublesome. Just set up a desk opposite Ali's desk. After saying this, Fu Yu suddenly felt like he was too eager and quickly added, that room is quite big. It can fit 2 desks. Qushengsheng thought about it and found it indeed feasible. After all, her room was a studio used for designing clothing styles, and it was spacious enough with good lighting, making it quite suitable. All right, I'll put a desk there for you. You can go back today and come to that room tomorrow. Qushengsheng made the decision. Afterward, she let Fu Yu and Hu go back together while she returned to her studio. Chapter 183. Study. She looked at the designs on the table and felt truly distressed. The table was piled high with drafts, all of them drawn for the clothes of the eldest son of the city lord's mansion. She had worked herself to the bone, yet in the end, he was not satisfied at all. Qushengsheng even began to suspect that this eldest son was deliberately toying with her or seeking amusement at her expense. In the past 3 days, she had drawn 3 final versions, and he was dissatisfied with every single one. Qushengsheng felt it was truly bizarre. Several times she considered quitting, but before she could voice it, this eldest son had someone come to offer her more money. In total, he had sent several boxes of green crystals. Who would turn down money? So, she gritted her teeth and decided to continue drawing. To please the eldest son, she had even started to take a few unconventional approaches. Qushengsheng randomly pulled out one of the drafts, made a small change to an insignificant detail, and after placing the drawing in an envelope, thought for a moment and wrote a note. Eldest son, this is the final version of the custom clothes from our little shop. In my humble opinion, with your charming demeanor, elegant bearing, and outstanding temperament, you will surely make this outfit look exceptionally beautiful. Our shop will also prosper thanks to your grace. I hope you'll like it. After finishing the note, she bravely stuffed it inside the envelope and sent it off, feeling as if she had come back to life after it was gone. As a modern pure engineering student, this was the extent of her literary talent, and she hoped this difficult eldest son would be satisfied. Early the next morning, someone from the city lord's mansion came to say that the eldest son was satisfied. Qushengsheng let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he was pleased. So, he'd just like to be praised, huh? The fabric and embroidery she had mentioned in the previous drafts were irrelevant, right? Well, at least she could finally start working. Qushengsheng delivered the drawings to her mother and then returned to the study. Every day, she was thinking of ways to draw more clothing designs, lest she exhaust her modern resources and find herself out of ideas decades later, leading to the closure of her little shop. Taking advantage of her still-functioning brain, she needed to draw more and try to innovate. Qushengsheng carried a bag of sweet cakes and leisurely walked in her studio. As soon as she entered, she raised her eyes and saw a man with long silver hair, dressed in a light green outer garment and a pink inner shirt, with delicate features and an ethereal presence, holding a pen in one hand and flipping through a book while glancing at her. Qushengsheng watched as sunlight spilled over him, resembling a celestial being, and was momentarily speechless. With such youthful and otherworldly charm, he was indeed stunning. This outfit was something she had playfully made for him before, and back then, she had insisted that he would look good in it, emphasizing that it was handmade by her. Although her stitching was quite rough, she had only intended it as a joke. To her surprise, he wore it so well. Why are you wearing this? Qushengsheng touched her nose, already able to see the stitching marks from a distance. Is it not good looking? Fu Yu tilted his head and asked. Qushengsheng paused, despite the rough stitching. She couldn't bring herself to lie. It looks good. Ali really has good taste. I like it a lot. Fu Yu's eyes sparkled with joy at her words. In that moment, Qushengsheng felt as if her heart, which had been calm for over a decade, had suddenly broken its defenses, and she could hardly control her heartbeat. She awkwardly averted her gaze and hurried to her desk to sit down. Fu Yu watched as Ali avoided his gaze, lowering her head in silence. His hands, hidden in his wide sleeves, clenched slightly. Had he annoyed Ali? Fu Yu looked at Ali, but she was too busy writing to pay him any attention, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected as he continued to do his calculations. Qushengsheng could sense Fu Yu looking at her from time to time, but she simply couldn't respond. Her heartbeat was already chaotic, and she couldn't look at Fu Yu again, or she would start having inappropriate thoughts. Chapter 184. Lin Bo, what did you say? Who are you going to marry? Helena gripped Lin Bo's wrist in anger. Her eyes filled with fire and disbelief. Didn't you already know? Lin Bo replied somewhat coldly. Marrying Vivian? Are you out of your mind? I'm very clear-headed. Clear-headed my ass. Helena couldn't help but curse, nearly going crazy. If it weren't for John telling her, she wouldn't have known her good steward was getting married. What a great job. Miss, you have no right to stop me. Lin Bo's expression was cold, as if he were merely stating a fact. Such an unfluctuating tone truly infuriated Helena. I have no right. Then who does? Vivian? What is she? Don't you know? Why are you marrying her? To be her 9th beast husband? Helena's face was full of sarcasm. That has nothing to do with you. Lin Bo seemed to be provoked, his eyes cold as he said this. Nothing to do with me? Say that again. Helena grabbed Lin Bo by the collar, gritting her teeth. Nothing to do with you. Lin Bo seemed to revert to his indifferent demeanor. Helena was almost driven mad. She spoke without thinking. What? Is it that I haven't satisfied you enough? You have to go marry that Vivian who can't even walk when she sees a male? Lin Bo's face turned pale instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He didn't understand how Helena could say such things. The world was already unfair to men, and if this got out, he would only earn the reputation of a seducer. Helena also realized she had said something wrong. Seeing Lin Bo's pale face, she hurriedly began to apologize. Lin Bo, that's not what I meant. I was too harsh with my words. I'm sorry. Is that really how you think? Lin Bo said, his face still pale. What? Helena asked, somewhat confused, then quickly added, No, you know that's not true. What do I know? I know nothing. We've been together for 5 years, and you never mention the future. Whenever I bring it up, you change the subject. I thought that meant you didn't want a beast husband. But now I find out you want to marry that lion clan man to be a beast husband. So what does that make me? What do I count as? You tell me, what do I count as? Lin Bo said, somewhat breaking down. Helena was stunned by Lin Bo's words and quickly asked, What lion clan man? I don't know. When did I say I wanted to marry him? I don't even know him. Helena also felt wronged. Who understood her? She had just gone out to handle some matters and returned to find John saying Lin Bo was getting married. And it was to Vivian. It felt like going out for a bit of fun and coming back home to find it robbed, especially by a noob from across the street. Lin Bo was also bewildered and then asked, Isn't that the case? No, I don't know him. Absolutely not. Helena felt like she was about to swear to heaven. Lin Bo finally realized that he cared too much about Helena, which was why he reacted so strongly to the news. It's just a misunderstanding. Nothing like that happened. What I said earlier was out of anger. Please don't take it to heart, okay? And don't marry Vivian. Her figure isn't as good as mine. Helena stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Bo's neck, using her weight to pin him down. Lin Bo looked down at Helena's beautiful face and felt the softness in his arms. He buried his head in her hair, inhaling the familiar scent of roses. At that moment, he felt a sense of belonging. Then let me try how good it can be, Lin Bo's low voice whispered in her ear. Before Helena could react, she was pinned against the door. Then she heard the sound of the door being bolted shut behind her. Lin Bo lifted Helena's long skirt to her waist, his hands continuously moving up, touching soft flesh. He raised one of Helena's slender legs, and Helena could feel Lin Bo's passion. It seemed to stir something within her. Her red lips pressed against Lin Bo's, knowing he liked her this way. Lin Bo breathed heavily in her ear, then pulled her leg, his hands moving up continuously. Helena's long hair danced in the air. She could hardly handle Lin Bo's enthusiasm. It felt like he really wanted to take her to the edge. It hurts. Helena couldn't help but whisper. Hurt? How could it hurt? You have to let me satisfy you. Lin Bo's mischievous voice rang in her ear. Helena knew Lin Bo held grudges, and now he was putting that comment into practice on her. But with him saying that, she certainly wouldn't be at a disadvantage verbally. All right, then let you satisfy me. Helena hooked her other leg around Lin Bo's waist, pressing her body against him to give him more leverage. Unexpectedly, Lin Bo started carrying her around the room, and Helena truly couldn't take it anymore, nearly lost in the moment as Lin Bo teased her. Lin Bo occasionally whispered in her ear, "Do you like it?" Helena could only respond with a broken voice, "I like it. I like it so much." Chapter 185. Peach Blossom. Qushengsheng finally couldn't help but lift her eyes to meet Fu Yu's gaze after feeling his stare once again. This time, it was Fu Yu who looked astonished and flustered. Looking at Fu Yu's panicked expression, Qushengsheng couldn't help but curl her lips. Her gaze fell on the pastries on the table. She placed them into a small jade dish. The delicate matcha-colored pastries complemented the jade-white plate, exuding a silent elegance. Qushengsheng picked up the dish and placed it in front of Fu Yu. Fu Yu sensed Ali's approach and his heart raced, but he forced himself to stay calm. Qushengsheng simply placed the dish in front of him, and, just as she was about to turn and leave, she accidentally caught Fu Yu's nervous eyes. Lost in a daze, she stumbled and fell toward Fu Yu. This time, Fu Yu caught her in his arms. Fearing she might get hurt, he instinctively protected her head with one hand and wrapped his other arm around her waist. For some reason, Fu Yu's nose was filled with a sweet floral scent, just like the person in his arms, fragrant and sweet. Qushengsheng quickly got up, feeling flustered. Fu Yu always looked sickly, and she was afraid of causing him discomfort. "Fu Yu, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Fu Yu's originally pale cheeks slowly flushed a light pink. Unexpectedly, his celestial appearance became even more enchanting with that touch of color, causing Qushengsheng to stare at him in a daze. Fu Yu, suppressing his embarrassment, looked up at Ali and said, "I'm fine, don't worry." "All right, I just wanted to ask." Qushengsheng immediately turned around and went back to her seat. After that, her feelings began to grow complicated. Fu Yu was too beautiful. Although beauty might not be a good word for a man, he was indeed stunning. Thus, in this small study, traces of the two of them could be found every day. "Ali, aren't you free today? Come with me to Yunyangzi's house for a drink." "No way. I have something to do," Qushengsheng said as she headed to the study. It was about time for Fu Yu to arrive, and she needed a hurry. Fu Yu kept calculating the accounts in his hands, and, just as he finished, she still hadn't come. He couldn't help but gaze at the door, wondering what Ali was like today. "Fu Yu." Qushengsheng stepped into the room and called out to him. Then, she quickly stood beside Fu Yu, picked up the cup on the table, and drank it all. Fu Yu felt a bit embarrassed. That was his cup. Qushengsheng, of course, knew it was his. She was doing it on purpose. There was indeed one time she drank from the wrong cup, but she pretended not to know, and Fu Yu only secretly blushed. What was initially unintentional turned out to be quite intentional. Later, Qushengsheng accepted that she and Fu Yu had mutual feelings for each other. In her view, if you like someone, you should boldly pursue that feeling. Liking someone was never shameful. If it was unrequited, then don't disturb them, but if both sides had feelings, why not give it a try? Qushengsheng casually glanced over and found that Fu Yu had finished today's accounts. Suddenly, she wanted to take him out for a walk. "Fu Yu, let us go out and have some fun," Qushengsheng said, looking at Fu Yu. Fu Yu looked at Ali's sparkling eyes and nodded, saying, "Okay." Qushengsheng looked at Fu Yu's face, thought for a moment, and went into the room to grab a veil, with each of them taking one. Fu Yu always had an ethereal quality, so wearing a veil wasn't strange. As they just stepped out of the house, Xiao and received the news. Ali went out. "Quick, quick, quick. Get me ready. I want to go out too," Xiao exclaimed with excitement. The attendant hesitated for a moment, but continued, "Young master, Miss Liu is with an orc." "What? Ali brought an orc?" Xiao immediately became alert. "Quick, then we can't wait any longer. I need to see Sister Ali right away." Xiao was even more anxious. Wanted to see which orc it was. Qushengsheng took Fu Yu to several pastry shops and bought several pastries that Fu Yu liked. These pastries were exquisitely shaped and not overly sweet, which Fu Yu particularly enjoyed. Then she planned to take Fu Yu to a famous peach blossom grove. Looking at the pastries Ali bought, Fu Yu felt even sweeter inside. They were all his favorites. Once they entered the peach blossom grove, Qushengsheng led Fu Yu to a corner. She laid the pastries on the grass, surrounded by fluttering peach blossoms in a tranquil forest. Qushengsheng looked at the petals on Fu Yu's head and gently reached up to pluck one. Just as her hand was pulled back, Fu Yu suddenly said, "Ali, you have petals on your head too." "Huh? Where?" As Qushengsheng raised her hand, Fu Yu slowly leaned over and plucked the petal from her head. Just as Fu Yu was about to retract his hand, he saw the obedient Ali. She always said he was beautiful, but she was the most beautiful one. With her alluring peach blossom eyes, delicate nose and rosy lips, she looked delicious, just like the peach blossom pastries in the shop. Fuyu looked at those bright red lips, his heart racing faster and faster, until he leaned in and planted a kiss on Ali's lips. Suddenly waking up from his daze, QushengshengG felt her lips warm, looking at Fuyu's shy expression. Her heart stirred, and then she pulled Fuyu's clothing and kissed him on the lips. Seeing Fuyu in a daze, allowing her to do as she pleased, she felt a bit embarrassed and quickly pulled back. Then, the two sat facing each other, blushing and feeling somewhat shy, although they didn't get to eat the pastries. The atmosphere was filled with an indescribable ambiguity. Perhaps the mist of secret admiration had cleared, leaving behind a clear liking. Chapter 186. Streamed just when the two were feeling embarrassed, a voice came from not far away. Sister Ali, are you here to play in the peach grove too? John's surprised voice rang out. QushengshengG looked up and saw John's disheveled appearance. His outfit was probably too extravagant, and some of the accessories looked like they were about to fall off. QushengshengG hesitated for a moment before pointing at the jade bead tassels precariously hanging from John's crown and asked, "Are you really okay?" John, in a daze, said he was fine, gazing at Ali in her tender green outfit, looking just like the tender shoots of spring, coupled with her delicate features. John's admiration was almost overflowing. "Sister, Ali is so beautiful," John exclaimed, like a happy little puppy, running over to QushengshengG with small steps. Fuyu, sitting nearby, watched all of this with a frown. What was this Sister Ali? Ali didn't have a brother like him, and he had been with Ali for so long without ever seeing John. QushengshengG felt her sleeve being gently tugged by Fuyu. She turned her head slightly and heard Fuyu ask, "Who is this?" QushengshengG replied that he was Helena's younger brother, and Fuyu thoughtfully withdrew his hand. He had heard about this spoiled young master from Ahu, who said he was arrogant and overbearing, unlike his current appearance. "John is also good-looking," QushengshengG said kindly. John was just about to feel happy when he noticed the orc beside them, and his expression immediately soured. He began to size up the man from head to toe. His looks were decent, but he had a poor demeanor. "Sister Ali, who is he?" John pointed at Fuyu. Fuyu immediately looked seriously at QushengshengG, and John also turned his gaze toward her. QushengshengG felt a bit troubled. She knew that Fuyu likely had an interest in her, but she couldn't unilaterally define their relationship. After hesitating for a moment, she was about to say he was a friend when Fuyu suddenly leaned his forehead against her, looking pale. This startled QushengshengG, and she quickly asked Fuyu, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Ditsi Fuyu weakly replied, "I'll take you back to see the doctor right away." QushengshengG anxiously supported Fuyu and prepared to head down the mountain, too worried to do anything but nod at John. Before John could say a few words to Ali, the orc looked like he was dying, and then Ali helped him leave. It made him furious. John stomped his foot hard on the ground. Watching Ali support that orc made him even angrier. Fuyu was being supported down the mountain by Ali, knowing that the answer she was about to give was not what he wanted, so he could only interrupt her. However, he was exactly lying, as he truly felt unwell. This had been the case every day, and his chronic illness made his daily life a torment. He had only one sweetness, which was Ali. Let it be selfish, just this once. The more John thought about it, the angrier he became. He turned to his attendant and said, "Investigate. Find out who this orc is. How come I don't know about such a person in the city?" QushengshengG brought Fuyu to the foot of the mountain when Fuyu suddenly said, "Ali, I feel a bit better now. Let us go sit by the stream to the west." "No way. You must see a doctor. You're not feeling well." QushengshengG firmly disagreed, believing that avoiding medical attention was a very bad habit. "I just want to sit there for a while." "Okay," Ali, Fuyu pouted, trying to act cute, remembering a time in the study when Ali had asked him to model for her and had pleaded with him like this. QushengshengG was momentarily taken aback. This tone was very familiar, one she often used, but coming from Fuyu, it seemed to take on a different form. Fuyu's voice was clear with a hint of ethereal coolness, quite recognizable and very pleasant to hear. His coaxing like this was indeed quite impactful. Sensing Ali's hesitation, Fuyu pressed on, saying again, "Please." QushengshengG sighed and could only take Fuyu to the stream. "On the way," she said, "if you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me, okay? If you feel unwell, we'll go see the doctor." As Fuyu listened to Ali's nagging, he felt increasingly warm inside. He liked how she showed concern for him, and he liked how she fulfilled his requests. Suddenly, QushengshengG heard a low chuckle, with a teasing tone that was alluring and melodious, sending tingles to her ears, gradually spreading down her spine to her tailbone. Such a sound was indeed hard to bear. "Don't be silly. Be serious. Remember this." QushengshengG couldn't help but poked Fu Yu lightly at his heart. Fu Yu held QushengshengGets hand, pressing it against his heart, then whispered in her ear, "Okay, Ali, I'll remember." QushengshengGets felt a bit shy and wanted to pull her hand back. But unexpectedly, Fu Yu wouldn't let go. She pretended to struggle a bit, but couldn't break free, so she went along with it. Fu Yu happily held Ali's hand as they sat by the stream, looking at the scenery before him, and said, "Now there's no one I dislike." QushengshengGets was taken aback, knowing Fu Yu was referring to John. She looked at Fu Yu's childish demeanor and couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, she was suddenly pushed down onto the grass by Fu Yu, who held one of her wrists with one hand. The strength wasn't much, but it was enough to prevent her from breaking free. QushengshengGets widened her eyes in surprise, just about to say something when Fu Yu kissed her lips. Sucking on her lips seemed insufficient for him. He began to try something new, attempting to tease open her delicate lips with his tongue. QushengshengGets felt Fu Yu's kiss, sensing his clumsiness and gradual obsession. The fragrance of bamboo mingled with the scent of the locust flower ink she made, intertwining like a poison that Fu Yu had planted in her heart, intoxicating and alluring. After a long while, Fu Yu finally released QushengshengGets' lips, breathing lightly beside her jade-white neck. He asked with a bewitching tone, "Ali, who am I to you?" QushengshengGets found it a bit hard to breathe, and then asked, What is it? "Your beast husband," Fu Yu said enticingly, his otherworldly appearance now tinged with earthly allure. Chapter 187. The warehouse. QushengshengGets thought of the kiss in the peach orchard that day, feeling warmth in her heart. Her mind was filled with the image of Fu Yu, who looked so captivating. She couldn't think about it anymore. QushengshengGets planned to make a set of clothes for Fu Yu. In 3 days, it would be the Flower God Festival, where the most beautiful man in the city would be chosen. She had asked Fu Yu, and he had never participated in the Flower God Festival. This little fool didn't even know it existed. She wanted to secretly make him a suit of clothes to surprise him. To draw the design, QushengshengGets sent someone to tell Fu Yu that she had something to do and then secretly started sketching in the mansion. Not long after, she saw her mother hurrying over. "Ali, stop what you're doing for now. Change into another outfit and go to the Lord's mansion," Lunyang said as she rummaged through QushengshengGets' wardrobe and took out a pink and white dress. "Quick, put this on." QushengshengGets looked confused and asked, "Go to the Lord's mansion?" "Yes, hurry up and change." "Why do I have to go to the Lord's mansion?" QushengshengGets was puzzled. "The Lord's mansion said they want you to help the eldest son pick out some jewelry." As soon as QushengshengGets heard about picking jewelry for the eldest son, she remembered the helplessness of choosing clothes last time. She didn't want to go. That eldest son was not someone easy to deal with. Without thinking, she said, "No, I'm not going." Lunyang looked at her daughter's unwilling expression and asked curiously, "Why not?" QushengshengGets said, somewhat aggrieved. "Last time he chose the style of clothes. I suggested so many, but he was never satisfied and ended up picking the first version." Lunyang laughed and said, "What a childlike temper. He is a guest, and it's normal to provide him with styles to choose from. What he picks is his freedom. But he looks at me like I'm a joke." QushengshengGets was still somewhat unwilling. However, seeing her mother raise her eyebrows at her, she took a deep breath and said, all right, I'll go. But there's no need to change clothes. It's not me wearing the jewelry." After saying that, QushengshengGets set off for the Lord's mansion. The Lord's mansion was much more vibrant with flowers than the last time she visited, and strangely, there was a flower bed blooming with pink and blue flowers. These flowers looked lush and vibrant, clearly more flourishing than the surrounding plants. QushengshengGets had never seen such flowers in the city. "Are they beautiful?" A cold voice came from behind. QushengshengGets was startled, and then realized it was the voice of the eldest son of the Lord's mansion. She turned around, composed her expression, and greeted him with a bow. The eldest son nodded slightly and said, "Follow me," and QushengshengGets followed him inside. As they walked, Ian noticed the blooming flower bed and felt pleased. Indeed, beautiful flowers require fertile soil. QushengshengGets followed Ian into the warehouse of the Lord's mansion. She confirmed several times that the door was indeed labeled warehouse. Was Ian crazy? Bringing an outsider into the Lord's mansion's warehouse? What if she saw some treasures she shouldn't and got killed? Seeing her hesitation, Ian said in a flat tone, "Are you afraid?" QushengshengGets initially wanted to admit she was afraid, but she couldn't help but notice the mocking look in Ian's eyes. She blurted out, "What is there to be afraid of?" After saying that, she stepped into the Lord's mansion's warehouse. As expected, the warehouse was filled with valuable items. QushengshengGets casually looked around and saw many things she had heard about before. Golden rhinoceros horn? It's this big? The Lord's mansion must be lucky. How could they have such a large golden rhinoceros horn? Heavens, is this Chinyan wood? This is the main material for soul-returning incense. Such things are worth a fortune, as they can extend life. Extending life is a matter of defying fate. Hiss, is this amethyst? A whole box of amethyst? Not just one box. Goodness. Who would store 10 boxes of amethyst in a warehouse? This is amethyst. The valuable items in the Lord's mansion were countless. Qushengsheng was truly dazzled until Yun brought her to a few boxes of jewelry, and she finally regained her composure. Choose. Yun said little and just stood by watching. Qushengsheng saw several boxes of various gemstone jewelry, as well as some precious beast teeth and bones, and she was almost numb. Thinking of his purple clothes, she pulled out a purple gold crown, a white jade hairpin, and a unique purple and milky white jade pendant. After a moment, she also took out a string of white jade beads and said to Yun, "It's done." Yun looked at the items in her hands with a somewhat disdainful expression, asking, "Just this? Is there nothing more valuable in the warehouse?" At that moment, QushengshengGets even wanted to ask if he wanted to hold Qinyan wood and wear a golden rhinoceros horn on his head. What else did he want? After a moment, she said, "It's fine. You're very noble. This is enough." Yun looked at the person in front of him, who clearly had a face full of contempt for the rich, yet her eyes remained clear. At that moment, he felt that this person might be the only female he had met who didn't covet the wealth behind him. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a stir in his heart. Chapter 188. Coughing blood almost uncontrollably, she asked, "Why did you come here to pick out jewelry for me?" QushengshengGets had a puzzled expression. What did this mean? Wasn't it him who asked her to come? Thinking this, she asked, "Isn't it the city lord who sent me here?" As soon as Yun heard this reason, the melting frost on his face instantly froze again. QushengshengGets saw Yun give her a cold glance before turning around and leaving without looking back. QushengshengGets was so frightened that she hurriedly followed him, even wondering if Yun was trying to frame her. Why was he walking so fast, leaving her alone in the storeroom? She didn't want that. "Young master, wait for me. I didn't touch anything in the storeroom," QushengshengGets hurriedly assured him. Unexpectedly, Yun's footsteps paused, almost laughing out of anger. Did he really think of him as someone who would care about such things? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He turned back to the hurriedly approaching female, who looked like a sprite, and smirked, "Since you're so obedient, why don't you be responsible for protecting me on the Flower God Festival?" QushengshengGets was dumbfounded. At a glance, she had little combat ability. How could she protect Yun? Protect him from what? Be a plastic security guard for the prince? Don't be ridiculous. No, young master, you are so beautiful. I really am not suitable to be the flower guardian, especially with so many people at the Flower God Festival. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you well." As she spoke, QushengshengGets carefully observed Yun's expression and saw him begin to frown. QushengshengGets quickly continued, "Young master, for the matter of protection during the Flower God Festival, you really need to find someone with high combat ability. I'm not suitable. With your looks, you should be this year's Flower God. All I can do is watch you in your moment of glory." What she said was indeed heartfelt. After all, Yun's family background and appearance were top-notch, and he truly deserved the title of Flower God. After listening to her, Yun slowly relaxed his frown. Looking at the sincere expression on the female's face in front of him, his displeasure diminished significantly. After QushengshengGets observed his expression, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After accompanying this noble young master around the garden and saying all the good things, he finally said that it was getting late and offered to escort her out of the mansion. As QushengshengGets was escorted out of the mansion by Yun, at the gate, he even handed her a box of beautiful pastries shaped like magnolia flowers. "Thank you, young master," QushengshengGets said as she took the box of pastries. Take it back and try it. These are the flowers I chose for the Flower God Festival," Yun said seriously, looking at QushengshengGets. QushengshengGets clutching the box and walking away in a hurry. As she walked towards her carriage, she smiled and nodded at the young master. Once inside the carriage, she slumped her shoulders. Visiting the city lord's mansion had truly exhausted her. This young master was really hard to deal with. While her little Fuyue was obedient and beautiful, just like a ragdoll cat, Fuyue could hardly believe his eyes. He had heard that there were important matters to attend to today, yet he walked out of the city lord's mansion so casually, smiling so beautifully at a stranger. Fuyue's grip tightened, and his heart gradually sank. He had thought that women in the world were often heartless, but he didn't expect his Ollie to be like this too. She coaxed him into infatuation while entangled with the young master of the city lord's mansion. Fuyue looked deeply at the tall threshold of the city lord's mansion and then at the gilded 3 characters of the city lord's mansion, feeling increasingly sad. Fuyue, had nothing. He had no memories, as if he was born to be abandoned. Would his Ollie leave him too? He could not accept such a result. Stumbling home, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his throat felt itchy. By the time he finally reached home, he started coughing and ended up coughing out bright red blood. Fuyue looked at the blood in his palm, feeling as if his soul had been dragged into dark waters, unable to see the light and feeling pain and desolation. Chapter 189. Light up, brother. Are you coughing up blood? Ahu rushed forward in a panic. Fuyue calmly held his hand, his face pale as paper with no expression, but rather a silent desolation. He squatted down to meet Ahu's gaze and gently patted his head with a clean hand to reassure him. Brother, let's go find a doctor, Ahu said in a flustered tone. He was truly scared, afraid of losing his brother. Ahu, don't panic. It's nothing serious. And there's no need to see a doctor. Seeing Ahu's anxious expression, he pressed down on Ahu's shoulders, speaking gently yet firmly. Ahu, I know my own body, but you've never been like this before. Tears filled Ahu's round eyes. Be good, Ahu, don't be afraid. Just take care of yourself. Can you let go of your worries? Fuyue said softly while stroking Ahu's head. You promise that if this happens again, you'll go with me to see a doctor. Fuyue looked at the determined expression on Ahu's face, feeling warm inside, and he agreed. Finding Ahu was an accident. Ahu's mother was a noble lady, but she had an affair with a guard and even gave birth to a child. This guard was ultimately killed by a jealous beastman, and of course, the child was abandoned. As for Ahu's background, he was also worried that he wouldn't live long, so he made an effort to investigate, just to leave a way out for Ahu. Unexpectedly, he uncovered such a fact. Later, he pretended not to know about Ahu's origins. He picked him up simply because he saw that Ahu had no place to stay in the city, just like him, not knowing where he came from or where he was going, and thus they became companions. Although he found Ahu, due to his appearance, the family was almost entirely supported by Ahu. He stayed home to grow medicinal herbs and flowers, while Ahu was responsible for selling them. The two of them managed to get by until now. It was also because of Ahu that he met Ali, and this period was the happiest time of his life. Even if the happiness was false, he was still content with it. Oh, promise me. Don't tell your sister Ali about today's events, Fuyue said seriously, looking into Ahu's eyes. Ahu stubbornly pressed his lips together. He knew he couldn't control his brother, but sister Ali could help him. However, seeing his brother's pleading gaze, he couldn't bring himself to refuse and could only reluctantly agree. Ahu looked at his brother's pale and slender back, feeling a sense of oppression. His brother had not been happy before, merely existing day by day. Now, after meeting sister Ali, it seemed like a light had been ignited in his eyes. Every morning, Ahu watched his brother get up early, change into beautiful clothes, and smooth out every wrinkle, which warmed his heart. Previously, he was always anxious about his brother's appearance, wishing he could isolate himself from the world. Now he understood why his brother was anxious. A person with light in their eyes looked truly alive. The Yuan family. An orphan? Huh, does he look like an orphan? He looks more like a noble than the young master of the Lord's mansion. How dare the pests of the slums approach Ali? They deserve to die. How could he use that face to ensnare Ali? Xiao's delicate and beautiful face darkened with malice, holding a thin piece of paper with all the information about Fuyue written on it. Xiao's gaze fell upon the beautiful clothes hanging on a rack nearby, and as he thought that the Flower God Festival was just a few days away, a plan gradually formed in his mind. Chapter 190. Flour caked the paper in Xiao's hand was crumpled into a ball and casually thrown on the ground. Sister Ali, my brother said he wants to rest at home for 2 days. There isn't much left in the accounts, Ahu said with flickering eyes. Qushengsheng was busy drawing clothes for Fuyue and merely nodded upon hearing this. Whatever Fuyue wanted was fine with her. She planned to make Fuyue a beautiful and luxurious outfit that he would definitely like. Qushengsheng was enthusiastically sketching when Ahu hesitated for a moment and then turned to help. Fuyue was alone at home, slowly taking care of his little medicinal field. I haven't been here for a long time, and you've suffered. It's my fault, Fuyue said as he gently stroked the weak herbs with his bamboo-like fingers. Then, the handsome young man rolled up his sleeves and started using a small hoe to weed. As soon as Qushengsheng finished the drawing, she hurriedly took the sketches to the embroidery room. The gap left in the embroidery room these past 2 days was specifically for making clothes for Fuyue. After handing over the sketches, Qushengsheng watched intently from the side, observing everything from fabric selection to embroidery. She wanted to give Fuyue the most beautiful garments. To prevent herself from accidentally revealing this surprise to Fuyue, she deliberately avoided seeing him. She just had to bring a box of sweet cakes home every day. She found that the pastries from the Lord's mansion were indeed quite good, so she specially asked for the recipe and sent over some of her own supplies, which made her heart ache. If it weren't for wanting Fu Yu to taste them, she wouldn't have been willing to part with them. The sweet cakes made from the Lord Mansion recipe were indeed sweet, but not greasy, melting in the mouth with a strong floral and fruity aroma. Moreover, she didn't lose out since Yun even sent her 10 small wooden boxes specifically for pastries. The small wooden boxes were not big, but the material used was extremely precious silver fire tree. At first glance, this tree seemed unremarkable, but boxes made from its trunk could maintain a certain temperature, akin to a thermos, making it exceptionally valuable. Yun was truly wealthy. QushengshengGets felt a twinge of jealousy. Silver fire tree was so precious, yet he used it for pastries. It was simply wasteful, but using it for Fu Yu was well worth it. When Ahu returned home with the box, Fu Yu's expression changed immediately upon seeing it. He frowned and asked, "Ahu, where did this come from?" "Sister Ali gave it to me. She asked me to bring it back for you." Ahu held the box high, almost to Fu Yu's nose. The small corner of the box was adorned with a tiny magnolia pattern that almost made him lose his balance. "She asked you to bring it back?" Fu Yu's voice was somewhat stiff, and his complexion gradually turned pale. He looked at the box, and the more he looked, the more it hurt his eyes. He had seen this box just yesterday. It was handed to Sister Ali by the son of the Lord's mansion, and the box hadn't changed at all. It seemed to have arrived before him unchanged. Sister Ali said this box can keep things warm. Brother can eat fresh warm pastries now. Isn't that amazing? Ahu said proudly. Fu Yu's face turned pale, and the fingers he used to hold the door frame began to whiten. His throat moved up and down as he finally said to Ahu, "Ahu, I can't eat much today. You can eat it secretly. And don't tell Sister Ali, okay?" Ahu looked at Fu Yu with some confusion, then said, "Brother, are you feeling unwell?" He almost immediately wanted to support him, forgetting about the pastries. Fu Yu patted Ahu's head and said, "How could that be? I just felt a bit tired standing up suddenly and need to lie down for a while. Can you promise your brother? He doesn't want Sister Ali to be sad." Ahu carefully observed his brother's complexion, then looked at his brother's gentle eyes. He stuffed the box into his brother's palm and said, "I want to eat it. I've already eaten. Anyway, the box can keep it warm, and brother can eat it at night." Fu Yu watched Ahu's retreating figure, gripping the box tightly in his hand, and slowly closed the door. As soon as he closed it, he collapsed onto the table, his complexion pale. It wasn't until his waist hit the edge of the table painfully that he was stirred to a bit of strength. He leaned against the table and slowly sat down. He placed the small wooden box on the table, looking at it as his face grew whiter, until blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He sat there somewhat numb, as if in an instant he had lost all hope. Around the Flower God Festival, the chief among the beastmen would send flower-shaped pastries to the other beastmen. It wasn't out of kindness. It was merely to show off, a symbol of status. When he was young, he once saw Uncle A roam next door during the Flower God Festival, holding a bag of osmanthus cakes. His face gray and almost devoid of hope as he finished the bag. Seeing his eager look, he even shared a piece with him. At that time, he was dressed in pudding-like clothing, but was very clean, with his hands washed and hair neatly combed, yet his eyes appeared desolate. "Little guy, growing up so well, don't go out easily in the future and trust other females. They will deceive you. What they say about only loving you is also a lie. And, during the Flower God Festival, don't eat the flower cakes sent by other beastmen." Fu Yu didn't understand at that time, because Uncle A Rong had always been gentle and caring. He loved his female very much, and it was said that Uncle A Rong was once a young master from a noble family, but he eloped with his female. He knew this story because others said Uncle A Rong was foolish for giving up wealth and nobility for a female who had nothing. But he would always say, "Good days are still ahead." The next day, Uncle A Rong was found hanged on the loquat tree he had planted with his female. Chapter 191. Entangled strings. Fu Yu sat stiffly in front of the box, his expression blank as he numbly stared at the small box, unsure of how much time had passed. Trembling, he slowly opened the small wooden box, revealing beautifully shaped pastries resembling magnolia flowers. Fu Yu picked up a pastry with his fingers. It still held some warmth, a faint warmth that almost burned his heart. He felt his breath catch, nearly unable to control the contraction of his heart. Thinking that it was Ali who had sent it to him, he put the flour pastry into his mouth, but the sweet treat tasted bitter and astringent. His face stiffened as he stuffed piece after piece into his mouth until he finished. Then he looked at the pastry box and laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha! As he laughed, tears began to fall. He had eaten it, which meant he had compromised. He knew that Uncle A Rong also knew. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. QushengshengGets examined the magnificent clothes she had made. This outfit was unlike any Fuyue had worn before. It was a misty white embroidered with gold. Appearing ordinary, but actually made from extraordinary fabric. This fabric shimmered under the light, was very lightweight, and most importantly, it looked ethereal, coupled with the gold thread embellishments. It was indeed stunning, resembling a work of art, and the entire outfit had no visible seams, much like the celestial garments described in stories. Fitting the phrase, seamless celestial garment. Thinking of how Fuyue, that little fool, didn't he even know when the Flower God Festival was, she felt a pang of heartache. She wanted him to see the many beautiful sights of the world. She thought he would surely love this outfit. She planned to deliver the clothes to him early the next day and have him change into them for the Flower God Festival, taking him out to have fun. Moreover, she wanted to discuss their marriage while Fuyue was in a good mood. In Qushengsheng's view, if they liked each other, they should settle down quickly to prevent any unexpected situations. Whatever it was safest in hand. The next day, Qushengsheng planned to deliver the clothes to Fuyue early, but then she received a letter from Helena, saying that there was a problem with Joran's clothes and asking her to come take a look. Qushengsheng didn't want to go, but Helena was indeed her good friend, and she couldn't refuse her. After thinking it over, she decided to have Xiao Hu take the clothes back to Fuyue. Although Xiao Hu was young, he was very responsible. He planned to take the clothes back after finishing work in the evening and was trying to speed up his work. Meanwhile, Fuyue lay pale on the narrow bed, feeling dazed and barely able to distinguish between dream and reality. It seemed he was engaged to Ali, but that didn't seem like him. It was the eldest son of the city lord's mansion. He felt momentarily joyful and then sorrowful, losing track of time, utterly exhausted, with no strength even to open his eyes. When Qushengsheng arrived at the Evan family's residence, she saw Joran waiting for her at the door. Upon seeing her, Joran's eyes lit up, and he happily exclaimed, "Sister Ali, you're here." Qushengsheng casually avoided Joran's outstretched hand, adjusting her slightly disheveled sleeves. Today, she had dressed in a gentle light yellow outfit, as she was preparing to meet Fuyue. Joran lowered his head, his eyes cold. Of course, he knew that Ali had personally designed clothes for that beastman, and he also knew that Ali intended to deliver them herself. He would have been so careful not to touch the clothes if he didn't know. "Sister Ali, come with me," Joran said nonchalantly as he led her toward his courtyard. Qushengsheng hesitated, asking, "Joran, where is your sister?" I saw that she wrote the letter. As a female with someone she liked, she didn't plan to get too close to a beastman, which indeed wasn't good. And she always felt that Joran was a bit too close for comfort. My sister was called away by Steward Lin. It seems there is something going on." Joran blinked his large eyes, his expression sincere. Qushengsheng paused for a moment and could only follow Joran's pace. As they approached the courtyard gate, she said, "How about we sit in the garden for a while? We can wait for Helena. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for your reputation." Joran raised his eyebrows and happily agreed. Sure. He was, of course, delighted. Sister Ali could accompany him, and with her by his side, she would have time to deal with those messy people. He wasn't really lying. He had merely forged his sister's handwriting. After all, Helena had always made him imitate her handwriting to help her with homework when she went out to play with Lin Bo. He could write so well that even Helena herself couldn't tell the difference. Moreover, last night, he had heard his sister leave, presumably having a great time with Lin Bo. So how could she return early? Instead, it was a good deal for him. Chapter 192 Moonlight. John had pastries and floral tea brought in and sat down in the small garden, beckoning to Qushengsheng. Qushengsheng had already spoken her mind, so she could only sit down and start sipping tea. On the other side, in the Lord's mansion, Yoon was pinching a thin piece of letter paper in his hand, his eyes filled with coldness. He was unaware that there were such figures in the city who wanted to use him as a pawn. "Who sent this?" Yoon asked coldly. "A little beggar brought it," a subordinate replied, somewhat trembling. "Bring him in for a thorough questioning, and within 3 days, find out who is behind this." Understood. The thin letter paper in Yoon's hand turned to smoke, leaving no trace. He didn't want the person he had taken a liking to be taken away by some unknown, impoverished, beautiful beastman. Could it make Lee's heart flutter? That indeed was a noteworthy figure. He also wanted to see what kind of person it was. Qushengsheng looked at the sky. It was getting late, and she always felt a bit restless, as if something was about to happen. Watching Lee frequently glance at the sky, John's beautiful and gentle face broke into an even sweeter smile. Ali was impatient, but still had to accompany him. How adorable. "Don't touch me. I can walk by myself." Fuyu's clean voice was rarely taut. Looking at the luxurious decor in front of him, Fuyu's eyes showed no fluctuation. Slowly, he saw someone sitting behind the jade bead curtain. He guessed it was the mansion's eldest son, Yun. Neil, a little servant behind him, kicked his leg, causing him to stagger, but he still managed to stand firm. Don't be so rude to the guest. The young man's indifferent voice came from behind the bead curtain. Yes, the little servant responded and stood aside. Fu Yu's face was cold, but he had not said a word or made a sound from beginning to end. Although Yun referred to Fu Yu as a guest, he did not treat him as one, leisurely brewing tea while allowing the guest to stand outside, even disdainful of letting him see his face. Fu Yu stood in the empty room. The sound of tea being poured was particularly pronounced. He had only wanted to go out to buy some roasted meat for Ahu, but unexpectedly, he was forcibly brought before Yun by a little servant from the Lord's mansion. Estimating that it was getting late, a hint of mockery flashed in Fu Yu's eyes. The eldest son sent someone to bring me to the Lord's mansion. What orders do you have? Fu Yu asked bluntly. Yun even savored the tea he brewed, set down the teacup, and then slowly said, You are Fu Yu, right? A fox beastman, and you also raised a beastman abandoned by the tiger clan. Your appearance is indeed good, rare in the world. It's no wonder Ali would like you. After all, besides having a superior family background, looks are also a form of capital. Am I right, Fu Yu? Yun's voice was cold and indifferent, but it was filled with mockery. Fu Yu clenched his fists, his neatly trimmed nails digging into his flesh. He knew that Yun was implying he was charming because of his looks and was fully aware of his background. Are you done talking? Fu Yu turned to leave. Why so anxious? If Ali wants to marry you into the mansion, it still requires my consent. Are you sure you want to leave just like this? Yun knew how to speak in a way that would make Fu Yu uncomfortable. Fu Yu suddenly looked up, even feeling dizzy just looking at the bead curtain in front of him. What did you mean? Had Ali promised to marry him as a legitimate husband? But she had clearly said that they would be together for a lifetime. I don't believe it. Despair flickered in Fu Yu's eyes as he thought of the pastries and Ali's ease in entering and exiting the Lord's mansion. Indeed, compared to him, Yun had both a good family background and decent looks. You don't believe it? Then do you believe that Ali will accompany me to the Flower God Festival? Yun leisurely replied. Fu Yu was momentarily stunned. He didn't understand. Ali had clearly promised him that she would accompany him to the Flower God Festival, saying she would take him to see the beauty of the world. Impossible. Fu Yu nearly squeezed out those 3 words from his throat. Yun, however, did not respond anymore, continuing to play with the teacup in his hand. He looked extremely relaxed, as if he had the situation completely under control. Fu Yu, on the other hand, forced himself to straighten his hunched back, like a bamboo that wouldn't bend, and walk step by step out of the Lord's mansion. When Yun saw Fu Yu's back disappear, he slowly curled his lips. Such a naive and inexperienced wild fox, easily deceived. It only showed that their feelings were not as unbreakable as he thought. When Fu Yu walked out of the Lord's mansion, the sky had already darkened. Looking at the dark path ahead, he wandered forward, his steps slowing down. The pain in his heart felt like a slowly spreading illness, constantly devouring his heart, to the point where he could barely see the ground. In a daze, tears fell first, leaving shallow watermarks on the stone slabs, particularly conspicuous under the moonlight. Chapter 193. Scars. Fu Yu walked dazedly along the path home. The moonlight was gentle, but the dark clouds were heavy, just like his heart, as if it were about to plummet into the abyss and never rise again. The only courage Fu Yu had came from Ali. He had nothing else, only a humble love and a frail body. Suddenly, Fu Yu was caught by a stranger beastman in the alley, a cloth bag thrown over his head. What followed was a flurry of punches and kicks, forcing him to curl up and desperately protect his body. The beating didn't last long, just a brief moment, but it nearly took half his life. Yet, he knew the beastman had still held back. Feeling his money pouch taken from his waist, he managed a numb smile. In the next moment, he was yanked by the hair and forced to lift his head. The next second, a sharp pain erupted on his face as a white bone dagger glinted coldly in the moonlight. Fu Yu belatedly realized his face had been slashed, and he could hardly contain the panic and despair in his eyes. The next moment, he was tossed aside like a rag, his back crashing against the stone wall, igniting a fiery pain. He couldn't help but let out a low groan. The assailant turned and left without a backward glance. Fu Yu slowly reached out to touch his cheek, feeling the warm yet painful wound, reminding him that this was not a dream. His face was indeed disfigured. Moreover, the attack had been solely to ruin his appearance. And who didn't he know that tomorrow was the Flower God Festival? Fu Yu forced a bitter smile, his eyes filled with shattered despair. Not sure how long it had been, he struggled to get up. Who should be back? He needed to go home. Fu Yu numbly wiped the blood from his face before slowly entering the house. Ahu, hearing the noise, hurried out. Fu Yu looked up at the moonlight. which was now obscured by clouds, making it hard for Ahu to see clearly. "Brother, where have you been? Why are you back so late?" "I went out for a bit. Went fishing," Fuyu replied, his voice still as calm and gentle as ever. Ahu didn't detect anything wrong and excitedly walked over to Fuyu, saying, "Brother, sister, Eli asked me to bring back a beautiful and precious box for you. She'll come and get you tomorrow." Ahu's excitement made Fuyu's expression stiffen, and he suddenly didn't know how to respond. Seeing Fuyu silent, Ahu thought he was unhappy that sister Eli couldn't come in person, so he quickly explained, "Brother, sister Eli didn't mean to. She went to the Avon family for business today. Otherwise, she would have come herself." As Ahu approached, Fuyu hurriedly said, "Don't come closer. I'm covered in dirt and blood." After a pause, he continued, "You should rest quickly. You still need help at the shop tomorrow, right?" Seeing his brother's reluctance, Ahu decided not to argue. He thought that soon he would have a sister-in-law, so he cheerfully responded and turned back into the house. "Brother, I put the stuff on your table." Fuyu slowly walked into his room. As soon as he entered, he saw the exquisitely carved wooden box on the table. He reached out to touch the patterns on the box. It was smooth to the touch and made of excellent material, but with his hands covered in blood and dirt, he felt unworthy. Fuyu awkwardly wiped his hands and then carefully opened the wooden box. As soon as he opened it, he was stunned by the misty white and golden fabric inside. Such material was something he had never seen before. The misty white was like the delicate petals of a night blooming cereus, beautiful enough to take his breath away. The combination of misty white and gold thread was mesmerizing. It truly was beautiful. Fuyu cautiously touched the embroidery on the clothes. What a pity that he no longer deserved it. He felt the wounds on his face, the cut from the corner of his eye to his chin, almost splitting his features apart. Fuyu stared at the clothes for a long time, but still lacked the courage to wear them. He walked to the mercury mirror in the room. He used to love this mirror. Ali had given it to him, saying, "Fuyu is so handsome. How can he not have a mirror?" The mirror captured every detail, and he knew he had to look up at it. The man in the mirror had a haggard face, with deep, dark red scars on his pale cheeks, resembling caterpillars crawling across his face. Fuyu stumbled back in horror, hardly daring to look a second time. Leaning against the cold wall, he gazed out at the pitch-black night, his thoughts suddenly drifting to the peach blossom forest. That day, he had truly been very happy. Later, he and Ali had seen many beautiful sights and tasted many delicious foods. He liked sweet things, just like his Ali. Chapter 194. Peach Blossom Branch. Qushengsheng felt increasingly restless as the sky turned completely dark. "Young master," the young lady said, "she won't be coming back tonight." "What? Why is my sister like this? What about my clothes?" Xiaoan's face was filled with panic. Qushengsheng sighed and asked Xiao to give her the clothes, promising to have someone deliver them to him the next morning. As Qushengsheng passed by a servant, she caught a faint whiff of blood. She turned her head slightly to look, but the smell disappeared, leaving her somewhat puzzled, though she didn't delve deeper into it. On her way back, she thought about how unreliable Helena was, wasting so much of her time. She hadn't seen Fuyu in several days. With that thought, she decided to go find Fuyu. Just as she took a couple of steps, the little maid behind her said, "Miss, you still need to go back to fix your clothes." Qushengsheng clicked her tongue in annoyance and turned around to head home. She needed to go pick up Fuyu early the next morning. She missed him dearly after such a long time apart. The next morning, Qushengsheng, with dark circles under her eyes, hurriedly changed into her clothes. Looking at her pale complexion in the mirror, she had someone deliver the clothes to Xiao while quickly applying her makeup. Satisfied with her beautiful reflection, she nodded in approval. As she stepped outside, she saw someone standing at the door. Qushengsheng squinted to see that it was Yun's servant. It was too late to turn back now. "Miss Liu, our young master sent us to pick you up." Qushengsheng quickly refused. "I have something to do today. I need to pick someone up and don't have time to accompany your young master." She had no intention of going. Was Yun more important than Fuyu? She needed to hurry. Seeing that the two at the door were unwilling to back down, Qushengsheng coldly said, "What? The eldest son of a city lord can disregard the law and block my door in broad daylight like this?" The two servants exchanged glances and could only step aside. Qushengsheng snorted coldly and got into her family's carriage without looking back. She didn't care about Yun, although he was the eldest son of the city lord. She had already given him enough leeway, and any more would be his rudeness. Qushengsheng arrived at Fuyu's doorstep and sent someone to knock on the door. She felt somewhat awkward as she adjusted her dress, made from the same fabric as Fuyu's, straightening the green jade hairpin in her hair, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. Fuyu, inside the house, heard the noise from outside and panicked, standing up but feeling weak and collapsing back down. His head felt dizzy, and he leaned against the table to stand, inadvertently knocking a wooden box off the table. Watching the misty white and gold-threaded fabric fall to the ground, he endured the dizziness and picked up the clothes. QushengshengGets found it strange, looking up at the sun. Fu Yu should have been up by now. Thinking that Fu Yu was alone at home and that Ahu had gone to help at the shop. Fearing something might happen to Fu Yu, she hurriedly jumped into Fu Yu's courtyard. Fu Yu? QushengshengGets raised her hand and knocked on Fu Yu's door. Clang. Are you okay? I'm fine. Fu Yu's voice was a bit hoarse. I accidentally knocked over the stool. That's good. I'll wait for you. No rush. Take your time. QushengshengGets sat down in the courtyard, resting her arms on her head. With a gentle expression, just thinking about seeing Fu Yu soon filled her heart with joy. After hesitating for a moment, Fu Yu put on the exquisite, expensive clothing. He carefully walked to the mirror, looking at his own reflection with bitterness in his heart. How could such an ugly face match such beautiful clothes? How could he let Elise see him? After a long time, he picked up the rouge from the table. But the marks were too deep to cover. The red scars had grown dark after a night. Looking at the ugly scars, Fu Yu picked up the peach blossom blush from the table, added some water, and painted lifelike pink peach blossoms over the unsightly marks. The vibrant face, under the reflection of the peach blossoms, looked exceptionally beautiful and pure. Fu Yu slowly curled his lips into a smile, but in the end, he still picked up a white veil to cover his face. Through the slightly translucent white veil, the peach blossoms appeared hazy, and his exquisite features and straight nose made Fu Yu look like a person from a painting. Taking a deep breath, Fu Yu couldn't resist his feelings for Ali, yearning to see her. When QushengshengGets heard the door open, she slowly turned around and saw Fu Yu wearing the same fabric clothes as hers. A veil covering his handsome face, his features faintly visible, the peach blossoms on his pale face a testament to his thoughtfulness. Fu Yu also saw Elise sitting in the courtyard, wearing a dress made from the same fabric, with a translucent green hairpin, looking ethereal and unearthly. She was truly the one who occupied his heart. Ali, Fu Yu said gently, a slight smile on his lips. Ali, you look so beautiful. QushengshengGets almost ran to Fu Yu's side and carefully took his hand. Why are your hands so cold? Let me warm them up. Okay, Fu Yu replied, having just washed his hands several times to remove the blood and dirt. As QushengshengGets held Fu Yu's hand, she looked up at his jade-white chin, unable to help but ask, what made you think of painting peach blossoms? They're so beautiful. Fu Yu leaned back slightly, instinctively afraid Ali would see his grotesque wound, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, it's because Fu Yu prepared peach blossoms for me, right? QushengshengGets teased. Chapter 195. Flower God Mountain during the Flower God Festival. There is a tradition where men can prepare flowers for the women they love. If a woman wears the flower on her head, it indicates that she accepts the man's affection. If she holds the flower in her hand and does not wear it, it means she does not accept his affection but is willing to be friends, which is a gentle refusal. Fu Yu found it a bit difficult to force a smile. He had prepared a branch of peach blossoms, but after much hesitation, he decided not to give it to Ali. After all, his face was ruined, and he felt unworthy. However, he was too infatuated with Ali and selfishly wanted her to keep him company. Yes. Fu Yu still managed to suppress his sadness and replied. QushengshengGets walked alongside Fu Yu on the busy street, where everyone was dressed in new clothes. The Flower God Festival was not just for young boys and girls. It was a festival for everyone. When night fell, choosing the Flower God became a popular entertainment activity. At this moment, they needed to go to Flower God Mountain to pay their respects, hoping to meet their soulmate and for their soulmate to accept their feelings. There were also elderly people and children praying for health and good fortune. Groups of people headed towards Flower God Mountain, which was blooming with many flowers this season. QushengshengGets looked at the wildflowers along the way. The flowers of different seasons bloomed together, creating a strange yet beautiful sight that dazzled the eyes. QushengshengGets noticed that Fu Yu seemed particularly quiet today. She looked up at him and asked curiously, Fu Yu, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Fu Yu raised his hand to gently stroke Ali's hair and replied, No, I'm very happy. I just have never seen such a scene and am quite amazed. QushengshengGets held Fu Yu's wrist and began to cheerfully introduce the flowers in front of them. This is a peony. This is a rose. This is a lily. Fu Yu nodded slightly, watching the lively QushengshengGets, but his heart felt heavier. His treasure was so wonderful, yet there would always be people coveting it, and he felt powerless, unable to even protect it. After walking for a whole morning, they reached the top of the mountain, where there was a large banyan tree adorned with red strings. Beneath the red strings hung small wooden plaques, each inscribed with a small wish. Fu Yu, let's write one. Chu Shengsheng said excitedly. Okay. Fu Yu maintained his gentle and good-natured demeanor. Chu Shengsheng took 2 plaques and handed one to Fu Yu. She wrote neatly on the plaque, Fu Yu and Ali will be together for a lifetime. When Fu Yu saw what Ali had written, his heart ached. He tightly gripped the pen, then released it, and finally wrote, May Ali be healthy and well and worry-free. Chu Shengsheng turned her head and saw Fu Yu's writing, exclaiming what? Fu Yu, why did you write only about me and not yourself? Because I only wish for Ali to be safe and happy. I asked for nothing else. Chu Shengsheng looked into Fu Yu's deep eyes and felt her cheeks flush. How could Fu Yu be like this, expressing sweet words so subtly? I know, she said, playfully pressing her hand against her face. Fu Yu smiled beautifully, but he suddenly felt the wound on his face becoming damp. In a panic, he said he needed to go to the restroom. Chu Shengsheng waited for him under the tree. Fu Yu found a secluded spot and removed his veil. The pink rouge on the veil made his face pale. The weather was too hot, causing the rouge to melt, and his wound began to inflame. He clenched the veil helplessly, wondering what he should do. Fu Yu looked at the items in the room, his gaze landing on the vermilion powder. It was a type of pigment, but using too much could cause moderate toxicity. Its color was a beautiful, vibrant red, similar to modern cinnabar, but it was even more toxic. Without hesitation, he applied the vermilion powder to his face and carefully wrapped some in a handkerchief, placing it in his sleeve. After that, he hurried back, and sure enough, Ali was already surrounded by many men. They offered her flowers and, seeing that she didn't wear them, stood by attempting to strike up a conversation. Fu Yu quickly called out Ali. Chu Shengsheng saw Fu Yu and immediately stood up, apologizing to the people beside her as she walked quickly towards him. The men nearby looked disappointed. Even though this beauty had said she was waiting for someone, they still hadn't left. Talking to such a beautiful woman was a kind of happiness. They looked at the man in the veil and knew they could not compare. Seeing their similarly styled clothes made them seem like a pair of celestial lovers. They greeted Fu Yu with friendly gestures, and he nodded slightly before taking Ali away. Fu Yu, shall we go buy some delicious food? Okay. Fu Yu's patient and accommodating demeanor was exactly what Chu Shengsheng liked the most. Along the way, they tried dried apricots, lotus cakes, and sugar figurines. Fu Yu would slightly lift his veil, take a small bite, and leave the rest for Chu Shengsheng to eat. Fu Yu, why don't you take off your veil? It must be inconvenient to eat. QushengshengGets. I want you to take it off for me tonight, Fu Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Shengsheng quieted down and didn't mention it again. By the afternoon, Fu Yu began to feel a bit dizzy and uncomfortable, and the ground seemed to sway slightly beneath him. His chest hurt a little and his heart raced, but he revealed none of it. Chapter 196. The flower boat, it seemed that night, was approaching quickly, and the river surface was dotted with floating lanterns, which were originally sold by Chu Shengsheng for a living. Unexpectedly, years had passed, and this place began to release lanterns during the flower festival as a routine. Fu Yu, look, over there is the flower boat of the flower goddess. Fu Yu looked up and saw the flower boat that Ali was pointing at, adorned with clusters of fresh flowers. Each flower boat had a slightly raised platform, which served as the stage for the candidates for the flower goddess. Some flower boats were provided by the authorities, while others were made by the wealthy. Naturally, those who made their own were all rich, while the ones provided by the authorities were available to anyone with beauty, but were limited to only 20 boats. Let's go take a look. Fu Yu first adjusted the jade hairpin on Ali's head and then took her hand to go towards the boat. Fu Yu felt his breathing becoming heavier, and the pain in his chest made his face and lips pale, but he did not let Ali notice even a hint of it. Just as they approached the boat, they were stopped by the guards of the city lord's mansion, who said that no one except the candidates for the flower goddess could enter. Fu Yu looked at Ali's disappointed expression and instinctively didn't want to let her down. I want to be a candidate for the flower goddess. Hearing Fu Yu say this, Chu Shengsheng was taken aback. The guard evaluated Fu Yu and then said, Take off your veil and let me see. Fu Yu looked at the dimming sky, fearing that they wouldn't be able to see clearly, and slowly lifted a corner of his veil. The guard was clearly taken aback. This man's appearance was indeed stunning. Among the many people who came today, none could compare to him. Only the young master of the Evan family and the son of the city lord could rival him. The guard then glanced at the woman beside him. Her astonishing beauty softened his expression significantly, and he hurriedly said, You too may enter. The guard thought to himself that these two were indeed a perfect match in terms of appearance. He didn't know that the young master of the Liu family's embroidery shop, whom he was thinking of, was actually the same person as this woman. Chu Shengsheng excitedly led Fu Yu onto his flower boat. Fu Yu was on the third flower boat, and Qushengsheng looked at the first two boats, which were large and splendid. Guessing that they belonged to Qiao In and Yiyun. I should have prepared a flower boat for you too. If others have it, you should have one too. Qushengsheng felt a bit frustrated. Fu Yu's expression was gentle, with a smile blossoming at the corners of his eyes and brows. Under the cover of the night, he felt relaxed and tranquil. Ollie, it's fine. Having you and the pear blossoms in my heart is enough. Qushengsheng looked up at Fu Yu's tender brows and eyes. He was always so good that it felt unreal, making her wish to hold him in her palms quickly. Ollie, can you take off my veil for me, okay? Fu Yu slightly bent down. Qushengsheng looked at his warm and handsome face under the light, slowly reached out, and untied the silk thread behind his ear. The cool veil held in her hand revealed a stunning face, so close that it seemed like a celestial being. She couldn't help but kiss the peach blossom. Fu Yu's eyelashes fluttered as he saw the bright red on Ali's lips. His expression startled. He hurriedly leaned in, but Qushengsheng kissed him squarely. Qushengsheng could feel Fu Yu's passion as he carefully licked her lips, not missing a single inch, then moved to her mouth, gently and meticulously sucking, making it hard for Qushengsheng to bear, nearly causing her to stumble. After an unknown amount of time, Qushengsheng was slightly panting in Fu Yu's embrace. Fortunately, they were in a dim corner of the flower boat where no one was around. Fu Yu caressed Ali's slightly swollen red lips with his thumb, and seeing his pale hand without any redness, he slowly felt relieved. Ali, I want to eat peach blossom cake. Can you buy it for me? Fu Yu said in a rare, spoiled tone. Qushengsheng's face turned red, and she nodded, then said, Then I'll go buy it. Wait for me. When I come back, I have something very important to tell you. Okay. Fu Yu still wore that gentle demeanor. His handsome face and soft character were just like him. A person as gentle as the moonlight. Qushengsheng took a few steps, turned back once more, looking at Fu Yu's jade-white complexion and increasingly red lips, once again saying, Wait for me. Fu Yu smiled gently. He heard her, but did not respond. This time, he would break his promise. He could no longer wait for Ali. He could only see a shop selling peach blossom cakes at the street corner, and it would take a long time to go back and forth. Fu Yu stood on the candidate for the flower goddess platform, gazing toward the street corner, his eyes filled with affection and reluctance. Sure enough, after a while, Fu Yu heard the sound of drums and gongs, and the flower boats began to move. The flower boats were linked together by iron chains, moving forward and backward. Some flower goddesses were playing flutes, some were playing pianos, and others were dancing. Everyone seemed to be showcasing their talents, while Fu Yu remained solitary and cold on the flower goddess platform, gazing into the distance. As the flower boats moved, flowers came from the shore. Everyone threw flowers in their hands to their favorite flower goddesses, and the lakeside became lively. The one who received the most flowers would be the flower goddess. Chapter 197. The fall. Qushengsheng kept asking where she could find peach blossom cake, and upon hearing the sound of drums and gongs, she felt even more anxious. She needed to hurry. Soon, at a small stall at the street corner, she saw the peach blossom cake being sold by an old woman. The old woman moved very slowly. Although Qushengsheng was anxious, she didn't rush her. She quietly waited for her to pack the cake. The pink peach blossom cake became whiter and more translucent at the bottom, beautiful and clear. No wonder Fu Yu wanted the peach blossom cake. The Flower God Festival has started the boat parade, right? The old woman said in a trembling voice. Yes, I just heard the drums and gongs, Qushengsheng replied. Then this old woman can't delay you. Or what will you do if you miss it? As she spoke, the old woman wrapped the sweet cake in oil paper and placed it in Qushengsheng's hands. Thank you, Grandma. Qushengsheng placed a silver coin into the old woman's money basket, noticing that the old woman seemed to have poor eyesight. Your sweetheart will like it. The old woman confidently said, I make the best peach blossom cake. Great. Qushengsheng responded from a distance and headed towards the flower boat. On the first flower boat, magnolias were in full bloom, pure and elegant. Iyun sat on the platform playing the guqin, the sound lingering in the air as various flowers were tossed onto Iyun's boat. This is the eldest son of the city lord. Oh my, with such a good family background, he also has such beautiful looks. Yeah, I heard he is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Such a noble demeanor. One of those beads on him could feed us for a year. Is he really that impressive? While Iyun played the guqin, he looked through the crowd for Ali. He had sent someone to call for her that morning, but was unexpectedly refused. She still had to pick someone up. Wasn't she the fox whose face was ruined by Joan? He wondered how she would react upon seeing the ruined face, a playful glint in his eyes. The second boat was adorned with stunning peonies, large and bright flowers, sparkling like jewels, exuding an air of wealth. This is the young master of the Evan family. Truly befitting of the Snake clan. How dazzling. Yes, I like his proud demeanor. I'll throw flowers for him. Joan's gaze fell on the crowded surroundings. He accidentally played a wrong note on the flute and quickly pulled his thoughts back, focusing on playing the instrument. Who is that? Yeah, why isn't the boat decorated with fresh flowers? Right? When did we have such a person in our city? Look, he has flowers on his face. Everyone turned their attention to the third boat. The figure stood quietly, dressed in misty white garments, beautiful golden threads outlining peach blossoms. As the breeze brushed against his robe, it seemed like he was about to ride the wind away. The surrounding commotion seemed unrelated to him, with his stunning and breathtaking looks, ethereal demeanor, and melancholic, deep-set eyes. He appeared mysterious and detached from the world. The peach blossoms on his face were vividly lifelike, so dazzling they almost burned the eyes. Only one peach blossom adorned his face, yet it made him resemble a peach blossom fairy. Is he a celestial being? Looking at him, he seemed very sorrowful. What is he looking at? The act of tossing flowers suddenly paused, then surged again. Such a beautiful face and mysterious demeanor matched their imagination of the flower god, prompting them to uncontrollably throw flowers at him. Qushengsheng managed to squeeze to the front, gazing at the countless flowers on Fuyue's boat, and couldn't help but feel proud. This was her Fuyue. When Qushengsheng caught Fuyue's gaze, she couldn't help but raise the peach blossom cake in her hand and shouted, "Fuyue, peach blossom cake." Fuyue's gaze passed over her, and upon hearing the voice, he instinctively turned his head in her direction, but stumbled and almost fell into the river. Qushengsheng and the surrounding people were startled, but thankfully he straightened up. In a moment, Fuyue's body suddenly swayed slightly in the wind, as if he couldn't maintain his balance, and in the next second, he floated towards the lake like a falling leaf. Moths fly into the blazing flame, while Fuyue rushed towards the round moon in the lake. Ah! What is happening? Quickly save him. What is wrong? What happened to him? Qushengsheng's eyes widened as she watched Fuyue fall into the lake, feeling powerless. She shouted Fuyue's name, but it was of no use. Qushengsheng pushed through the crowd and jumped into the lake. She would retrieve her moon herself. The water in the lake was very cold at night. Not only cold, but also dark. She took off her cumbersome outer garment and kept searching for Fuyue. However, the bottom of the lake was a dark river, with water plants that were unfathomably deep. Fuyue seemed to have vanished. She struggled to open her eyes, but saw nothing. Qushengsheng felt nearly hopeless in the lake. Fuyue, where are you? The cold water stung her eyes, but she didn't dare to blink, fearing that one careless moment would mean she could never find him again. Fuyue was gone. Chapter 198, Finding, when she was pulled out by Iyun. She was in a daze, wondering how a good person could just disappear. After thanking Iyun and changing into a new set of clothes, she gathered some people to search along the river, and Iyun also brought people to help her. The next day, just as dawn broke, Qushengsheng and her group finally found someone. On the riverbank lay a familiar misty white garment, with Fuyue stuck in the crevice of the rocks, unconscious and unknown whether alive or dead. Qushengsheng's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly stumbled forward, having not slept all night. Her face was pale, but bore a fragile beauty that caught Iyun's attention. Iyun estimated that Fuyue would not survive. The underground river was not only turbulent but also icy cold, and moreover, this person's health was poor. Qushengsheng rushed over, dragged Fuyue out of the river, and took a blanket from a servant to wrap him up before laying him on the ground. She trembled as she touched the carotid artery on the side of his neck. There was no pulse. Qushengsheng thought her hands were too cold, pressing them against her own neck, which made her shiver, and tears began to gather in her eyes. After trying once more with no response, Qushengsheng gritted her teeth and started performing CPR on Fuyue. With each compression, she felt a surge of fear. "Please, Fuyue, come back to life. I'm begging you." It was unclear how much time had passed. Qushengsheng's arms were trembling, yet his carotid artery remained frighteningly still. Qushengsheng cradled Fuyue in her arms, her hand caressing his paper-like face. Suddenly, she noticed a deep wound on Fuyue's face, which seemed like an old injury. It didn't appear to be from a cut in the river, and looking at his slightly purplish lips and fingertips, Qushengsheng had a terrible guess. Fuyue might have been poisoned. If he was poisoned, it could explain why he suddenly fell toward the lake. As for the wound on his face, it looked like an old injury, coincidentally at the position where the peach branch had struck. What caused this injury? Qushengsheng's expression grew colder, and Iyun also noticed the wound on Fuyue's face, feeling an ominous premonition. Qushengsheng instructed someone to help Fuyue into her carriage, and she almost absent-mindedly climbed into the carriage to return home. Looking at Fuyue's paper-white face, her heart still felt it was impossible. Clearly, they had been together at Washington yesterday, strolling through the market. How could they be separated by life and death today? Her gaze fell on the wound on Fuyue's face, and Qushengsheng felt her failure. Fuyue had been injured and had suffered in silence. Did that mean she was not worthy of his trust? It was all her fault for neglecting him these past few days. If only she could have protected him better, perhaps this would not have happened. If she had been more attentive to Fuyue, would she at least have had the chance to discuss marriage with him? Qushengsheng felt a deep sense of regret. What had Fuyue gone through during this time? Qushengsheng coldly ordered someone to investigate, then took Fuyue to her room. Finally, her tears could no longer be held back, spilling forth like pearls from a broken string, almost uncontrollable. She looked at Fuyue, who was oblivious to everything, and felt her heart empty. Fuyue, had you suffered greatly? It was Ali's fault for not protecting you well enough. Qushengsheng choked on her words, already planning to buy peach blossom cakes to cheer Fuyue up and then discuss their marriage. She had clearly been so close to success. They were about to become husband and wife, to share a life together, and she was so close to achieving it. Fuyue, Ali will kill all those who bullied you, okay? Meanwhile, at the Evan residence. What? He is dead? What happened? Just a moment ago, Joran was still immersed in the news that he was not the flower god. The next moment, he learned that the new flower god had died, and that the new flower was actually the wild fox whose face he had ordered someone to injure. Young master, it seems he jumped off the ship and drowned. He was just found by Miss Liu. The servant replied, head bowed. Joran's expression grew anxious, and he hurriedly said, get rid of those who acted. Didn't you take those people away yesterday? Spread this news. We absolutely cannot let Ali think I was involved. Yes. The servant took his leave, and Joran's face darkened with malice. If necessary, he wouldn't mind having Yiyun dealt with. He could not let Ali find out that this was his doing. Otherwise, how would he be with Ali? Chapter 199. Crimson Powder Dagger. Qushengsheng listened to her subordinate's report, her fingers tightening more and more, with her nails digging deep into her palm. When Yiyun saw the wound on Fuyue's face, he sensed something was off. He sent a servant to investigate the origins of that beggar again. He hadn't taken action himself, but if he couldn't uncover the truth, he might end up taking the blame, which he wanted to avoid. Meanwhile, Qushengsheng had already set off for the city lord's mansion. The servant at the mansion saw her and welcomed her inside. She felt that Yiyun's actions were unforgivable. How could he harm Fuyue? How dare he? A servant approached Yiyun to inform him that Miss Liu had arrived, and Yiyun's expression turned cold. As expected, what was meant to come could not be avoided. Qushengsheng saw that Yiyun's courtyard had its doors wide open, with only one of Yiyun's trusted servants at the entrance. Her eyes grew colder. How did you know she would come looking for trouble? Was he already prepared? Sure enough, as soon as Qushengsheng walked in, she saw Yiyun sitting quietly on a stone bench under a large tree, like a jade sculpture. Ali, you're here? Yiyun's voice was cool and slow. A trace of disgust crossed Qushengsheng's eyes as she coldly replied, why did you seek out Fuyue? Did you hurt him? Yiyun remained calm and said, Ali, please sit down first. I want to show you something. He held a thin piece of paper between his fingers. Qushengsheng coldly replied, there's no need to sit. Answer my question. She looked down at Yiyun from a higher position and snatched the paper from his hand. When she saw the content of the paper, her pupils constricted. Her hand clenched the paper tightly, turning pale. She never expected that Fuyue had to bear so much alone. He was humiliated by Yiyun, beaten by men sent by Qiaoen, and had his face slashed. Qushengsheng closed her eyes, and the image of Qiaoen's naive face that day filled her with hatred. Ali, this whole thing is Qiaoen's doing. Evan is the mastermind, and I'm also a victim. A victim? Qushengsheng scoffed disdainfully. She did not see Yiyun as a victim. He was just not obvious enough in his wrongdoing. Yiyun looked at Ali's beautiful face. Though she was haggard and pale, there was a broken beauty about her, like the most beautiful glass that was about to shatter. Ali, I like you. I'm just jealous that he has your favor and wanted to see what kind of person he is. Moreover, this news was also passed to me by someone from Qiaoen. I didn't do anything to him. After a pause, he continued, I only like you too much, so enough. Qushengsheng coldly interrupted him. Your harming others is your problem. What liking me? When you committed evil and hurt Fuyue, did you think about how he never did anything to you? He doesn't even know you. Seeing the disgusted expression on Ali's face, Yiyun suddenly felt flustered. He thought he could soften Ali's heart with a few words and win her understanding. even confessing his feelings. He never expected Ollie to react this way. Her strong aversion made him panic. Ian reached out to grab Ollie's hand as she turned to leave. QushengshengGets felt Ian grasp her wrist. She instinctively pulled out the dagger from her sleeve and stabbed it fiercely into Ian's arm. Ian let out a muffled groan, retracting his hand and looking at his blood-soaked sleeve, frowning as pain reminded him that Ollie had just attacked him. I just collected a little interest. Also, don't touch me, QushengshengGets said coldly. Watching Ollie walk away without looking back, Ian's face turned gray. Ollie hated him. QushengshengGets' dagger was actually coated with a layer of crimson powder. The harm her Fuyue had suffered, they would also have to bear. QushengshengGets arrived at Evan's mansion, gazing at the tall residence, and recalling Xiao's naive expression. She truly couldn't believe how cruel Xiao could be. Hearing the news that Ollie had arrived, Xiao's hand trembled, nearly spilling his teacup, but he forced himself to calm down. As long as he said it was Iyun who was biting at him. He was innocent, and Ollie should believe him, right? Moreover, he had already destroyed the evidence. Ollie had no proof, so she shouldn't do anything drastic. At most, she would just be sad for a while, and he could still coax her back. Furthermore, considering Helena's favor, she would probably forgive him. Chapter 200. The Dead Has an Owner. John watched as Ollie appeared at the gate of the small courtyard, a naive and beautiful smile on her face. Sister Ollie, what brings you here? QushengshengGets looked at John, unable to believe he could still be so malicious. She had seen John as a child, pink and fair, looking impossibly obedient. Now grown, he still had the innocent appearance of his childhood, but a heart that was cruel. Why am I here? Don't you know? QushengshengGets looked coldly at John. John actually held a glimmer of hope that Ollie wasn't here because of the matter with Fuyue, or that she hadn't found out anything. However, upon seeing Ollie's cold expression, he suddenly felt uncertain. Seeing John fall silent, QushengshengGets couldn't help but ask, why did you do this to Fuyue? He hasn't done anything wrong. Sister Ollie, what have you heard? I haven't done anything. John tilted his head in confusion. QushengshengGets looked at John's expression, feeling both disappointed and disgusted. Even at this point, he still looked like this. John was simply a representation of both stupidity and malice. He was ruthless in his actions, yet cloaked in sheep's clothing, appearing soft and harmless. QushengshengGets threw the paper in her hand at John's face. John paused, picked up the paper, and his pupils constricted when he saw it. This investigation was indeed thorough, but why should he admit to it? Sister Ollie, what is this? I didn't do such a thing. Is someone slandering me? Please don't believe them. I would never do such a thing. What John didn't know was that Ian had found one of the people who had attacked Fuyue at that time. He had sustained serious injuries, but survived, albeit blind with one arm and both legs broken. QushengshengGets' eyes were cold, her lips slightly curling as she said, Niolin. John's face turned pale. This Niolin was the small leader he had sent to beat Fuyue. Sister Ollie, believe me, I was just too envious. I meant no harm. I only sent someone to scare him. I didn't do anything else, and I believe it was Iyun who harmed him. At this point, do you still think you did nothing wrong? Isn't harming others enough? Hurting an innocent person is your upbringing? QushengshengGets was furious. She truly hadn't expected John to be like this, so foolish and venomous, with actions that were extremely ruthless. He truly was wicked beyond measure. QushengshengGets stopped wasting words, and when John was caught off guard, used a dagger hidden in her wide sleeves to carve a deep mark on John's face. Ah! John screamed in shock, feeling the intense pain on his face and the blood on his hands, his eyes wide with disbelief. QushengshengGets smiled as she looked at John's expression. Does it hurt? It should. Fuyue was in this much pain, perhaps even more. Quick, give me a doctor. Hurry. The servants were stunned by this sudden turn of events and rushed out to find a doctor only after hearing their master scream. Meanwhile, QushengshengGets tossed the dagger into John's family's pond, which was large enough for such a thing. QushengshengGets took the evidence Iyun had given her about John and walked leisurely to the Lord's mansion. Look, she was so law-abiding. Once again, QushengshengGets stood by Fuyue's side, carefully touching the corner of his lips with her fingertips. After a long time, she didn't even know what she was looking at. Perhaps it was the glaring wound, or perhaps it was his tightly closed eyes. Not long after, it was said that John had been locked up in the Lord's prison. Helena was running around for him, even coming to the Lu residence, though she didn't meet him. It was said that the new flower god was a mysterious man with peach blossoms on his face. QushengshengGets wandered onto the street in a daze, remembering that Fuyue had asked her to buy peach blossom cakes. After walking for a long time, she suddenly saw Fuyue and softly called out, Fuyue. The person avoided her with a confused expression, saying, so beautiful. Is he a madman? QushengshengGets looked carefully and realized that someone had painted peach blossoms on their face, just like Fuyu. After the Flower God Festival, it became popular for men to paint flowers on their faces, especially peach blossoms. Iyun, fearing that his Lord Father would see his injuries, applied medicine himself, unaware that the wound contained vermilion powder. Consequently, his arm worsened, and one deep night, he began to run a fever. Chapter 201. The Cow Beast Clan. The condition of Wing Yun's fever was getting more severe, and Wing Shuo had just gathered materials from various places to prepare to save his brother. Wing Shuo initially didn't plan to follow Wing Yun out, but he couldn't stay calm in the manner. His sister said she wanted to find a dog in the whole city, so he complied. As a result, while looking for a dog, his subordinate captured a white cub. But this white cub was actually a young beastman who had lost his mind due to falling into the water. His grandfather turned out to be a powerful and capable beastman. Then, this beastman wanted to seek justice for his grandson, and the first target was Wing Shuo. At that time, Wing Shuo was apologetic and irritable, and he was harshly reprimanded by his Lord Father. He was afraid his sister would cause more trouble, so he simply decided to follow his brother. He hurried along the way and finally caught up with his brother. When he saw them, they were in a meadow deep in the forest, surrounded by fallen beastmen. He checked for a while and found that his brother was in good condition. The others were somewhat weak, appearing to have been unconscious for several days. They were all lying under a large tree, which was somewhat strange. He cautiously tried to wake up an unfamiliar young servant nearby. But the moment the young servant woke up, he only uttered something about seeing petals before falling unconscious again. After saying that, his pupils suddenly dilated, and he died in terror, seemingly having seen something horrifying that scared him to death. Wing Shuo turned back cautiously, and his surroundings were still forest-like, seemingly unchanged, but the terrified expression on that young servant made him shiver. He rubbed his arms, looked at his brother's condition, thought for a moment, and decided not to move his brother. Instead, he attempted to find beastmen living near this forest. Perhaps he was lucky. As soon as he walked out of the forest, he saw a group of cow beastmen working together to transport fruits. They were somewhat alert upon seeing him, as they had not seen him around before. Wing Shuo quickly explained that he was just passing by on a journey, and seeing them struggling, he helped with the transportation. Moreover, he was generous, appearing like a big-hearted fool. After a few exchanges, he became familiar with them. While eating their specialty grass cakes, which were made from grass formed into cakes and then dried, he started to plan what to do next, his gaze falling on the grass cakes in his hand, looking at the crumbly grass cakes, and then at the honest-looking, muscular cow beastmen. After thinking for a while, he boldly said, "Having eaten your specialty, I should prepare a gift for you. Previously, deep in the forest, under a tree that blooms pink flowers, I found a large happy pig. I will go hunt it down." Upon hearing about the pink flowers, the expression of To changed dramatically, with no attempt to hide it. "Wing Shuo, you must not approach that tree. The tree blooms irregularly, and once it flowers, it is when it seeks prey. It will use the fragrance of the flowers to confuse its prey, dragging them deep into the forest while they are trapped in an illusion. It causes beastmen to perish in their sleep, usually with their consciousness trapped in dreams while their bodies starve to death, or they are awakened prematurely and scared to death. In the end, the corpses become nutrients for its growth. That is a very terrifying kind of tree." After hearing To's words, Wing Shuo's heart sank continuously. This matter was indeed unfortunate. Fortunately, he had prudently not awakened his brother directly, or it would have been his brother who died. So terrifying? Wing Shuo was somewhat astonished. Indeed, To slapped his thigh, his eyes filled with lingering fear. "If it is so hard to guard against, what should we do if we accidentally fall into its trap?" Wing Shuo appropriately showed some concern. "You can use the blood lotus from the top of Cliff Mountain to detoxify, but you won't encounter it, so there is no need to delve deeper." To replied. When Wing Shuo heard the most important part, he suddenly changed the subject, making Wing Shuo suspect that To might know his intentions and was being deliberate. After carefully observing To's expression and finding him still looking confused, he realized that this guy was not cunning. He was simply brainless. Wing Shuo's lips twitched slightly, but there was nothing he could do. Their clan leader, Ao, continued, "The blood lotus is a unique red, leafless plant found at the top of Cliff Mountain. To detoxify, you can crush the blood lotus and feed the juice to the poisoned person." Wing Shuo locked eyes with Ao. Ao was not like To. Beautiful. Wing Shuo nodded, memorizing this information in his heart. Ao, looking at Wing Shuo, likely had a good idea of this beastman's intentions. He had suspected from the beginning that this winged Tiger Clan beastman had impure motives, and now it finally showed its true colors. After observing for the past few days, he could tell that Wing Shuo was not a malicious person. Thus, he didn't mind sharing the antidote method with this beastman, which was also a sign of goodwill. Neo Ao had traveled far and wide in his youth and knew that the Lord of Cook City was from the Wing Tiger clan. So it was almost obvious who this Wing Shuo was. Moreover, Wing Shuo did not conceal his identity. Whether or not he was a direct descendant of the Lord of Cook, helping a Wing Tiger clan member was beneficial for the Cow Beast clan. Chapter 202. Detoxification of Blood Lotus Flower. When Ishuo came out of the Bull Beast clan, the sky was getting a bit dark, but he dared not delay. He could only hurry to the mountaintop that Neo Ao had pointed out. Although he was anxious, Neo Ao had said that this poison tree with pink hallucinations was rarely approached by wild beasts, and that area was extremely desolate. Moreover, this tree would change its location from time to time. So, to some extent, the orcs who were unconscious there had a certain degree of safety. However, that said, Ishuo still dared not take his time. He worried that by the time he returned, the others might not be able to wait any longer. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he climbed to the mountaintop, which was covered in sharp stones. He had heard that the blood lotus flower grew in the crevices of the rocks. Ishuo squinted at the mountaintop under the moonlight. The massive wings of the white tiger spread out behind him. Although its fur was smooth, it carried a dusty look from a long journey, and it was holding a large bag in its mouth, looking somewhat silly. At the mountaintop, Ishuo transformed back into his human form and focused on the red plants in the rock crevices. These plants appeared short, clustered in small bunches, about half the size of a palm. Although the plants had no leaves, their thick stems looked plump and full of moisture. Ishuo worked hard to pull out the blood lotus flowers, and after a while, he found some enjoyment in it, no longer feeling tired, and his speed increased. Before long, he had filled a large bag, which he quickly stuffed into his space. He then transformed back into his beast form and swiftly turned to fly towards the tree's direction. Fortunately, the tree had not moved. It was just a small servant in the innermost circle, looking thin, and upon closer inspection of its pale complexion, it seemed to have just recently passed out. Ishuo quickly approached Iyun, only to find that Iyun was also in bad shape, frowning and appearing uncomfortable. Ishuo hurriedly squeezed the juice from the blood lotus flower and fed it to Iyun. After this, he fed the remaining people the juice, his palms turning red from the squeezing, but he finally saved everyone. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Iyun's brows moved, and then he slowly opened his eyes, looking confused as if he did not know what year it was. Iyun's gaze fell on Ishuo's disheveled face, and his brows furrowed again. "What is on your face? You look silly, Ishuo. What's going on?" Before Ishuo could feel touched that his brother had finally woken up, he was instead met with a round of mockery from Iyun. He instinctively touched his cheek, finding red juice, probably from when he squeezed the blood lotus flower. "Brother, you finally woke up," Ishuo said somewhat insincerely. Iyun felt a bit weak, but still tried to sit up, looking at the surrounding people who were all motionless. His expression changing drastically as his gaze fell on the fainted Ollie not far away. He quickly wanted to go over, but was restrained by the vines around his waist. Just as Iyun was about to use his soul power to break the vines, he heard Ishuo, with a terrified expression, say, No, brother, you can't cut this." Regarding Iyun's confusion, Ishuo explained in detail that this vine was from the seemingly ordinary but lush green tree nearby, which, when it bloomed, had petals that were dreamlike, causing people to faint and hallucinate. If they cut the vine now, it might anger the tree, and none of them would be able to escape. Iyun could only slowly move to Ali's side, looking at the red at the corners of her lips, carefully wiping it away, and then quietly waiting for her to wake up. Ishuo looked at his brother's lovesick appearance and felt a bit sightful. Who would have thought that his brother, once the heartthrob of all the females in the city, would end up as a pet beneath a female? Iyun recalled what Ishuo had said about the illusion, but he could only remember that he seemed to have experienced something, with no specific recollection of the details. Frowning and thinking again, he found no results, and even felt that his memories had become more blurred. One by one, the people around them began to wake up, all appearing dazed and physically weak, having been hungry for several days, making them feel extremely weak. Everyone dared not touch the vines on their bodies. They just sat there, and since there was space with food, they shared some to at least replenish a bit of energy. Seeing that the people around him were gradually waking up, but Ollie in his arms showed no signs of movement, Iyun began to feel anxious. Just as Iyun was about to feed Ollie some blood lotus juice again, she slowly opened her eyes. She was the last to open her eyes, and her gaze was filled with a sadness and pain that Iyun could not bear to look at. Such emotions choked Iyun's words in his throat, preventing him from speaking. QushengshengGets forcefully pushed Iyun away, her expression cold. This greatly hurt Iyun. He felt a pain in his chest from the push, unsure of what was happening. As Ollie woke up but did not seem to want him. "Ollie?" Iyun asked, somewhat confused and aggrieved, just as he was about to take credit, only to end up with this result. Looking at QushengshengGets' somewhat dazed appearance, Iyun suddenly thought of the intense sadness he had seen in her eyes when she opened them. Did Ollie see something in the illusion? Iyun's question was somewhat strange, and upon careful observation, he recalled the illusion he had mentioned. QushengshengGets suddenly had a terrifying thought. Iyun could not remember everything in the illusion, but she did. She remembered the gorgeous dresses, the beautiful painted boats, and even the moonlight. These things should not exist in the beast world. So QushengshengGets speculated that the illusion might have been conceived from a small part of her memory. However, the things in that illusion were not something the orcs could comprehend, so they all forgot. QushengshengGets pursed her lips and said, "You are too close to me. You scared me." She did not want to explain the origins of those things. Since they all did not remember, then she would not remember either. Chapter 203. Setting fire to the trees, Iyun was somewhat confused about whether Ollie disliked him being too close or she remembered things from the illusion. Even hating him in the illusion. Seeing Ollie's pale complexion, he didn't continue to press her. Perhaps he could indirectly ask the others if anyone remembered everything from the illusion. However, later Iyun realized this was futile. No one could remember anything. And Ollie behaved quite normally afterward, seemingly no different from before, so he stopped dwelling on it. Of course, that was a story for later. Watching Ollie's gaze fall on the vines, he explained further. QushengshengGets listened and placed her hand on the vines, activating her ability. Mirror Tree. Pollen induces hallucinations. Can create illusions, trap in illusions, die in illusions. The vine's sap can paralyze and induce hallucinations. Highly aggressive. No medicinal value. After everyone took a moment to rest, Iyun and Ishuo planned to cut the vines simultaneously, while the stronger individuals would set fire to the tree, and the rest would collectively retreat from the forest. Of course, Iyun would handle the arson, while Ishuo would be responsible for leading them out of the forest. Linbo and Beijing would assist Iyun in setting the fire, and Helena would take QushengshengGets away first. Be careful not to get the sap from these vines on you, or you'll fall into hallucinations, QushengshengGets whispered to Iyun. This wasn't the time for secrecy. Although Iyun gave her a deep look, he said nothing and simply passed down the instructions. As soon as he finished speaking, Iyun shouted, "Run!" Everyone cut the vines off themselves and quickly followed Ishuo. At the same time, Iyun ignited the tree with his soul power as the vines raised high, preparing to attack. Instantly, the vines turned and attacked Iyun and the others, forcing them to fight while retreating, effectively executing a surround the enemy to save the ally strategy. Relying on his speed and wings, Iyun successfully lagged behind. Although he was fast, he inevitably got whipped by the vines several times, causing him to furrow his brow in pain. However, he flew out of the forest at the fastest speed of his life. QushengshengGets was cradled in Helena's arms, swiftly swimming out of the forest. Once everyone exited the forest, they all looked shaken. Before long, Beijing and Linbo also ran out. They waited in silence. And in the distance, the white tiger gracefully landed on the ground, its beautiful wings unfurled like clouds. As soon as Iyun landed, he almost stumbled. If he were in human form, they would surely see him gritting his teeth. However, in his beast form, they could only see the tiger's handsome, raised eyebrows and bared teeth, which looked quite impressive. Among those present, only Ishuo could tell that his brother was putting on airs. He couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking it was ridiculous to still act cool in a life-and-death situation. Sure enough, he heard his brother pretentiously say, "Is everyone all right? Let us count heads and rest a bit." Iyun went behind a large rock and emerged looking high and mighty, elegantly appearing as the young lord again. Ishuo secretly mocked him in his heart. What a show-off. When counting heads, they noticed about 10 fewer people. They might have been poisoned and trapped in the illusion, thus failing to escape. QushengshengGets looked back and saw no signs of forest fire. It seemed the fire had already gone out, as Iyun had said it very precisely, only scorching the tree trunks without intending to ignite the entire forest. Now, there were only 43 of them left, and the remaining people all had bad expressions. Looking at the desolate area, Ishuo suggested they stay with the Neo beast tribe for the night and set off again in the morning. Iyun thought for a moment, glancing at Ali's pale face, and agreed. He planned to gather some items to exchange for a night's accommodation. So they walked and hunted along the way, although they only caught some small prey. By the time they reached the Neo beast tribe, they They had gathered around 100 animals, along with the dried meat they brought. Each person could eat some, though it wouldn't be enough to fill them. They wouldn't be too hungry either. When Nyo heard from the guards of the tribe that Nyo Nan was rushing over, saying there were foreign enemies invading, he was startled and felt a chill in his heart. He quickly grabbed his bone knife and rushed out. Upon reaching the village entrance, he saw Ishaw and then noticed the group of about 30 to 40 armed individuals behind him. With a whirlwind of thoughts in his mind, he ultimately managed to put on a smile, sheathed his bone knife, and stepped forward, saying, "Put away your weapons. These are guests from afar." Chapter 204. Staying over, Ishaw hurriedly stepped forward and familiarly exchanged greetings with Nyo, acting as if they hadn't seen each other in ages. Qushengsheng glanced at Qiao and beside her, feeling somewhat out of place. By the end, Qiao appeared almost hysterical, thinking he deserved it. With that in mind, she looked at the little beast in her arms that she had fed with bloodflower juice. Seeing that it was still unconscious, she gently patted its head. Poor little thing, it almost died in her hands, but thankfully there was still a faint heartbeat. She didn't know if the bloodflower juice would have any effect on it, but she hoped her little one would wake up. As she watched Yun and Ishaw negotiate with Nyo, Qushengsheng, feeling bored, looked around at the crowd and suddenly realized something. The faces of these people had all appeared in the illusion. Many of them she could name, and she confirmed that no one besides her seemed to remember everything from the illusion. If that was the case, what about Fuyu? Qushengsheng's expression changed. Fuyu had died in the illusion. Would that affect him? Most importantly, where was he? With a serious expression, Qushengsheng surveyed the surroundings, her gaze finally landing on the little fur ball in her arms. Her hand froze for a moment as she thought, no way. She lifted the little beast, observing its short limbs hanging weakly, and gently prodded its head and tail. Everything about it didn't resemble a fox at all. But aside from the little beast in her arms, there were no other explanations. Whether it was or not, she could only wait until the little beast woke up. Remembering the pain of losing Fuyu in the illusion, she tightened her grip. She didn't want anything to happen to Fuyu, nor did she want anything to happen to the little creature in her arms. Finally, Iyun and the Nyo Beast clan reached an agreement. The terms were that Iyun and his people would stay on the outskirts of the tribe and not disturb the tribe's members. Iyun instructed Ishaw to follow Nyo, while he himself stepped back and stood before Qushengsheng, cautiously asking, "Ali, are you tired? Do you want me to carry you inside?" Qushengsheng instinctively took a step back and then, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I'm not tired. It's fine. I can go in by myself." Seeing her retreat, the expression in Yun's eyes darkened. It was indeed a problem stemming from the illusion. Ali was very resistant to him, which was not good. Yun's mind was racing, but his face remained calm as he followed closely behind Qushengsheng, appearing to be taking care of her. Nyo looked back and saw that the young lord of the Winged Tiger clan seemed to be following a female. Looking somewhat weak, he chuckled knowingly and said to Ishaw, "Looks like the young lord hasn't caught up to the female yet, huh? TSK. Chasing after females requires a thick skin. Back in my day, that's how I pursued your cow's sister-in-law." Ah, those were the days. Ishaw listened with a stiff smile. No one wanted to hear a dark-skinned, intimidating beastman bashfully recount stories of chasing after females, right? Nyo, noticing Ishaw's dazed reaction, became even more animated in his storytelling, spinning a tale that was both extravagant and ridiculous, successfully delivering a shocking education to Ishaw. Finally, Ishaw heard Nyo say, "All right, this is the place. If you need water, just follow this little path straight ahead, and you'll see a small river." Ishaw hurriedly agreed, eager to send this pest away. Nyo laughed and greeted Iyun before leaving. Iyun sent people to set up camp at the spot, which was about 500 meters from Nyo's tribe. Not too far, not too close, and relatively near the water source. It was indeed considerate. After several attempts at setting up camp, everyone was busy with their tasks. Some started a fire, while others prepared the catch. Everything was orderly. Qushengsheng noticed that the number of prey was not very large, and since they had been hungry for a long time, some might not be able to handle roasted meat. There were already so few people, they couldn't afford any more losses. Qushengsheng thought for a moment and said to Iyun, "Can you come with me to the riverbank?" Iyun was taken aback, but he was genuinely happy that Ali had come to ask for his help. So he quickly nodded and took Ali to the riverbank. Upon arriving, they discovered that the river Nyo mentioned was about 10 meters wide, the water quite deep, with lush aquatic plants along the bank, and some fish swimming in the river, looking fat and healthy. QushengshengGets RedFruit. Chapter 205. The Silver Fish Beastion. Can you catch some fish beasts for me? Qushengsheng said to Yun with an expectant look. Iyun was taken aback. As the young lord of Cook's city, he only had a basic understanding of fish beasts. He didn't know what purpose these creatures, which had hard skins and a peculiar smell, would serve. However, seeing Ali's eager eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse and caught 2 of them from the river. The fish beasts in this water area were quite large, and strangely enough, they were silver white with beautifully translucent fins. QushengshengGets looked at the 2 fish, both about a meter long, and thought that although there weren't many, the fish beasts should be enough. Ali, what do you want to do with these fish beasts? They can't survive on land, Iyun said, slightly frowning at the strange smell of the fish beasts. This fish beast is edible. Our game is a bit scarce, so it's just right to use the fish beasts as a substitute, QushengshengGets replied. Edible? Iyun didn't want to interrupt Ali's ideas and could only cautiously say, Ali, fish beasts are hard to eat. I don't think any beastmen would like them. QushengshengGets paused and said, then let me try cooking these 2. If it doesn't work, I'll stop. All right. Iyun decided to let Ali have a go. Perhaps she would surprise him. He turned to ask the servant to inform Nyo-Ao that they wanted to hunt the fish beasts in the river. Huh? What did you say? Fish beasts? Nyo-Ao was stunned when he heard this. Those things had a strange smell, and some even tasted bitter. Why would the young lord of Cook City want to eat them? This made him question the economic situation of Cook City. Was there really no game left around Cook City? Even the young lord was eating fish beasts? He didn't doubt Iyun's identity. After all, not just anyone could impersonate the Ihu tribe. Yes, the servant was also a bit confused. He had the same reaction as the chief Nyo. All right. After agreeing, Nyo-Ao couldn't contain his curiosity and decided to go check it out himself. Meanwhile, QushengshengGets was instructing Iyun to scale the fish while teaching him to clean out the insides. She initially intended to do it herself, but she couldn't cut through the fish scales with her bone knife, so she had to ask Iyun for help. Iyun, while secretly shaking his hands, patiently scaled the fish and cleaned out the insides. As a beastman of the Ihu tribe, his sense of smell was particularly acute, making him suffer greatly from the fishy smell, which made him somewhat nauseous. However, he didn't want anyone else to help her. After finally completing Ali's instructions, he looked at her curiously poking at the fish beast and started to doubt whether the fish beast was really edible. QushengshengGets looked at the fish's translucent flesh and felt it was quite novel. She had rarely seen fish with such a texture, and the meat was also very tender. If this fish were from the sea, it might be possible to eat it as sashimi, but river fish was a different story. In the present world, she had seen people eat raw fish, but she was a bit afraid and thus didn't plan to try it. After all, in the beast world, where medicinal supplies were scarce, it was best not to take such risks. She had Iyun bring the fish beast to her by the fire. She cut decorative slashes into the fish and then rubbed salt on them. The salt she used was coarse salt brought by the team. She scraped some salt powder from it and applied it to the fish. Finally, she used freshly cut branches to skewer the fish. The wet branches were less likely to break, and then she placed the fish over the charcoal to roast it. Seeing everyone's curious eyes, QushengshengGets didn't intend to explain. After all, achieving results was the most important thing. One pair of bewildered big eyes caught Iyun's attention. Chief Nyo? Ah, yes, huh? I was just a bit curious and came to take a look. Nyo-Ao was both curious and investigative. The bull beastmen were born strong, but they were also lacking in speed, which made hunting quite challenging. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to use grass cakes as their specialty. During famines, they had also turned to the fish beasts in the river, but unfortunately, even during famine, everyone preferred to eat grass over fish beasts. If Iyun could find a way to make the fish beasts palatable, it would make surviving famine much easier for them. Iyun nodded and decided to ignore him. This action relieved Nyo-Ao. After all, no one in the bull beast tribe could defeat Iyun, so he came alone. If Iyun wasn't willing, he could always say it was his personal action. Fortunately, Iyun was broad-minded and didn't hold grudges. Iyun was feeling quite irritated. He thought that by helping Ali so seriously, she might treat him better and consider asking him for help more often. Unexpectedly, she even let others help her roast the fish beast. He was free too. Couldn't she consider him? Why couldn't she take the initiative to instruct him to do the work? Did he have to fight for it? Iyun felt a bit aggrieved as he watched a brown bear beast man, who looked quite strong, roast the fish. He was strong too, okay? QushengshengGets didn't let Iyun roast the fish because she considered that she couldn't always have him do things for her. Her feelings towards Iyun were quite complex. She didn't dislike him, but she also didn't have any good feelings. This made her want to avoid Iyun. If she could, she would prefer to keep her distance from him. Chapter 206. Niufangfang regarding QushengshengGets' actions, the person involved, Iyun, felt it even more clearly. He knew he had once again been pushed away by Ali, and the expression in his eyes grew increasingly strange. It wasn't long before the grilled fish emitted an enticing aroma. The fish skin turned golden and crispy, and given the high-fat content of the fish, it looked oily and shiny. Someone nearby was secretly gulping, their gaze fixed on the two fish. Even some members of the Nyo Beast clan, who were strong in stature, came over, with few females among them, but they were also robust, their skin shining darkly. Were they grilling? A female from the Nyo Beast clan asked. Not sure, but it smells good, replied another young female from the Nyo Beast clan. Fafong, do you like this? I'll ask my dad to get some for you, said a male from the Nyo Beast clan, immediately. He was Nyo Ao's son, Nyo Gao. The female named Fong Fong blinked, but did not answer. Her expression already indicated her desire. Nyo Gao moved closer to Nyo Ao and whispered his request. He was met with a glare from his father, jokingly. As the young patriarch of the Yuhuan clan, he wouldn't even get any face from him, let alone for a female. Nyo Ao wished to advise his son not to dream. His greatest frustration in life was having such a foolish son. Nyo Gao fidgeted in place, his gaze on Fong Fong. But when she noticed, her expression darkened, and she immediately ignored him. Nyo Gao panicked and looked for help from his father. The corner of Nyo Ao's eyes twitched for a moment, looking at his foolish son, who appeared to have lost his mind. He could only approach Iyun with a shameless smile. Young lord, could you spare me a bit of this? Don't worry, you can catch any fish beasts in the river. Our Nyo Beast clan absolutely won't complain. Young lord, my son is not very capable. After Nyo Ao spoke, he regretted it, but since he had said it, he could only go along with it. Iyun remained silent and turned to Ali. After hearing Nyo Ao's words, Qushengsheng said, once it's cooked, everyone can have a taste. Nyo Ao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this stunning female was indeed worthy of being favored by the young lord, as she spoke with such generosity. However, recalling that his son liked Nyo Fong Fong, he couldn't help but frown. Once the fish was ready, Qushengsheng used a bone knife and clean leaves to divide a small piece of fish for everyone. After tasting it, everyone found it fragrant and the meat tender, finishing it without noticing. Then, they looked at the person next to them who was savoring it carefully and silently gulped. Those with thick skin were already asking for more, wanting another bite. Naturally, Nyo Fong Fong and that female also got their share, but they finished it in just a couple of bites. Just after finishing, Nyo Fong Fong saw that others still had some left, so she angrily said to Qushengsheng, how did you distribute this? Why did I get none while they still have? Did you deliberately give me only a little? Her face was full of jealousy. She hated this kind of female the most, one with a pretty face who started to flaunt herself everywhere. Qushengsheng, inexplicably scolded by Nyo Fong Fong, felt quite baffled. The distribution was equal. Why did she have none? It was simply because she had eaten her portion. Qushengsheng's expression remained calm, and she didn't even want to say much. Nyo Fong Fong grew even angrier, pointing at Qushengsheng, stomping her foot on the ground in a delicate manner, and then pinching her voice, she said, "You're talking nonsense. It's all your fault. You have to make this again and give it all to me, and then I'll forgive you." Qushengsheng. She looked utterly confused. This robust big sister's pinched voice and affected demeanor were indeed unbearable. That stomp could make the ground tremble. Even Nyo Gao twitched his lips, suddenly doubting himself. "Then you might as well not forgive me," Qushengsheng replied expressionlessly. Ha ha. Iyun also smiled, and originally, he wouldn't let Ollie suffer. But seeing her respond this way, he felt somewhat proud. Some beastmen were already laughing, and Nyo Fong Fong's expression changed. She darkened her face and said, "On our Nyo Beast clan's territory, how dare you speak to me like that? Were you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent, and the beastmen on Iyun's side naturally placed their hands on their weapons. Meanwhile, Nyo Ao's expression turned unpleasant, nearly losing his composure. "Are you the clan leader? What did the Nyo Beast clan let you make decisions?" Nyo Ao said coldly. Nyo Fong Fong's eyes widened. In her lifetime, there were only two females, her and Nyo Hua Hua, so they had always been able to get what they wanted. However, Nyo Hua Hua was useless and only fit to be her follower. She felt deeply insulted, and seeing the handsome faces of Iyun and the others, her jealousy grew even stronger. Nyo Fong Fong angrily left the place, casting a fierce glance at Qushengsheng. In fact, Nyo Fong Fong was a reflection of the female beasts in this world. The scarcity of females made them selfish and self-serving. Chapter 207, Water Pollution that night. Qushengsheng selflessly taught everyone, including the Nyo Beast tribe members, how to prepare fish. Everyone enjoyed the roasted fish, while the hunted prey became less popular. The Nyo Beast tribe members were not as wealthy as QushengshengGets, and they had almost no salt. However, the fish had a light fishy smell, so when roasted, it had a unique dryness and fragrance. Neo was quite resourceful. He not only brought out their stored fruits, but also some local specialty grass cakes. Qushengsheng took a small taste of the grass cakes. They were crispy but quite hard, with a strong grassy aroma, not particularly delicious. That night they ate happily, but unexpectedly, trouble arose early the next morning. "Why are there dead fish beasts all over the river?" exclaimed a beastman, shocked. "Oh right, wasn't everything fine yesterday? What happened? The water has turned murky. Quickly, go find a young city lord. Hurry, find a tribe leader." When Qushengsheng arrived at the riverbank with the Yun and the others, they discovered that all the fish beasts in the river had been poisoned and were floating belly up. Qushengsheng noticed that even the small insects in the river had been poisoned. Her expression grew serious, and she didn't dare to touch the river water. This water might be toxic. Although she said might, her tone was firm. Everyone felt a shock in their hearts. Thankfully, no beastmen had drunk the water that morning. Iyun said, "Let's go upstream and take a look." After walking for half an hour upstream with the Iyun and the others, they saw some grass clippings. Neo approached the clippings and examined them closely, his expression becoming extremely grim, eyes filled with anger. He had initially thought someone from a rival tribe had poisoned the water, but it turned out the culprit was much closer. These were herbs identified by Neo Fongfong, a type of highly toxic herb called poison bind. "Get Neo Fongfong to come to me." Neo's face was dark. However, when they arrived at Neo Fongfong's cave, they found it empty. Along with her, another tribe member with a first-level soul power, Neo Hu, had also disappeared. Logically, Neo Fongfong would never have been interested in him, but today she had run away with him, and it seemed they would not be returning. The cave was completely bare, and she was the only source of water in the tribe. At this moment, Neo Fongfong and Neo Hu were hiding not far from the Neo Beast tribe, just across a hill. No, who would want to eat such terrible food? Neo Fongfong threw the roasted fish that Neo Hu had offered to her on the ground. Her eyes filled with disgust. Neo Hu's expression stiffened, a flash of malice crossing his eyes. This was already the 5th time that morning. Neo Fongfong had said she wanted roasted fish, so he could only try to roast it, but yesterday, while teaching how to roast fish, he had turned to coax Neo Fongfong when she ran away, so he didn't know how to roast fish properly. The fish was charred and emitted a foul odor. If he didn't want to sign a partner contract with Neo Fongfong, he wouldn't have put up with her for so long. Neo was angrily searching for people, while Iyun and the others had already set off, getting closer to the Sharp Empire. Meanwhile, the thin, determined Eugene and Yuan Jiang had just hunted in the beast forest. After hastily eating something, they continued on their way. They took a detour from the beast forest to the Sharp Empire because they guessed Qushengsheng would likely want to return to the misty forest. The fastest way back would be to use the teleportation array. They were also hurrying to reach the teleportation array before their loved ones. "At our speed, we can reach the Sharp Empire in 15 days, Yuan Jiang said calmly. "Not fast enough." Eugene frowned, his crimson lips pressed tightly. "We must push ourselves to move faster," Eugene said in a low voice. Yuan Jiang had no objections, and after quickly finishing their food, they continued their journey. On the other side, Qushengsheng and the others were facing the challenge of finding a water source. The Neo Beast tribe's water source had been polluted, so they had no water left, unlike the Neo Beast tribe members, who at least had some water in their homes to last a few days. The stream was flowing, and perhaps in a few days, the water source would be clean again, but Qushengsheng and the others didn't have that much time. Although a long time had passed in the illusion, only 5 days had passed in reality. At this moment, they needed to reach the Sharp Empire faster. The convoy could no longer delay. Chapter 208, Possessiveness Nuhud. "Hurry up," Neo Fongfong said in a low voice while riding on a yellow cow. A hint of sarcasm flashed in the yellow cow's eyes, but it still started moving quickly. The yellow cow was already slow, and since Nuhud's first-tier soul power was strength, his movements were inevitably sluggish. Throughout the journey, he was constantly subjected to Neo Fongfong's taunts and insults. From initially being silent, he gradually began to harbor resentment, and as the small team moved further away, Nuhud's movements became slower and slower. Neo Fongfong also noticed Nuhud's decreasing speed, so she angrily urged him on. When she saw Nuhud stop moving, she began to tug at the hair on his back. Nuhud felt a tightness in his heart from the tugging, and resentment surged up inside him. He decisively shook Neo Fongfong off his back, and the unprepared Neo Fongfong fell to the ground with a thud. "Ah!" Neo Fongfong exclaimed, her teeth clashing against her lip, causing a metallic taste of blood in her mouth. Covering her mouth, she glared at Nuhud and said, "What are you doing?" Are you trying to get yourself killed? Nuhud swiftly transformed into human form, his tall and muscular body resembling a black tower. He looked down at the female on the ground and sneered. I think you're the one who doesn't want to live. Without the protection of your tribe, let's see how you survive. What do you mean? A sense of fear began to creep into Nio Fongfong's heart. What do I mean? You'll understand soon enough. Nuhud roughly pushed Nio Fongfong into the grass. Since he could no longer return to the tribe, looking at Nio Fongfong like this, he figured that if they signed a mate contract, he would only end up as a tool or a stray beast. It was better not to sign the contract and let himself enjoy the moment. Let go. Nio Fongfong began to panic. However, Nuhud nonchalantly tore off his clothes, exposing his muscular body. He wasn't going to scare anyone with this. Having some fun with a female would be a life without regrets. Nuhud ripped apart Nio Fongfong's beast skirt, revealing her dark yet alluring body. He used her bee skin clothes to bind her hands behind her back. After that, he began to ravage her without restraint, a fierce look on his honest face. Each of his movements was forceful. Nio Fongfong initially resisted, but gradually, she found pleasure in it and began to moan loudly. Ah! Nio Fongfong let out a long cry, while Nuhud continued to exert force on her. She even started to actively seek pleasure, not being a stranger to such joy, but this time it felt more intense, making her addicted to it. Nio Fongfong's movements pleased Nuhud, but he recalled how he had been enslaved by Nio Fongfong a few days ago, causing him to feel a wave of irritation. After an hour of such activity, he finally withdrew, but Nio Fongfong still looked unsatisfied. Seeing her in such a state, Nuhud sneered inwardly. He used to think females were unattainable. After Nuhud slowly got up, he looked at the disheveled female on the ground and felt a wave of disgust. Remembering his humiliation, he decisively bound Nio Fongfong, completely naked, to a nearby tree. Nio Fongfong was still dazed, thinking this was yet another novel play. When she saw Nuhud leave without hesitation, she began to panic. Nuhud, where are you going? Come back. What are you doing? Nuhud mockingly looked back at her before walking away without turning his head. At this moment, Nio Fongfong was genuinely scared. She began to cry and plead with Nuhud, but he would not turn back. In the end, Nio Fongfong was discovered by the vengeful stray beastmen and became their tool. On the other side, Ian watched Arlie chatting with Helena and Joan in front of him, feeling increasingly restless. That Joan clearly had ill intentions. He was just secretly watching Arlie, making sure she didn't notice. Having such a male following Arlie heightened his sense of crisis. QushengshengGets had been trying hard to separate from Ian these days. During this time, Ian's feelings of affection and possessiveness for her became increasingly blatant, so she could only use this method to make Ian retreat. She wasn't unaware that Joan was peeping at her, but she knew Helena would keep him in check. As long as she didn't respond, everything would be fine. The other beastmen had already tacitly accepted her as Ian's female, so they didn't dare to approach her. The best thing in these days was that Fu Yu's body seemed to be recovering, but it still needed time. He hadn't woken up yet, but his body temperature was gradually returning to normal, easing her worried heart. She silently thought of Eugene and Yuan Jiang, having missed them for a long time. Meanwhile, Eugene and Yuan Jiang were still on their journey. Besides hunting beasts to fill their stomachs, they were just traveling. If time could turn back, they would definitely protect their little female properly. Chapter 209. Verdant fruit. Tomorrow we will arrive at the Sharp Empire. Ollie, can you stop avoiding me? Ian said softly, his eyelashes drooping, a hint of vulnerability in his voice. QushengshengGets quietly squeezed his hand, feeling a bit conflicted as she looked at him. Throughout this journey, Ian had taken great care of her. Initially, she had only agreed to pretend to be Ian's fiancée, and she never expected things to develop this way. After hesitating for a moment, QushengshengGets said, once the people of the Sharp Empire know you have a fiancé, we will part ways. I need to find someone in the Sharp Empire. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Ian's eyes, but he quickly agreed seriously. Okay, does Ollie need my help to find someone? Ian asked cautiously. No need, QushengshengGets replied without a second thought. She didn't need Ian's help, and in fact, she didn't trust him. Don't trust me? Ian thought secretly in his heart. But it was okay. Ollie would trust him sooner or later. She would have no choice but to trust him. Ian's eyes were filled with determination. He would not let go of the sweet treat that was right in front of him. Ollie, can you be a little nicer to me? For a while now, everyone thinks we are at odds, Ian said, a bitter smile on his face. QushengshengGets gently rubbed the small beast's little paw in her arms, lowering her eyes. And after a long while, she nodded. Ian's lips curled up, a triumphant smile in his eyes. On the way later, Qushengsheng only treated Iyun a little better, but Iyun took this as an opportunity to push further. Ollie, do you want to eat some fruit? Iyun stumbled out of the woods, looking somewhat disheveled. Qushengsheng turned around to see Iyun with leaves stuck in his hair and dirt on his clothes. She frowned slightly, her gaze landing on the pile of small fruits in Iyun's palm. The fruits were a bright green, each about the size of a thumb, looking juicy and fresh. What happened? QushengshengGets. Iyun, looking boyish despite his disheveled appearance, looked at Qushengsheng with such tenderness that it seemed he could almost drip water. Half kneeling, Iyun carefully placed the fruits in Qushengsheng's palm. Just as she was about to refuse, she noticed the curious glances of the people around her and had to hold back her words. Thank you, Qushengsheng said softly. How can Ollie thank me? This is what I should do. Try it. Iyun's eyes curved up slightly, appearing completely non-threatening. However, Qushengsheng couldn't shake off her wariness. She always felt that Iyun's demeanor inexplicably put her on guard. She forced herself to suppress the discomfort and began to taste the bright green fruit as if it were just an ordinary occurrence. Instinctively, Qushengsheng used her identification ability to check it. Verdant fruit can be used to replenish qi and blood, restore the body, edible. Qushengsheng paused, planning to feed a bit to the little beast in her arms later. As she thought about it, she felt the heartbeat of the small creature gradually strengthen, and she looked forward to it waking up. Iyun noticed Ali's gentle gaze at the little furry thing in her arms, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his heart. If this continued, he would not be able to tolerate the existence of this little creature. Qushengsheng sensitively sensed the danger and instinctively looked up, but only saw Iyun's gentle demeanor. She always felt that Iyun was not such a gentle person. His current state reminded her of a wolf in sheep's clothing. TSK, the young city lord really dotes on the female, Bai Jing exclaimed. Dotes? Linbo said thoughtfully. Helena curiously added, what about John? He went hunting, Linbo replied. Hunting at this time? After saying this, Helena suddenly caught sight of Ollie and the young city lord being affectionate, and she realized. She knew John truly liked Ollie. Recently, Ollie seemed to have conflicts with the young city lord, which made John so happy that he almost wagged his snake tail. Unexpectedly, it seemed they had reconciled during this time, which hurt John's young heart. Helena didn't think this was a bad thing. John's third-level soul power was indeed impressive in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of a beautiful female like Ollie, it might not even be worthy of notice. If this incident made John realize the importance of strength, then she thought it would be a good thing. Tomorrow we will arrive at the Sharp Empire. For some reason, Helena always had a bad premonition, feeling that something was about to happen. Sharp Empire. What? He even brought that woman here? A female voice asked, filled with anger. Yes. Princess, replied an orc wearing black leather. The orc had well-defined muscles and a handsome face, exuding an indescribable coldness. However, in stark contrast was the fact that he was missing an arm. The empty right arm made Huruashue feel disgusted. Yet he was the only level 6 orc by her side, loyal and capable of doing her dirty work. To control him, Huruashue did not hesitate to submit to him. After all, she was a princess, and her submission should be an honor for Huyi. Thinking this, she slowly approached Huyi, her fair finger drawing circles on his chest, her full red lips slowly leaning in, whispering near Huyi's ear, "Kill that woman for me." Okay. Huyi lowered his gaze, deeply examining the elegantly dressed female before him, then roughly touched her slender waist with his coarse fingers and replied softly, "All right." Chapter 210. Fox Night. Qushengsheng was feeding the small creature in her arms with glowing green fruits and yuzong grass. Her fingertips, soaked in juice, gleamed with a tender pink hue, looking clean and soft. Iyun's gaze was almost fixated on that fingertip, and he licked his lips with a hint of desire. Her li must taste delicious. Qushengsheng sensed Iyun's unusual gaze and looked up, but Iyun maintained an innocent expression and asked her what was wrong. As Qushengsheng got closer to the Sharp Empire, an uneasy feeling suddenly arose in her heart. But she forced herself to suppress that odd sensation and continued watching the convoy move forward. After crossing another mountain, they would reach the Sharp Empire. Just as Lin Bo's voice fell, the surroundings suddenly grew hot. The abrupt heat made everyone alert and observe their surroundings. A great fire suddenly ignited around them, the orange flames almost clawing towards them. Iyun was a bit far from Ali at this moment. He quickly transformed into his beast form and rushed to Ali's side as fast as he could. Just when he got close to Ali, a gray-black figure appeared in front of him, and in an instant, Ali was captured. Iyun was shocked and hurriedly chased after it. He found that the orc ahead was moving quickly, a green energy orb appearing beneath him. The orc was a wind-type soul power and was incredibly fast. Qushengsheng was suddenly grabbed around the waist, and she felt scared. The arm around her waist almost choked her, and she felt the pain of the rapid wind brushing against her face. The small beast in her arms was about to fall, and she could only try her best to hold on tightly, fearing that the little creature would fall from the height and turn into a meat pie. Originally, Fox Knight intended to kill Qushengsheng, but seeing her determination to protect the small beast, even in danger, reminded him of some memories in his mind. When he was young, his mother would protect him just like this female, and she even died under the fangs of beasts to protect him. So he hesitated for a moment and decided to place this female in a deserted place, allowing her to fend for herself. This wouldn't count as betraying the princess's trust. In fact, Fox Knight was not a bloodthirsty person. He just wanted to repay the princess's kindness. After all, he was a flawed orc, unencumbered. So he simply became the shadow the princess needed. Iyun watched as the orc ahead gradually disappeared from view, his heart filled with panic, and he flapped his wings vigorously to catch up. However, the difference between the 5th and 6th levels was a significant divide, especially since the orc ahead, whose form was unclear, was also a wind type, making it even more difficult for him. Moreover, he didn't dare to act rashly, fearing that the orc would turn around and use a Li as a shield. Under such constrained circumstances, the orc carrying a Li vanished from sight. Iyun's expression hardened, and he quickly flew back, instructing everyone to search the surrounding forest. He no longer cared about the Sharp Empire. He just wanted his Ali. Qushengsheng was thrown into a forest, and the person who did so coldly warned her, "Don't go back. If you do, neither you nor anyone else will survive." Also, the Winged Tiger clan is not something you can approach. Fox Knight specifically dropped her at the peak of the outer beast forest on the outskirts of the Sharp Empire. If Iyun brought people here, that person would likely have been eaten by beasts. He said this merely to satisfy the princess's request for a warning. Qushengsheng was discarded like trash, but fortunately, she landed in the grass, only getting a few scrapes without serious injury. Watching the departing foxes back, she thought about the royal family of the Sharp Empire being 9-tailed foxes, and many fox beastmen chose to settle in the Sharp Empire. So, was this fox sent by the princess of the Sharp Empire? Qushengsheng sighed heavily at this thought. The orc's strength was formidable, and if he wanted them dead, it would indeed be quite easy. She didn't want the others to get hurt, and if he wouldn't let her go back, let alone returning, she might not even survive. Qushengsheng looked around the forest, feeling a bit uneasy as the sky was about to darken. She took a bone knife from the red spatial bead around her neck and put on a fur coat as an outer layer. As the temperature in the forest would gradually drop at night, she gathered the small beast in her arms and secured it with the fur. Then, she looked up at the sky, but the forest was too dense for her to discern the direction. To avoid encountering the previous orc, Qushengsheng deliberately chose a slightly divergent path, as she needed to find a safe place to spend the night. She still had some fruits she had secretly stashed in her space, enough for her to eat tonight. Qushengsheng found herself bitterly smiling as she searched for a place to rest. What was supposed to be a good adventure story had turned into a survival in the wild. Chapter 2:11 Wilderness Survival. The night grew darker, revealing an unsettling inky hue. In the distance, the faint sounds of animals began to emerge, and Qushengsheng wrapped her arms around herself, moving quickly through the forest. She had no idea how long she had been walking when she suddenly discovered a tree hollow. This hollow was about 2 meters off the ground, appearing quite large and dark. She first gathered some dry grass and branches from around the area, then placed the dry grass into her space. Looking at the gnarled tree bark, she hesitated for a moment, but eventually changed into a fur skirt under the cover of darkness. Without a long skirt, her movements became much easier. She climbed up onto a horizontal branch next to the tree hollow and ignited the dry grass from her space, tossing it into the hollow. Immediately, there was a flurry of small sounds from inside. Qushengsheng looked closely and found that they were insects, resembling a type of crustacean, about the size of a baby's fist. Their shiny black backs reflected an eerie light in the moonlight. Qushengsheng shivered, feeling goosebumps on her arms. It was truly terrifying. Fortunately, she had smoked it a bit. Otherwise, she might have been scared to death by the insects. After waiting for a while, the sounds from the hollow ceased. She broke off a small bundle of branches with leaves and then entered the tree hollow. The hollow wasn't spacious, but it was enough for her to curl up and sleep. The smoke inside had dissipated, and she took out some leaves to sweep away the ash and unburned branches. While there was still some light, Qushengsheng carefully inspected the hollow and, finding no insects, laid down a thick layer of fur. Finally feeling relieved as she slowly lay down, not daring to start fire, She took out the petals of its yudwa flower and some green fruits she had secretly stored in her space, also preparing some yuzong grass for the little beast. After eating a bit herself, she fed the little beast some yuzong grass. The remaining fruits in her space would be enough for her to have one meal tomorrow. Unsure if she would find food, she had to eat sparingly. Fortunately, the little beast in her arms was warm, like a hand warmer. She cuddled the little beast close, covered herself with the fur, and then took out her bow and a bundle of arrows from her space. She didn't have a quiver for the arrows, as Yuan Jiang had previously held them for her. They didn't want her to be burdened. So, she placed the arrows scattered beside her, which had the advantage of allowing her to attack at any moment if needed. Crack, crack. Qushengsheng heard something crunching leaves and immediately sat up cautiously, her fingers resting on her bow. Her clear eyes were filled with vigilance as she quietly watched below. An animal resembling a porcupine passed by, about the size of a 300-pound pig, covered in hair but without sharp teeth. She barely breathed, quietly observing it. Luckily, it was just passing through and did not linger beneath the tree hollow where Qushengsheng was. Qushengsheng quietly sighed in relief, then held her bow tightly, leaning against the wall of the hollow, quietly half closing her eyes. After being frightened once, she couldn't sleep and could only wait quietly for dawn. The first ray of morning sunlight fell on her, and she felt warm. Sunlight? No. Qushengsheng suddenly woke up, realizing that the light had brightened. She looked around with some trepidation, seeing only plants and small animals. She quietly sighed in relief and then stored everything from the tree hollow back into her space. She took out a small piece of bark and sewed it together with a bone needle, creating a rudimentary quiver. After feeding the little creature some fruit juice, she strapped the quiver on her back and took her bow and arrows out of the cave. Today, she planned to find some water, gather some fruits, and then look for a new place to spend the night. She needed to hurry to the city. Thinking of this made her feel anxious. She had agreed with Yun about the crystal core, but he still hadn't given it to her. Although it was a loss, there was no turning back. She could only keep moving forward and plan for the long term. After deciding, she looked at the sun in the sky, slightly discerning the direction, and then headed northeast. Yun, from yesterday's search for Ollie to today, was covered in dust, his eyes bloodshot, his expression grim, exuding a cold aura that even Isha dared not speak. Ian watched his people return one by one, but not a single person reported finding Ollie. His heart grew heavier. Last night, he had flown over the forest, but saw no trace of smoke. Of course, how could a defenseless female survive alone? Perhaps she had already been killed by that beastman. However, he still held a glimmer of hope that his Ollie had merely been captured. Young lord, nothing in the southeast, nothing in the north, nothing in the southwest. Iyun's eyes gradually darkened as he watched the weary expressions of everyone, remaining silent. Suddenly, a young servant hesitated for a long time before saying, "Young lord, the one who captured Miss Ollie yesterday might be a fox." Iyun looked over sharply. This young servant's father was an eagle and his mother a lark, so he inherited his father's keen eyesight. His words were highly credible. Iyun thought for a moment, then said with a stern face, "Rest for an hour," then continued toward the Sharp Empire. Iyun speculated that perhaps Ollie had been captured by the Sharp Empire. Chapter 212. Water Source. Qushengsheng looked at the increasingly dense vegetation around her and suspected there might be a water source nearby. She quickened her pace, not daring to touch the surrounding plants. On the way she had just walked, she had eaten the remaining fruits and flower petals from her space. However, she still felt thirsty and couldn't help but lick her cracked lips. She could only walk harder toward the lush vegetation. Not far away, she suddenly spotted a large tree with golden fruits at the top. The fruits were small, about the size of a large ginkgo nut, roughly the size of an apple. Qushengsheng swallowed and, after a moment's hesitation, decided to take a risk. She touched one of the fruits on the ground with her fingertip. Golden fruit. The fruit of the golden tree replenishes vitamins, maintains intestinal health, benefits the health of cubs, and is edible. Qushengsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she wasn't that unlucky after all, so she climbed the tree, which was quite large with rough bark, making it relatively easy for her to ascend. Once up in the tree, she noticed several small squirrels with orange fur peeking at her from the leaves. Qushengsheng picked a handful of fruits and began to eat slowly in the tree. The skin of the fruit was like that of longan, but the color was a ripe, mango-like golden yellow, while the flesh inside resembled lychee and surprisingly tasted a bit like grapes. Qushengsheng found the golden fruit indeed magical. Its flavor was fragrant and sweet, but still refreshing. Unable to resist, she ate a lot, and after finishing, she started picking more fruits. She wasn't greedy and didn't take them all, but she still gathered quite a bit. After she finished, she climbed down from the tree and continued on her way. Eating only fruits wasn't a good thing. She needed to find a campsite to spend the night and get some protein. She also made sure to feed some fruits to the small beast in her arms. After doing all this, she resolutely moved forward. After about an hour of walking, she sensed a moisture in the air. After pushing through some bushes, she discovered a lake. The water looked very clear, and she felt a surge of excitement. She would have been satisfied with a small stream, let alone finding a lake. After discovering the lake, QushengshengGets didn't rush over, but carefully observed the surroundings for a while and noticed that a ferocious beast must have passed by recently. She concluded this because she saw paw prints the size of her 3 palms, which was not a good sign. Then she found several small animal footprints and guessed that this place might be a drinking spot for nearby small animals. It wouldn't be wise to linger here. She had to leave quickly. Thinking this, she first drank some water and then decided to make a container for carrying water. QushengshengGets knew that it was impossible for her to dig a stone or wooden container with her abilities. After thinking for a while, she suddenly remembered a wilderness survival show she had seen before, where they used animal skins to make water bladders. After taking out the animal skin from her space, she realized it wouldn't work. The animal skins in her space were already tanned, and if she sewed them together, they wouldn't hold water. With this in mind, she secured the small beast in her arms, then grasped her bow, an arrow, and began searching for a beast nearby. She didn't dare to think about magical beasts, as they were beyond her capabilities. After some time, she spotted a rabbit burrow. She thought for a moment, sewed a pouch from the animal skin, placed it at the entrance of the burrow, weighted it down with heavy stones, and positioned the opening toward the burrow. Then she collected some dry grass and started looking for more rabbit holes around. She found 3 rabbit burrows in total. She blocked the 2 farther ones with stones and set the dry grass on fire at the nearest one, then stuffed the smoke-emitting grass into the burrow. After waiting for a long time, she didn't hear any movement. She knew that perhaps this burrow didn't have any rabbits. Still inexperienced, she could only reluctantly collect her pouch and extinguish the fire. She continued her search for prey and, after a while, found another rabbit burrow. After careful observation, she noticed the soil at the entrance was moist, indicating it had been recently dug. She immediately felt excited and used the same method as before to smoke the rabbit burrow. As a result, within moments, a group of rabbits rushed out. Her eyes lit up in anticipation, but unexpectedly, the rabbits were too quick, and the pouch couldn't hold them. They all escaped. The first rabbit that emerged took the pouch with it. QushengshengGets hurriedly followed. The rabbit was fast, but the pouch obstructed its vision, causing it to panic and crash into a tree trunk. Thud! Crash! The tree shook a little, and the rabbit fell under it, its legs twitching slightly. A real-life version of waiting by the tree for rabbits? QushengshengGets walked over, tapped the rabbit's head with a stick through the pouch, then poked it again to ensure it was dead, before pulling it out. To be honest, this thing was quite heavy. Looking at the dusty rabbit in her hands, she started to think about making a water bag. Afterward, she placed the rabbit in her space and began searching for a campsite. She didn't want to be too far from the water source, but being too close could easily attract ferocious beasts. In the end, she chose a cave about an hour's distance from the water source. She followed her usual routine and threw a lit branch into the cave. Unfortunately, this time, she wasn't so lucky. Chapter 213, Gray Herb Hiss, Rustle. Such sounds gave QushengshengGets a sense of foreboding. She carefully retreated while keeping a vigilant eye on the cave. Sure enough, 2 black snakes, about as thick as her calves, darted out of the cave at astonishing speed. Her pupils dilated in fear. Besides her fear of snakes, she really didn't like them at all. QushengshengGets glanced at the distance and immediately turned to run. Such large snakes might not be intimidated by her size and could see her as prey, which would mean certain death for her. Without daring to look back, she ran with all her might. Fortunately, the snakes didn't follow her. Panting, she swung her arms. She had forgotten about the rabbit, which was still heavy in her hands, causing her pain, but she didn't let go. She had to find another place. The lakeside wasn't safe at night. Continuing to hold the rabbit, she hurried to the next campsite. Eventually, she found a cave at the base of a cliff, which she carefully inspected. There was no damp soil around, indicating no other animals inside. However, just in case, she tossed in a handful of lit dry grass. Indeed, there was nothing inside, just a few bugs scurrying away. She sighed in relief. Her luck wasn't too bad. The only downside was that it was only 500 meters from the lakeside. Too close, making it likely to be a sleepless night. She pushed some stones to block the entrance, not tightly, just enough to keep wild animals out. She also gathered some firewood nearby and came across a very foul-smelling grass. The leaves of this grass were somewhat fuzzy, and the plant was about knee-high, not very tall, but the smell was overwhelming and pungent. QushengshengGets observed the grass for a while and noticed a small bug on one of the leaves, as well as bite marks on the tender edges, indicating it might be toxic, but the toxicity probably was too severe. So, she placed her hand on the leaves of this plant. Gray herb, mildly toxic, inedible, can be used to repel mosquitoes and insects. QushengshengGets a beast world version of mosquito repellent. She collected several plants along with the dry grass she had gathered and brought them back to the cave. Then she planted the gray herb outside the cave. Such a strong smell would likely help mask her scent to some extent. She didn't like eating raw food, and eating raw meat could lead to illness, so she decided to start a fire and save some charcoal, since it was too close to the lake, where mosquitoes might be plentiful, and she was unsure how effective the gray herb would be against them. After a difficult time getting the fire going, she started processing the rabbit. She planned to remove as much meat as possible, leaving the skin intact, then clean the fur off, and finally turn the rabbit skin inside out to make a water pouch. This rabbit was quite large, about twice the size of modern rabbits, capable of holding a lot of water. She intended to tie up the openings of the rabbit's limbs with animal skin rope to create a simple water pouch. The water in the pouch might not be very clean, but this was the best way to store water in her situation, just in case. Carefully using her bone knife, she extracted the rabbit meat, and perhaps by good luck, she managed to do so without damaging the skin. Looking at the clean rabbit skin, she planned to scrape off the fur and then clean out the fat. Finally, she would wash it with the ash from the fire to try to remove as much fat as possible. During this process, the rabbit skin would likely lose some of its gamey smell. QushengshengGets cut the rabbit meat into strips and roasted them by the fire. Any leftovers could be dried for future provisions. However, the salt in her space was running low, so she had to ration it. A little blandness was acceptable. She could make do with it. While meticulously scraping the fur and fat, the rabbit meat roasted beside the fire, the flames casting a warm orange glow as the sky gradually darkened. After checking that the meat was cooked, she stopped to eat 2 of the rabbit's front legs. Although she was full, she was hungry either. Food was hard to come by, so she decided to eat sparingly. As she flipped the meat, she didn't forget to give some scraps to the little creature in her arms. Watching it swallow unconsciously and feeling its increasingly prominent bones, she hoped it would wake up soon. After finishing her meal, she continued scraping the fur and eventually decided to use the inside of the skin without the fur. Giving a quick scrape, the sky had darkened, and she could only rely on the firelight, taking the cooled ashes from the fire and continuously rubbing the rabbit skin. After a long time, looking at the dirty rabbit skin, she began to doubt whether her idea would work. After all, she had no knowledge in this area. It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. After a long day of labor, she was tired. Seeing that the rabbit meat was almost dried, she put it away and watched the embers gradually diminish. After all, she and gathered much firewood. QushengshengGets held the little beast in her arms, leaning against a corner of the cave, with neatly arranged bows and arrows at her side. At this moment, QushengshengGets really didn't dare to fall into a deep sleep, as night was when wild animals were active, and many would choose to hunt at night. She certainly didn't want to become prey. Around midnight, the sounds outside began to increase. It seemed that an animal was stepping on the dry grass, and there were noises of something jumping on branches, even the sound of fish jumping out of the water. Chapter 214 Encounter with the Orc Squad. QushengshengGets held her breath, staring at the orange-red embers of the fire pit that were now gone, while the ashes still emitted some residual warmth. She dared not be careless and could only sleep lightly, remaining vigilant. In the middle of the night, the clear wail of a beast alerted her, causing her to sit up, fingers gripping her bow and arrow, staring towards the direction of the stone-blocked cave entrance. The sounds of the beast struggling and fighting grew increasingly clear, and she was certain that this battlefield was not far from her cave. She dare not make a sound, quietly slowing her breathing, praying in her heart not to be that unlucky. Eventually, the wailing grew softer and then ceased entirely. QushengshengGets listened in silence, her body tense, fearful that the beast, in a killing frenzy, might discover her. After a while, she heard something being dragged, and peering through the gap at the cave entrance, she saw a beast the size of a small car, dragging a prey smaller than itself past her cave. She even felt the beast's breath, sending a shiver down her spine. After a long time, she slumped to the ground. The forest was far too dangerous. She had to figure out a way to leave and could no longer stay or attempt to cross through it. QushengshengGets estimated that the fox orc who had captured her probably wasn't keeping an eye on her anymore. So she planned to fill her water containers the next day and head south. Unable to sleep now, she continued to rub her rabbit water pouch. As the sky gradually brightened, QushengshengGets got up and buried the fire pit with sand. Then she took the rabbit skin to the lakeside to wash it. It was clear that the rabbit skin was already quite clean, with little grease and looking decent. There was still a slight fishy smell, but she had to make do, as it wasn't the time to be picky. She quickly filled her water containers, tied them up with bee skin rope, and put them into her space. After that, she started her journey. She was now wearing a dark-colored bee skin outfit, looking somewhat dirty. She didn't bother to clean up much because she had to go to where the orcs were. Being too glamorous was not a good thing for a female. QushengshengGets walked for the entire morning, relying on the golden fruits and roasted rabbit jerky from her space to reach a small creek. She drank a little water from the creek and was just about to leave when she heard voices. Instinctively, she hid in the nearby bushes, trying to stay as far from the creek as possible. She quietly observed the newcomers, who were a group of strong orcs dressed in neat bee skin skirts, all tall, likely over 6 feet. They all had golden hair, especially the leader, whose hair was deeper, a particularly unique golden red color. Although these orcs looked to be in good spirits, they all bore various wounds, with one bleeding profusely. However, they seemed unconcerned, appearing merely to be there for water. QushengshengGets guessed they were a hunting squad from some tribe, as they each looked battle-ready. She counted 10 people. This could likely be their elite, making her hesitate about whether to come out and seek help, at least to ask for directions, as she still wanted to find the teleportation array in Sharp Empire. Just as she was hesitating, the leading orc suddenly looked sharply in her direction, startling her. "Who? Come out." His palm crackled with electricity, his gaze fixed on the bush where she hid. In his eyes, she was already a dead person. "If you don't come out, I'll make a move." The electricity in his palm grew brighter. The other 9 also looked coldly in that direction, seeming to follow the orders of their leader without question. "Don't." QushengshengGets quickly stood up, raising her hands high to show she had no weapons. Her bow and arrow were already put away in her space, in her haste earlier. She had only managed to grab a bee skin pouch filled with some golden fruits and rabbit jerky. Chuan looked at the unknown female with vigilance in his heart. After all, it was not normal for a female to suddenly appear in a desolate forest. "Where's your male?" Chuan asked coldly. QushengshengGets hurriedly replied. "My male and I were attacked by the lake over there last night. He went out to drink water and was captured by a beast. I could only find my way home alone." As she spoke, her eyes were filled with sadness, and the anguish on her face couldn't be concealed. She looked haggard and dirty, lending credibility to her words. Chuan glanced at Fan beside him, who quietly turned and went to investigate the direction the female had indicated. Chuan did not hide his actions from QushengshengGets. She could only play the role of a grieving widow. Fortunately, there had been beasts hunting around her cave last night, so she didn't care if someone came to check. After all, only battle traces were left. How could they know it wasn't the work of beast-shaped orcs? Moreover, that beast was likely already eaten clean. Sure enough, after a while, Fan returned and whispered to Chuan about a small cave, signs of fire, and traces of a struggle with beasts. All these circumstances matched what QushengshengGets had said. After all, in Chuan's mind, females were useless beings. They couldn't possibly be alone in a forest and wouldn't know how to make a fire. He had observed that there were no other creatures around. Thinking of this, he put away the electricity in his hand. Chapter 2:15. I am the priest. Chuan didn't care at all about the appearance of female. He washed his hands by the stream. A deep gash marked his forearm, the flesh rolled back, and after the water washed away the sand and stones from the wound, fresh red blood began to seep out. The others looked similarly injured, each with wounds of varying severity, the deepest one almost revealing bone. They appeared to have been cut by something very sharp, with each person bearing injuries. QushengshengGets speculated that they might have gone hunting for a metal-type magical beast, resulting in injuries for everyone. While the others tended to their wounds, the orc who had gone to scout kept a vigilant watch on her. Taking on the role of a scout, QushengshengGets observed their disregard for her, deliberating for a moment before noticing that, aside from the leader, the other orcs were sneaking glances at her. She addressed the leader, saying, "Can you take me out of this forest and to the Sharp Empire?" Upon hearing this, a mocking glint flashed in Chuan's eyes, and the others looked up at her with sharp, wolf-like gazes. Seeing that they ignored her, QushengshengGets bit her lip and focused on their wounds, saying earnestly, I am a priest. I can help you. Mo Chuhan's sharp gaze turned towards her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. She met his gaze fearlessly, without flinching, and it was very likely that she truly was a priest. However, the importance of a priest in their tribe was self-evident. It was impossible for a priest to leave with an orc, raising doubts about the female's presence. You are a priest. How could you come to an uninhabited forest with an orc? Mo Chuhan asked coldly. Qushengsheng blinked, a bitter smile on her face as she replied, I am indeed a priest, and I am a runaway priest. Runaway? Why? The orc who had scouted earlier asked curiously, tilting his head. Because a tribe cannot have two priests. She cannot accept me. Qushengsheng said bitterly. Two priests? Everyone looked surprised, wondering what kind of tribe was favored by the beast god. Their tribe had only one elder as a priest, and she was very old, almost unrecognizable. Yet, after so many years, their tribe had not produced a second priest. Mo Chuhan also looked over, and Qushengsheng continued with her head down. Yes, two priests. We are twins. She's my older sister. Later, it was discovered that we both had the potential to become priests. The tribe was pleased, but my sister was unwilling. She could not accept having a sister of equal status. So, she pretended to be gentle and kind to me on the surface, but secretly sought to harm me, making the tribe disappointed in me. My sister even said I was ominous and wanted to execute me. I could only escape with the one orc who was willing to support me, but unexpectedly, he was dragged away by a beast last night. After speaking, Qushengsheng's face was filled with glistening tears, making her look quite pitiful. This successfully made the orcs feel guilty. It was indeed quite inconsiderate to expose someone else's scars. Qushengsheng thought to herself, when out in the world, one's identity is self-given. After listening, Mo Chuhan pondered for a moment and said, as long as you can heal the illnesses of our tribe members, I will take you to the Sharp Empire. I have only recently become a priest, and I can only tell you that I will do my best, Qushengsheng said, not daring to make any guarantees, as she was indeed a novice and did not want to overpromise. That's fine. Just do your best, Mo Chuhan replied, appearing more agreeable, though his gaze was still cold. It lacked the sharpness from before. Qushengsheng cautiously asked, can I come over? Come over quickly, said the orc who had asked her a question earlier. My name is Qushengsheng. I am Mo Fan. This is our leader, Mo Chuhan. Mo Fan introduced himself, and Mo Chuhan cheerfully, sporting a head of short golden hair. Qushengsheng obediently walked over, and seeing their calm demeanor, she remembered that she had some dried fluff feathers and yew grass in her small leather pouch. So she walked to the stream to wash her hands, and then picked a smooth stone. She ground the dried fluff feathers into a paste with a stone, and then asked Mo Chuhan, Leader, may I apply some medicine for you? Qushengsheng carefully scraped the fluff paste onto a clean large leaf, and then looked at Mo Chuhan. Seeing Mo Chuhan's distrustful gaze, she did not hesitate to lick the fluff paste from her jade-white fingertips, the bitter taste making her frown slightly. Mo Chuhan was momentarily taken aback by her action. In fact, he had already confirmed that she was definitely a priest when she washed her hands. Her hands were delicate and tender, her skin fair from years without sunlight. Only priests in the tribe did not participate in gathering, so their skin was whiter than that of ordinary females. After seeing her skillfully grinding the herbs, he had already begun to believe her. He was only contemplating, not doubting, which might have led to misunderstandings. However, he found her attitude and behavior quite admirable. Qushengsheng then saw Mo Chuhan kneel down on one knee in front of her. Chapter 216. Wolfsback Qushengsheng was indeed startled. Mo Chuhan had a cold expression, his face devoid of emotion, and was kneeling in front of her on one knee. The posture was indeed reminiscent of a solemn proposal. After clearing her throat twice, she said, no need for that, just sit here. Qushengsheng pointed to a nearby stone, and Mo Chuhan obediently sat down. Mo Chuhan was very tall, with a mane of golden red hair that resembled the orange of sunrise, and his eyes were a rare golden color, like golden ore. Qushengsheng felt that he resembled a god in the eyes of Westerners, as his features were exquisite, almost sculpted. However, Qushengsheng merely cast a casual glance. She had always avoided dangerous men, opting to stay clear of potential harm. Qushengsheng examined Mo Chuhan's wounds and rinsed them with clean water, washing away any stones and debris before applying a soft feather balm. Mo Chuhan lowered his gaze to the female applying medicine to him, although she appeared somewhat gray. Her delicate brows and eyes were hard to miss, and her snow-white, tender hands meticulously treated his injuries. The tenderness of her white fingertips made him feel somewhat uneasy, but he maintained a cold demeanor controlling his embarrassed reaction. After all, he was the leader of the Songlong tribe. Qushengsheng could sense the growing indifference in Mo Chuhan's eyes. A chill radiated from him that made her feel as if she might freeze in the heat of summer. She stole a glance at his expression, but he remained cold and expressionless. Qushengsheng couldn't help but wonder if Mo Chuhan was expressionless due to a lack of emotion, or if he was deeply dissatisfied with himself, but was enduring it for the sake of his tribe. Qushengsheng tried to minimize her movements and worked quickly. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. This person's aura was truly intimidating. Afterward, one after another, the beastmen came to line up for treatment. The most interesting part was that some of them sprouted light golden or pale grass-colored ears and tails. Qushengsheng knew that in the beastman culture, this indicated shyness or pleasure. Watching this group of handsome beastmen, who looked like a boy band, react so adorably in front of her made her unable to help but smile, and her movements became even gentler. In her eyes, many beastmen were honest and friendly, and their care for females made her feel that beastmen were quite lovable. Mo Chuhan coldly observed the females' gentle and detailed actions, even asking his warriors from time to time if they were in pain. The fact that she hadn't asked him made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, seeing his tribe's finest beastmen acting so foolishly, with ears and tails popping out, he felt that their daily training was still lacking, resulting in such unremarkable behavior. Once all the beastmen had received treatment, Mo Chuhan ordered them to set off. With his command, all the beastmen transformed into wolves. Qushengsheng then realized that this pack of wolves was indeed extraordinary. Their fur was a beautiful golden color, though varied in shades. Among them, Mo Chuhan's fur matched the golden red of his hair, making him look particularly handsome. After all, a group of dashing wolves with such uniquely beautiful colors was truly dreamlike. Although Qushengsheng was taken aback by their collective transformation, she felt somewhat awkward. She knew that the speed of the beastmen in their animal forms was something she could never match, leaving her feeling a bit constrained. However, Mo Fan held a few times, and Mo Chuhan joined in. Then, Mo Fan looked back at her with some reluctance before stepping back behind Mo Chuhan. If Qushengsheng could understand, she would realize that Mo Fan was asking Mo Chuhan, "Leader, can I take Shengsheng back with me? Can you take people across the canyon?" Mo Chuhan merely asked a question in response. Mo Fan then retreated. In their tribe, only the leader was at the 4th level, and only he had the strength to lead others across the canyon. Qushengsheng saw Mo Chuhan elegantly walk up to her, then gracefully lower himself slightly so she could easily climb onto his back. Looking at the beautiful, fluffy golden red fur, she felt a surge of desire. What beautiful fur! Could she touch it? Seeing Qushengsheng still in a daze, Mo Chuhan impatiently nudged her with his head, urging her to hurry. Coming to her senses, Qushengsheng apologized and quickly climbed onto Mo Chuhan's back, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, fearing she might be thrown off. This action made Mo Chuhan shift uncomfortably. Although he was startled by the softness of the female's body, he still managed to maintain his composure and uphold his authority as a leader. Truly a leader, staying so calm on his first time carrying a female. If it were him, he would have fumbled around. Mo Fan thought with admiration. Meanwhile, the admired leader's ears twitched slightly, subtly moving. With Mo Chuhan's deep wolf howl, a pack of golden wolves darted through the forest like golden lightning, startling birds and other creatures into flight. Qushengsheng initially intended to observe the forest, trying to memorize the route, but after being buffeted by the wind, she learned her lesson and buried her head in the big wolf's fur. The wolf's body had no strange smell, just the warm and clean scent of a sun-dried kitten. Combined with the beautiful fur, she couldn't help but rub her face against the elegant wolf fur at his neck. As Mo Chuhan sprinted quickly, he narrowly avoided crashing into a nearby tree. A close call. The warm breath of the female on his neck felt particularly clear, especially when she nuzzled against him like a spoiled child, sending a shiver down his spine and nearly causing him to lose his footing. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself, and Mo Chuhan secretly let out a sigh of relief. In truth, he could almost feel everything Qushengsheng was doing on his back. He couldn't help but be distracted by her, as this was also his first time carrying a female, and he felt a mix of indescribable emotions. Chapter 217. Mammoth the wolf pack raced swiftly, and suddenly, Mo Chuhan let out a low, deep wolf howl, causing everyone to stop. They then formed a triangular formation centered around Mo Chuhan. Mo Chuhan listened attentively for a while, then perked up his ears, crouching down slowly. QushengshengGets guessed that he wanted her to stay down, so she quieted herself and was surrounded in the middle of the pack. Chuhan coldly stared ahead, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Qushengsheng also focused on the forest and suddenly spotted a massive gray figure emerging. Upon closer inspection, it was a giant version of a mammoth. Its enormous tusks seemed to glimmer with a cold light, and its thick fur provided it with strong defense. It looked nothing like an ordinary elephant. Rather, it had a fierce expression. Chuan glared at it coldly and emitted a series of wolf howls of varying lengths, prompting all the wolves to slowly encircle it, creating a pincer formation. Beside Qushengsheng was a light golden wolf, its sharp gaze scanning the surroundings for any movement. Chuan took the lead and unleashed a powerful thunderball, but the mammoth was not to be underestimated. It stomped its front leg on the ground, instantly raising a dirt wall in front of the thunderball. This not only slowed down the thunderball, but allowed the mammoth to leap aside, successfully dodging the attack. However, as soon as it landed, various elemental blades came flying from all directions towards it. It had no choice but to retreat, which inadvertently allowed the wolf pack to surround it even better. Chuan waited for it to back away, ensuring that a female was safely positioned behind them, as he needed to guarantee that their battle wouldn't harm her. The wolf pack continuously tightened their encirclement. The mammoth's thick skin and meat made it unafraid of low-tier elemental blades. The damage was insufficient to penetrate its tough hide. However, the mammoth's dirt walls and earth spikes posed significant obstacles to the wolf pack, hindering their movements. Among the wolves, there was a Tier 3 wood-type beastman who ensnared the mammoth's hind leg with vines. Chuan then used other elemental blades to fire off a seemingly low-damage thunderball. The mammoth suddenly sensed an extreme threat and instinctively tried to flee, but the vines momentarily hindered it. In that instant, purple lightning erupted from its massive body. The mammoth let out a pained roar, revealing charred flesh and bright red blood on its side. Enraged, it glared at Chuan, stomping its front hooves on the ground, indicating that it had begun to hold a grudge. Qushengsheng realized that this mammoth was a magical beast, possibly one of high rank, as its eyes held both bloodlust and intelligence. Regardless of the creature, once it gained awareness, its lethality would increase exponentially. However, Chuan was not intimidated by such a beast. He lowered his head slightly and shot out like lightning, pouncing onto the mammoth's charred wound, and his front claws raked fiercely. Instantly, 3 deep gashes appeared, exposing bone, and bright red blood and shredded flesh poured out. The mammoth angrily swung its long trunk and quickly turned to strike at Chuan's side with its hard, sharp tusks. It also used earth spikes to block Chuan's retreat path, forcing him to leap behind the mammoth, although he still suffered a cut on his side. Feeling Chuan on its back, the mammoth began to leap around like an untamed wild horse, while Chuan crouched low on its back, carefully avoiding its tail. At the same time, he was waiting for the right moment, his eyes fixed on its throat, hoping to strike when the mammoth grew tired. The other wolves surrounded nearby, unable to act rashly. Otherwise, they would be feeding the mammoth, and it could easily injure their leader. Qushengsheng watched from a distance, her fingers tightening with anxiety. The intense battle situation was indeed nerve-wracking. The mammoth seemed to guess Chuan's intentions, and, taking advantage of its thick skin and tough flesh, forcefully charged through the dirt wall it had created. Before it could make that risky move, a hint of mockery flashed in Chuan's eyes as he violently tore a chunk of flesh from the mammoth's back. Then, with lightning speed, he pressed the lightning onto the wound before quickly retreating. After this series of actions, he panted slightly, watching the mammoth collapse and convulse on the ground. Then, with a handsome wolf howl, all the light golden wolves charged in to surround the struggling mammoth. This was followed by half an hour of one-sided firepower suppression until the mammoth finally ceased its movements after a reluctant wail. The one responsible for all this, Chuan, stood on a high ground, licking the wound on his front leg while keeping his gaze fixed on the battlefield like a guardian deity, always powerfully protecting the rear while also providing the others with an opportunity to gain experience. In the end, one wolf extracted a green crystal core from the mammoth's head and brought it to Chuan. Qushengsheng saw Chuan press his front paw onto the crystal core, after which it disappeared. She inferred that Chuan must have a spatial ability, as he was the leader. Meanwhile, the wolf named Fan stepped forward to collect the mammoth's corpse. It seemed Chuan's tribe was not bad. At least they must have 2 spatial abilities. After that, they set off again, with Mo Chuhan leading Qushengsheng. She noticed the wounds on Mo Chuhan's side and various other injuries on his body. Should we treat your wounds first? Qushengsheng asked near Mo Chuhan's beast ears. Mo Chuhan's ears twitched. Then he steadied himself and shook his wolf head firmly. Qushengsheng didn't press further. She obediently climbed onto his back. Whatever needed to be done, Mo Chuhan, as the leader, would know better than her. She only needed to express her willingness to heal. Mo Chuhan looked at the sky, wanting to return to the tribe before dark. So he didn't allocate time for treating wounds. The pack of wolves ran swiftly. Chapter 2:18. Crossing the canyon, Qushengsheng lay on the back of the wolf, feeling the wind and speed as her thoughts gradually drifted away. She had been separated from Yuanjiang and Eugene for too long, and her longing was uncontrollable. She just hoped to reunite with them soon. At this moment, she did not notice the little beast in her arms moving its claws, its eyelashes fluttering slightly. But it still did not open its eyes. Fuyu felt as if she had experienced a heart-wrenching pain, yet she could not recall it. In her dreams, she seemed to be a traveler in a dark space, devoid of light, but had to struggle to survive. Can we really just wait like this? Yuanjiang wandered anxiously not far from the teleportation array, feeling stifled. It had been so long. They had actually lost the female, which was utterly ridiculous. Eugene's expression was dark, and after a long pause, he said, "From today, we will hunt towards the west and northwest, strengthening our strength while using the mate sensing within 100 meters to find Shengsheng." Eugene was not without urgency, but he needed to keep calm. If they were all anxious, how could they find Shengsheng? Okay, Yuanjiang quickly agreed, truly worried. He knew Shengsheng was very smart, but she was beautiful and unprotected by a beastman, and he was really afraid she would be harmed. In fact, Yuanjiang hoped that Shengsheng had a beastman by her side protecting her at this moment. If that beastman could guard her, he wouldn't mind at all. He just wanted her to be unharmed. Yuanjiang also knew that Eugene shared the same thoughts. Nothing was more important than Shengsheng's safety. At this moment, Qushengsheng looked at the abyss canyon before her, feeling a bit panicked. The canyon was quite far apart, almost 10 meters, and looked very terrifying. She observed the wolves around her. None of them had wings, which meant jump over. She saw Mo Chuhan slowly retreating, then looking back at her on his back. His eyes asking, "Are you ready?" Qushengsheng's heart tightened, and she finally wrapped her arms tightly around Mo Chuhan's neck, pressing her body against the large wolf. Montak Chuhan, feeling the warm and soft female body against his back, felt a bit uncomfortable. However, he quickly ignored that. This canyon was a difficult place to cross, and basically, beastmen below the third tier could not get across unless they had wings. Suddenly, Qushengsheng felt Mo Chuhan increase his speed. When he reached the edge of the cliff, he suddenly leaped. She could feel the cold wind rushing past her hair. Almost afraid to breathe or open her eyes, those few seconds felt like a year to her, causing her heart to fill with fear, leaving her clinging tightly to Mo Chuhan. With a whoosh, Mo Chuhan came to a hard stop on the gravel ground, his side brushing against the wound on his injured leg, which began to bleed again. He couldn't help but gasp softly. Carrying a female over the canyon was a bit too much for his fourth-tier body that had just fought. However, he was relieved that he made it across. Mo Chuhan turned around to look at the pack of wolves behind him, one by one leaping over, not missing a single one. A proud smile flashed in his cold eyes. They were indeed warriors of his wolf tribe, and none of them were lacking. A whoop! Mo Chuhan felt a surge in his heart and howled loudly toward the sky. The other wolves heard it and stood tall with pride, howling back at the moon, and finally knelt elegantly on one knee before their leader. Qushengsheng was almost stunned by this scene. In that moment, although she could not understand wolf language, her heart was hard to calm. Their submission to the leader and Mo Chuhan's pride in his warriors was almost undisguised. Perhaps this was the beast world. They were all sincere and filled with the courage of beastmen. After that, they set off once more, this time at a faster pace, as all the wolves ran hard, fearing they would fall behind the pack. They fought hard to survive, blooming vibrant flowers of life on the continent. Chapter 219. Grandma High. About 2 hours later, Qushengsheng saw some flickering lights and smoke rising in the distance, realizing they had arrived at Mo Chuhan's tribe. Mo Chuhan's tribe was situated in a mountainous area on 3 sides, with a pack of wolves living in a valley surrounded by steep peaks, making it a defensible place. Reaching the entrance of the tribe, Mo Chuhan howled a few times with great enthusiasm. The wolves behind him joined in the howl, resembling a triumphant return of a hero. Then, Qushengsheng noticed that there were wolves guarding the mountains on all 3 sides, seemingly responding to the return of their king. She also heard the high-pitched yelps of some small wolf pups in the tribe, their voices cute and endearing, warming her heart. Indeed, as soon as they entered, she saw the little wolves standing on adorable little mounds, their light orange fur fluffy as they howled up at the sky. QushengshengGets felt her heart melting. She couldn't resist wanting to pet these little creatures. They were just so cute. However, Chuan paid no attention to this and took QushengshengGets directly to their tribe's priestess, Grandma Hai. QushengshengGets watched as the surrounding caves grew farther away, and soon they stopped in front of a cave by a waterfall. QushengshengGets quickly dismounted from the wolf-fest back. Sure enough, as soon as she got down, a flash of light appeared, and a handsome man, looking as if he were a deity, appeared before QushengshengGets with a stern expression. Having learned from her experience with Yuan Jiang, QushengshengGets knew to get off in advance. Chuan's eyes flashed with regret. He noticed that the beastmen in his tribe liked to suddenly transform into human form while holding a female in their arms, making the females laugh happily. He wasn't sure what he was feeling, nor did he remind her, and simply transformed smoothly into human form. Come on, inside is our tribe's priestess, Grandma Hai. There was respect and closeness in Chuan's eyes. We have a visitor, it's Chuan, a kind voice echoed. QushengshengGets saw a female dressed in gray-white animal skins, hunched over with snow-white hair wrapped in the same colored fur, looking very gentle. She was picking herbs from a large stone slab, and it seemed she was also brewing some potion in the cave. Grandma, someone is injured? Chuan frowned as he caught a whiff of the scent. It's Chioning. She accidentally fell from a tree while gathering herbs. Her bones are fine, but her internal organs have some damage. Oh, Chuan brought a female. Grandma Hai raised her eyebrows, her eyes filled with teasing. Chuan felt a moment of panic, but then clarified. No, she is a female I found in the forest. Grandma Hai caught the scent belonging to Chuan on the female. If there hadn't been close contact, how could she have that scent? So, she smiled knowingly and said, is that so? Chuan awkwardly changed the subject, saying, Grandma, she is a priestess. At this, Grandma Hai's expression turned serious, and she asked in surprise, a priestess? How could a priestess end up here? And you found her? With a skeptical look, Grandma Hai almost questioned whether Chuan had lured a priestess from another tribe. Montak Shuhan was momentarily speechless. And QushengshengGets quickly recounted the story she had told earlier about how her sister, as a priestess, could not accept her. To be honest, QushengshengGets felt a bit flustered herself. She had only heard Yuan Jiang and Eugene explain about priestesses, and she had never been one herself. Moreover, she wasn't from this world at all. She had heard that as a priestess, one could communicate with the beast gods, although she didn't believe in mysticism. Ever since she crossed into the beast world, she had become wary of disrespecting the gods. Hearing this, Grandma Hai sighed deeply, her eyes filled with sympathy. She carefully examined the female before her, noting her bright eyes that didn't wander and her gentle yet determined gaze, which made her smile more genuine. Shengsheng, welcome to our tribe. The beast god welcomes your arrival. Let Chuan arrange a place for you to stay, and do come visit this old woman when you have time. I will always welcome you. Grandma Hai's friendly words gradually warmed QushengshengGets' heart. She also felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving Chuan. She thought it was for self-preservation, but deceiving an elderly person made her feel uneasy. Thank you, Grandma. I will come to disturb you often. Grandma Hai smiled and Li, then waved her hand, signaling them to go rest. Chuan took QushengshengGets to a place not far from his cave. He wasn't intentionally arranging it for her. It was just that she was a priestess and needed special protection. As for Grandma Hai, after living for over 100 years as a priestess, she couldn't immediately trust this unfamiliar female who claimed to be a priestess. However, she had received a message from the beast god. Last month, she had foreseen that the wolf tribe would face a serious illness. The only one who could save them was an outsider priestess. Therefore, Grandma Hai had previously informed Chuan. Otherwise, with Chuan's character, even if QushengshengGets had spoken beautifully, he wouldn't have brought her back to the tribe. Chapter 220. Dividing the meat at the square, QushengshengGets followed Chuan to a cave near the mountains. The cave faced south, was very clean inside, had a stone bed, and was spacious enough for her to live in. Moreover, there was a smaller cave inside, which would allow her to separate the bedroom from the cooking area. Chuan observed QushengshengGets' expression and, seeing her smile with satisfaction, felt a slight sense of relief. To him, this place was the best cave, as it was relatively close to both him and Granny Hai. How is it? Is it okay? Yes, I really like it. Thank you, QushengshengGets said gratefully. After finishing her words, she placed her small bundle inside the cave. Mo Chuan took out a lot of animal skins from his space for her. All of these animal skins are for you. Take them and use them. Looking at the large pile of animal skins, QushengshengG felt a bit embarrassed and said, No, just one is enough, I don't need that many. QushengshengG had animal skins in her own space too, but she only needed to borrow one from Mo Chuan for cover. To her surprise, Mo Chuan was generous and gave her so many, making her feel quite awkward. Moreover, she didn't want to take too much from Mo Chuan because they were only in a cooperative relationship, and taking so much would be hard to repay. Our wolf tribe doesn't lack these animal skins, just take them. Mo Chuan didn't leave her any room for negotiation. After hearing this, QushengshengG stopped refusing, thinking that she should help the wolf tribe well and not let them suffer losses. What she didn't know was that all these animal skins came from Mo Chuan as private stash. The wolf tribe wouldn't store animal skins with him. QushengshengG hugged the animal skins into the bedroom and then heard a long wolf howl. Curious, she stepped outside, and as soon as she did, Mo Chuan explained, The tribe is dividing meat. Come with me. QushengshengG quickly waved her hand, saying that she hadn't done anything and that just taking the animal skins was enough. There was no need to go to the meat distribution site. That would be quite awkward, especially since she already had jerky in her bundle that would be enough for her to eat. Mo Chuan didn't give her a chance to refuse and directly grab her wrist to take her outside. He was just too lazy to explain, as he was the leader, and his presence was generally required during the meat distribution. Being pulled out by Mo Chuan, QushengshengG felt a bit bashful looking at the large hand gripping her wrist. It wasn't until they walked for 10 minutes and reached the meat distribution square that she took the opportunity to adjust her clothes and retract her wrist. Mo Chuan didn't think much of it at first, but when he saw QushengshengG slightly lowering her gaze, he suddenly thought of how touching her wrist felt like holding a handful of water, soft and delicate. Clenching his hand felt like keeping that softness in his palm. Unable to help himself, he glanced at her wrist again. In the firelight and with his wolf vision, he could clearly see a red ring where he had just gripped her wrist, standing out against her fair skin. Just a light touch, and it ended up like this? Mo Chuan wondered if he had used the same strength he would with prey, but he really had tried to be gentle. Seeing that QushengshengG was unconcerned and was instead curiously observing the lively scene in the square, Mo Chuan decided not to bring it up and thought he would ask Granny Hai tomorrow if there was any medicine to reduce the swelling. Now, beside QushengshengG, Mo Chuan noticed that as the leader arrived, they began to divide the meat. The first portion to be divided was for the leader. Since Mo Chuan received too much meat, he simply took Granny Hai's share as well. The one dividing the meat was a limping uncle, who worked quickly and evenly, handling the meat with a skill that resembled a master butcher. QushengshengG watched in amazement, finding his skills almost artistic, even better than Yuan Jiang's. 40 pounds of meat for 20 pounds of tender meat, Mo Chuan said casually. At first, the tribespeople were subtly sizing up the unfamiliar female beside the leader, especially some of the females. It was common knowledge that the leader didn't like females getting too close to him, but seeing him hold that female, as hand earlier, made them both puzzled and a bit unwilling. In the eyes of the wolf tribe females, Mo Chuan was like a god on a pedestal, handsome, powerful, and an ideal mate. However, the fact that he didn't like females near him added to the intrigue. They had all assumed that this unattainable flower couldn't be picked by anyone. Yet unexpectedly, he brought back a female from the hunt and held her hand, which left them feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Why was that? Chapter 221. Fetching water by the river. The surrounding people looked at QushengshengG with even more curiosity when they heard the chief was trading 40 pounds of meat for tender meat. This was because Mo Chuan would usually trade 20 pounds of meat for 10 pounds of tender meat, which was meant for Granny Hai. Mo Chuan himself didn't care what he ate, as long as it was meat. Now, trading 40 pounds of meat for 20 pounds was clearly to give that female 10 pounds, indicating he intended to support her. This made them reconsider the importance of this female in the chief's eyes. She might very well become the chief's wife. Montak Fen. The chief actually traded 10 pounds of meat for that female. A young, short-haired female with dark skin said to Mo Fan. Well, that's only right, Mo Fan replied nonchalantly. This left the female speechless, wondering why she deserved 10 pounds of tender meat from the chief. Seeing his nonchalant expression made her even angrier. But it also confirmed that this female was indeed the chief's favorite, which made her feel increasingly unsettled. She scrutinized the female closely in the firelight, noting that she looked rather shabby and unappealing. If the chief didn't choose her, then he should pick Xiao Ning, She'd be fine with that. Qushengsheng was unaware of the others' thoughts. She was just there to take a look. There were quite a few people in the tribe, and there seemed to be over 20 females with another 50 or so others, plus a group of small, fluffy creatures. This tribe was indeed quite large, which explained how they could form 10 hunting teams, all with members above the 3rd level. When the long-haired mammoth was released, everyone gasped in awe. Its size clearly indicated it was a magical beast. It was a source of pride for the tribe to have such hunting capabilities. A group of small, fluffy creatures surrounded the mammoth, looking fierce yet adorable as they howled playfully. At that moment, Qushengsheng placed the small beast she was holding into the cave, her heart brimming with affection as she watched the group of orange, chubby fluffballs. Chuan secretly observed Qushengsheng and noticed her gaze was fixated on the wolf cubs, as if she wanted to be among them. He found it puzzling. What was so interesting about those weak little cubs? Just then, he watched as one particularly plump cub stumbled and fell into a small pit. It huffed and puffed for a while before managing to get back up. A hint of disdain flashed in Chuan's eyes. It was truly foolish. He turned to look at Qushengsheng, who was laughing with her eyes narrowed in delight, clearly enjoying the sight. Chuan glanced back at the cubs and thought, they weren't all that stupid. They had some worth. After the meat was divided, Chuan easily carried over 100 pounds of meat, as if it were as light as a kitten. Qushengsheng envied his beautiful muscles, wishing she had such strength. Seeing her gaze on the meat he carried, Chuan couldn't help but soften inside. He kindly said, there's also your share of meat here, don't worry. Qushengsheng was momentarily taken aback and tilted her head, realizing Chuan had misunderstood. She quickly clarified, no, I was looking at your muscles, they look very strong. Chuan raised an eyebrow, concluding that this little female was just shy. However, her compliment about his strength was indeed perceptive. Eat more meat, and you can be like this too, Chuan encouraged. Qushengsheng imagined herself with muscles like Chuan's and thought, that scene wouldn't be much different from a muscular Barbie. She decided against it, not wanting to scare Eugene and Yuanjiang. Chuan led Qushengsheng to her cave and indeed brought her a large piece of meat. Qushengsheng quickly refused, but Chuan insisted she take it. He then asked her, can you start a fire? Yes, Qushengsheng answered promptly, not wanting to trouble him further. Chuan nodded, feeling a bit regretful. His grilling skills were quite good, and he wouldn't have minded cooking for her. Afterward, Chuan left for Granny Hai's cave, while Qushengsheng watched him go, thinking he was really a good person. She had misjudged his seemingly cold demeanor. Qushengsheng took out the firestone from her bundle and found a pile of firewood in a corner of the cave. She started a fire and looked at the meat, finding it very tender, deciding to feed some to the small beast first. After feeding it, she gently patted the small beast's head, feeling its soft, fluffy white fur. She silently urged it to wake up soon. She then made a little nest for the small beast beside her pillow before starting to grill the meat. Since she didn't have much salt left, she had to eat sparingly. The meat was tender and exuded a rich aroma, being from a magical beast, and it felt warm in her stomach. Unable to resist, Qushengsheng ended up eating most of the meat before slowly stopping. The magical beast's meat was indeed extraordinary. On his way back, Chuan passed by Qushengsheng's cave and noticed the light of the fire inside, feeling relieved. He was about to walk away when Qushengsheng called out to him. Chief, may I ask if there's a water source nearby? Qushengsheng inquired. Chuan nodded and said, yes, I'll take you there. At that moment, Chuan had just had a hurried dinner at Granny Hai's, so he was also planning to go to the river. Qushengsheng followed Chuan, and the two walked in silence. After about 5 minutes from Chuan's cave, she heard the sound of water, her eyes lighting up as she quickened her pace. Chuan paused for a moment, glancing at Qushengsheng and noticing her face was filled with joy, so he continued walking. Just as Qushengsheng was nearing the riverbank, she suddenly heard a sound coming from behind a large tree not far away and curiously asked, what sound is that? Chuan pressed his lips together and rubbed his nose, but didn't respond. As they took a few more steps, the sound became clearer. Fan. The intertwining gasps of a female and a male were unmistakable. However, Fan? Qushengsheng's mind conjured the image of that handsome face, and she felt a sense of devastation. After all, Fan gave her the impression of being very youthful, looking only in his teens or early 20s. Seeing Qushengsheng's face turn pink, Chuan couldn't help but smirk. She was so easily embarrassed, which was quite adorable. Qushengsheng pretended not to hear and hurried to the riverbank. Fortunately, once she reached the river, the sound faded away, and she secretly let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 222. Wooden Bucket. Qushenghsheng walked to the riverbank and saw a river that didn't seem shallow, with low shrubs on both sides. After surveying her surroundings for a while, and seeing no one and hearing no strange sounds, she felt relieved. She then walked to the riverbank, washed her hands, and tidied herself up. After cleaning herself, her gaze fell on a large tree on the opposite bank, and she thought about wanting a wooden water bucket and a few wooden basins. Thinking this way, she figured that since there were many people in debt, she might as well ask Mo Chuhan to make a few for her. If that didn't work, she could just plead with him. With this thought, Qushenghsheng approached, and Mo Chuhan was kneeling by the river, washing his face with water. Sensing Qushenghsheng's approach, he slowly looked up. Wolves have excellent night vision, and tonight's moonlight was bright. And Mo Chuhan could clearly see the beauty of the female in front of him. Under the moonlight, her jade-white skin seemed to glow, her delicate brows and eyes, her straight nose, and her petal-like red lips. All of it looked so beautiful. In Mo Chuhan's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he suddenly found it hard to control his heartbeat. His ears began to emerge slowly, the golden-orange tips trembling slightly. Qushenghsheng saw the sparkling water droplets on Mo Chuhan's handsome face, and when the droplets rolled down to his strong chest and abs, her gaze followed, until the droplets slid along his mermaid line into deeper areas, making her uncomfortably look away. Mo Chuhan's handsome and sexy appearance left a deep impression on her. Feeling a bit shy, Qushenghsheng said, "Leader, could you do me a favor?" "Say it." Mo Chuhan's voice seemed deeper than before, sounding enticing. Qushenghsheng shyly pinched the corner of her beast skin skirt and slowly said, "Could you help me make a water bucket and some basins?" Mo Chuhan nodded decisively. Qushenghsheng described the size and shape she wanted, and then Mo Chuhan swam to the opposite side, carried a tree back, and efficiently cut it according to her specifications. Although it wasn't as perfect as what Yuan Jiang would make, Mo Chuhan, being a Thunder-type soul power user, naturally couldn't compare to Yuan Jiang's Gold-type cutting ability. Qushenghsheng filled the freshly made water bucket with water, but just as she was about to lift it, Mo Chuhan took it from her. He effortlessly held the water with one hand while carrying the bowls and basins he made for her with the other. On their way back, they took a slightly longer route to avoid the path they had come from. "What? The leader brought back a female?" said a female lying on a stone bed. Her complexion pale, her skin whiter than average, with long hair reaching her waist, looking like a gentle neighbor's sister. "Yes, and the leader seems to value her a lot. He even gave her 10 pounds of tender meat. Also, according to M.O. Shah, he saw the leader and that female go to the river just now. They must have gone to do good deeds." The speaker was the black-skinned, short-haired female who had spoken to M.O. Fan in the square. "How could this happen? Xiaoning, don't doubt it. Xiaolu, don't like to lie. I originally thought you were the most likely to become the leader's wife, but unexpectedly, the leader suddenly brought back a female, so you won't have anything to do with it. You might as well give up." Xiaoning looked at Xiaolu, who was sitting by the bed, eating the fruits she picked, picking and choosing, only eating the biggest ones with a flash of disgust in her eyes. However, she was not in the mood to care about Xiaolu right now and kept asking about the unfamiliar female the leader brought back. Xiaolu, while eating the fruit, patiently answered Xiaoning's questions. In the end, when Xiaolu finished the fruit, she stood up and said she was going back to sleep, and then she left decisively. Xiaoning watched Xiaolu's plump back, feeling disgusted. Xiaolu was just someone who only cared about benefits. Whoever fed her milk, she would call the mother. Xiaoning closed her eyes. She had accidentally fallen from a tree today and thought she would receive some pity from the leader, but unexpectedly, he brought back a female from who knows where. From what she knew about the leader, he wouldn't have relations with a female without informing the tribe. So did she still have a chance? Xiaoning clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with determination. During this time, she had been constantly helping Granny Hai, wanting to become the next priestess. After all, among the females of her generation, she was the smartest. Unfortunately, she could only identify one type of plant, which did not qualify her to be a true priestess, but that was okay. As long as Granny Hai died, she could take the position of priestess. At that time, she would be the only priestess in the tribe, and she would be able to match with the leader. Xiaoning kept plotting in her heart, believing that she had the looks and intelligence. Only she qualified to be with the leader. Chapter 223. The water-fetching incident regarding Xiaoning's calculations. Qushenghsheng and Mo Chuhan were completely unaware. After Mo Chuhan sent Qushenghsheng to the cave, he turned and went to his own cave. Early the next morning, Qushenghsheng woke up because she was disturbed by a group of howling sounds outside the cave. She guessed that it was the hunting team setting off into the mountains, and the howling might be a signal to gather. After getting up, Qushengsheng used the water she fetched last night to clean her body. Looking at the somewhat dirty animal skin she was wearing, she frowned but ultimately changed into a clean animal skin dress. The dress was black, consisting of a strapless top and a short skirt, looking neat, tidy, and pure. After tying her troublesome hair into a braid, she left the cave. She planned to fetch some water and took one last look at the little white beast before heading out. She gently patted the beast's head and felt its little whiskers twitch, observing it for a moment in delight. Seeing that it didn't wake up, she regrettably stepped out to fetch water. Just as Qushengsheng walked out of the cave, she saw a group of orange, furry little creatures peeking around. Could this be the group of little cubs? So cute, so cute. Qushengsheng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Cubs, what are you doing? QushengshengGets. Hearing her voice, the group of cubs was startled and collectively retreated, eventually bumping into each other, with the chubbiest one falling over in front of her. Qushengsheng watched as this little cub squirmed on the ground in front of her and couldn't resist poking it with her finger. Once her fingertip touched the soft fur, she was utterly captivated and had to touch it all over. Thus, while pretending to flip the cub over, she secretly rubbed it several times, feeling immense satisfaction. The cub's fur was as soft as a cloud, warm and comforting, truly healing. After the little chubby cub was flipped over, it turned its back on her, looking fierce and grumpy, howling at her for a while. Qushengsheng couldn't help but smile at its antics. She watched as the little chubby cub and its buddies squatted together, heads held high, initially looking fierce, but upon seeing her, they suddenly tilted their heads. Qushengsheng was instantly melted by their cuteness. She adored these little creatures so much. A group of cubs began to chatter, not knowing what they were saying. However, Qushengsheng was charmed by their serious and earnest demeanor as they discussed something. If she could understand wolf language, she would know that this group of cubs was actually discussing her beauty and unanimously agreeing that such a beautiful female deserved the leader, and when they grew up, they would strive to compete for her. Qushengsheng planned to fetch water first. After taking a couple of steps, she noticed a group of cubs crowding behind her and following her in a line. Qushengsheng was startled. Could this be a blessing from above? The cubs like her so much. However, what she didn't know was that these cubs were all plotting to become her beast husbands in the future. In the beast world, praising a cub for becoming a warrior was a hope, while saying a cub would have a female was considered a blessing. Who is she? How could she be so beautiful? Do you think I have a chance? I suggest you go wash up and sleep. Beast God bless me. Let me win this female's favor. Can you match her? Look at you, not a muscle on you. Better let the beast God bless me. Just you? Besides being big, you're useless. Such arguments continuously occurred on Qushengsheng's way to the riverbank. Do you need help fetching water? I can assist you. A male with fair skin and big eyes approached, looking eagerly at Qushengsheng. No, I can do it myself. Thank you for your kindness. Qushengsheng was taken aback and quickly waved her hand to refuse. Let me do it, I'm stronger, said a muscular orc with brownish yellow hair. No thank you. Qushengsheng quickly dodged the male's outstretched hand and stepped back. As she stepped back, it created space for the little cubs to move forward, and thus. This is my female. She's mine. I like her. I want a beautiful female like her too. Qushengsheng couldn't understand, but the males nearby understood completely, and a group of them chuckled helplessly at the scene. These little cubs were as adorable as 3-year-old children claiming they wanted to marry someone. They didn't understand the reasoning, but they had developed a sense of aesthetics. Taking advantage of the little cubs protecting her, Qushengsheng quickly maneuvered around and headed to the riverbank to fetch water. In the orc male's dictionary, females were something to be pursued relentlessly. They never understood the concept of giving up. After all, if you couldn't win her over, you would keep pursuing. If you succeeded, it would be a lifelong happiness. After Mo Chuan got up, worried that Qushengsheng wouldn't adapt well in the tribe, he sent a trusted person to lead the hunting. After getting up, he even chose the best animal skin dress from his limited collection. Satisfied, he went to find Qushengsheng, but upon arriving outside her cave, he found no one there. Hearing the commotion not far away, he walked over. As soon as he approached, his expression darkened. Why were there so many males surrounding her? Fawning over her? Shengsheng was his female, the one he brought back. Mo Chuan thought about this, quickening his pace. It seemed these people needed more training, otherwise, so much energy would only disturb the females. Chapter 224, Joining the Gathering Team. Mo Lei. Come practice at the gladiator arena with me tonight. Mo Chuan's voice, devoid of warmth, echoed, chilling Mo Lay to the bone. Mo Lay, the big muscular man, should have been fierce and brave, but at this moment, he rarely displayed a pleading expression. He didn't want to practice with the leader. He knew he couldn't win against him, and begging would only embarrass him. No, leader, I'm very busy tonight. I have to go now, you take your time. After saying that, Mo Lay hurriedly left. The others saw Mo Lay, who usually flaunted his prowess, leave in defeat, and when their eyes met the leader's indifferent gaze, they didn't bother with their dignity and quickly said their goodbyes. Mo Chuhin's lips were straight, displaying a cold demeanor that appeared both icy and proud. But he had the capital to be proud. He had become the leader by defeating all the rebellious orcs one by one, and later, these younger orcs had been trained by him. So they understood how terrifying their leader was. Qushengsheng watched the thick-skinned males leave in defeat, unable to help but slowly smile. She thought to herself that Mo Chuan was indeed the leader, exuding an aura of authority. Thank you. Qushengsheng tilted her head and said seriously to Mo Chuan. Mo Chuan carefully scrutinized Qushengsheng and realized that this female was indeed beautiful. He had never seen such a beautiful female before, nor had he ever heard his own heartbeat so clearly. It's nothing. Mo Chuan awkwardly turned his face away, his beast ears itching to come out, and he quickly suppressed them. Then I'll treat you to dinner tonight, Qushengsheng said, after some consideration. She still had some rabbit jerky and fresh meat left, just enough to make soup with the jerky and roast the fresh meat. Mo Chuan originally wanted to refuse, but his mouth was faster than his brain, and he blurted out an affirmative response. After saying it, he looked at the elegant figure of man, Meow, walking ahead, feeling a surge of regret. However, since he had already said it, he decided to work a little harder today, hunt more prey, and bring meat with him. That should be fine. After coming to this realization, Mo Chuan followed Qushengsheng's footsteps, his mood becoming quite pleasant. Are you going hunting today? Yes, but with the gathering team. Mo Chuan made this decision considering Qushengsheng. If she couldn't adapt to the tribe, he would clear the obstacles early with the nearby hunting teams and gathering teams, then quickly return to accompany her. If Shengsheng wanted to join the gathering team, he could protect her. Can I join the gathering team? Qushengsheng said, making a compromise with her request. She originally wanted to join the hunting team, but she hadn't taken out her bow and arrow earlier, and now she couldn't use them at all. Gathering could also exchange for food, and the tribe would provide more care for females. Even if females didn't gather, their food would still be guaranteed. Generally speaking, females usually have males, and living with a few beast husbands could lead to a comfortable life. Sure, I'll come pick you up after I have my meal. Montag Shuhan replied Ditsis eifly. Okay. Qushengsheng smiled gratefully and then returned to her small cave. She carefully observed her little beast. It still looked the same, but now it could turn over by itself, which was a huge improvement. Didn't this mean it would wake up soon? You must be strong and wake up quickly. Qushengsheng gently touched the little beast's nose, her brows and eyes soft. After that, she fed the little beast some meat, ate some roasted meat herself, and then tidied up the things in the cave. Just as she finished, Mo Chuan called for her at the door. Shengsheng, coming. Qushengsheng took her small bundle, adjusted the little beast in her arms, and set off. She really didn't feel comfortable leaving the little beast in this unfamiliar place. She didn't have a sense of belonging to this tribe yet, so naturally, she didn't feel very safe. Qushengsheng never dared to gamble with human nature. Things that were fragile needed protection, and she always took care of them seriously. Seeing Qushengsheng come out so decisively, Mo Chuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. He liked her straightforward personality. She was different from other females in that she was never capricious about right and wrong. Let's go. Mo Chuan nodded and led her toward the square. Are you bringing that? Mo Chuan asked, puzzled. This is my little pet. It was injured before and is still recovering. I don't know when it will wake up. Qushengsheng reached out to touch the little beast's head, her eyes naturally filled with tenderness and hope, looking extremely beautiful. Mo Chuan had never felt such divinity from a female. Qushengsheng was always gentle and kind, and sometimes he really couldn't control his feelings for her. Yes, Mo Chuan already knew he was moved, but he always remained rational. His feelings were not enough. He hoped to touch Qushengsheng's heart and give him chance, but that could only be achieved gradually. Xiaoning arrived at the square early, dealing with the males who came to curry favor with her, always wearing a gentle smile. TSK, she just loves doing these pointless things, seemingly treating everyone equally with kindness, but never letting anyone off the hook. Xiao Lu said disdainfully while watching Xiaoning. Lulu is right. The one who replied was a male that Xiao Lu had just met and wanted to take as her beast husband. He was simply a flower that understood words. Xiao Lu came out today to join the gathering team, intending to increase her affection with him. If possible, they could form a partner contract that night. Xiao Lu blushed and smiled, then said, "Mo Jin, you understand me best." Xiaoning had been watching the path from the leader's cave to the square, and finally, she saw the leader's figure. Just as she raised her face to show a gentle and shy smile, she saw the snow-white-skinned female beside the leader, and her expression instantly stiffened. However, the stiffness was only for a moment. She quickly replaced it with her trademark gentle smile and stepped forward to greet him. Chapter 225. Sister Mingzhu Leader, you're here. What's this? Xiaoning displayed a puzzled expression at the right moment. This is the new female, Mo, Chu Han said coldly. Xiaoning smiled, looking like a friendly big sister from the neighborhood. Is that all? The leader is just brushing her off with a single sentence? Xiaoning thought silently, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Qushengsheng, unaware of the female's thoughts, simply found her friendly appearance appealing and smiled back at her. That smile, combined with her stunning beauty, was dazzling enough to almost take one's breath away. Xiaoning's expression stiffened further, but she quickly regained her gentle smile. She glanced cautiously at Mo Chuan, only to find him focused on that female, making her feel even more upset. Was the bond she had with Mo Chuan, growing up and playing together, not as strong as this stranger female? My name is Xiaoning. What's yours? I'm Qushengsheng. As they exchanged names, Xiaoning noticed that her action caught Mo Chuan's attention, sending a surge of excitement through her. As long as Mo Chuan noticed her, she believed her intelligence would eventually win his affection. Although this female, named Qushengsheng, was beautiful, she believed that beauty without brains would only lead to a quicker downfall. Xiaoning had always been confident. Qushengsheng felt that this female seemed a bit insincere. It seemed like she wanted to scheme something from her. However, that was just a temporary guess, and she could only keep a close watch on her, ready to react. Mo Chuan nodded to the group, and then everyone set off together. He instructed another male to lead the clan while he positioned himself clearly beside Qushengsheng to protect her. The other beastmen and females were somewhat surprised by their leader's behavior. It seemed he really cared about this female, otherwise he would have led the team himself. Qushengsheng was unaware that Mo Chuan had always been the leader of the group, so she didn't pay attention to that. Qushengsheng observed that there were 10 females and 15 males in the group today. These females were tall, curvy, and had skin that was close to a bronze color, with a few having dark skin. They all looked healthy and vibrant, dressed in animal skins, some even adorned with unknown animal tooth necklaces, exuding a wild beauty. Qushengsheng wasn't good at getting close to strangers, so she decided to stay put, contemplating what she needed to do this time. She had to identify some plants, taking some back and storing others in her space. Shengsheng, where's your clan? Do you have a beast husband? Xiaoning asked curiously. Qushengsheng didn't want to say much, so she hesitantly replied, "My clan is far from here." After saying that, she fell silent. In truth, Xiaoning wasn't genuinely interested in Qushengsheng's clan. She wanted to find out if Qushengsheng had a beast husband. If she did, could it indirectly let Mo Chuan know that he couldn't be this female's first beast husband? It would also highlight her own merits since she didn't have a beast husband yet. What about your beast husband? Xiaoning pressed on. Qushengsheng shot a puzzled glance at her, and in that moment, she noticed the jealousy and resentment that the female couldn't hide. Strange. Why did this female have such emotions towards her? Hearing Xiaoning's persistent questioning, and knowing that Qushengsheng had just lost her beast husband, Mo Chuan couldn't help but think that this was just rubbing salt in a wound. So he frowned and said unhappily, "What does it have to do with you?" Xiaoning looked up and saw the coldness in the leader's eyes. His displeasure was clearly conveyed. She couldn't help but turn pale, almost unable to control her shock and sadness on her face. Then she hurriedly went to the side of a short-haired female. Qushengsheng noticed the emotions on Xiaoning's face and thoughtfully glanced at Mo Chuan, looking at his handsome features and thinking of his strength. It made sense that he would be the object of Xiaoning's affection. So Xiaoning was displeased because she felt Qushengsheng was too close to Mo Chuan. Qushengsheng quietly stepped back a little. She didn't want to have conflicts with the females from another clan, nor did she want to attract trouble. So she needed to be cautious, Qushengsheng thought to herself. After walking for about 2 hours, they finally arrived at the gathering forest. This forest had some small wild animals and a fruit grove, making it an excellent place. Mo Chuan considered that it was Qushengsheng's first time participating in gathering, so he planned to bring her to an easier place. Moreover, there were many females this time, and they needed to go to a safer location. Once they reached the place, the females entered the fruit grove with their animal skin bags, and Qushengsheng followed them in. Meanwhile, Mo Chuan was talking to the oldest female, who nodded and then approached QushengshengGets. My name is Mingzhu. The leader sent me to help you gather fruits. Can I call you Shengsheng? QushengshengGets looked at this female with honey-colored skin and golden hair, who was sexy and beautiful, and she was somewhat taken aback. Sure. The female smiled, revealing a pair of beautiful tiger teeth. The tiger teeth didn't make her look cute. Instead, they highlighted her wildness. I'm older than you, so call me Sister Mingzhu. Mingzhu really liked this female. Based on her life experience, she saw that QushengshengGets' eyes were clear, and she was particularly exquisite looking. Plus, she was the female favored by the leader, which was simply a stacked advantage. How could you not like her? All right, Sister Mingzhu. QushengshengGets RedFruit. She really liked this kind of beautiful sister, just like Helena, both beautiful and generous. Mingzhu patted QushengshengGets' head gently, like she would with a cub. Her eyes filled with tenderness. QushengshengGets smiled, her eyes curving happily, enjoying the affectionate gesture from her sister. Then, Mingzhu began to lead QushengshengGets in their gathering work. Chapter 226. Purple Berry Qiaoning observed their interaction from a distance, her eyes clouded with disappointment. Mingzhu was the female she most wanted to build a good relationship with in the tribe, as she had cared for the leader when he was weak and frail. And in his eyes, Mingzhu was like a sister. However, Mingzhu had always been indifferent to her approach, leaving Qiaoning with no choice but to take it slow. But seeing how much Mingzhu favored that other female, she couldn't help but wonder if the leader had said something to her. Otherwise, why would Mingzhu be so cold towards her? This thought made her feel increasingly unbalanced. Mingzhu's indifference was simply a reaction to Qiaoning's ulterior motives. She found it tiresome to deal with such a female and chose to be a bit colder to deter her. Qiaoning was a very self-important female and couldn't hide her impure intentions well, yet she believed she was doing her best. What? Are you jealous because you see that other female is liked by Mingzhu while you are not? Xiao Lu said with a tone of schadenfreude. Qiaoning's eyes sharpened, and her expression turned unfriendly. Who do you think you are? Qiaoning hissed through gritted teeth. Xiao Lu was startled by Qiaoning's reaction and looked at her with uncertainty, as Qiaoning usually wore a gentle facade. Watch your mouth, said the male who had accompanied Xiao Lu today, protecting her in his embrace, his eyes filled with hostility towards Qiaoning. Qiaoning was taken aback by the male's fierce gaze and instinctively took a step back, then smirked. What? Have you forgotten that you delivered a wild rabbit to me before? As soon as Qiaoning finished speaking, the male panicked, looking at Xiao Lu's expression as if trying to gauge her feelings to better determine how to make amends with his future mate. Seeing the male's flustered expression and Xiao Lu's darkening face made Qiaoning's smile grow wider, her originally gentle face now showing a sense of pride and satisfaction. She turned and left. She was not a female to be easily provoked. Lulu, the male explained cautiously. It's fine, it's all in the past. Xiao Lu reassured him, placing a hand on his arm, displaying a rare graciousness for a female. The male felt moved, believing that Xiao Lu loved him. Although he had pursued Qiaoning before, he swore to the heavens that he now only liked Xiao Lu and would treat her well for life. Seeing the emotion in the male's eyes, Xiao Lu felt a twinge of disgust. If it weren't for the fact that this male was her best option at this stage and had third-tier strength, making him a potential asset, she wouldn't want him at all. However, when the male looked over at her, her expression turned sweet again. Meanwhile, QushengshengGets wanted to identify some herbs, so she distanced herself from the females, going to the edge of the fruit grove. The fruit was called purple berry. It was very sweet and favored by all the females, including some older ones, making it quite popular. Mingzhu pointed to the purple fruits on a tree that were about as tall as a person. QushengshengGets observed for a moment. The fruit resembled the color of mangosteen, but was as big as an adult's fist. She touched the fruit with her fingertip, instinctively identifying it. Purple berry, non-toxic, edible. QushengshengGets picked one off and discovered that the skin was very thin, like jelly covered with a layer of paper. She gently peeled it open, and the purple-red juice flowed into her palm. QushengshengGets exclaimed, a bit flustered. Quick, wipe the juice off, otherwise it will be hard to wash. Mingzhu kindly reminded her. It's fine, I'll wash it off more when I get back, QushengshengGets said, disregarding the juice. Instead, she carefully tasted it, and instantly the sweetness and fragrance of the fruit burst on her tongue, the soft and delicate flesh like jelly gliding past her lips and teeth. The skin as thin as a cicada's wing. If washed clean, she could probably eat it whole. Seeing QushengshengGets' eyes light up with delight, Mingzhu felt happy as well and carefully peeled open a ripe fruit herself, enjoying the sweet flavor. Afterward, Qushengsheng realized that if she placed the fruit in a leather pouch, they might get squished. Noticing that Ming Zhu only picked half-ripe fruits, which weren't as sweet but could ripen over time and were easier to transport, all the females started picking half-ripe fruits. QushengshengGets looked at the surrounding vines and cattails and suddenly thought she could weave a basket, allowing her to carry the ripe fruits back and even bring some to Grandma Hai. QushengshengGets decided to get to work, immediately pulling some nearby vines and tougher grass to start weaving a basket. Ming Zhu, curious, asked, "Shengsheng, what are you doing?" "I'm weaving a basket. With a basket, I can carry back the ripe fruits." QushengshengGets said. "Sister Ming Zhu, do you want to learn?" Her willingness to share made Ming Zhu's eyes brighten, and she felt a surge of affection. "Is that okay?" Ming Zhu asked uncertainly. Among the plump wolf cubs in the tribe, the fattest one was hers. If she could bring back the sweetest ripe fruits from the tree, her cubs would surely be overjoyed. This thought made her heart soften. Of course. QushengshengGets nodded, then began teaching Ming Zhu how to weave a basket. Ming Zhu was also a dexterous female, and soon she skillfully learned. Under the hands of QushengshengGets and Ming Zhu, 2 baskets appeared, with QushengshengGets clearly smaller since she couldn't carry as much, while Ming Zhu casually made a slightly larger one. It didn't matter if it was smaller. She could secretly put some into her space later, enough for her to eat. After finishing the baskets, they began picking fruits, and QushengshengGets intentionally moved a little away from Ming Zhu. She planned to put some into her space while also looking for any special plants. Chapter 2:27. Identifying herbs at this moment. Ming Zhu was vigorously picking herbs with a basket in hand, wanted to gather more for the chubby little one at home who was in a phase of eating a lot. Meanwhile, QushengshengGets was secretly placing fruits into her space while picking them, her movements very discreet. Her eyes were also scanning the plants on the ground, intending to identify any that were special. Before long, QushengshengGets had stored many fruits in her space, and her basket was full. She hung the basket on a nearby tree branch, then snapped off a twig and began to explore the fruit forest while observing the plants. A plant with purple flowers caught her eye. It had small, round leaves and reached up to her waist. At the top, it bloomed like a bunch of purple clouds, with petals that were delicate and fragmented, resembling a handful of tiny, light purple diamonds from a distance. QushengshengGets felt that this plant should be an herb, although its stem was about as thick as 2 fingers, resembling a small tree. Fragmented star herb can be used for anti-inflammation and antibacterial purposes. Its branches, leaves, and roots can all be used medicinally. QushengshengGets' eyes lit up. This was a good find. She quickly used her bone dagger to dig it out. Its root was white, resembling an enlarged version of chive root, but it had a very pungent smell, and after smelling it for a while, it even made her a bit lightheaded. QushengshengGets stuffed the entire plant into her space, and the crushed root she had dug up was picked up and placed in her leather pouch. She was a priestess, so it was normal to gather some herbs, right? After that, she discovered another plant growing on the rocks, its leaves pressed against the stone, but its roots protruded a bit since there was no soil. Bone growth herb, used to mend broken bones and promote bone healing. QushengshengGets continually marveled at her good luck in her heart, then pulled out the bone growth herb. Its root was similar to plantain, looking quite resilient, with a fresh, grassy fragrance. QushengshengGets was not polite and collected all the herbs she could find on the stone wall. Such herbs could save lives in critical moments. The identification process continued smoothly. She subconsciously only identified plants that appeared special. Now, she could identify plants 15 times a day, although the number of attempts had increased. She did not want to use them for trial and error. Despite carefully identifying, she still ended up identifying 6 useless plants. Sweet potato! QushengshengGets exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the familiar vigorous vine. She touched the leaves of the plant. It was indeed the familiar sweet potato. Thoughts of sweet potato chips, roasted sweet potatoes, and sweet potato starch filled her mind, making her increasingly hungry. Thinking of the sweet aroma of sweet potatoes filled her with joy. Looking at the vast field of sweet potatoes, she planned to bring Imo Chuan over later. An additional edible plant would surely not bother him. In this way, she could help the people of Imo Chuan's tribe survive better. Sweet potatoes, being such a storable item, were extremely precious wherever they were found, and their yield was high. Filling one up well. Discovering this today was truly worthwhile. QushengshengGets' leather pouch was already stuffed full of the herbs she had dug up. Besides the fragmented star herb and bone growth herb, there were 7 more. Skirt reed, used to treat lung heat, cough, and control pulmonary diseases like tuberculosis. Yellow wolf poison, used for pest control and snake prevention. Firetail, used to treat stomach cold, stomach pain, and indigestion. Wild Sephora, used to replenish qi and blood. Improve anemia. Road Shoe, used to stabilize the energy of pregnant women and protect the fetus. Green Recovery, used to restore soul power and prevent soul power exhaustion leading to death. Fungal Leaf, used to improve constipation and restore intestinal health. Among these, the most special was undoubtedly Green Recovery, as this was Qushengsheng's first time identifying a plant related to restoring soul power. She carefully examined the seemingly ordinary, even somewhat cute little grass in her hand. It had caught her attention because it bore a string of strange little fruits, which were the size of green grains. There was also the Wild Sephora. She instinctively knew in her mind that this plant had already been identified by other females. This Wild Sephora had bloomed a large red flower, and it was indeed not surprising that it had been identified. After that, QushengshengG found it a bit strenuous to lift her leather pouch, although she had stored most of the herbs in her space. To avoid arousing suspicion among the wolf tribe members, she had also stuffed quite a bit in her leather pouch. She sat under the tree where the basket was hung, secretly rinsed her hands with water, and then began to eat the purple berries. Hello, I'm Xia Elu. QushengshengG looked up and saw a somewhat plump female. Her skin was dark, but very evenly and healthily toned. She had deep brow bones, a slightly flat nose, but full lips that exuded a unique sensuality, somewhat reminiscent of African features. Elu, I'm QushengshengG. What is this? Xiao Lu curiously pointed at the basket. QushengshengG explained to Xiao Lu about the contents of the basket, and Xiao Lu's eyes brightened. She then asked, "Can I trade a porcupine for the method to weave this basket?" Chapter 228. Colorful Winged Bird. QushengshengG looked at Xiao Lu with a bit more respect after hearing this. Instead of asking for something directly, she proposed a trade, which indeed made her feel quite favorable towards Xiao Lu. She directly taught Mingzhu because Mingzhu kindly brought her along and introduced her to the situation. Plus she was sent by Mo Chuan, so she was just reciprocating kindness. QushengshengG agreed to Xiao Lu's way of trading without hesitation. Later, when she was teaching, a male who was standing not far from Xiao Lu was called over to learn. This male was quite diligent in his learning. Although not very skilled, he managed to shape the items decently and could carry a lot of fruits. Xiao Lu didn't care much about the quality. She just needed to confirm that the ripe purple berries could indeed be taken back. So she was very satisfied, and her good mood made her look favorably at QushengshengG. After the porcupines returned to the tribe, I will have my male send them to you. QushengshengG nodded. This was an unexpected delight because she planned to invite Mo Chuan to dinner tonight, and with sweet potatoes and porcupines, she could host him well. Before leaving, Xiao Lu whispered in QushengshengG's ear, "Stay away from the chief. Jealous women can be irrational." After saying that, Xiao Lu left with her male to pick fruits. QushengshengG watched her sexy and voluptuous silhouette, pondering her reminder. However, she didn't care much. Nothing had happened, so there was no need to be overly cautious. Just paying more attention would suffice. "Shengsheng, have you picked enough fruits?" Mingzhu's voice rang out as she approached. "Yes," QushengshengG replied with a smile. Mingzhu placed the basket beside her and wiped the sweat from her brow, looking at the fruits peeking out of her basket and feeling a bit embarrassed as she said, "My cub is a bit greedy." QushengshengG thought of the little orange dog in the tribe that wobbled around, eyes brightening as she asked Mingzhu which cub was hers. "It's the fattest one," Mingzhu replied helplessly. Although she appeared resigned, the tenderness in her eyes was unmistakable. This was a mother's love. And even though her cub was chubby and gluttonous, she spoke of her offspring with utmost affection. "In a little while, Chuan will be coming over, and we should head back." Mingzhu looked up at the sky. A woo, a long wolf howl sounded nearby. It was the chief urging the team to gather. The hunting team would spread out from the gathering team, and some males would take the opportunity to get closer to the females they liked, which was just right for building rapport. Thus, the hunting team generally consisted of 5 experienced male beastmen and 10 unmarried male beastmen, ensuring both safety and the tribe's reproduction. Before long, the beastmen appeared, almost all carrying prey. Apart from the size of the prey, they all seemed to have a good harvest. The females slowly gathered around, some confirming a male's ability just by looking at the prey in his hands. As Mo Chuan walked towards QushengshengG, the big tree where she sat became the center of attention. QushengshengG saw those beastmen, all wild-looking, wearing animal skin skirts and carrying prey. A group of beastmen approached, like moving hormones. "Look, the chief hunted a colorful winged bird." "Wow, really?" Mo Shu hunted a spiked porcupine, such a big one. "The feathers of the colorful winged bird are so beautiful. I wish the chief would give me some." Don't dream. If anyone gets it, it should be me. Gu is not bad either. He actually hunted 2 foxes, one gray and one white, with very beautiful fur. Among them, the most eye-catching was still Chuan, who was holding a bird about the size of an ostrich, called a colorful winged bird, boasting extremely vibrant feathers that shimmered with rainbow colors under the sunlight. With a long tail resembling that of a phoenix, simply breathtaking. Chuhan's eyes were on QushengshengGets, waiting for her to say she wanted it, and he would hand the big bird to her. After waiting for a long time, he found she was only looking at it with admiration and didn't say she wanted it. Chuan felt somewhat disappointed. Rejecting the bold females who dared to ask him for prey, he cast a deep glance at QushengshengGets and tightened his grip on the bird's claw. Chief, I have something to tell you. QushengshengGets suddenly spoke up. Chuhan's eyes lit up with joy. She must be asking him for the big bird, right? She likes the bird he hunted. Okay. He forced himself to suppress his joy and walked over. Is there something you need to avoid us to discuss? Xiaoning's gentle voice rang out, seemingly just curious. Before QushengshengGets could speak, Chuan coldly said, "Do you want to be chief?" This sentence instantly put Xiaoning on the hot seat, her face turning both green and red. Chuan directly accused her of disrespecting him as chief, giving her almost no face. TCH. Ha! Xiao Lu couldn't help but laugh out loud. The other females also chuckled quietly, while the males didn't laugh, but secretly observed Xiaoning's expression. Although they looked at her face, they didn't approach to comfort her, as they didn't want to challenge the chief's authority. Mingzhu, seeing it was about time, spoke fairly. "All right, everyone, let's pack up. We should head back soon." Xiaoning was left with a lump in her throat, feeling frustrated. However, QushengshengGets didn't mind, leading Chuan to the nearby sweet potato field. Chuan felt inexplicably nervous. Shengsheng was avoiding so many people, wanting to tell him something. These plants are called sweet potatoes, and both their leaves and tubers are edible, making them a great staple food that can be stored for a long time without spoiling. Chief, do you think we need to dig some to take back? I can give you some. QushengshengGets' unexpected offer left Chuan momentarily unsure of how to respond. What? QushengshengGets asked, puzzled. Chuan suddenly realized, feeling a wave of embarrassment. He forced himself to maintain a neutral expression, though it twisted slightly for a moment. Nothing. I misheard. You said this plant is edible and can be stored for a long time? Chuan quickly changed the topic. Yes. Receiving QushengshengGets' affirmative answer. Chuan continued to ask, how long can it be stored at most? If stored properly, it can last about 6 months. Generally, it's around 3 months. QushengshengGets replied conservatively. Chuan seriously contemplated this. This was indeed a good thing. As chief, he knew all too well the harsh weather in the beast world. Every year during the dry and cold seasons, many people in the tribe would die, and this kind of food could save many lives. Chapter 229. The medicine bowl as a pot. What does this taste like? Chuan asked seriously. It's delicious. Perfect. I want to invite you to dinner tonight. After we go back, I'll make some for you to try, and you can also learn how to cook sweet potatoes. QushengshengGets said as she leaned on Chuan and helped her dig up a small bunch of sweet potatoes. The sweet potato vines were very vigorous, and the sweet potatoes underneath were quite large, almost the size of Chuan's palm, and they looked very plump and appetizing. QushengshengGets cleaned the dirt off a sweet potato, broke a smaller one open, revealing the yellowish-white flesh inside, and then handed half to Chuan while taking a bite of her half. Because she had just eaten some purple berries, this wasn't particularly sweet, but it was definitely sweeter than many modern sweet potatoes, which was quite nice. Chuan took a bite of the sweet potato, and her eyes lit up. This thing called sweet potato was indeed sweet, and it was crunchy and very tasty. Sweet potatoes can also be cooked. Generally, they're eaten cooked. The specific taste. You'll have to try in a bit, QushengshengGets said. Chuan nodded, and after they finished talking, she picked up the bee skin bag filled with sweet potatoes and joined the main group. The tribespeople were somewhat curious when they saw the bulging bee skin bag. Chuan appeared oblivious to their gazes and didn't care at all. She had no intention of revealing anything. However, Chuan's behavior was interpreted as him carrying something for that female, and everyone raised their eyebrows, daring only to whisper a few words among themselves. No one dared to approach Chuan directly. Afterward, Chuan led the tribespeople back. When they arrived at the tribe, the hunting team had just returned. Chuan didn't go to distribute the meat. Instead, she followed QushengshengGets to her cave with the big bird and sweet potatoes she had caught. She informed the others that she didn't want the usual meat today. In the tribe, There were some beastmen and females who, due to injuries, disabilities, or old age, could not participate in hunting, but Imo always provided them with some meat, which was referred to as regular meat. This was typically the meat left after the contributing hunters had taken their share. QushengshengGets suddenly thought of Qianling's displeased expression on the way back, and with a thought, she suggested, "Let us go visit Grandma Hai." Imo nodded. When they arrived at Grandma Hai's place, QushengshengGets greeted her with a warm smile. Grandma Hai was still as kind as ever, grinding herbs in a stone mortar, her movements slow but extremely meticulous. Imo watched this scene, and her eyes gradually softened. Grandma Hai was already an elderly woman in the beast world, but she had yet to find a female to take over the priestess duties. So she tried to make as many medicines as possible for her descendants, fearing that when she passed away, there would be no medicine available in the tribe. Grandma Shengsheng discovered a food that can be stored for a whole cold season. Grandma Hai's originally gentle eyes immediately filled with seriousness, and she asked again earnestly, "Really?" QushengshengGets nodded and said, "Yes, Grandma. This plant is called sweet potato. It can be eaten raw, but generally it is cooked. When cooked, it becomes soft, sticky, and sweet, suitable for the elderly and children to eat." Grandma Hai suddenly reached out her frail hands and gently held QushengshengGets' hand, then said tenderly, "The wolf tribe will always remember your contribution, child. This is really important to us." QushengshengGets could feel that although Grandma Hai's hands were weak, when she held her hand, it was filled with strength, and Grandma Hai's gaze left her quite shaken. This old woman, standing in front of you, makes you feel her love for this tribe. She looks at every inch of land and every stone in the tribe with gentleness and kindness. "Godang Ma Hai, come to my cave to taste my cooking." QushengshengGets looked at her eagerly. Grandma Hai nodded. She liked the kind and lovely children of the tribe. QushengshengGets hesitated for a moment and then said, "Grandma, do you have any pots that you no longer need?" QushengshengGets pointed to the stone jar used for boiling medicine. Grandma Hai was taken aback for a moment, suddenly realizing this child was also a priestess. So she generously said, "Do you want a medicine bowl, Shengsheng? Then take this one. Chuhan, take this to Shengsheng." QushengshengGets saw that Grandma Hai was pointing to the one she used most often, the best one, and quickly refused. No, Grandma Hai. I just want to use this for cooking, not for boiling medicine. I just need to borrow one that you don't want, and I'll wash it clean and return it." Grandma Hai was somewhat curious. How could a medicine bowl be used for cooking? Is it the same as boiling medicine? She was never one to force her opinions, so she said, "Those in the corner are all unwanted. You can choose whichever you like. You don't have to return it. I want to use it anymore." QushengshengGets followed Grandma Hai's direction and walked over, discovering several pots. Some had damaged corners, and some looked a bit small. There were 4 or 5 pots of various sizes. QushengshengGets was not polite and chose 2 large pots with a diameter of about 50 centimeters, as well as a smaller pot with a diameter of about 30 centimeters. Afterward, Imo carried the pots while QushengshengGets supported Grandma Hai and went to her cave. She first laid down a bee skin on a stone for Grandma Hai to sit on. Then she took out the pots, cleaned them, and roasted a dozen sweet potatoes by the fire. As she worked, she explained, "This sweet potato can be roasted directly, when you press it and it's soft. Then it's done," QushengshengGets said gently. Chapter 230. Cooking. Old Lady Hai nodded, watching Imo, who was clumsily following the orders of the little female without showing any signs of impatience. She couldn't help but ponder a bit more. Old Lady Hai was very observant. She had just noticed the small leopard totem that was faintly visible beneath QushengshengGets' long black braid and collarbone. After thinking for a moment, she realized that such gentleness and beauty, especially from a priestess, must have a male counterpart. According to the beast god's directives, this female wouldn't be around for long. What choice would the leader, Imo make? Old Lady Hai gazed into the distance, where the sea lay. Watching Imo's awkward attempts to help, she thought of her husband. He had fallen to a seaside town after being framed by his kin. She had never seen a land beast, so, as a mermaid, she was always curious, asking questions. Over time, they became familiar, and eventually, they fell in love. She was curious about the forest and the plants on land, so her husband took her deep into the woods. They raised children together, and their tribe grew stronger. Sadly, her husband passed away during a hunt, bravely sacrificing himself to protect their kin. He was her pride. In the following years, she served as the tribe's priestess, nurturing generations of leaders as the clan continued to thrive, becoming the renowned forest wolf tribe. Now, watching their young leader and this little female, although concern flickered in her eyes, there was also a sense of nostalgia and comfort. Chuhan had been raised by her. He had always known what he wanted, and now it seemed he had developed real feelings. Qushengsheng instructed Mo Chuhan to wash the pot. While he was washing, a muscular, rugged-looking orc appeared at the cave entrance, effortlessly carrying a porcupine. Surprised to see Old Lady Hai and the leader inside the cave, he greeted them humbly. But then he saw the clumsy way Mo Chuhan was washing the pot and stared in disbelief. Was this really the leader he knew? Oh no, that's not right. You need to scrub off the medicinal residue, or it will smell like medicine. The soft voice of the female rang out. Mo Ching felt like he might lose his eyesight. Now he couldn't even hear properly. He was finished. Seeing his leader like this, did he still have a life to live? Remembering the pain of being beaten down when competing for the leadership years ago, Mo Ching couldn't help but bare his teeth. He hurriedly put down the porcupine, bid farewell, and ran off as if chased by a dog. Hey! Qushengsheng hadn't had time to say anything before the orc had disappeared from sight. Then, Mo Chuhan's voice diverted attention. Let us clean up this porcupine. We can use the meat to make something delicious. Qushengsheng was washing sweet potatoes while using a bone knife to peel them. Freshly dug sweet potatoes were easy to peel, and once cleaned, they could be cut into pieces for later use. Qushengsheng thought about how the sweetness of purple berries was comparable to white sugar, so she planned to use them to make a low-budget version of caramel sweet potatoes. She also wanted to simmer a pot of sweet potato meat soup and stir-fry some meat. That would be about right. There's also a colorful wingbird. I'll take care of it since the prey won't stay fresh until tomorrow. Qushengsheng accepted Mo Chuhan's reasoning, simply saying, thanks to you, before continuing to cut the sweet potatoes. Old Lady Hai watched with amusement. She could see that Chuhan wanted to give the colorful wingbird's feathers to Shengsheng, but he hesitated to speak up. This made Old Lady Hai chuckle. When Chuhan was young and could hunt prey, there would always be some rabbits and wild chickens appearing at her cave entrance. She would often ask in front of many people, who sent these? It was obviously Mo Chuhan, who would keep his lips tightly sealed, as if he had done something both good and bad. It was truly amusing. Shengsheng, I'll give you this feather. After a moment of hesitation, Mo Chuhan finally said it. After speaking, he shyly touched the tip of his nose. Qushengsheng looked at the dazzling feather and instinctively refused. After all, many females wanted it, which meant it was precious. I don't need it. If you don't want it, I'll burn it. Qushengsheng carefully examined Mo Chuhan's expression and saw that he was indeed determined to burn the bird's feathers. Reluctantly, she accepted it, thanked him, and continued to prepare dinner with even more detail. Qushengsheng planned to take half of the bird, cut it into pieces, and use the porcupine's fat as the base oil. She would fry the bird meat until golden brown, then add water and cover it with the wooden lid she had just made, simmering it to prepare a pure bird soup. The other half of the bird meat was cut into thin strips for frying, while the remaining bones were thrown into the soup. Since the meat was fresh and didn't have any strange odors, there was no need to blanch it. The porcupine was large. She planned to roast half of it. Before roasting, she cut the meat into bite-sized cubes and threaded them onto wooden skewers. The alternating pieces of fatty and lean meat looked neat and beautiful. She placed the skewers on a clean, large leaf, as the meat pieces weren't very big, allowing them to be eaten while roasting during the meal. She then thought that the fully ripened purple berries, sweet like white sugar, could be used for caramel sweet potatoes or braised meat as well. Afterward, she heated the porcupine fat and poured in the extracted juice from the purple berries, stirring constantly. The liquid gradually thickened, emitting a sweet aroma, and soon pink bubbles began to appear. Qushengsheng saw it was about ready, so she tossed in the meat pieces, and in that moment, the fatty meat turned a beautiful glossy red, resembling meat colored by too much red yeast, looking very tempting. She also added water to this pot, letting it simmer next to the bird soup. Next, it was time to make the caramel sweet potatoes. Due to limited ingredients, she decided to make a low-budget version. Not aiming too high, she rendered half a pot of fat from the porcupine, then deep-fried the sweet potato pieces until cooked. The sweet potato had a high starch and moisture content, so when cooked, it emitted a sweet fragrance. Qushengsheng made syrup from the purple berries and quickly coated the fried sweet potatoes in it. The pink syrup clung to the golden sweet potato pieces, creating a visual impact, and the sweet aroma nearly overwhelmed her senses. After washing the pot, she heated more porcupine fat, mixed some thin strips of porcupine meat with the bird meat, and quickly stir-fried it. Once cooked, she immediately sprinkled salt and removed it from the heat. Finally, Qushengsheng took the sweet potatoes from the fire with a long stick, placed them into the wooden basin she had prepared earlier, then served each person a wooden bowl, a pair of freshly made chopsticks, and a spoon, getting ready to start the meal. Chapter 231 Sweet Potato Feast. Grandma Hai curiously looked at the chopsticks and spoon in her hands. These chopsticks were just two wooden sticks, but they seemed very stable when used by QushengshengGets, who could easily pick up food with them. She was quite intrigued. QushengshengGets watched as Mo Chuan and Grandma Hai clumsily used chopstick for the first time and carefully taught them. She suggested that they could simply stab with the chopsticks or use the spoon to scoop food. Grandma Hai's first dish with chopsticks was candied sweet potatoes. She carefully blew on it and took a gentle bite. The outside was crispy while the inside was tender, and the syrup was slightly crunchy as it had cooled down. Plus, the natural sweetness of the sweet potato made it a delightful treat for her taste buds. Mo Chuan picked up a piece of braised pork, its bright red color looking very tempting. The pork was stewed to a tender softness, the pieces wobbling like jelly. Mo Chuan carefully took a bite, and the slight sweetness and saltiness balanced the richness of the meat, leaving behind a strong, meaty aroma. Both Mo Chuan and Grandma Hai unconsciously sped up their eating. After trying the stir-fried meat, they found a combination of two types of wild animal meat mixed together produced a unique fragrance, and the shredded meat was tender and delicious. QushengshengGets served herself a bowl of bird soup, which had a milky white base, and this type of bird had a relatively low fat content. The thin layer of oil in the soup came from the porcupine fat used when frying the birds. The soup, after the bird meat was fried, was even more fragrant, exuding a special freshness. A little salt enhanced the meat's sweetness, and drinking a bowl warmed her insides. QushengshengGets tasted the candied sweet potato again. It was fragrant, sweet, and crispy, with a hint of berry aroma that enhanced its flavor. The braised pork was also successful, although it lacked spices. The top-quality ingredients made it more aromatic and added a different flavor, truly a finishing touch. The stir-fried meat was quite good as well. The meat was tender, appearing to lock in the juices, and with each bite, the flavors burst forth, making it very appetizing. Grandma Hai and Mo Chuan quickly finished the stir-fried dishes, looking a bit regretful, as if wondering how they had finished so soon. QushengshengGets observed that Grandma Hai particularly enjoyed the candied sweet potato, while Mo Chuan preferred the braised pork. QushengshengGets served them both the milky bird soup and handed each of them a roasted sweet potato. She saw them carefully sip the soup, and Grandma Hai nodded in satisfaction, while Mo Chuan, after finishing his soup, began to examine the roasted sweet potato in his hand. QushengshengGets peeled back the sweet potato skin, and they followed her lead, revealing the orange-red sweet potato flesh that emitted a sweet, caramelized aroma. QushengshengGets took a careful bite and instantly felt that this roasted sweet potato was the MVP of the meal. The sweet potato here was very sweet, soft, and fragrant, tasting absolutely delicious. Mo Chuan and Grandma Hai both enjoyed it, taking a bite of the sweet potato followed by a sip of the flavorful bird soup, which was simply the best combination. After finishing a sweet potato the size of her palm, QushengshengGets began to grill meat skewers. The skewers weren't very large, and once they were nearly done on the charcoal, she sprinkled some salt on them, causing the edges to turn golden brown as the fat inside was rendered out, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. After grilling some, she handed them to Grandma Hai and Mo Chuan. Mo Chuan took two skewers, tasted QushengshengGets' cooking, and said, "I can't do anything else, but let me handle the grilling." He took over the task. QushengshengGets smiled as she passed the skewers to Mo Chuan, then sat with Grandma Hai, chatting and eating the grilled meat together, creating a warm atmosphere. It was rare to see a smile at the corners of Mo Chuan's lips. Perhaps he hadn't even realized he was smiling. He felt that this was the life he wanted, watching the smiling female beside the fire. And it felt as though a stone had been thrown into the lake of his heart, creating ripples of warmth in his eyes. They had a wonderful meal, and both Grandma Hai and Mo Chuan enjoyed it very much. They realized that sweet potatoes were indeed a great food, and Mo Chuan also discovered that he had only eaten a third of the meat he usually did, yet he felt full. This indicated that the sweet potato was not only easy to eat, but also very filling. For Tribe, food was vital, and QushengshengGets had given his tribe a tremendous gift. Before leaving, Mo Chuan solemnly said to QushengshengGets, "Thank you, QushengshengGets." QushengshengGets was taken aback for a moment, and then replied, "It's nothing." Her eyes sparkled with warmth, almost glowing. Mo Chuan's heart raced, unable to contain his feelings any longer. He had never seen a female like her. Her eyes were filled with purity and innocence. She seemed genuinely unconcerned about sharing such an important plant with him and his tribe, simply feeling that the beastmen would need it, and she held nothing back. QushengshengGets herself didn't think much of it. After all, plants were a natural gift from the earth, meant to be eaten. What use was it to guard something so valuable? Chapter 232. Learning to make medicine. Grandma Hai walked slowly with her cane. After waiting for Mo Chuhan to catch up, she said, Chuan, Shengsheng's cooking is very methodical, even better than what I saw back in the imperial city of the Sharp Empire. Do you know what that means? Mo Chuhan tightened his grip. He understood. This indicated that the tribe where Shengsheng once lived was a large one, having formed its own system. Something his wolf tribe could never compare to. This made the usually confident and youthful leader of the wolf tribe feel a sense of inferiority for the first time. He couldn't help but wonder, did Shengsheng really see potential in him? Perhaps her previous beast husbands were all exceptionally talented, while he, seeing the struggle in Mo Chuhan's eyes, Grandma Hai sighed. She had watched this child grow up. His parents passed away early, so he was strong-willed and unwilling to lose. However, she hadn't anticipated today's situation. Grandma Hai noticed his complexion gradually turning gray and said gently under the soft moonlight, Child, you know I'm a mermaid, but actually, I'm not just a mermaid. I also belong to the royal family. After saying this, she looked nostalgic in the moonlight. Mo Chuhan looked surprised. Grandma Hai had never mentioned this, and the class distinctions among mermaids were quite strong. How could royalty appear in such a remote place? Surprised, aren't you? Back in the day, my beast husband, who is your great-great-great-grandfather, defeated all the warriors raised by the mermaid royal family. Not only did he have no opponents at his level, but he could even challenge those above him, causing great chaos among the mermaid tribe. Although he offended many, he also earned the admiration of many. When he finally took me away, some pursued us relentlessly, while others hesitated, and some stirred the pot in between. And just like that, we escaped. Mo Chuhan's eyes began to shine. He understood. Grandma Hai was telling him that as long as one has strength, can win a female's heart, remain steadfast, and if they love each other, nothing is impossible. Seeing the brightness in Mo Chuhan's eyes, Grandma Hai knew he understood. She smiled, returned to the cave, and left him with a no need to see me off. She didn't know how these two children would turn out, but rather than having regrets, she wanted him to face challenges. Failing was not scary. Warriors among the beastmen never feared failure. Qushengsheng fed the little beast some food and then took a break. The next day, Mo Chuhan dismantled half of the hunting team's members, took a spatial ring, and went to the sweet potato field to dig sweet potatoes. Qushengsheng first washed and processed the medicinal herbs she had picked the day before and laid them out to dry. Afterwards, she went to Grandma Hai's place, planning to play there for a while. Grandma Hai was still preparing medicine and was not averse to her presence. In fact, she was very willing to explain these things to her and even teach her how to make medicine personally. Qushengsheng discovered that Grandma Hai concentrated the juice of the medicinal herbs to a certain degree, then rolled it into balls, dried them, and preserved them. Although this method would lose half of the medicinal properties, it allowed for longer preservation. Grandma Hai looked at the thick, sticky mixture in the pot with some regret. Qushengsheng nodded. Unfortunately, she didn't study traditional Chinese medicine. However, she remembered that a senior sister who studied it seemed to use honey or beeswax. She wasn't sure, and it wasn't the right time to ask. Qushengsheng helped Grandma Hai with these tasks quickly, and Grandma Hai smiled widely, her wrinkles smoothing out. She thought she needed to encourage Chuhan. Such a good female was a pity not to be part of their family. What? She went to Grandma Hai to make medicine? Xiaoning's face twisted in anger. Why should she? She had been flattering and ingratiating herself in front of Grandma Hai every day. Yet she wasn't taken along and wasn't allowed to learn, nor even to watch. Now, she was bringing a stranger female to do such an important task. It must be the chief's favoritism. He must have made an agreement with Grandma Hai to let this outsider learn how to make medicine. It's unfair. That is someone else's skill. Xiao Lu, while nibbling on ripe purple berries, watched Xiaoning with glee. Anyway, she just came to see the joke and annoyed Xiaoning, since she had tried to sow discord that day. After saying this, Xiao Lu left. Xiaoning stared at the purple-red juice dripping on the ground after Xiao Lu finished eating, feeling a lump in her heart. She kept telling herself to stay calm. She would find a way to deal with her, as long as she caught her making a mistake. Today, what made Qushengsheng happiest was when Grandma Hai looked at the little beast and said, "This little thing is a bit too weak. Take this back and boil it into soup." After saying this, she handed Qushengsheng a dark, dry herb, with the roots still muddy. Okay, Qushengsheng accepted it and went back. That night, Mo Chuhan blew the great bullhorn in the tribe. The mournful sound of the bullhorn pierced through the air, summoning everyone to come for an important announcement. Chapter 233 Sweet Potatoes. Qushengsheng saw all the orcs, young and old, heading to the square, and she followed them. She guessed it was because of the sweet potatoes. As soon as Qushengsheng arrived at the square, she saw a tall mound of sweet potatoes piled up on a small platform, the tubers stacked together, looking quite impressive. What is this? Such a strange thing. It seems to be some kind of plant. The murmurs of the tribespeople began to rise. Qushengsheng shifted her gaze to the several piles of bonfires on the side of the square, where it looked like something was buried inside. She had a guess. Sure enough, Imo Chuan led a few orcs to dig out many roasted sweet potatoes from the fire. As soon as the sweet potatoes were uncovered, an extremely fragrant and sweet aroma spread, causing everyone to focus their attention on those dark objects. Afterwards, Imo Chuan distributed one to each tribesperson, breaking them in half if there weren't enough. Try it, Imo Chuan said, and he was the first to break open a sweet potato and take a bite of the soft inside. The familiar sweet fragrance made him unable to resist. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The eager orc burned his mouth, but couldn't bear to spit it out. The sweetness in his mouth made him swallow despite the heat. Delicious. What is this? So tasty. So sweet. Seeing the positive reactions from the tribe, Imo Chuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on the dazzlingly pale Qushengsheng, his expression gradually deepening. All right, everyone has tasted it. Isn't it delicious? Yes, right? This is really good. Even I, with no teeth, can eat it. This thing is called sweet potato. It is the root of this plant. It can be stored underground for several months and will help us survive the cold season. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other and then erupted with immense joy. The cold season is too long, and many people starve to death every year. With such a good thing, perhaps fewer people will have to die. Everyone put the sweet potatoes in the fire to roast, waiting until they were soft, which meant they were cooked. After Imo Chuan finished speaking, he began to distribute sweet potatoes to the tribespeople, giving a little more to the elderly, weak, and sick. The tribe had already stored most of the sweet potatoes using the method Qushengsheng taught, and some were small or broken, so they simply divided them up. After receiving their share, everyone had a joyful flush on their cheeks. They were truly struck by a great surprise, holding something heavy in their hands, a symbol of their hopes for life. Qushengsheng taught them the storage method, but she didn't want Imo Chuan to mention that it was her discovery or to refer to her. She preferred to remain anonymous. As the crowd dispersed, Imo Chuan took Qushengsheng back together. Why not tell everyone? You've made so many contributions, they should know. Imo Chuan asked again, feeling indebted to Shengsheng. He didn't want her to feel wronged, and her honor shouldn't be enjoyed by him. No need. Please call me Lei Feng, Qushengsheng said without thinking. Lei Feng? Do you still have that name? Imo Chuan asked seriously. Qushengsheng looked at Imo Chuan's earnest eyes, feeling a little shy as she touched her nose and hurriedly said, No, it's just a saying from my hometown. Lei Feng is a very good person, especially helpful, and he doesn't boast about it. You like him? Imo Chuan said, pursing his lips. Huh? Qushengsheng was a bit confused. Seeing Imo Chuan's lowered eyelashes, she suddenly wanted to laugh. The more she thought about it, the funnier it became. But then she saw Imo Chuan standing still, looking at her with a hint of grievance in his eyes, and she found it hard to laugh. Imo Chuan didn't know about Lei Feng. Her words were truly only amusing to her. Lei Feng is my ancestor. He is someone I admire. He lived a limited life through dedication, a very great person. Qushengsheng replied sincerely, her smile fading. Imo Chuan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, such a person is a good person. Looking at the delicate brows and eyes of the little female, he said, Shengsheng is also doing very well, very much like the ancestor Lei Feng. Qushengsheng looked at Imo Chuan's serious face and suddenly felt an indescribable emotion. Perhaps it was because she had been away from home for too long. Such affirmation of Chinese culture from a different world touched her even more. Her hometown, with its cycles of prosperity and decline, always had someone shouldering the burden of the dragon's backbone, embodying a cultural pride that came from bones. Such uniqueness can only be fully understood in a cultural desert. Looking at the crescent moon in the sky, she felt a bit homesick. Thank you, Qushengsheng said after a moment of silence, once again proudly smiling. Imo Chuan could sense the little female's sudden sadness, but he also clearly knew her pride. When she smiled, it felt as if the ice and snow had melted, revealing warm sunshine. What are we going to do tomorrow? QushengshengGets. Tomorrow? What does Shengsheng want to do? Let me think. How about I take you hunting? Huh? Is that okay? Yes. Wow. The chief is so nice. Change the way you address me. Then, Chuan. I'm here. Chapter 234. horned cattle. Early the next morning, Qushengsheng was awakened by Mo Chuan. Still groggy, she followed him into his cave, where he had already roasted some meat. After eating, Qushengsheng entrusted the small beast to Granny Hai, as she still trusted the old woman. Then, she and Mo Chuan set off for the square together. Mo Chuan was wearing the beast skin of his true form, which was a beautiful golden red color. Qushengsheng carried a small beast skin bag filled with dried herbs, had a small dagger strapped to her thigh, and a quiver of 20 arrows slung over her back, along with a small bow in her hand. This was a small bow she had found in Mo Chuan's cave, a hunting tool he had used when he was weak in his beast form. Seeing that Qushengsheng liked it, he simply gave it to her. He could no longer use such a small bow, as he might break it easily, so it was more of a keepsake. Now, the bow had found a better purpose. After arriving at the square, Mo Chuan transformed into his beast form and let out a loud howl towards the dimly lit sky. 15 minutes later, a group of beautiful wolves appeared in the square, lined up neatly and exuding a majestic presence. Qushengsheng secretly counted. There were a total of 20 wolves, and they all howled at the sky together. Mo Chuan led the charge, sprinting forward at an incredible speed, almost like a gust of wind, with the other wolves following closely behind. Qushengsheng lay on Mo Chuan's back, feeling the wind rush past her spine, and pressed even closer to him as he ran faster, even leaving the second wolf behind by 50 meters. The other wolves thought their leader must be crazy to be running so fast with a female. They were really going to run themselves to death. As they approached the vegetation ahead, which gradually became denser with more shrubs, Mo Chuan's speed began to slow down. Ahead was the hunting ground of his wolf pack, a grassland with a river running through it. 5 minutes later, the other wolves stood panting behind them, and the sky began to brighten, revealing just how fast they had been. Mo Chuan knelt on one knee, and Qushengsheng slid off his back. Nodding, Mo Chuan indicated for her to climb up a nearby large tree for their hunting. The wolf pack gradually dispersed, with some faster wolves pursuing the prey to drive it into their encirclement, while others formed the encirclement itself. A portion served as a second tier to harass the prey. If anything went wrong with the first tier, the second would have wolves to back them up, effectively acting as substitutes. This time, they were preparing to hunt a very plump-horned cow, a female that looked as big as a four-wheeler, leisurely drinking water by the river. The encirclement of wolves gradually closed in, and Mo Chuan was the first to charge at the prey, moving so fast he was almost like a flash of lightning. Behind him were 5 wolves, forming a triangular attack formation. The horned cow sensed the approaching wolves and instinctively fled in the opposite direction, letting out a warning cry that scattered the surrounding herds of cows and sheep. It then dashed into the wolves' encirclement. Although panicked, it quickly calmed down and charged at one of the weaker wolves, trying to break through the line. The wolf hesitated for just a moment, and in that instant, the horned cow's courage surged as it aimed its horns at the wolf. At that moment, Mo Chuan reached the side of the horned cow and revealed his sharp fangs, biting down hard on the right side of its neck. The prey felt the wolf's presence and turned its head towards Mo Chuan to attack him with its horns. Mo Chuan dodged to the side, tearing off a chunk of meat from the cow's right front leg near its back. Instantly, the horned cow let out a painful howl, and anger flashed in its eyes as it charged at Mo Chuan. At that moment, another wolf bit down hard on its left rear leg, causing it to instinctively jump up to shake off the wolf. The wolf was thrown aside, rolling into the grass. Another wolf jumped up and bit the prey's tail, viciously severing it. Mo Chuan lunged again at the side of the cow's neck, sinking his fangs into the flesh, feeling the warm blood gushing from the wound, igniting his killing intent. The horned cow jumped violently, shaking its head. Mo Chuan couldn't pull his fangs out immediately, so he bit down hard, tearing off another piece of meat. The cow was too plump, and its skin was thick, so his fangs didn't hit a major artery, but it still caused significant damage. After jumping for a while, the cow began to tire. In that moment of slowed speed, all the wolves closed in, and a relentless tearing began. No matter how tough the prey was, it couldn't withstand such torment. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Chuan pulled his fangs out and aimed for the cow's spine. For any mammal, if the spine is broken, it cannot survive and will be immobilized. Mo Chuan waited for the moment when the prey was exhausted from the torment, leaping onto its back and biting down on its protruding spine, resulting in a crisp crack. The cow howled in unwillingness, fiercely charging at one wolf, which couldn't dodge in time and was impaled in the abdomen, then ripped open. After that, the horned cow collapsed, twitching for a few minutes before dying. Qushengsheng saw this scene and knew something was wrong, quickly climbing down from the tree. At this moment, everyone had transformed into beastmen, surrounding the wolf that had been impaled. A group of big men stood there helplessly. Mo Chuan didn't pay attention to the fallen horned cow, but instead looked solemnly at the wounded wolf on the ground, whimpering in pain. "Step aside. Let me take a look," Qushengsheng quickly said. The crowd immediately made way for her. As she approached, she saw that the wolf had transformed back into a human form, a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was inexperienced and hadn't managed to avoid the attack in time. "It's okay, don't be afraid," Qushengsheng quickly comforted him. She could clearly see the fear in his eyes, the loss of blood making him weak, his skin cold, and his growing anxiety. Hearing her words, he gasped, "Help me." His eyes filled with pleading. Chapter 235. Treatment. Qushengsheng's expression was calm as she first examined the wound. Because the horn of the horned cattle was very sharp, his injury was an open wound. Fortunately, his vital organs were unharmed, but there was a hole under the right rib cage, and there were also rib fractures. Qushengsheng was worried about the possibility of an open pneumothorax, so she hurriedly used a clean animal skin to plug the bleeding hole. Then she asked Mo Chuan for water, and with limited conditions, she could only do her best. After quickly washing her hands, Qushengsheng carefully rinsed the wound with water. Fortunately, his ribs were not completely shattered. She carefully explored and found that they were only broken into 2 pieces. Looking at the bleeding hole, she took out some crushed stargrass from her animal skin pouch, mashed it, and soaked it in water. After a while, the water turned a light green. She then used this water to rinse the wound. The crushed stargrass could be used for sterilization and anti-inflammation, making it an excellent herb for wound cleansing. In the next moment, she pulled out a bone needle from her pouch and then took out a roll of about 1 meter long line made from porcupine intestines. She had soaked it in plant ash water for a long time last night, scraped off the fat, and obtained the mucosa from the innermost layer of the porcupine, then boiled it in crushed star grass water for a long time to make this line. It wasn't particularly tough, and she had little experience, so she had only managed to make this much. Originally, she had prepared it for hunting today, but she didn't expect to actually use it. She could only hope for the antibacterial effect of the crushed stargrass and the recovery ability of the beastman. After thinking it through, she threaded the needle and said to the surrounding beastmen, "A few of you, hold down his limbs and don't let him move." The surrounding beastmen immediately held down the limbs of the beastman. Qushengsheng rinsed her hands again with the crushed stargrass water and soaked the bone needle and intestine line. Taking a deep breath, she reminded them to hold him down again. Then, she decisively pulled out the plugged animal skin, rinsed it quickly, pressed down on the wound with her left hand, and began to stitch with her right hand. She worked quickly, but the injured beastman couldn't stop wailing. Qushengsheng paused briefly, but then quickly continued sewing. About 15 minutes later, Qushengsheng tied off the knot neatly, beads of sweat on her nose and forehead, not from heat, but from intense concentration and psychological pressure. After finishing, she rinsed the wound again with crushed stargrass water. Then she took out the remaining feathers, crushed them, mixed them with the crushed stargrass, and applied the paste to the wound. After that, she supported the injured beastman's ribs. Fortunately, only 2 ribs were broken. She didn't have the conditions for surgery, and to be honest, she wouldn't know how, so she could only do her best. Qushengsheng crushed the bone powder and mixed it with the crushed stargrass water, then applied it to the fractured ribs. Finally, she aligned the ribs as much as possible and carefully wrapped them with clean animal skin. Next, it was up to fate. She hoped he could pull through. Looking at the pale face of the beastman on the ground, Qushengsheng felt powerless. She wasn't a trained doctor, and being able to do this was entirely because she had watched medical dramas from the beautiful country. She took out some wild, bitter gentian, planning to crush it and soak it in water, then give it to the beastman to drink. At least it would help replenish his energy and blood. She wasn't sure if it would work. All right, let him go. Cover him with an animal skin. Qushengsheng let out a breath. The other beastmen were mostly shocked, and a group of them hurriedly covered the injured Mo with animal skins. They looked at Qushengsheng with reverence. Her actions clearly told everyone that she was a priestess with medical skills who could save lives. Shengsheng, Mo's injury, Mo Chuan said with a solemn expression, "I can't guarantee it, but as long as he doesn't give up, there's still a chance he can survive," Qushengsheng replied. She didn't dare to say he would definitely survive. She was out of options. If she hadn't helped, Mo would have certainly died. "Thank you," Mo Chuan said earnestly. "It's nothing." Qushengsheng wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, hoping that Mo could pull through. "You all line up. I'll give you medicine," Qushengsheng said gently. The beastmen lined up, and fortunately, none of the other beastmen were seriously injured. Only the beastman who had been pierced at the beginning had some internal disturbance. But that was fine. He just needed to go back and drink the medicine brew by Grandma Hai. After Qushengsheng cleaned the wounds with crushed stargrass water, she bandaged them up. Some beastmen didn't come for bandaging, feeling it would affect the hunt. They just rinsed their wounds. After finishing these tasks, Mo Chuan instructed several beastmen to take the injured back. They still needed to continue hunting. Qushengsheng directed them to make a stretcher and reminded them carefully not to shake too much or drop the injured. Those beastmen nodded and then carried the injured back. This time, if it weren't for Qushengsheng, they wouldn't be carrying a person but a corpse. At the same time, they also sent the injured to Grandma Hai to see if she had any solutions. In today's hunting team, only 5 beastmen were veterans. The rest were young beastmen. The young beastmen needed to learn hunting without soul power, and unless it was a life-threatening crisis, they generally saved their soul power for critical moments. In today's team, only Mo Chuan and 2 other beastmen had soul power, so they used the primitive hunting method of wolf packs, which not only saved soul power but also served as a lesson for the young ones. Unexpectedly, there was a beastman who failed the hunting lesson and hesitated, which boosted the confidence of the beast, causing it to target him. Mo Chuan had everyone drink some water. Since the earlier injured beastman had used all their water for rinsing, they could only drink from the river now. They didn't dare to drink much, just shallowly sipping a couple of mouthfuls to moisten their throats. Chapter 236. Forest Python. Mo Chuan gazed resolutely into the distance, where the prey in the grassland was like startled birds, unable to approach. Even the slightest rustle of the grass would alert them. Thus, Mo Chuan stowed away the massive prey he had just captured and set off again with the wolf pack, this time heading toward the dense forest. Only 14 wolves remained. The other 6 beastmen had sustained serious injuries, so Mo Chuan decided to send them back with the injured Mo Jia. Qushengsheng crouched on Mo Chuan's back as they entered the forest. This area of the forest was somewhat dry, and the wolf pack moved cautiously through the trees. Although their companions were injured, their morale was undiminished, for they knew that a priest was accompanying them, ensuring their safety. As they ran, some wolves stealthily glanced at the female on their leader's back. Her skin was snow-white, her expression calm, resembling a deity, saving lives and invoking their reverence. After 3 hours of searching, they still had not found any prey, and there was no water source around. The vegetation was growing denser, and everyone felt parched. Mo Chuan called for a brief rest before continuing forward. About 20 minutes later, he stopped, his beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings, then carefully let Qushengsheng down. He stood up, transforming into his human form, and the other werewolves followed suit, all holding weapons, bone knives, bone daggers, and stone axes, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Qushengsheng felt a chill on her skin. The area was dark, the vegetation thick, and the ground covered in fallen leaves, creating a rather frightening atmosphere. Suddenly, swish! She turned around to see a beastman being knocked aside, looking pale as paper. Then she sharp-eyed noticed a dark tail disappearing into the jungle, and she blinked. This thing looked familiar. It was a snake. A large, dark snake, with a tail so strong it couldn't be anything else. However, it was not as beautiful as Eugene. It looked downright ugly. Back off, Mo Chuan commanded coldly. The next moment, a gust of wind rushed by. The snake's tail missed the beastman, but snapped a nearby sapling in half. Mo Chuan held a lightning ball in his hand, cautiously surveying the area, before suddenly tossing the lightning ball into a silent corner. Hiss! A massive snake head suddenly appeared, its black scales bristling, and its tail raised high as it dodged the lightning ball. Then it lunged toward the beastman with incredible speed. Suddenly, a huge vine shot out, attempting to ensnare the snake's advance. It did block the attack, but only for an instant before the vine was torn apart. The beastman, wielding wood-based soul power, looked somewhat pale, but his gaze remained resolute as he summoned the vine again, weaving it into a net to throw at the snake. The snake's tail brushed aside the vine net, exposing its sharp fangs as it seemed to regard them as mere snacks. At that moment, the beastmen armed with spears hurled their weapons, but the snake's thick scales rendered them nearly ineffective, only serving to provoke it further. Mo Chuan conjured another lightning ball and threw it at the snake's vital spot, causing its scales to burst open, revealing pale pink flesh, a horrifying sight. Hiss! Its vertical pupils fixed coldly on Mo Chuan, and its muscular tail whipped around again. It had initially intended to toy with these bipedal creatures, but now it was genuinely enraged. The beastmen scattered, and those who couldn't escape were nearly struck down by the snake's tail. They all dispersed, and a dirt wall appeared, blocking the snake's head as it charged. Although the snake's head broke through the wall, it emerged with its eyes closed. At this point, QushengshengGets had already climbed a large tree and shot an arrow at the snake's eyes. The arrow struck, and when the snake opened its eyes, it lunged at Mo-Chuan with its sharp teeth bared. Mo-Chuan rolled to the side, simultaneously tossing a lightning ball into the snake's mouth. The wild snake was caught off guard, and the lightning ball exploded inside, causing its scales to stand on end. Blood oozed from the corners of the snake's mouth, dripping onto the ground and withering the grass. The beastmen tightened their grips upon witnessing this scene. This snake had thick skin and was venomous, moving very quickly. Seeing the snake approaching, Mo-Chuan brandished his bone knife and charged at the snake. While the wood and earth-based soul power users attacked the giant snake in various ways to cover Mo-Chuan's approach, Mo-Chuan's target was clear. He aimed for the snake's injured vital spot. The snake wasn't stupid. It immediately turned to bite, and Mo-Chuan quickly dodged but couldn't avoid the tail, which struck him on the back, tearing away a layer of flesh. The area where the snake's scales had hit him was bloodied and gruesome. QushengshengGets quickly knocked another arrow, aiming for the snake's eyes again. This shot missed, merely grazing the snake's head, prompting the other beastmen to hurl their weapons at the snake's eyes, with some even throwing stones. Distracted by the barrage, the snake lost sight of its target, and in the next moment, a green vine suddenly sprang up, binding the snake and entangling its body. A dirt wall also surrounded the snake on 3 sides, leaving it nowhere to escape. Finally, Mo-Chuan reached the snake's vital spot, and despite its thrashing, he accurately plunged the bone knife into it. Hiss! That must have hurt. The snake used sheer force to break through a wall and escape the vines. Just then, another dirt wall appeared, and the snake suddenly turned direction, lunging at Mo-Chuan with its white fangs, a terrifying sight. Mo-Chuan was waiting for this moment, pressing his hand against the snake's body to send a jolt of electricity through it, and, as its speed slowed, he tossed a lightning ball into its mouth. This snake was tough and resilient. The internal damage and pain only fueled its ferocity. It turned its head and bit down on a beastman's leg with its bleeding mouth. Ah! The beastman didn't have time to scream before being dragged away. Seeing this, Mo-Chuan swung his knife at the snake's eyes again, severing the beastman's leg just above the knee, blood gushing from a wound. Get him out! QushengshengGets shouted, feeling around for her bag as she climbed down the tree. Without needing to say more, the injured beastman was quickly pulled away. It was the one with wood-based soul power. His leg was mangled, bloodied, and he appeared pale, on the verge of fainting. Seeing the state of the wood-based beastman, the other beastmen transformed into their beast forms and charged forward, determined to take a bite out of the snake, even if they couldn't kill it. QushengshengGets hurriedly used a beast-hide rope to bind the bleeding stump. The lower leg had likely been swallowed by the snake, and for now, she could only staunch the bleeding to save his life. QushengshengGets pulled out all the feathers she had, and while no one was watching, she took out a basin of water containing crushed stargrass from her space, using it to clean the wound before applying the feathers, successfully stopping the bleeding. However, the beastman named Mo-Mu looked as pale as a corpse, clearly in grave condition. QushengshengGets took out some wild bitter herb for him to chew on, encouraging him to muster the strength to swallow it. Chapter 237. Bone-scraping therapy. Many orcs were knocked out by the snake's tail, and the scene became chaotic. QushengshengGets could only manage to bandage some seriously injured orcs. The ants bit the elephant, and the orcs were stirred up with bloodlust, charging towards the giant snake one after another. Finally, a wall of earth pinned the snake down, but the snake once again gathered strength to break through the ground, and Mo-Chuan seized the opportunity to violently blow off the snake's head with a lightning ball. Hiss! Boom! 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 The giant snake's final struggles did not spare the surrounding trees. Mo-Chuan was swept aside by the snake's tail, falling to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale as he coldly watched the dying snake. At last, the giant snake fell silent, and all the orcs collapsed onto the ground, some letting out faint moans of pain. QushengshengGets hurried over to the side of an orc who was on the verge of death, urgently trying to save him. She had secretly stuffed all the necessary medicinal herbs into a leather bag, which was now bulging, but no one cared about that anymore. Everyone just wanted to be saved. QushengshengGets did her best to rescue him, then turned to Mo-Chuan's side, checking his wounds. His injuries were deep and looked terrifying. Many areas were bruised. Suddenly, She noticed a small black, rotten spot on Mo Chuhin's right arm, not large but about 5 centimeters in diameter, with a deep black hole in the center. She looked at the poisonous snake not far away and suddenly changed her expression, seeing Mo Chuhin's lips turning slightly bluish. She realized he was poisoned and couldn't afford to delay any longer. Remembering the story of Guan Yu's bone scraping therapy, she felt uncertain but still said, "I need to cut away the flesh that has been poisoned. It will be very painful. Can you endure it?" QushengshengGets suddenly recalled a classic from her childhood. "We don't have any anesthetics. What do you have?" "I have me." It was simply the epitome of a classic. But today, she had to do it. "Okay." Mo Chuhan pressed his lips together, looking unafraid. QushengshengGets had someone build a fire, then instructed Mo Chuhan to bite down on the leather, took out a stone knife, heated it in the fire, and, after a moment of hesitation, pulled out an ugly leather water pouch, which was her homemade rabbit skin water pouch filled with some crushed stargrass she had soaked earlier. Upon seeing the water pouch, Mo Chuhin's brows furrowed, appearing as if he hadn't seen it. The other orcs assumed it was a leather water pouch Mo Chuhan had brought out, and no one thought much of it. QushengshengGets took a quiet glance, only seeing Mo Chuhin's drooping eyelashes. He seemed neither surprised nor curious, prompting her to continue with her actions. At this moment, she truly felt forced with no other options but to try. QushengshengGets chose the fastest stone knife, which was nearly hot enough. She first rinsed the wound with the crushed star grass water, then bound the upper and lower parts of the wound with leather, and finally used the scalding stone knife to quickly cut away the poisoned flesh. Mo Chuhin's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He bit down on the leather. His muscles tensed, his face as pale as paper, but he remained silent throughout. After confirming that the remaining flesh was a normal color, QushengshengGets rinsed it repeatedly with the crushed star grass water, and after several attempts, revealed pinkish-white flesh, letting out a sigh of relief. She then applied crushed star grass powder to stop the bleeding and wrapped the wound in leather. QushengshengGets took out some wild bitter gentian and placed it in Mo Chuhin's mouth, instructing him to hold it. Then she covered him with leather to let him rest. Next, she moved on to treat another orc, and the water from the crushed star grass was running low, but the orcs were all bandaged up. Just as she finished bandaging, Mo Chuhan stood up with a pale face and said, "Thank you all for your hard work. This snake will be enough for our tribe to eat for a week." Hearing this news and seeing the nearly 30-meter-long snake, as thick as a water barrel, everyone felt a surge of excitement. They were the next generation of the tribe, having just come of age, and hunting such a large snake was encouraging for them. Though they had been injured in this battle, they had also secured a kill. One orc licked his cracked lips and cautiously asked, "Chief, can I eat a bit of this prey?" Mo Chuhan looked at the hopeful expressions of the surrounding orcs and nodded, saying, "Anyone who wants to eat can go ahead." With such a large snake, even if all the orcs present ate their fill, it would be fine. The orcs began to observe their surroundings. The environment was still dry, with many fallen leaves, not suitable for making a fire, so they simply ate the raw meat. QushengshengGets watched as the orcs transformed into their beast forms and began to gnaw on the snake meat. She felt a chill run down her spine, as she feared all snakes except for Yujin and Baiyu, and had no interest in snake meat. Mo Chuhan noticed QushengshengGets' repulsed expression and had no intention of eating snake meat. After all, what was eating meat compared to marrying a wife? Thus, apart from QushengshengGets and Mo Chuhan, almost all the orcs present ate some snake meat, and after they finished, everyone's spirits improved significantly. "Chief, aren't you eating?" "No." "After eating, we'll prepare to set off." "Yes." Mo Chuhan then placed the entire snake into the space, but the horned cow couldn't fit, so he had to take it out, and the less injured orcs helped carry it back. By the time they returned to the tribe, it was already dark. They had experienced too much that day, and Mo Chuhan planned to distribute the meat tomorrow, while also encouraging the younger generation in the tribe to hold a gathering to share and eat some of the meat. Chapter 238, Appreciation. QushengshengGets went to Granny High's cave, calling for the seriously injured orc to go with her for treatment. However, Granny High was also astonished by QushengshengGets' medical skills at that moment, and she hesitated to bandage the wounds, instead preparing some internal medicine to feed the orc. "Granny High," QushengshengGets called out. Granny High looked at her with eyes full of admiration and gratitude, making QushengshengGets feel a bit flustered. Granny High warmly held QushengshengGets' hand and said softly, "Thank you, QushengshengGets. Our tribe owes you a lot. Otherwise, many of us might not have survived." Granny High's gaze fell on the injured orcs, and she said with some heartache, "Granny, I've only learned a little. I hastily treated many of their wounds, and now I hope you could take another look at them." After saying this, Qushengsheng felt a bit embarrassed, knowing that Granny Hai was elderly and it was already dark, time to rest. All right, then Shengsheng can help me here. Qushengsheng understood that Granny Hai's words meant she wanted to teach her some home care skills. She hesitated for a moment. She didn't want to stay here too long. But looking at Granny Hai's kind face, she found it difficult to refuse. She also planned to teach Granny Hai as many medicinal herbs as possible, as a small way to repay her kindness. Granny Hai checked each injured orc one by one and finally said, Shengsheng, you did very well. At least they're not suffering from fever, which is already great. We just need to brew some medicine for their internal injuries. This is the Huijin grass. Its special scent can speed up wound recovery. This is the wild bitter ginseng. It can be used to replenish qi and blood. If we boil these two herbs together, it will help heal wounds and speed up recovery. This wild bitter ginseng is also easy to recognize. It blooms large red flowers. Once you see it, you will remember. Qushengsheng nodded, her gaze falling on the dry herbs in Granny Hai's hand. She sniffed and found that the Huijin grass had an unusual sour and bitter taste, which she remembered as rather intense. Granny Hai taught her how to brew medicine, and after preparing the medicine, Qushengsheng took out the remaining herbs from her animal skin bag, selecting 3 to introduce to Granny Hai. Granny Hai was thrilled and quickly took notes. For her, the knowledge of these herbs was more precious than anything else. The herbs Qushengsheng introduced were the fractured stargrass, bone longevity grass, and green return grass. After the introduction, she used the fractured stargrass to clean the orc's wounds, then applied the powder of the Huijin grass that Granny Hai had mentioned, and continued to bandage them. She didn't dare to move the more severely injured ones. Animal skins, after all, are not breathable. However, after all this time, she hadn't seen a single rami plant, nor any coarse fiber plants, so she could only make do. For wounds that were not particularly large or needed fixing, she left them unwrapped, thinking that perhaps it would be more beneficial for healing. While brewing the medicine, Qushengsheng fed Mo Chuhan and the 2 orcs with a green return infusion. Although Mo Chuhan's complexion was pale, he seemed to be in decent spirits. The 2 orcs, being only at the 2nd level of soul power, had tried their best today, and after walking for a while, they looked pale and shaky. After Qushengsheng gave them the green return water, their faces improved slightly. Mo Chuan quietly watched Qushengsheng busily moving around, feeling a warmth in his heart. Indeed, Granny Hai was right. Shengsheng was here to save their tribe. If the young and excellent orcs who were injured today had died, the wolf tribe would fall into an awkward situation of not having a successor. As the older orcs aged, the next generation would have no one to rely on, leading the tribe to continue declining, unsure of how long it would take to recover. Granny Hai was also praying in her heart, thanking the beast god for guiding them through this crisis safely. The next day, after a night of rest, Mo Chuan felt much better and planned to distribute the meat early. In this weather, meat would not last long, so they had to divide it. Thus, the tribe would not need to hunt for the next few days. Everyone gathered in the square as Mo Chuan had someone bring out the spiral horn cow. Upon seeing it, everyone was excited. Some orcs already knew that the tribe not only had the spiral horn cow, but also a large snake. The huge black snake was released from space, and everyone's eyes lit up. Such a big snake would provide food for a long time. The little wolf cubs were already yelping excitedly nearby. Yesterday, our young generation of the wolf tribe, fearless and brave, hunted down a spiral horn cow and a snake. Although we have some injuries, we all survived and secured these 2 prey. Good, good, good. The orcs below raised their hands, their eyes filled with admiration. The injured orcs stood tall, feeling particularly proud. Now let's start dividing the spoils. Those who contributed will receive more. Everyone was as happy as during the new year. They fully supported this decision. With so much meat, even if more was given to them, there would still be plenty left for themselves. Chapter 239. Eating oil residue this time. The meat was divided by the same old man as before, and the meat was cut neatly and decisively. The hard skin of the giant snake was removed by the beastmen, who planned to make armor from it. Snake scales are valuable items. The atmosphere on site was very lively, with the young beastmen excitedly recounting how bravely they had torn the meat from the evil snake. The snake meat was warm and tasted particularly sweet. Qushengsheng knew it was because they had run out of water yesterday and were very hungry, so the beastmen thought raw food was extremely delicious. But she didn't want to dampen their spirits. On the way here, Mo Chuan had asked her if he could leave the meat he was allocated with her since he couldn't cook due to his hand injury. He offered the meat as payment, hoping Qushengsheng could cook for him. Qushengsheng agreed readily. Mo Chuan was already entitled to a lot of meat, so she didn't take her share. Mo Chuan insisted and exchanged some tender meat for her. This time, just her share alone was 20 pounds, which could have been more, but she didn't take it. Some of the tender meat could also be given to the little furry creature she brought along, which still hadn't woken up. Mo Chuan carried the meat with one hand and walked out of the crowd, where the scene of meat distribution was still bustling. Everyone had skipped breakfast, eagerly listening to the beastmen talk about how good the raw snake meat tasted yesterday. They tried some, and indeed, the snake meat was tender and quite good. Qushengsheng was afraid of eating snake meat, so she exchanged it for some horned beef, and Mo Chuan didn't mind. Also switching to horned beef. Qushengsheng wanted to take care of the injured, but they weren't willing and even said they would be fine with another one. So she didn't insist further. That day, Mo Chuan ate all his meals in Qushengsheng's cave. Granny Hai found some family members to help take care of the injured, teaching them how to change the bandages for the wounded beastmen. They also roasted meat outside Granny Hai's cave for their meals. Qushengsheng asked if it was okay for the beastmen to eat roasted meat, and Granny Hai nodded. Beastmen are different. They require a lot of energy, so roasted meat is actually a better choice. Qushengsheng planned to make stir-fried meat for Mo Chuan, cook a meat soup, and prepare some grilled meat on a stone slab. She also asked a beastman who forged stone knives in the tribe about where to get stones, and then went to pick up a stone slab. Qushengsheng cleaned the stone slab and started by making the stir-fried meat. She cut some fatty pieces and fried them until golden. Seeing Mo Chuan sitting obediently by the fire, covered in herbs, Qushengsheng's heart softened. She took a small bowl, scooped out the oil residue, sprinkled a little salt on it, and like coaxing a child, handed it to Mo Chuan gently, saying, "Try it. This is oil residue, very fragrant. Be careful, it's hot. Blow on it before eating." Mo Chuan took the small wooden bowl with both hands, his eyes filled with anticipation and a bit shy. He felt like Qushengsheng was treating him like a young child. Although he felt uncomfortable, he still appreciated it. He carefully blew on it and then took a piece of oil residue into his mouth. The moment it entered, he was hit by a wave of meaty fragrance, along with a rich and non-greasy oil aroma. The hint of salt made the oil residue even more delicious. Taking a bite of the crispy oil residue and experiencing the different crunchiness and oily aroma compared to eating meat, Mo Chuan's eyes lit up. This oil residue was unbelievably delicious. Seeing him enjoy the food, Qushengsheng also smiled. She carefully poured the meat into the pot and quickly stir-fried it, then sprinkled some salt before serving it into a wooden basin. The meat strips were dark red and fragrant. This simple stir-fry was actually quite tasty. For the next dish, Qushengsheng planned to make a meatball soup. She had also picked some tender sweet potato leaves, which would be perfect for it. Qushengsheng minced the meat and kept mixing it until it was well blended, then started to render the fat. She added the oil residue to Mo Chuan's small bowl, sprinkled salt on it, and then added water to the pot, preparing to drop in the meatballs as soon as the water boiled. Qushengsheng's hands were fair and delicate. With a squeeze from her tiger's mouth and a scrape with a spoon, a round meatball appeared. Qushengsheng moved quickly, and soon the pot was filled with many meatballs. The meatballs made from horned beef had a faint pinkish hue and indeed had a subtle beef aroma, but wasn't overpowering. Rather, it was pleasant. Qushengsheng added the clean sweet potato leaves to the pot, stirred a few times, confirmed the meatballs were cooked, then added salt and ladled the meatball soup into a bowl. Just as she set up the stone slab, she saw a piece of pork oil residue appear before her. Looking up, it was Mo Chuan. Delicious, Shengsheng should eat too. Qushengsheng was taken aback for a moment, looking at Mo Chuan's serious expression. She carefully took a bite of the oil residue, which was as delicious as ever. She let the stone slab preheat while she cut a large bowl of hedgehog belly pork and some horned beef. Since Mo Chuan was injured, he probably needed to eat more, so she cut a bit extra. Just as she was thinking, another piece of oil residue appeared before her. She hesitated a bit, but ended up eating it. Mo Chuan might have understood the joy of feeding others, as he soon offered her another piece. That tiny piece of oil residue was almost entirely eaten by Qushengsheng. Seeing only one piece left in the wooden bowl, Mo Chuan reluctantly put the bowl away. Then he handed the last piece to Qushengsheng. The final piece was a bit small, and when Qushengsheng bit into it again, unexpectedly, she bit Mo Chuan's finger. Mo Chuan felt her soft and warm lips carefully wrapping around his finger. He was momentarily stunned, and then his wolf ears popped out from the top of his head, along with his bushy tail. Mo Chuan looked at Qushengsheng's red lips, his gaze gradually changing. Qushengsheng was startled and quickly stepped back, realizing she had just wrapped her lips around Mo Chuhan's finger. Thinking about it made her face feel like it was on fire, and her hands became clumsy while cutting the meat. Mo Chuan looked at Qushengsheng's flushed cheeks and cute, rosy earlobes, forcibly suppressing the heat in his heart. Hiding his finger behind him, trying to appear nonchalant, but only he knew how he truly felt. Seeing Mo Chuan like this, Qushengsheng breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, she cautiously glanced at Mo Chuan again, only to meet his gaze, causing her to feel like she was scalded by fire, quickly averting her eyes. At that moment, Qushengsheng felt so embarrassed that her head was about to smoke, and her whole body felt warm. Mo Chuan found her little bunny-like movements amusing. At this moment, he didn't feel too embarrassed anymore, but thinking about the sensation from earlier, he couldn't help but curl his finger. Chapter 240, Cysticercosis. Thus, they finished a meal in an atmosphere that was neither awkward nor easy to describe. Mo Chuan was eating the leaves in the soup, feeling that the leaves were tender and carried a fresh sweetness that he had never tasted before, even with a hint of bitterness that eventually turned into a lingering sweetness. The meatballs were chewy, and with a bite, they had a bit of bounce. The meatball soup was especially delicious. Finishing a bowl made him break into a sweat at the tip of his nose, bringing a warm and comfortable sense of relaxation. The stir-fried pork paired with sweet potatoes was tender, and combined with the sweet potatoes, it had a unique flavor and was equally delicious. The meat slices heated on the stone slab were cooked to a golden brown at the edges. Taking a bite, the crispy edges were surprisingly delightful, and the further in he ate, the firmer the meat became, even having a good chewiness. The rich meat aroma made him unable to resist eating a few more bites. After the meal, Mo Chuan sensibly washed the dishes for Qushengsheng and fetched water before finally heading back to the cave as night fell. Qushengsheng thought about the scene from earlier in the day and couldn't help but feel shy, ultimately forcing herself not to overthink and trying to calm her mind as she drifted into sleep. The next morning, after having breakfast, Qushengsheng went to Grandma Hai's cave. The outer part of Grandma Hai's cave was quite large, where several beastmen were lying down, looking to be in good spirits. Qushengsheng followed Grandma Hai to check on everyone, and after finishing the inspection, she let out a sigh of relief. Especially the beastman she had stitched up, who was now in good condition and looked at her like she was a lifesaver, putting some pressure on her. Thus, the tribe fell into a state of recuperation, with everyone living their own lives. Qushengsheng had been helping Grandma Hai for several days, and it had been 3 days since she had invited Mo Chuan to dinner. Recently, she always felt that Mo Chuan was looking at her, and when she looked back, he was still watching her. Their eyes would meet, giving her an indescribable sense of urgency, as if she were a little rabbit targeted by a large predator. That morning, just as she arrived at Grandma Hai's cave, Grandma Hai frowned and pulled her aside, saying that many beastmen were experiencing diarrhea and vomiting. Almost all the beastmen recuperating in the cave exhibited these symptoms this morning. Qushengsheng was startled. What was going on? Hearing about diarrhea, her mind was filled with thoughts of dysentery or food poisoning. So she hurriedly asked the more lively beastman what his stool looked like. The beastman appeared confused and even a bit incredulous, feeling a bit shy about discussing it. But since Qushengsheng asked, he had to answer. After hearing the description, Qushengsheng realized they might have cysticercosis. The big dog her neighbor had raised before had once contracted this disease and had passed away shortly after. Qushengsheng furrowed her brow, wondering what could have caused it. Moreover, the entire tribe seemed to have this condition, which was indeed alarming. During her subsequent inquiries, she discovered a concerning issue. Those who were severely ill had all eaten raw snake meat. At this point, Qushengsheng felt a bit regretful. She should have reminded them sooner. She had thought that beastmen in the beast world had strong immunity and that eating raw meat was not a big deal. But she never considered that the snake carried tapeworms. As for treating tapeworms, given the current conditions, they could only look for plants in the wild that could be used for intestinal deworming, such as pumpkin seeds or beetle nuts. Qushengsheng thought of this, and, fearing that these beastmen might become dehydrated from diarrhea, advised Grandma Hai to give those with diarrhea some saline water. Since there was no sugar in the tribe, she could only let them drink some salt water to hold on for now, while she and Mo Chuan went out to find plants. Qushengsheng felt uncertain, but knew they had no choice but to act. Qushengsheng explained the dangers of tapeworms and the causes of cysticercosis to Mo Chuan and Grandma Hai. This made both Mo Chuan and Grandma Hai tremble with fear, never expecting such a terrible disease to emerge in the tribe due to eating raw snake meat. After hearing Qushengsheng say that she and Mo Chuan would go out to look for medicinal herbs, Grandma Hai nodded. It seemed they had no other choice for now. The tribe had very few combatants left, and they needed people to guard it. Letting Mo Chuan accompany Qushengsheng to find herbs was the best solution. Grandma Hai and Mo Chuan exchanged glances, realizing that this was the dreadful disease the beast god had warned them about. If they couldn't find the medicinal herbs, their tribe would face widespread sorrow, with almost no survivors. Qushengsheng swiftly gathered her things. At this moment, Mo Chuan already knew she had space equipment, but he didn't say anything. Qushengsheng decided not to hide it from him anymore. After putting her things into the space, she left the tribe with her weapon and Mo Chuan, heading deeper into the forest. Chapter 241. Departing for the monkey clan, Qushengsheng carefully recalled the environment in which the beetle nut trees and pumpkins thrived. Finally, she asked, "Is there a place with ample sunlight and a warm climate? A little humid would be fine." Mo Chuan pondered for a few seconds before replying that there was such a place. He then transformed into his beast form and lowered himself, signaling for Qushengsheng to get on. Qushengsheng said nothing and promptly climbed on, and the two dashed into the forest. Qushengsheng didn't let Mo Chuan run too fast. Although his speed was still considerable, she could at least see the surrounding plants clearly. They were filled with a faint hope as they searched for the needed plants in the vast forest. From being full of confidence at the start, Qushengsheng's eyes began to dry out as time passed. Unable to help herself, she rubbed her eyes. Surrounding them were green plants and yellow-brown leaves. But she couldn't see any creeping pumpkin vines on the ground or trees. Beetle nut trees were easily recognizable, but since they were tropical plants, Qushengsheng wasn't sure if they would appear here. Still, thinking of the wonders of the beast world, she made an effort to look closely, afraid of missing something. However, imagination was beautiful and reality was harsh. Qushengsheng and Mo Chuan saw neither pumpkins nor beetle nuts from dawn till dusk. After a long day of travel, Montag Schuhan was exhausted. Finally, he could no longer hold on, and the giant wolf lay down on the ground, panting heavily and moving cautiously, as if afraid of hurting Qushengsheng. Qushengsheng had been urging Mo Chuan earlier, but she also didn't want to rest. Now, they finally took a break. Qushengsheng quickly got off Mo Chuan's back and prepared a bit of diluted salt water for him. Mo Chuan transformed back into his human form, his hair curly and his brow glistening with sweat. He tilted his head back to drink, and some large droplets rolled down to his beautifully sculpted chest, even sparkling on his collarbone. Qushengsheng swallowed hard. She had to admit that Mo Chuan's broad shoulders and narrow waist were indeed stunning. It's worth mentioning that Qushengsheng had run out her salt, so she had to use the coarse salt from her tribe, which not only had large grains but also tasted a bit bitter. After drinking a couple of sips of pure water, she began to snack on the rabbit jerky she had made. "Shengsheng, what do the plants we were looking for look like?" Mo Chuan asked. Chewing on the rabbit jerky Qushengsheng gave him. He wasn't fond of these tough meat snacks, but the ones she prepared were exceptionally delicious. The rabbit meat could be pulled apart easily, with a dry yet tender texture that was truly delightful. At this moment, both of them were famished, so anything they ate tasted good. What we're looking for is something called beetle nut. The trees are very tall, and the leaves at the top look like a broom. The other one is called pumpkin. It's a vine plant with round leaves and tender leaf stems, and it has small thorns that can prick your hands. The fruit it bears is yellow. As Qushengsheng described, she used a small twig to draw the shapes of the plants on the ground. Mo Chuan stared at the drawing for a while and suddenly said, "I think I've seen this kind of tree before." He pointed at the rough sketch of the beetle nut tree. Qushengsheng looked at him with intense eyes, making Mo Chuan feel quite embarrassed. He even felt unsure about how to position his tail. Ever since he revealed his tail in front of Qushengsheng, he had stopped being shy about it. His tail. If he wanted to show it, he would show it. It seems the monkey clan cultivates this plant. They also like to eat its fruit. Mo Chuan said, after thinking for a long time, "Is this really an antidote? I see the monkeys of all ages love to eat this." Their entire tribe's combat power isn't very high, but they are quite intelligent, able to make a drink that confuses people and then trade it for prey. Tribes from all over love this. Confusing drink? Qushengsheng thought it over in her mind and suddenly recalled monkey wine. Is it possible that the monkey clan has learned to brew alcohol? Then why haven't we seen it among the wolf clan? QushengshengGets RedFruit. I hate using something that weakens combat power. It will make our beast warriors indulge like the monkeys, leading to a loss of will and combat effectiveness. So I never allow our tribe to trade for that kind of water, Mo Chuan said firmly, believing that alcohol served no purpose other than to make beastmen addicted. I see. Qushengsheng pondered for a moment and then asked Mo Chuan, how far is their tribe from here? How long will it take to get there? What can we trade for their beetle nuts? At my speed, it would take 2 days without rest, and with rest time, it would take 3 days. They never trade their beetle nuts. To them, it is a divine gift, and they do not allow outsiders to exchange for it. And Mo Chuan guessed Qushengsheng's intention to get beetle nuts from the monkey clan, but that group of monkeys was not foolish and was very difficult to handle. Never mind. We'll go to the monkey clan and think of a way when we get there. We can't just sit back and wait. The injured in our tribe have just started to recover a bit, and we don't know how bad the situation is now. We can only go to the monkey clan to try and obtain beetle nuts, Qushengsheng said, her gaze resolute as she looked in the direction Mo Chuan pointed out, where the monkey clan lived to the east of the Forest of Beasts. Chapter 242. The Beast by the Lake. After a short rest, Mo Chuan and Qushengsheng set off again. Due to the distance, they needed to find a place to replenish their water supply and hunt, preferably a small river or stream. Mo Chuan ran with his head down, while Qushengsheng kept an eye on the surrounding plants. However, all they could see were the lush green moss and towering trees. The sky had darkened, and they still hadn't found a water source. Mo Chuan was breathing heavily and looked unwell. Qushengsheng spotted a cave not far away and tapped Mo Chuan to make him stop. Mo Chuan halted and tilted his head to look at her. Let's rest here, Qushengsheng suggested. Mo Chuan initially wanted to refuse. The survival of the tribe was at stake, and as the leader, he couldn't afford to be lax. However, seeing Qushengsheng's tiredness and the dirt smudged on her brows, he suppressed his urgency and agreed. Qushengsheng noticed Mo Chuan frowning, realizing he was worried about the tribe. Curiously, she asked, is it safe to travel at night? It's fine. You don't need to be afraid with me around. I passed through the monkey tribe this year, and there are no ferocious beasts on this stretch of road. Even if there are, I can help you avoid them. So don't worry, Mo Chuan replied honestly. Qushengsheng thought for a moment and then said, I still have some rabbit jerky left. I'll just take a piece, and you can have a rest. Then we can continue on our way and hunt for more tomorrow at the next location. What do you think? Hearing this, Mo Chuan was taken aback, a gentle smile spreading across his face. It turned out Qushengsheng was concerned about him, worried he might not be able to handle it. Her words showed that she hadn't considered herself at all, only him, warming his heart immensely. I'm fine, but Qushengsheng, you look too tired. It's okay to rest, Mo Chuan said. Although he was anxious, he knew that only Qushengsheng could ultimately treat the illness, and he couldn't afford to lose her over something minor. Moreover, the priestess was important, not just because he liked her. I'm not tired. I'm not the one running. Let's rest for a bit and then continue, Qushengsheng insisted. Mo Chuan nodded, knowing well that she must be tired. Sitting on a wolf's back was probably a bit better than a horse, but the constant jostling without a fixed place to hold onto the wolf was exhausting. After they quietly finished eating, Mo Chuan led Qushengsheng on their way again. The wolf had excellent night vision, and they were moving quickly. Qushengsheng almost fell asleep in the middle of the night, but eventually, Mo Chuan couldn't bear to let her suffer any longer. He found a clean spot, curled up, and let Qushengsheng rest against his warm, furry belly. The next day, at dawn, Missouri Chuan gently nudged Qushengsheng awake with his head, and they set off again. They ran for most of the morning, during which Mo Chuan even hunted a large beast with strange yellow fur, no tail, and a chubby body, with a long snout that resembled a non-mainstream yellow pig? Something like that. There's a large lake ahead. We can rest there, and the day after tomorrow, we'll reach the monkey tribe in the morning, Mo Chuan said. Qushengsheng nodded, but suddenly, Mo Chuan stopped in his tracks, looking warily toward the lake. There are beastmen, and they are very powerful. I'm not their match, Mo Chuan said, his expression turning cold. If it were just him, he would go and face them, even if it meant getting beaten up. But with Qushengsheng there, it was different. What if that beastman wanted to take Qushengsheng away? What would he do? Eugene suddenly clutched his rapidly beating heart, looking in disbelief toward the southwest. Before his mind could catch up, he had already swum over at the fastest speed, like a red flash of lightning. Mo Chuan's fur bristled, while Qushengsheng felt the little snake in her chest heating up, unknowingly covering her heart. Her gaze filled with unrecognized anticipation as she stared toward the east. Chapter 243. Encounter with Eugene. Mo Chuan signaled Qushengsheng to come down, then lowered his body, vigilantly watching that direction, ready for an explosion at any moment. The wolf fawn also silently revealed itself. Qushengsheng wanted to say a few words of advice, but held back. What if it wasn't him? A red figure flashed by, and the next second, Mo Chuhan was knocked over and slammed against a tree. He didn't even have time to struggle before being caught off guard. Such power was beyond his expectations. Sheng. Eugene looked at the woman in front of him, who appeared more mature and stunning than before, feeling an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He had finally found her. It felt as if his heart had been completed. Woo. Sheng couldn't speak. Her lips quivered with soft sobs, tears streaming down like pearls, making anyone who saw it feel heartbroken. Eugene stepped forward in 2 strides, just about to embrace Sheng, when unexpectedly a thunderball came from behind. He had no reaction. Only when the thunderball was about to get close, it was easily blocked by an ice shield, leaving Eugene unharmed. As a level 6 orc with rich combat experience, Eugene's reaction to attacks was instinctive, and he considered Mo Chuhan's level 4 soul power attack as negligible. Eugene pulled Sheng into his embrace and gently said, Sheng, you've suffered. It's my fault for being late. Eugene's embrace was still as reassuring as ever. The words "you've suffered" made Sheng's tears flow even more fiercely. She recalled the fear and grievances along the way, and the injuries she had endured, making her nose feel increasingly sour. Eugene felt the sadness of the person in his arms, and it pained his heart. He awkwardly wiped Sheng's tears and softly comforted her. Sheng. Be good, don't cry, okay? Don't let yourself get hurt from crying. I won't let such things happen again, and you won't have to suffer so much anymore. Sheng gradually stopped crying, and it was then she had time to carefully examine Eugene. The creases between his brows made her unable to help but reach out and gently place her hand there, her eyes filled with heartache. During the days she had been missing, they had suffered. Otherwise, they wouldn't have encountered each other on this road. Am I a bit ugly? Eugene asked in a casual tone, but his eyes clearly showed fear of her disdain. Sheng's tears swirled in her eyes. This version of him left her momentarily speechless. She felt so much pain for him. Her heart ached for her Eugene, who had once been carefree but now was covered in dust, wearing tattered animal skins with messy hair. He used to care so much about his appearance. But now he seemed troubled, perhaps only having thoughts of finding her left in his mind. Seeing that Sheng didn't respond, Eugene became a bit flustered. What to do? His shark silk clothes were ruined, and his hair was a mess. Eugene suddenly felt a warm, soft touch on his lips. He froze for a moment, but in the next second, he took the initiative, kissing her deeply, making Sheng almost unable to breathe. Sheng. Eugene's deep voice rang in her ears, and she couldn't help but cry. Eugene was startled, thinking he had frightened his treasured one who had returned to him. Sheng, don't cry. Please don't cry. Eugene became flustered. He seemed to have transformed from a decisive warrior into an ordinary orc disturbed by a female's emotions. Not ugly. My Eugene is not ugly at all. I'm just so heartbroken. Sheng choked out, her fingers carefully touching Eugene's brow, as if wanting to smooth out the creases there, imagining how nice it would be if there had never been a separation. Eugene's hand that was wiping Sheng's face suddenly paused. In that moment, the bitterness swelling in his heart suddenly poured out, and his eyes turned slightly red. This was his female. She didn't mention her suffering, didn't say anything about his failure to take care of her as her beast husband. She only felt sorry for the creases on his brow. Her feelings for him were profound and weighty. This version of him was his light, the only color in his heart, the partner he cherished and wanted to protect for a lifetime. As for the drama of this meeting, Mo Chuhan went from suspicion at the beginning to pain later on, finally his eyes dimming. Chapter 244. Resting after the emotions settled down. Eugene began to pay attention to the mood of the orc beside him. He took a look at the orc, and the only thing that was acceptable was his face. Then he raised an eyebrow and asked Sheng, who is this? Eugene, this is the leader of the wolf clan, Mo Chuhan. Chuhan, this is my beast husband, Eugene. Sheng introduced the two to each other, and Eugene appeared to be in a joyous mood, which made Mo Chuhan seem even more desolate. The two orcs sized each other up and exchanged names. However, Eugene was particularly concerned about the introduction of Mo Chuhan as the leader of the wolf clan. If this person was not Sheng's beast husband, then he had almost mistakenly harmed him just now. However, he wasn't completely innocent either. Sheng's lack of strong feelings for him didn't mean that this orc had no intentions towards Sheng. Sheng, why did you bring the leader of the wolf clan here? Eugene's question clearly distinguished between insiders and outsiders. Mo Chuhan cleared his throat, but the fact remained that he had brought Sheng to meet her lost beast husband. Perhaps this was fate. I'll explain. After Mo Chuan took the floor, he began to impartially describe what had happened during this time. Eugene slightly tilted his head to glance at Sheng Sheng, and seeing her nod imperceptibly, he understood that the orc's words were not false. Just based on this orc's demeanor, Eugene had a bit of appreciation for him. After all, it was this orc who took the initiative to narrate the events, and if he mixed in any falsehoods, Eugene couldn't completely avoid it. Asking further would imply distrust in Sheng Sheng, and if Sheng Sheng pointed out any inaccuracies, it would also be somewhat ungrateful to the Wolf clan for their previous hospitality. This entire situation was quite a dilemma, easily placing a prickly needle in the relationship between Sheng Sheng and him. Although Eugene could resolve it, he didn't want to bother with it. After hearing everything, Eugene understood the course of events. Sheng Sheng, you've suffered. Let me handle the rest. After saying this to Chu Sheng Sheng, he turned to Mo Chuan and said, I passed by the monkey clan yesterday. Don't worry about them not giving you olives. You can just ask directly. The monkey clan is quite friendly. Montak Shuan. Friendly? He wasn't aware of that, as the monkey clan had always had a reputation for being troublesome and greedy. However, seeing Eugene's confident demeanor, he didn't continue to argue. Eugene divided his attention to observe Mo Chuan's reaction. Seeing that he didn't seem to hold a grudge or argue, he felt a bit more satisfied, but how to proceed still needed to be considered. After finishing his words, Eugene took Chu Shengsheng to the lakeside, and Mo Chuan followed. At this point, Eugene already knew that the two hadn't rested and eaten properly, so he asked Chu Shengsheng to wash her hands. He then tore off a clean large leaf and took out a bunch of fruits from his space, various kinds of fruits in all different colors, filling the space. Chu Shengsheng remembered that Eugene didn't really like fruits, so she wondered how he had so many in his space. She thought about it and asked, Why do you have so many fruits? Eugene casually replied, I was afraid of running into you and thought you might want to eat fruits. Chu Shengsheng felt a warmth in her heart. This was the unspoken goodness of Eugene. Shengsheng, I'll go catch some fish and make you grilled fish. Eugene jumped into the lake and within a few minutes, caught 2 large fish. He skillfully cleaned the fish, his movements quick and showing he was experienced. Where's Yuanjiang? Chu Shengsheng looked around and noticed Yuanjiang wasn't with Eugene, feeling a bit uneasy. I forgot to mention, he is probably to the south. We left signals for each other, and I'll message him shortly. He'll be able to catch up. After Eugene said this, he carefully explained their plan to head west separately. Chu Shengsheng understood that they had no choice but to do this, and thankfully they had met. Mo Chuan sat not far away, his head lowered, not even paying attention to the prey. His current mood was similar to someone who had suddenly experienced heartbreak, filled with sadness. Seeing this, Chu Shengsheng exchanged glances with Eugene, who nodded. Chu Shengsheng then said, Chuan, could you gather some firewood for me? Let Eugene handle that wild beast. It's a good opportunity to try his skills. After hearing this, Eugene paused. He was very confident in his cooking skills. To be honest, he preferred eating raw food over cooking. Chapter 245, To the Monkey Tribe, however, after such a long period of outdoor training, even if he didn't do well, at least it was still edible. Eugene quickly cleaned up the prey and fish, while Mo Chuan swiftly started a fire, not allowing Chu Shengsheng to do anything. Soon, Eugene had the prey roasting over the fire, and he sat down next to Chu Shengsheng, looking as if he were asserting his claim. Mo Chuan occasionally helped turn the meat, but despite the myriad thoughts in his mind, he didn't show much on his face and maintained a cool demeanor. After they hastily finished eating, Eugene dug a shallow trench around the campfire, then placed some unknown green branches and leaves on the fire, instantly sending up a plume of green smoke. This was the signal agreed upon between Eugene and Yuanjiang. The green smoke was something Chu Shengsheng had casually suggested, and this action became their signal. After seeing the green smoke, Yuanjiang would head in that direction, and by following the marks left by Eugene, they would soon be able to reunite. Eugene transformed into his beast form and led Chu Shengsheng towards the monkey tribe, while Mo Chuan silently transformed into a wolf and followed. Mo Chuan was fast, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't match Eugene. Remembering his responsibility to take care of Shengsheng, Eugene slightly slowed down, adjusting his pace so that Mo Chuan could keep up. Mo Chuan did not disappoint his expectations and ran at a speed comparable to Eugene's. Perhaps it was due to competition, or perhaps Eugene took a shortcut, but they arrived near the monkey tribe early the next morning, a journey that would have otherwise taken longer. Interestingly, many monkeys, upon discovering Eugene's unmistakable figure, emitted sharp cries to notify one another. However, Eugene, being polite, did not enter the tribe but stood outside, holding Qushengsheng's hand and occasionally offering her some strange small fruits. They had only stood there for a few minutes, and even Mo Chuhan had just caught his breath when a group of monkeys charged out. Qushengsheng observed the group. They appeared tall but slightly hunched, generally thin, and the leader wore beast teeth and a feathered crown, seeming like an important figure. "Ah, what wind brings you here? Is there something the monkey tribe can assist you with?" The elderly monkey leader's voice was somewhat dull, not matching his slender body. "You must have found someone, right? Congratulations. This is truly a great matter." This monkey had a very familiar demeanor and spoke without any formality. Eugene raised an eyebrow and replied lightly, "Yes. I have found someone. We have returned to the monkey tribe today for a request." Upon hearing this, the old monkey's eyes shifted, and he hesitated, saying, "I dare not. I dare not." Qushengsheng looked at the old monkey's smooth demeanor and couldn't help but want to laugh. If it weren't for this monkey's fear of Eugene, he would surely have said something along the lines of sending them back where they came from instead of dare not. Eugene's expression turned cold, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop. The younger monkeys beside the old monkey initially had defiant looks in their eyes, but when Eugene released his six-tier strength, they were frightened and trembled like quails. "Let us talk things over. We will do our best to assist you," the old monkey said, a hint of obscurity flashing in his eyes, yet he forcibly held it back, looking somewhat like he was enduring humiliation. "Remember our connection, Chief. As beastmen, we must not forget our roots," Eugene said ambiguously. The monkey tribe's leader's expression twisted for a moment, yet he still forced a smile, looking somewhat insincere. "Yes, yes. What you say is right," the old monkey replied, continuously lowering his stance. "Then I'll trouble the chief to prepare a full basket of your sacred tree fruits for me," Eugene said, pulling out a large basket from his space. Qushengsheng watched as Eugene effortlessly demanded this unreasonable request, her brow twitching. She squeezed Eugene's hand, hinting that they didn't need that much. Eugene glanced at her reassuringly, steadying her heart. She knew he had his reasons for acting this way. "A basket?" The chief barely had time to react before his companions exclaimed. The chief's face stiffened as he said, "A basket is indeed a bit much for the monkey tribe. Is it too much?" Eugene asked ambiguously, and after his question, his clear gaze casually swept over them. The monkeys instinctively shrank back, while Mo Chuhan frowned slightly, unable to bear it any longer, and quietly asked, "Sheng, how much beetle nut do we need?" Qushengsheng whispered back, "At least half a basket." Mo Chuhan did not continue, seemingly just asking out of curiosity. Eugene's strength was formidable, so he didn't want to say too much. But he also didn't want to be a beastman who bullied the weak. Chapter 246, Getting the Beetle Nut. "Did you hear that? A basket won't do. Then let's settle for half a basket." Eugene looked at the leader of the monkey tribe, raising the corners of his lips in a seemingly agreeable manner. The monkey tribe leader's face turned ashen, feeling embarrassed by the fact that Eugene gave him no face at all. "Leader." The monkey beastman beside him felt somewhat unwilling. The monkey tribe leader suddenly forced a smile on his face and waved his hand at the young monkeys, saying, "Go pick half a basket of holy tree fruits for the honored guest." The monkey beastmen wanted to say something more, but in the end they held back, as they could see the leader's expression that brooked no refusal or dissent. "Would the honored guest like to rest at our tribe?" The monkey tribe leader asked eagerly. Something strange was afoot. Qushengsheng looked at the monkey with a face full of wrinkles from smiling and was somewhat puzzled about what he was up to. However, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, she pinched Eugene's knuckles. "No, thank you," Eugene replied. "All right, then I will prepare some holy water for you on behalf of the monkey tribe," the old monkey said proudly. "This holy water is special. Drinking it can cure all ailments and bring joy to the body and mind." After saying that, the monkey took out 3 30-centimeter-long bamboo tubes with wooden stoppers from his space. Though there was a hint of reluctance in his eyes, he handed them to Eugene. Eugene accepted them without hesitation. He wouldn't miss out on a good deal, but he had to take something from the monkey tribe. At this moment, Mo Chuhan furrowed his brows, watching Qushengsheng. Seeing that she didn't oppose or stop Eugene, his lips gradually straightened. The reason Qushengsheng didn't intervene was that she knew Eugene's character. He must have his reasons for doing this. Eugene casually stuffed the items into his space. The old monkey, seeing that this female was not fighting for anything, was also weighing in his mind. Could it be that this female had a submissive character? If so, that wouldn't be bad. The old monkey didn't dare to look too much, but his mind was racing. After a while, the monkey tribe brought over half a basket of olives. All the monkeys looked unwilling, but Eugene pretended not to see and casually put it into his space. Afterwards, he complimented the monkey tribe leader for his generosity, then took Qushengsheng's hand and turned to leave. Mo Chuan took out all the bee's skins from his space and said, a small token of gratitude. After saying that, he followed Eugene. Eugene and Qushengsheng saw this scene. Eugene said nothing, merely curling the corners of his lips slightly. They ran towards the wolf tribe with a large basket of beetle nuts. After running for a while, Eugene suddenly said, let's take a break. Once they stopped, Qushengsheng curiously asked Eugene, who was preparing to roast meat, what happened with the monkey tribe? It's a long story. At that time, I concealed my strength and arrived at the monkey tribe's entrance. I asked if they had seen a beautiful female, and they said she was in the tribe and invited me to come in with them. Once I entered, they still had friendly expressions, leading me to a cave and treating me to food and drinks. I didn't eat their offerings, instead putting everything into my space. Then, under the cover of night, they suddenly showed their true colors, with a group of beastmen rushing in to block the exit and began to rob me. I could tell they were seasoned criminals because their movements were very practiced. Some beastmen had beast skin ropes, while others had bone knives and daggers. The leading beastman said it was bad luck for me to run into the monkey tribe all alone. That leading beastman happened to be the old monkey's third son. I was worried you might also get captured by them, so I deliberately pretended to be weak and was caught and thrown into another small cave. This cave was marked with claw scratches from beastmen and had many bloodstains, but most of the blood had dried up, indicating they had done this many times. The next morning, the monkey tribe came to search me for valuables, and to my surprise, there was a group of females leading the charge. With the old monkey's eldest daughter choosing me, it was really laughable. I realized they not only sought wealth, but also had designs on me. I overturned their tribe, subdued those foolish beastmen, and confiscated more than half of their assets, ultimately turning their entire tribe upside down. I didn't see you before I stopped. The old monkey even claimed it was his failure in discipline that led to such events in the monkey tribe and killed his third son in front of me. As Eugene spoke to this point, disdain filled his eyes. To him, a parent who couldn't raise their children properly and could even kill their own offspring was truly disgusting. Upon hearing this, Qushengsheng had no good feelings left for the monkey tribe. The monkey tribe was hospitable to beastmen with a capacity for revenge, eager to promote their tribe's specialties. But they showed another face to lone beastmen, treating them like prey. Fortunately, Eugene caused such a ruckus. Perhaps the monkey tribe would be more cautious in the future. These shameless robbers should be beaten into submission all at once. Then they wouldn't dare to extort anyone they came across. Mo Chuan listened quietly, and upon hearing about the monkey tribe's shameless actions, he couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. He now somewhat regretted leaving all the bee skins to the monkey tribe. They didn't deserve it. Chapter 247, Bamboo Tube. Wine. Mo Chuan originally thought he would face the ridicule or accusations of the two, but nothing happened. This relieved him, while also making him laugh at his own narrow-mindedness. They had just placed the meat on the fire when Eugene casually glanced at the jungle behind them, his smile deepening. After a while, Mo Chuan suddenly sat up straight and said alertly, someone's here. Qushengsheng was startled, while Eugene gently patted her head, smoothing down the tuft of hair on her head, and said softly, it's okay, Shengsheng, let's get ready to eat. Qushengsheng completely trusted Eugene. If he said it was fine, then it was fine. To the restless Mo Chuan, Eugene also kindly reminded him, let's eat. They're just a bunch of rabble. Only then did Mo Chuan quiet down, and the group ate in silence, with Mo Chuan occasionally softly coaxing Qushengsheng to eat more. After finishing, Mo Chuan leisurely took out the holy water given by the clan leader and opened the lid. A strong fragrance of alcohol wafted out, almost intoxicating. Mo Chuan tilted his head curiously, and Qushengsheng leaned over to look, discovering that the bamboo tube contained some murky light yellow liquid. She curiously asked, oh, why did the monkey clan send us such strong wine? Wine? That's a good name. It's much better than holy water. Shengsheng is so clever, Eugene said, looking proud. Qushengsheng replied, there's no need to be like that. Mo Chuan looked at the small bamboo tube of holy water, feeling a bit astonished. This was something he had heard of. He had heard that many powerful clans' beastmen loved this drink, and he had always longed for it. He never expected to see the real thing today. Eugene took a sip, then quietly savored it for a moment before asking Qushengsheng, do you want to try? Shengsheng? Yes. Then just a little bit. Okay. Qushengsheng obediently took 3 sips, only to find that the wine was not spicy at all. In fact, it was a bit sweet. After finishing, she felt a strong after effect, her face and ears turning red. Eugene gave all the remaining wine to Mo Chuhan, saying, "It's all for you." He even smiled warmly. Mo Chuhan initially wanted to refuse because he considered this wine extremely precious, something that could only be exchanged for herbs and salt. However, seeing that both Qushengsheng and Eugene didn't mind, he accepted it. After receiving it, he carefully took a sip. He had never tasted anything like this before, and the more he drank, the more he wanted another sip. In the end, he drank 2/3 of the remaining wine. Qushengsheng watched Mo Chuhan drink like this, thinking he might get drunk. People who rarely come into contact with alcohol could easily get intoxicated, especially since this wine had a strong after effect. Seeing Mo Chuhan's face not turning red and remaining calm, she was a bit astonished. Could it be that he had a special talent? The next moment, Mo Chuhan's expression turned cold as he avoided the meat in front of him and started gnawing on a piece of bone without meat. This made Qushengsheng unable to hold back her laughter. "Chuan, are you all right?" QushengshengGets RedFruit. I'm doing well. Actually, I've always been quite well." As he spoke, Mo Chuhan's eyes reddened. Then, while gnawing on the bone, tears started to fall, looking as if he had suffered a great grievance. With his eyes and nose turning red, Qushengsheng was startled and handed him a soft piece of beef skin as a handkerchief. Don't cry, wipe your tears." Qushengsheng was also a bit flustered. What was going on? The usually cold and strong Mo Chuhan turned out to be a crybaby? Could it be that the alcohol had revealed his true personality? Seeing Qushengsheng worry about Mo Chuhan, Eugene, feeling a bit jealous, said he drank it himself. "And Shengsheng, you don't care about me at all." Qushengsheng turned to look at Eugene, who had a clear expression but a slightly aggrieved look in his eyes, which softened her heart. "Okay, Eugene is the best. You're so clever. Even after drinking, you're fine. Eugene is really amazing," Qushengsheng said gently in a tone used for coaxing children. Eugene was taken aback, his ears slowly turning red. Seeing Qushengsheng smile at him, he felt he was losing his strong persona and thus said proudly, "I'm much stronger than him." He pointed his chin at the weeping Mo Chuhan, making Qushengsheng both laugh and cry. Before Qushengsheng could say anything more, several beastmen suddenly jumped out from the bushes. They looked quite extraordinary and even somewhat aggressive. This group consisted of 6 fourth-tier beastmen. The leading beastman said ominously, "Take them down, kill them, and leave one female alive. That will be our reward." The others looked over, their eyes filled with malicious intent as they stared at the female, who had rosy cheeks and tearful eyes, looking quite captivating. Eugene's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling, killing intent. The murderous aura of a 6-tier strongman was a terrifying pressure. Chapter 248. Resting in the cave, the orcs felt a moment of tension. But when they saw Mo Chuhan's appearance, their confidence returned. Their group of 6 was led by a brown bear orc who was at level 5, while 2 others were at level 4 and the rest at level 3. They were not wandering beasts. They belonged to solitary beasts who had recently stumbled upon the monkey tribe. The tribe leader had kindly invited them to stay within the community, later suggesting they deal with a group of people in exchange for drinking their sacred water to their fill and even offering a female to them. Initially, they paid little attention to the offer, but now they realized the female was truly beautiful. They had never seen such a stunning female before. "Go, kill those 2 orcs. Let us finish early and enjoy our little female." The leading orc charged forward, while Eugene kept Qushengsheng protected behind him. Ice crystals exploded around them, and the weaker orcs were caught off guard and suffered some injuries. Qushengsheng obediently stood between Eugene and Mo Chuhan, drew arrows from the air, and coldly stared at the group. Eugene wielded his ice sword and charged at the group. Although he faced 6 orcs, he appeared to be handling them with ease. He had emerged from the beast tide and could kill even crazed magical beasts without hesitation. Thus, he felt no pressure against these orcs. The sight of Eugene in a bloodthirsty state intimidated the 2 younger orcs, causing them to fight timidly, which gave Eugene an opportunity. He swiftly sliced through the exposed neck of one orc with his thin blade, and in the next moment, the orc's head fell, confusion evident in its eyes. As if it couldn't comprehend what had just happened, its body collapsed, blood splattering onto the nearby shorter orc, the warm blood turning its vision red, nearly causing it to drop its weapon as it stood dazed in the center of the battlefield. Qushengsheng aimed at this orc and released an arrow that had been drawn for a long time. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air was followed by the chilling sound of it piercing flesh. Qushengsheng aimed for the orc's eye, and given how long it stood there, luck was on her side as she accurately sent it off. The fall of 2 orcs ignited a wave of anger in the leading brown bear orc, who transformed into his beast form. This brown bear orc was a strength-type orc, with thick fur for protection, and he now only wanted to crush Eugene. Eugene also transformed into his beast form, a massive red giant snake, flicking its tongue and coldly locking onto the orc on the ground. Despite his large size, Eugene was quick and against the clumsy brown bear orc. He struck with his tail one moment and used his venomous fangs the next. Of course, he also attended to the other orcs, randomly slaying one unlucky orc. And if he couldn't kill one, QushengshengGets would come in for the finishing blow. Before long, only the brown bear orc remained. At this point, the brown bear felt some fear. If he had companions, he would definitely have been intent on killing Eugene, but now he was all alone. Eugene noticed his intent to flee and theatrically left him an opening. The brown bear didn't hesitate to take the opportunity, but what awaited him wasn't escape, but the fangs of venomous snake. Eugene felt his venom enter the brown bear, and soon enough, he fell, unwillingly defeated. Eugene transformed back into human form and turned to QushengshengGets, saying, "My good Shengsheng is amazing. That arrow was shot perfectly, not worse than Yuan Jiang." He said this with pride, lifting his chin. QushengshengGets blushed and gave Eugene a playful glare. Eugene smiled appreciatively, and after that, he began to loot the orcs. Only the leader had some minor possessions, which turned out to be just coarse salt and beast skins. Eugene dug a pit and buried the orcs, then sighed, "TSK, a bunch of poor folks. Just this little bit I've lost out. This guy is still a level 5 orc? I was richer than him at level 4. QushengshengGets could only laugh wryly at Eugene's precise sarcasm. In reality, this group had come to the monkey tribe and drank their sacred water daily. Since it was called sacred water, it couldn't be cheap. Moreover, for those who didn't understand the market, it was only right to take advantage of them. Thus, the monkey tribe not only made a profit, but also used the condition to make them act as robbers, tragically failing and ultimately losing their lives. After dealing with all this, QushengshengGets saw that Emo Chuan had already fallen asleep. The intense battle hadn't woken him, likely due to being heavily intoxicated. "Aren't you drunk?" QushengshengGets pointed at Emo Chuan and tilted her head to ask Eugene. "Drunk? No. I just took a couple of sips to confirm if there was any drug." Eugene transformed into a snake and coiled around Emo Chuan, taking QushengshengGets with him towards the wolf tribe. Yuan Jiang, having seen the smoke, hurried in that direction as well. From the mountain peak, it looked not far away. But while traveling, one would find that this seemingly close distance also required time to traverse. Eugene brought QushengshengGets to a cave, which was relatively close to the wolf tribe. They could reach it by noon the next day. The sky was dark, and Eugene didn't want to carry a drunken wolf over mountains. So he first scared out the wild pigs in the cave and casually tossed Emo Chuan into a corner of the cave. QushengshengGets felt a pang of guilt at the sight of the wild pigs being tossed out in the middle of the night. "Shengsheng, this thing isn't tasty. It smells earthy. Let us not have this. Tomorrow, I'll catch something delicious for you," Eugene coaxed QushengshengGets. QushengshengGets wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Eugene, seeing she no longer wanted to eat the wild pig, affectionately patted her head, looking as if she had grown up. Inside, Eugene quickly dug a larger cave, blocking the entrance with a stone to prevent Emo Chuan from being taken away by wild beasts in the middle of the night. He also blocked one side of the newly dug cave with a stone slab, laying down thick beast skins inside. The stone walls of the cave made it look quite clean. "We'll stay here. The outside smells too earthy. We don't want to let our good Shengsheng be stifled by it." Upon hearing Eugene's words, QushengshengGets couldn't help but think of Emo Chuan, who had been tossed outside. Chapter 249. "The water is too cold, it's fine. He might not even wake up tomorrow," Eugene said nonchalantly. After saying that, he took out a huge wooden tub from the space, filled with slowly cooling water. It was hot outside, and a splash of cold water wouldn't cause a cold. "Shengsheng, come over and wash up," Eugene said with a mischievous smile. However, QushengshengGets felt a bit shy under Eugene's gaze, as if the effects of the alcohol from earlier had not worn off. She could sense the aggressiveness in Eugene's eyes. "The water is a bit cold. How about you start a fire for me?" QushengshengGets asked, trying to negotiate. "Cold?" Eugene slowly approached, seemingly aware that this was her excuse. QushengshengGets' habit of looking for reasons when she felt shy hadn't changed at all. But in Eugene's eyes, it was extremely cute. Like a silly rabbit who only covers its face with its little paws when faced with danger, a classic case of burying its head in the sand. QushengshengGets nodded quickly, but Eugene gently pinched the back of her neck with his calloused fingers, then leaned in, pressing his thin lips against the corner of QushengshengGets' mouth. Some hunters always like to approach their prey step by step. testing the prey and making it retreat little by little, all while filled with a sense of aggression and attack. Qushengsheng could feel Eugene's cool lips and tongue. He always liked to tease her tongue with his, followed by gentle sucking, like savoring a piece of candy. Cherishing it, but unable to control his desire to consume it, getting lost in the craving while trying to hold back. Occasionally, Qushengsheng couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her voice like that of a little kitten, obedient and soft, only making Eugene want to get closer to her, wishing he could melt her in his arms. Sheng-sheng, Sheng-sheng, Eugene's slightly hoarse voice whispered in Qushengsheng's ear, his warm breath mingling with the cool, icy aura surrounding him, like holding snow on a winter day, but feeling incredibly warm. Eugene. Qushengsheng's alluring eyes narrowed slightly, the corners reddening, as if her body had completely lost control, the soft animal hide behind her gently arching her slender waist upward. A large hand gripped her delicate waist, as if holding onto the soft willow-like curve, continuously guiding that soft waist closer to his burning body temperature. Sheng-sheng, I love you. After Eugene finished speaking, he slowly began to carve out his own path. Qushengsheng couldn't help but let out a soft cry of pain. Eugene's eyes also reddened, muscles tensing, but upon hearing her cry, his movement slowed, placing Qushengsheng in a state of uncertainty. Qushengsheng raised her soft arms, wrapping them around Eugene's neck, arching her waist to kiss him. Eugene took the opportunity to press his body down, and after soothing her with kisses, he couldn't help but let out a low sigh. Like a general on the battlefield, he had clearly reached the enemy's camp, but fearing to scare them, he could only use gentle means, softly, allowing the other to let down their guard. After that, whatever he wanted would be up to him. The clearly defined, large hand controlled the snow-white, slender legs. Continuously gliding through the air, this commotion lasted for a long time, long enough for the moon to hide behind clouds. Chapter 250. To the tribe the next day, Qushengsheng was awakened by the enticing smell of grilled meat. She opened her eyes groggily and felt her eyelids were particularly heavy, with a bit of pain at the corners. Once her vision cleared, she could see the stone walls of the small cave clearly, and then noticed a cup of water beside her. She stretched her snow-white arm out from under the animal skin blanket, took a sip, and discovered it was honey water. The sweet fragrance of honey made her squint with delight, like a content little cat. She felt clean all over. But thinking of last night's absurdity made her ears flush. She gently patted her face, and, as she looked up, she saw Eugene walking over. His beautiful long red hair sleek and smooth. Although he was wearing animal skins, it couldn't hide his handsomeness and elegance. Awake? Let's wash up and go eat, Eugene said gently. Qushengsheng couldn't help but smile, feeling warm inside. In Eugene's space, there were also her clothes, and he brought her a dress made of blue scales that she had never seen before. The dress was strapless on the upper half, with a fishtail shape that extended just below the knees. The blue scales sparkled and changed color in the light, and they were very resilient, making the dress comfortable to wear. Beautiful, Qushengsheng couldn't help but exclaim. Even without a mirror, she could imagine how stunning she looked. Such a dress would be perfect for a modern party, just missing a pair of high heels. She thought to herself that she would have to make high heels in the future. Eugene was also amazed. Although he had imagined countless times how she would look in the dress, seeing it in reality still made his heart race. Qushengsheng's snow-white skin and delicate figure paired with a vibrant and sparkling dress complemented each other perfectly, making her extraordinarily beautiful. Yes, so beautiful, Eugene marveled as he looked at Qushengsheng. After a while, Qushengsheng's slightly swollen lips were pulled out by Eugene. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Mo Chuan sprawled out at the cave entrance. Qushengsheng approached and poked his forehead with her finger. Before she could do anything else, Eugene poured a cup of water onto Mo Chuan's wolfish face. Qushengsheng watched as Mo Chuan quickly stood up, his eyes filled with ferocity. Woke up. If you're awake, tidy up and come eat. After eating, we continue to the wolf tribe, Eugene said carefully, guiding Qushengsheng to sit down and offering her a piece of meat. Mo Chuan was momentarily confused, looking around his surroundings and unable to comprehend what was happening. Eugene's words brought him back to reason, and after tidying up briefly, he started to eat. But then he began to eat more slowly, cautiously asking, Sheng-sheng, what happened to me? He suspected that the holy water from the monkey tribe might be toxic, as he had completely lost consciousness. QushengshengGets RedFruit. If he hadn't asked, she wouldn't have found it so funny, but once he did, she remembered how he had cried yesterday, looking at his current fierce and tough appearance. Qushengsheng's hand gripping the chopsticks turned pale from holding back laughter. Just then, Eugene casually replied, not much, just cried all night. Mo Chuan. His heart, which had relaxed upon hearing not much, was lifted again, and he felt an indescribable shock. Cried? Mo Chuhan couldn't believe it. He hadn't cried since he was 5 years old. How could he have cried? Really? Mo Chuan looked at QushengshengGets with hopeful eyes, waiting for her to say otherwise. However, the clear and melodious sound of her laughter shattered his illusion, and at that moment, he lost all desire to eat. Seeing Mo Chuan looking lonely, embarrassed, and incredulous, QushengshengGets kindly said, "It's not your fault. It was the alcohol. Anyone would be like that." "Did Eugene cry too?" Mo Chuan asked. QushengshengGets' face showed an awkward yet polite smile, while Eugene looked at Mo Chuan with a smirk. Okay, he understood. Mo Chuan fell even more silent. QushengshengGets said, "Why ask?" "Really? Ha ha ha." After hastily finishing their meal, they set off again, perhaps due to the awkwardness. Mo Chuan took the lead this time, with Eugene following behind with QushengshengGets. Sure enough, before noon, they arrived at the entrance of the wolf tribe. The area that should have had patrolling wolves was empty, raising Mo Chuan's anxiety. He howled deeply at the sky, the sound like a rallying cry, comforting his clansmen, telling them not to be afraid because he was back. Before long, there were wolf howls in response. Though they were low, it eased Mo Chuan's anxiety a little. Chapter 251. Treating the tapeworm. Gather everyone in the square and bring the pots for me and Grandma Hai. I need them, QushengshengGets said, then pointed the way and went to the square with Eugene. Mo Chuan nodded and dashed inside. QushengshengGets and Eugene built a simple stove with stones in the square and then started fire. Mo Chuan also brought a pot over, accompanied by the frail Grandma Hai, who looked even older than last time, with red veins in her eyes. "What should we do?" Grandma Hai said, seriously yet expectantly. "We need to chop the betel nuts into pieces and then boil them into soup. Everyone should drink a bowl," QushengshengGets said. "I'll go fetch water." Mo Chuan took the pot and went to the riverbank. He returned quickly, and both Eugene and Mo Chuan crushed the betel nuts with their hands, their movements much quicker. Before long, many beastmen came one after another, looking weak, pale, exhausted, and even thinner. "Children, wait a moment, we have hope," Grandma Hai said with tears in her eyes. She looked at those emaciated beastmen, who she had watched grow up like her own children. Seeing them suffer like this felt like her heart was being squeezed, both sour and painful. The water in the pot slowly boiled, and QushengshengGets controlled the fire to keep the water at a stable temperature, not too hot. When it was almost ready, she had Eugene and Mo Chuan gather the stronger beastmen from the wolf clan to make wooden bowls, and then each person received a bowl. After distributing the soup, she had Mo Chuan clear a piece of land and dig a latrine, ensuring it was far from the water source to prevent any contamination in case of fecal-oral transmission, which would ruin all their efforts. QushengshengGets did not stay in the square. After distributing the medicine, she told Mo Chuan that this medicine needed to be taken for several days, and they should gather all the waste from the tribe and burn it with some dry leaves to help ignite the fire. It must be far from the water source. Otherwise, it will contaminate the water. After hearing QushengshengGets' words, one beastman following beside said, "So that's how it is. A few days ago, my brother didn't eat raw snake meat, but still got sick. Some said this disease was a punishment from the beast god and that it was contagious. It turned out it was because he drank unclean water." Mo Chuan frowned. At such a critical moment, someone was spreading such panic-inducing rumors. He silently noted it down, waiting for a few days to handle it. "Is there anything else?" Mo Chuan asked, his expression hard to read. The beastman hesitated, his gaze landing on QushengshengGets. Then he shut his mouth. "Is it about me?" QushengshengGets. This. The beastman looked at Mo Chuan for help, and Mo Chuan nodded. After organizing his words, the beastman said, "They say the plague in the tribe was brought by Priest Chu." His voice grew quieter. Ridiculous. Anger filled Mo Chuan's eyes. With QushengshengGets involved, Eugene also looked over and casually said, "Does the person speaking want to die?" Mo Chuan looked over and found that Eugene indeed had a murderous intent in his eyes. He genuinely wanted to kill the beastman who slandered QushengshengGets. "It's my fault. I will handle it," Mo Chuan said. As the clan leader, he could not allow Eugene to deal with his clansmen. This matter had to be handled by him. "It must be dealt with properly," Eugene replied sarcastically. The beastman appeared hesitant again, and Mo Chuan frowned and scolded. "Speak." Twisting and turning like what? The beastman chuckled nervously and then said in a low voice, "The one who spread this rumor is Xiao Ning. Grandma Hai has captured her." Mo Chuan was somewhat surprised. Xiao Ning? Why would she, a female, say such things? Even if she were female, she should be punished, he thought. Several days later, the situation in the tribe had improved significantly. The healthy beastmen were lively, but the elderly and children still needed time to recover. Mo Chuan had someone bring Ning to the square to start handling the matter. Ning looked very haggard, her hair messy, and her body dirty, losing all her beauty, looking like a madwoman. Do you know why I had you brought here today? Mo Chuan asked. Brother Chuan, Chief, save me, I am wronged. Ning almost lunged forward but was restrained. Why did you slander others? I didn't slander. Ever since Priest Chu came, our tribe has been plagued with misfortune. She is an ill omen. The beastmen below began to murmur, which made Ning feel a sense of satisfaction. And when her gaze fell on the figure that could rival the moonlight, she arrogantly curled her lips in provocation. So what if she is beautiful? An ill omen cannot possibly be with the chief. Ning's view was blocked by Eugene, whose gaze towards her was as if he were looking at a corpse. Initially, Ning was stunned by the unfamiliar yet handsome man, but when she saw him holding QushengshengGets hand, her resentment could no longer be contained. Why? Why her? Just because of a pretty face? Don't talk nonsense. This medicine was found by Priest Chu. That beast man said loudly. Yes, that's right. Priest Chu is really nice. Yes. She didn't even mind that I was dirty. As long as one person supported her, others gradually began to speak positively of Qushengsheng. Priest? Ning suddenly caught the key point. She's a priest? Ning's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Mo Chuan. Mo Chuan nodded. After all, everyone now knew Shengsheng was a priest. He and planned to mention it, thinking she wouldn't stay long anyway, so it was better not to create trouble. After receiving confirmation, Ning felt her heart sink. TSK, what is there to fight over? Take a good look at yourself, what kind of person you are, and how much capability you have, and you want so much. Xia Lu nibbled on a green fruit, saying it like watching a show. This time, the plague did not affect her, and something good happened. She was pregnant. The child at her belly was her lucky star. Ning, have you repented? Mo Chuan asked. Ha ha ha, I can't get what I want, and neither can you. Ning suddenly twisted her words at Mo Chuan. After saying this, she was taken away by Grandma Hai, who said she would lock her up to correct her behavior, and if she couldn't change, then she would face consequences. Grandma Hai firmly believed that the wolf clan could develop this way because there were no ignorant descendants. Since Mo Chuan couldn't take action, she would step in. Chapter 252. Waiting for Yuan Jiang, Qushengsheng had no reaction from beginning to end. In her view, everyone should be responsible for everything they did, and she felt no guilt about it. Regarding the outcome, she did not feel any sense of satisfaction, even finding it rather boring. Qushengsheng quietly led Eugene away from the square. She wanted to pick up her little beast. Old Granny Hai saw her coming over, her eyes kind and her attitude unchanged. Old Granny Hai was very old and had seen too much in her lifetime. She was willing to give Ning a chance, and always remembered the sweet potatoes and life-saving herbs Qushengsheng brought to the tribe. Are you here to pick up Mao Mao? Old Granny Hai said gently. Yes, thank you for taking care of Mao Mao. Qushengsheng replied gratefully, admiring Old Granny Hai as an elder. Don't be so polite. Is this your beast husband? Not bad, strong, with a righteous demeanor. A good child who matches well with our Shengsheng. Old Granny Hai assessed Eugene. Qushengsheng blushed while Eugene obediently called out Granny. Granny, stop teasing. Shengsheng is shy, Eugene said, gently patting Qushengsheng's head. After picking up Mao Mao, they returned to the cave. While preparing dinner for Eugene, Qushengsheng shared her experiences. By the time she finished recounting her stories, dinner was ready. There were syrupy sweet potatoes, sweet potato leaf dumpling soup, roasted sweet potatoes, stir-fried meat, and small barbecues. The air was filled with a faint spicy aroma. Qushengsheng found a small bag of ground pepper in Eugene's space. Both of them loved spicy food, and the stir-fried meat and barbecue she made today were especially fragrant. Since Qushengsheng had disappeared, Eugene hadn't cooked anything tasty. He had no mood to cook or appetite to eat. After a long time, eating the ground pepper was particularly exhilarating, spicy enough to keep eating the syrupy sweet potatoes. Qushengsheng also felt the heat, and neither of them could laugh at the other. After finishing their meal, it was getting dark. Eugene slowly tidied up, and after washing up together with Qushengsheng, they sat on the bed, watching Mao Mao beside them. Are you saying it might be an orc? Eugene asked, poking Mao Mao's head with his finger. Yes, I feel it's very likely, Qushengsheng said, feeling a certain unexplainable certainty in her heart. Eugene stroked his chin, sensing that Shengsheng cared a lot about this orc. While it was fine to care, if it wanted to join their family, he would need to investigate further. I haven't heard of any tribe that would devolve into a juvenile state after being injured. It's indeed a bit strange, Eugene said, also curious, even speculating if this was the orc's ability. The world is vast and full of wonders. Eugene had seen orcs with the ability to hear sound from kilometers away. He didn't want to bother with this little juvenile. The moment was too precious for such considerations. After some thought, he wrapped the little beast in animal skin, dug a small hole in the outer cave wall, casually laid it down, and then picked up the little beast's legs, tossing it into the cave. Afterward, he carefully washed his hands and only felt satisfied when he no longer smelled the little beast's scent before returning to the small cave. Qushengsheng, caught off guard in the dark, was pressed down by Eugene, startling her into a gasp, which was quickly swallowed up as soft sucking sounds began to rise. Eugene always liked to hold Qushengsheng's waist tightly, keeping her firmly beneath him, letting her melt into his embrace. Qushengsheng couldn't help but lift her delicate neck, like a dying beast gasping for breath. Eugene's blood-red hair, cool to the touch, spread over Qushengsheng's body, the constantly shifting strands bringing a strange warmth. Qushengsheng couldn't help but twist her waist, like a soft willow swaying in the water. But she couldn't resist the water's invasion and could only endure the immense force from it. The next day, when Qushengsheng woke up, the sky was already bright, and Eugene had finished roasting the meat. Hearing her movements, he brought a cup of water to her bedside and handed it to Qushengsheng. After taking the water to relieve her dry throat, she let out a soft hum. Eugene's eyes were filled with satisfaction and a smile, though his face showed an apologetic expression as he kept saying, "Be good, Shengsheng, don't be angry. It's all my fault. I promise I'll listen to you next time, okay?" Upon hearing this, Qushengsheng became even angrier. "You're lying. You said the same thing yesterday morning." Qushengsheng pouted. "Then can I apologize?" As soon as Eugene finished speaking, a bunch of red flowers appeared in his hand. "Wow!" Qushengsheng couldn't help but exclaim. "Wow, so many wild Sephora flowers." She wondered how long he had searched to gather such a bouquet, feeling a bit warm in her heart. "Will you forgive me?" Eugene said pitifully, his beautiful big eyes full of pleading. Qushengsheng's lips curled up as she took the flowers and leaned in to kiss the corner of Eugene's lips. Just as she wanted to leave, Eugene grabbed her wrist, pulling her into his embrace and kissing her for a long time. When she smelled the burnt scent of roasted meat, Qushengsheng finally reacted, pushing Eugene away. Eugene laughed triumphantly, looking at Qushengsheng with eyes brightened by spring water. After eating, Eugene said, "Shengsheng, let us wait for Yuanjiang in the wolf tribe. He will arrive soon." "All right." Qushengsheng also looked towards the east, eagerly anticipating the arrival of her spirited little leopard that she hadn't seen in a long time. Chapter 253, Yuanjiang to a wolf? Owo. A series of soft, fragmented sounds came from outside the cave. Qushengsheng turned her head to look, and saw a group of little round ones peeking in at her cave. The fattest one was squished at the bottom, nearly flattened into a little meat pie. When the little ones noticed Qushengsheng looking over, they pushed each other and tumbled inside. Qushengsheng smiled as she watched the fluffy group, and Eugene merely glanced over, his eyes also warm. In the beast world, cubs are very important. Every beastman cares for the young, as they represent the continuation of life, and each cub is worthy of being cherished. "Come here, little ones. Sister has roasted meat for you." Qushengsheng waved to the silly little cubs. Eugene was carefully slicing meat. He had gone out early today to hunt a tender wild beast, and the meat was fresh and fragrant when roasted. The first to move was the fattest one, staring hungrily at the roasted meat, drooling with a face full of desire. Eugene couldn't help but smile slowly at its appearance. Qushengsheng knew that this fattest one must be Mingzhu's child, with a belly almost dragging on the ground. Yet still drooling with greed, it was simply adorable. Qushengsheng used a clean little bowl to serve each cub some roasted meat, and they all crowded around, eating with great delight. The salt Eugene used was the pure white salt they extracted, making it even more delicious. Unlike the coarse and often bitter salt used sparingly in the tribe, today's roasted meat made all the little cubs shake their heads in joy. Qushengsheng thought she shouldn't let the cubs eat too much, so she gently patted each one, their soft fur like dandelions, making one reluctant to let go. The little cubs were very tolerant of her. In their minds, Qushengsheng was a priestess equivalent to the sea grandmother. After the cubs were full, Qushengsheng spread out a large bee skin at the cave entrance and sunbathed with the cubs. Eugene tidied up while watching Qushengsheng, seeing her petting one cub after another, and his heart stirred. Perhaps they should also find a place to settle down. The Yinsheng mountain range didn't seem good enough to Eugene. That place felt as if cursed by the beast god. with strange weather that was very different from many places on the continent, not suitable for living. QushengshengGets was surrounded by fluffiness and felt utterly satisfied. She even made a small bee skin ball, tossing it out for the cubs to chase. Although the fattest one ran slowly because of its chubby body, it participated earnestly every time, and what was most precious was that it wasn't discouraged or angry, but rather ran happily, its little tail held high. A woo! A sudden urgent howl of wolves rang out, and the group of cubs froze, standing upright, then perked up their ears, looking towards the tribe's entrance. Before QushengshengGets could think, the fattest one hurriedly pushed her back into the cave, as if trying to protect her. QushengshengGets gently patted its head to soothe it, then looked at Eugene, who nodded. After that, Eugene took QushengshengGets and the cubs to the tribe's entrance. The further QushengshengGets went, the faster her heart raced. She seemed to know who she was about to meet, walking faster and almost breaking into a run. Her dark, slightly curled hair danced in the air, and the blue skirt she lifted revealed her snow-white skin and slender, smooth legs. Chuhan stood at the front with the wolf tribe's beastmen, holding his weapon warily as he watched the beastmen appearing before him. The beastman in front was from the leopard tribe, exuding a fierce aura, with some wounds on his body, but his muscles were taut and strong. His black hair was tied up, revealing sharp, deep features. His lips pressed tightly together as he looked with an unknown longing at the wolf tribe. Just as Chuhan was about to say something, he saw a blue figure resembling an elf run out. His expression changed, and before he could react, he saw QushengshengGets leap into the arms of that beastman. Chuhan took a deep look, then dismissed the others and walked towards Eugene, who was accompanied by a bunch of cubs. As the tribe leader, he still needed to ask Eugene a few things. Chuhan had noticed from the beginning that QushengshengGets listened to Eugene and didn't contradict him. Such trust from a female indicated that this beastman was likely the decision-maker in their family, the first beast husband, so seeking Eugene was indeed the right choice. The two beastmen went to negotiate, while the cubs secretly observed the suddenly appeared unfamiliar beastman. In the end, they unanimously agreed that this beastman was quite strong. They were correct, as Yuanjiang was now a fifth-tier beastman. Yuanjiang. QushengshengGets murmured softly. They were finally reunited. Shengsheng, finally found you. Yuanjiang tightly embraced QushengshengGets, feeling an overwhelming joy of having regained something lost. He could hardly think, completely immersed in the pleasure of finding her, almost brought to tears. The moment Yuanjiang realized QushengshengGets was missing, he remembered when he first met her. She looked helpless and scared, knowing nothing about her surroundings, only able to trust him, careful not to trouble him, making one's heart ache. He feared that his Shengsheng would experience such fear again without him by her side, and worried she might encounter bad people. She was so good that everyone would want to have her. Thankfully, they'd found their treasure again. Treasures should be treasured and cherished, and such things would never happen again. After a long time, QushengshengGets, blushing, held Yuanjiang's hand as they walked towards Eugene. Under the curious gazes of the cubs and some females, Eugene nodded at Yuanjiang, his gaze falling on his wounds. Steadying himself as he saw that Yuanjiang seemed to be in good condition, then patted his shoulder. Yuanjiang couldn't hide his joy and nodded back. At this moment, he felt that Eugene was indeed very useful, and he had completely submitted to Eugene, the small sense of unwillingness in his heart dissipating. Chuhan, this is Yuanjiang, my beast husband. Yuanjiang, this is Chuhan, the leader of the wolf tribe. After QushengshengGets introduced the two, Chuhan nodded, looking at QushengshengGets with a somewhat reluctant gaze. Eugene had just said that they would leave the wolf tribe early tomorrow morning. Chapter 254, with Yuanjiang looking at QushengshengGets' joyful face as she brought Eugene and Yuanjiang back to the cave. Chuhan quietly watched their figures, observing how QushengshengGets was like a little bird, chatting with Eugene one moment and showing off to Yuanjiang the next. Chuhan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, envying Eugene and the others for getting what they wished for, to be with QushengshengGets for a lifetime, and also envying them for having such a wonderful female companion. For a moment, he truly wished to abandon the wolf clan and discuss with Eugene about joining their family. However, when he thought of his own strength being only at the 4th level, he felt too ashamed to say it. Of course, he couldn't really abandon the wolf clan either. Chuhan sighed heavily and returned to his own cave, filled with too much unwillingness and too many regrets. Yuanjiang, why do you have so many wounds on you? Does it hurt? QushengshengGets looked at the small cuts on Yuanjiang's body with great concern. It's fine, it doesn't hurt. Yuanjiang replied, On the way here, there was a forest full of thorns that had a strange smell. I got caught a few times, and it looks like a wound, but it's just a scratch on the skin, nothing serious. In his cold and stern eyes, there was a hint of tenderness as he gently touched Qushengsheng's head, feeling the softness of her hair, which brought him peace. How could there be such a tree? Qushengsheng exclaimed indignantly. Yeah, but from a distance. I thought it was a tree with red flowers. It wasn't until I got closer that I realized those were its fruits. Clusters of red that even looked a bit shiny, with a very strange smell. After hearing Yuanjiang's description, Qushengsheng suddenly felt that this tree resembled a prickly ash tree. With its thorns, strange smell, and clusters of red fruits. Wasn't it just prickly ash? Yuanjiang, does that red fruit have small black seeds inside? QushengshengGets RedFruit. Yes. Yuanjiang nodded. That's prickly ash. We're in for a treat. Qushengsheng exclaimed joyfully, bouncing happily while holding Yuanjiang's hand. Eugene watched Qushengsheng's excitement and said with a smile, then let's pick someone we leave tomorrow. Huh? Leaving tomorrow? Qushengsheng tilted her head and asked. Yuanjiang was also curious, but he complied with Eugene's arrangements. Eugene, in his role as the first beast husband, was like the head of the family. Yes, we'll leave tomorrow. We'll head east, where there's a blue sea. We'll choose a suitable place to settle down. What do you think? As soon as Eugene finished speaking, Qushengsheng's eyes lit up. The blue sea. She had never seen the sea in her modern life, and, as a child from an inland area, she longed for the ocean. Qushengsheng nodded eagerly like a little chick pecking at grain, and seeing her enthusiasm, Yuanjiang nodded as well. After Yuanjiang washed up in the cave, Eugene asked him to take good care of Shengsheng while he went out to hunt. He needed to catch a large prey since there were 3 people to feed at home. Once Yuanjiang cleaned himself up, he began to cozy up to Qushengsheng. Shengsheng, can you keep me company for a while? Yuanjiang said, hugging her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder and playfully whispering in her ear. Qushengsheng gently held Yuanjiang's hand, feeling the calluses on his fingertips, and her heart ached. She remembered that Yuanjiang's hands used to be free of such calluses. He had suffered. Okay. Qushengsheng was happy to indulge her little leopard. Qushengsheng exclaimed in surprise when Yuanjiang suddenly picked her up in a princess carry. Before she could react, she was pressed onto the soft animal skin bed, and Yuanjiang was careful to protect her head while pinning her down with his body, ensuring not to hurt her. Shengsheng, do you want to touch my ears? Yuanjiang took the opportunity while Qushengsheng hadn't asked him to get off yet. Qushengsheng initially wanted to push Yuanjiang away, but seeing his beautiful black ears, she couldn't help but reach out and gently rub them. After a while, a thick black tail slowly wrapped around her wrist. Qushengsheng noticed the tips of Yuanjiang's eyes turning redder, his gaze shimmering with a watery light, and his breathing becoming heavier. His emerald green eyes were fixed on her, like a deep green lake, continuously swallowing her in. Yuanjiang began to touch Qushengsheng's nose with his prominent nose, slowly starting to lick her red lips like a little kitten, rubbing against her and acting coy, waiting for her to relent. Qushengsheng's hand, which had been rubbing his ears, slowly moved to grip the tip of his tail, unconsciously starting to rub it. Yuanjiang let out a muffled groan, a tingling sensation traveling from the tip of his tail up his spine, even reaching his scalp, making him unable to resist collapsing. Qushengsheng's already enchanting eyes sparkled at the sight of Yuanjiang's expression. Her heart stirred, and she began to squeeze the tip of his tail more. Ugh! Yuanjiang couldn't help but let out a whimper, tears gathering at the corners of his eyes, looking utterly captivating. Shengsheng, please don't bully me, okay? Yuanjiang said, sounding pitiful. Qushengsheng had no intention of stopping. She mischievously continued to rub, and Yuanjiang let out a sorrowful hum, making Qushengsheng feel even more pleased. However, Qushengsheng didn't understand the saying that extreme things will turn. When she suddenly found her wrists bound and her body flipped over, becoming like fish on a chopping board, she began to feel something was off. Yuanjiang. Qushengsheng attempted to act cute. Yet Yuanjiang, breathing heavily, almost disregarded everything and launched a fierce assault on Qushengsheng, causing her to let out involuntary cries. This time, Yuanjiang wouldn't indulge this bold little vixen anymore. That afternoon, Qushengsheng didn't even have time to beg for mercy. As soon as she opened her mouth, she would be interrupted, only able to emit seductive moans, which only made Yuanjiang more excessive, wishing to embed Qushengsheng in his arms and melt her into a puddle. Chapter 255 Confession. After a long time, everything calmed down. Qushengsheng was lazily curled up in a corner of the freshly replaced animal skin bed. Her eyes were red to the point of almost blooming into vibrant red flowers. Yuan Jiang, on the other hand, was busy pouring water, cleaning animal skins, and preparing hot water for QushengshengG to wash up, even getting her a complete change of clothes. By the time Yuan Jiang had everything ready for QushengshengG, the sun was already tilting westward. QushengshengG was munching on the sweet and crispy fruit from Yuan Jiang's space, the crunching sound constant, while Yuan Jiang diligently started a fire. Estimating that Eugene would be back soon, Yuan Jiang made a pot of soup using their leftover jerky and some dried vegetables, which smelled delicious. Having hot soup to go with roasted meat later seemed quite nice. QushengshengG inhaled the rich aroma of the meat soup in the air while watching Yuan Jiang tidy up the cave. Her gaze slowly fell on the small beast sleeping in the newly dug small cave against the wall. This morning, Eugene mentioned that the small beast's position had changed, and it was probably going to wake up soon. QushengshengG believed this wholeheartedly and was looking forward to its awakening. Yuan Jiang and Eugene had both accepted this little creature quite well. Before long, Eugene's figure appeared at the cave entrance. He took out a huge prey from his space, which had already been cleaned, so Yuan Jiang only needed to cook it. As Eugene walked in, he kissed the corner of QushengshengG's lips and softly said, "I'm back." He reached out to hold QushengshengG's bare little feet, which were not cold at all. Then, naturally, he took out new soft leather from his space and began to sew shoes for QushengshengG. His movements very skilled, as if he had done it 1,000 times. Yuan Jiang was also quickly roasting meat. Most of the belongings they had in the cave were brought by him, and now he was taking out stone slabs and seasonings, and soon, the aroma of roasted meat filled the entire cave. Eugene also finished the shoes, putting a pair of cute round-toed, leather shoes on QushengshengG. With the soles made of animal skin, the bottom hard and the upper increasingly soft. Once QushengshengG put on the shoes, she couldn't wait to sit by the fire. As soon as she sat down, Yuan Jiang handed her a skewer of roasted meat, which sizzled with oil and had a tantalizing aroma. Especially with the addition of ground chili powder, it was incredibly delicious. Yuan Jiang was indeed a great cook. QushengshengG ate happily, and after Eugene ladled out some soup for her to cool, he slowly started eating the roasted meat. With Yuan Jiang and Eugene around, QushengshengG successfully lived a life where she could just stretch out her hands for clothes and open her mouth for food. If the roasted meat felt spicy, she could just drink some soup. That life was simply better than living like a god. After finishing their meal, Yuan Jiang and Eugene cut the remaining meat into strips, preparing to make jerky. QushengshengG expressed her desire to eat jerky, specifically spicy jerky, and then haphazardly described to Yuan Jiang how to cut the jerky into small strips, possibly cooking it first and then frying it dry with oil, adding salt and ground chili powder, or maybe not cooking it at all. Yuan Jiang was extremely tolerant of QushengshengG's whimsical ideas. In his view, if his female wanted something, he would make it for her, so he was busy making spicy jerky now. Suddenly, both Yuan Jiang and Eugene stopped their work and looked outside at the same time. QushengshengG followed their gaze but saw nothing. After exchanging glances, Eugene said, "Shengsheng, go out and say goodbye to someone." QushengshengG was a bit puzzled, but obediently went outside. As soon as she stepped out, she didn't see anyone initially, but as she walked a little further, she saw Mo Chuan pacing not far away, looking quite troubled. QushengshengG looked around and saw only Mo Chuan. At that moment, he noticed her too and hesitated about whether to approach. Seeing QushengshengG quietly standing under the moonlight looking at him gave him a bit of courage. Mo Chuan slowly walked over, looking at the petite and lovely female in front of him, his gaze still gentle, her skin as fair as snow, beautiful beyond compare. "Chuan, I'm leaving the wolf tribe tomorrow. Thank you for your care all this time." QushengshengG felt their silence was a bit awkward, so she took the initiative to speak. "I should be thanking you. Our wolf tribe was on the verge of extinction, thanks to you." After saying this, Mo Chuan paused slightly before continuing, "And your beast husband? Ah, no need to mention it. You, Grandma Hai, and Sister Mingzhu took such good care of me. It's nothing." Mo Chuan suddenly smiled slowly. Knowing that Shengsheng was sincere, she always remembered those who treated her well, and she was truly special. QushengshengG couldn't help but smile back at Mo Chuan. "Shengsheng, I like you." "Huh?" QushengshengG's mind went blank. She looked up to see love in Mo Chuan's eyes. His gaze was so soft it could almost drip water. Her heart trembled. She sensed that Mo Chuan had feelings for her, but she didn't expect him to confess directly and so straightforwardly. QushengshengG didn't know how to respond, and just as she hesitated to say something, she was interrupted. "Shengsheng, can you answer a few questions for me first?" "Okay. Am I ugly, not to your liking?" Qushengsheng sized Mo Chuan up. He looked very much like a Westerner, with deep brow bones, a straight nose, and a tall stature. She shook her head and said, "No. Then how am I as a person?" "Pretty good." Qushengsheng admired Mo Chuan's sense of responsibility. He was impeccable as a leader and as a beastman. "And what about my abilities?" "Pretty impressive." "Do you dislike me?" "No." "Shengsheng, since you don't dislike me, can you give me a chance?" "Aye." Qushengsheng looked at Mo Chuan's expectant gaze and found it hard to refuse, but she couldn't not refuse. She only wanted to be with Eugene and Yuanjiang and didn't wish to complicate her feelings any further. Mo Chuan's eyes grew increasingly vulnerable, and the corners of his lips pressed into a stubborn arc. He understood now. "Chuhan, I'm sorry. I really like my beast husband and don't want to add more people to my family," Qushengsheng said softly. The light in Mo Chuan's eyes instantly dimmed. He had considered many reasons, but the one he hadn't expected was that there was a female who didn't want more beast husbands. This was something he found hard to comprehend. Mo Chuan remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "If in the future you change your mind, please give me a chance. If you don't change your mind, then I won't disturb you." Qushengsheng felt somewhat awkward, nodded randomly, and hurried back to the cave, thinking it was better for them to have less involvement with each other. Chapter 256, leaving the wolf clan, Mo Chuan stood in place for a long time before returning to the cave with a heavy heart. He didn't say anything, yet he was unwilling to accept the situation. Even though expressing his feelings led to such an outcome, he still held onto a glimmer of hope in his heart. Was there a possibility that they might be together in the future? Wolves are known for their loyalty. They have only one mate for life. Even wild wolves, who have not attained wisdom, exhibit the same loyalty, as if it is etched into their very genes. Qushengsheng walked to the cave entrance and saw Eugene standing at the door looking at her. She suddenly felt a sense of embarrassment, as if she had just done something wrong and had been caught, feeling inexplicably guilty. "What's wrong?" Qushengsheng asked, feigning confidence despite her inner turmoil. Eugene examined her closely, relieved to see no signs of grievance on her face. Her flustered demeanor made him want to tease her. "What did he say?" he asked. "What do you mean, what did he say?" In fact, many people do not realize that when someone feels guilty, they tend to subconsciously repeat the question when asked. Eugene smirked, en voyant que QushengshengGets flüstert d'apparence. Meanwhile, Yuanjiang, who was frying jerky nearby, helplessly said, "Shengsheng, come over and have some jerky." "Okay." Qushengsheng, fearing that Eugene would say more, hurried over to eat the jerky. Yuanjiang blew on the jerky to cool it down and then handed it to her. Qushengsheng took a bite. The jerky was fragrant and oily, simply delicious with a salty flavor. Did Mo Chuan confess just now? Cough, cough, cough. Qushengsheng was startled by Eugene's sudden remark and began to cough. Yuanjiang shot a glance at Eugene, who was savoring the jerky, and didn't want to engage with him. He quickly patted Qushengsheng's back and offered her water. Eugene slowly lowered his hand that was eating the jerky, a hint of regret flashing his eyes as he handed Qushengsheng a sweet fruit. "I'm sorry, Shengsheng," he said sincerely. Qushengsheng waved her hand, indicating that it was fine. Once everything calmed down, Yuanjiang put away the jerky. After tidying up, they gathered around the campfire. Eugene gently said, "Shengsheng, things like what happened with Mo Chuan will happen many more times in the future, so it's okay. Yuanjiang and I won't mind." Qushengsheng hesitantly nodded, glancing at Yuanjiang, who also showed agreement. "Shengsheng, actually Mo Chuan is not bad. He has abilities, a sense of responsibility, and looks decent. Overall, he is quite good. After my assessment, he can join our family," Eugene said. Yuanjiang remained silent, simply listening. Eugene cared for Shengsheng deeply, so he wanted her to be happy. Since Eugene had said so, Yuanjiang thought he should not be overly concerned. Shengsheng likely had some feelings for Mo Chuan too. "No, we agreed it would just be the three of us," Qushengsheng said, becoming anxious. "Shengsheng, do you know why the beast god allows a female to bond with several males?" Eugene asked. Qushengsheng shook her head, and Yuanjiang was also puzzled, looking at Eugene with curiosity. Eugene explained, because females cannot survive alone in the beast world. They need someone to protect them. The beast world is dangerous, and beastmen can die for various reasons. Therefore, someone must always guard the females. Suddenly, Qushengsheng understood. In a sense, the male partners of females are like loyal protectors bound by contract, emotions, and even reproduction. They can die for her at any moment. Yuanjiang fell into deep thought. He had once yearned for a monogamous life, and many beastmen survive that way. However, He had not considered that many beastmen might die before the females, leaving them unprotected as they aged and lost their beauty. The thought of him and Eugene dying, leaving Shengsheng to face the dangers of the beast world alone, pained him deeply. He couldn't bear the idea of Shengsheng suffering. He wanted her to live a carefree life, protected until the end. Eugene noticed Yuanjiang seemed to have come to a realization and felt relieved. He knew Yuanjiang had harbored grievances, possibly believing he had interfered with his feelings or taken away his position as the first male. However, being the first male was not an easy role. The head of the family must remain calm, devoid of personal feelings toward people and matters, maintaining peace within the family and ensuring the best protection for the females. Eugene always felt that he would do a better job than anyone else in this role. He brought this up to remind Yuanjiang. Shengsheng, I feel that someone like Mo Chuan could join our family. I know you feel guilty and indebted to us, but what if something unexpected happens? Who will protect you then? We would be at ease. If you were to find another beastman later, I would want that beastman to be one we had chosen in advance, so that no matter who dies, we would be at peace. Eugene's gentle voice lingered in Qushengsheng's ears. I agree with what Eugene said, Yuanjiang added, nodding with a smile. Qushengsheng could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. They streamed down, knowing this was the love Eugene and Yuanjiang had for her. They had even thought about how to protect her in case of an unexpected death, which moved her deeply. Don't cry, dear Shengsheng, Eugene said, wiping her tears and softly comforting her. After finally calming her down, both Yuanjiang and Eugene sighed in relief. I can't. I have to take on the responsibilities of the wolf clan, Qushengsheng said, still sniffling. Okay, Eugene replied firmly, while Yuanjiang looked at him with some confusion. That night, Yuanjiang and Eugene transformed into their original forms, guarding Qushengsheng as she rested. The next morning, they packed their belongings and prepared to leave. They departed quietly without disturbing anyone, while Mo Chuan stood at the clan's entrance, possibly having anticipated their departure. Qushengsheng bid farewell to Mo Chuan before they left. As they passed by him, Eugene said, if one day you have the wolf clan sorted out, come to the seaside. Mo Chuan was taken aback. Then a huge joy suddenly blossomed on his previously stiff face. He understood the meaning behind those words. He also knew that Eugene was the first male, and by saying this, he was giving him a chance. Watching them leave, Mo Chuan secretly made a decision. Starting tomorrow, no, starting today, he would intensify training for everyone in the clan and cultivate new leaders. Following this, the wolf clan inexplicably entered a period of intense training. All the members of the wolf clan were suffering, but they couldn't avoid it. Who would dare to train under the cold gaze of the leader, holding a lightning ball? Who would understand? Anyone who didn't want to train would receive a shocking surprise. Chapter 257. Picking Sichuan pepper. Eugene's plan was to head east, where the Sharp Empire was flourishing. They could explore by some supplies, and if Shengsheng liked it, they could settle there. If Shengsheng didn't like it, they would head toward the coast, where there was a place called Sunset Town, which could also be a place to settle. Along the way, Eugene took the lead, with Yuanjiang accompanying Qushengsheng. They walked at a leisurely pace, not in a hurry, but Qushengsheng was eager to pick Sichuan pepper. After a day, they arrived at the Sichuan pepper forest. The unique fragrance of the pepper spread through the air, and many little birds perched on the branches, occasionally pecking at the pepper seeds. Wow, so many! Qushengsheng couldn't help but exclaim. Eugene noticed the thorns on the pepper trees and worried that Qushengsheng might get hurt, so he didn't let her get too close. He and Yuanjiang each took a small wicker basket and began to pick the pepper. Eugene and Yuanjiang were careful, but they occasionally got pricked by the thorns, and they didn't complain, just furrowed their brows. Although Qushengsheng sat nearby watching, she felt heartbroken to see them get hurt. When she saw they had collected some, she stopped them from continuing. However, Yuanjiang initially refused, thinking that a little pain wasn't a big deal. After all, they were just picking some pepper, not risking their lives. So they continued. Seeing Yuanjiang and Eugene pick so quickly, Qushengsheng felt uneasy just watching. So she got up and took a small wicker basket to pick some tender Sichuan pepper shoots. With so many tender shoots, taking a few wouldn't cause much damage. Before long, she had filled a small basket. Noticing that Yuanjiang and Eugene had quickly filled a small basket as well, Qushengsheng stopped them, reasoning that they could always come back later to pick more since the pepper trees were right there. Qushengsheng spread the picked Sichuan pepper on clean large leaves to dry in the sun, occasionally stirring them with a branch. Freshly picked Sichuan pepper needed to be dried thoroughly. If covered, it would turn white and lose its fragrance, so QushengshengGets was quite attentive to it. Jiang and Eugene washed their hands, scrubbing with wood ash to remove the pepper oil from their fingers, and it took a while for them to get clean. Having accomplished this task for the day, as night approached, QushengshengGets continued to dry the Sichuan pepper while Eugene set up a tent. They planned to spend the night there and set off again in the morning. By the afternoon, the Sichuan pepper had opened up, and the black seeds inside had fallen out. QushengshengGets carefully shook out the seeds and discarded them, then spread the pepper back out in the sunlight. Why does it feel so much hotter? QushengshengGets wondered aloud as she worked, glancing up at the sky and feeling the heat in the air. Eugene's eyes flashed with concern, but he maintained a calm demeanor and smiled lightly. It's normal for it to be hot. It will get even hotter as we get closer to the sea. Jiang walked over to help QushengshengGets with the Sichuan pepper. The pepper was half-dried, so QushengshengGets collected it first. She then watched as Jiang and Eugene started a fire to cook. QushengshengGets blanched the clean Sichuan pepper shoots in a small pot, then took them out, adding half a dried yellow fruit that she had soaked in water. She also added some turmeric powder, salt, and ground chili powder, eagerly hoping to find some scallions and garlic. After mixing everything, the cold dish was ready. Tonight's dinner would be cold Sichuan pepper shoots, steamed sweet potatoes, and some grilled meat. The cold dish was particularly popular. In such hot weather, it was very appetizing. After dinner, they went to bed early. Seeing that QushengshengGets had fallen asleep, Eugene discussed with Jiang that they might need to find a water-rich area. The weather seemed off, and it looked like there might be a severe drought coming. Jiang also felt something was wrong. It had indeed been getting hotter, and it was hard to find prey. He wondered where they had all gone. This weather reminded him of everything they experienced in the Cloud Mountain Range. And he couldn't help but ask, could there be a beast tide? After pondering for a moment, Eugene replied, unlikely. The wild beasts around the Sharp Empire should have been mostly cleared out, so a beast tide shouldn't happen. Jiang sighed with relief and gradually fell asleep. Eugene, however, found it hard to sleep. Perhaps the Sharp Empire wasn't a good choice after all. The old king was very aged, and his sons were too numerous to count, all appearing ambitious. Recently, there were rumors about the most favored princess of the Sharp Empire marrying the young lord of Cook City, but later, it was overshadowed by the engagement of the Sharp Empire's eldest prince and a princess from the Fox clan. Interestingly, the eldest prince had proposed to marry the Fox clan princess at the third princess's birthday banquet, stealing her spotlight. Those unaware might have thought it was the eldest prince's engagement banquet. The third princess was the younger sister of the second prince, and the relationship between the second and eldest princes was quite tense, although they appeared to be amicable on the surface. Eugene didn't want to get involved in such messy affairs. With his and Jiang's strength, once they settled in the Sharp Empire, they might be recruited by the princes. Given the current situation, it seemed more prudent to go to Sunset Town. After making plans for the future, Eugene closed his eyes. Chapter 258. Xiong Family Restaurant. The next morning, they packed their things and set off with the dried Sichuan pepper. After purchasing some items in the Sharp Empire, they would head to Sunset Town. Eugene was the leader, and neither QushengshengGets nor Jiang had any objections. QushengshengGets was curious about the Sharp Empire, but she didn't want to run into a Yun, so she planned to disguise herself just in case. Eugene and Jiang agreed with her cautious approach. They didn't want to draw attention, so each of them dressed up. In the end, the three of them transformed from handsome and beautiful individuals into ordinary-looking people with dark yellow skin, appearing just plain and unremarkable. That afternoon, they arrived at the city gate of the Sharp Empire. The gate was very tall, as some orcs prefer to walk in their original forms, so the gate needed to be built quite high. At the gate, there was a group of guards collecting entrance fees. Yes, entering the Sharp Empire required paying a fee. Females didn't need to pay, but each male had to pay 1 red crystal. Eugene took out 2 red crystals from a concealed animal skin bag and handed them to the guards, allowing them to enter the gate. Once inside, QushengshengGets was startled by the noisy crowd. There were many orcs and numerous small vendors, giving it a bit of a commercial street vibe. Surrounding them were clothing stores, weapon shops, jewelry shops, and many food stalls and restaurants. Everything seemed quite complete. It's so lively, QushengshengGets exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked around. Jiang and Eugene had been here before and could even show QushengshengGets around. However, they were unaware that they were already being watched. Young Lord, a previously unseen leopard orc has entered the city today. He came in with that snake orc a while back, but didn't stay long, and now he's back. Someone reported. Are there any females around him? Ian asked anxiously. There are, but the females don't look very good, not like the beautiful females you mentioned. Oh, by the way, the snake orc beside him seems very strong. I can't tell their strength. Iyun's heart raced suddenly. He felt this could be another disappointment. Yet he couldn't help but hope. What if it was Ollie? Iyun instructed someone to reward the hummingbird orc with a crystal core, planning to check it out himself. Even if it wasn't, he was willing to make the trip. The hummingbird orc had a strange, awakened soul power. He could see the original forms of the orcs, which was his talent. It had always been a bit useless until Iyun heard about it and recruited him, hoping he could identify the leopard orc entering the city, especially those accompanied by females. The hummingbird orc felt he had found a mentor and worked diligently every day, even creating a record of the entering leopard orcs based on their appearances, remembering the orcs in the city better than his own father. So, when Yuan Jiang entered the city today, he immediately recognized him as a newcomer, even recalling that he had seen him when he entered the city previously. QushengshengGets was savoring the snacks that Yuan Jiang and Eugene had bought for her, feeling very satisfied. These snacks were quite strange. Some stalls sold raw meat, some sold meat paste, some sold grilled meat, and others sold grass, claiming to cater to every orc's taste. And those wanting to try something new could give it a shot. QushengshengGets tried the grilled meat and some dried fruits they had made themselves. Eugene didn't let her eat too much. Once it was enough, he planned to take her to rent a place. Yes, there were no inns in the city right now. They could only rent a room. Eugene rented a small courtyard with a green crystal. It was convenient to go anywhere from there. They would rest for a bit before going shopping, and QushengshengGets agreed with this arrangement. Yuan Jiang cleaned up the courtyard, and Eugene made the bed. Soon it was all ready. They planned to go out to a restaurant for a meal. Eugene casually asked which restaurant was good, and the orc who rented them the place praised a restaurant called Bear Family in the east of the city. They decided to try it out. Eugene and Yuan Jiang had only walked around the streets before, so they didn't know which restaurant were good, so they could only ask the locals. Upon arriving at the Bear Family restaurant, QushengshengGets noticed many orcs walking around inside, and it seemed that this place was indeed doing good business. As soon as they walked in, an orc approached them and asked, "What dishes would you like to order?" Seeing the orc staring at her, QushengshengGets realized that the staff thought the female was the decision maker. Just bring out the signature dishes and then look at a few other things. As long as there's enough for us to eat, that's fine, QushengshengGets said seriously, believing ordering the signature dishes would be no problem. The staff confirmed once again, and QushengshengGets nodded. The staff looked at Eugene and Yuan Jiang, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Please wait a moment before leaving." What s with that expression? QushengshengGets tilted her head and asked. Yuan Jiang glanced at the dishes on the neighboring table, paused for a moment in silence, then shook his head. Eugene touched his nose and also shook his head. QushengshengGets felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. The restaurant's name obviously indicated it was run by bear orcs, and there were many orcs eating there. How could there be any issue? She decided to wait quietly, and soon the dishes were served. QushengshengGets stared blankly at the clean large leaves wrapped around bamboo shoots, bamboo, and even a very fat bamboo rat. Its large yellow incisors exposed to the air, looking as if it had just been killed, its whiskers still twitching. QushengshengGets silently looked at the large dish on the table, and said with a mix of tears and laughter, "Is this food?" Eugene, although smiling, still maintained a serious face and said, "This is the freshest bamboo shoots and bamboo. This is a bamboo rat, and it looks quite plump. It is indeed the signature dish." QushengshengGets looked at Yuan Jiang, hoping he would explain. After clearing his throat, Yuan Jiang said, "Perhaps the restaurant is run by a black and white bear, and for them, this is indeed a signature dish." After saying this, he pointed with his chin to a corner. QushengshengGets followed his gaze, and her eyes lit up. Black and white furry balls. Not just one, but a whole table. A whole table. They were sitting upright in their chairs, happily munching on the bamboo shoots from the table, while the bigger ones were peeling the bamboo, and the smaller ones were joyfully eating the bamboo shoots, their eyes squinting with delight. QushengshengGets felt like her breath was about to stop. Who could understand? They were pandas. National treasures. She actually saw so many pandas. Seeing QushengshengGets' inexplicably eager expression, Eugene and Yuan Jiang felt something was off. What was going on? Why did QushengshengGets suddenly like these plump black and white bears so much? They cautiously blocked QushengshengGets' line of sight and tried to divert her attention, saying, "QushengshengGets, don't look at them like that. They are eating, and it wouldn't be good if they noticed." QushengshengGets obediently nodded. Now she found the large fat rat and bamboo shoots on the table quite pleasing, and she even wanted to try the bamboo shoots, but Yuan Jiang stopped her, saying that it was raw and he didn't want her to eat it. Although QushengshengGets felt a bit regretful, she let it go and couldn't help but sneak another glance at the group of pandas in their original forms. Chapter 259. Delivering vegetables. Eugene tilted his chin and secretly thought to himself, What's so good about this fat bear? Its fur isn't as pure as Yuanzhang's, and it's not as majestic. It's a bear that likes to eat vegetables. But he only complained in his heart and waved for the waiter to come over, ordering some grilled meat and grilled bamboo shoots. After thinking for a moment while resting his chin on the table, QushengshengGets said, "Can we give a food on our table to them?" Yuanzhang felt a sudden tightness in his breath. Does Shengsheng like black and white colors? But he only has black, not white. This time, Yuanzhang started to feel anxious, thinking about how he could turn into a black and white leopard. Why does Shengsheng want to give it away? Eugene asked casually, also feeling curious about why they would send food to such a fat, not-so-good-looking black and white bear. Eugene thought they looked quite like a plate of food. They are very cute, and anyway, we aren't eating, so let's just give it to them. Shengsheng smiled, lifting her little face. Is Shengsheng interested in any of them? Yuanzhang couldn't help but ask cautiously. He felt a pang of jealousy. He had worked hard to earn Shengsheng's affection, so why could this black and white, vegetarian bear win her heart at first sight? Shengsheng looked puzzled, but answered honestly. They're all very cute. Yuanzhang looked at the table of black and white fluffy balls. Wanted to flip their table over and shout, "What are you eating for?" Seriously, just because they have black and white fur. Eugene observed Yuanzhang's dejected expression and felt inexplicably better. Indeed, as long as someone is worse off than him, he feels much better. All right, Eugene agreed, avoiding Yuanzhang's accusatory gaze. Soon, their grilled meat and grilled bamboo shoots arrived, and Eugene instructed the waiter to deliver their signature dish to the table of little bears. The waiter was taken aback, but complied. The table of pandas, upon hearing this, squinted their eyes and looked over in the direction the waiter pointed. Shengsheng even wanted to wave. She really loved pandas. In modern times, she often enjoyed watching panda videos online, and she just wanted a chance to see real pandas in their homeland. And now, her dream was coming true in the beast world. So many pandas, so many glutinous rice balls filled with sesame paste. She just wanted to devour them all. Suddenly, the little panda cubs at that table seemed to confirm the direction and, with a duong, jumped off their chairs, scampering over to Shengsheng. The little ones had bright eyes, and the leader, looking somewhat scruffy and fluffy, resembled a messy ball of fur. The others each had their own quirks. Some had such short legs that their bellies nearly touched the ground, while others had legs that ran in different directions, and some even rolled over. Shengsheng was nearly melted by the cuteness, her heart screaming like a gopher. She was about to crouch down to pet the panda cubs when they suddenly transformed into young boys in front of their table. The leader looked to be around 15 or 16, while the youngest was about 7 or 8. Their skin was very fair, their eyes bright and black, and their animal skin skirts were black or white, with innocent expressions. This left Shengsheng momentarily speechless. She was still processing the transformation from panda to human. Little female, I represent the panda cubs to thank you. But we pandas can't take things for free, so here is some honey for you. The leader boy produced a small stone jar, his eyes filled with reluctance, but his hand steadied as he extended it. Shengsheng quickly waved her hands to refuse. But the boy placed it directly on the table, thanked her with his brothers, and returned to their table, transforming back into their beast forms to continue eating. Shengsheng looked at the jar on the table, feeling somewhat at a loss, while Eugene casually picked it up. It's fine. Their black and white bear fur is thick, and they know how to dig for honey. What we gave them is worth this jar of honey, Eugene explained nonchalantly. He no longer felt any sense of crisis. To him, Shengsheng simply liked their beast forms, not the beastmen themselves. That was fine at worst. He could catch a wild black and white bear cub for Shengsheng to raise as a pet. Yuanzhang clearly sighed in relief. It seemed he had overthought things. He could accept the addition of Mo Chuhan to their family, but he couldn't accept the inclusion of such seemingly dim-witted bears, fearing it might affect the intelligence of their offspring. If Shengsheng knew of Yuanzhang's worries, she would probably laugh uncontrollably. Although she loved pandas, she never thought about marrying one. She just liked these soft and adorable national treasures. Shengsheng tried the grilled meat, which seemed to be bamboo rat meat, grilled to crispy perfection, tender and oily, making it delicious. Paired with the grilled bamboo shoots, which helped cut through the richness, it was fun to peel and eat. These bamboo shoots seemed special too, offering a refreshing sweetness, even having a lingering aftertaste. When grilled, they had a slightly sticky, powdery texture, making them quite tasty. Shengsheng was very satisfied with this meal. After they finished eating, the panda family was still munching in the corner. Shengsheng didn't disturb them, instead quietly leaving. The leader panda cub squinted suspiciously at them, then started bleating at the nearby giant panda. After being lightly tapped on the head by the giant panda, He settled down to continue eating. If someone understood panda language, they would know he was saying, "Brother, this female is really nice. Why don't you be with her?" The scruffy panda cub felt quite wronged. He was thinking about his brother's happiness. Although that female wasn't particularly pretty, he liked her and wanted to give his best brother to her. Unfortunately, his brother lacked vision. He sighed and continued to vigorously peel the bamboo shoot skin, turning his frustration into appetite. Chapter 260 recognized on the other side. Ian followed the path pointed out by his subordinate and arrived at the central commercial street where QushengshengGets and others were wandering. From a distance, Ian recognized that it was Ali. He could even recognize her back. Ali was alive. Ian clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the excitement in his heart. After observing quietly for a while, he noticed that Ali had disguised herself, possibly using some herbal juice. The two males beside her seemed to have applied something as well. Ali looked very happy, bouncing around and very dependent on the two orcs next to her. Completely different from her state when she was by his side. Ian's initially heated mind gradually calmed down, watching the two orcs holding Ali's hands. Anger began to churn in his heart. What was this? How dare they touch Ali? Eugene quickly glanced in Ian's direction, but Ian quietly avoided him, ensuring he wasn't seen. He had been very cautious, yet that orc still looked over. It seemed he was quite capable. Ian carefully changed his position, judging that the red-haired orc was a 6th-tier soul power orc, while the other orc was a 5th-tier soul power. Ian thought for a moment, then adjusted his clothes and deliberately walked towards Ali's direction with his followers, his gaze casually sweeping around without any specific focus. QushengshengGets started, and quickly pulled Eugene and Yuan Jiang to the side to avoid him. Fortunately, Ian didn't look in her direction and slowly walked past her. Eugene and Yuan Jiang observed quietly as QushengshengGets led them forward, then whispered, "This is the young lord of Cook City." Eugene and Yuan Jiang were aware of Shengsheng's entanglement with this young lord, but didn't want to acknowledge him. After all, Shengsheng didn't like him, so they didn't care much. After Ian walked the entire street, his expression turned extremely poor. He was almost laughing in anger. The little female he had worried about day and night in the Sharp Empire recognized him, but pretended not to know him. How could her heart be so cruel? The more Ian thought about it, the angrier he became. Hadn't he treated Ali well enough? He would make her the most esteemed lady of the city. Didn't she like that? Ian furrowed his brows tightly, glanced back, and thought to himself, "It's fine. If the mountain doesn't come to me, then I will go to the mountain. After all, Ali is my female. How could she be tainted by the scent of other orcs?" Thinking of the strong abilities of those two orcs, Ian also came up with new plans. After returning, he lost his appetite and thought of nothing but tea and food. In just a couple of days, he had visibly slimmed down, wearing a troubled expression every day. Ian's condition made others unable to sit still. "Yiyun, what's wrong with you? I heard you've been worrying and not eating well recently. Is there anything I can help you with?" The one who came was the third princess of the Sharp Empire, Yu Bingyan. Ian looked up and saw her in a ginger-red dress, with flowers and bright feathers in her hair. The thin fabric contrasted with her snow-white skin, and her appearance was indeed stunning and tempting, typical of a nine-tailed fox clan's charm. However, there were shallow red marks on her neck and shoulders, as if she had been hurt the previous night. Ian felt a flash of disgust in his eyes. This Yu Bingyan, who claimed to like him, had countless male pets behind her, but never signed contracts with them, beginning and abandoning them without a second thought. "I'm Fina." Ian appeared unwilling to say more. Skillfully avoiding the hand Yu Bingyan extended. Although she was displeased, she still coaxed Ian. "Ian, you say if there's anything I can help with. I will definitely help you." Ian frowned and remained silent, while his little servant cleverly said, "Princess, you may not know, but the young master plans to return to Cook City soon, but on the way here, he lost too many warriors. Now, he still needs to bring back many gifts." Ian shot a cold glance at the little servant before saying, "Princess need not worry. I can slowly recruit warriors, but I want the top-notch ones. So it's bound to be a bit difficult." Yu Bingyan thought about this and realized it wouldn't be hard for her. As the most favored royal princess, issuing an order to recruit some people wouldn't be difficult. However, since Ian wanted the top-tier warriors, that would be challenging, as capable orcs could only be lured by things they were interested in. Although she liked Ian quite a bit, offering so many valuable things to help him find people and send him back did seem a bit unworthy. Ian sensed Yu Bingyan's calculations and sneered in his heart. She was not the kind of fool who could be easily hooked with a few sweet words. She just liked to make others think of her as a not-so-smart female. Report. "Young lord, the crown prince invites you to the palace tomorrow." Before Ian could respond, Yu Bingyan spoke first. Your young lord just agreed to accompany this princess out to play tomorrow. Just tell my brother to let me go first. There should be a sequence in everything. The little servant glanced at Iyun before taking his leave. Iyun's eyes flashed with disdain. Yu Bingyin was still brooding over the crown prince's announcement of a marriage alliance with the Fox clan at the birthday banquet. Now that she had the chance to get ahead of him, she no longer considered whether it was worth it. Iyun, play with me tomorrow. I'll help you recruit warriors from all over the city, okay? Yu Bingyin said playfully. Iyun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately maintained his posture and replied, "Thank you, Princess." The reason Iyun involved Yu Bingyin in this matter was that she hated being rejected, even more so by someone of a lower status. As long as he followed his plan from now on, Ali would soon return to his embrace. In the past 2 days, Qushengsheng had explored the capital of the Sharp Empire and bought many beautiful clothes, herbs, and some useful seeds. What excited her the most was that she had found corn seeds. Eugene originally planned to stay in the capital of the Sharp Empire for a week before heading to Sunset Town. These days, he had been taking Qushengsheng around to have fun and eat everywhere. Recently, Qushengsheng had been having a streak of good luck. The little beast she carried seemed to be waking up. Qushengsheng's heart was filled with anticipation, like waiting for a little bird to hatch from its shell. However, she was still unaware that a fierce beast in the shadows was waiting for the opportunity to snatch away the little white rabbit. Chapter 261. Chaos in the Arena that night. Yuan Jiang was cooking in the kitchen of the small courtyard while Eugene was making soft shoes for Qushengsheng using fish skin. Qushengsheng was dozing off beside them, having not slept well due to Eugene's antics the night before. The small courtyard had many rooms, and last night, Eugene had carried Qushengsheng away without a word, but Yuan Jiang had quietly gotten up early the next morning to make soup for her. Knock, knock, knock. Eugene heard someone knocking at the door and quickly set down what he was doing to answer it. When he opened the door, he saw 2 fourth-tier wolf beastmen standing outside. The princess is summoning all the warriors in the city to participate in the selection competition. The chosen ones will receive extremely generous rewards and commissions. Please gather at the arena in the west square of the city on time tomorrow. The wolf beastmen stated rigidly before walking away. Eugene nodded, unsure of what the princess was planning. The Sharp Empire was already in a bad situation due to the old king's age, and now this third princess was stirring up trouble again. However, he didn't mind and planned to ask Yuan Jiang and Sheng Sheng if they wanted to go see it during mealtime. After all, they weren't short on money and could afford to take a look. During dinner, Eugene brought up the topic. Yuan Jiang's eyes lit up at the mention of the arena competition, and Qushengsheng also seemed curious, so Eugene decided they would go see it the next day. The next day, when Eugene took Yuan Jiang and Sheng Sheng to the vicinity of the arena, he found it very crowded. It was bustling and lively. Iyun and Yu Bingyin were sitting on a high platform, watching the beastmen fight below. Yu Bingyin was initially impatient, finding it uninteresting to watch the rough beastmen fight. Iyun had added a new rule, and Yishua was holding a beautiful beastskin ball. Whoever he randomly hit with the ball would have to go up and continue fighting. The beastmen who won 6 matches would have their names recorded, receive prizes, and could continue to challenge others, with even more enticing prizes for subsequent winners. The prize for winning 6 matches was a type of herb that could enhance a female's beauty and maintain a youthful appearance. Of course, this was somewhat exaggerated, but the herb did have beauty benefits. Because of this herb, many beastmen came to challenge today. Qushengsheng watched the lively scene, observing the battles between the dog beastmen and the fox beastmen. Their fights were quite exciting, as both beastmen had similar sizes and strengths, one being fire type and the other water type, making for a visually appealing clash. After they finished fighting, a beastskin ball was thrown towards Yuan Jiang. Eugene's expression changed, and he quickly shielded Qushengsheng in his arms. Yuan Jiang, with a cold expression, caught the ball and glared at Yishua, who had thrown it down. Please invite this beastman brother to continue the challenge. Iyun smiled broadly, inviting Yuan Jiang onto the stage. Yuan Jiang threw the ball back at him with great force, and Yishua barely caught it, feeling a sting in his palm, his expression slightly displeased. However, he maintained his smile and continued. The prize is a herb that can enhance a female's beauty. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jiang looked at Qushengsheng, who seemed curious, and nodded to Eugene before stepping onto the stage. In the beastman's perspective, it was acceptable to lose, but absolutely not allowed to flee without fighting. Go, go. Qushengsheng cheered for Yuan Jiang, who smiled as he stepped onto the stage. Ian also smiled upon seeing this, his gaze landing on one of his subordinates in the crowd as he picked up a flower that had been sitting nearby for a long time and leaned down to sniff it. Eugene felt something was off. His instincts told him someone was watching them. But with so many people around, he couldn't be sure if he was overthinking it. On the stage, Yuan Jiang faced the victorious dog beastman. This dog beastman was a fourth-tier beastman in his 30s, and his strength was quite good. He wore a mercenary badge on his chest, looking battle-hardened. Yuan Jiang knew that the dog beastman had already exhausted most of his soul power in the previous matches. So he decided not to take advantage and instead engage in a physical fight without using soul power. The dog beastman looked at Yuan Jiang with a bit more appreciation, and they exchanged blows. QushengshengGets watched closely, afraid of missing any of Yuan Jiang's impressive moments. Suddenly, a cry from a young beast echoed nearby. "Wah, Daddy!" The crowd was already noisy, and this sound was quite close to QushengshengGets, prompting everyone to start searching for the crying young beast. QushengshengGets was startled and instinctively looked around. "Make way! Don't push me! What's going on? How could there be a young beast?" The surrounding beastmen began to shove each other, and the sound of the young beast made this small area even noisier. As everyone jostled, QushengshengGets hadn't had a chance to say anything before she was suddenly shoved hard. "Eugene!" QushengshengGets exclaimed. Eugene's eyes sharpened. He was just about to reach out to grab QushengshengGets' hand when suddenly several beastmen attacked him. With so many people around, he could only strike quickly and fiercely. Immediately, several of his attackers were injured, and the crowd around Eugene erupted in chaos. He could feel someone intentionally causing confusion, and when he saw QushengshengGets about to be taken away, he transformed into his beast form. The massive red giant snake swept aside the surrounding beastmen and moved toward QushengshengGets. Because Eugene suddenly transformed, it attracted the attention of a nearby guard team, who stepped forward to block him. QushengshengGets only managed to call out to Eugene once before she was suddenly knocked out by some herbs fumes. Eugene couldn't see QushengshengGets' figure, but since she was still within 100 meters of him, making him anxious as he pushed past the guards. Yuan Jiang, upon seeing Eugene's beast form, also realized the seriousness of the situation. He stopped fighting in the arena, and when he couldn't find QushengshengGets, he urgently began searching around. The scene instantly became chaotic as Eugene injured someone and was attacked by many. Yuan Jiang found himself surrounded. Realizing that this was a trap set for them, seeing the beastmen blocking his way, he retaliated fiercely. "Quick, find QushengshengGets!" Eugene urged. Yuan Jiang transformed into his beast form and swiftly dashed through the gap Eugene had opened, breaking free from the encirclement. Seeing Yuan Jiang break free, Eugene also transformed back into human form and used the opportunity of shattering the ice sculpture of one of the leading beastmen to escape the encirclement. He could feel the crowd starting to disperse. Taking advantage of the distraction, Eugene knocked out one of the leaders and dragged him back to the small courtyard. Upon returning to the small courtyard, he saw Yuan Jiang's dark expression. His heart sank as he woke the captured beastman and began to interrogate him. The final information revealed that someone had hired them to create chaos, and the person who hired them was a fox beastman, who had an average-looking face but was quite tall. He had given them an orange crystal. Eugene realized this was all a setup against them, and their urgent task now was to find QushengshengGets, with the enemy hidden and them in the open, making the search exponentially more difficult. Chapter 262. Imprisonment. Yuan Jiang felt very guilty. If he hadn't gone to the arena, Eugene wouldn't have been left alone to face 4 opponents, and QushengshengGets wouldn't have been captured. However, now was not the time to dwell on that. The urgent matter was to find QushengshengGets. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Thud, thud, thud. Yuan Jiang and Eugene exchanged a glance. Someone was banging on the door. They quickly tidied up the place, knocked out the captured person, and slipped out of the small courtyard, running far into the night. On the other side, the arena had ended early due to chaos, and Yi announced that they would continue tomorrow. Ian gave the third princess a set of pearl bracelets and then escorted her back to the royal palace. After that, Ian returned to the residence he had bought. Ian went down to the basement, which was embedded with glowing yellow gemstones. The soft yellow light illuminated the large bed covered with fish-skin fabric, where a beauty dressed in a white long dress lay. The gentle light shone upon her, making her look extraordinarily beautiful. Ian noticed that Ali's hair was still somewhat wet. He touched QushengshengGets' hair and dried the strands, which soon became soft and shiny. Unable to tolerate Ali's ugly appearance, he had a maid wash her body, and now, looking at Ali, she was still as beautiful as ever. Ian's fingers slowly touched the corner of Ali's lips, and he softly said, "Ali, do you go by QushengshengGets? Or Ali, you're not trying to deceive me, are you? Deceiving isn't a good habit. Ali sounds so nice, so from now on, I'll call you Ali." Qushengsheng felt dizzy and, upon waking up in a daze, saw someone in pure white sitting next to her. Frightened, she shrank towards the edge of the bed, but her body felt weak, which made her panic. After her vision focused, she realized the person next to her was Ian. This was scarier than seeing a ghost, Qushengsheng thought, wanting to cry but having no tears. Ali, you're finally awake, Ian said gently, holding Qushengsheng's hand. Qushengsheng wanted to pull her hand back but lacked the strength. She weakly asked, "Where's this? How did I end up here? This is our home. What do you mean by we?" Qushengsheng widened her eyes, looking at Ian in disbelief, suspecting he had gone mad. "Your family? From now on, you will only have me as your family," Ian said, resting his chin on his hand, blinking as he tilted his head. "What have you done to them?" Qushengsheng felt a shock in her heart. "Why do you always ask about them? Isn't it better to talk about us? Iunis en carest QushengshengGets RedFruit." Qushengsheng felt a chill in her heart. She forced a smile and continued, "Although we made a promise, that was due to an accident, wasn't it? Since that's the case, I won't ask for any rewards. Let us consider it settled. If I offended you in any way, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Okay?" "No." Ian took a sip of tea beside him. "Then I'll apologize. Just let me go. It's no use for you to have captured me." "Don't." Ian remained unmoved. "What do you want then?" "Ali, marry me and be my mate. Okay? From now on, you will be the lady of the small city lord and enjoy all the wealth and glory." Qushengsheng thought to herself that Ian must be crazy. He was simply a lunatic. She really wanted to ask him what he liked about her and if she could change. "I'll go by Ali," Qushengsheng said coldly, feeling that she couldn't reason with a madman. "No, you are Ali. From today on, you are only mine," Ian said, pressing his lips together, displeased. "Didn't you just get engaged to the princess? Why are you looking for me?" Qushengsheng felt that Ian simply couldn't understand human language. "Ali, are you worried about you being in? You still care about me. The reason you didn't come to acknowledge me is because of her, right? Don't be angry. I'll go kill her right now," Ian said excitedly. Qushengsheng. Is Ian really out of his mind? Seeing him look ready to take action shocked her. "Don't do anything rash. I never said I minded her. I don't like you, do you understand? A forced relationship isn't sweet. Let me go. Let us part ways amicably. I can't be the lady of the small city lord." Qushengsheng tried to reason with him. "Ali, you don't have the right to negotiate with me. It's okay if you don't like me now. You will like me in the future. You will only have me as your beast husband, and I will treat you well," Ian said, holding Qushengsheng's hand. Qushengsheng felt Ian's cold fingertips trace the small leopard totem on her collarbone, and she shivered in shock. "Did Ian want to harm Eugene and Yuanjiang? Don't hurt them." Qushengsheng was very angry, but her body was too weak to threaten him, and her words came out weakly. She didn't know what kind of drug Ian had given her. Ian suddenly leaned down and kissed the corner of Qushengsheng's lips, then smiled and said, "Ali, don't mention them, or I'll get angry." Qushengsheng was so angry that her body trembled. She struggled to lift her hand and wipe her lips harshly. Ian's expression turned cold as he held her hand and kissed it. "Get lost," Qushengsheng said coldly. Ian placed Qushengsheng's hand under the white bee skin and said happily, "Ali, don't be angry. I don't like it. If there's anything, just find Granny Quebec." After saying that, Ian smoothed out his clothes and prepared to leave. Qushengsheng lay weakly on the bed, feeling extremely anxious. "If Miss Aileen needs anything, just call me Granny K. I was sent by the small city lord to take care of you." Qushengsheng turned her head and saw an elderly woman with neatly arranged hair. This woman looked somewhat familiar. "Granny K, who changed my clothes?" "It was me, miss." "Don't be afraid. The small city lord is not a bad person. Just stay here at ease. Your good days are still ahead." Granny K tucked in the corner of the bee's skin blanket. "Ian is not a bad person? That's ridiculous. Capturing and imprisoning someone isn't considered bad?" Qushengsheng didn't want to talk to this old woman. She closed her eyes and waited for the effects of the drug in her body to wear off so she could escape on her own. Granny K quietly left. Meanwhile, Eugene and Yuanjiang were being chased. They fled through the houses in the city, occasionally taking down a lone beastman, engaging in guerrilla warfare. At dawn, Eugene and Yuanjiang hid in a dilapidated house, beginning to review what had happened today. First, the third princess suddenly wanted to recruit warriors for the arena. Next, the second young master of Cook City struck Yuanjiang with a ball, forcing him to go up to the arena. Then, chaos ensued, and someone captured Qushengsheng. Yuanjiang suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Qushengsheng had encountered the young lord of Cook City on the street. Now the suspects were the third princess and the two young masters of Cook City. The palace had many guards, making it difficult to enter. However, they could first check the place where the young lords of Cook City were resting. Qushengsheng was awakened by Granny K, who helped her wash up and prepared breakfast. Breakfast was still the fish porridge she had enjoyed most during her stay at Sharp. As Qushengsheng ate the fish porridge, her gaze fell. Ian had indeed been watching her for a long time. Qushengsheng thought to herself, never expecting that this madman would capture her like this. Miss A. Lee, this was personally bought by the small city lord, Granny K said with a kind demeanor. Qushengsheng didn't want to engage with her. She was feeling very anxious and just wanted to leave this place. This place was some sort of secret room, without light, illuminated only by these gemstones. I want to go outside for a walk and get some sunlight. I've been lying down for a day. I don't feel well, Qushengsheng said to Granny K after finishing her meal. Granny K nodded and said, please wait a moment. I will ask the small city lord. Chapter 263, Threatening Yu Yin. Ali, are you going out? Yu Yin slowly walked in, and Qushengsheng had regained some strength, leaning against the bed and watching the newcomer. Ali, you can't go out yet. Can you wait a little longer? Yu Yin sat on the edge of the bed, looking very concerned about Qushengsheng. Qushengsheng turned her head away, showing a non-cooperative attitude. Under the blanket, her hand tightly gripped a strand of fish silk rope that she had pulled down, intending to use it to strangle Yu Yin and threaten him to let her leave. Yu Yin leaned closer, feeling heartbroken, and said to Qushengsheng, Ali, please don't be angry, okay? Qushengsheng suddenly flipped over, pinning Yu Yin down. Her hands raised the fish silk rope against Yu Yin's neck. Yu Yin was indeed caught off guard by Qushengsheng, his body sinking into the soft bed. Although the silk was pressed against his neck, he did not feel threatened at all. In fact, he felt quite excited, even a bit eager, anticipating what Qushengsheng might do to him. From this angle, he could see Ali's beautiful and delicate figure and feel her soft, warm skin against his body, leaving him somewhat dazed. Let me go. Qushengsheng. Yu Yin blinked and, feeling a bit scared, said, Ali, don't do this. Don't hurt yourself. Stop talking nonsense. Let me go. Did you hear me? Qushengsheng tightened the silk a little more, and Yu Yin's pale skin gradually turned red. Even the tips of his ears were flushed. Ali, don't be naughty. Yu Yin's voice came out low and hoarse as he was pressed by the silk. Qushengsheng suddenly felt something rise from the body she had pinned down, brushing against her thigh. Qushengsheng's face darkened, and she tightened her grip. Yu Yin was still not giving up. Yu Yin could feel that he was being threatened, like a little kitten he raised, still wanting to use its tiny teeth to touch his vital points. He didn't feel threatened at all. In fact, he was somewhat enjoying it. Qushengsheng hated that Yu Yin had taken everything from her, including her space. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to use the silk rope. She truly wanted to stab this pervert to death with a knife. Yu Yin hooked his long leg, flipping the position, and Qushengsheng was pressed into the soft blanket. Qushengsheng pulled at the silk with all her might, thinking that she might as well strangle him to death. The silk sank into Qushengsheng's palm, and when the previously enjoying Yu Yin realized this, he pinched the back of Qushengsheng's neck, causing her to faint. Yu Yin carefully took the silk from her palm, and seeing the red marks on her hand, he gently kissed her palm. After that, he put the silk into his space, looking at the beautiful female beneath him, feeling the heat in his body. He could hardly contain himself, softly gasping for Ali, and it was only after a long time that his tensed muscles relaxed. He picked up a clean piece of silk beside him to clean his hands, and carefully wiped off anything that had splashed onto Ali, kissed her forehead, and then walked out, asking Granny K to give Ali a bath and change the bedding. Granny K cautiously raised her eyes and saw the young lord's joyful expression and the purple red marks on his neck. She didn't dare to look too long. Upon entering the room, she smelled a peculiar scent. After tidying everything up, she looked at the female on the bed and thought that she probably needed to be treated with more respect. When Qushengsheng woke up again, she found that everything on her bed had been changed, and she was wearing a blue long dress. She clenched her fists in anger, recalling what happened before she fainted. And she hated Yu Yin so much it made her teeth itch. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, throwing the bee skin pillow off the bed. Yu Yin was such a pervert, a complete pervert. Meanwhile, Yuan Jiang and Eugene were still investigating. Breaking through Yu Yin's defenses was not easy, as the guards inside had considerable strength. The deeper they went, the more difficult it became. What concerned Eugene the most was a small courtyard that was heavily guarded. There must be a reason for it, and Qushengsheng was likely trapped in that courtyard. He needed to think carefully about how to get in or how to rescue Shengsheng. Ingshua looked at his brother's beaming expression, somewhat puzzled. He knew his brother had set up a ring to capture a female, but he wasn't too clear about the specifics. Brother, what is going on? Ingshua looked at the red marks on Yu Yun's neck with a strange expression. A little cat I raised has a bit of a fiery temperament. Ingshua, is his brother crazy? This isn't just about having a fiery temperament. It looks like someone is trying to kill his brother. Keep a low profile. Don't go out without reason recently, Yu Yun said to Ingshua. Yu Yun now planned to have those two beastmen killed. As long as they were alive, Ali would never be at peace. Chapter 264. The severed finger lizard. Eugene wore a hooded cloak when he went out today, but the streets were filled with orcs with red hair and green-eyed leopard orcs being apprehended. He saw the city guards taking several orcs for identity verification, and he initially thought such a large scene would lead to some commotion among the orcs. However, after waiting for a long time, he heard that if they weren't suspects, they would receive an orange crystal as compensation, and if they provided information about a suspect's whereabouts, they would receive a red crystal. With such a reward mechanism, all the orcs were actively participating in the hunt for the suspects. Eugene's expression grew colder. He wasn't sure whether to commend the young lord of Kook City for his generosity or to criticize him for his cunning. Eugene planned to investigate the residence where the young lord was resting tonight, and Yuan Jiang was waiting outside the residence, under the cover of night. Eugene swiftly entered the mansion during a gap when the guards were away. There were many guards inside, stationed every 10 steps. Eugene moved cautiously, patiently waiting for the change of guard, and then quietly slipped in. He slowly made his way toward a heavily guarded courtyard, waiting for the right moment. As he saw a guard suddenly turn around, he slipped into the small courtyard. The moment his feet touched the ground, a chill ran down his spine, and an extreme sense of danger made him instinctively lunge forward in a panic. Deep marks on the ground behind him indicated that a high-ranking beastman with gold-type soul power had just attacked him. It was at least level 8 to have caught him off guard. This Yin was indeed willing to spend resources. Eugene looked ahead into the darkness, his pupils gradually turning into slits. A soft sound, almost negligible, caught his attention, but Eugene quickly rolled to the side. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that a corner of his cloak had fluttered down. In the darkness appeared an elderly man with a youthful face, but the most striking feature was the absence of his right pinky finger. Eugene's expression grew more serious, and he became increasingly vigilant. No one knew this old man's name. Everyone called him the Severed Finger Lizard. Eugene had heard the story of this old man. In his youth, he had been a male beastman, but the female he served always humiliated him for not understanding human sentiments and for being too absorbed in martial arts. The Severed Finger Lizard had tasted the world's bitterness at a young age. As a beastman, his life was worse than being a guest in someone else's home, even inferior to some pets raised by females. Later, it was unknown how he managed to break free from that female and became a wandering beastman. All that was known was that from that day on, there was a Severed Finger Lizard who was solely devoted to martial arts. Eugene recognized him as a formidable opponent. The Severed Finger Lizard had surpassed his talent limit in martial arts. This meant that if Eugene's strength was at most level 8, his martial arts skills could allow him to fight against level 9 beastmen without falling behind. One should not underestimate the difference of a single level. At high ranks, a one-level gap could be as vast as the heavens. Eugene carefully observed the Severed Finger Lizard, noticing the glint in his eyes as he stared at him. Eugene knew that the Severed Finger Lizard would not let him off easily and was interested in fighting him. This also indirectly indicated that Eugene's reaction and agility were quite good. If it weren't for the circumstances, he would have liked to engage in a thrilling battle with the Severed Finger Lizard. Whatever conditions you have, I can try to meet, Eugene attempted to negotiate. Your life is quite valuable, the Severed Finger Lizard replied casually before charging at him. Eugene's heart sank. It seemed he had no choice but to fight. He flipped his wrist, and an ice-blue longsword appeared in his palm. He lowered his body slightly, cautiously watching the rapidly approaching Severed Finger Lizard, who moved with incredible speed, possessing both sharp soul power and swift agility. Clang! Eugene's longsword broke in half upon impact, the fracture smooth and clean, resembling shattered jade. Relying on his ability to deflect the blow, he quickly dissipated the force and avoided the Severed Finger Lizard's fierce attack. Eugene threw the broken sword towards the Severed Finger Lizard, and sharp ice flowers accompanied it. Seeing Eugene's longsword, the Severed Finger Lizard pushed with both hands, revealing a metallic-colored longsword similar to Eugene's. Eugene furrowed his brows. The most terrifying aspect of the Severed Finger Lizard was his ability to learn his opponent's moves during battle and adapt them as his own. Eugene flipped his wrist again, producing another ice sword, and initiated his attack, but the severed finger lizard met him with his metallic longsword. Fortunately, he was still accustomed to the longsword. Eugene quickly deflected the severed finger lizard's sword tip with his ice blue longsword, while his other hand struck a sharp ice cone firmly against the severed finger lizard's arm, originally aimed at his heart. The attack was avoided as the severed finger lizard sidestepped. Unfazed, the severed finger lizard switched arms and wielded the sword similarly to Eugene's previous move, charging at Eugene. Eugene now felt as if he was trying to break his own moves, feeling somewhat distressed as he could only dodge. In that instant, a sharp golden blade grazed Eugene's back. For a brief moment, he felt numb, and when he reacted, he realized his back was stinging and wet. It seemed he had sustained a significant wound. The pain spurred him to become even more ruthless. The ice blue longsword in his hand was used so fiercely that it seemed to dance. Given that his realm was already lower than the severed finger lizard's, the fact that he had only sustained superficial wounds thus far was due to his experience in battling through the beast tide, allowing his swordplay to become well-rounded, almost achieving a balance of offense and defense. However, to an uninformed observer, it might seem that Eugene was in a dire situation, covered in wounds. Meanwhile, on the other side, the severed finger lizard was not having an easy time either. He had begun to exhibit a fierceness in his attacks akin to Eugene's. Thankfully, the severed finger lizard was using a sword, learning Eugene's techniques while battling him, which allowed Eugene to hold on for a long time. Otherwise, he would have lost long ago. Yuan Jiang waited for a long time, becoming increasingly anxious. Unable to wait any longer, he quietly snuck into the mansion. Fortunately, it seemed the guards were fewer at this moment. He avoided them when he could, and when he couldn't, he simply fought them off. As Yuan Jiang approached the small courtyard, he heard the sounds of battle. Climbing up the wall, he saw Eugene and an elderly man locked in a fierce fight. Eugene was covered in injuries, bloodied all over. Seeing this, Yuan Jiang quickly jumped in. Although beastmen valued fairness and justice, at this moment, Eugene was on the verge of being beaten to death, and given the old man's formidable strength, a 2-on-1 situation was justified. Yuan Jiang joined the fray. Eugene was actually on the brink of collapse, but Yuan Jiang's arrival alleviated some of his pressure. However, the two of them barely managed to survive against the severed finger lizard, and achieving a draw was proving to be difficult. By this point, the severed finger lizard had become somewhat familiar with using the sword, and Eugene's injuries and continuous blood loss had slowed his movements. Very good. You've delivered yourself right to my door, the severed finger lizard said with delight. Chapter 265, Swearing Hiss. A large chunk of flesh was sliced off Yuan Jiang's arm, and blood gushed out. Eugene rushed forward to protect Yuan Jiang, shouting, "Go!" He transformed into his beast form, a gigantic red python with vertical pupils fixing its gaze on the clawed lizard. "Where do you think you're going? None of you will escape." The clawed lizard dodged the snake tail that was swung at it and attacked Yuan Jiang. Eugene couldn't intercept in time and could only shield Yuan Jiang with his snake body. PFF. The snake's scales were as thin and fragile as paper, and the snake's body was penetrated. Eugene's snake body stiffened for a moment but still tried to turn and bite the clawed lizard. Yuan Jiang realized that staying behind was useless and would only put Eugene in more danger. His eyes gradually turned red, and a black panther appeared. Taking advantage of the night, he dashed out at his fastest speed. "Why won't you listen?" The clawed lizard pulled the sword out of the snake's body, avoiding the blood, and prepared to kill Yuan Jiang. Eugene bared his long fangs and lunged at the clawed lizard, momentarily hindering it, allowing Yuan Jiang to disappear into the night, but his snake body now bore another wound. Hiss! Hiss! Eugene couldn't help but strike his tail in pain and frustration. He feared he might die here today. 2 flowers bloom, each displaying its own branch. No! QushengshengGets suddenly woke up, feeling the snake totem on her chest was particularly hot. She couldn't help but feel pain in her heart, sensing that Eugene was in danger. QushengshengGets couldn't describe the feeling. It was like an instinct, and she sensed something was wrong. "Get Yun here. Hurry. QushengshengGets. Miss, it's already very late. Why don't we wait until tomorrow to find the young city lord? Granny, come here. I just had a nightmare. Can you stay with me?" QushengshengGets said, her eyes turning red and looking pitiful. Granny K immediately came over, thinking that the young lady was suddenly locked up and feeling uneasy. It was possible she had a nightmare, so she planned to comfort her. "Miss, don't be afraid." As Granny K approached, QushengshengGets tore off the shell decoration hanging from Granny K's body. The Sharp Empire was relatively close to the sea, and merchants from Sunset Town often came to sell goods. This shell ornament was one of them. One end of the shell was thin and sharp, and QushengshengG pressed the sharp end against her artery, her eyes reddening as she said, "Tell Ian not to harm my beast husband, or I will die here." Granny K noticed the determination in QushengshengG's eyes, which didn't look like a mere act of bluffing. Thinking of how much the young city lord cared for QushengshengG, Granny K didn't dare to delay. "Miss, I'll go call the young city lord right away. Please don't hurt yourself. Hurry." QushengshengG gripped the shell tightly. The pain in her chest made it almost impossible for her to hold on to the shell. Tears continuously welled up in her eyes, and she was terrified. Terrified that Eugene and Yuanjiang would encounter something bad. Meanwhile, Eugene was constantly trying to find an opportunity for a lethal strike. Now that he had transformed into his beast form, he knew that the toxin in his fangs was his last resort. Even if he were to perish here today, he wanted to eliminate at least one enemy for Yuanjiang. He searched for opportunities over and over again, but each time ended in failure, leaving him with many physical wounds. Forced to change his strategy, he decided to create an opportunity by leaving a flaw for the clawed lizard to exploit, which would also give him a chance to get closer to it. The clawed lizard suspected that Eugene was a venomous snake, but he had never used poison from the beginning. Even when the clawed lizard repeatedly tested him, inflicting more and more wounds that caused him to spasm in pain, he still didn't use poison. The clawed lizard speculated that this snake might be a non-venomous one. Eugene persevered. After Yuanjiang dashed out, he thought he needed to seek help, but he didn't know anyone, nor was there anyone who could match the clawed lizard. The night was still thick, and Yuanjiang was unfamiliar with the area. Suddenly, he thought of the black and white bear that Shengsheng had sent roasted meat to that day. Desperate, he decided to seek their help. Iyun was originally confident of victory. He was just waiting for the clawed lizard to kill someone, but unexpectedly, this old man had started some sort of duel, and it had dragged on for so long without resolution. He had promised the clawed lizard that for killing one person, there would be 10 purple crystals, plus a legendary flower that could enhance talent and break barriers, the Luo Shun flower. If 2 people were killed, it would be doubled. Although the Luo Shun flower was said to be very magical, it wasn't that miraculous because breaking through talent was usually just a legend. If it were truly that magical, Ian would have kept it for himself. However, this Luo Shun flower did seem to increase the chances of breaking through talent barriers, but it was extremely rare. For a martial arts enthusiast like the clawed lizard, what he lacked was talent, so he was willing to try any opportunity to break through. Thus, today's situation unfolded. When Iyun saw the servant watching the secret chamber approach, he curiously asked, "What is it?" Reporting to the young city lord, the young lady asked you to not harm her beast husband, or she would commit suicide. The servant's voice grew lower and lower. Iyun's expression sharpened. "What happened?" Iyun asked anxiously. The servant quickly recounted what had just happened. After hearing it, Iyun's face darkened. When he heard that Ali was pressing the sharp shell against her throat, he hurriedly made his way to the secret chamber. As soon as Iyun entered, he saw QushengshengG leaning against the corner of the wall by the bed, her fingers turning white as she pressed the shell against her artery. Upon seeing him, she pressed down harder. Bright red droplets of blood slowly rolled down from the edge of the shell, and Iyun's breath caught in his throat. "Ali, don't do anything rash. Put it down, and let's talk. Don't harm Eugene and Yuanjiang. I feel that Eugene's life is in danger." QushengshengG was unyielding. Okay, I won't harm them." Iyun's heart began to race. "Swear to the beast god. Hurry." QushengshengG was not going to be easily deceived by Iyun. Darkness swirled in Iyun's eyes, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Iyun, swear to the beast god that I will never harm Ali's beast husband." "No, you need to say that you will never harm Yuanjiang and Eugene." QushengshengG stared at Iyun, pressing down a bit harder on her artery. Iyun's face darkened. After repeating that he would not harm Yuanjiang and Eugene, he waved his hand behind him. Then he said to QushengshengG, "Ali, is that enough? Can you drop the shell now?" At this moment, QushengshengG finally loosened her grip. Her delicate hand, having maintained one position for too long, was turning pale, her palm was bruised, and her arm felt a bit numb. She gasped for breath, her eyes reddened, looking extremely pitiful. Chapter 266. The Panda Clan seeks help. Iyun step forward and remove the shell, handing it to Granny K. While he looked at the red marks on QushengshengG's snow-white skin with concern, Iyun reached out, intending to touch the red mark. But QushengshengG turned her head to avoid him, coldly staring at Iyun. "Ali, I promise you I won't hurt them. Please don't hurt yourself like this again," Iyun said quietly, looking at the red mark on QushengshengG's palm, feeling distressed inside. Fine, let me go and I won't hurt myself," QushengshengG mocked. "Ali, you know I can't let you go. Yun said, lowering his eyelashes. After sending Granny K to take care of QushengshengGets, he left. QushengshengGets, furious, threw the wooden cup by the bed against the wall, her heart worrying about Eugene, unable to sleep. After midnight, QushengshengGets drank a cup of water and then lost consciousness. Granny K saw that QushengshengGets had drunk water and went to call Yun. Yun carefully wiped the blood beads on QushengshengGets' neck with a clean cloth and then applied medicine to her. Watching her lie quietly, he gently brushed aside the hair from her face, revealing her exquisite and beautiful features. Yun looked at QushengshengGets' full red lips, hesitated for a moment, and then secretly leaned in, carefully kissing the corner of QushengshengGets' lips. Inside, Yun felt like boiling hot water, satisfied as he looked at the beauty on the bed, who belonged only to him. Thinking of the snake beastman locked in the dungeon, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. After gazing at the beauty's sleeping face for a while, Yun finally left the secret room. Eugene was sitting in a corner of the room, dazed. After fighting with a broken finger lizard, he was nearly out of strength. Planning to trade his life for a life, he had to inject venom into the broken finger lizard's body. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly ordered the broken finger lizard to spare him, and several fifth-tier beastmen came to help, capturing Eugene and locking him in this room. When Yun entered, Eugene's back gradually tensed, already covered in wounds, and now blood was seeping out again. Eugene didn't care, just staring coldly at Yun, his gaze almost piercing through him. Yun curled his lips and sneered, "Save your strength. If you accidentally die, Ali will still make a fuss with me." Eugene could guess that the Ali he mentioned was Shengsheng. He coldly asked, "If you dare to force her to do something she doesn't want to do, even if I have to sacrifice my soul, I won't let you off easily. How could Ali have a useless beast husband like you? Water flows downwards, and people seek higher ground. Ali will choose someone more suitable for her." Heh. Shengsheng would definitely not favor a despicable person like you who only knows how to use underhanded tactics. Upon hearing this, Yun's eyes were almost ablaze with fury as he coldly said, "Shut up. Heh. As a beast man, you're despicable and shameless. Someone like you is not worthy of Shengsheng. Everything you do is in vain." I said shut up. Yun threw the fireball in his hand at Eugene. Hissed. Eugene dodged in time, but his forearm was still burned, forming a cluster of blisters. Yun waved his long sleeves and left coldly. As soon as he stepped outside, Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash from the beast god's descent. He had already made a contract, and violating it would also bring backlash upon him. Meanwhile, Yuanjiang finally stood before a massive bamboo mountain in the south of the city. As he approached, he suddenly saw a large black and white panda climb down from a tree nearby, blocking his way and letting out a low growl. With its growl, after a tremor in the bamboo forest, 2 more giant pandas appeared in Yuanjiang's sight. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly transformed into human form, saying to the panda in front, "Your Excellency, I am here to find someone." "Who are you looking for?" the leading panda asked after transforming into human form. Yuanjiang took out a jar of honey from his spatial pouch and said, "He gave me honey, and I really have an urgent matter to find him." The panda took the honey, examined it closely, and after sniffing it, looked at the injured leopard beastman in front of him with some curiosity, then led the beastman into the bamboo forest. Not long after, the panda shouted, "Zhu Yuan, someone is looking for you." Meh. Yuanjiang patiently watched in the direction of the bleeding sound, and soon a disheveled caramel-colored and black panda appeared, making a fierce face not far from him. Yuanjiang. "Cough, cough, a guest has arrived. Be more composed," Zhu he said somewhat awkwardly. Zhu he was feeling overwhelmed. Zhu Yuan was the best among their generation of pandas. But now, in this sorry state, it made him a bit uncomfortable. Zhu Yuan transformed into human form, tilted his head to look at Yuanjiang, and curiously approached. It was only when he was almost a meter away that he suddenly said, "It's you, the beast man who delivered the vegetables, right?" This completely threw Yuanjiang off guard. He took a deep breath before nodding. "Why are you looking for me?" "Huh, where's that beautiful female?" Zhu Yuan circled around Yuanjiang, asking with confusion. "I apologize for the intrusion. My young friend just mentioned my female and family. They were captured by the young lord of the Cook City State, and the injuries on me were also from escaping from there. Since we haven't been in Cook City State for long and don't know many people, I can only boldly seek your help." After hearing Yuanjiang's words, Zhu he looked at Zhu Yuan, wanting to say something but hesitating. Zhu Yuan also felt troubled. While they did have a bit of a past, it wasn't to the extent that they could fight against the Cook City State for them. Although he was young, he wasn't the kind who didn't know the severity of the situation. Seeing the difficult expressions on Zhu Yuan and Zhu He, Yuan Jiang quickly added more incentives. If successful, my reward will be 50 purple crystals, 60 blue crystals, 70 cyan crystals, 80 green crystals, and 200 yellow crystals. If not successful, my reward will be 20 purple crystals, 20 blue crystals, 20 cyan crystals, 40 green crystals, 100 yellow crystals, and 100 orange crystals. The conditions Yuan Jiang offered were all their assets, and the additional reward after rescue was all stored on Eugene. Yuan Jiang knew that he was asking for help and was seeking the assistance of unfamiliar people, so he had to put in the effort to show his sincerity, hoping they would be willing to take this risk for him. Upon hearing these terms, both Zhu He and Zhu Yuan gasped in surprise. This was a significant sum. To put it bluntly, their entire panda clan couldn't gather 10 purple crystals. After exchanging glances, Zhu Yuan said, "I'll take you to see my father. He is the clan leader." Yuan Jiang nodded and followed them into the bamboo forest. Chapter 267, Great Wealth and Fortune Father. Guests are coming, Zhu Yuan shouted, echoing in the bamboo forest. Whoosh, a large black and white bear spun around and stopped gracefully. Yuan Jiang looked at the jiggly meat on its body and began to doubt if his decision was reliable. Why did they all seem so untrustworthy? In a flash, the large panda transformed into a man wearing white animal skin. Yuan Jiang looked at the handsome, ethereal man in front of him, somewhat suspiciously, wondering if this was the same foolish panda from earlier. Truly, one cannot judge a bear by its appearance. Please follow me. Zhu Shi gently led Yuan Jiang to a stone bench in front of a small bamboo house in the middle of the bamboo forest. After sitting down, Zhu Shi poured water for Yuan Jiang using a bamboo cup, while listening to Yuan Jiang's experiences. Upon hearing that Yuan Jiang's family and female companions had been captured, he displayed a look of pity, appearing somewhat immortal. However, when he heard about the reward Yuan Jiang was offering for their help, his calm demeanor finally cracked. He showed Yuan Jiang a look of shock. After Yuan Jiang finished speaking, he waited for Zhu Shi's reaction. Zhu Shi was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted, grabbing Yuan Jiang's hand and asking, "Brother Yuan, are you serious?" "I'm not joking. The injuries on my body were inflicted in the residence of the young master of Cook City," Yuan Jiang said seriously, pointing at his wounds. "No, I meant the reward you mentioned," Zhu Shi said without any reservations. Yuan Jiang was momentarily confused, and seeing his expression, Zhu Yuan and Zhu, he wanted to cover their faces and leave. Zhu Shi's reaction made them feel embarrassed as pandas. "Yes," Yuan Jiang nodded. "Is there really that much?" Zhu Shi asked with bright eyes. "Father." Zhu Shi, all right, I won't ask anymore. I just got a bit excited, didn't I? Such a great opportunity actually came to our panda clan. This overwhelming wealth is truly mesmerizing," Zhu Shi said, feeling unsatisfied after hearing his sons and clan uncle's interruptions. "So?" Yuan Jiang asked, somewhat dazed. "This matter, our panda clan will take it on." Zhu Shi waved his hand grandly, and seeing Yuan Jiang's delighted expression, he continued, "I heard that you have old ties with Zhu Yuan, so I will consider it making a friend. If we fail to rescue your females and family, we won't take a single crystal." Yuan Jiang quickly waved his hands. He didn't believe that their slight connection with Zhu Yuan could bring such benefits. "That's settled then." Zhu Shi waved his hand again, rather gallantly. "Once our panda clan holds a clan meeting to discuss it, we will send someone with you." Zhu Yuan took Yuan Jiang to the shaman to get treated and have something to eat. After Zhu Shi finished speaking, Yuan Jiang was taken away by Zhu Yuan. "Thank you. I will remember the kindness of the panda clan." Yuan Jiang expressed his gratitude. After watching Zhu Yuan's figure disappear, Zhu He raised an eyebrow at Zhu Shi and said, "What kind of scheme are you plotting? Can't we just mobilize some force and take some fresh bamboo shoots to deliver to the little ant in the palace?" "TSK." Zhu He clicked his tongue at the ethereal-looking man, expressing his disdain. He thought, how could Zhu Shi be so kind-hearted? Hearing about so many crystals, how could he possibly let them go? He merely said that because he thought this would be easy for the panda clan. Therefore, it wouldn't fail, only succeed. By saying so, he could also showcase the panda clan's goodwill, allowing Yuan Jiang and his group to remember their favor. They would strive to help someone like Yuan Jiang, who could amass such a huge fortune. After all, such a young and powerful beastman could be of help in the future. The panda clan was always kind to others. Yuan Jiang, however, was unaware of these intricacies. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Crystals could be earned again, but he couldn't let Eugene and Sheng Sheng get hurt. After Yuan Jiang received treatment and ate something, the panda clan also prepared their warriors, and Zhu Shi graciously led the team this time. A group of people set off together with Yuan Jiang towards the city center. Chapter 268. Bamboo Snow in the Palace of the Sharp Empire. Madam Snow, the leader of the Panda clan, has come to visit you. Oh, it's she. Let him in quickly. The lady speaking wore a long gown made of white fish silk, her long, shiny black hair cascading down. Although there were traces of age at the corners of her eyes, it couldn't hide her delicate features, making her look like a fairy from the heavens. However, her reckless jump off the bed, nearly falling, diminished her ethereal aura considerably. Madam, be careful. The matron beside her was alarmed. Bamboo Snow glanced at the matron with a hint of guilt, then cleared her throat and slowly walked out of the inner hall. Upon seeing the tall and graceful young man, she warmly said, She is here. Why didn't you bring our little Zhu Yuan? Bambushi's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Although he felt this way, he still gently replied, while looking at this aunt who was now 123 years old, yet still had a childlike demeanor. Aunt, Zhu Yuan has training today and didn't come out from the clan. Oh, I see. Bamboo Snow felt a bit regretful, but the next moment she became cheerful again, eagerly asking, She, did you bring me something delicious? I did. I already gave it to the manager of the palace for you. Bamboo, she carefully scrutinized this aunt who had married the king of the Sharp Empire for the future of the Panda clan. Seeing her clear and bright eyes, he felt relieved, as she didn't seem to have suffered any grievances. She, did something happen that you came today? Bamboo Snow, calculating the days since Bamboo, she's last visit, asked with some concern, noticing he had come 5 days early. Seeing the elegant lady's face clouded with worry, he paused and spoke about the situation with Yuan Jiang. What? How dare he imprison females? Who gave him the audacity? Bamboo Snow's face flushed with anger. I understand. I'll go find His Majesty right now. Thank you, Aunt. Oh, there's no need to be polite. We must act quickly since they've already offered such a generous reward. Upon hearing about the compensation, Bamboo Snow was also astonished by Yuan Jiang's generosity. These crystal stones were more reliable than anything else, and with them, their Panda clan could develop even better. After Bamboo she bowed and sent off Bamboo Snow, he left. Stepping out of the magnificent palace, he glanced back at this splendid nest, realizing it was merely a cage. Thinking of the sacrifices his aunt made for the future of the Panda clan, he decided to give her 1/3 of the reward. She would surely appreciate it. Bamboo Snow was the youngest sister of Bambushi's father, named for the heavy snowfall on the day she was born. She had always been frail since childhood, slow in her movements, and often timid. However, when she turned 15, the Panda clan nearly faced extinction. The reason was quite absurd. A powerful, wandering panda beast, tempted by hunger during winter, dug into the den of the Snow Wolf clan behind the mountain and devoured their wolf cubs as snacks. The mother wolves, meant to protect the clan, died. And due to the snow disaster, most of the Snow Wolf beasts had gone out searching for food. After much hardship, when they returned with a frail rabbit, they discovered their den had been dug into, the mother wolf was dead, the old wolves were killed, and the cubs had all been eaten clean. Sensing the Panda clan's scent in their cave, the two clans, which had previously coexisted peacefully, erupted into a massive conflict. This clash nearly led to the disintegration of both clans. The Snow Wolf clan, having lost their cubs, sought endless revenge. They would often hide in the dense bamboo forest, hunting down any panda they encountered, turning the pandas and snow wolves into sworn enemies. At this critical moment, a call came from the palace that the youngest sister of the prince needed a playmate. Thus, 15-year-old Bamboo Snow went. Eventually, she worked hard to become that companion. No one knew what kind of days the 15-year-old spent in the palace, except for Bamboo Snow and one female from the Deer clan. Later, by chance, Bamboo Snow blocked a cup of poisoned wine meant for the prince, a poison that would render a person infertile. The prince, pitying her young age, saved her from disaster. He conferred the title of Madam Snow upon her, making her a consort of the prince. The prince, caring for her frail health and her separation from home, often chatted with her and played with her, gradually placing her in his heart. Thus, Bamboo Snow and the prince, who is now the monarch, have been together for over 100 years, their relationship growing as close as family. Bamboo Snow has single-handedly safeguarded the Panda clan, which now boasts hundreds of members, a testament to their hard work. As for the Snow Wolf clan, having lost their cubs and left their homeland, they have vanished without a trace. Brother Guangling, are you busy? Bamboo Snow peeked into the main hall. Why are you still acting so childlike? Come in quickly. Yu Guangling, a handsome middle-aged man with traces of time on his face, looked at the female entering the hall with affection. Brother Guangling, are you busy? Bamboo Snow looked around, her delicate demeanor making one's heart soften. Yu Guangling watched the graceful woman approach, noticing her face bore no signs of age. seemingly still that same little girl from before. He couldn't help but raise his hand to touch the deep crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. Snow, what's wrong? Yu Guangling handed her some fresh fruit from the table. Is it wrong to come see you when there's nothing else to do? You're always welcome. Yu Guangling looked at the female, who was seriously eating the fruit. Well, actually there's a little something. Bamboo Snow raised her eyes with a hint of guilt. Go ahead. Bamboo Snow spoke with righteous indignation about everything the young master of Cook City had done, embellishing her thoughts. Finally, she concluded, Your Majesty, can we help that poor female? Yu Guangling's expression darkened. Such incidents of imprisoning beasts and injuring their mates in his royal city were indeed too much. I heard the leader of the Panda clan has come today. Yu Guangling raised an eyebrow. Cough, cough, cough. Bamboo Snow nearly choked on the fruit. Yu Guangling kindly patted her back, saying gently, What's the rush? No one is competing with you. After Bamboo Snow drank some water, she told Yu Guangling about the reward Yuan Jiang offered to the Panda clan. Sneaking a glance at his expression afterward, this beastman is indeed willing to spend. Yu Guangling remarked in admiration. He wasn't so petty as to be jealous over a small matter. It was better to help out. The Panda clan had it tough as well. He was already 170 years old and didn't know when he might suddenly pass away. If he helped the Panda clan develop more now, when he was gone, Bamboo Snow would have a place to go when she grew old. Chapter 269. Search in his lifetime, he felt sorry for many people, leaving him with a sense of guilt and unease, particularly towards Zhu Shui and another concubine from the common folk, Lu Li. He failed to protect Lu Li, and their child also died, which is his greatest regret. When he dies and meets Lu Li and the child, he will surely apologize to them. For now, he can only protect Zhu Shui. Because of Zhu Shui, he has a bit of goodwill toward the Panda clan. His clan, the Nine-Tailed Foxes, may soon face a turmoil. He doesn't know if he will live to see that time. The queen in the palace and several other concubines all have children and will be taken care of, but only Zhu Shui has him. Therefore, he has always been careful in protecting Zhu Shui, which has resulted in her, even at over 100 years old, still resembling a young girl, and he is willing to indulge her, but she has always been very sensible and never caused him trouble. Yu Guangling planned to go to Zhu Shui's palace to taste some fresh bamboo shoots, and at the same time arrange for his night squad to go to the courtyard where the young lord of Cook City was staying to have him release the people. Meanwhile, Yuan Jiang was anxiously pacing back and forth not far from the Yun courtyard, making Zhu Shi feel dizzy. Don't worry, this matter will definitely work out. Just wait a little longer for the result, Zhu Shi comforted. Yuan Jiang couldn't control his worries. The tragic situation from that day left him very anxious. The lack of news from Shengsheng made him feel uneasy. The sound of hooves clattering from afar grew closer, and Yuan Jiang looked up to see a group of beastmen riding unicorns gradually approaching. Upon spotting Zhu Shi, the leading beastman jumped down from his unicorn. Clearly recognizing Zhu Shi, chief of the Panda clan, His Majesty has sent our night squad to convey a decree, he said, clenching his right fist against his heart and nodding slightly. Thank you for your trouble. Zhu Shi also nodded in return, exchanging pleasantries. Yuan Jiang looked at this group of night beastmen. Their average strength was at the 4th or 5th tier, while the leader had a 6th-tier strength. Although their power wasn't particularly top-notch, they represented His Majesty, which eased Yuan Jiang's heart a little. Yuan Jiang went to knock on the door, and when the doorman opened it, he was startled by the crowd of beastmen at the entrance. He even thought that beastmen had come to seek revenge, as they all looked quite formidable. Your Excellency, this is... The doorman peered out and suddenly noticed the beautiful unicorns, realizing that this was His Majesty's night squad. Please wait a moment, the doorman exclaimed in surprise and rushed into their residence. Youth Lord, something big has happened. His Majesty's night squad and a group of beastmen are gathered at our door. Iyun frowned, feeling puzzled. He hadn't done anything to alarm the king of the Sharp Empire. So why were knights blocking the door? Bring them in, Iyun ordered and tidied up his clothes before walking out. Just as he raised a smile, he locked eyes with Yuan Jiang. A bad premonition arose in his heart, and sure enough, there was not only Yuan Jiang, but also a chief of the Panda clan, along with a small team from the night squad. As Iyun's mind raced, he thought of His Majesty's favored Madame Shui. He wondered how Yuan Jiang had established a connection with the Panda clan. Although he felt displeased, he didn't show it on his face. He even asked with curiosity, May I ask why you have come to my residence? The leader of the night squad replied, His Majesty has heard that the youth lord has imprisoned a female and a beastman and severely injured the beastman. Since they have ties with the Panda clan, His Majesty wishes for the youth lord to show mercy and let them go. Iyun tilted his head in confusion and said, "There was indeed a beastman who intruded into a certain residence the night before, but I have not seen a female. So where is the claim of imprisoning a female coming from? That beastman was captured because he forced his way into the residence. Since this beastman has ties with the Panda clan, I will follow His Majesty's decree and hand him over to you." After Iyun's statement, Yuan Zhang's eyes turned red. What did he mean by not knowing about the female? Sheng is the one he captured. My female is the one you captured. Yuan Zhang gritted his teeth. Oh, do you have evidence? Why you slander me like this? Iyun looked at Yuan Zhang in confusion, his face innocent. Yuan Zhang could hardly control his anger, almost rushing over to beat Iyun. Zhu Shi gently patted his shoulder and said kindly, "We are not intentionally targeting you. It's just that this matter has already been brought to His Majesty's attention. We hope the youth lord can understand our difficulties and allow us to search your residence casually. Just to make a show of it, what do you think?" Iyun looked at Zhu Shi with a half-smile, surprised that she was so eloquent. It would be difficult for him to refuse, so he readily agreed, even generously saying, "Feel free to search. There are no females in the residence. Everyone can search as they like." This generous demeanor made those who were unaware of the truth have a good impression of him. Yuan Zhang looked at Iyun's open demeanor and gradually calmed down. The first possible reason for Iyun's confidence was that Sheng really wasn't in the residence. The second possibility was that he had hidden her away, confident that no one would find her. Yuan Zhang estimated that it was likely the second situation. He still had a trump card. He could use his sensing ability, and as long as he was careful, he would surely discover something. Yuan Zhang and the others began to search earnestly, and Yuan Zhang wished he could turn over every stone in the garden to inspect it closely. Iyun watched Yuan Zhang's actions with narrowed eyes, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. Although Yuan Zhang searched everywhere, he still focused his gaze on the heavily guarded small courtyard from the previous night. "Youth Lord, is there anything special about this small courtyard?" Yuan Zhang asked, looking at the tight guards outside the small courtyard with curiosity. "Oh, this courtyard is my private treasury, and it also contains gifts I bought from the Sharp Empire. It's kept secure just in case something goes missing. In fact, it was necessary for me to have this precaution. After all, a small thief came the night before," Iyun said, his disdainful expression making Yuan Zhang grit his teeth in frustration. As Yuan Zhang approached the small courtyard, Iyun did not stop him. He even made a gesture inviting him in. Yuan Zhang walked around the small courtyard, but found nothing. Reluctantly, he walked around again, but still came up empty-handed. Yuan Zhang's heart trembled, suddenly filled with panic at not being able to find Sheng. Seeing Yuan Zhang's despondent expression, Zhu Shi felt a bit distressed. He wanted Yuan Zhang to lighten up and thought about showing him the scenery in the garden. After walking for a while, Yuan Zhang suddenly brightened his eyes and began to scan the surroundings. Chapter 270. The Panda clan's healing. Yuan Zhang walked towards the artificial hill by the lake. The hill was large, and the closer he got, the more he could feel the presence of Sheng. Iyun watched as Yuan Zhang walked around the hill, and he had an uneasy premonition in his heart. Seeing Zhu Shi looking at him, he discreetly avoided his gaze. Strange, how did Yuan Zhang find out? Suddenly, Yuan Zhang cut into the artificial hill, revealing a dark tunnel beneath, which had stairs built into it. Yuan Zhang coldly stared at Iyun and went down first. The captain of the night squad and Zhu Shi followed him in, while Iyun did not approach, quietly watching them enter. After exchanging glances, the knights quietly surrounded Iyun, who remained expressionless. Yuan Zhang hurried in and saw soft light inside. As he got closer, he discovered that the light was coming from gems embedded in the walls. He had no time to pay attention to these. Upon reaching the front room, he saw an old woman looking at them warily. "Who are you?" the old woman asked, blocking the locked door behind her. "Iyun has imprisoned my female, and I'm here to find her," Yuan Zhang stepped forward and said. The old woman widened her eyes. "There are no females here." "She is inside," Yuan Zhang insisted. Zhu Shi stepped forward, pulled the old woman aside, and whispered, "Your Majesty knows about this too. Please cooperate." The old woman trembled and, yielding to the force, stepped away from the door. Yuan Zhang broke the lock and went inside. The furnishings and equipment inside were luxurious, with pure white giant bee skins on the floor and high-quality fish silk on the bed. As Yuan Zhang got closer, he saw Sheng, who was blissfully unaware and had her eyes closed. Sheng. Yuan Zhang knelt by the bed, softly calling out to choose Sheng, but she remained motionless. His hands stiffened as he cautiously checked her carotid artery. The pulsing heartbeat relieved him. "Sheng, I've come to take you home." Yuan Zhang picked up Chu Sheng and walked out. Zhu Shi and the captain of the night squad also clearly saw the female in Yuan Zhang's arms. She looked peaceful as she slept, her skin fair, wearing a light fish silk dress, with eyebrows like distant mountains and hair as black as a crow. Her stunning features made it hard to look away. Yuan Zhang warily glanced at the captain, pulling QushengshengGets closer to him. The captain felt somewhat embarrassed and averted his gaze, but thoughts of the female's beauty lingered in his mind. Such a beautiful female. He wondered what she would be like when she woke up. He thought it was understandable that the young lord of Cook City had imprisoned her, with such beauty. Even as a knight who had seen many females and consorts, he had never encountered such perfect and stunning beauty. After Yuan Zhang emerged with QushengshengGets, he coldly said to Yun, "If she doesn't belong to you, don't covet her." Ian clenched his fist, feeling a surge of anger. How could she not belong to him? She was his Ollie, and he would not let go of her. Yuan Zhang didn't want to engage with Yun and walked out while carrying QushengshengGets. Near the gate of the manor, he saw the severely injured Eugene. Eugene, propping himself up, saw Yuan Zhang holding QushengshengGets and smiled faintly before fainting. Yuan Zhang was startled. After Zhu Shi saw this, he quickly stepped forward to check and said to Yuan Zhang, "Go to the Panda clan. His condition is critical." "Thank you." Yuan Zhang sincerely expressed his gratitude, and Zhu Shi had the orcs from their clan carry Eugene back to the Panda clan. "You should be careful, young lord," the captain coldly said to Yun, who stood still. Ian didn't lift his head. He only felt confused about how Yuan Zhang discovered Ollie. Watching Yuan Zhang carry Ollie away, his gaze fell on the location of the Sharp Empire's palace. Power truly was a wonderful thing. Ambition gradually filled Yun's eyes. With power, he could obtain everything. After a long time, Yuan Zhang and the others finally arrived at the Panda clan, bringing Eugene and QushengshengGets to the bamboo house where their priest was located. The priest was a beautiful woman and also Zhu Shi's wife. Upon seeing Eugene covered in blood, she hurriedly had him assisted to a bamboo bed, then began to examine his wounds, her expression growing graver as she examined him. Such injuries were life-threatening, and it was indeed not easy for him to have endured until now. She quickly treated Eugene's wounds, and by the time she finished, 2 hours had passed. Zhu Shi wiped the fine sweat from his wife's forehead, his eyes filled with concern. "How is it, priest?" Yuan Zhang asked anxiously. After taking a sip of water, the priest replied, "There's nothing more we can do. From here on, we can only leave it to fate. The beast god will take care of each of his subjects." "Thank you." Yuan Zhang expressed his gratitude. Although the priest looked fatigued, he still requested, "Priest, could you please check on my female? She has woken up, and I'm very worried." The priest's gaze fell on the female in Yuan Zhang's arms. She had only noticed the severely injured beastman before. Nodding, she approached to examine the female. Upon seeing the female's beauty, she couldn't help but be amazed. Her beauty was rare in the world. After checking her, she said, "There's nothing serious. She just needs to sleep more and should wake up tomorrow." "Thank you." Yuan Zhang was extremely grateful. Suddenly, Yuan Zhang remembered the little beast that Sheng had been caring for, which was still in their small courtyard. He hurriedly borrowed someone from Zhu Shi to go to the courtyard and bring the little beast over. Zhu Shi arranged for them to stay in a large bamboo house next to the priest's bamboo house. Eugene lay in the big bed, while QushengshengGets lay beside him, and Yuan Zhang stood guard beside them. "Here, use this ointment on your wounds." Zhu Shi handed Yuan Zhang a small bamboo tube. No, I can't," Yuan Zhang quickly refused. The Panda clan had already helped them a lot. It would be inappropriate to take more. "Don't be polite, take it." Zhu Shi shoved the bamboo tube into his hand and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Yuan Zhang, you need to use it. If you don't, your wounds won't heal quickly, and how will you take care of them then?" Yuan Zhang felt somewhat embarrassed. After accepting the item, he thanked him again. Zhu Shi went to the priest's bamboo house to bring his female out and took her to his own bamboo house. "My wife worked hard today. I need to make her something delicious." Chapter 271, Card Head. Early the next morning, when QushengshengGets woke up, she found herself in a strange environment. Beneath her was a soft animal skin, and the strong scent of herbs filled the air. Suddenly, she touched some warm skin and turned to see Eugene. Sitting up, QushengshengGets took in Eugene's full appearance. His body was covered in wounds of various sizes, each deep enough to see bone. Most alarming was his right arm, where the bone seemed to be broken, exposed white bones stark against the air. QushengshengGets' gaze swept over each wound, feeling a pang of sorrow. How could he be so severely injured? The thought of Yun ignited a wave of anger in her heart. She was uncertain about the situation, and Yuan Zhang was not in the room. QushengshengGets examined Eugene's wounds and noticed the herbs on them, deciding to wait and see for now. As she pushed the door open and stepped outside, she saw Yuan Jiang outside, tending a fire. Hearing the noise, he turned and saw Qushengsheng. Shengsheng, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Yuan Jiang hurried over. I'm fine. Qushengsheng shook her head, glancing at a nearby bamboo hut where many herbs were drying in front of it. She guessed it might be a place where a shaman lived. Yuan Jiang explained everything that had happened and expressed his gratitude to the Panda clan once again. Qushengsheng nodded, surprised that such a small act at the time could lead to such a turn of events. She felt grateful as well. If it weren't for the Panda clan, they would not have been able to reunite. Shengsheng, go tidy up by that little stream, and then we can have breakfast, Yuan Jiang said, adding fresh bamboo shoots to the meat soup. Qushengsheng walked toward the nearby stream, which was very clean, the water so clear that she could see the little fish and shrimp inside. Bamboo leaves floated in the stream, and lush bamboo thickets grew along the banks. As she scooped up some water to wash, she suddenly heard a bleeding sound. Looking up, she saw a black and white ball stuck between two bamboo stalks. Watching it struggle and bleat, unable to free its head, Qushengsheng couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing her laughter, the panda cub turned its head in surprise. When it saw the gentle and beautiful female smiling at it, it panicked and arched its head back, but it was stuck and couldn't move, so it could only cover its face with its paws. Qushengsheng suppressed her laughter and tried to keep her lips from curling into a smile. Feeling sympathetic towards the cub, she decided to wade through the stream to help it. Holding her shoes in one hand and lifting her ankle-length skirt with the other, she carefully waded through the icy water, reached the other side, put on her shoes, and approached the spot where the cub was stuck. With one hand, she pried at a bamboo stalk, and with the other, she nudged the cub as head. Thud! The cub tumbled to the ground, its soft body rolling lightly. Qushengsheng saw the cub sitting there, looking confused, its dark eyes filled with bewilderment. Unable to resist, she leaned down and patted its head. The cub's fur was a bit stiff but fluffy, and it felt interesting to touch. She petted it a few more times. The cub, feeling affectionate, rubbed its head against Qushengsheng's calf and even reached its arms out to her as if asking to be held. Qushengsheng gladly picked it up. It was small and felt like a plush toy, though quite heavy in her arms, giving a sense of security. So cute! Qushengsheng exclaimed, kissing the little creature. Shengsheng, it's time to eat, Yuan Jiang called from a distance, having seen Qushengsheng playing with the panda cub. After waiting a moment, he called out to her. Do you want to eat with your sister? Qushengsheng gently looked down at the cub in her arms. The cub, initially happy from being petted, was about to nod at the mention of food, but then remembered its mother had told it to play for a while before going home, fearing it would get scolded if it stayed too long. So, it shook its head and rubbed its moist little nose against Qushengsheng's face. Qushengsheng set the cub down on the grass, and it nudged her leg before turning and scampering into the bamboo forest. After watching its adorable little figure disappear into the bamboo, she turned back. Carefully crossing the stream again, she suddenly heard a cracking sound, as if a twig had broken. She looked back but saw nothing and didn't think much of it. Deep in the bamboo forest, a panda crouched behind a thicket, not daring to move, its gaze fixed on a small broken branch by its feet. After a while, it couldn't help but shift its foot. Peeking over, it noticed the female hadn't turned back and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had come to pick bamboo shoots today, but unexpectedly heard the cub's cries for help from afar. Without hesitation, it rushed over. From a distance, it watched the cub stuck between the bamboo with amusement, finding the scene increasingly funny. When the little one seemed tired from crying and took a break before trying to call out again, the panda prepared to rescue it. Just as it took a few steps, it saw from the corner of its eye the female carefully stepping through the stream, freeing the cub from its predicament. The panda watched as the soft fabric of her dress was lifted by her jade-white hands, her long, snow-white legs glimmering under the water, and her slightly curled black hair flowing with the wind, her flawless beauty captivating. Instinctively, it froze, and when she picked up the cub and even kissed it, the panda no longer found the situation amusing. Now, it wished it was the one stuck instead. Hearing someone call Shengsheng from a distance, she turned and left. The panda watched her go, feeling a plan form in its heart. Qushengsheng and Yuan Jiang enjoyed a delicious meal of bamboo shoots and stewed meat. After finishing, she planned to go with Yuan Jiang to thank the leader and shaman of the panda clan with all the crystals they had. Qushengsheng took out the crystal from Yujin's space, adding those from Yuan Jiang's space, and after gathering them, they set off for the Bamboo Creek house. Chapter 272. Priestess Lingyan. At this moment, Zhu Shi was in a state of panic trying to cook, and the more he cooked, the more frustrated he became. How could Yuan Jiang make the food smell so delicious? It made his female partner crave it so much that she insisted he make it too. He simply didn't have that ability, but now he had no choice but to tough it out and give it a try. Zhu Shi, the clan leader. Yuan Jiang walked to the outside of Zhu Shi's bamboo house and greeted him. When Zhu Shi turned around and saw Yuan Jiang, it was like seeing a savior. He quickly pulled Yuan Jiang over. Brother Yuan, please help me figure out how to make this dish as delicious as yours. Yuan Jiang's gaze fell on the dark pot filled with shell bamboo shoots. Knowing that Zhu Shi was a panda, and they both peeled the shoots themselves, he let out a slow breath and began to guide Zhu Shi while helping him cook. QushengshengGets stood behind, curiously observing Zhu Shi, this middle-aged, handsome uncle. Zhu Shi had a celestial appearance, with long black hair casually draped down, wearing a wide-sleeved long robe. His skin was fair, and his brows and eyes were gentle, resembling a classical handsome uncle. Creak! QushengshengGets looked up and saw the bamboo door open. A woman walked out, dressed in a light white long dress adorned with animal teeth, looking very elegant. Her appearance was also classical, with long brows and phoenix eyes, fair skin, exuding an ethereal quality. QushengshengGets thought to herself, how come this panda clan resembles the immortal sex in the real world? With both of them having this ethereal look with flowing long hair? Oh, you're awake? Come here. Let me take a good look at you. The panda clan's priestess Lingyan approached excitedly, marveling at how beautiful this female was. QushengshengGets obediently went over. As she reached Lingyan's side, she was taken by the hand and carefully examined. Finally, Lingyan said, you're recovering very well. Thank you for saving me and my beast husband. QushengshengGets said a bit shyly, mainly because Lingyan's gaze was too intense, as if she were looking at a piece of meat. We also received a reward. So this is nothing. You can call me Sister Lingyan. Lingyan waved her hand. Sister Lingyan, my name is QushengshengGets. Just call me Shengsheng. All right, come on, Shengsheng. Let's go inside and eat some fruit. As for the beastmen, let them handle themselves. QushengshengGets was led by Lingyan into the bamboo house and sat on a nearby bamboo stool. Lingyan took out a lot of fruit and handed them to her. Oh, Shengsheng, your beast husband cooks so well. I've been smelling it for 2 days. The roasted meat is more fragrant than anyone else's. I really wanted to eat it, so I had Zhu Shi go learn. He felt embarrassed and insisted on cooking himself. Yesterday's meal was inedible, making me gnaw on raw bamboo shoots. Lingyan animatedly mimicked how she couldn't eat the food Zhu Shi made yesterday. QushengshengGets couldn't help but smile and then generously said, Sister Lingyan, how about starting tonight? You and clan leader Zhu Shi come over to our place for dinner? Lingyan's eyes lit up, and she readily agreed. She couldn't even imagine how delicious the food QushengshengGets and the others ate was. Before long, Zhu Shi called Lingyan to eat. Lingyan clicked her tongue and waved her hand helplessly, as if going to her death out of duty. QushengshengGets also walked out, finding it amusing. Clan leader Zhu Shi must dote on Sister Lingyan. She was now all lively. Yuan Jiang came over and sat her down on a nearby stone. Zhu Shi took care of them while they ate, but Yuan Jiang refused, saying they had just eaten, and QushengshengGets shook her head as well. As Zhu Shi and Lingyan began to eat, they were both shocked by the deliciousness of the soup from the first bite. Lingyan looked at Zhu Shi in astonishment, thinking to herself, could they eat such delicious food in the future? Zhu Shi was equally shocked, but he wondered if peeling the bamboo shoots and boiling them in the soup made it so flavorful. If Yuan Jiang found out, he would surely be speechless. Zhu Shi hadn't remembered anything about stir-frying the meat before adding water to stew the bamboo shoots. After Zhu Shi and Lingyan finished their meal, they all went back into the bamboo house. QushengshengGets expressed her gratitude and placed all the crystal stones in a corner of the bamboo house. There was simply no room on the table, so she put them on the ground. The various colors of the crystal stones piled together created a huge visual impact. Zhu Shi and Lingyan were both stunned. They had never seen so many crystal stones in their lives. After a while, Zhu Shi regained his composure and cleared his throat, saying, since we didn't contribute much effort in finding you, you don't need this many. Have it, and that will be enough. Even having it wouldn't be a loss for Zhu Shi. He was honest that he hadn't played a significant role, at most. He was just a good luck charm to intimidate the beastmen. No way. Yesterday, Lingyan and I were still saved by you. These crystals must be accepted. Besides, we agreed that we cannot go back on our word, QushengshengGets said firmly. After Zhu Shi and Yuan Jiang hesitated for a while, they saw that they couldn't refuse, so they accepted it straightforwardly. Zhu Shi thought that if it came to it, he would take care of their injured beastman well. Zhu Shi and Yuan Jiang planned to go hunting in the back mountain. Zhu Shi didn't want to take his female partner along to eat for free, So he decided to hunt with Yuan Jiang. Qushengsheng returned to her bamboo house with Ling Yan and asked about Yu Jin's condition and the medicine used. The medicine I make can only help your beast husband's wounds heal. Broken bones may leave aftereffects, Ling Yan said with a frown. She knew how important the bones of beastmen were. If not careful, it could lead to disabilities, but she wasn't very skilled with bone injuries. Sister Ling Yan, please help me. I can create medicine and methods for bone recovery. What? Ling Yan looked at her in surprise and then asked, Shengsheng, are you a priestess? Yes, Qushengsheng nodded. I really can't tell. Shengsheng, you are truly beautiful and outstanding. Qushengsheng felt a bit shy for being so openly praised by someone she had just met. Ling Yan was surprised that a priestess had fallen to such a state, with only 2 beastmen protecting her, but she didn't ask more. Everyone had their own secrets, and there was no need to delve deeper. Shengsheng, this medicine and method for treating bone injuries are very precious, and I don't know them myself. Are you sure you want me to help? Ling Yan asked, rubbing her hands, feeling a bit embarrassed. This method, if I can learn it, would be a great favor. The panda clan loves to climb trees and often has pandas falling down. Although they are tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, accidents can still happen. Broken bones are indeed hard to deal with, so Ling Yan really wants to learn. Okay, I'll teach you. Qushengsheng assuredly nodded. Ling Yan felt a surge of excitement in her heart. She wasn't someone who couldn't recognize a good opportunity. She quickly said she would teach her everything she knew, which made Qushengsheng laugh out loud, playfully agreeing. In the end, Ling Yan really did teach her everything she knew, but that's a story for later. They entered the bamboo house, planning to treat Yu Jin's wounds a second time. Chapter 273. The legend of the beast god. Qushengsheng first took out some herbs from her space and introduced them to Ling Yan. This is called bone longevity, which can be used to heal broken bones and promote their recovery. Its rhizome lies on the stone, and you can see its brown fluff covering the rhizome. When you break it open, the inside is green, and its leaves are long and narrow, resembling elongated bamboo leaves. This is called wild kushan, which can be used to replenish qi and blood, improving anemia. This is called fragment stargrass, which can be used to reduce inflammation and inhibit bacteria. The leaves, branches, and rhizomes can all be used as medicine. After explaining the herbs to Ling Yan, Qushengsheng began to prepare to change Yu Jin's dressing. For bone injuries, it is necessary to first clean the wound. It is best to soak fragment stargrass in water and rinse it multiple times. Then, align the broken bones, apply medicine, and use shark silk instead of gauze, finally securing it with a splint. After this series of operations, it was smooth and flowing, and Ling Yan learned a lot. After teaching these, Ling Yan helped her boil a soup with wild kushan. Qushengsheng continued to bandage other wounds on Yu Jin. He had too many injuries. Just looking at them made Qushengsheng feel heartbroken. While she was cleaning the wounds, applying medicine, and bandaging for those with large wounds, she could only apply medicine as she had nothing to stitch them with. After finishing everything, Yu Jin was wrapped up like a mummy, and Qushengsheng's eyes turned slightly red. How could he have been so seriously injured? She truly felt a deep pain in her heart. Qushengsheng didn't notice that the little white fluff nearby suddenly moved and opened its eyes, looking at Qushengsheng with ice blue pupils. Woo-woo. Qushengsheng turned her head to look, and Yu Jin was quietly lying there, seemingly fine. So where did that sound come from? Qushengsheng's gaze landed on the little beast beside her, locking onto a pair of ice blue eyes. Qushengsheng walked over and, seeing the little beast's confused appearance, cautiously asked, Fuyue? Woo-woo. Mao Mao. Woo-woo. Qushengsheng poked the little guy with her finger, and it bit her fingertip, using its small sharp teeth to nibble on her finger, looking very hungry. Qushengsheng pulled her finger away and gently patted its head, but it was anxious and could only whimper. Seeing its not-so-smart look, Qushengsheng wondered if this little guy was not Fuyue, but those ice blue eyes reminded her of Fuyue. However, this little creature didn't seem to resemble a little fox. It was basically just a fluff ball. Qushengsheng went to cut some raw meat and some roasted meat for this little creature, and it ate both eagerly. After finishing, it fell asleep again. Qushengsheng watched as the little fluff ball ate a piece of meat as big as itself, and her heart was quite shocked that its belly didn't expand at all. Carefully, she touched its belly, and it remained curled up. Qushengsheng didn't touch it for long, but its soft fur and round belly felt very healing. Watching it sleep soundly curled up, she glanced at it with some regret and didn't continue to touch it. She planned to add another herb called qingwei to Yu Jin's wild kushan soup, so Yu Jin could replenish blood while also recovering soul power, allowing his wounds to heal faster. Seeing Qushengsheng approach, Ling Yan occasionally added some firewood to the fire. Noticing the herbs in Qushengsheng's hand, she curiously asked. What is this? After asking, she felt a bit embarrassed and added, Sorry, I spoke too quickly. I just mentioned it casually. Don't take it seriously. It's just an herb, nothing special. This herb is called qinghui, which can be used to restore soul power. It's rhizome. Although Qushengsheng was surprised by Ling Yan's strange reaction, she still explained carefully. After Ling Yan made an effort to remember, she looked at Qushengsheng in amazement and said, Shengsheng, you will definitely become the greatest priest and make the beastman tribe more prosperous. Become the greatest priest? I don't have such lofty ideals. The rise and fall of the beastman tribe won't depend on me alone. Qushengsheng shook her head, saying dismissively. But Ling Yan became anxious and hurriedly said, Shengsheng, I really think you are the turning point for the beast world. What do you mean? Qushengsheng looked confused. Shengsheng, didn't your tribe's old priest tell you? No. Qushengsheng shook her head. She was from a wild path. How could she have any senior priests? When we priests are young, our elders will tell us a story on the first day of their teachings. Now, I will tell it to you. Long, long ago, the beast god was exiled from the distant east to our continent. The beast god walked tens of thousands of miles alone, but only saw flowers, grass, trees, wild beasts, insects, and snakes with no one to communicate with. Later, she thought of transforming the wild beasts into beastmen and females. The beastmen possessed half of the beast goddess power, able to move mountains and open seas, while the females possessed the other half of the power, able to identify all plants. However, later on, the beastmen, relying on their strength, began to wantonly slaughter other animals on the continent, and even started to kill each other. The females began to indulge in ease and did not provide medical care to the beastmen. Thus, the beastmen died or were maimed. The females, without the help of beastmen, could not survive on the continent either, while the beastmen's frenzied slaughter of animals provoked a fierce retaliation from the animals. Some wild beasts, after consuming a lot of beastmen's blood and flesh, also gained power and became demon beasts. The beast god did not anticipate such events and was utterly disappointed with the beastmen and females, believing that even if they became beastmen, they could not escape their beastly nature. Thus, she weakened the powers of all beastmen and females, allowing only a few beastmen and females to retain a fraction of their previous power. Those beastmen became beastmen with soul power, who could gain stronger strength through hard work. Those females became the priests of the tribe, identifying a few herbs they could recognize, diligently healing the beastmen, communicating with the beast god, and praying for the beast god's forgiveness. Because the beastmen and females had done wrong, the beast god has never forgiven them. We have always been praying for her forgiveness. And after the beast god forgives us, she will grant the beast world a female who can identify all plants, who can lead us towards prosperity. Chapter 274, Legend of the Orcs Identifying All Plants. QushengshengGets RedFruit. Although her ability to identify plant species had been increasing, she rarely used it, fearing it would bring trouble. But now, hearing everything Ling Yan had said, she realized her crossing over was arranged by the beast god. She was likely the hope the orcs had been waiting for, the evidence of the beast god's forgiveness, which meant that her arrival in this world came with a hidden mission. Qushengsheng touched the non-existent goosebumps on her arm, feeling like a pawn on a chessboard, manipulated by the beast god. Yes, Ling Yan nodded, holding Qushengsheng's hand firmly and saying, We orcs have been waiting for someone like you for hundreds of years. Qushengsheng lowered her eyelashes, feeling confused and flustered. That night, after a distracted dinner, Zhu Shi took Ling Yan back. Qushengsheng returned to her room, where Yuan Jiang was feeding the little beast meat strips. Shengsheng, what's wrong? Yuan Jiang looked at Qushengsheng with concern. Qushengsheng recounted everything Ling Yan had said earlier, word for word. After listening, Yuan Jiang was also surprised. He thought about how Shengsheng had suddenly appeared in the trap. Was it the beast god's arrangement? Shengsheng knew nothing and didn't seem like a person from his continent. The more Yuan Jiang thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. This is very likely, he coughed. Both Yuan Jiang and Qushengsheng turned to look and saw Eugene waking up, his face pale and coughing incessantly. Eugene, you're awake. Qushengsheng hurried over while Yuan Jiang picked up a cup of warm water nearby. After drinking the water, Eugene's hoarse throat improved a bit. Once he caught his breath, he said, Actually, there's a legend among the orcs as well. I heard this legend from a down-and-out merfolk in Sunset Town, passed down from their ancestors. The orcs have a mission, which is to protect Hope and gain the beast god's forgiveness. Cough, cough. I used to think this was just a legend and didn't know what Hope referred to. But now I believe Hope is Shengsheng, and protecting Shengsheng is our mission. Although Eugene's face was pale, his eyes were solemn. The reverence of the orcs and females for the beast god seemed to come from their souls. He was their deity, and no one wanted to lose the protection of their god. It was said that because the orcs and females lost the beast god's protection, they were prone to death, as they had been abandoned by the deity. In such an environment, the tough-skinned orcs survived longer, while the females died more often, leading to the current world where females were scarce. Cough, cough, drink water. Yuan Jiang handed the water to Qushengsheng, who carefully fed it to Eugene. Eugene shook his head, then looked at the little beast eating meat strips, licking his lips. The little beast's fur was almost standing on end, and it looked at Eugene in terror, its beautiful eyes filled with panic, as if to say, "He wants to eat me. Take something. I'm hungry." Eugene shifted his gaze. "This little thing woke up, but it doesn't seem very smart," Eugene casually remarked. "Ah, Mao Mao is a bit smart," QushengshengGets said, using her thumb and index finger to indicate a little bit, proving her point. Mao Mao clearly understood and disapproved, swiping a paw at QushengshengGets. Eugene's cool gaze fell on Mao Mao, causing it to stiffen, turn away, and bury its head in its paws. Yuan Jiang went to prepare food for Eugene, while QushengshengGets sat beside Eugene's bed, starting to recount recent events. After listening, Eugene had a better understanding. "Shengsheng, you weren't hurt, were you?" Eugene looked QushengshengGets up and down. QushengshengGets' nose tinged with bitterness as she trembled and said, "I'm fine. I wasn't hurt. But you?" Eugene smiled faintly and replied, "That's good." QushengshengGets looked at the wounds on Eugene's body, her tears welling up more and more. Finally, unable to bear it, she threw herself at Eugene and began to cry. "I am sorry. I am sorry. It's my fault you got hurt, whoa. Don't cry. You did nothing wrong. The one at fault is Yun. He caused all of this. Shengsheng, you are also a victim. Don't blame yourself. Remember, you did nothing wrong." Eugene stroked QushengshengGets' head. "Do you remember? Don't cry. It pains my heart to see you cry." Eugene gently wiped QushengshengGets' tears. "In the future, we will be better and better," Eugene said firmly. Chapter 275. The Beast God's instruction. After QushengshengGets had calmed down Eugene, Yuan Jiang also brought over the meal he had prepared. QushengshengGets carefully fed Eugene, while Yuan Jiang went out to tidy up some things. After Eugene had eaten his fill, his complexion improved slightly. He looked at Yuan Jiang and said, "I owe you one this time. Otherwise, this matter would have been difficult to resolve." Yuan Jiang shook his head and, feeling a bit guilty, replied, "I didn't do much. It was you who almost lost your life." Seeing their guilty expressions, QushengshengGets helplessly said, all right, it's all in the past now. Let's live well from now on." That night, after QushengshengGets fell asleep, she seemed to enter a strange dream. Everything around her was a vast whiteness, and QushengshengGets looked around in confusion, unable to figure out where she was. She even suspected that she had been kidnapped again. QushengshengGets shouted loudly, "Eugene!" Yuan Jiang. After waiting for a few seconds without any response, fear gripped her heart. "Little female, don't be afraid. There's no danger here." A voice, indistinguishable in gender yet pleasant to hear, resonated like the sound of a temple bell, carrying a strange power that calmed QushengshengGets down gradually. "Who are you?" QushengshengGets looked around but still saw no one. "Just walk forward." QushengshengGets slowly moved ahead, and after a while, a gigantic tree appeared through the white mist. "You finally arrived." Suddenly, a human face appeared on the trunk of the tree. The face of the tree spirit looked very old and somewhat strange. QushengshengGets was startled. "Can plants really turn into people?" "I'm a plant, but I'm not a plant of this world," the tree spirit said kindly. "Do you know what I'm thinking?" "I don't know, but I can guess. I usually guess correctly." "Who exactly are you?" "Who am I? It's been so long that I can barely remember, but my children all call me the Beast God." "The Beast God? You are the Beast God?" QushengshengGets looked at the tree in surprise. "Is it different from what you imagined?" The Beast God said without any pretensions. "It is indeed quite different. Did you bring me to the beast world?" "Yes, I'm sorry, but due to my limited power, I couldn't bring your body over, only your soul. However, I have given you a new body. I hope you can understand." "Why did you bring me here?" "Because your soul's pathway is very suitable, and coincidentally, you also passed away in that world. Bringing you here is considered an opportunity." "I passed away?" "Yes, you died from carbon monoxide poisoning in your sleep." The Beast God nodded. QushengshengGets thought to herself, so that's how it is. She tentatively asked, "What do you want me to do by bringing me here?" "Yes. You are the hope of the beast world. My children need you. Have you forgiven the beastmen?" The Beast God sighed and said, "I have never been angry with my children, so how could I talk about forgiveness? The legends in the beast world are all false. As the Beast God, I love each of my children. However, As time goes by, my power gradually fades, and I can no longer protect my children. I can only give them some dangerous guidance, and I can only communicate with females because they can understand, identify, and communicate with plants. In a sense, I'm also like a tree. I brought you to this world because after my selection, I believe that the people of Huagua possess qualities that my children can learn from. The people of Huagua, for thousands of years, have been hardworking and unyielding. They love the land and have planted many plants, achieving self-sufficiency. I hope that after my power fades, my children can also live such lives, and I'll be proud of them. And you are the hope I brought to the beast world, a gift I present to my children. Perhaps my children are also quite ignorant, but their nature is not bad. They have just never been educated. I hope you can help me develop the beast world better. After the beast god finished speaking, she looked at QushengshengG with hopeful eyes. The anticipation in her gaze made QushengshengG feel a heavy responsibility. I'm just an ordinary person in Huagua. I'm not that great, QushengshengG said, fidgeting with her fingers. No, in fact, every citizen of Huagua is great. Their bloodline makes them love the land forever and believe that hard work will yield results. The beast god said firmly. Shengsheng, my power will disappear in a few years. I cannot guarantee how my children will fare, but I hope you can protect them for me, give them more possibilities, and allow them to continue on like the people of Huagua. You have already died in Huagua, and I brought you to this world, making you a female of this world. You are also my child, the beast god said kindly. Child, I ask you in the role of an elder, to help the citizens of the beast world live better. The beast god spoke for a long time, and as she spoke, leaves fell. Looking at some of her bare branches, QushengshengG felt a pang in her heart. She picked up a small, bright green leaf from the ground and examined it. After a long silence, she looked at the beast god seriously and said, I promise you from now on, I will dedicate my life to making the beast world better. Thank you, the beast god said, slowly revealing a gentle smile. QushengshengG then woke up, opening her eyes to find that it was just getting light outside. She hazily recalled the dream she had and shook her head, realizing that thoughts during the day lead to dreams at night. QushengshengG raised her hand, wanted to rub her eyes. As a result, she discovered a small, emerald green leaf shape on the inner side of her wrist. QushengshengG rubbed it and found that although the leaf looked vivid, it was on her skin and could not be rubbed off. After observing for a while, she realized that this small leaf was the same as the one on the beast god's body, and it was indeed the one she had picked up in her dream. She now knew that what she experienced was not a dream. Chapter 276. Making bamboo slips, QushengshengG's gaze fell on Eugene, who was sleeping peacefully beside her, showing no signs of waking up. QushengshengG carefully sat up from the bed and then got off. After leaving the bamboo house, she saw Yuanjiang patiently feeding Mao Mao, who was eating comfortably, lying on the ground with all four limbs sprawled out, his snow-white fur fluffy and adorable. Shengsheng, you're awake? Go wash up quickly. We're about to eat. Yuanjiang, who usually appeared indifferent, smiled upon seeing her. His dark green eyes filled with gentle warmth that could drown someone. QushengshengG nodded and went to the small stream from yesterday. As soon as she arrived at the stream, she spotted a rather large panda on the other side. When it caught her gaze, the panda suddenly locked eyes with her, and in the next moment, it dashed into the bamboo forest. QushengshengG was momentarily stunned, while Zhu Yuan, who had run far into the bamboo forest, suddenly stopped. What am I running for? The opening lines and self-introduction I've thought about for a long time when in used. No, he had to go back. Zhu Yuan turned around to head back, but after just 2 steps, he felt like his paws were burning. He put them down, then lifted them again, unsure of what to do. He had run too fast just now and felt embarrassed to go back. His fur was all wet with dew. He had been waiting here all night just for a chance encounter, and the opening lines he had planned went to waste. Zhu Yuan covered his face with his paws. Zhu Yuan, what are you doing? Zhu Yuan saw Zhu Yuan in this state and curiously walked around him. Zhu Yuan turned into a human in a flash, sulking with a grumpy face. After a huff, he raised an eyebrow and said, Adults matters. Kids shouldn't interfere. Zhu Yuan? Why did Zhu Yuan suddenly attack him? Zhu Yuan planned to continue tomorrow. He must strike up a conversation with that beautiful female. Although QushengshengG found it strange, she quickly washed up and returned to eat. Yuanjiang's cooking was as good as ever. Eugene had not yet woken up, so Yuanjiang left food for him and instructed QushengshengG to feed him if he woke up while he went hunting. QushengshengG obediently nodded, and Yuanjiang gave her a kiss on the forehead, gently patting her head, saying, You've worked hard. QushengshengG shook her head, and Yuanjiang transformed into a leopard. disappearing like a bolt of black lightning from her sight in just a few moments. In the morning, QushengshengG fed the now-awake Eugene and changed his bandages. And the whole morning passed quickly. At noon, Yuanjiang returned with his catch. QushengshengG hurriedly handed him warm water. After he drank it, he sat down and asked Eugene, whose complexion had improved a bit, "How are you feeling?" Eugene nodded and said, "Much better, thanks to our Shengsheng. It might not be long before I'm fully recovered, and my soul power is also recovering quickly." Upon hearing this, Yuanjiang felt relieved. Taking the opportunity, QushengshengG wanted to share the dream she had last night, but when the words reached her lips, she found herself unable to say them. She thought perhaps the beast god did not want her to speak, so she settled for saying, "The beast god hopes I can help the beastmen on the continent to improve their lives." Yuanjiang and Eugene were both a bit surprised, but more so, they felt a sense of resolution. They all knew that Shengsheng was extraordinary, and the arrival of this day seemed unsurprising. "Then, Shengsheng, what is your plan?" Eugene asked. "I want to identify many plants and then teach the females so they can better heal the beastmen. I also want to take the beastmen to farm and raise wild animals to improve their living standards," QushengshengG said broadly. After pondering for a moment, Eugene replied, "All right, once I can walk, we'll leave the panda tribe and find a suitable place to settle down. Sunset Town is a good choice. It's not too far from the forest, and there's AC nearby. The town is very comfortable, and we have plenty of time to plan slowly." QushengshengG and Yuanjiang both nodded. QushengshengG began to look forward to it. She really longed for the sea. If they lived near the ocean, wouldn't she be able to go tide hunting and eat seafood? In the afternoon, QushengshengG went to find Ling Yan to play. But Ling Yan didn't let her play at all and taught her a lot about medicinal herbs. Ling Yan's tribe had passed down knowledge for a long time, and they had a profound heritage, so Ling Yan's medical skills were also quite good. The larger the tribe, the more medical knowledge their priests had, which could be called cultural heritage. QushengshengG took notes in the afternoon until her head was spinning. After returning home at night, she suddenly thought, since remembering was so difficult, she could make paper. However, the complex and lengthy steps of making bamboo paper made her head ache. In the end, she decided to make bamboo slips and carve on them. This way, they could be preserved for a long time. She could take her time making paper, but she could record things on the bamboo slips right now. Perhaps thousands of years later, her bamboo slips could even become cultural relics. After dinner, QushengshengG asked Yuanjiang to cut her some bamboo. The bamboo she chose was quite large, even the beast world, with the largest diameter reaching almost 20 to 30 centimeters. QushengshengG asked Yuanjiang to help her shave the bamboo into appropriately thick slices. Since the bamboo was very thick, the slices were also quite wide. After finishing these tasks, the sky was nearly dark. QushengshengG used yellow wolf venom mixed with water to extract the juice, which she then used to boil the bamboo slices to prevent insect damage. Then, she built a small roasting oven, which was quite simple, fire at the bottom and space above for baking. Yuanjiang and QushengshengG worked until it was dark to finish everything. QushengshengG carefully placed the bamboo slices on the upper layer of the oven and then lit a fire in the lower layer. QushengshengG didn't know if it would work, only praying that it must succeed. She didn't want to waste the bamboo. That night, QushengshengG didn't sleep soundly either. She woke up early the next day, hurriedly went out, and opened the ugly little oven. Inside, the bamboo slices had lost their natural green color, each one looking beautiful, with only the bottom layer slightly darkened. Overall, there were no major issues. Yuanjiang was watching nearby, and he had a premonition that Shengsheng might have created something extraordinary again. Chapter 277. The daughter of the sea. QushengshengG put away the bamboo strips after seeing the finished product and went to wash her face by the creek. Today, because she was looking at the bamboo strips, she arrived at the creek a bit late. When she reached the creek, she saw a beautiful young man with drooping eyebrows, using his hands to play with the small fish in the stream. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a beautiful young man. His long black hair flowed gracefully on the grass. His long eyebrows brushed against his temples. His eyes sparkled like stars. His lips were red and his teeth white. And his snow-white skin and attractive muscle lines were in perfect harmony. His animal skin skirt was also snow-white, resembling a spirit that had just taken form in the forest. He stared at her in a daze, and after regaining his senses, he panicked and transformed into a chubby panda, turning and rushing into the bamboo forest. QushengshengG only caught a glimpse of his flustered little tail. Zhu Yuan, what to do, that female found me. After running for a while, Zhu Yuan suddenly stopped. Wait, he was supposed to meet the female. So wasn't this a good opportunity? Why did he run away? Zhu Yuan irritably rubbed his black elastic ears, and then slumped down on the ground, turning into a panda pancake. Zhu Yuan saw this and cautiously asked the nearby big panda, "Uncle Wu, what's wrong with Brother Zhu Yuan? Did he eat something bad?" Uncle Panda raised his eyebrows and said, "TSK, he didn't eat anything wrong. He's just restless and wants to compete for something." Zhu Yuan, I understood every word, but I can't make sense of it when combined. Qushengsheng didn't pay much attention, simply admiring the beauty of the panda clan. After washing up and having breakfast, it was still the same routine as yesterday. However, in the afternoon, Qushengsheng asked Yuan Jiang to peel bamboo strips for her. The bamboo strips were of suitable thickness, very smooth and wide, with each one being about the size of a palm. Qushengsheng used animal skin strings to bind the bamboo strips together, making a total of 5 bamboo books, enough for her to use for a long time. Qushengsheng took out a bone knife, planning to carve characters, but after carving only a few words, she ran out of strength. After thinking for a moment, she decided to make ink. Given the current conditions, the best way to make ink was to use smoke produced from burning, then collect the smoke to create it. Qushengsheng thought of looking for pine trees to see if she could make pine smoke ink. If that didn't work, she could catch some cuttlefish later when living by the sea and directly use the ink sacs. Yuan Jiang curiously fiddled with the bamboo books in Qushengsheng's hands, carefully touching the symbols on them. His eyes sparkled as he asked, "Shengsheng, are these the runes used by the priest?" "No, these are characters." Qushengsheng shook her head and smiled. "What characters?" Regarding Yuan Jiang's question, Qushengsheng suddenly felt at a loss for how to explain. "What characters? Are they engravings for conveying information? A means of cultural inheritance? A way for people to communicate?" After thinking for a while, Qushengsheng said, "Characters are things that, once written down, anyone who understands them can read." "Can I understand them too?" "Yes, as long as you learn, you can understand them." Qushengsheng nodded. Yuan Jiang, with a shocked expression, said, "I'm not a priest, and I can understand? Characters are like hunting. As long as you've learned to hunt, you can catch prey. As long as you've learned characters, you can learn to read them." "Can I learn?" Yuan Jiang asked cautiously, his eyes constantly looking at the neatly arranged mysterious symbols on the bamboo books. "Yes, I will teach you, and later I'll take you and Eugene to learn together," Qushengsheng said gently. Yuan Jiang's little ears perked up, happily swaying left and right, and Qushengsheng couldn't help but give him a rub. Yuan Jiang looked forward to the day he could recognize characters. That night, Yuan Jiang told Eugene about Shengsheng teaching them to recognize characters. And Eugene was also very surprised. He thought before that only priests could learn such symbols, but unexpectedly, he could too. That night, both Yuan Jiang and Eugene were too excited to sleep. In exasperation, Qushengsheng thought of telling them a story, but to her surprise, once she started, she couldn't stop. Qushengsheng told them the story of the Little Mermaid. After listening, Eugene and Yuan Jiang both agreed that the Little Mermaid's actions were not worth it. This Little Mermaid should be from a merman clan of the sea, right? For a merman, her power was too weak. She needed the help of a witch to turn into a female. After finally finding her crush, he didn't care about her, and she still couldn't return to the sea. After her sister came up with a plan for her, why didn't she just decisively kill the beastman, who let her down and return to the sea? She would encounter other beastmen later. Being fixated on one beastman and sacrificing her life for him was indeed not worth it, Eugene commented. Yuan Jiang also agreed, indignantly saying, "Right. What kind of beastman do you want? Why like such a fickle beastman?" When she found out that this beastman had bonded with other females, she should have left generously. After all, the beast world is so vast. There are countless beastmen, and she could find one 1,000 times better. Qushengsheng couldn't help but laugh at this. These two were really considering the Little Mermaid situation. When she grew up and looked back at this fairy tale, she felt it wasn't a fairy tale at all, but more like a tragedy. In reality, many girls get deceived by scumbags, and of course, there are boys who get deceived by scumbags too. These scumbags essentially provide emotional value, making you addicted to the emotional fluctuations they give you, leading you to believe you love them, and over time, you might really fall for them. Then they can start reaping the rewards from their naive little sheep, whether it's money or something else. Of course, being deceived isn't the victim's fault. Some people are indeed very skilled. Qushengsheng thought more about this issue and felt that if, when you are with someone of the opposite sex, their upbringing is poor, they don't respect you, lack empathy for the weak, and unconsciously express indifference towards cheating and mistresses, even thinking that their charm is what attracts so many people, and they have the audacity to think they were forced into cheating, then it's best to stay away from them. Their worldview will make them think that even if they cheat, it's just them being forced to make mistakes, never reflecting on themselves. So, if you encounter such a person, Run away quickly. If your legs aren't fast enough, take a taxi. It's better to bet on them being a good person than to believe the next person you meet will definitely be better. Never wait until you enter marriage to regret your choices. Whether you're a boy or a girl, you must protect yourself. A girl's health and a boy's pride and self-esteem are the most precious gifts in life. After finally coaxing her leopard and snake to sleep, she looked at their adorable beast forms and felt that life is unpredictable. She actually found her love in the beast world. The love Yuan Jiang and Eugene gave her was unconditional, a love that protected her with their lives. Qushengsheng lowered her head and kissed Yuan Jiang and Eugene's foreheads. The leopard's smooth, shiny, fluffy paw rested on her shoulder, and Eugene's snake tail loosely wrapped around her waist. She closed her eyes peacefully. Chapter 278. Deer Horse Beast. The recovery ability of orcs is extremely strong. Today, Eugene can already get out of bed and walk a bit. He holds the cane that Qushengsheng asked Yuan Jiang to make for him, which Yuan Jiang has carefully wrapped in beast skin. Qushengsheng plans to go with Yuan Jiang to the hunting area today, which is the area behind the panda tribe. Now, the hunting area of the snow wolf tribe has also become the hunting area of the panda tribe, effectively doubling the hunting grounds. Qushengsheng couches behind Yuan Jiang, hugging the neck of the leopard. Yuan Jiang's gaze is sharp as he slightly lowers his head, running across the grassland. Before long, Yuan Jiang reaches the center of the hunting area. He tells Qushengsheng to wait for him on a large rock behind her while he goes to hunt in the grassland near a small stream not far away. Qushengsheng obediently climbs onto the large rock, holding her bow and arrow ready to assist. Not far away, a group of pandas is also watching from a distance, their target being prey upstream. However, they are slow and plan to teach the young cubs in their tribe about hunting techniques, so they are not in a hurry. Yuan Jiang glances at them from a distance. Seeing they're not moving, he shifts his focus back to the prey. Oh, he has brought a female. All right. He has placed a female so far away. How dangerous. This female is really beautiful. Look. That female is drawing her bow. Let me see. Indeed. So impressive. Zhu Yuan, listening to the surrounding pandas discussing this female with curiosity, furrows his brows in annoyance. What is there to discuss? He has already set his sights on this female. He also knows her name is Shengsheng. Stop talking, or you'll disturb their hunting. Zhu Yuan warns them. The surrounding little bears immediately quiet down, watching as the leopard cautiously approaches a huge prey not far away. The prey looks quite peculiar, with enormous antlers, yet its body resembles that of a horse, covered in fur about the length of a thumb and brown in color. This deer horse beast changes its fur when it gets cold, and at that time, its fur will grow to palm length. The fact that the black leopard has chosen a robust adult prey amazes them, as according to hunting principles, the best prey is usually the old, weak, ill, or disabled. They generally seek out older prey to hunt, which not only increases the chance of a successful hunt, but also avoids harming the prey's population, adhering to sustainable development. As Yuan Jiang gets closer, he leaps up quickly. He has a bit of a personal motive for catching this large one today. He wants Shengsheng to see his heroic hunting posture. Qushengsheng sees Yuan Jiang suddenly pounce, and the prey reacts quickly, sensing the wind and grass movement, leaping away swiftly to avoid Yuan Jiang's sharp teeth. As it runs, other prey nearby are startled and begin to scatter. Qushengsheng raises her bow, narrowing her eyes, coldly watching the prey. What is she going to do? Is she going to shoot? Wow, she looks so impressive. Zhu Yuan also exclaims, really impressive. Initially, he just thought she was beautiful, but now her sharp and handsome aura is undeniably striking. With a sharp twang, Qushengsheng releases the arrow, which slices through the air and strikes the prey's nose. The prey, in pain, cannot help but lift its hoof and shake its head. Yuan Jiang also reaches the prey's side, tearing a chunk of flesh from its neck. The prey, in pain, starts to run chaotically. Its gaze falls upon the female on the large rock not far away, and without hesitation, it charges toward Qushengsheng. Yuan Jiang's eyes widen in horror as he rushes toward the prey at top speed. Qushengsheng is startled but remains calm, continuing to shoot arrows. The arrows hit the prey, though somewhat off target, still drawing blood. She can only try to hinder the prey a little so Yuan Jiang can catch it. Standing on a large rock, she cannot dodge. Her brows and eyes are cold and beautiful. Qushengsheng has thought about how she would react if attacked by prey and expected fear. But now she knows Yuan Jiang will protect her, and she feels inexplicably reassured. Her heart is calm as she keeps shooting arrows at the prey, which is getting closer to her. Zhu Yuan moves like a gust of wind, rushing to Qushengsheng's side, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her away from the large rock, taking cover behind a nearby tree. In an instant, the prey is split in two, with a clean cut, and its blood spurts out, staining the rock red. In the second before the prey collapses, it may still be confused about what happened. Its huge eyes filled with bewilderment. Qushengsheng sees the blood on the rock and feels a chill. Although the prey is still a few meters away from the rock and won't harm her, she doesn't want blood splattering all over her. How disgusting. So, she is very grateful to the orc who helped her. Thank you, Qushengsheng says gratefully to the orc that embraced her. Zhu Yuan, hearing Qushengsheng thank him, becomes flustered and accidentally steps wrong, causing him and Qushengsheng to fall from the tree branch. Qushengsheng, not expecting this turn of events, can't help but hold her breath and close her eyes, thinking that today she is probably doomed. However, just before hitting the ground, she is lifted by a gentle wind and softly placed on the ground. As Qushengsheng steadies herself, she sees the orc who saved her fall to the ground, looking dazed, with a few leaves stuck in his silky black hair. Qushengsheng can't help but laugh. Zhu Yuan, seeing Qushengsheng smile at him, turns bright red. Eventually, he cannot bear the embarrassment and transforms into a large panda, instinctively rubbing his face with his paws. Qushengsheng, seeing the round, fluffy panda in front of her, can't help but tilt her head and ask, "Can I touch you?" Zhu Yuan is stunned. She want to touch him? What for? Where? He blinks his shiny black eyes and slowly nods. Qushengsheng carefully extends her hand, gently stroking his head, his small black ears, and even a short snout. Her eyes almost sparkle. Wow, this panda is amazing. After a while, Zhu Yuan finally calms down and unexpectedly transforms back into an orc. Qushengsheng's jade-white fingers rest on the handsome young man's red lips. The young man looks at her with an innocent and delicate expression, his beautiful features bearing a fragile quality. The corners of his eyes droop slightly, giving him a somewhat wronged look. Qushengsheng now feels like a villain forcing someone into a corner. However, she finds it hard to look away from his appearance, and they stare at each other. Just then, Yuanjiang arrives, holding Qushengsheng's hand and pulling her behind him, coldly looking at Zhu Yuan, who is kneeling on one knee, with eyes that scrutinize him. "Thank you. I will send the reward back to the panda tribe," Yuanjiang says before turning around and leaving with Qushengsheng. After walking a few steps, he takes out a water pouch and washes Qushengsheng's hands, gently saying, "Shengsheng touched something dirty just now. You need to wash your hands." Qushengsheng looks at Yuanjiang, who is seriously washing her hands, and can't help but smile, her smile bright and radiant. Chapter 279, Lantern White Fruit, Is It Funny? Yuanjiang shot a displeased glance at Qushengsheng. Qushengsheng giggled uncontrollably and flatteringly said to Yuanjiang, "Not funny at all, not even a little." Yuanjiang replied irritably, "Stay away from those beastmen in the future, got it? Got it, got it, but I promised to deliver a thank you gift to him." Qushengsheng looked up at Yuanjiang. Yuanjiang nodded naturally and said, "It's only right. This time it was my mistake. I almost let the beast hurt you. From now on, I'll draw the beast far away and won't get cocky." To ensure the prey's integrity, Yuanjiang generally preferred not to use soul power, partly because he wanted to conserve his strength in case of unexpected situations. "It's fine, it won't happen like this next time," Qushengsheng said. "It doesn't matter. That beast came towards me, probably because I shot it with an arrow that provoked its anger." Qushengsheng shook her head. Yuanjiang gently squeezed Qushengsheng's shoulder and said tenderly, "You did great. Your archery is excellent. Thanks to your help just now. How could we have ended the battle so quickly otherwise?" Qushengsheng tilted her little chin up, feeling a bit proud. Zhu Yuan stared blankly as Yuanjiang took Qushengsheng away, feeling a huge sense of loss. It suddenly hit him that he had just hugged her. He actually hugged her. "Wow, brother Zhu Yuan, you're amazing. Yeah, that moment was so cool." Zhu Yuan's smile quickly faded as he raised an eyebrow at a few approaching pandas. He maliciously pinched their cheeks and whispered, "Pretty easy to pinch." Then, taking advantage of their confusion, he slipped away. Yuanjiang transformed into a leopard and took Qushengsheng for a stroll in the nearby meadow, where her gaze fell on the plants. After looking for a while, she decided to get down and search for useful plants. Qushengsheng spotted a plant bearing milky white small fruits and curiously identified it. Lantern white fruit, non-toxic, edible. Qushengsheng carefully pinched one, and a familiar scent filled her nostrils. It smelled like green onions and garlic. Yes, this familiar smell is indeed that of green onions and garlic. Could it be used for cooking and to remove fishy odors? Qushengsheng's eyes lit up, and she shared the plant's uses with Yuanjiang. Yuanjiang stretched his large leopard head over, sniffed, then snorted and rubbed his nose with his big paw. Qushengsheng dug up the entire plant of lantern white fruit and collected it. After observing her surroundings again and finding nothing special, she planned to chop down some trees and branches in the forest to take back, as she hadn't seen any pine trees. She would randomly select some tree species to try and see which would make the best ink, while Yuanjiang helped her chop trees and collect them. He listened to Qushengsheng explain how to make ink, all the while keeping busy. After finishing these tasks, Qushengsheng also picked up several wild chicken eggs from the grass, thinking of making a scrambled egg dish when they returned. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to the wild chicken droppings on the ground. She carefully poked at the droppings with a small stick, and Yuanjiang hurriedly said, "Shengsheng, don't play with that. You can't eat it, it's wild chicken poop." Qushengsheng paused her poking and looked at Yuanjiang, saying, "Use a discarded bee skin bag to collect this poop." Yuanjiang hesitated but eventually complied, putting on a little apron he had sewn himself to avoid getting dirty. The patchwork apron, combined with Yuanjiang's large, sturdy frame, made Qushengsheng unable to help but laugh. "All right, let's head back." After Yuanjiang finished cleaning up the droppings, they returned. Qushengsheng said, "There are some seeds in this poop. Let us take them back and plant them by the sea later." Qushengsheng had actually seen barley seeds in the droppings and didn't know if they could still be used, so she planned to take them back to try. If they couldn't be cultivated, it would just be compost. Upon returning to the panda tribe, they saw Eugene, a large snake, lying in the grass with a group of little cubs climbing up and down on him, occasionally sliding off. Qushengsheng was also surprised to see this scene. When did Eugene become so good-tempered? Yuanjiang, however, was unfazed. All beastmen cherish cubs. Every cub is an important continuation. After seeing Yuanjiang go up to pet a little cub, Qushengsheng thought to herself, maybe it's time to have a child to raise? Qushengsheng sat beside Eugene, playing with the cubs, while Yuanjiang went to the creek, probably to wash up. Leaning against Eugene and holding a little cub, Qushengsheng felt incredibly satisfied. The sun was warm, and they were doing well. "Priest! Priest! Help us! Someone is injured." A piercing cry made Qushengsheng turn her head. It was a bloodied beastman, dazedly rushing over and shouting outside Ling Yan's house. Qushengsheng knew Ling Yan had gone to gather herbs today and hadn't returned. So she stepped forward to ask, "Quick, take me there. What good will that do? I need to find priest Ling Yan. She went out to gather herbs and won't be back for a while. I'm also a priest. Take me to have a look." The beastman looked at Qushengsheng suspiciously. Qushengsheng frowned and said, "This is a matter of life and death. If you don't take me, what other options do you have? But you don't look like a priest. If you end up killing my son, I will do my best to save him. Right now, I'm the only priest available, and you have no choice. Don't hesitate. Take me to see him. Otherwise, if he dies, it will be your responsibility." Qushengsheng said coldly. "Then you go with me. If you can't save him, you will pay for my son's life." The beastman was about to grab Qushengsheng's wrist when Yuanjiang restrained him. Realizing Yuanjiang was not to be trifled with, he sheepishly withdrew his hand. "Show some respect," Yuanjiang said coldly. "She doesn't look like a priest." The beastman led Qushengsheng to a bamboo house in the bamboo forest. It hurts so much. Mother, save me, help me." Qushengsheng's expression turned serious as she hurried into the house. Chapter 280. Healing Zhu Rong, a small boy, had his entire left leg rotting and oozing pus, with a deep, fresh wound nearby that was still bleeding. The child's face was flushed, clearly showing signs of inflammation. Beside him sat a delicate and beautiful female, as fragile as a dodder flower, her face filled with daze and sorrow, crying uncontrollably. "Lingwe, don't cry. The priestess will come to save Zhu Rong," someone said. "Woo woo woo, my child was born like this. It's like cutting my flesh," Lingwe exclaimed. "How did you take care of the child?" She pushed a female with a face full of pockmarks hard. The pockmarked female stumbled back, but remained silent. Her gaze fixed on a small bed not far away where the child was burning with fever and talking nonsense. "Zhushan is back." Everyone looked outside, but instead of seeing Ling Yan, they were stunned by the beauty of the female behind Ling Shan. "What's going on? Where's Ling Yan?" a beastman asked, not seeing Ling Yan's figure. "All right, where's Ling Yan?" Linghua looked at the beautiful female who had entered behind Zhushan, forgetting to cry. Such beauty made her uncomfortable, and she looked at Zhushan with resentment. Zhushan, feeling the gaze of everyone, became a bit flustered and quickly said, "Ling Yan is not here. She said she is also a priestess and can treat Zhu Rong." Qushengsheng met their suspicious and curious eyes and turned her gaze to the child on the bed. Seeing him breathing rapidly and in discomfort, she was startled. Without a second thought, she prepared to check the wound. but was pushed hard by the beautiful woman at the bedside, almost falling over, but was saved by Yuan Jiang, who caught her waist. Yuan Jiang glared coldly at the female. If it weren't for the rule against hitting females, he would have wanted to teach her a lesson. What are you doing? Stay away from my child. Ling Wei exclaimed, agitated. Qushengsheng frowned and said, I am a priestess. Let me check the child's wound. Ling Yan can't come back right now. Yes. Why don't you let her take a look, Ling Wei? A sympathetic female suggested nearby. Ling Yue felt annoyed seeing the approving looks of those around her, noticing that even a few beastmen who had previously admired her were secretly looking at this unfamiliar, beautiful female. She looks like this. Does she resemble a priestess? Ling Yue said with some jealousy. Qushengsheng. I look like this. Can't there be career discrimination based on appearance? She indeed doesn't look reliable. I said she wasn't trustworthy. Zhu Shan quickly echoed, looking at Ling Yue with eyes filled with affection. The people around them hesitated, exchanging glances. But the pockmarked female rushed forward and knelt in front of Qushengsheng, pleading, Please, priestess, save my child. He is still so young, so small. Save him. Ling Yu, I want let her touch my child. Ling Yue glared at the pockmarked female. You've already abandoned him, haven't you? You gave Rong to me, and after taking care of him for just a few days, he became like this. Ling Yu glared fiercely at Ling Yue, like a lioness protecting her cub. Ling Yue shrank back under Ling Yu's fierce gaze, feeling a bit guilty. How could she be blamed? She had only sent Zhu Rong to pick some fresh bamboo leaves. Who knew he would climb so high and fall, breaking his leg? She thought he would heal on his own, but it became worse, turning into what it was now. Ling Yue thought to herself, and the more she thought, the more she felt justified. It must be because you didn't teach him well. Ling Yue shot back. You. Ling Yue was at a loss for words against Ling Yue. She looked at Qushengsheng with pleading eyes, filled with hope that her child would be healed. Please, priestess, save my child. As long as he can get better, I'll agree to anything you want. Please. Ling Yu knocked her head on the ground. Qushengsheng was taken aback by the scene before her and quickly helped Ling Yu up. Then she turned to Ling Yue, who looked as if she had won a victory, and said, If you don't let me check and treat the child, if anything happens to him, it's all your fault. Have you thought this through? Ling Yue's expression stiffened. What did she mean by her fault? Wasn't giving birth to this child enough? If he died, it would be his fate. She was about to speak, but seeing the eyes of the surrounding females and beastmen, especially those recent suitors, she quickly swallowed her words. Saying such things would damage her image. Then you must be able to heal the child, right? If you can't, how will you take responsibility? Ling Yue looked at Qushengsheng with a smug expression, not at all caring about the child on the bed whose groans were growing fainter. Qushengsheng's eyes narrowed. She noticed the child's breathing had weakened. She didn't want to argue anymore. Can't you see the child is in critical condition? I am the only priestess here. Only I can treat him. What are you all blocking me for? Does anyone here know how to heal? Who among you is a priestess? Who dares to say they are a priestess? For the child, all I can say is that I will do my best to treat him. After Qushengsheng finished speaking, she looked around and saw everyone avoiding her gaze. Ling Yue wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Zhu Shan. Zhu Shan knew that if Ling Yue said anything else now, it would indicate that she did not care about the child, and the tribe would not keep a female who harmed a child and caused his death. A female without the protection of the tribe would likely meet an early demise. After being stopped, Ling Yue closed her mouth, unwillingly being pulled away. Qushengsheng quickly stepped forward and examined the child's leg. It appeared that he had fallen, with bone protruding. Later, without proper care, the wound had worsened, and now it seemed someone had cut open a gash beside the stairs, which was still bleeding. Qushengsheng took out shattered stargrass and the purple stargrass root she had just unearthed a few days ago. She first made a hemostatic powder from the purple stargrass root powder and sprinkled it thinly on the bleeding wound. Then she asked someone to hold the child down. She needed to cut away the rotten flesh. She had anesthesia on hand. This was truly a last resort. Hesitating, Ling Yue was reluctant to step forward, not wanting to get dirty. Without hesitation, Ling Yu stepped up to hold the child down, watching as Zhu Rong's complexion began to pale and his body weakened, her heart aching for him. Several beastmen quickly stepped forward and held the child down. Qushengsheng heated the stone dagger over the fire for a while, directing Yuan Jiang to prepare the shattered stargrass for soaking, as well as the hemostatic powder and some shark silk, and then to get straight wooden boards to fix the broken bones. Qushengsheng let out a breath and began to cut away the rotten flesh from Zhu Rong's leg with the stone knife. With a tearing sound, a strange foul smell filled the air, and Ling Yue couldn't help but rush outside to vomit. Qushengsheng's hands were steady, methodically removing the rotten flesh from the child's leg. The beastmen holding the child turned pale and Ling Yu, watching, felt like she was about to faint, while the child cried out in pain. After completing these tasks, QushengshengGets rinsed the wound with the water from the shattered stargrass to suppress bacteria. Then, she sprinkled the hemostatic powder on the wound, pieced the broken bone back together, fixed it with wooden boards, and wrapped it with shark silk. Finally, she sprinkled a mixture of the shattered stargrass powder and the hemostatic purple stargrass root powder on top. And only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Looking up, she noticed the gazes of those around her had turned to awe and fear. QushengshengGets didn't mind and continued to rummage for medicinal herbs, instructing someone to brew the medicine. Chapter 281 Responsibility Priest. How is my child? Ling Yu asked cautiously, her face pale. She could tell that this priest was quite skilled, as her movements were orderly from start to finish. But she was still very worried. Each cut felt as if it were slicing through her own body, leaving her in unbearable pain. The child's injury had been lingering for some time, and now they could only wait to see if the child would recover well. I can't guarantee that, QushengshengGets said, beads of sweat on her forehead, looking apologetically at Ling Yu. She felt that, compared to Ling Yu, the biological mother, Ling Yu seemed more like a mother who was genuinely concerned for her child. Ling Yu was momentarily stunned by QushengshengGets' response. Her heart lifted. Her gaze fell on the child lying on the bed. Wanting to say something to encourage the priest to try harder, but looking at her fatigued expression, the words just wouldn't come out. Look at the child's recovery. Aren't you the priest? If my child doesn't recover well, you will have to compensate. Ling Yu, supported by Zhu Shan, entered and overheard QushengshengGets' words, immediately feeling that she had found a flaw. Earlier, she had inquired about the situation and learned that this female had a useless beast husband lying in bed, while the other one probably wasn't very capable either. Otherwise, why would they come to the panda tribe for help? However, she knew that these outsiders had a lot of crystal stones, and since she was Ling Shi's younger sister, and Ling Shi still needed to treat this female's beast husband, this female wouldn't dare to confront her directly. So, wasn't this her opportunity? If she casually asked for a bit of crystal stones, she could live the life of a noble lady in the Sharp Empire. The people around were stunned by Ling Yu's shameless actions. They held a great deal of respect for the priest, but Ling Yu did not. Her own sister was the priest, and this priest was an outsider. What did it have to do with her? Zhu Yuan, holding the freshly brewed medicine, said with a grim face, "You are an elder, so I won't say much, but please think carefully before you speak." It was Priest Chu who saved Zhu Rong. If you are ungrateful, that's one thing, but to demand compensation? Yuan Jiang glanced at Zhu Yuan, thinking that there were still some smart people in the panda tribe. He walked over to QushengshengGets, looking at her exhausted appearance, feeling heartbroken. He needed to protect Shengsheng, lest someone without any sense bumped into her. Zhu Yuan, how can you speak like that? Are you turning your elbow outwards? Have you forgotten the help we provided when your father died? Zhu Shan glared at Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan clenched and then released his hands. He had no way to refute this, but seeing Zhu Shan and Ling Yu reveling in their advantage made him feel disgusted. Zhu Yuan stepped forward, firmly blocking the way between QushengshengGets and Yuan Jiang. What I owe you, I will repay, but you can't be so unreasonable. When the clan leader and the priest return, they definitely won't allow you to behave like this. Zhu Yuan stubbornly looked at Zhu Shan. Upon hearing the words clan leader and priest, Zhu Shan's eyes showed a hint of unease. In contrast to his unease, Ling Yu remained calm and even arrogantly said, "Even if Ling Yin comes back, it won't matter. I am her sister. Won't she side with me? Zhu Rong is her own nephew. She will definitely drive these outsiders away." Yuan Jiang frowned, shocked that this unreasonable woman was actually Ling Yan's sister. QushengshengGets felt indifferent. After all, even if Ling Yin came, she might not perform better than she did. From her observations, Ling Yin was not a female who couldn't tell right from wrong. Ling Yu, you are going too far. Ronger is like this because you didn't take care of him properly, and now you have the nerve to say such things, Ling Yu said angrily. After feeding her child the medicine, she felt a bit better, not sure if it was just psychological, but she thought her child seemed to be doing much better, which relieved her. Ling Yu would never admit it. Looking at Ling Yu's pockmarked face made her feel utterly disgusted. Then glancing at the child on the bed who was in critical condition, she determined that the child would definitely not survive. She did not want someone to die in her house, so she cunningly said, "Fine, then you take him away. You take care of him." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu was first stunned, then guessed Ling Yu's intentions, her face turning blue with anger as she stepped forward to try to take the child. QushengshengGets stepped in to stop her. "The child can't be moved right now. His injuries are too severe. He may not be able to move for a month." Ling Yu immediately dared not move. Ling Yu, feigning grievance, said, "Then where am I supposed to stay? With Ling Yu here, I can't stay here. I'm afraid that whatever is on Ling Yu's face will grow on mine. The surrounding females were startled by this statement and moved away from Ling Yu. Ling Yu shrank back, her eyes filled with humiliation and grievance. But she dared not say anything, only lowering her head and shedding tears. Qushengsheng turned to look at Ling Yu and said, "First of all, the marks on Ling Yu's face are just minor scars and are not contagious. Secondly, didn't you say the child on the bed is yours? What's wrong with the child staying at his mother's house? If you're unwilling, then you will have to move out and stay somewhere else for a while." "Why should I? This is my house." Ling Yu refused to comply. "Fine, then you stay inside. You will have to change the child's dressings daily. And you must also prepare medicine for him to drink. If the child doesn't get better, then that will be your problem." Qushengsheng stood her ground. "You want to shirk responsibility, so you want me to take care of him." Ling Yu immediately seized this point and wouldn't let go. "What is all this noise about?" Zhu Shi's voice rang out from the entrance. "Is something wrong with Zhu Rong? Let me take a look." Ling Yin followed closely behind, holding a bee-skin bag filled with herbs, her clothes muddy. Ling Yu gave Qushengsheng a triumphant look, as if to say, "Just wait for your misfortune." Chapter 282. Changing the bamboo house, Qushengsheng had no reaction to Ling Yu's provocation. She quietly watched as Ling Yan investigated. After Ling Yan glanced over, she turned her head and said, "Shengsheng, I want to ask you some questions." Just as Qushengsheng was about to step forward, Ling Yue immediately blocked her way and said, "Sister, isn't it true that she didn't treat Ronger properly? She claimed that only she could save Ronger. I was initially unwilling, but she insisted that only she could do it, so I had no choice but to agree. As a result, after her treatment, she couldn't even guarantee that Ronger would definitely recover. She's a fraud. There's no way she's a priestess. Sister, you've all been fooled by her." Qushengsheng's gaze was calm, looking at Ling Yue as if she were a clown. "What nonsense are you talking about? Shengsheng did very well. I don't have her level. A capable priestess comes to treat Ronger, and you actually want to stop her? What are you thinking?" Ling Yan was starting to doubt what she had heard. Ling Yue's remarks seemed absurd. Ling Yue's smug smile instantly froze, and she incredulously asked, "What? She really is a priestess?" "She's not. Could it be that you are?" Ling Yan shot a glance at her sister. Her sister was becoming increasingly unreasonable. "Shengsheng, I apologize on behalf of my sister. I'm truly sorry. She doesn't understand these matters and has created some misunderstandings." "There's no misunderstanding. Your sister just wants to use this matter to extort compensation from me," Qushengsheng calmly replied. After hearing the entire account from Zhu Yuan, Ling Yan felt utterly embarrassed, wishing she could just disappear into a crack in the ground. Zhu Shi also felt awkward. Their panda clan already had enough crystal stones, and now there were those who were not satisfied and tried to take advantage of the situation. They didn't even consider why someone would treat their clan's child. "I am sorry. I'll make sure to keep my sister in check. Such things won't happen again," Ling Yan said, her face flushed. Ling Wei retorted defiantly, "Why should I? Clearly, her treatment was inadequate. Didn't you hear Ronger's cries just now? He was almost dying from the pain." Ling Yue's finger was about to jab into Qushengsheng's face. Qushengsheng frowned, and Yuan Jiang stepped forward to push Ling Yue's hand away, saying, "Don't go too far." Zhu Shan wanted to say something, but when he sensed the fifth-tier beastman aura from Yuan Jiang, he couldn't help but take several steps back, and Ling Yue was also intimidated. "Ling Yue, how can you be so disrespectful to a priestess? Apologize." Zhu Shi scolded Ling Yue. Ling Yue was taken aback. Her sister was a priestess, her brother-in-law was the clan leader, and she herself was beautiful. In the clan, everyone had always let her have her way. She had never been asked to apologize before. Today, because of this outsider, she was actually being asked to apologize? "I won't." Ling Yue screamed and dashed out, and Zhu Shan hesitated for a moment before chasing after her. Zhu Shi rubbed his temples and then began to apologize and make amends to let the matter pass. Ling Yan quickly asked Qushengsheng about the treatment methods and reasons, nodding in realization as she listened. The others, seeing Ling Yan's demeanor, also understood that what she said was not false. This stunningly beautiful female was indeed an extraordinary priestess. "Then, how can we help Ronger recover better?" Ling Yan looked at the quietly lying child on the bed, worriedly asking. "Administer medicine and change the dressings on time, ensure adequate nutrition, rest for a few months, and then gradually rehabilitate after healing," Qushengsheng briefly explained. Ling Yan felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Shengsheng, I apologize again for everything my sister has done today. The clan will impose punishment, and although my sister is like this, the child is innocent. Ronger is usually very obedient. He was weak as a child, and Ling Yue didn't want to raise him, so she eventually let Ling Yu raise him. It's been a struggle to get him this big. So, Shengsheng, could you help check on Ronger's subsequent recovery? The clan can provide food for you in the tribe. Ling Yan stated her conditions. Shengsheng was not a saint. It was clear that Ling Yue was not easy to deal with, and she didn't want to interact with her any further. However, she was somewhat tempted by Ling Yan's proposal. She turned to Yuan Jiang, revealing a questioning look, and Yuan Jiang understood Shengsheng's meaning. Ling Yan, our food does not need to be provided by the Panda clan. I only want the Panda clan to respect Shengsheng, as she is indeed a priestess. Also, do not let that crazy woman get close to Shengsheng again, Yuan Jiang said. Ling Yan quickly agreed, then asked Shengsheng, since we can't move Ronger now, can we move him along with the bed? After all, this is Ling Yue's bamboo house, and if Ronger stays here for a few months, Ling Yue might go crazy, moving him along with the bed. Shengsheng hadn't thought of this possibility before, but now she found the method quite good. However, the issue of where to move the child became their problem. If the child were moved to Ling Yu's bamboo house, it would be too far from the priestess's bamboo house where Shengsheng and Ling Yan were. It wouldn't be realistic to stay in the priestess's bamboo house for several months. Just as everyone was troubled, Zhu Yuan suggested, why not move Zhu Rong to my bamboo house? As soon as this suggestion was made, Ling Yan felt it was a good idea. Zhu Yuan's father had passed away while hunting a long time ago, and his mother had moved to another beastman's bamboo house, so Zhu Yuan lived alone in his bamboo house. His house was relatively close to theirs, and Ling Yu, still a transparent person, remained silent but felt grateful for Ling Yan, the clan leader, and the priestess Qushengsheng's concern for Zhu Rong. Ling Yu, what do you think? Qushengsheng asked Ling Yu, who had her head down. Everyone looked over, and even Ling Yan only just realized that Ling Yu was Zhu Rong's adoptive mother. They should consult her about the decision. Yes, I think it's a good idea, Ling Yu replied, somewhat surprised. She nervously rubbed the hem of her clothes, unable to help but shrink back a little. After her face was injured, she had become a transparent person in the clan. Perhaps she was afraid of the strange looks from those around her, or perhaps she felt inferior. She almost never wanted to leave her bamboo house. However, ever since she had raised Zhu Rong, who was despised by Ling Yue, her life had gained color and hope. As long as her child was well, she could endure anything. Ling Yan also reflected inwardly, wondering if she had been too indifferent to Ling Yu. After that, everyone worked together to carry Zhu Rong to Zhu Yuan's bamboo house. Chapter 283. A wonderful misunderstanding. Zhu Yuan's house was very clean and tidy, almost devoid of human presence, looking more like a temporary stop than a home. After arranging for Zhu Rong to stay, Zhu Yuan told Ling Yu that she could live in the small house next door, allowing him to take care of Zhu Rong. Ling Yu was immensely grateful for Zhu Yuan's kindness. She had rarely felt pure goodwill, and even this small gesture made her feel deeply indebted. Zhu Rong's situation was temporarily settled. It was said that Zhu Xi had confined Ling Yu for a month and severed her relationship with Zhu Rong, forbidding any contact. Zhu Rong truly became Ling Yu's sole child. From that day on, Qushengsheng began to guide Zhu Yuan in preparing nutritious meals for the sick. Originally, it was meant for Ling Yu, but since Ling Yu was too clumsy, a kitchen disaster waiting to happen, Qushengsheng gave up on her. Just then, Zhu Yuan stepped up. Although he was also a bit clumsy, with practice, he could at least manage something decent. Light the lanterns and add the ginkgo nuts. Don't just stand there. Oh, okay. TSK, Mao Mao, step back a bit. This isn't for you. Yuan Jiang instructed Zhu Yuan while pressing down on Mao Mao, whose eyes were glued to the bubbling bone soup in the pot. Don't pour it all in. All right, after pouring it in, stir it, but in one direction. Yuan Jiang kept directing him. Zhu Yuan was flustered, and the once elegant and ethereal young man now had a touch of warmth and humanity from cooking. Eugene sat on a low stool in front of the bamboo house, while Qushengsheng picked dried herbs nearby. What do you think of Zhu Yuan? Eugene suddenly asked a seemingly random question. What do you mean? He's quite good. QushengshengGets RedFruit. Noticing Zhu Yuan shaping oddly shaped dumplings while Yuan Jiang corrected him with a dark expression and couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I think he has pretty good too. He is a bit like a panda, although not very bright, and his eyesight isn't great. He has no complaints about his form, but his strength could use some work. Eugene assessed candidly while stroking his chin. He is alright. At least he is pure-hearted. That counts as being a good person, Qushengsheng agreed. The next day, Eugene had Yuan Jiang teach Zhu Yuan to cook in the morning and then give him special training in the afternoon. As a Tier 3 beastman, Zhu Yuan stood no chance against Yuan Jiang, ending up with a bruised face. After being beaten, he had to thank Yuan Jiang, as although he was being hit, it was also a way of feeding him skills. After being beaten, he still had to shakily prepare meals. Even though Zhu Yuan was getting beaten badly, Chu Shengsheng noticed a strange phenomenon. He didn't seem angry or discouraged at all, but instead, he was full of fighting spirit every day, even appearing oddly excited. Chu Shengsheng observed Zhu Yuan seriously for several days. Aside from occasionally blushing for no reason, he seemed mentally normal, not showing signs of Stockholm Syndrome. Not understanding the beastman world, she decided not to pry further. Chu Shengsheng truly didn't grasp the meaning of the situation. Eugene had Yuan Jiang beat Zhu Yuan, and even if Zhu Yuan lacked strength, he would still face the challenge. In the beastman world, if you set your sights on a female with a beast husband but lacked strength, you could only be beaten. If you were strong enough, you would still get beaten, but then strive to defeat her beast husbands. The fact that the beast husband was willing to spar with a beast man, trying to join their family, was also a test and a sign of respect for you. Zhu Yuan's situation was due to his inadequate strength, and Eugene had Yuan Jiang beat him to help him improve. If Zhu Yuan didn't reach Tier 4 Wind System Soul Power before they left, it would be too bad. Zhu Yuan was grateful to Eugene and Yuan Jiang for giving him the opportunity, so he worked hard, even reluctant to sleep long at night, continuing to train diligently. Brother Zhu Yuan, why are you training so hard? A weak voice of a young boy asked in Zhu Yuan's house. Because I'm not strong enough yet. Zhu Yuan's body was slightly flushed, his muscles engorged from prolonged training, sweat dripping down his body. But in our tribe, Brother Zhu Yuan, you're already quite powerful. Zhu Rong, let me tell you a principle you must remember. In terms of strength, comparing yourself to other beastmen is narrow-minded. As a beastman, you should learn to compare yourself to yourself, seize every opportunity to keep improving and breaking through. That is the posture of a true strong person. Comparing yourself to others in the tribe is a sign of limited vision, being satisfied with minor achievements. Zhu Yuan gently explained as he looked at the half-reclined child on the bed. Zhu Rong nodded, somewhat understanding, seriously taking note of this saying, believing he would have the opportunity to understand it in the future. Zhu Yuan couldn't articulate profound truths, only sharing his own insights. His father had left too early, so he was used to struggling on his own. Now that a strong person like Yuan Jiang was willing to teach him, he felt like he had won the lottery. He also wanted the chance to be Chu Shengsheng's beast husband, so he would give his all. Recently, Chu Shengsheng often received gifts from Zhu Yuan, which could be a small jar of honey, a bouquet of flowers, a rare plant, some peculiar seeds, or a cute beast horn. The variety was so great that Chu Shengsheng had to specially make a small bamboo box to store these items. She guessed it was because of Yuan Jiang's guidance that Zhu Yuan's strength had greatly improved, hence his various ways of gifting her things. Seeing Chu Shengsheng accept the gifts, Eugene and Yuan Jiang assumed it meant she acknowledged Zhu Yuan's presence and didn't say much more. Everyone forgot that Chu Shengsheng was a complete novice who understood nothing about beast world common sense, and although Eugene and Yuan Jiang knew she lacked knowledge, they had no idea she was so utterly clueless. Thus, a wonderful misunderstanding arose. Chapter 284, Apology, Shengsheng. This is the fruit I picked during the hunt this morning. Zhu Yuan handed a small basket of orange red fruits to Chu Shengsheng. Chu Shengsheng looked at Zhu Yuan, his long hair flowing down, dressed only in a white beast skin skirt, his muscles well-defined, and his delicate features giving him an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial being in a fantasy drama, creating a strange sense of contradictory handsomeness. Ah, you eat it yourself. No need to be so polite. Chu Shengsheng, who received things from him every day, finally couldn't help but refuse today. Zhu Yuan's outstretched hand paused, a look of hurt and disbelief on his face. He couldn't understand what he had done to make Shengsheng dislike him. Chu Shengsheng watched as Zhu Yuan's emotions shifted from disbelief to sadness, as if his spirit had been suddenly drained. Faced with this situation, Chu Shengsheng also felt a little at a loss. Shengsheng, did I annoy you in some way? Zhu Yuan lowered his head and said cautiously, his voice so soft it was almost carried away by the wind. No. Chu Shengsheng was confused. She really didn't understand why things had suddenly turned out this way. She just felt embarrassed to accept the gift he offered. So why did Zhu Yuan look as if he had suffered a huge blow? Zhu Yuan, what's wrong? Chu Shengsheng asked carefully. Zhu Yuan felt clarity wash over him. He looked seriously into Chu Shengsheng's eyes and for the first time realized that her gaze was so clear, like the cool spring water on the bamboo mountain, devoid of anything, even him. Zhu Yuan suddenly discovered that Shengsheng treated him completely differently from how she treated Eugene. She was only politely close to him. At first, he thought he hadn't done enough, but the lack of progress day after day made him anxious. Today's incident felt like a glass shattering. He clearly understood that there was no place for him in Shengsheng's eyes. Shengsheng, have you ever liked me just a little? Zhu Yuan said, looking earnestly at Qushengsheng. Qushengsheng was also taken aback. She never expected Zhu Yuan would ask her such a question. So, Zhu Yuan giving her gifts was actually a way of expressing goodwill? Under Zhu Yuan's serious gaze, Qushengsheng suddenly felt a tremendous pressure. It seemed wrong not to answer. I never thought about it. Qushengsheng didn't know how to respond. I understand. I'm sorry for making you feel troubled. Zhu Yuan felt his heart shatter, standing there at a loss, and even hurriedly left. Qushengsheng was also a loss. She felt she had committed a great sin and hurt Zhu Yuan. By the time she could no longer see Zhu Yuan's figure, she returned home dejectedly. Back in the bamboo house, she saw Eugene applying medicine to his tail, his eyes downcast, and the sunlight casting a compassionate glow on him. What's wrong? Did something happen? Eugene looked up and noticed Qushengsheng's dejected expression. At Eugene's question, Qushengsheng felt even more dejected. After looking around, she sent away the fur ball that had stuck to her leg and closed the door. Fur ball. What's going on? Is there something my lord fur ball can't hear? Eugene set the ointment aside, hung his tail up to dry, then reached out his arms towards Qushengsheng, gently saying, Shengsheng, come here. Qushengsheng pouted and walked over, snuggling into Eugene's embrace. Eugene absent-mindedly stroked her head, saying nothing, quietly waiting for her to speak. After organizing her thoughts for a while, Qushengsheng recounted what had happened that day to Eugene. After listening, Eugene paused while stroking Qushengsheng's hand, a little surprised that Shengsheng had never considered it. Although neither side seemed at fault, the root of the matter was that Qushengsheng was unaware of the customs. Shengsheng. In our beast world, when a female accepts gift from a recognized male beast, it means she agrees to have him join the family. I am sorry, Yuan Jiang, and I made this decision privately without discussing it with you, causing you distress. Eugene looked at Qushengsheng's astonished eyes, gently comforting her. What do you mean? Zhu Yuan has already been recognized by you all to join our family? Yes. Yuan Jiang fights with Zhu Yuan every day and takes him hunting. And that's the reason. Eugene replied straightforwardly. How could you do this? You all made such a decision without discussing it with me. What do I count for? Qushengsheng looked at Eugene in disbelief, almost unable to believe that he was saying this. I'm sorry, Shengsheng, please don't be upset. Let me explain. Eugene embraced Qushengsheng and continued. Qushengsheng felt extremely wronged, but she didn't dare to push Eugene away, fearing his injury would reopen, and could only let him hold her. Eugene anticipated that Qushengsheng wouldn't struggle. She had always been gentle and kind, always considering others. After a slight sigh in his heart, Eugene continued. Shengsheng, in the beast world, the male also has the right to decide which beast join their family, and it will certainly be based on the female's preferences. Yuan Jiang and I were wrong not to consult you. We won't do this again in the future. Can you forgive us? If you don't like Zhu Yuan, then don't let him join. We'll explain the situation to him later. Shengsheng, you don't need to feel guilty. This isn't your fault. It's because we didn't discuss it with you in advance that led to this outcome. Zhu Yuan isn't at a loss either. His strength has greatly improved, and he might soon break through to the third tier, becoming a fourth-tier beast. Eugene continued. After hearing this, although Qushengsheng still felt guilty, it lessened considerably. Thinking of Zhu Yuan's pitiful appearance, she also felt a bit uncomfortable. Yuan Jiang must apologize to me, too. When you recover, he has to make me 10 different outfits. Yuan Jiang must cook me delicious food for 10 days. It must be varied. Also, continue to help Zhu Yuan practice. Not a single thing can be missed. Qushengsheng said angrily. Eugene braided Qushengsheng's hair, tied it with a hair tie, and promised each of her requests one by one. Chapter 285. Knocked down after Yuan Jiang returned, he noticed that the atmosphere in the bamboo house was a bit strange. He secretly observed Qushengsheng and found that she turned her head away as soon as she saw him. Confused, he tilted his head to look at Eugene, who raised an eyebrow with a helpless expression. Yuan Jiang felt even more puzzled. What was going on? He had just gone out to hunt and came back to find such a big change at home, and now he was even less favored by Shengsheng. Eugene was the type to stir trouble between others, so he speculated that this was caused by Zhu Yuan. Yuan Jiang had never liked Zhu Yuan, and now he disliked him even more. He was determined to give Zhu Yuan a shocking lesson this afternoon. Yuan Jiang planned to knock Zhu Yuan down and then shamelessly go apologize to Shengsheng. In the afternoon, Zhu Yuan came over again. He seemed a bit different from before, becoming quite silent, but his gaze still couldn't help but occasionally fall on Qushengsheng. Zhu Yuan had done wrong and deserved to be beaten. Before making his move, Yuan Jiang openly stated his reasons. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuan assumed it was about how he had annoyed Qushengsheng and lowered his head in guilt. Believing he hadn't done well, Seeing Zhu Yuan's guilty appearance, Yuan Jiang concluded that Zhu Yuan must have said something bad about him in front of Shengsheng, and now he was showing this remorseful look in front of him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. No, he had to beat Zhu Yuan up. He swore to the beast god that he would definitely knock Zhu Yuan down today. Yuan Jiang clasped his hands together and slowly pulled them apart, revealing a golden light blade in his palms. He raised his hand, and the light blade shot out at high speed. Zhu Yuan saw this and quickly dodged, feeling a chill run down his spine from Yuan Jiang's fierce attack, igniting his fighting spirit. When Yuan Jiang fought Zhu Yuan, he usually suppressed his strength to the 3rd level of soul power. Therefore, he attacked without any reservations, giving Zhu Yuan the maximum combat power he could handle at this stage. Zhu Yuan waved his hand, causing nearby bamboo leaves to quickly gather before shooting toward Yuan Jiang. Each bamboo leaf carried the power of the wind, making it sharp and fierce. Although Yuan Jiang was tall, he was agile. Instead of avoiding the attack, he welcomed it, conjuring a long spear with one hand. The golden, sharp spear scattered the incoming bamboo leaves, allowing Yuan Jiang to approach Zhu Yuan unharmed. Zhu Yuan immediately dodged, using his wind-based soul power to sway in the air like a bamboo leaf. While it appeared dangerous, it was actually quite tricky to defend against. Swish! The sound was very light as Yuan Jiang rolled on the ground, avoiding the wind blades that followed him, though the tips of his hair were still cut off. TSK. Yuan Jiang raised his eyes coldly, a smirk forming on his handsome face, filled with cold fighting spirit. Qushengsheng was already mesmerized on the side. She had seen Yuan Jiang beat Zhu Yuan before, and although it looked quite violent, she hadn't watched closely because she felt Zhu Yuan was being beaten too badly. Today, Eugene took her out, claiming he would show her a grand performance. Now, she was nestled in Eugene's arms, and an ice blue barrier protected the bamboo house in Qushengsheng. This was Eugene's soul power barrier, which he said was to prevent any unseeing accidents from harming them, so he simply protected them. Although Eugene had narrowly escaped last time, he had also gained a lot from it. His wounds were slowly healing, and while his soul power wasn't improving, he felt he had touched the threshold of the 7th level, making it easy for him to use the soul power barrier now. Zhu Yuan's exquisite face was serious, with a slightly raised chin and long black hair scattered by the wind, giving him an otherworldly appearance, like a handsome god of death. Qushengsheng blinked her big eyes, watching the different Yuan Jiang and Zhu Yuan, feeling quite excited and amazed. Yuan Jiang pointed his spear at Zhu Yuan, unleashing a cold metallic light blade that shattered the wind it touched. Zhu Yuan's response was also interesting. He used the wind to push the metallic blade away, deflecting its direction, and then pulled his hands inward, weaving a huge wind shield in front of him. Zhu Yuan's wind-based powers had to avoid Yuan Jiang's metal-based attacks, right? Qushengsheng, munching on berries that Eugene fed her, said with her cheeks puffed out. Not necessarily. Zhu Yuan isn't easy to deal with. Eugene kissed the juice from Qushengsheng's lips and offered a different perspective. Qushengsheng shyly pushed Eugene's face away, then seriously said, "Don't mess around. Watch properly." "Okay, I'll listen to my lady." Eugene's voice was already pleasant, but calling her my lady was like wrapping it in honey, irresistibly charming. Qushengsheng's face immediately turned red, and she couldn't help but cover her face. A few days ago, she had told Eugene a story, and he learned to call her my lady. Seeing her embarrassed, he couldn't resist teasing her, leaving Qushengsheng utterly helpless against him. At that moment, Zhu Yuan had already attacked Yuan Jiang, riding the wind. Zhu Yuan's pale, white hands were long and straight, and he lightly pointed at Yuan Jiang, causing a huge wind prison to appear beside him. The wind prison was woven from wind blades, strong and sharp. If a prey fell inside, it would likely be torn to pieces. However, inside was Yuan Jiang. Yuan Jiang held his spear, quietly observing the wind prison, muscles tense, his gaze cold. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Yuan Jiang tapped the spear lightly on a spot of the wind prison, causing it to shake unsteadily. Yuan Jiang knew he had found a weak point. He thrust the spear, using the golden blade to create a large hole in the wind prison, then agilely flipped out. As soon as he emerged, he was greeted by Zhu Yuan's blue wind blades, which he deflected with his spear, although it was also cut in half. Yuan Jiang raised an eyebrow, surprised at how perceptive Zhu Yuan was and how much he had improved. He gripped his hand, and a new spear appeared. He charged at Zhu Yuan, who also gripped his hand, summoning a long whip into his palm. He retreated rapidly, the whip striking toward Yuan Jiang like a flying snake. After a while, Zhu Yuan's soul power gradually ran low, and the whip in his hand began to disintegrate. Yuan Jiang also dispersed his spear and charged in with his bare fists. After a fierce bout, he felt much better, but Zhu Yuan still had to be beaten. Zhu Yuan and Yuan Jiang began exchanging punches. Yuan Jiang had intended to beat Zhu Yuan hard, and today Zhu Yuan was especially diligent and fierce. As they fought, Zhu Yuan's originally handsome face was hit several times, while Yuan Jiang also took quite a few hits. Inside, he couldn't help but groan, but his expression remained calm and stoic. No matter how young Zhu Yuan was, he was still a panda beastman. Although panda had cat in the name, he was essentially still a bear. Zhu Yuan's punches made Yuan Jiang take half a step back. Eugene looked at Yuan Jiang's stiff face and then at Zhu Yuan's exquisite face contorted in pain, unable to help but laugh. Qushengsheng also found it amusing, thinking these two were truly something else. Chapter 286. Fourth stage. Zhu Yuan. In the end, they didn't finish the fight, as Zhu Yuan suddenly broke through right there. Qushengsheng and Eugene moved closer and saw Zhu Yuan sitting quietly on the ground, emanating a faint green glow. Slowly, after a gentle white light, Zhu Yuan disappeared, and a plump panda ball appeared. Zhu Yuan curled up into a big ball, sleeping peacefully. Qushengsheng approached to take a look and felt that Zhu Yuan's beast form was quite different from his ethereal human form. In his beast form, he was surprisingly adorable, with a short, cute little mouth, short and stout limbs, and round little ears, simply too cute. He's so cute, Qushengsheng exclaimed. Eugene stroked his chin and nodded, but thought to himself that this guy looked like he had a lot of meat. Eating one might keep him from needing to eat for 3 days. Shengsheng, you don't care about me at all, Yuan Jiang said, feeling wronged as he poked Qushengsheng's palm with his hand. Qushengsheng turned to look at the bruises on Yuan Jiang's body and felt a pang of sympathy. She carefully checked the injuries on Yuan Jiang and found that he had no open wounds, only bruises, which relieved her. She asked Eugene to make some ice cubes for her, wrapped them in animal skin, and applied them to Yuan Jiang's bruises. Yuan Jiang's gentle gaze fell on Qushengsheng, who was busy helping him with the ice pack. Watching her meticulously attend to him filled his heart with happiness. Suddenly, Eugene pressed down on the ice pack wrapped in animal skin that Qushengsheng was holding. The unexpected force made Yuan Jiang gasp. Don't you have hands? Can't you hold it yourself after so long? Shengsheng's hands are already frozen red. If you insist on someone else applying the ice pack for you, I think I'm more suitable. Eugene raised an eyebrow at Yuan Jiang. Yuan Jiang's gaze fell on Qushengsheng's red hands, and he realized that her hands had turned red from the cold. He quickly took the ice pack wrapped in animal skin from her, apologetically saying, Shengsheng, I'm sorry. I didn't notice. It's okay, just a little red. It's nothing, Qushengsheng said nonchalantly. No, it's not okay. Eugene held Qushengsheng's cold hand, disagreeing with her statement. Zhu Yuan stayed in place for 3 days. On the 3rd day at noon, the light around his body gradually receded, and he slowly opened his eyes. He was a bit confused about the situation and, upon closer inspection, realized that he was actually outside Shengsheng's bamboo house. After returning to human form, he saw Eugene walking out. How is it? Pretty good, Zhu Yuan replied softly. Thank you, Zhu Yuan thought for a moment, and after his mind caught up, he expressed his gratitude. Eugene accepted the thanks without hesitation. Are you not going to try again? Eugene said ambiguously while looking into the distance. Zhu Yuan was somewhat puzzled, but then realized, lowering his gaze, he said, I've annoyed her. I don't have the face to continue. TSK, with such little backbone, you still want to win over a female? Eugene glanced at the downcast Zhu Yuan. What? What should I do? Zhu Yuan asked, bewildered. Learn to love her and protect her. That's better than anything else. Eugene offered a bit of advice. Watching Zhu Yuan nod thoughtfully, Eugene floated away. Eugene felt that this young man, only 23 years old but with decent strength and talent, was kind-hearted and had a beast form that Shengsheng liked, and he felt somewhat reluctant to let him go. In Eugene's eyes, nothing was more important than Qushengsheng's happiness. From that day on, a clingy bear appeared beside Qushengsheng. Yes, Zhu Yuan used his beast form, having discovered that Shengsheng liked his beast form, as if a channel had been opened for him. At first, Qushengsheng felt a bit shy, but later she was captivated by the bear's cuteness and couldn't help but touch his little ears and big paws. Thus, they continued to share a subtly evolving relationship. Chapter 287. The plan to leave from the beginning, when Qushengsheng felt shy, to later being able to touch Shengsheng, and then to getting along harmoniously with Zhu Yuan's human form. It seemed to take just a month. Zhu Yuan approached quietly, and Qushengsheng, like a frog boiled in warm water, had already grown accustomed to Zhu Yuan's closeness without even realizing it. Oh dear, this paw is so clumsy, it can't be kept. Qushengsheng pointed at the bare paw in the bamboo basket, watching as herbs hung on the fur, and helped to pick them off. Then I'll use a human hand. I'm not clumsy, Zhu Yuan protested in his delicate youth form. Qushengsheng smiled helplessly. The more she interacted with Zhu Yuan, the more she realized he was actually a child too. There was a gentleness in Qushengsheng's eyes that she had never had before, though she herself did not notice it. Yujin's body had also recovered significantly. Today he went hunting with Yuan Jiang, after lying down for so long. It was just the right time to stretch his muscles and bones. Zhu Rong's injuries had also improved a lot, and now he had been taken away by Ling Yu. This allowed Zhu Yuan to linger outside Qushengsheng's bamboo house every day, just shy of stepping inside. Zhu Yuan looked at Qushengsheng's beautiful face and smiled. The affection in his eyes shifted from passionate to a deeper, more profound love. Initially, he didn't quite understand Yujin's advice to treat Qushengsheng well, as he thought that giving her gifts every day was enough to show love. But today, he suddenly realized that what Qushengsheng wanted wasn't just gifts. She desired pure love. And Zhu Yuan was filled with love for Qushengsheng. In the afternoon, Yuan Jiang and Eugene returned triumphantly, bringing back tons of game from their hunting trip. They had hunted so much because they needed to make jerky. Eugene needed to hibernate during the cold season and wanted to find a safe place to settle early. Of course, bringing Zhu Yuan into the family was also because he understood that if he hibernated, Yuan Jiang, being a beast, would have a hard time taking care of Qushengsheng, and he feared she would suffer. So, since Zhu Yuan and Shengsheng seemed to get along well, it looked promising. That evening, they roasted a huge wild beast, and the four of them, along with a little white beast, gathered around the campfire, gazing at the stars while chatting and eating roasted meat. When Zhu Yuan heard Eugene say that after a week of drying the jerky, they would set off for Sunset Town, his heart began to feel unsettled. He wanted to say something, but hesitated, nervously fiddling with his fingers and losing his appetite. Eugene and Yuan Jiang noticed this. Eugene raised an eyebrow, and Yuan Jiang was about to say something when Zhu Yuan spoke first. Shengsheng, can you come sit by the creek with me for a while? Qushengsheng noticed Zhu Yuan's nervous expression and had some guesses in her heart. She instinctively glanced at Yuan Jiang and Eugene, but they both looked at her calmly, their eyes warm and resolute, signaling her to make her own decision. Seeing Zhu Yuan's eyes gradually show disappointment, Qushengsheng felt a heaviness in her chest. Looking at his disappointed expression, she gathered her thoughts and nodded, saying, "Okay." Zhu Yuan, suddenly hearing "okay" felt like a turn of fate. Joy surged in his heart, but he didn't dare to feel too proud, as the outcome was still uncertain. Qushengsheng followed Zhu Yuan to the creek, and, as they walked away, Yuan Jiang whispered, "Are you happy?" Eugene did not lift his gaze and replied, "He can protect Shengsheng too." After hearing this, Yuan Jiang did not mention it again. They all knew that the probability of Zhu Yuan's success this time was high. Barring any accidents, their family was about to gain another member. No one wanted to monopolize a female. Both of them were strong, and initially, they thought having Shengsheng was enough. However, after Shengsheng was teleported away and could not be found, followed by Yiyun capturing her, they realized they did not have enough manpower. Time and again, these events had been enough for them to reflect, and with the beast god entrusting Shengsheng with such importance, it was time for them to change. Chapter 288. Zhu Yuan's Confession by the Stream. Zhu Yuan sat on a large stone with Qushengsheng, thoughtfully laying down a soft animal skin for her. Qushengsheng didn't look at Zhu Yuan, quietly sitting down and gazing at the shimmering water beside her. Zhu Yuan took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled while looking at Qushengsheng's profile. Suddenly, he felt a surge of courage and calmed down. "Shengsheng, I like you. Please don't answer yet. Let me finish, okay? The first time I met you, you were stepping on this stream, crossing the water to push the bamboo flow out from the middle of the bamboo. Your movements were gentle, like a goddess sent by the beast god. At that moment, I felt I had encountered true love, a love that would last a lifetime, but I was too timid to get to know you. Later, I began to gather information about you and gradually learn more about you. The moment you saved Zhu Rong, my heart trembled with admiration. You are truly a remarkable female. Your delicate hands possess great strength, and I was genuinely captivated by you. You are different from other females. You seem to be forever gentle yet steadfast, always kind-hearted, which made me unable to resist falling in love with you. A fleeting infatuation might be mere attraction, but the love I can't hide is my unwavering affection for you. Shengsheng, I really, really like you, and I even love you. Can you give me a chance? A chance to love you. Zhu Yuan poured out his thoughts, speaking without restraint. Qushengsheng smiled slightly. Zhu Yuan spoke so earnestly like pouring beans, and nothing could stop him. Although Qushengsheng found it a bit amusing, the sincerity in Zhu Yuan's eyes moved her. When she looked into his eyes, they always shone brightly, reflecting only her image. Zhu Yuan looked exquisite and beautiful, like a carefully raised doll cat, and his gaze was always pure and fervent, making it hard for Qushengsheng to resist. Okay. Qushengsheng nodded, her brows softening. Zhu Yuan was momentarily stunned, as if struck by a huge surprise, like a dog that had been hungry for days and suddenly found a large meat bun. What? Zhu Yuan asked, dumbfounded. Nothing. Qushengsheng couldn't help but smile at his silly expression, turning her head away from him. Yes, I heard you. Shengsheng, you said yes. You said yes. I have a female now. Zhu Yuan reacted, his eyes shining with immense joy. Zhu Yuan couldn't help but pick Qushengsheng up and spin her around. Caught off guard, she was lifted and spun around. Although she was initially startled, she gradually began to laugh. Her joyful laughter echoed by the stream, blending with Zhu Yuan's cheers. Eugene and Yuan Jiang planned to go night hunting that evening to avoid being drowned by each other's jealousy. So after packing up, they transformed into their beast forms and headed toward the back mountain. Shengsheng, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Zhu Yuan lowered his head and rubbed his nose against Qushengsheng's cheek, showing an affectionate and clingy demeanor. Shengsheng, I will make a skirt tomorrow and the day after. We will hold a partner ceremony and establish a partner contract. Okay? Zhu Yuan said, playfully squeezing Qushengsheng's waist. Qushengsheng suddenly had a mischievous thought and said no. Then, what's wrong? Zhu Yuan's words were interrupted, and after realizing what Qushengsheng meant, he cautiously asked, unless you call me sister. But I'm older than you. Zhu Yuan was shocked. Shengsheng was clearly younger than him, and she should be calling him brother. I want to. Qushengsheng gently pinched Zhu Yuan's cheek, threatening him without much intimidation. No. Awoo. Zhu Yuan's voice became distorted. Quick, call me. Qushengsheng looked at his pitiful expression, feeling no sympathy. Zhu Yuan's eyes drooped, looking extremely pitiful, but she was already immune to his tactics and wouldn't fall for it. Qushengsheng released her grip on Zhu Yuan's face and noticed a slight blush on his cheeks. How could a beastman have such thin skin? She averted her gaze, feeling a bit guilty. Zhu Yuan slowly leaned closer, wrapping his arms around her waist and calling out in a wrong tone, sister. Qushengsheng took a sharp breath. Zhu Yuan's voice was so pure, and when he called her sister, it sounded so enticing. Chapter 289. The color of the mermaid princess. The next day, Zhu Yuan went home to make clothes. He had this idea because Yuan Jiang casually mentioned that all the beastmen were going to make skirts for her to wear when she married him. So, Zhu Yuan decided to make clothes too. His family didn't have any particularly beautiful beast skins, so he planned to go to the city to buy some. In the Sharp Empire, there was a shop run by a silk beast man from the Angus city-state, and it was the most popular shop among females in the city-state. Zhu Yuan went to that shop alone, and as soon as he arrived at the door, he was stunned by the number of females inside. There were beastmen outside, and when they saw him coming alone, everyone looked at him cautiously. A beastman as delicate and handsome as Zhu Yuan would arouse the vigilance of all beastmen. Just as Zhu Yuan was about to enter, a peacock beastman discreetly blocked his way. Zhu Yuan found it baffling. Was he not allowed to buy things? What are you doing? Zhu Yuan coldly looked at the flamboyantly dressed peacock beastman. Beastmen can't go in. The peacock beastman continued to block Zhu Yuan, showing no intention of letting him pass. Who said beastmen can't enter? You? Your word doesn't count. Zhu Yuan was not in the mood to indulge this flamboyant peacock and push him aside, just as he was about to enter when he felt vines wrapping around his ankle. Zhu Yuan flicked his fingers, and the vines were neatly severed. The peacock beastman sent another vine towards his body this time. Zhu Yuan decisively kicked him over, then condensed a wind blade in his palm against the beastman's throat, warning a low voice, "Don't think I won't make a move." Wow, this beastman is really handsome. Really? Isn't that the beastman from Shui Mian? She has such a handsome beastman. No, it's the one being pinned to the ground. Oh, I see. Shui Mian still likes those gaudy flower racks, haha. The females outside noticed the commotion and gathered at the door to watch the fun. The topic of conversation, Shui Mian, was still wearing her new clothes and had no time to change, and she saw her newly acquired beastman being humiliated on the ground, which instantly made her expression sour. Coupled with the surrounding females occasionally snickering and gloating over her situation, she felt even more displeased. Kong Wang, what are you doing? Hearing his female's voice, The peacock beastman looked over, and when he saw her expression of annoyance and displeasure, his face turned pale. He disliked every beastman more handsome than himself. And after being egged on by nearby beastmen, he intended to teach Zhu Yuan a lesson, thinking that Xue Mian would be impressed by his bravery. However, today he encountered a tough opponent. Seeing the peacock beastman's expression of being despised by his female, Zhu Yuan paused but still released his grip. He was only there to buy fabric, not to fight. As Zhu Yuan was about to enter the shop, the females did not move, but looked at him with curiosity and eagerness. Zhu Yuan stepped lightly to the side and entered, immediately setting his eyes on the pile of fabric on the high platform, shimmering with strange light. At first glance, he thought that if this was made into clothes, Sheng would definitely look beautiful in it. How much for this fabric? Oh, this one, you really have an eye for it. It requires a green crystal. Although it's not cheap, it's made from a glowing plant found on the ocean floor, which only mermen can harvest. At night, it emits a faint glow, and during the day, it shows different soft lights depending on the light. The shopkeeper had fair skin, was not too fat, but had slightly small eyes, and he spoke of the fabric as if it were unparalleled. Zhu Yuan looked at the fabric swirling with various glows. If he lived in modern times, he would know that this dress was the color of a mermaid princess. You want to buy this fabric for your female, right? The shopkeeper said with experience, noticing Zhu Yuan's expression. Yes. Zhu Yuan thought of QushengshengGets and smiled at the corner of his lips. Your taste is indeed good. You are so handsome. Your female must be very beautiful as well. If she wears the clothes made from the fabric you bought for her, she will surely feel very happy, the shopkeeper continued. This fabric was new in his shop, and each piece had a cost price of 1 orange crystal. He brought it back to see if he could sell it. As long as someone bought it, he wouldn't lose. He was being too unreasonable. Every piece of fabric was different. This one was indeed beautiful, and selling it for 1 green crystal was worth it. Zhu Yuan liked this piece. He decided to take it, so he promptly handed the green crystal to the shopkeeper. And after the fabric was wrapped in bee skin, he stepped out with the wind. Behind him, a group of females was left, envious that beastman's female could obtain such expensive and beautiful fabric. Thinking of their own beastmen, they began to feel uncomfortable. Zhu Yuan didn't care about this. After returning to his bamboo house with the fabric, he went to learn sewing from Uncle Zhu Ping, who was the best at making clothes in the tribe. Zhu Yuan knew how to sew, but he could only make wearable clothes. However, this was for Sheng, so the standards were higher. Uncle Zhu Ping reluctantly accepted the meat he brought over and then started to teach him. Fortunately, he had a bit of a foundation, and, after several pointers, Zhu Yuan became better and better, looking more and more like a proper tailor. He focused on learning for 3 days, and on the 4th day, he went to ask Eugene for the styles of clothes Sheng liked. By the evening of the 4th day, the clothes were finished. He looked at the beautiful skirt he made. It was a halter-neck long dress in the color of a mermaid princess. Everything was ready, and tomorrow they would hold the partner ceremony. The panda tribe heard about this and was very happy for Zhu Yuan. Zhu thought that the panda tribe hadn't had a lively event in a long time. So he waved his hand and decided that the panda tribe would host the event, letting everyone have a good time together. Chapter 290. The partner ceremony. On the day of the partner ceremony, Qushengsheng was still sorting herbs in the morning. Since the ceremony would take place in the evening, it was reasonable for her to start getting ready in the afternoon. During the ceremony, they would gather in the tribal square, where, under the witness of the priest, the female would drink the heart's blood of her partner. The priest nearby would pray to the beast god, and once that was done, they would dance around the bonfire, singing, drinking, and feasting on meat, with the festivities lasting all night. Qushengsheng was accompanied by Ling Yan. Today, Eugene and Yuan Jiang, along with other orcs from the tribe, had gone hunting for large game. After she finished washing up, Qushengsheng opened the small wooden box Ling Yan had sent her. The fabric inside shimmered with a soft glow, looking beautiful enough that she could only imagine how stunning it would be to wear such gorgeous material. Qushengsheng took out some red hibiscus from her space, planning to use it to dye her nails and also make a low-cost version of lipstick, utilizing the purple berry dried fruit from her space as well. Even in the beast world, she could still put on makeup, but unfortunately, there was no mirror available, so she made do with a basin of water. The basin was a black stone pot, which allowed her to see a rough reflection. Ling Yan watched curiously as Qushengsheng painted her nails, expressing her desire to have her nails done as well, and Qushengsheng obliged. The red hibiscus dye was quite effective and didn't require too long to set. Qushengsheng didn't like overly red nails, so after an hour, she simply washed her hands. The water-red color, which had a hint of pink and white, looked particularly beautiful against her snow-white hands. Perhaps due to uneven dyeing, it surprisingly turned out to have a gradient effect, and QushengshengG was quite satisfied with it. After washing, Ling Yin's nails were a slightly deeper water red than QushengshengG's. She marveled at her hands, enchanted by the beautiful color that adorned her fingertips. Unable to take her eyes off them, QushengshengG glanced at the sky. The sunset, with red clouds gathering, looked breathtaking. It was almost time. QushengshengG changed into a dress the color of a mermaid princess, and upon wearing it, she realized how beautiful and fitting it was for her figure. She carefully ground the purple berry-dried fruit into powder, added a bit of the remaining palm fruit oil, and mixed it until a light purple paste formed, creating several different shades of purple. Then, in front of the water mirror, she cautiously applied a light purple gradient eyeshadow. Her skin was very fair and delicate, and even though the eyeshadow wasn't too heavy, it was still noticeable. She carefully blended the eyeshadow. Using the same method, she prepared a red hibiscus paste and carefully applied it to her lips. The color wasn't too dark, but made her lips look full and moist, and she lightly dabbed a mix of purple and red on her cheeks. Since she didn't use many different colors on her face, the makeup didn't appear strange. It complemented her mermaid princess dress, creating a beauty that was indescribable. QushengshengG let her long hair down, which she had braided, and styled her slightly curled black hair into a princess look, making her seem like a goddess descending from the heavens. Ling Yin was stunned by QushengshengG's transformation. In her eyes, it was as if QushengshengG's hands had magic, enhancing her beauty in no time. How do I look? QushengshengG tilted her head, asking Ling Yin, who was staring at her. So beautiful, Ling Yin said, somewhat dazed. Do you like it? I can give you a different, but equally beautiful makeup and hairstyle. QushengshengG generously offered to Ling Yin. Ling Yin was overwhelmed by the surprise. Wanting to look beautiful was every girl's nature, and she didn't want to refuse. Feeling a bit shy, she moved closer, and QushengshengG styled her as well. Once everything was done, it was about time. Ling Yin took QushengshengG's hand and led her towards the tribal square. The square, usually filled with playing cubs, was now bright with bonfires and bustling with voices. Ling Yin hid QushengshengG behind a large tree and approached Zhu Shi to start the ceremony. Zhu Shi appeared somewhat dazed as he stepped onto the stone platform. His wife had been married to him for over 10 years. Yet today felt like the first time he met her again, and she was still as beautiful as ever. Zhu Shi stroked his chin, secretly thinking he must not be old yet. The uncertainty in his heart made him a bit excited. He resolved to treat Ling Yin even better in the future. Ahem. Everyone, please listen to me for a moment. Zhu Shi scanned the tribespeople in the square, seeing Zhu Yuan dressed in a white robe with neatly arranged hair, looking expectantly at him, and noticing Eugene and Yuan Jiang sitting beside him, who wore gentle smiles. Today is the partner ceremony of Zhu Yuan and Priest Chu. We have endless meat and fruits to eat, so please sincerely bless this new couple. Zhu Yuan, come up. After Zhu Shi finished speaking, he stepped aside on the stone platform, looking at Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan took a deep breath, stepped onto the stone platform, and looked eagerly at the other side. Ling Yin, holding QushengshengG's hand, also walked out from behind the tree, stunning everyone, so much so that some orcs even dropped the meat they were holding. Zhu Yuan was also taken aback. He had thought QushengshengG would be beautiful, but he hadn't expected her to be breathtakingly enchanting. QushengshengG's long black hair had a few strands lightly curling around her fair cheeks, her stunning face, blushing cheeks, and full, rosy lips, all complemented by her snow-white skin and the mermaid princess color dress that perfectly outlined her exquisite figure. QushengshengGets RedFruit, with the halter creating a beautiful bow at the back of her snow-white neck. Her back was dazzlingly fair, with a deep waist curve that was alluring, and the fabric clung to her skin. The layered material at her chest held her fullness, revealing glimpses of her white curves and deep cleavage as she moved. Her waist was slender, her hips shapely, and the long dress reached her ankles, but for convenience, it had a slit on the left side up to mid-thigh, allowing glimpses of her fair legs, which made one's heart race. QushengshengG looked undeniably beautiful in this outfit. Such a beautiful female left the panda tribe's orcs mesmerized, and even the females were awestruck, feeling no jealousy at all. After all, jealousy only arises when one's own strength is comparable to another's. In the face of such unparalleled beauty, they could only marvel. Ling Yin had already been shocked and was now the calmest person present. She stood beside Zhu Yuan, holding QushengshengG's hand, softly saying, "The partner ceremony begins." This brought everyone back to reality. And at this moment, Eugene and Yuan Jiang were also incredibly amazed, beginning to find Zhu Yuan less appealing, planning to have a duel among the orcs after some time. Zhu Yuan, coming back to his senses, felt his cheeks flush slightly, and a pair of cute black ears popped out from his hair, shaking slightly. QushengshengG saw this and couldn't help but smile. Zhu Yuan carefully prepared the heart's blood, just a mouthful or two. After QushengshengG drank it, Zhu Yuan took the bamboo bowl back. He intended to keep it as a memento. After collecting it, he looked at QushengshengG, filled with happiness. The ceremony is complete, Ling Yin declared, leading QushengshengG and Zhu Yuan to pray to the beast god in the east for blessings. After everything concluded, Zhu Shi exclaimed loudly, "Please, everyone, celebrate to your heart's content." The crowd erupted in excitement, but their eyes couldn't help but linger on QushengshengG, who was being held by Zhu Yuan. QushengshengG was protected by Zhu Yuan as they made their way to the bonfire of Eugene and Yuan Jiang. As soon as they sat down, Yuan Jiang handed her neatly roasted meat, while Eugene offered her water. QushengshengG smiled slightly, happily starting to eat. Seeing her delighted, Yuan Jiang and Eugene's expression softened. Nothing was more important than QushengshengG's happiness. Chapter 291. Panda Totem. After they were well fed and satisfied, Eugene looked at Zhu Yuan and said, "From now on, we are family. We have to take on responsibilities, and we need to love and protect QushengshengG more. Can you do that?" "Yes." Zhu Yuan nodded firmly, while Yuan Jiang handed water to QushengshengG. As night gradually fell, Zhu Yuan took QushengshengG's hand and led her to the bamboo house. QushengshengG knew what was going to happen next. She felt a little shy, but still blushed, and followed Zhu Yuan closely. Eugene and Yuan Jiang smiled gently at QushengshengG, and once their figures disappeared, Yuan Jiang and Eugene went night hunting. Holding Zhu Yuan's hand, QushengshengG thought that the delicate and beautiful youth actually looked very tall from behind, with long black hair cascading down, wearing a pure white robe resembling a merciless celestial being. In one corner of the bamboo house, there was a large wooden tub filled with water and a big bed neatly made, with just the two of them in the room. As the door was closed, "QushengshengGets RedFruit. Shengsheng, are you happy today?" Zhu Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, holding QushengshengG's hand, and asked her gently yet somewhat awkwardly. "Happy." QushengshengG blushed, slowly lowering her head, not daring to look into Zhu Yuan's eyes. Zhu Yuan leaned closer, wrapping his arms around QushengshengG, and whispered in her ear, "Shengsheng, I am also very happy." QushengshengG's face turned red as she secretly glanced up to see Zhu Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, she felt playful. She carefully placed her fingertips on Zhu Yuan's shoulder and leaned into his embrace, pressing her lips against his Adam's apple, feeling it move up and down, and mischievously sucked on it. Zhu Yuan was suddenly stimulated like this, unable to hold back a sound, tilting his neck back, his jade-white skin flushing lightly. QushengshengG was taken aback by his reaction. She didn't expect Zhu Yuan to respond this way, but his reaction made her feel a sense of control over him. Her courage grew bolder, especially when she noticed that although Zhu Yuan felt uncomfortable, he didn't retaliate and seemed dazed, lost in the feelings from earlier. QushengshengG couldn't help but smirk. "So, he's a little sheep after all? What a good bear." QushengshengG wrapped her arms around Zhu Yuan's neck, purposely swinging her long legs to sit in his lap. She gently stroked the back of Zhu Yuan's neck with her fingers, feeling his cool long hair brush against her fingertips. Zhu Yuan was at a loss, not knowing where to place his hands, and could only wrap them around QushengshengG's slender waist. As she caressed the back of his neck, he couldn't help but raise his hand to touch QushengshengG's bare back, which felt like silk, making Zhu Yuan unable to resist. "QushengshengG," she vowed, her lips brushing against Zhu Yuan's earlobe, which slowly turned red. She nibbled on his earlobe with her little sharp teeth, causing Zhu Yuan to suddenly pull her into his embrace. QushengshengG was startled, her soft chest pressing against Zhu Yuan through the fabric, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. As a result, Zhu Yuan unexpectedly licked her earlobe, mimicking her earlier actions, occasionally sucking on it. One hand pressed on her slender waist, while the other hand untied the bow at the back of QushengshengG's neck. The fabric was smooth, and QushengshengG felt something fall from her neck. Moments later, a cool sensation brushed across her chest, fully exposing her snow-white skin. Just as she wanted to cover herself, Zhu Yuan captured her lips, beginning to kiss her gently. Though his actions were clumsy, they were meticulous, patiently prying open her teeth. Accidentally touching her little tongue, he seemed to discover a new world. intertwining their tongues, leaving QushengshengGets feeling like she was about to suffocate. After finally pushing him away with her weak hands, she gasped for air. QushengshengGets felt weak all over, looking at Zhu Yuan with tear-filled eyes. Zhu Yuan's face was a bit red, but his eyes were filled with eagerness, as if he saw the most beautiful scenery in the world. Sheng, can you teach me? Zhu Yuan held QushengshengGets hand, placing it beneath him, speaking with a hint of grievance. QushengshengGets felt the heat in his palm and moved her fingers slightly, causing Zhu Yuan to let out a muffled sound. You don't know how? I don't know. Zhu Yuan had no father and naturally had no one to teach him about such matters. He truly didn't know. Unexpectedly, the student was too clever, comprehending in just a few minutes. After that, QushengshengGets had no strength left to teach. Sister, did I do it right? Woo, yes. Sister, can be like this? Sister, I want more. Seeing the small panda totem on QushengshengGets right arm, identical to his, he carefully touched it, looking for a long time, feeling satisfied. He then took the animal skin to the stream to wash it. Afraid someone would ask, he secretly went to a secluded spot to wash it. The top layer of the animal's skin was wet, and he smiled, washing it in the stream, his eyes filled with contentment. Chapter 292, leaving the panda clan after a lively night, Zhu Yuan joined their family, and they began to get busy. Eugene planned to go to Sunset Town, but to get there, he needed to pass through the 10,000 beast forest. He intended to mainly bring Sheng to identify herbs and stock up on some medicines. So hunting was not the top priority. Therefore, he took Zhu Yuan and Yuan Jiang to make dried food together. Eugene was responsible for gutting and cutting the meat, while Yuan Jiang was in charge of marinating it, and Zhu Yuan needed to stir-fry or dry it. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, causing the orcs of the panda clan to be restless. Even the females were tempted, so they sent people to ask Zhu Yuan, who quickly became a popular figure in the clan. Yuan Jiang continuously stirred the meat in the large pot, while a group of black and white furballs nearby drooled, their eyes glued to the pot. Yuan Jiang couldn't help but smile as he watched the meat fry, flipping it to cool a bit before finding clean large leaves to distribute a few pieces to each cub. Suddenly, the sounds of the cubs munching filled the air, deliciously stuffing their left paws into their mouths while their right paws tightly clutched the remaining dried meat, hiding it carefully. QushengshengGets was awakened by the smell of the meat. After groggily opening her eyes, the aroma intensified at her nose, and she sat up in a daze. Feeling hungry, looking at the marks on her body, QushengshengGets could only take out a long skirt. After getting dressed, she stepped out of the bamboo house. The bustling scene outside the bamboo house left her momentarily stunned, and her gaze fell on the rows of seated pandas, instantly softening her heart. They were just too cute. Hearing a sound, Eugene, who was cutting the meat strips, looked her up and down. Seeing that she seemed fine, he greeted her and returned to his task. Zhu looked at QushengshengGets with deep affection and a bit of shyness, smiling as well. Sheng, come eat something. Yuan Jiang took out a small wooden basin filled with various fruits and a potato. QushengshengGets walked over, sitting next to a panda cub, and offered it a fruit, but it shook its head to indicate it didn't want it. It preferred the meat. QushengshengGets first drank a bit of water, nibbled on the potato, and paired it with the spicy dried meat Yuan Jiang had handed to her, enjoying her meal. After finishing most of it, she started on the fruits. Her hands were restless, touching the nearby panda cub while watching Yuan Jiang make the dried meat. The orcs of the panda clan had been smelling the meat for 3 whole days. 3 days. Who knew how they managed to get through it? They had tried to make dried meat using Zhu Yuan's methods, but no one could replicate the deliciousness, leaving them only to crave it. Eugene and the others had prepared the dried meat, and Lingyan also sent QushengshengGets many herbs. Zhu had dug up bamboo shoots and some bamboo roots that could be planted for her. They had also packed their bags, ready to leave. This time, they did not plan to go to the Sharp Empire city-state. The supplies they had bought last time were enough, and besides, there was also the watchful Yun eyeing Sheng. They walked west from the back mountain of the panda clan, then entered the 10,000 beast forest, heading east along the coastline towards Sunset Town. On the day QushengshengGets and the others left, many from the panda clan came to see them off. Zhu Rong could also jump around now, looking much like the other children, while Lingyu still had her gentle demeanor, gifting QushengshengGets many bamboo shoots she had picked early that morning. After bidding farewell to them, QushengshengGets and the others set off in an unknown direction. Sharp Empire city-state. Is Sheng leaving? Yun said, playing with 2 perfectly round amethyst beads in his hands, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yes. Their direction seems to be the 10,000 beast forest, A beastman bowed and reported to Ian. He then recounted everything he had been monitoring recently to Ian. Continue monitoring, but do not be discovered. Ian's pale face showed no expression, yet his aura fluctuated, his strength rising and falling erratically. Yes, the beastman transformed into his beast form and vanished into the air, demonstrating his soul power, a strange ability to become invisible. Ali, or Sheng, so disobedient, actually forming a partner bond with the panda beast. What makes Ian inferior, damn? Ian gritted his teeth and said, clenching his large hand, causing the amethyst in his grip to turn transparent, a strange flush appearing on his face. Meanwhile, Qushengsheng mounted a panda. The panda's speed was not slow, just not as fast as a leopard or a snake, but they were making good time. Unless they encountered a dense area of vegetation, Qushengsheng would identify herbs, continuously expanding her herbal collection. Chapter 293. Beast King. Although Qushengsheng can also identify herbs, their overall speed of progress is not slow. Mau, come back. Qushengsheng called to the little beast that was continuously walking deeper into the forest. Oh, Mau tilted its head and glanced at Qushengsheng a few times. Originally, Qushengsheng thought it would come back, as this had happened several times in the past 2 days. However, this time, Mau seemed determined and walked into the forest without looking back. Eugene went over and grabbed Mau by the scruff of its neck, lifting it back. After being prevented from leaving, Mau began to struggle violently. Eugene frowned, lifting Mau to take a look, only to find it was persistently waving its claws towards the depths of the forest, looking very eager. Did Mau want to go into the forest? Yuanjiang also looked at Mau, which Eugene had brought back, with curiosity. It seemed especially agitated today and had almost gone into the forest just moments ago. Qushengsheng looked at the dense forest, where the trees were very tall, and even sunlight struggled to penetrate. It was eerily quiet inside, and the dark forest seemed like it could swallow a person whole. Mau, do you want to go in? Qushengsheng asked Mau. Oh, Mau nodded vigorously in the direction of the forest. For the past few days, Mau had felt uneasy, and today it had ventured deep into the forest, increasingly wanting to enter as if something important was inside. Qushengsheng looked towards Eugene, who estimated the situation, and seeing Qushengsheng's worried gaze and Mau's eagerness, he said straightforwardly, let's accompany it in to take a look. Eugene trusted the instincts of wild beasts. If it wanted to go in, something must be attracting it, and he also wanted to see what was inside. Qushengsheng let Mau lead the way, with the three of them, Yuanjiang on Qushengsheng's right, Zhu on our left, and Eugene bringing up the rear, keeping Qushengsheng protected in the center. Though Mau's legs were short, it was fast, and Qushengsheng soon found it hard to keep up. She was carried by Yuanjiang, and Mau eventually got tired and lay down. Zhu Yuan simply put Mau on his head to guide the way. As they went deeper, the light grew dimmer. Eugene became increasingly vigilant. They had ventured too far into the forest, and it was uncertain what they would encounter next. Just as he was about to suggest they stop and discuss their strategy, Eugene suddenly felt a terrifying gaze. An extremely powerful beastman, or magical beast, was watching them. Eugene quickly hugged Qushengsheng and whispered, run. Yuanjiang and Zhu Yuan reacted quickly, following Eugene as they ran back. However, they suddenly felt weightless and found themselves standing beside a blue lake. Zhu Yuan fell in a tangle, and Yuanjiang looked pale, while Qushengsheng had already passed out. Eugene gently patted Qushengsheng, and after a while, she hazily woke up. What happened? Qushengsheng was a bit confused about the situation. Eugene scanned the surroundings cautiously and said, it's the void beast's doing. Yuanjiang was already terrified of the void beast. It was because of the void beast that Qushengsheng had disappeared last time. Hiss, we can't get out, and Mau is missing. After taking a couple of steps forward, Zhu Yuan was blocked by an invisible wall and almost fell on his backside. Eugene touched the wall in front of him, and as soon as he placed his hand on it, he realized it was a transparent barrier. Yuanjiang attempted to attack, but the wall showed no signs of damage. It's useless, this ISNTA wall. It's an independent space. Eugene's expression darkened. As far as he knew, only the most powerful royal family of a sharp empire or a void beast could create a new space like this. They had been trapped in a spatial cage. The people inside could not escape and could only wait to die unless the one who created the cage opened it. What should we do? Qushengsheng was also anxious. With Mau missing and them trapped here, they were at a disadvantage, and this time it seemed perilous. Eugene confidently said, the sole power of the beastman is is also limited. By surrounding us with this lake, it indicates it doesn't intend for us to die here. For now, let us wait here. When its soul power is exhausted, we can get out. Eugene said this merely to avoid frightening QushengshengGets. For the naturally spatially endowed void beast, creating a spatial cage was a piece of cake. As long as it was alive, it could maintain this cage. So, Eugene could only hope that it was the sharp royal family that had acted against them. Yuan Jiang and Zhu Yuan were not overly optimistic, but they did not show it. This is Xinyuo's child? The Beast King looked at the small white beast on the stone platform, somewhat incredulous. As a Lion King, how could his grandson be a little white dog? A wild beast? Although it was hard to believe, the bloodline he sensed through secret techniques indeed had a part of him. My king, this is indeed Miss Xinyuo's child. The void beast, while puzzled that the strong Miss Xinyuo chose a weak beastman as a partner and bore him a wild beast, remained silent. The Beast King's massive paw pressed down on Mao Mao, and after a few minutes, he said in confusion, "No, it seems it's not a wild beast. It has soul power, just very weak. The operation of its soul power is also not smooth, as if it has been severely injured, which has caused it to take on a juvenile form. Send someone to invite Shuegu over to check on the young master." Yes, the void beast vanished in a flash, and in less than 2 minutes, it returned with a snow-white-haired female. My king. Shuegu nodded slightly. Yes, come take a look at him. The Beast King stepped aside, revealing Mao Mao's body. After examining Mao Mao, Shuegu asked the Beast King about the soul power in its body and, after receiving the results, suggested that the Beast King create a pool for Mao Mao out of purple crystal and place it inside, then help it regulate its soul power while she prepared some herbs. The void beast waved its hand, and a pile of purple crystals appeared on the bed, drawing Shuegu's gaze toward it. Such a capability was indeed enviable. The Beast King transformed into a humanoid form, becoming a powerful beastman standing at 9 meters tall. His deep-set eyes looked at Mao Mao, and he placed his hand on Mao Mao's head, beginning to guide its soul power. Time passed, and the Beast King's soul power was nearly exhausted. Suddenly, the little beast on the bed emitted a blinding white light, gradually transforming into a handsome young man. Chapter 294. The Earth Bear pursuit. The Beast King approached and stared at the man on the bed for a while, before suddenly asking, "He looks quite a bit like me, doesn't he?" There was a hint of hesitation in his words. Snow Maiden and the Void Beast exchanged glances, a bit speechless. Snow Maiden lowered her eyes, pretending she hadn't heard, while the Void Beast hesitantly replied, "Yeah." After saying that, the Void Beast felt a bit guilty as he looked at the Beast King's golden brown short hair, his tall and mighty figure, and his bronze skin. He really couldn't connect him with the handsome man on the bed. The Beast King nodded seriously. His bloodline should resemble mine. It's fine if he is a bit lighter, just needs more sun. Send that group of beastmen out of the 10,000 beast forest, the Beast King said casually. Since he became the Beast King, his temper had improved quite a bit. Although he didn't particularly like beastmen, he planned to let them off the hook since the grandson on the bed was brought by them. Okay. The Void Beast tore open space to go to the spatial cage it had created. QushengshengGets was curled up in Eugene's arms. Yuan Jiang was cooking, and Zhu Yuan had transformed into beast form and was sound asleep. Suddenly, Eugene pulled QushengshengGets into his arms, coldly looking in a certain direction. Yuan Jiang instinctively became alert upon seeing this and also looked in that direction. The space in that area suddenly twisted, and then it tore open like paper, revealing a strange wild beast that looked like a goat but had very large horns. Void Beast, Eugene said, protecting QushengshengGets. You've seen a void beast? The void beast asked curiously. You could talk? Zhu Yuan asked in surprise. In his impression, wild beasts couldn't talk, and since it wasn't in beast form, how could a wild beast speak? TSK, what a lack of knowledge. Why can't wild beasts talk? Why make such a fuss? The void beast raised its front hoof dismissively. However, Eugene's expression grew more solemn. Wild beasts could indeed speak, a fact that many beastmen didn't know. He had heard about it by chance from an old beastman. When a wild beast reaches the 9th rank, it can speak human language, and if it breaks through to the 10th rank, it can even transform into human form. On the beast world continent, the limit of a wild beast's strength was always unknown. The strongest among the beastmen currently had reached the 13th rank. This void beast could speak, which meant it definitely had the strength of at least the 9th rank. Their current strength was insufficient to contend with the void beast. Oh, almost forgot. You can leave the 10,000 beast forest on your own, the void beast said casually, too lazy to exert effort and simply letting them leave. We can leave. Zhu Yuan asked, a bit surprised. Once you're out, don't come back in. It's your good fortune that I'm letting you go this time. With a stomp of its front hoof, the space around QushengshengG and the others suddenly shattered like a mirror. They were released, and as soon as they came out, QushengshengG anxiously asked, "Excuse me, what about the white little beast that was with us? That's not something you should worry about. Leave now." The void beast, disinterested, was about to tear open space to leave. "Where did it go? It's very important to us. It's our family," QushengshengG said earnestly. "Family? If it's family, how could it get so badly hurt? Family like you, it's better not to have," the void beast replied harshly. QushengshengG was taken aback by this mockery, and Eugene squeezed her hand, signaling her not to speak. "Senior, was the little beast taken by you? Will be harmed?" Eugene asked. "If you all are dead, it will still be just fine," the void beast said, and as soon as it finished speaking, its body disappeared. "What should we do?" QushengshengG was a bit anxious. "Don't worry, Mao Mao should be fine. He has no reason to deceive us. Right now, we can't fight him." Eugene didn't finish a sentence. "We were brought here, probably for Mao Mao," Yuanjiang voiced his speculation. "Yes, Mao Mao wanted to come here himself, so he shouldn't be in any danger, and this void beast seems quite strong," Zhu Yuan frowned. But QushengshengG's voice gradually lowered as she rationally thought through the entire matter and calmed down. They stood in a situation with a vast disparity in strength, and it was impossible to rescue Mao Mao by force. Moreover, from what the void beast said, they probably wouldn't harm Mao Mao. Roar! A strange roar sounded not far away, the sound loud enough to make one feel uneasy. "Let us go." Eugene quickly carried QushengshengG and hurried toward the edge of the forest. Yuanjiang and Zhu Yuan also transformed into beast form to keep up. Eugene was very familiar with this roar. It belonged to a creature called the earth bear. It had tough skin and flesh, and even when not fully grown, it possessed great strength. It was also territorial and cautious. They were likely in the territory of the earth bear and needed to leave quickly. He had once seen beastmen capture a young earth bear and raise it, but one time when they weren't careful, it escaped. That young earth bear, though not fully grown, had tough skin and earth-type soul power, killing several beastmen above the 4th rank and even biting to death a 7th-rank strongman. Such terrifying strength was indeed unforgettable. However, what one fears often comes to pass. The earth bears seemed to have discovered them, roaring again as it charged in their direction, the sound of breaking branches and its footsteps growing closer. Chapter 295 arriving at Sunset Town, take QushengshengG. Eugene placed QushengshengG on Zhu Yuan's back, and he and Yuanjiang exchanged serious glances as they looked in the direction where the earth bear was coming from. Sure enough, a massive, earthy brown bear burst out from the dense forest. Its movements were somewhat slow, but the look in its eyes was that of a predator eyeing its prey. Roar! The earth bear slammed its paw down, causing numerous earthen spikes to erupt from the ground beneath Eugene and Yuanjiang, who quickly dodged. Yuanjiang retaliated with a blade of light, but the earth bear remained unharmed and seemed even angrier. It charged towards them, accompanied by rising earthen walls that cut off their escape route. Eugene confronted it, slamming his snake tail hard against the earth bear, which momentarily froze before baring its teeth and lunging at Eugene. Eugene used an ice shield to block the attack, but the bear unexpectedly turned its head to bite Yuanjiang instead. Yuanjiang was taken aback and hurriedly retreated, but his shoulder was still slashed by the bear's claws. Blood gushing out, he quickly took out the hemostatic powder QushengshengG had given him and sprinkled it on the wound, his face growing pale. Eugene turned and bit the earth bear with his snake fangs, but was soon flung away by the bear. He managed to inject some venom, but it was a small amount since the bear's tough skin made it hard to penetrate. Run! Eugene and Yuanjiang dashed in the opposite direction from where QushengshengG was, knowing the earth bear would not let them go easily. Eugene could only hope that the bear would move slowly due to his poison, giving them a chance to escape. Yuanjiang's complexion grew increasingly pale, and Eugene gritted his teeth, planning to take another bite at the bear. However, the bear was now on guard, and his critical strike missed. Yuanjiang didn't look back. He knew Eugene was creating an opportunity for him, so he picked up speed. After Eugene blocked the earth bear a few times, it seized the chance to slap Eugene with its paw, causing him to spit out blood before collapsing to the ground. As the earth bear approached to deliver a fatal blow, Eugene suddenly sprang up from the ground, biting into the bear's neck. After that, he was hit again and slammed into a tree, breaking it. The earth bear, furious, prepared to attack Eugene, but as it walked, it suddenly crashed to the ground. Eugene propped himself up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and watched as the earth bear succumbed to the effects of the poison. After a while, the bear stopped breathing. Eugene was somewhat surprised. Was his poison really that potent? When he went to inspect, he found that based on the wear on its teeth, this earth bear had just reached adulthood, and the crystal core extracted was a piece of blue crystal. Eugene collected the bear's corpse. This massive pile of meat would be enough for him to eat twice, and its hide could be made into blankets. Yuanzhang also turned back, and seeing Eugene's pale face, he thought to himself that he couldn't always rely on Eugene. He needed to work hard too. They then went together to find Qushengsheng, who was placed in a small cave by Zhu Yuan, keeping a vigilant watch at the entrance. When Zhu Yuan saw Yuanzhang and Eugene approaching, he sighed in relief. Qushengsheng felt heartbroken seeing their disheveled appearances and quickly offered them water and medicine. After hastily eating dinner, they fell asleep in the cave. The next morning, Eugene and Yuanzhang's faces had improved significantly. Eugene stated that they shouldn't linger here and needed to keep moving. Everyone agreed and headed towards Sunset Town. Sunset Town was not large, but densely populated, making it a lively little town. They traveled through the night for 4 days and 3 nights before finally reaching the outskirts of Sunset Town. From a distance, Qushengsheng observed the town's buildings made of piled stones, varying in size and shape, reflecting a white light. There were many female beastmen on the roads, and not far away was a vast ocean, with waves complementing the golden beach, creating a dazzling beauty, the salty sea breeze clearing their minds. So beautiful! Qushengsheng exclaimed in awe. Yes, the water's really blue, Zhu Yuan replied, equally amazed. Yuanzhang, with his bright green eyes, was also struck by the beauty of the scene. Let us head to the town. We have important tasks ahead, and we need to build our own houses, Eugene said once he felt they had admired enough. Sunset Town was originally a marketplace where sea and land beastmen traded. Over time, beastmen gradually settled here, forming what became known as Sunset Town. There were no walls in Sunset Town. Any piece of land could be used to build houses, and if someone wanted another's land, they could take it by fighting in a contest, with the victor claiming the land. Eugene explained the rules here, and Qushengsheng showed great interest. They began searching along the way for a piece of land they desired to build their own house. Chapter 296. Choosing a territory. Qushengsheng also felt the need to find a good spot. She didn't want to see someone else's house. It was best to build her own house according to her wishes. Is that area not bad? Following Yuanzhang's finger, Qushengsheng saw a small stream not far away, surrounded by lush trees and various unknown flowers and grasses. The ground was quite flat, and there was a slope not far away, which Qushengsheng instantly liked. Let's go take a look. Qushengsheng couldn't wait to check it out. She found that the slope faced the sun, the ground was dry, and the distance to the sea was just right. There was also a small stream nearby, indicating that they had fresh water. It was indeed an excellent place. Eugene walked around the slope to observe, and although the trees were lush, they weren't as dense compared to the area by the stream. The sunlight was abundant, and they could also make use of the area at the bottom of the slope. It was indeed a good spot. Zhu Yuan's gaze fell on a large tree nearby. The tree was tall, suitable for him to climb and enjoy the view, and he liked it more the more he thought about it. In the end, they unanimously decided to take this piece of land. Why has anyone occupied this good location? Qushengsheng wondered. Moreover, this place was at the westernmost edge of Sunset Town and very close to the beast forest, making it an excellent geographical location. There was no point in investigating this further now. The geographical position of this place was indeed good, so let us settle here. Eugene made the final decision. Next, they casually ate some jerky and then began discussing how to plan a house. Ultimately, they decided to dig the slope into a cave, which could serve as living quarters. They would dig a platform for a living room and extend some smaller caves inside for living and storage. Outside the cave, they would build a stone house, constructing a 2-story small building. The first floor could be used for cooking and resting, while the second floor could serve as a bedroom or storage. After finishing the planning, they were ready to get started. Of course, Qushengsheng was not included in the physical work. Yuanzhang handed her a small basin of clean fruit and asked her to sit in the shade and direct them. While eating the fruit, Qushengsheng watched them work energetically. For digging caves, Yuanzhang was quite experienced. After 3 hours, they had successfully dug out the cave. Zhu Yuan, holding the dried grass they had brought back, started to smoke the cave. This grass was specially stored by Qushengsheng. It had a lemon scent, although it was dry. Once lit, the fragrance was faint but still present. Unfortunately, this grass had no medicinal value, but Qushengsheng thought it could be used as an air freshener. So she specifically dug up the roots of this lemongrass, intending to plant some in the future. Eugene and Zhu Yuan went to prepare the stones for building the walls. Zhu Yuan transformed into his beast form, smashing the rocks with a punch, while Eugene picked and selected, trying to cut the stones to ensure they were of uniform size. "Are you going to build a house here?" A voice spoke, belonging to a fair-skinned, shoulder-length-haired female who curiously looked at Qushengsheng. "Yes," QushengshengGets replied, a bit puzzled. "My name is Eugene. My house is the one with the fish drying on the roof. I saw someone building a house here, so I came to take a look." She smiled shyly. "I'm QushengshengGets. Can I call you Shengsheng?" Seeing QushengshengGets nod, Eugene continued, "This place can be quite scary at night and isn't suitable for living. Before, there were beastmen who didn't listen to warnings, and on the first night here, they went missing. My beast husband said he died because there was blood everywhere, but no one was found." QushengshengGets frowned. She indeed found it strange that this place was uninhabited and the previous missing beastmen posed an unknown danger to them. QushengshengGets offered the fruit in her hand to Eugene with a smile, saying, "Thank you for telling me this information. These fruits are very sweet. You should try some." Eugene happily accepted the small wooden basin and thanked her with joy. Suddenly, a beastman was calling for her, and she hurriedly said that her husband was calling her and that she would head back. If QushengshengGets survived the night, she should remember to come find her to play. QushengshengGets stared in disbelief at Eugene's departing figure, lost in thought, wondering if she really just gave her a basin of fruit. It was quite interesting. Eugene's eyes seemed so innocent, probably not thinking too much about it. QushengshengGets shook her head helplessly. The most important thing now was to discuss the eerie aspects of this place with Eugene and the others and come up with a strategy. Chapter 297. The Nine-Tailed Fox. After listening to QushengshengGets' words, Eugene and the others fell into deep thought. There must be something at play. "How about we investigate what's harming people tonight?" Yuan Jiang suggested, believing that something was definitely causing harm. "I agree," Yuan nodded. "Zhu Yuan, you take Shengsheng and remember to avoid danger." "Yuan Jiang and I will confront this evil spirit," Eugene said. QushengshengGets and Zhu Yuan exchanged glances, nodded, and QushengshengGets felt it was better to follow Eugene's arrangement rather than hold him back. Even knowing this, Eugene and Yuan Jiang continued to gather stones, as having more stones could be useful later. Night soon fell. Zhu Yuan took QushengshengGets to a large tree and used his beast form as a cushion for her, letting her nestle in his arms to rest. Sitting in Zhu Yuan's embrace, covered with a piece of beast skin and warmed by his body heat, QushengshengGets felt quite comfortable despite the strong sea breeze at night. Gazing at the round moon, she rested her chin on her hand and suddenly thought of Fuyue. She felt a sense of guilt and regret regarding Fuyue, possibly due to the illusion. Now Fuyue's life and death were uncertain, and she didn't know if Fuyue was the little beast she had brought. On the other side, in the 10,000 beast forest, why isn't the young master woken up yet? The void beast circled around the handsome young man. Soon, the young master's essence was injured and is very difficult to heal, even showing strange signs of reverting to a juvenile form. "But I've noticed he seems to be recovering, albeit very slowly," Shuegu said as she checked the young man on the bed. After hearing Shuegu's words, the Beast King finally sighed in relief. Moonlight spread across the forest, and gradually, a small light spot appeared, continuously rising from the moonlight, dappling the leaves. The light spot gathered from a single point, slowly forming a massive light band that seemed to collect the moonlight and began to fly in a certain direction. Feeling the brightness above, the Beast King and the others looked up in confusion and saw the light band moving, slowly approaching them. The Beast King's expression changed. Could it be that an unknown beast had appeared in the 10,000 beast forest? Such a strange attack. He lifted Fuyue, intending to leave, but the light band was quicker, wrapping around Fuyue. The Beast King's eyes widened. This young man was his only blood relative left in the world. He could not let anything happen to him. Just as the Beast King was about to act, he was held back by Shuegu. "Calm down. This may not be an attack. This seems to be some sort of energy." Shuegu observed the light band. The Beast King forced himself to calm down. His eyes filled with concern as he watched the scene before him. More light bands wrapped around the young man from afar, and slowly, the young man was enveloped into a blue jade-colored dumpling, which then suddenly floated up, stabilizing at a height of more than 10 meters. After an unknown amount of time, the jade-colored dumpling burst open, revealing the beast inside. It was a creature embodying the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, the royal totem of the Sharp Empire, the nine-tailed fox. Nine tails spread out in the air, its fluffy, pure white fur almost glowing with moonlight, and its slightly lowered eyes showed no emotion, like a deity from the heavens. "This is the nine-tailed fox?" Shuegu was also shocked. She had once been a member of the Sharp Empire and had thought that their worship of the nine-tailed fox was due to being part of the fox clan, creating a totem worship. She never expected that the species represented by this totem actually existed. Having lived many years, the Beast King knew that the royal family of the Sharp Empire gained an additional tail after reaching the 7th rank, as they revered the many-tailed. His daughter must have married into the royal family of the Sharp Empire and given birth to a child. In his youth, the Beast King, a prodigy, had early on cultivated into human form, ventured out of the beast realm, met a female priestess, and happily married her, having a child, a little female. His daughter was very curious about the outside world and finally, on the day she came of age, secretly left the 10,000 beast forest with her parents in tow, never to return. After some time, his wife, missing their child too much, couldn't help but inquire with the beast god, who told her that their daughter might have already passed away, but their bloodline still existed in the world. Unable to bear the blow, his wife fell ill for many years before passing away. The Beast King was filled with hatred, prompting him to unleash a beast tide while simultaneously using secret methods to search for his daughter's child. And now he had finally found her. But the other half of the child's bloodline was unexpectedly from the Sharp Empire, and he quietly observed with a serious expression. After a long while, the light faded, and the nine-tailed fox landed on the grass. Only 3 tails remained swaying behind it, the others having vanished as if they had never existed. The Beast King noted that this little one only had the strength of the 6th rank, yet possessed 3 tails, which was indeed very different from the royal family of the Sharp Empire. Perhaps the situation arose from inheriting his own bloodline? Fuyue Groggy opened his eyes to see a burly man, a magical beast, and a female watching him intently. He felt a jolt in his heart, becoming wary of his surroundings. Young master, you finally woke up. The void beast joyfully twirled around. How do you feel now? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? The Beast King asked nervously. Shuegu also looked at him with concern. Only Fuyue was confused about what had happened. His memories were a chaotic mess, and no matter how jumbled they were, he couldn't remember these 3 people before him. Who are you? Fuyue transformed into human form and asked warily. After a long time, Fuyue learned everything and helplessly rubbed his forehead, feeling embarrassed about turning into a juvenile and being cared for by Ali or Shengsheng, wanted to cover his face. He held no good feelings towards the Beast King, who claimed to be his grandfather. He only wanted to leave and find Shengsheng. Fuyue, as the grandson of the Beast King, how can you not seek revenge for your mother? The Beast King disapproved. Although Fuyue knew he was already at the 6th rank, he still felt that this level of strength was far from enough. Moreover, his soul power foundation was weak, and he needed to solidify his foundation before he could build a tall building on it. Therefore, in his view, now was not the right time. But seeing the Beast King's reaction as he heard about his and his mother's experiences, he felt he had to properly advise him. On the other side, Qushengsheng was about to fall asleep when she suddenly heard a beautiful song that made her feel warm, causing her to involuntarily smile. Wake up! Shengsheng, don't sleep. Zhu Yuan quickly covered his ears and shook Qushengsheng awake. Qushengsheng blinked sleepily and saw Eugene and Yuan Jiang attacking the sea with weapons, not knowing how long they had been doing this. However, the strange singing had stopped, and she gradually regained clarity. Zhu Yuan led Qushengsheng to Eugene and the others, and Yuan Jiang coldly said, "What evil spirit? It's clearly human disaster. What was that singing just now?" "It was a merman." Eugene frowned as he replied. Chapter 298 Shell Mud Merman? Isn't that a mermaid? Qushengsheng curiously looked towards the sea surface, but saw nothing. Eugene, how do you know it's a merman? Qushengsheng tilted her head and asked. When I was in my teens, I also traveled to Sunset Town. Back then, there were only a few scattered mermaids and sea beasts living there, and it was also a temporary residence for mercenaries, with far fewer people than now. Once, a sea beast came ashore to attack humans, and I was one of them. Resisting the sea beast was quite difficult. Some had hard shells, while others had soft, slippery bodies that were hard to defend against. Many even had the ability to regenerate, which was quite terrifying. And then, Qushengsheng widened her eyes and asked. Then, some mermen attacked, and some sang. The songs we heard were uplifting for us, but for the sea beasts, they brought control and pain. After a night of fighting, we won. It was through that war that I met an old merman. Eugene said, feeling a bit nostalgic. I just don't know why the mermen would attack the beastmen tonight. Although mermen are fierce, they are still quite reasonable. Eugene was also puzzled. Zhu Yuan transformed into his beast form, allowing Qushengsheng to nestle in his arms. Yuan Jiang and Eugene remained vigilant, taking turns to keep watch. Not long after, the orange sun rose above the sea horizon, casting golden sunlight across the land and sky. A new day had begun. Eugene didn't let Qushengsheng get too close to the sea, as the three of them planned to quickly build a house. Fearing something might happen to Qushengsheng, they made her sit aside. Today's task for Zhu Yuan was to cut pillars. The house would first be framed with wooden pillars, then the foundation would be compacted, followed by wall construction and roofing. Shengsheng, you're still alive. Eugene joyfully ran over. Seeing her approach, Qushengsheng smiled, and then she noticed a beastman beside Eugene. This beastman had slightly dark skin, wore a small braid, and had shell decorations hanging from his waist. He smiled warmly, looking like a cheerful and sunny young man. This is my first beast husband, Eugene. Eugene nodded at Qushengsheng, offering a friendly and polite smile, before walking over to Eugene and Yuan Jiang, who were splitting stone bricks. Shengsheng, you're amazing to have survived. Eugene excitedly clapped her hands. There's nothing amazing about it. Qushengsheng shyly touched the ends of her hair. You don't know, many beastmen have chosen this place to build houses before, but they barely survived. Most disappear by the next morning, leaving behind only a pool of blood. It's very terrifying, Eugene said, patting her chest, her flesh trembling. It is a bit scary. Qushengsheng thought about being killed in her sleep. That was indeed frightening. The thought of being peacefully asleep and then having her throat cut made her feel very insecure. Did you encounter any monsters last night? My uncle said this place is not safe, or else the deep-sea octopus monster would catch you, Eugene said confidently. Qushengsheng looked at her innocent and cute expression and smiled. Well, this place is indeed not very safe, but there are no octopus monsters. You said that barely anyone survives. Who are the ones that lived? Ah, those who survive, besides you guys, seem to be some powerful mercenary squads and mermen, Eugene said, stroking her chin. Did the survivors say what attacked them? Qushengsheng asked curiously. No, they hurriedly left the next morning, and even if they came back, they would avoid this place. So it has been a long time since any beastmen have come to this land. Eugene blinked her big eyes. I see. Qushengsheng thought that this merman probably only hated the beastmen on land. He didn't harm the mermaids, but she didn't know why he would do such things. Eugene, after asking Eugene about the monster from last night, saw that his little female seemed to be happily talking about something. So he simply helped Eugene and the others with the stones. He also told Eugene and Yuan Jiang about a type of white shellfish found by the sea. Its shell was large, about the size of an adult beastman's palm, and red inside. When this shell is burned and crushed, mixed with fresh water, it can become an adhesive, and it can also be used to plaster walls to prevent small insects from entering. He kindly pointed out the large shells that were everywhere. After Yuan Jiang thanked him, he went to collect the shells. Soon after, Eugene returned. Qushengsheng felt a bit shy, thanked them, and promised to treat Eugene's family to a meal in the future. Beastmen are indeed a very powerful species. On this day, they prepared the stones and set up the house frame. Then, Eugene and Zhu Yuan laid the stones on the ground to create a foundation, while Yuan Jiang went to collect the shells to make the adhesive. Qushengsheng also observed and found that this adhesive was comparable to modern cement, and it even dried faster than cement. Once dried, it didn't seep water and wouldn't crack when struck. After being poured into the floor, it would present a bright and beautiful milky white once dried. Qushengsheng tried polishing it and found that the dried shell mud floor was even as smooth as tiles and very fire-resistant. Could this be made into dining bowls and dishes? This material is even comparable to earthen pots. It's an excellent thing. Fearing that the night would be long and dreams many, Eugene decided to build through the night. Qushengsheng watched them, their muscular bodies glistening with sweat, their muscles taut, and she even felt a bit tempted. She didn't remain idle either. She cooked for them, making a soup with dried sea fish, which could help replenish some salt and moisture. However, she couldn't hold out and fell asleep halfway through the night. She felt warm all over and slept soundly. Zhu Yuan held her, vigilantly watching the sea, while Yuan Jiang and Eugene worked through the night without stopping. Perhaps because both of them had obsessive-compulsive tendencies. They insisted on making the stone bricks the same size and fitting them perfectly. At first, they were a bit slow, but as they became more familiar, their movements sped up. Before dawn, they had already completed the roofing. After a night of hard work, the two of them also slept for a while beside Qushengsheng, while Zhu Yuan kept watch, stuffing his ears with soft beast fur to ensure he could hear anything unusual. Chapter 299. Completion of the house, however. That night was surprisingly calm, with nothing appearing. Early the next morning, they casually used a few items and took QushengshengGets along, asking her for suggestions as they built. The efforts of the three beastmen were evident. By the next day, they had already constructed their two-story small building. The first floor had a kitchen, a storage room, a pharmacy, and a dining hall with relatively large windows on all sides that let in bright sunlight. They would slowly add specific furniture later. The second floor had rooms and a small terrace, also with windows. The floors and walls were polished smooth, clean, and tidy. There was also a side door on the first floor that led directly to the cave inside, where several small bedrooms and a large hall had been dug out. The only regret was that there were windows only on two sides, making the hall relatively bright, while the small cave was quite dark. Nevertheless, it looked clean and tidy. Qushengsheng even thought about using shell mud to coat the cave, and they worked through the night to finish it. That night, still, no mermen appeared. The sudden emergence of such a beautiful small building in the forbidden area of this sunset town became a topic of conversation among the town residents. Because they did not know Qushengsheng's background, they were all observing cautiously. Another day passed. Yuanjiang and Jiuan stayed home to make furniture, while Qushengsheng took Eugene to the beach because she had made an appointment with Yuqing. Yuqing arrived with Yuqing, who was carrying a small wooden bucket. Upon seeing that Qushengsheng had empty hands, she reminded her that it would be best to prepare a wooden bucket. Eugene acted quickly, soon setting his sights on a nearby large tree. After chopping it down a few times, he made a small wooden bucket for Qushengsheng and a larger one for himself, leaving some usable wood aside to take back later. Qushengsheng held the freshly made small wooden bucket, smiling with her eyes narrowed in delight. She even asked Eugene to make her a sharp little wooden stick. Seeing Eugene's adeptness, Yuqing's eyes flickered. This beast man seemed quite strong. Although he had not awakened his soul power, he had a robust physique. So he quietly thought that he should not provoke him in the future. Then he looked at his little female who was carefree and smiled indulgently. This is edible. This is not tasty. This stinks. This thing pinches and its shell is very hard. Stay away from it. Yuqing chattered, explaining the seafood to Qushengsheng while excitedly catching seafood. Qushengsheng did not recognize the seafood, and the crab was quite large, with a shell measuring about 30 centimeters. And a strange bright purple shell that looked quite fierce. There seemed to be one every 10 steps on the beach. The clams that Yuqing said were edible were also quite large, and their colors seemed very vibrant. While there were also gray or dull-colored clams that Yuqing didn't even glance at. Can this not be eaten? Qushengsheng pointed to a grayish-white shellfish. It seems to be edible. Yuqing thought for a moment and said, then why not take it? Qushengsheng was a bit puzzled. This shell was slightly larger than the red one they had just picked. It's too ugly, Yuqing said disdainfully. Shell, reason for living, too ugly. Qushengsheng was speechless for a moment, picked up the shell, and decided to try all the edible varieties. Perhaps she would find a surprise. When Yuqing saw her picking up that shell, he hesitated for a moment, but eventually kept quiet. After half an hour, all four of them had their containers filled with shellfish. Everyone carried their items and headed home. As they walked home, Qushengsheng asked Eugene, can that purple crab be eaten? Crab? Eugene was a bit puzzled, but then he recalled the purple hard-shelled beast and replied, it can be eaten, but it doesn't taste good. The shell is very hard. Qushengsheng thought for a moment and said, that's fine. Regardless of the shell, if it can be eaten, it's good. After returning home, Qushengsheng washed the shellfish she had collected with clean water and boiled them in plain water. Their lunch that day consisted of this. It turned out to be very fresh and sweet. Yuanjiang particularly enjoyed using a small wooden skewer to pick out the meat and had a great time. By the end, he managed to extract all the remaining meat from the shells and looked satisfied, not even bothering to eat the leftover shells. Yuanjiang looked at the complete shell meat and felt an indescribable satisfaction. Qushengsheng only let them eat the meat and the yellow parts. And, after a hearty meal, everyone but her was still hungry. In the end, they boiled some meat soup. After a day of work, the four larger rooms in the cave were furnished with beds. Originally, Eugene and the others only intended to make 3 beds, but Qushengsheng insisted on having her own room, so they ended up adding one for her. The remaining 2 small caves were used as storage for food, and Qushengsheng placed seeds for potatoes, sweet potatoes, cassava, corn, and the like inside, planning to clear land and farm when she had the time. When choosing rooms, a mix-up occurred as everyone wanted to be close to Qushengsheng's room. They even had a bit of a scuffle over it, and the final results were quite unexpected. Yuan, being tough and resilient, won first place, followed by Eugene, with Yuanjiang ending up the farthest away. Dinner that day was particularly unappetizing, except for Qushengsheng's portion. Eugene and Jiuan were eating what looked like normal but was actually unpalatable food, while Yuanjiang silently ate with a dark expression. Eugene and Jiuan were almost brought to tears by the food and exchanged a glance, resolutely continuing to eat because no one wanted to waste food. Actually, the meal wasn't that bad. It was just that Eugene and Jiuan were spoiled by Yuanjiang's good cooking. Now, when they had something that tasted average, they couldn't accept it. But none of them dared to mention it to Yuanjiang's gloomy face. QushengshengGets also didn't dare to speak. She could only pretend not to know and quietly eat, thus achieving a strange harmony. Chapter 300. Beach combing. That night, they all slept in their own caves. QushengshengGets slept quite soundly, but the next morning, the three of them, Eugene and the others, had bruises on their faces, looking worse than the day before. Hey, what happened to your injuries? They weren't this serious yesterday after the fight. QushengshengGets asked curiously, looking at their bruised faces. The three of them exchanged glances and unanimously agreed that it was probably because the bruises had shown up overnight, and there was nothing serious about it. It didn't hurt at all, and they would be fine by tomorrow. QushengshengGets nodded and planned to prepare some ointment for them. Seeing that QushengshengGets believed them, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. They would never confess that they had run into each other at QushengshengGets' door the night before and ended up having a brawl before going back to sleep. Despite their fight, they had reached a consensus through force. They would take turns staying over at Shengsheng's place every other day. QushengshengGets was unaware of all this. She planned to take the three of them out to the beach to collect seafood. Since they hadn't eaten enough seafood the day before, they intended to gather more. Eugene also planned to swim in the sea and bring back some other catches. QushengshengGets took Yuanjiang and Zhu to look for various crabs and snails. After an hour, the three of them had gathered a lot. Zhu, out of curiosity, poked a crab with his hand and got pinched, yelping in pain until Yuanjiang came over and freed him. Shengsheng, it bit me. Let's catch more of them and eat it, Zhu said, rubbing his hand angrily. Okay, QushengshengGets replied helplessly. Hey, what's that digging into the sand? Yuanjiang suddenly started digging at the beach, and in QushengshengGets' bewildered gaze, he unearthed a clam as thick as his calf. What is this? Yuanjiang poked at the clam with his claw, and when it didn't move, he kicked it away disdainfully, proudly raising his head to continue observing the strange creatures around him. This is a clam, QushengshengGets exclaimed with surprise as she picked it up. Can we eat this? Yuanjiang asked, puzzled. Yes, QushengshengGets swelled quickly. After that, Yuanjiang found something interesting. He saw a clam suddenly burrowing away and chased it, frantically digging a hole. Once he dug it out, he remembered to cover the hole back up. Zhu was having an epic battle with the crabs, having learned to break the crab's legs first before catching it. QushengshengGets collected some seaweed, released some small fish, and caught several large octopuses. Now, QushengshengGets scoffed at the fish with big heads, calling them small fish, while the octopuses she caught had heads as big as basketballs, making them a bit hard to manage. Occasionally, they would crawl out, so she decided to cover the bucket with a wooden lid, which Zhu made on site. It was a bit rudimentary, but could hold the octopuses in. With their bucket full, QushengshengGets looked out at the sea, wondering how Eugene was doing since he had been gone for so long. In the sea, Eugene discovered many big fish, one of which had 2 rows of sharp teeth and was quite large. Curious, he bit into it, only to be met with an indescribably strange taste that almost made him vomit. He had swallowed several fish at the bottom, but had never tasted anything so bad. He floated to the surface, rinsed his mouth with fresh water from his space, and realized he couldn't see the beach anymore. The sun had moved quite a bit in the sky, so he hurriedly swam back. Sure enough, when he reached the beach, he saw QushengshengGets and the others waiting for him. After he came ashore, he returned home with QushengshengGets. The stream is still a bit far from us. How about we divert some water over? QushengshengGets said as she reached her doorstep, reminiscing about faucets and running water. Diverting it over? That is a good idea. I saw a puddle on the west side of our cave yesterday. I'll check if we can get it to flow more. It's much closer than the stream, Yuanjiang said before heading to the spring. QushengshengGets and the others followed him, and eventually discovered that the spring seemed to be an underground water source, where water bubbled up from deep below a stone wall. QushengshengGets thought about digging deeper around the spring to create a water reservoir, which could be lined with stone bricks to keep the water cleaner, and later adding a cover to the reservoir. Then, using the bamboo they brought back from the panda tribe, they would create a water diversion pipe, wrapping it with shell mud outside to prevent it from cracking. Finally, they would lead the water to their doorstep and create a faucet without a valve, placing a shell mud basin underneath for washing vegetables. With this, they would solve the freshwater issue at home. Now, QushengshengGets planned to start preparing the ingredients. seeing the large sea fish, shrimp, and other ingredients they had gathered. QushengshengGets intended to make a lavish feast for their first proper meal in the new home. Chapter 301. A feast. The kitchen was conveniently located on the west side of the house, and they had built a stove with a chimney made of stone bricks. Without an open flame, the white walls and floors of the house would be much cleaner. QushengshengGets had Yuan assist her, while Zhu Yuan went out to chop firewood, and Eugene added firewood to the stove. QushengshengGets looked at the neatly categorized seafood on the stone platform beside the stove, feeling satisfied. Today, she planned to make clam and mushroom soup, oil-braised prawns, pan-fried fish, spicy fish heads, stir-fried octopus, seaweed soup, steamed conch, and spicy crab. After finalizing the menu, she began to cook. QushengshengGets particularly enjoyed cooking in the present world, so she knew a bit about various dishes. Although she didn't have much talent, her passion made up for it. She decided to make the soup first since it wouldn't cool down easily. Yuan assisted her while they still had a bit of dried ginger left from last night, which QushengshengGets had soaked in clean water, unsure if it would sprout. She was currently using ginger powder, ground chili powder, Sichuan pepper powder, and a type of onion and garlic-flavored lantern fruit, collectively referred to as onion and garlic fruit, as seasonings. The cassava had been processed into cassava flour by Yuan and Eugene, but since it was just simply ground, it looked a bit dark and needed further processing. Therefore, QushengshengGets decided not to use the cassava flour today. Yuan placed the cleaned and soaked mushrooms into a small wooden basin. QushengshengGets first heated the oil she had refined from the panda tribe in the pot, then added the mushrooms and sauteed them a bit before adding water, followed by the onion and garlic fruit and ginger powder. Once the soup boiled and turned white, QushengshengGets added the clean clams. After boiling on high heat for a few minutes, the soup was ready. Although the mushrooms had dried, they still retained their deliciousness, and combined with the clams, it made for an incredibly flavorful soup. The seaweed soup was also very convenient, but unfortunately there were no eggs, so she could only season it with animal fat and a bit of salt. In just a few minutes, the seaweed soup was done. QushengshengGets cut the large fish into pieces, not too thin or thick, and marinated the fish pieces with onion and garlic fruit and ginger powder. After marinating, she pan-fried them in oil over low heat. In no time, the fish pieces turned golden brown on both sides. QushengshengGets sprinkled salt on them, and a third of them received ground chili powder, resulting in fragrant pan-fried fish pieces. Next, she marinated the conch in ginger powder water, then, while it was still fresh, added water to the pot along with a homemade bamboo rack. After bringing it to a boil, she placed a wooden plate with conch on the bamboo rack, covered it with a bamboo lid, and steamed it for a few minutes before serving it on the table. Then she continued steaming the fish heads, and, at another stove, she heated oil. Just then, Eugene suddenly found their previous palm oil, which surprised QushengshengGets. Although there wasn't much, it was better than nothing. She used the palm oil, and after heating it, poured it over the ground chili powder mixed with onion and garlic fruit and ginger powder, stirring with wooden chopsticks. QushengshengGets took a generous portion of this special chili oil and drizzled it over the fish heads, steaming them for a bit longer. Even though the fish head was cut in half, it was quite large and required a good amount of steaming. Once the fish heads were cooked, the spicy fish heads were ready. She placed the remaining chili oil in a small dish for dipping the conch later. At this point, the large prawns had been cleaned by Yuan, and the shrimp veins had been thoroughly removed, aside from the initial ones that were less intact, due to inexperience. The later prawns were all in good shape. QushengshengGets first marinated the large prawns for a few minutes with ginger powder and onion and garlic fruit. Since she didn't have many seasonings on hand, she decided to fry them in oil residue, making do with limited conditions. After frying the large prawns in palm oil, she double-fried them, since the steps for making chili salt prawns would be the same, so it was easier to do them together. Once the prawns were fried, QushengshengGets reserved a bit of the oil, added the onion and garlic fruit, and sauteed to bring out the aroma before adding half of the large prawns, mixing them evenly, and sprinkling salt to create a low-budget oil-braised prawn dish. Then she continued with the previous steps, but added Sichuan pepper, salt, and a little ground chili powder to make a seasoning powder, mixing it evenly before serving the chili salt prawns. After that, QushengshengGets began preparing the octopus that Yuan had cleaned and cut. She kept the residual oil, added onion and garlic fruit, ginger powder, Sichuan pepper powder, and a generous amount of ground chili powder, mixing it well before adding the octopus and giving it a vigorous stir before serving it beautifully. Finally, using the same method, she made the spicy crab, although she omitted the Sichuan pepper powder as she was concerned it might be too numbing, and since no one had tried it before, they might not be used to it. Although Zhu Yuan was outside chopping firewood, He was already entranced by the aroma. He was drooling and found it irresistible. He had already noticed several beastmen and females peeking toward their home, and to be honest, he was also quite tempted. Upon hearing the call for dinner, he dropped everything and rushed into the dining hall. The table was filled with various dishes. Zhu Yuan obediently sat in an empty chair and looked down to find half a sweet potato in their bowls. There weren't many sweet potatoes left, but QushengshengGets still took two, roasted them in the stove, and divided them in half for each person to enjoy a taste. Zhu Yuan's eyes lit up at the sight of the sweet potato. He loved sweet potatoes for their sweetness and softness, and he could show off a basket of them. He planned to plant a lot of them himself in the future. The meal proceeded in silence, with only the sounds of bowls and chopsticks, and the crunching of conch shells or crab shells being bitten open by teeth. Everyone was focused on their food. The soup was sweet and fresh, complemented by the various spicy and fragrant dishes, and they ate without lifting their heads. Although they were eating quickly, they each left 1/5 of their food for QushengshengGets, which was more than enough for her, given the quantity of dishes. Tonight's meal was incredibly delicious, primarily due to the top-notch ingredients and the cooking methods that differed from the beast world, leaving them all very satisfied. Of course, the aroma of their food also made the residents of Sunset Town, who lived relatively close, drool with envy. Although they were tempted, there was nothing they could do about it. After dinner, they cleaned up and rested. QushengshengGets noticed that Eugene was particularly clingy tonight. After she finished washing up, he hugged her and asked, "Shengsheng, can I stay with you tonight?" Before QushengshengGets could respond, Eugene carried her back to her room, closed the door with his hand, and placed her on the bed. QushengshengGets looked into Eugene's fiery gaze, and her fair face gradually flushed with color as the long night unfolded. Chapter 302. Making furniture. QushengshengGets felt her mind go blank, overwhelmed by the affectionate kisses. And afterwards, she didn't know what happened, becoming like a fish on a chopping board, bullied back and forth. The soft fur of the beast skin bed became damp. Her slender, jade-white fingers continuously clenched the beast skin pillow beneath her, her knuckles pale, her whole body trembling. But Eugene would never let go of such a delicious little treat delivered to his mouth. He grasped her slim waist, wishing he could wear her down completely, his large hands hot and burning. Woo woo woo. Eugene, I am. Eugene breathed slightly, his eyes filled with unrestrained desire as he looked at the soft, watery female, wishing to crush her. QushengshengGets didn't know how to escape the sea of desire, only able to whimper softly, unsure if it was joy or pain. Eugene's heart burned even hotter, looking at the beautiful red plum blossoms on her snow-white skin. His muscles tensed, the beautiful lines of his muscles showing slightly bulging veins, indescribably sexy. Unfortunately, QushengshengGets had no time to care about that now, only able to whimper softly. Eugene watched as the corners of QushengshengGets' eyes turned red, her gaze dazed, her complexion charmingly flushed, her jade teeth lightly biting her red lips. Unable to resist, he reached out his right thumb, rubbing her plump, crimson lips, and even could not help but tease her soft little tongue with his finger. QushengshengGets' eyes widened, weakly pleading, but such a display of vulnerability only excited Eugene further. He leaned down to taste her full red lips, sucking on her lip beads, his eyes half clear, half dazed. QushengshengGets couldn't help but press her palm against Eugene's shoulder, seeming to push him away, yet also appearing to show goodwill. Her tender palm feeling the hot, top muscles. Uncertain how much time passed, QushengshengGets' slender waist was lifted, forming a beautiful arched bridge, while Eugene leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Shengsheng, who am I?" "Eugene is..." "Eugene," QushengshengGets replied in a soft voice. "Will you have a baby for me?" Before QushengshengGets could react, she became like a banana plant drenched in rain, struggling to endure but having little strength. In the end, she only remembered continuously agreeing to Eugene, not knowing how many of his domineering requests she had acquiesced to. The next day, after Eugene woke up, he looked at the female in his arms, satisfaction in his brow and eyes. He carefully kissed QushengshengGets' forehead and then gently released the tip of his tail from her ankle. The ring of scale imprints on her snow-white skin made him feel a little guilty. He secretly applied medicine to that area and checked QushengshengGets' body again, finding that although her skin was slightly flushed from sleep, there were no deep marks on her body. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, thankful that he had bathed her last night and had the foresight to apply some medicine. QushengshengGets slept soundly, and Eugene quietly slipped out. At that moment, Yuan Jiang and Zhu Yuan were already cooking in the hall. Zhu Yuan could also make a simple meal. Their stove had 2 places to put pots, so they could cook breakfast together. Yuan Jiang was meticulously preparing breakfast for QushengshengG, while Zhu Yuan asked Yuan Jiang questions as he prepared lunch for the 3 of them. Eugene watched Zhu Yuan cook, resembling a priest brewing medicine, and suddenly lost interest in the strange black-brown meat soup in the pot. However, as an orc who didn't cook, he planned to eat a little haphazardly and then go to the sea to catch big fish. The 3 of them finished breakfast, and sure enough, the grilled fish was fragrant, but that fish soup seemed to have the fish meat overcooked, giving off an unpleasant smell. Although they all paused for a second, they gritted their teeth and finished it, feeling a bit nauseous after drinking it. On Zhu Yuan's exquisite face, there was a hint of apology as he awkwardly tucked his long hair behind his ear and said softly, "It's a bit unappetizing." Senti it? Eugene and Yuan Jiang exchanged glances, and seeing Zhu Yuan's apologetic eyes, Yuan Jiang replied, "It's okay. Much better than what Eugene makes." Eugene? What the hell? Is there a need to drag me down? But it was a recognized fact that he was bad at cooking. Even grilling meat could go wrong, so he had no face to refute that. Instead, Zhu Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "Is it possible to make something even worse than this?" After saying that, he looked at Eugene with a face full of admiration. Eugene tightened his fists, his sharp gaze staring at the foolish bear, wondering what was going on. What kind of emotional intelligence was he trying to use to infuriate someone? Zhu Yuan was quick to react and immediately turned to say he would wash the dishes. Eugene snorted and said he was going to the sea to catch fish before leaving. Yuan Jiang was cleaning the house with the bee skin mop and cloth made by QushengshengG, and after Zhu Yuan finished washing the dishes, he also tidied up. They planned to make some wardrobes, wooden beds, and other furniture. When they were picking up seafood yesterday, QushengshengG had whimsically described some modern practical furniture, and Yuan Jiang asked in detail, planning to make some of it. He thought that since Shengsheng's tribe was so wealthy, there was no reason for her to live poorly after coming with him, so he would satisfy all her needs. Zhu Yuan went to chop down trees and used wind-type soul power to transport the wood over. Yuan Jiang directly used soul power to carve out the shapes of the furniture from the big trees, which was much quicker for him than making that falcon structure. After working for half the morning, QushengshengG finally woke up, groggily walked out, and saw the food on the stove. She went out to wash herself by the flowing water, where Yuan Jiang was seriously making furniture. After smiling at him for a moment, she returned to eat breakfast. Yuan Jiang secretly looked back at her hopping figure, unable to help but smile. After QushengshengG finished eating, she wandered around beside their little house. Zhu Yuan had chopped down trees from a relatively far place, so the area around the house was still lush and green. Chapter 303. The courtyard. Yuan Jiang discovered that QushengshengG was just circling around the house, which made him feel relieved. There were 3 fierce beasts patrolling the area every morning and evening, making it very safe. QushengshengG looked at the flat ground around her, and the idea of planting vegetables kept sprouting in her mind. She picked up a small wooden stick with one end sharpened and began planning the surroundings. First, she decided to build a low wall around the house. Next to the wall, she could plant some flowering vines, and around the wall, she could also plant some fruit trees. On the west side of the house, a simple firewood shed could be built to chop wood and store firewood, and next to it, a rack could be built for drying seafood. By the stream, she could create a small washing room without a door, just a semi-open design with running water and a wooden basin. The large open space in front of the firewood shed could be used for planting flowers, and since the sunlight on the east side was great, she planned to build several canopied swings for everyone to enjoy the sun together. Behind the east side, a toilet could be constructed with water brought in for flushing. QushengshengG planned to make a courtyard gate, then collect some stone slabs to create several small paths, so the house would stay clean and they wouldn't have to worry about mud everywhere on rainy days. Outside the courtyard gate, she would clear a large area near the creek for vegetable planting. After thinking everything through, she saw that Yuan Jiang and Zhu Yuan had finished making the furniture, so she brought them some water. While they were drinking, QushengshengG marveled at the beautiful and exquisite furniture. "Do you like it?" Yuan Jiang's green eyes were filled with tenderness, and there seemed to be a hint of secret anticipation. QushengshengG leaned over and kissed her leopard and her little bear, both of them feeling very happy and satisfied. The joy of the beastmen was so simple. They needed their partner's encouragement and affirmation. Then, Yuan Jiang put the furniture into the space and placed it in the house, while Zhu Yuan hurriedly cleaned up the firewood and the wood shavings on the ground. After everything was done, QushengshengG began to tell Yuan Jiang and Zhu Yuan about her plans for the courtyard. After listening, both Yuan Jiang and Zhu Yuan were captivated by QushengshengG's vision. They They skipped lunch, and Qushengsheng didn't feel hungry either, so they quickly got to work. Qushengsheng went to the cave's storage room to check the supplies. Inside the cave, there was a smaller storage room with some sweet potatoes, and cassava. Although they looked dehydrated, they were still alive. Qushengsheng took a third of them, planning to see if she could sprout them before planting. She wasn't very knowledgeable about this, but could only explore, not daring to take too much at once for fear of failure. After taking them, she went to their outdoor storage room, which had good ventilation and was relatively dry. The seeds she collected were on the wooden shelves there, and she took a third of the corn seeds, along with some yellow fruit, garlic, and various wild fruit seeds, taking them all out at once. She planned to grow seedlings first, not knowing much about farming. She could only pray that the plants of the beast world would be a bit more reliable and not fail her. After completing the seedling work, she found that Yuan Jiang and Zhu Yuan had finished the firewood shed and the washing room, and they were now preparing to make the swings. Qushengsheng instructed them to first build the frame, then twist the bee skin rope to set up the swings. In the end, she guided them to complete the toilet. Actually, this toilet was just for her use, as Yuan Jiang and the others would transform into their beast forms to patrol outside and handle their needs there. After everything was done, the afternoon passed quickly. "You're back." Qushengsheng's eyes lit up as she saw Eugene approaching. Eugene had the scent of the sea on him, and seeing Qushengsheng sitting under the eaves so obediently made him feel fulfilled. He nodded and then took a bath with fresh water. After that, he formed a huge ice basin filled with fresh fish and some seafood. Qushengsheng even spotted a large squid that seemed to be about 2 meters long when considering its tentacles. "Wow, so much." Qushengsheng clapped her hands and touched the head of the large fish in the basin, which felt slippery and strange. Today, it was still Yuan Jiang and Qushengsheng cooking, while Eugene and Zhu Yuan went to build their wall. Building the wall wasn't too difficult, but they insisted on doing it meticulously, needing everything to fit perfectly, which slowed them down a bit. However, before eating, they completed the wall, just missing a door, which they planned to install tomorrow. Today's meal was still delicious. Although there weren't many seasonings left, Qushengsheng had already saved some seeds, so she used them without hesitation. After eating, they rested. The moon was obscured by dark clouds tonight, and the world was quiet with only the sound of the waves and the wind. Suddenly, a soft singing voice began to drift along with the wind. Qushengsheng fell deeper into her sleep, while Zhu Yuan initially struggled a bit, but eventually succumbed to sleepiness. Eugene became alert, his vertical pupils filled with vigilance. He went out to wake Yuan Jiang, and then they stuffed something in their ears before going to wake Zhu Yuan. However, no matter how they shook Zhu Yuan, he remained deeply asleep, sprawled out like a bear, sleeping peacefully. Eugene stuffed something in his ears, and Yuan Jiang gave him a punch, finally waking Zhu Yuan up. "What is wrong? I can't hear." Zhu Yuan panicked. Yuan Jiang gave him a slap and pointed at his ears. When Zhu Yuan felt the stuff in his ears, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing some calmness return to his eyes, the group went to check on Qushengsheng, finding her fast asleep. Zhu Yuan covered Qushengsheng's ears with his hand and nodded to Yuan Jiang and Eugene. They went outside, with Zhu Yuan keeping watch over Qushengsheng while they stood guard. The low 1.5-meter wall allowed them to see the beach, and the singing never stopped. Even with earplugs, they could still hear some of it. The melodies could relax one's guard and disturb one's mind. Suddenly, strange sounds began to arise, resembling a baby's sharp cries. The sounds growing closer alongside the singing. Yuan Jiang even heard faint sounds like something scraping against the sand and stones. Both Yuan Jiang and Eugene knew that something was approaching, and it was likely more than one. Chapter 304. The monster horde with serious expressions. They walked towards the entrance of the small courtyard. As they reached the threshold, they all took a deep breath, for the moonlight was dim tonight, and the multitude of moving objects on the beach sent chills down their spines. They could not see clearly what it was, but countless small eyes, as numerous as cow hairs, were densely packed on the beach, and from time to time the sound of a baby crying echoed, faintly audible even through earplugs. As expected, a tide of monsters crawled up. Eugene lit a torch and handed one to Yuan Jiang, allowing them to finally see the true appearance of these monsters. They seemed to have strange heads the size of humanoid younglings, with faces showing eerie expressions of pain, fierce and terrifying, with large mouths, noses that were sunken in, and eyeballs that seemed ready to pop out. Their necks were thin, seemingly just a small bone wrapped in skin, and below the necks were shiny black frog-like bodies. Their limbs were long, with claws that emitted a strange blue light, and their gazes were filled with resentment. Suddenly, the leading one leaped towards them with great speed, almost reaching their faces in the blink of an eye. Yuan Jiang reacted quickly, using the torch to swat it away, possibly hitting it harder than intended, causing the monster to explode midair. They then watched as the dead monster's flesh and blood were devoured clean by its kin, and they could even hear the sound of bones being chewed. Through this, they also discovered that these monsters had sharp white teeth in their mouths. Perhaps the first one breaking the ice encouraged the others, as the subsequent monsters jumped over one after another. Eugene quickly formed a shield, but these monsters seemed to have no sense of pain, continuously crashing against the shield. Yuan Jiang let out a breath of relief. But Eugene suddenly realized that this group of monsters seemed to possess magical powers, meaning they were mostly low-level magical beasts, with the ability to devour anything they wished to consume. Eugene's ice shield was soon eaten away, and Yuan Jiang's expression changed as he looked toward the wall. The monsters were piling up, almost halfway up the wall. He saw it, and naturally, Eugene did too, prompting Eugene to raise the wall with ice. However, the monsters outside kept coming in waves, which was not a good omen. Yuan Jiang felt a wave of unease. If this situation persisted through the night, Eugene's soul power might not hold out. Thinking of this, Yuan Jiang signaled to Eugene to defend the wall while he went out to slay the monsters. Eugene nodded. Yuan Jiang clasped his hands together, and when he pushed them apart, two curved blades appeared in his palms. The blades were sharp, able to splatter monster blood with each strike. Although the monster skin was somewhat tough, it was not very difficult to cut through. Yuan Jiang moved with great efficacy, but he still cautiously avoided the monster's blue claws, as unknown toxins could be deadly. As Yuan Jiang's movements grew faster, he failed to notice that several monsters had quietly surrounded him. When Eugene realized this, it was too late. His expression changed, and Yuan Jiang was nearly trapped among the monsters. Once Yuan Jiang noticed, his expression grew serious. He could not hesitate now, or the defense would be broken. He had to charge forward. After Eugene reinforced the wall, he also began to slay. He started a ruthless slaughter, freezing the monsters before shattering them, moving quickly. But Yuan Jiang was also forced to advance, until his curved blade suddenly could not cut through a monster larger than the others. He realized this was likely a tough opponent, possibly the leader of the horde. Its eyes rolled menacingly, filled with malice. Looking at Yuan Jiang, as if he were a precious ginseng, its eyes shining with greed. Suddenly, it let out a low growl, causing the smaller monsters to retreat. They seemed to know their king and did not dare to snatch the prey from it, even though they were clearly tempted. Yuan Jiang swung his curved blade towards the monster king, but leapt up and directly chewed the blade to pieces. Yuan Jiang's expression changed, and he felt a growing seriousness. This monster had the ability to devour, thick skin, poisonous claws, and sharp teeth. After assessing the situation, he realized it was quite tricky. With a downward sweep of his right hand, a long spear appeared in his grasp. He was determined to kill this monster leader. Yuan Jiang's eyes were filled with battle intent. He never backed down from a strong enemy. Chapter 305. Yuan Jiang's break through the spear in Yuan Jiang's hand was sharp enough to almost tear through the night sky, but the monster's skin was tough and difficult to penetrate. Although it was hard to break through, it was not impossible. Yuan Jiang had been consciously striking a specific spot on the monster, and suddenly, during one of his strikes, the skin broke open, revealing the tender and pale flesh inside. Woo-woo. Eeing. The monster suddenly let out a high-pitched cry, and as it did, many more monsters crawled out of the sea. Eugene tried hard to protect the walls, but he inevitably couldn't pay attention to Yuan Jiang. With fierce fighting spirit, Yuan Jiang struck quickly and ruthlessly. At first, the Monster King relied on its thick skin, but eventually, it couldn't hold on any longer and began to retreat. Yuan Jiang directly used his spear to lift the monster, and its enormous figure appeared somewhat grotesque under the moonlight. Yuan Jiang thrust his spear through the monster's eyeball, pinning it to the ground with both hands. Then he used his long knife to chop the monster in half, spilling its intestines and guts all over the ground, with its flesh looking somewhat delicate and translucent. Yuan Jiang knelt on the ground, panting, surrounded by a solid ice shield. After the monster died, its minions turned into mindless flies, constantly retreating and scattering, just as Eugene arrived in time. "I killed it," Yuan Jiang said with a murderous aura. Eugene sensed the fluctuation of Yuan Jiang's soul power and suddenly realized he was about to break through. This was truly a mixed blessing. Yuan Jiang also felt something was off. After realizing it, a look of surprise and joy flashed in his eyes. After returning with Eugene, he sat in a corner of the living room on the first floor and began his breakthrough. He didn't go inside because he was covered in a strange, fishy smell from killing the monsters, and Eugene was the same. but Eugene had already gone to take a shower. Looking at the calm sea surface, Eugene knew that what happened tonight was closely related to the siren's song. He had to capture it. Otherwise, their safety would always be threatened. This group of monsters was so troublesome. Who knew what other species would be driven ashore by the song? Zhu Yuan was alertly moving his ears inside the house. As the night faded, he finally relaxed after hearing the familiar sounds. It was Eugene and Yuanjiang returning. He saw QushengshengGets and got up. The sky was getting light, and Yuanjiang was quietly sitting in a corner surrounded by ice, breaking through, while Eugene was at the door washing his body with stream water. Zhu Yuan saw it was getting late and began to prepare breakfast. He made something he was good at, although it wasn't as good as what Yuanjiang made. It was still better than Eugene's. When QushengshengGets woke up, she was surprised to find that so much had happened. Although she was worried, seeing that both of them had only a few injuries, she breathed a sigh of relief. Today, they continued to tidy up the small courtyard and planned to clear some land because QushengshengGets found that her dry seeds had actually sprouted. Once she cleared the land, she could start planting. After carefully nurturing the seedlings, she took Eugene and Zhu Yuan to turn the soil in the yard, while also making a gate and a small stone path until the planned planting area. After turning the soil, she mixed the ash from the stove with the earth and let it sunbathe. The soil's fertility was good, so she was very confident. The only thing that displeased her today was the fishy smell of the monsters outside her courtyard wall. In the end, she had no choice but to divert water to wash it for a long time, and it was finally a bit cleaner. The wasteland outside their courtyard was also turned over using the same method of mixing in stove ash. The grass and large rocks inside were all removed, and after letting the land sunbathe for a few days, once the seedlings grew a bit more, they could be used for planting. Meanwhile, in the beast forest, I'll just be called Fuyue, not Lion Fuyue. Fuyue helplessly rubbed his forehead while looking at the Beast King. What's wrong? Clearly very mighty, follow me. The Beast King waved his hand. The void beast couldn't help but look away. One was a muscular, big brute, while the other was a delicate, fair-skinned boy. The two didn't have any similarities, but the Beast King, with his thick skin, spoke such speechless words. That damned who bade dare to treat you and your mother like this. The Beast King will definitely kill all the Sharp royal family. The Beast King said angrily, then looked at Fuyue and continued, after that, I'll give you the Sharp Empire. I don't want the Sharp Empire. When I have the ability in the future, those who bully my mother and me will all die. Right now, I'm still weak. Please let the void send me out. I have some lifelong matters to resolve. Fuyue looked at the Beast King with some expectation. Previously, the Beast King had said it was not possible, but after Fuyue's repeated requests, the Beast King seemed to waver. He didn't know Fuyue liked that female so much. Otherwise, he would have kept her back then. Now, the void couldn't always teleport others. It was getting old and had to keep some ability to protect itself. Do you really want to go? The Beast King asked. Yes. Fuyue nodded. Then you can go. The Beast King looked away. He had no intention of stopping Fuyue from leaving, but wanted to spend more time with his grandson. He wasn't the type to force others. Is it okay? Fuyue was somewhat surprised. Oof. The Beast King snorted coldly. Grandpa, don't worry. I will come back to see you often. Fuyue replied. Hearing Fuyue call him Grandpa, the Beast King's lips curved into a smile, his eyes filled with warmth. Perhaps because of his old age, he couldn't help but feel delighted by a little kindness. But he quickly couldn't smile anymore. That damned lion Fuyue. He actually emptied more than half of my crystals. Those are my merits. The Beast King's roar echoed. The void beast clicked its tongue helplessly and tore through space to play elsewhere. Meanwhile, Fuyue had already taken the crystals to Sunset Town, where parting was only temporary, and there would always be reunions. Chapter 306. Yuanjiang's sixth stage, a day passed. And in the evening, after finishing the field work and returning home, Yuanjiang's radiance had diminished significantly. QushengshengGets could guess that Yuanjiang might be on the verge of a breakthrough. Is it really okay for Yuanjiang to break through so quickly? QushengshengGets asked with some concern. Eugene comforted her by patting her head and said, It's fine. Yuanjiang has been accumulating strength for a long time. His foundation is solid, and there won't be any issues. Zhu Yuan looked at Yuanjiang with a bit of envy. He was currently at the fourth stage and was considered young and promising in the tribe, but this level of strength seemed insufficient compared to Yuanjiang and Eugene. He had to work harder. Zhu Yuan encouraged himself internally. With the help of Zhu Yuan and Eugene, QushengshengGets finished preparing dinner. Before they could even finish their meal, Yuanjiang's radiance faded, and sure enough, 5 minutes later, a sleek black leopard appeared in the center of the glow. The beautiful fur, strong and flowing muscle lines, and the graceful beauty of the big cat were truly stunning. Qushengsheng stared at him in a daze. After taking 2 steps, Yuan Jiang transformed back into his human form, exuding a strong aura. His 6th-stage soul power made him appear very intimidating. Shengsheng, I have broken through, Yuan Jiang said with a smile in his eyes. Yuan Jiang, that's amazing. Qushengsheng clapped her hands in joy. Eugene and Zhu Yuan both congratulated him, and the group finished dinner together. After dinner, Eugene went out, planning to check the sea for the troublesome merman or to inquire about him, in case that old merman was still alive. After cleaning up, Zhu Yuan obediently went to bed. Once inside his room, he quietly began to train. He was also inspired by Yuan Jiang's breakthrough. His talent was not lacking, and he could do it too. Now, with both Yuan Jiang and Eugene at the 6th stage, and him still at the 4th stage, the 2-stage gap made him anxious. He had to work hard. Meanwhile, Qushengsheng was brought to Yuan Jiang's room, which consisted of a bed and a long table with benches, clean and tidy, with a soft, thick animal skin laid on the bed. Some lemon-scented herbs hung in the corner, and the room was filled with a fresh lemon fragrance. The long table had a cute vase made from large shells, filled with some lovely white wildflowers, creating a refreshing atmosphere. This is so beautiful. Qushengsheng's delicate fingers pointed at the little decoration. Yuan Jiang's affectionate gaze made her feel a bit shy, so she tried to divert his attention. As a result, Yuan Jiang gave a wicked smile. Not as beautiful as you. Qushengsheng felt embarrassed and slightly lowered her head. Yuan Jiang lifted her chin and kissed her. The delicate licking and the gentle, fiery touch of his lips and tongue made Qushengsheng's body go weak. Suddenly, Yuan Jiang lifted her onto the long table, with half of her hips sitting on the edge. The table seemed to be specifically designed for Yuan Jiang and was a bit high. Her toes couldn't touch the ground, giving her a sense of insecurity. She could only cling to Yuan Jiang's neck, afraid of falling. Yuan Jiang kindly supported her waist, pressing her into his embrace. Qushengsheng breathed softly, feeling as if all her strength had been drained. Her fingertips could touch Yuan Jiang's beautiful back muscles. The coolness of her fingers gliding over his muscles made him shiver slightly. Qushengsheng could feel her skirt being pushed up by Yuan Jiang, his scorching skin almost melting her. Unable to hold back, she let out a whimper, and Yuan Jiang's large hand pressed down on her slender waist, forcing her to stick close to him, her eyes turning red. After a while, the long table swayed, causing the shell vase and the little flowers to shake violently. Qushengsheng's delicate long legs flailed helplessly in the air, her snowy white toes occasionally tensing up in discomfort. Shengsheng. Qushengsheng noticed that Yuan Jiang was particularly excited today. She had no ability to resist, being entirely held in Yuan Jiang's arms, and he took her, pressing her onto the animal skin bed, unwilling to leave her for even a moment. Qushengsheng went from soft gasps at the beginning to low cries later, and then to weak whimpers, while Yuan Jiang grew more and more excited, his movements becoming bold and vigorous, almost wanting to melt Qushengsheng away. On the animal skin bed, it was a mess. Qushengsheng's snowy knees were stained deep red, her jade-white skin flushed with a tender pink, her eyes red as if they were about to bleed, and her long eyelashes glistening with tears, her red lips swollen and unopened. Qushengsheng was forced to endure, wanting to say she was tired, but just as she wanted to speak, she was overwhelmed, unable to distinguish whether it was pain or something else. Yuan Jiang had just broken through, filled with ambition, and with Shengsheng willing to accompany him, he was truly exhilarated. By the end, Qushengsheng even touched Yuan Jiang's round little ears, and his long tail curled around her slender waist, constantly caressing her sensitive skin. Chapter 307. Following Eugene, a night passed, and as dawn broke, Yuan Jiang finally took Qushengsheng to wash up. Looking at the marks on her body, he felt a bit guilty. After returning to the house, he applied medicine to Qushengsheng. She slept soundly while he planned to get up and cook. After preparing breakfast, however, Eugene was nowhere to be found. Zhu Yuan said that Eugene had gone out last night and hadn't returned yet. After the two of them finished their meal, they went to plow their land again and then headed to the seaside to catch seafood. Zhu Yuan even splashed around in the deep water for a while, but ended up choking on some water. Receiving a disdainful look from Yuan Jiang, Zhu Yuan wiggled his round panda bottom and went to the other side to collect seafood. In recent days, more and more residents of Sunset Town had been going to sea, and the number of sailboats on the water was increasing. The calm sea suddenly became quite lively. "Bro, are you going out to sea?" Zhu Yuan curiously asked a nearby beastman. "Yes. In 10 days, the market in Sunset Town will open, and everyone is preparing to catch some fresh seafood to trade at the market." The beastman smiled, revealing a big white tooth. "A market? Zhu Yuan's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that be bustling? Bro, you must be an outsider. You come at just the right time. The market in a few days will not only be lively, but mercenaries will also come to exchange rare and precious items. It will be lively for a long time. The beastman continued. Oh, my brother's calling me. I have to go. Let's chat later. Zhu Yuan then saw the beastman transform into a strange big fish and swim further away. Mercenaries? Zhu Yuan was quite curious about this unfamiliar term. He knew that Eugene had been to Sunset Town and planned to ask him about it tonight. Meanwhile, Eugene was currently fleeing in the sea. Yes, he was running away. A merman was chasing him from behind. The merman looked young, handsome, with a blue long tail, swimming very fast in the water. Eugene could only swim faster, creating some ice shields in the water to block the merman, as he needed to catch his breath, while the merman did not. He had to find a way out. His face was dark. He had started his journey last night and swam for a long time before finally reaching the old merman's lair. He could sense that there were mermen living inside, but to his surprise, it wasn't the old merman, but an unfamiliar one. Upon seeing him, the merman asked if he wanted to be his male partner, to which Eugene darkened his face and said no. As a result, this merman relentlessly pursued him, acting as if he were insane. Fearing being entangled by this merman, Eugene hurriedly fled, escaping for most of the night, which truly exhausted him. However, the merman refused to give up. Eugene had said several times that he already had a female partner, but the merman insisted that he choose him. As if he had a mental problem. Terrified, Eugene darted around. He did not want to be touched by this perverted merman, or else he would be disgusted to death. Meanwhile, the merman was determined not to let go of a beastman who matched his taste, was brightly colored, and had strong abilities. Thus, he relentlessly pursued him. To be honest, Eugene was almost too exhausted to swim anymore. He could only keep going because of the fear driving him. This was truly the first time he had ever been so scared of a weak beastman. Mermen were indeed a peculiar existence in the beast world. They could choose their gender, and this choice was made after reaching adulthood when they encountered their beloved. If the beloved was female, they would turn into a male beastman. Conversely, they would become a female beastman. Once they turned into a female beastman, their soul power would disappear, and they would take human form, although their female form could still transform into the merman beast form. This was an extremely special species. Eugene realized that the merman behind him likely hadn't undergone gender differentiation yet. He didn't want to cause this merman to differentiate because of him, so he kept refusing. But the merman seemed to be mentally ill, unable to understand human language, and insisted on being with him. Now, Eugene really felt a bit regretful. He shouldn't have gone out last night. Wait for me. Let us talk this over. Get lost. I already have a female partner. I don't care. Wait for me. Get lost. Eugene, Shengsheng help. There's a pervert. Chapter 308. Fishing for big fish. Eugene's predicament was unclear to Qushengsheng. When she woke up today, it was already half-past afternoon. Looking at the sky, she planned to take Yuan Jiang and Zhu Yuan to gather seafood. Then come back to cook and invite Eugene and her beast husband over for dinner. Since there might be many people today, Qushengsheng intended for Yuan Jiang and Zhu Yuan to catch more fish. They had already caught quite a few, but it wasn't enough for so many people to eat, especially since Eugene had 3 beast husbands, so they needed to prepare a large quantity that would be filling and tasty. Qushengsheng took Yuan Jiang and Zhu Yuan to the seaside. Zhu Yuan mentioned that there would be a market in Sunset Town in 10 days, and Yuan Jiang said he had heard about it too. A market? Qushengsheng was a bit curious, but thinking about their dwindling crystals, her heart sank. I heard you can trade goods, and you can also exchange crystals. Besides, there will be mercenaries bringing goods from various places to trade. So there should be a lot of interesting things, Yuan Jiang added. What do mercenaries do? Zhu Yuan asked curiously. I heard there's a land to the west of our Sunset Town called Blood Rose. The orcs there are all mercenaries from different places. They accept bounty missions, transporting goods, or even taking lives. They join an organization called Blood Rose, which is why that place is referred to as Blood Rose. Because they travel all over the continent, they have many rare items, so whenever they reach a place, they trade their goods for other items, continuously exchanging goods to gain high profits. Yuan Jiang had detailed information he had heard from Eugene. Previously, when he and Eugene were looking for Shengsheng, they also encountered some mercenaries. Those people live a life on the edge, some good and some bad. They had encountered mercenaries who wanted to kill them, but ended up being killed by them, as well as mercenaries who helped them in times of need. He didn't have much opinion about this organization. After listening, Qushengsheng thought the market in 10 days had great potential. There might be many interesting things. The main issue now was the lack of crystals and she needed to think of a way to solve that. Since they needed a lot of seafood today, Yuan Jiang and Zhu Yuan teamed up to hunt. Zhu Yuan used his soul power to send Yuan Jiang to the deep sea, and Yuan Jiang began fishing with the fishing tools made by QushengshengGets. He held a thick beast skin fishing line, with a sharp fish hook formed from his soul power below, baited with a large piece of fish meat. Before long, a big fish bit the hook. Yuan Jiang pulled the line, bringing the large fish up and placing in the fish net made from the toughest beast skin by QushengshengGets. With big fish biting one after another, Yuan Jiang became more and more excited, making Zhu Yuan envious. Shengsheng, can you let me try fishing later? I want to fish too, Zhu Yuan said pitifully, tugging at QushengshengGets' finger. Sure, I'll make you a fishing rod later. But for now, let's gather some other things. QushengshengGets comforted Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan obediently nodded and continued gathering items, while Yuan Jiang was immersed in the joy of fishing. No matter what he caught, he placed it in the fish net, even extending his fish hook on his own to try and catch other sea fish from the deep sea. Suddenly, a huge force tugged at Yuan Jiang, and he almost fell into the sea. He quickly pulled the fishing line, thinking it might be a big catch, but for some reason, the prey didn't struggle at all, so he had to quickly reel in. After a long while, he finally saw a huge, colorful sea beast from a distance. If he could catch it, it could be made into a skirt for Shengsheng. Yuan Jiang's heart raced, but just as he was about to reel it in, his heart sank. Eugene, why are you grabbing my fish hook? Yuan Jiang said irritably, looking at the large snake hanging from the hook. He was so excited to pull it up, only to catch something inedible, just as he was about to let go. He heard Eugene say in a panic, quick, quick, pull me up. Yuan Jiang was startled and hurriedly pulled Eugene up onto the platform Zhu Yuan had built. Seeing Eugene lying there like a dead fish, he felt something was strange. What happened to you? I was chased by orcs. Eugene was too embarrassed to say that he had gone out and caught the eye of someone, so he vaguely said he was being chased. Who? I'll go kill him, Yuan Jiang said fiercely. This. Eugene didn't have time to explain when he saw Yuan Jiang starting to pull on the beast skin rope at his hand. What are you doing? Eugene asked, puzzled. Don't talk. I'm getting a big catch. Yuan Jiang excitedly reeled in the line, his eyes shining as he saw a large blue fish in the distance. Eugene glanced down and almost fell off the platform. No, no, no. Don't pull it up. Don't bring this freak up. Let go. Eugene panicked, watching as Yuan Jiang dragged up that crazy merman, feeling that he would be humiliated immediately. Not letting go. This is a big fish. This is not a fish. No, this is a fish. No, this is a fish beast man. He is a merman. Let go. Eugene said incoherently. He really felt speechless now. Mermen couldn't be killed casually, especially not in the sea, or else the entire merman clan would hunt them down. A merman? Yuan Jiang looked at the big fish with some confusion. The big fish swam up and revealed his delicate, beautiful face, with long blue hair that stuck to his head after coming out of the water, and fish fins with blue scales behind his ears. What about that snake beast man? His voice was pleasant, somewhat androgynous. Is this the orc chasing you? I'll kill him. Yuan Jiang formed a long blade in his hand. Don't kill him, he is a merman. Eugene quickly stopped him. You are here, the merman said happily, looking at Eugene's handsome face with great satisfaction. Shut up. Eugene hurriedly told the merman to be quiet, but things didn't go as he wished. I like you. Come with me. When the merman said this, Eugene stiffened all over and turned to see Yuan Jiang looking shocked. You guys? Yuan Jiang stared blankly at this beast man, confirming that the fish in the sea was indeed a male. Eugene coldly said, There's nothing between us. I don't know him. He is a lunatic. Oh, Yuan Jiang said thoughtfully. Eugene's face turned angry, and he bluntly said to the merman, I have a female now. I wouldn't look at someone as ugly as you. You should go. Get lost. I don't believe it. I want to see how beautiful your female is. Otherwise, I will definitely not give up. The merman said angrily, hands on his hips. Yuan Jiang took a step back, and Eugene's sharp gaze fell on him, making Yuan Jiang touch his nose. Our female is indeed many times more beautiful than you, so stop pestering. He has already signed a contract. Yuan Jiang still said something fair. No, I want to see, said the merman. Get lost, Eugene said coldly, his eyes full of threats. If you let me meet your female, I'll tell you where the orc living near me went. The merman offered a condition. Seeing that this merman didn't seem very clever, Yuan Jiang exchanged a glance with Eugene and decided to take this merman to meet Shengsheng and, of course, gather some information. Eugene was somewhat disapproving because the merman hadn't differentiated his gender yet. Wouldn't it cause trouble to meet Shengsheng like this? But looking at the merman's weak strength, in the end, Yuan Jiang and Eugene still took him to meet Shengsheng. Chapter 308. See, intent Qushengsheng was busy preparing a fishing line with Zhu Yuan when she spotted Yuan Jiang and Eugene swimming over, seemingly accompanied by another orc. As they got closer, she suddenly realized that the unfamiliar orc had a beautiful blue fish tail. A mermaid. She actually saw a mermaid in reality. Qushengsheng stared at the orc, who was also gazing at the female on the shore. She wore a simple white dress, the hem just above her knees, and perhaps due to the strong sunlight, her fair skin had a slight pinkish hue. Her hair was black and slightly curly, exuding a natural playfulness. On her delicate little face were stunning features. Her clear peach blossom eyes, pert little nose, and full, rosy lips were all exceptionally beautiful, coupled with her graceful figure, slender waist, and exquisite ankles. He felt that such beauty was not inferior to that of their merfolk. He had seen females on land before, but they lacked the whiteness of skin, the thickness of hair, and the delicateness of features. In short, they had many imperfections. He never expected to see such a beautiful female today. A beauty like this would surely give birth to beautiful babies. Hai Yi's eyes lit up, and he transformed into legs, slowly walking up to the shore. Eugene felt an ominous premonition and quickly blocked the merfolk. Little female, you're truly beautiful. I love pretty females. Can we be friends? Hai Yi asked, peeking around Eugene. Qushengsheng felt a bit shy upon hearing the gentle voice that was hard to distinguish as male or female. After pushing Eugene aside, she exchanged names with the merfolk. What does he want? Yuan Jiang asked, looking wary. Eugene's expression soured even more. While Zhu Yuan seemed to understand something as he chased after Qushengsheng, but he found it hard to interject. Qushengsheng and Hai Yi hit it off immediately, chatting enthusiastically. She was curious about the merfolk species, while Hai Yi was captivated by Qushengsheng's beauty and was willing to answer her questions, even accommodating her a bit. Thus, they engaged in a lively conversation. Before Eugene could intervene, Qushengsheng had already invited Hai Yi to dinner at their home. Eugene and Yuan Jiang exchanged helpless glances, deciding to keep a close watch on this smooth-talking fish. They absolutely could not let Qushengsheng take a liking to such a useless fish. Hai Yi entered their small courtyard with Qushengsheng, marveling at his surroundings. This place is beautiful. I love it here, and you can come and play often. QushengshengGets RedFruit. As it was getting late, she suggested, why don't you sit down on the porch for a while? Here, have some dried fruit while we prepare the ingredients. Qushengsheng took out some mixed dried fruits she had sun-dried from her space. Hai Yi munched on them with a satisfying crunch, curiously watching Eugene and the others handle the ingredients. Eugene took out a large ice bucket from his space, filled with various seafood. He prepared another ice bucket to cleanly store the processed ingredients. Zhu Yuan also went to inform the Yuqin family about the dinner invitation, returning shortly to help out. Hai found it interesting to watch Qushengsheng and the others carefully handle the seafood. As a merfolk, he usually enjoyed raw food, and he thought many of the ingredients laid out here looked unappetizing, showing little interest in tonight's meal. However, the processing methods were indeed intriguing. Perhaps he could try this way of preparing food in the future. If it tasted good, he could bring it back for his elder brother to try. He would surely be pleased. What kind of fish is this? Qushengsheng asked curiously, poking at an ugly fish over a meter long on the ground. The fish had a metallic sheen to its green skin, no eyes, but a large mouth filled with fangs, and its head was almost half the size of its body. Oh, this is called an ugly fish, Hai Yi replied casually. Qushengsheng thought the name was fitting, yet it didn't seem like a proper name. Is this edible? She asked, looking at the many ugly fish caught by Eugene, feeling a bit troubled. Yes, this fish tastes okay. Both the brain and the body are edible, and the texture is nice. It's a type of fish we merfolk commonly catch. The only downside is that its skin and skull are too hard, making it difficult to kill. After hearing this, Qushengsheng looked at Yuan Jiang, who quickly and neatly sliced the fish meat and brain. Hai Yi raised his eyebrows, impressed by Yuan Jiang's skill. Qushengsheng observed the translucent, jelly-like fish brain and the snow-white fish meat, unsure how to eat it. Hai, how do we eat this? You can eat it directly, Hai said. What about the fish brain? Yes. Hai was confident that anyone who had eaten an ugly fish would not find it unappetizing. Qushengsheng wanted to try it, but Zhu Yuan leaned in, eagerly saying, Shengsheng, you wait a moment. Let me taste it first. After taking a bite, Zhu Yuan turned to the three watching him and said, it's not bad. It's sweet. After a while, seeing that Zhu Yuan was fine, Eugene let Qushengsheng try it too. The fish brain was like jelly with a natural sweetness. While the fish meat wasn't as tasty as the brain, but was tender and had a faint sweetness, with no fishy smell at all. Eugene, Yuan Jiang. You should try it too. It's really good. Qushengsheng exclaimed with delight. Both Eugene and Yuan Jiang tasted it and found it acceptable. Eugene even started thinking about how to catch more ugly fish tomorrow. After a long time, they finally cleaned all the seafood. Qushengsheng had decided on the menu for today: grilled sea fish, raw slices of ugly fish, spicy salt shrimp, stir-fried spicy octopus, steamed sea conch and shellfish. Seaweed clam soup, and dessert was the ugly fish's jelly-like brain. Once the menu was set, they began cooking. I.e. curiously watched Qushengsheng cook. Having never seen such a cooking method before, Chapter 310. Banquet tonight. Yuan Jiang is in charge of grilling sea fish, while Qushengsheng moves the dining table outside and sets up a fire pit, as the smoke inside the house is too much. So, they're having dinner outside, with Yuan Jiang grilling sea fish. Qushengsheng is stir-frying vegetables inside with Zhu Yuan, while Eugene gathers firewood, and Hai-E stands to the side. Curiously watching QushengshengGets RedFruit. Qushengsheng quickly cooks a soup with seaweed and clams. Since the clams are quite large, she always cuts them into pieces. The method is simple. Use half a pot of water, add a spoonful of pure white animal fat, and when the water boils, add the seaweed and clams, boil briefly. Add salt, and a delicious pot of soup is ready. Next is the steamed seashells and conch, which is also simple, just adding a step to make dipping sauce. While those things are steaming, Qushengsheng heats palm oil in another pot, then mixes ground chili powder, minced scallions and garlic ginger powder, and Sichuan pepper powder in a bowl, stirring well before drizzling hot oil over it. Suddenly, a strange sound makes Hai-E jump back. However, the incredibly delicious aroma wafts to his nose, making him swallow hard. Curiously, he leans over to look at the bowl of unknown sauce, saliva uncontrollably flowing. In a short while, the conch and seashells are ready. Qushengsheng serves them up and pairs them with her special chili oil for Zhu Yuan to take outside. Next, she plans to make pepper salt prawns and spicy octopus. Eugene loves shrimp, so he grabs a huge amount of them. Qushengsheng thinks she can make some dried shrimp for herself in the future, but for now, looking at the large bowl of prepared shrimp, she decides to fry them in batches. Qushengsheng fries them 6 times before finishing, with the oil in the pot turning a faint red, almost turning into shrimp oil. She regrets a bit, wishing she had some noodles to make prawn noodle dish. Qushengsheng pours out the oil, leaving a little at the bottom, then starts stir-frying scallions, garlic, ginger powder, and the crispy fried prawns, finally adding pepper salt, and serves them in a huge wooden bowl filled with shrimp. The aroma makes Hai-E swallow continuously. He prides himself on having tasted all the seafood delicacies from the seabed. Yet today, Qushengsheng manages to create unimaginable flavors from the seafood he usually looks down upon, which makes him both curious and excited. Finally, she quickly stir-fries octopus with plenty of ground chili and Sichuan pepper, finishing another bowl in no time. As soon as Qushengsheng brings it out, she sees Zhu Yuan and Eugene slicing fish fillets, their actions clean and swift, with the fish slices of even thickness and size, arranged beautifully on the large ice plate made by Eugene. Yuan Jiang's grilled fish is sizzling and oozing oil, with the fish meat changing from white to a light golden color, and the fish skin slightly yellowing, the aroma of grilled fish wafting into the air. Sure enough, not long after, Eugene arrives with her 3 beast husbands. Eugene approaches Yuqing for a conversation, both being the first beast husbands. They introduce their family members to each other. Then Eugene leads them to sit at the round table, where Hai-E is already seated. And Qushengsheng also sits down with Eugene. Shengsheng, thank you for the invitation. Your food is so delicious, even if you hadn't invited me. I would still want to come eat, Eugene says, her round eyes filled with innocence. Yuqing, hearing this, smiles a bit shyly at Eugene. He sees the many dishes on the table, looking quite delicious, and originally planned to bring some pearls, but now he thinks he might need to add something else. Oh, no need to be polite, please sit down, the dishes are just ready, Qushengsheng says. Yuan Jiang and Zhu Yuan serve the grilled fish onto each beast husband's south large plate, and place the remaining large fish on the table lined with big leaves. The leaves on the table are clean, so placing the grilled fish directly on them is fine. Hai-E looks at the large plate in front of him, and also at a bowl and a spoon, finding it a bit strange, as each dish in front has 2 large spoons. Qushengsheng uses a spoon to scoop soup into her bowl, then uses another spoon to serve herself some large prawns. Seeing her actions, Hai-E and Yuqing start to mimic her. As soon as the food enters their mouths, they are stunned by the never-before-tasted deliciousness, thinking, this is so good. It's a unanimous thought. Hai eats especially happily. He already loves food, and now, with so many dishes. Even though there are some that numb the lips and tongue or sting the taste buds, he feels like he has become addicted, wanting to eat more and more. After eating in silence for 2 hours, their movements start to slow down. By now, there is hardly anything left on the table. Everyone is peeling shrimp, with Eugene not bothering to peel his and eating them with the shell, which is quite crispy. Eugene's 3 beast husbands also eat with the shell. Sheng, this meal is really delicious. I didn't expect these things could be made this way. Eugene exclaims in astonishment. Qushengsheng laughs and replies, I learned this from my elders at home. Yuanjiang scoops out the brains from the ugly fish, distributing one to each person. Zhu Yuan thinks for a moment and takes out a small jar of honey, adding a spoonful to everyone's dessert. The crystal-clear jelly topped with golden honey is even more fragrant and delicious together. This type of fish is extremely hard to catch, and they didn't expect to have such a feast today. Yuqing smiles, saying he is a squid beast man and can dive into the deep sea, but it's also very risky, so they don't often eat this kind of fish. I didn't expect to eat to my heart's content today. Along with so many unfamiliar foods, it's quite astonishing. Other than him, the 2 other beast husbands in Yuqing's family are also good at fishing, and their family's living standard in Sunset Town is considered above average, but compared to Eugene and the others, they still fall short. After all, the 3 of them are quite strong, and their female seems to be very good at cooking. He even suspects she might be a priestess since there are many roots and bark drying under their eaves. Yuqing thinks this family is worth befriending, so he plans to add a bit more to the gift he'll give. After finishing the meal, the sky has darkened and everyone starts to leave. Yuqing leaves behind quite a few pearls and some dried seafood, totaling a fair amount. Hai, seeing this, also leaves behind several pieces of shark silk, even promising to bring more next time. Eugene sees Hai off, while Qushengsheng walks Eugene out. Before leaving, Eugene smiles and says, Sheng, your food is just too delicious. I really hope I can eat it every day. If you opened a place to serve meals, I would be willing to pay you with crystal stones. Qushengsheng tells Eugene not to be so formal and that she can come over to eat whenever she has time, but her words also inspire her. Soon, the market will be here, and she doesn't have crystal stones to trade for things, but she can earn crystal stones and then trade for things. Chapter 3:10 The Old Merman on the Other Side. Eugene brought Hai to the seaside, and Hai planned to jump into the sea. What about the old merman? Eugene asked Hai. Oh, I almost forgot. Hai began to tell the story of the old merman. After finishing, he nimbly jumped into the sea. Eugene silently returned home. You're back. Qushengsheng's cheerful voice rang out, melting the icy silence in Eugene's heart. Eugene smiled, and Yuanjiang asked about the old merman. Eugene replied calmly. He has gone mad. I suspect he is the merman who incited the monsters to attack us. What? Qushengsheng was somewhat shocked. She knew Eugene regarded this old merman as a close friend despite their age difference. When Eugene first arrived here, he was only in his teens, and due to his delicate appearance, many beastmen had said unkind things to him. Eugene, who had a strong sense of pride, often fought with those beastmen and ended up with numerous injuries. The worst injury he sustained was from a beastman who demanded his company. That beastman's brother was quite strong and even the captain of a mercenary team. That time, Eugene was beaten by the captain, breaking several of his ribs, fracturing his leg, and breaking his arm. In the end, he was thrown into the sea, and Eugene truly felt he was on the verge of death. At first, he kept trying to save himself, grabbing at things to keep himself afloat, desperately seeking a breath of air. The icy seawater made him forget the pain. He could only mechanically move his tail. He didn't know how long he floated, nearly becoming a dead snake on the surface. Finally, he was rescued by an old merman. In fact, this merman wasn't that old. He was already 100 years old, and since mermen can live for over 200 years, he was considered very old. However, because Eugene was only a teenager, he jokingly called him the old merman. After being rescued, the old merman taught him how to swim in the sea and catch fish, so although Eugene was a land snake, he became quite adept at swimming. The old merman was also quite interesting. He simply brought Eugene to a cave on the shore and gave him a small jar of medicine for his injuries. And that was all. When he had the time, he would share stories from his past with Eugene. He didn't mind being called the old merman, nor did he ever tell Eugene his name. When Eugene left, he still hadn't revealed his name. The story of the old merman was also rather glitch. In his 20s, he was handsome and quite capable, very talented. As an orphan, he reached the pinnacle of his circumstances. He even caught the curiosity of a noble lady, who later sneaked out of her home to meet him, and they eventually fell in love. He was very poor, unable to even buy a piece of cloth for her. Yet she looked like a beautiful rose in a greenhouse, delicate and lovely. He wanted to give her a grand wedding. So he went out to hunt monsters, almost recklessly. He would take a long time to return, but his girl said she didn't need such a grand wedding. She would be happy with something simple. He, in his youthful arrogance, still wanted to give her the best, and they hadn't even formed a bond after all these years. She waited day after day in sorrow, while he was surrounded by flowers, and she was left in the cave with only piles of crystal stones for company. He didn't notice her distress, and naturally did not realize he had forgotten his original intentions, forgetting that he wanted to give her a grand wedding, which was why he went out to hunt monsters for crystals. He became intoxicated by his own achievements and strength, wanting more glory. Finally, one day he left the sea, wanted to see the mainland. He came ashore, and his girl humbly pleaded to go with him. But looking at her delicate skin and her innocent, slightly reddened eyes, he told her to wait for him to return. When he came back again, there was no trace of her in their home. He even found another merman's scales and not a single item belonging to her. Thus, he went mad, frantically searching for his girl, wanting an answer. One day, he saw his girl holding a little boy's hand. In that moment, the warrior became a coward. He had no courage to approach or ask. All his anger vanished in an instant, plummeting into despair. He had lost everything, lost her, and with her, he lost everything. He hated her for treating him this way, yet he couldn't bring himself to take any revenge. So, he foolishly abandoned himself, became degenerate and powerless. At the bottom of the sea, he became a wandering soul, a homeless wandering soul. Eugene had once mocked him for being foolish, and the old merman had only smiled, pain reflected in his eyes. Now, Hai said that this old merman had gone mad and was very aggressive. Therefore, this time he must find him. If he could help, he would not hesitate. On the other side, Fuyue was working hard to familiarize himself with his abilities while making his way to Sunset Town. After waking up, his strength was at the 6th level, so his foundation was quite unstable. He was of the spatial system's soul power, but he didn't understand the system, so he could only explore on his own. As a result, he often teleported to the wrong location, extending his travel time indefinitely. How did I get it wrong again? Fuyue exclaimed in frustration. His spatial soul power allowed him to move short distances, but he always ended up in the wrong place. Although it was infuriating, he worked hard. Even if the results were unsatisfactory, he decided that he must use his spatial soul power to reach Sunset Town. Chapter 312. Farming the next day, QushengshengGets decided to explore Sunset Town. Although the market wouldn't open for a few days, the town was already bustling with activity, and every orc looked cheerful, resembling a festive celebration. After wandering around the town twice, QushengshengGets encountered several intimidating teams, mostly composed of orcs, all marked with scars of varying lengths, wielding weapons made from beast bones, looking quite formidable. Boss, look over there. A beautiful female. An orc with the appearance of a walrus turned his head and saw an exquisite female. Her skin as white as that of a mermaid, complemented by slightly curled black hair, making her incredibly alluring. His gaze then fell on the orcs standing beside her, and suddenly his pupils constricted. The 3 orcs next to her were very strong. Yuanjiang noticed the walrus's gaze and sharply looked back. The walrus quickly turned away. Although his movement was swift, Yuanjiang had already locked onto him. The walrus led his group in another direction before he withdrew his gaze. Boss, what's wrong? A hippo orc asked, scratching his head in confusion. What's wrong? Let us go. The walrus hurriedly left. That female. What female? Shut up. The 3 orcs beside her are not to be trifled with. The walrus was very self-aware. He had only recently advanced to Tier 4 and did not have the confidence to confront such strong orcs whose strength he couldn't gauge, let alone fantasize about their female. After completing her exploration, QushengshengGets felt more assured. She realized that the orcs in this place also ran restaurants and even inns, but she was confident that she could win them over with her Huaxia cuisine. After making up her mind, QushengshengGets returned and ran into Yuqin, who was out having fun. She informed Yuqin that she would be opening a barbecue restaurant at her doorstep the day after tomorrow and welcomed her to come and eat. Yuqin eagerly nodded and then, while out playing, spread the word about how delicious QushengshengGets' food was. In no time, everyone knew that QushengshengGets, the newcomer, would be opening a barbecue restaurant in a couple of days. Everyone was curious about what a barbecue restaurant was, having heard it was very tasty. When QushengshengGets returned, she saw Hai at the door, holding many sea fish and even some seaweed that QushengshengGets had never seen before. Shengsheng, you're back. Hai rushed forward, almost wagging his tail. Please conduct yourself. Eugene coldly blocked Hai. Hai pouted and muttered, rude land snake. Eugene shot a cold glance at him, and Hai glared back. Yuanjiang watched this scene, remembering how Hai used to chase after Eugene, and couldn't help but chuckle, the corners of his lips slightly curving up. He met Eugene's gaze and quickly looked away. That's right. QushengshengGets bypassed Eugene and waved happily at Hai. Eugene smiled helplessly yet fondly, saying nothing, but remained vigilant towards Hai. Shengsheng, this is what I brought for you. Hai presented the items forward, which he had specially caught in the deep sea today. Wow, such a big fish. This fish is super delicious. I have to tell you. Eugene followed like a shadow, and QushengshengGets eagerly chatted with Hai. QushengshengGets felt that Eugene was overthinking. Her friendship with Hai was pure. There was no hint of ulterior motives, and they chatted very well like close friends. Shengsheng, you're opening a shop? That's great. In a few days, I'll bring my brother over to eat. He always stays at home. This way he can finally come out to play. Hai clapped his hands in excitement. Sure, if he comes, I'll treat him. QushengshengGets waved her hand confidently, believing she would definitely make a profit. No need to treat. Let him pay. He has plenty of crystals. He could spend for several lifetimes. Hai waved his hand dismissively, insisting that QushengshengGets should take some money from his brother. QushengshengGets felt both amused and helpless. They had eaten a little for lunch, and now QushengshengGets planned to plant vegetables and trees. Hai followed her, curious about everything there, things he had never seen before, and he was sure his brother had never seen them either, perfect for bragging when he returned. Thus, that afternoon, Hai helped QushengshengGets plant corn, sweet potatoes, cassava, turmeric, garlic, and many other fruits, even setting aside a small patch for herbs. To prevent anyone from destroying her fields, she surrounded them with wooden fences, making it look quite decent. Hai also learned from her. He planned to dig up the water plants he liked from the sea after returning and plant them next to his cave so he could eat seaweed anytime. Dinner that night was also quite lavish. After eating, Hai returned to the sea, and Eugene also went out to look for the old merfolk. QushengshengGets was carried away by Zhu Yuan that night, and Yuan Jiang didn't notice. She quietly went to the second floor, small building outside the cave. With Eugene gone, she had to be more vigilant, and if anything happened to Eugene, he could see the coast and provide timely support. Sister, have you missed me? Zhu Yuan said, his long hair cascading down, his eyes glistening, looking very endearing. Aye. QushengshengGets felt a bit shy, her gaze wandering. Sister, have you thought of me? Zhu Yuan asked again, looking innocent and pitiful. Unable to resist, QushengshengGets randomly nodded and then whispered, I did. Sister, I miss you so much too. Tonight, let me take care of you, okay? As he spoke, QushengshengGets was pressed onto the beast skin bed. Zhu Yuan was very strong. Although he looked slender, his muscles were clearly defined. QushengshengGets tilted her neck, enduring Zhu Yuan's kisses. He always treated her cautiously, but his kisses were filled with innocent awkwardness. Suddenly, QushengshengGets leaned close to his ear, softly whispering a request. Zhu Yuan froze for a moment, his ears turning redder, but he still shyly agreed. QushengshengGets smiled slyly, knowing he would agree. She figured that Yuan Jiang and Eugene would probably not agree to this. Only Zhu Yuan would. QushengshengGets used soft bee skin to tie Zhu Yuan's wrist to the headboard, and then covered his eyes with soft, thin mermaid silk. He bit his lip nervously. QushengshengGets kissed the corner of his lips, her cool fingers carefully tracing the lines of his muscles. Feeling Zhu Yuan's excitement, she grinned mischievously, sat on his waist, and leaned down to whisper in his ear, beg me. That night, QushengshengGets went from being smug at the beginning to suffering the consequences, ending up in a very embarrassing situation, while Zhu Yuan, although his eyes were slightly red, was filled with satisfaction. Chapter 3:13. Opening preparations that night. Eugene had no idea how long he had been swimming, but he had not seen any sign of the merfolk until the sky began to lighten. He suddenly felt a powerful energy, rivaling his own. Instinctively, Eugene swam towards that direction quickly, but the other side was even faster. Eugene couldn't catch up, and his expression gradually darkened. If that energy truly belonged to the old merman, then despite the years, his progress might not have been much. But he remained a formidable opponent. Eugene caught a lot of ingredients from the sea and swam back home, exhausted. Just as he arrived at his doorstep, he saw smoke curling up from the kitchen. Yuan Jiang and Zhu Yuan were quietly preparing breakfast, probably while QushengshengGets was still asleep. Eugene nodded to them, took out the seafood he had kept fresh in an ice bucket, and then went back to the cave to sleep. After Yuan Jiang finished making breakfast, he and Zhu Yuan ate first. Then they went to check on the vegetables they had planted. It was only the second day since planting, so there wasn't much to see, but the sprouts were noticeably more spirited. Zhu Yuan also took out the bamboo segments he had brought and carefully planted them, craving bamboo shoots after such a long time. When they returned home, they saw Qushengsheng eating. Yuan Jiang explained to her that Eugene was resting at home, and then they left quietly. QushengshengGets planned to set up a barbecue stall at the entrance of their small courtyard. So Zhu Yuan and Eugene built a shelter according to her wishes. The shelter resembled a pavilion, and QushengshengGets even brought in a water source, planning to make a stone pit for burning charcoal. Without wire mesh, they decided not to use it. As for the ingredients, they would use wooden skewers to hold them together. And Eugene was tasked with making an ice trough nearby to keep things chilled, to keep everything cleaner. QushengshengGets came up with another idea, to have Eugene create an ice cover that allowed customers to see the ingredients while only being able to touch them with the wooden skewers. Customers could choose their ingredients themselves, and they prepared wooden plates for them to take to Zhu Yuan, who would tally the order, while Eugene was responsible for collecting money. They planned to price the skewers at 20 for a red crystal and 40 for an orange crystal, increasing by 20 skewers for each higher tier. The wooden skewers they made were quite long, about a meter, and held a good amount of ingredients, along with their exclusive marinade and sprinkled spices. She was confident that there would be a good audience. The afternoon passed with the trivial tasks of making skewers and setting up the stall. By the time Eugene woke up, their barbecue stall was already taking shape. They all supported QushengshengGets' plan to make money. Orcs would unconditionally support their females, and they were no exception. That night, they consumed the ingredients they had prepared, along with the seasonings and oils for the barbecue. And QushengshengGets used a special brush made from beast fur to apply the sauces. Zhu Yuan also prepared small tables and stools. QushengshengGets suddenly realized she hadn't prepared any beverages to cleanse the palate after the barbecue. It was too late to think of something now, so she decided not to prepare anything, leaving them only with clean, flowing fresh water. That night, Zhu Yuan and Yuan Jiang went night fishing, while Eugene went to the sea to gather ingredients, with QushengshengGets fishing nearby. They managed to gather quite a bit in just 3 or 4 hours, and with Eugene's catch, they would likely have enough for the trial opening the next day. After bringing the ingredients back, Zhu Yuan and Yuan Jiang handled the cleaning, while Eugene was responsible for cutting and skewering, with QushengshengGets helping out. How big should I cut them? Eugene asked. QushengshengGets casually cut a piece about the size of half her palm into a diamond shape and made 3 decorative cuts on the meat. This should be fine. QushengshengGets laid out the ingredients. Then she watched as Eugene meticulously executed his task, ensuring that every piece of meat was the same size, with the decorative cuts evenly spaced and of the same length. QushengshengGets was left speechless. She initially wanted to say it didn't need to be so uniform, but seeing Eugene's focused expression, she swallowed her words. Fine. Let him be. It was better this way, and there wouldn't be any disputes over the size of the skewers. An hour later, they had finished preparing everything. Eugene buried the skewers in crushed ice, effectively refrigerating them, and then they all took a break. The next morning, Yuan Jiang got up to make breakfast. After everyone finished eating, they began preparing for business. To be honest, Eugene and Yuan Jiang felt that while the food was delicious, making crystal stones might not be possible. Hunting would be a faster way to earn them. However, seeing QushengshengGets so enthusiastic, they were willing to cooperate. Her happiness mattered more than anything else. Thus, their barbecue stall began to operate smoothly under QushengshengGets' guidance. Chapter 313. Hai Zhao, as the saying goes, the fragrance of wine is not afraid of deep alleys. QushengshengGets planned to grill a few skewers first, so they could eat once they were cooked. The skewers weren't ready yet, but the guests arrived early. Shengsheng, it smells so good. Qin, you're here. Please sit over there and wait. I'll call you when it's ready. QushengshengGets smiled, looking at the arriving Yuqin and her beastmen. Instead of sitting aside, Yuqin curiously wandered around the barbecue stand, gazing at the beautifully grilled skewers, drooling at the sight. I don't think I got to try this last time. Is this called barbecue? Yuqin asked with curiosity. Yes, it's really delicious. I think you'll like it. The two chatted about the pricing. Although Yuqin found it a bit expensive in the beast world, earning crystal stones was the responsibility of the beastmen, and the females didn't have much concept of crystal stones. They mostly thought of them as beautiful, sparkling objects. The higher the grade of the crystal, the more beautiful and clear it was, and naturally, beautiful things were favored by females. The first batch of skewers was grilled fairly well. QushengshengGets put them on a plate and handed them to Yuqin's beastmen. How much is this in total? Yuqin asked, unsure of the count. No need. This is on the house. QushengshengGets waved her hand, not intending to collect her crystal stones. Yuqin didn't hesitate to accept the skewers joyfully. However, Yuqin secretly noted this down, believing that interactions with others should involve reciprocity. Wow, it's so hot. So delicious. Yuqin's eyes widened. It really was good. Yu Qing nodded, noticing that the ingredients used for the barbecue weren't particularly top-notch, but they were very fragrant and irresistible. Such ingenuity was indeed worth the crystal stones. Meanwhile, in the underwater palace, brother, let's hurry. Shengsheng's barbecue stand is opening today, and I've promised to support her. You go by yourself. An orc with a golden fishtail, bare upper body, and blue long hair, wearing a crown, impatiently flicked his tail. Please, brother. He wasn't giving up, clinging to Hai Zhao as if he wanted to carry him away. Let go. No, brother. I'm begging you. You're making it embarrassing for me as the younger brother. So what? Seeing that Hai Zhao remained unmoved, Hai Yi decided to use a stronger tactic. Brother, I've already decided to become a female. Before that, could you spoil me a bit? Hai Yi wiggled his fingers, his eyes gleaming mischievously. You've really thought it through? Hai Zhao asked again, pursing his lips. Yes, I've thought it through. Hai Yi replied nonchalantly. He truly had thought it through. He used to think that being an orc and fighting sea beasts was great. But after seeing QushengshengG and her beastmen interact, he seemed to want a warm little home too. Like his brother, he hadn't grown up in a normal family. So what he longed for was a warm home. His domineering personality and strong possessiveness made him more suited to being a female. All right. Hai Zhao looked at his younger sister, whom he had watched grow up, and finally nodded. He had the bloodline of the merfolk royal family, and becoming an orc was what many desired, but Hai Yi was different. He could have a more exciting world, without the merfolk royal bloodline. Becoming a female would allow him to live better. Hai Yi and Hai Zhao had the same mother, but different fathers. In fact, Hai Yi was the legitimate heir of the merfolk royal family, but he didn't inherit the royal bloodline. On the other hand, Hai Zhao even had ancestral traits, possessing a golden fishtail. After the old merfolk king passed away, he rightfully became the new king of the merfolk. Hai Yi spun around happily, excitedly saying, great, let's pack this up, and this too. Oh, this big pearl is nice. And this. Hai Zhao got at Hai Yi, who was rummaging through the palace like a locust swarm, unable to help but pinch the bridge of his nose. What kind of behavior was this? Was he still acting like a merfolk princess? Are you done? Hurry up and lead the way, Hai Zhao said through gritted teeth. Sigh, I'm done, Hai Yi replied sarcastically, flicking his fishtail and setting off towards QushengshengGets place. Chapter 314. The popular barbecue stall. When Hai and the others reached the shore, they immediately saw a bustling scene at the barbecue stall. The females were sitting at a round table, chatting and resting while observing the handsome beastmen. The beastmen were all lined up to buy skewers or eating them. They initially had no idea about this, but since the females were heading in that direction, they, as beastmen, curiously followed along. They had come to seek romantic relationships, but unexpectedly, their attention was drawn to the barbecue. At this moment, they cared little for romance. All they wanted were skewers. Rongsheng was a whale beastman, known for his large appetite and love for food. Today, he followed the enticing aroma that wafted through the air. To his surprise, the place was crowded, and he found it strange that so many beastmen were gathered here, drawn in by such a delicious smell. He leaned in to see and spotted a peculiar charcoal fire pit, with fish and shrimp skewered on long sticks. His eyes lit up. The delightful aroma was indeed coming from there. Everyone grabbed their plates, chose their skewers, and then lined up to pay. After paying, they waited to be called when their food was ready. The prices for the skewers were 20 skewers for 1 red crystal, 40 skewers for 1 orange crystal. Zhu Yuan shouted while directing the beastmen to line up. QushengshengG noticed the chaos and instructed the beastmen to queue, but they were initially reluctant, focused solely on eating. However, as soon as Yu Jin and Yuan Jiang exerted their soul power pressure, they all obediently complied. That plate, those skewers, paying. Rongsheng mumbled to himself while dutifully taking his skewers to pay. Why are you taking so many? A beastman behind Rongsheng exclaimed, looking at the nearly overflowing plate of skewers, then glancing back at the dwindling supply of skewers, his eyes burning with anger. What? Do you have a problem? Rongsheng's tone was calm, as if he were merely stating facts, but his tall stature made him look quite intimidating. The beastman realized he had picked the wrong target and muttered, no. The beastmen who had originally been behind Rongsheng also felt discontent, but seeing his imposing demeanor, they decided against speaking up. When their eyes met his, they quickly looked away. Rongsheng scratched his head in confusion, then continued lining up without concern. He felt like someone was watching him, but when he turned around, he saw no one. Eventually, he gave up. Eating was far more important than worrying about others. Finally, it was Rongsheng's turn. At this moment, QushengshengG was beside him taking notes, and soon enough, the total amount of crystals needed was calculated. Rongsheng readily took out the money, and Eugene casually tossed the crystals into his space. The amount of crystals collected today exceeded his expectations. He initially thought this outing was just accompanying Shengsheng for fun, but by noon, they were nearly out of skewers. Eugene wasn't wrong in his thoughts, but he didn't realize it was only the first day. Both the beastmen and females were curious, so everyone was eager to try. After a few days, it was likely that only the wealthy would continue to indulge. Although Qushengsheng knew that Eugene and the others had collected plenty of crystals from hunting, it was not as quick or safe as her method. Seeing that supplies were running low, Zhuan went fishing. His cast attracted several beastmen to watch. After a while, they also began fishing. They used hooks made from beast bones, which, while not as effective as Zhu Yuan's, still caught fish. Everyone was particularly excited when reeling in their catches. Before long, the area around the barbecue stall was mostly filled with females chatting about dresses, jewelry, and beastmen. Meanwhile, the beastmen had collectively taken their homemade fishing rods and gone fishing. At this moment, with fewer people around the barbecue stall, Hai Zhao finally brought Hai over. "What's wrong?" Hai looked at his brother, confused about why they had come early only to wait outside due to the crowd. Hai Zhao raised an eyebrow and glanced at Hai, who immediately fell silent. Hai Zhao, wearing a blue and white alternating long robe, looked handsome and powerful as he approached the stall. Hai rushed forward. "Shengsheng, I'm here to support you. I was just waiting for you." Qushengsheng replied warmly. "So this is barbecue? How do I eat it?" Hai blinked and asked. "Yes." Qushengsheng repeated her earlier promotional pitch, but without mentioning the prices, as she did not intend to take Hai's money. "Why didn't you mention how many skewers and what crystals?" Hai inquired. Qushengsheng suddenly burst into laughter. "No need to. I won't take your crystals." "Then take my brother's," Hai said, tilting his head back. "Hai Zhao, what is going on? Are you trying to shift the burden? Is this a sign of itchiness?" Qushengsheng's gaze fell on the nearby beastmen. She had noticed them earlier, but hadn't paid much attention, not expecting them to be Hai's brother. The two brothers looked quite different. Hai Zhao had a pearlescent appearance, fair and lustrous, exuding an air of nobility. Qushengsheng nodded at Hai Zhao and smiled at Hai. "Since he is your brother, then of course, I won't charge you." Just as Hai Zhao's lips curved into a smile, he heard Hai say, "It's fine. He has an endless supply of crystals. You can charge him more." Hai Zhao shot a cold glance at Hai, smiling apologetically at Qushengsheng, then squeezed Hai's shoulder, signaling him to stop. Hai felt as if his shoulder was about to crack. Now he understood the pain and looked at Hai Zhao with a pitiful expression. Hai Zhao released him and smiled charmingly at Qushengsheng. "You're called Shengsheng, right? I've heard Hai mention you multiple times. Thank you for taking care of him." "No need to be polite. We are friends." Qushengsheng waved her hand. "Just a small gift, a token of my appreciation." Qushengsheng saw an array of treasures piled before her, including pearls the size of soccer balls, various colorful fish silks, and even a shell full of crystals, with the shell measuring over 1 meter long. Introduction. After waking up, I found myself in a world of beasts where females are referred to as females and males as beastmen. They all possess astonishing abilities. Beastmen cultivate soul power, while females identify plants. Qushengsheng woke up to discover she had traveled here. She initially thought that traveling meant becoming beautiful and living in a different place. Unexpectedly, different types of beastmen came one after another to sign partner contracts with her. While other females can identify several types of plants, she can identify all plants.